I was reborn as the type of woman men adore the most. A first-generation Xingtian mecha. Hailed as the heroic legendary mecha. Countless times, they have saved this world from monster invasions. However, due to the rapid updates in mecha technology, it was relegated to being a trainee trainer aircraft. Was also assigned a runaway girl. She often overloads me with tasks. Firing rapidly emphasizes overheating the barrel. Movement relies entirely on an overloaded thruster. Even stranger. Every time Bai Ying and I establish neural synchronization, I can sense her faint resentment towards me. But why would someone harbor such deep hatred for a mecha? The Xingtian mecha is not equipped with artificial intelligence. I couldn't communicate with Bai Ying at all. Every time my body takes damage, I wish 50 warning windows would pop up to alert Bai Ying. But Bai Ying simply ignored it. Even the mechanic shook his head at the battle-scarred sight of me. I'm afraid after the next training session, the components will be dismantled and assembled onto the new mech. I'm not sure if I'll still have consciousness after being taken apart. But I absolutely cannot take this risk. This matter concerns life and death. I must figure out a way before I'm completely ruined by the white shadow. Just as I was pondering how to respond, the internal radar detection system suddenly went off. Several red dots are rapidly approaching. The next second, the entire obsidian sky base. A deafening alarm sound blared out. The radar panel also displayed numerous densely packed red dots. Suddenly, several glowing blue fireballs appeared. Punched through the hangar ceiling. It dashed straight toward everyone inside the control room. I instinctively stretched out my arm. He forcefully pressed the still flaming fireball against the wall. Blue slime oozed from between the fingers of the colossal alloy poem. Amidst the rising wisps of white steam. How could Xingtian move on its own? Before the crowd could ask any questions, hurried footsteps echoed just outside the command room. General, reporting. The giant beast Leviathan unleashed a wave of energy attacks. The direction indicates it's heading towards Shanghai City. All personnel immediately assume first-level combat readiness status. General Chen swiftly deployed the directives. Outskirts of the base. Hundreds of cannons have already unleashed a simultaneous volley into the sky. The tremendous roar momentarily drowned out the alarm. The directive has just been issued. A soldier rushed in with a face full of panic. General, something terrible has happened. Those energy entities are filled with Type 2 monsters and composite beasts. Quickly mobilize ground forces. Pull the formation back inside the high walls. Engage the enemy in coordination with armored units as a squad. General Chen gnashed his teeth as he watched the storm of blue fireballs filling the sky. The intense anti-aircraft fire continuously blasted these orbs into scattered chunks of flesh. However, many beasts still managed to land, roaring to hunt down all living creatures. Type 2 monsters are approximately 5 meters in size. The aggregate beast is different. They are formed by the fusion of a group of special Type 2 monsters. It can rapidly evolve into a sub-giant beast around 30 meters in just a matter of seconds. Time passed minute by minute and second by second. As the only person currently able to pilot the mech within the base, the white figure swiftly changed into a tight-fitting combat suit. Standing in my control station, ready to initiate. And I am currently the only mech left in the base. At that moment, a roar not belonging to any human resounded through the hangar. The massive steel door was forcibly torn open by the chimera. The white shadow stared intently at the crack in the steel door. Directly initiated neural synchronization link. Heavy cannon reloaded. Mechanical joints operating normally. The rocket booster has sufficient fuel. A few seconds later, the Xingtian mecha tore off all the cables attached to its body. At this moment, that colossal amalgamation beast stood 30 meters tall. The steel door has been completely torn open. This is a subgiant beast adept at close quarters combat. Eyes glowing green were neatly arranged around the edge of the skull. A claw nearly the size of a head. Capable of shredding any man-made armor. I don't know why monsters always like to roar when they make their appearance. But for the shameless Bai Ying, this is a perfect attacking opportunity. She didn't spare Xingtian's fuel reserves at all. Directly maximized the power of the rocket booster. He flew up and delivered a punch straight to the polybeast's head. The beast had just entered the gathering. Sent flying back to the hangar with a single punch. It hadn't had time to react. Xingtian unleashed a second punch at its chin. The beast, struck twice in a row by punches, immediately lost balance and fell backward. 2 massive wrist blades sprang forth from the black armor. Xingtian leaped up in one bound. He swung his sharp blade at its head. The strike missed slightly. Failed to sever the aggregation beast's head. Meanwhile, the mech's back was hit. The beast's 3 spiked tails lash out in attack. The white figure standing at the control station grunted softly. He nearly stumbled forward with his body. Haven't regained balance yet. The aggregate beast launched its second attack. The Xingtian mech was not receiving any instructions from Bai Ying. automatically entering overload mode. The power output of the reactor suddenly surged. In that very moment, Bai Ying felt as though her body was instead being controlled by the mech. Xingtian swung his torso around. He turned around and swung his blade at the oncoming sharp tail. The convergence beast let out a heart-wrenching roar. Green liquid gushed out from the cross-section of its tail. Too caught up to ponder the bizarre loss of control moments ago, Bai Ying directly ordered the activation of the rocket thrusters. He swung his arm down toward the chimera's head, separated its head from its body directly. Watching the sea turn green with dye, Bai Ying gritted his teeth, pulled out the sharp-tailed spear lodged in Xingtian's back. With neural synchronization active, the pain feels like pulling a knife out of your own back. Warning, back armor damaged 43%. Xingtian rose from the aggregate beast's body, sparks of electricity continuously leaking from the gaping wound on his back. That crazy girl really wants me dead. If Xiao hadn't forcibly regained control of the armor just now, Xingtian's suit would likely have been torn to scrap metal by now. See that, General? This is my true power. Bai Ying's confidence soared after this initial victory. No! There are new energy fluctuations around you. Retreat to the hangar immediately. We must descend to the safety layer. Before General Chen could finish speaking, two newly fused aggregate beasts surged from the sea. There's no time. Decking requires time to descend. You two go down now. I'll hold them off. Bai Ying showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he maneuvered Xingtian into a battle stance. Where the hell did you get the guts to take on two at once? Xiao felt like crying. The damage to Xingtian's back had already slowed its movement, and the power core's temperature remained dangerously high. He couldn't risk seizing control again, otherwise, Xingtian would self-destruct from reactor overload before the fight even began. Ding! Just as Xiao found himself in a bind, he heard that familiar sound from his gaming days, ingrained deep in his DNA. Whenever he faced an insurmountable challenge, he would press the number keys on his numpad through sheer willpower, summoning that invincible sound. Is it coming? Detected host's first kill completed. Evolution system activated. Historical kills converted into corresponding evolution points. Name, Xiao. Mecha codename, Xingtian. Mech soul level, 1. Unit specifications, first generation nuclear powered armor, height 50 meters, weight 8,000 tons. Equipment modules, Slaughterer wrist blades, heavy cannon, back rocket boosters. Combat skills, none. Combat rating, D class 1300 points. Available evolution points, 20,000. Why the hell did this piece of junk have to activate right now? Xiao nearly laughed in frustration at the system's impeccable timing, but he had to figure out how this so-called evolution system worked immediately. Otherwise, once Bai Ying charged forward with him, it would be too late. The power core surged to maximum output instantly, its scorching heat nearly roasting Bai Ying alive inside the cockpit. Xiao's machine brain entered an unprecedented overload state, and he quickly grasped the system's mechanics. The entire evolution system revolved around evolution points. Whenever the Xingtian mech achieved a kill, it earned corresponding evolution points. The higher the monster's level, the greater the point reward. However, kills were tiered. If Xiao independently defeated a monster without any assistance, he received 100% of the reward points. If the monster had taken damage from other sources, the points were distributed proportionally based on the damage Xiao had inflicted. Additionally, two special reward mechanisms exist. First, if Xiao defeats a previously unseen monster, he receives 200% evolution points for achieving the first kill. Second, if the monster is of the unique tier or higher, Xiao not only gains evolution points but also directly obtains equipment modules or combat skills with special abilities. To Xiao's surprise, as a first-generation legendary mech, Xingtian's entire historical kill record was converted into evolution points and gifted to him by the evolution system. However, since the levels of first-generation monsters are generally weak by today's standards, the total points accumulated weren't particularly substantial. Evolution points could be exchanged for rewards in the store, but Xiao was astonished to find the variety of rewards far exceeded his expectations. The most abundant items were mech upgrades and equipment modules, everything from full body enhancements to individual part upgrades. Xiao only skimmed through a few pages before realizing there were dozens more. It even included certain technologies currently beyond human mastery. Not only that, the store featured a dedicated section for mecha soul evolution. However, the items under this category were too abstract for Xiao to grasp what exactly a mecha soul was in the short term. Yet, one exceptionally unique item immediately caught his eye. Machine soul materialization, manifest as a living entity in the human world, capable of switching between machine soul and physical form at will. Required machine soul level, 3. Price, 100,000 evolution points. Transformation is possible. Roar! The convergence beast's roar snapped Xiao back to reality. The white figure had already maneuvered him toward the monsters. Can you stop being so reckless? Xiao was furious. In the final seconds of the sprint, he hastily upgraded two components: a turbo-nuclear reactor and an encapsulated holographic high-intelligence AI interaction system. The former was used to extend the Xingtian mecha's precarious lifespan and significantly enhance its performance. The latter served as a spirit container, enabling communication with pilot Bai Ying while reducing energy consumption during Xingtian's operation. Both components were core mecha systems, exorbitantly priced, and together consumed a staggering 16,000 evolution points from Xiao. Exchange successful. System will complete delivery within 10 minutes. Damn it, there's even a delivery time for this? Xiao had assumed these components would be immediately integrated upon placing the order. Even if materializing them out of thin air from the fourth dimension was unreasonable, couldn't you at least send two beams of light from the sky to hit the Xingtian mech and go through the motions? What kind of archaic system makes the host wait 10 minutes for logistics delivery in the cyberpunk era of technological evolution? But the money was spent, the goods were shipped, he had to endure these 10 minutes. Bang! 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 The twin cannons on Xingtian's back weren't idle either, unleashing a barrage of fire at one of the charging aggregate beasts. The fierce barrage slammed into the creature, yet only managed to slow its advance. The cannons mounted on the Xingtian mech were simply too outdated, their firepower couldn't pierce the armor of the new generation of monsters. Time to get physical. Bai Ying commanded the Xingtian to charge at full speed, swinging its blade at the aggregate beast's head. The aggregate beast raised its claw to block Xingtian's blade, while its other claw lunged straight for Xingtian's chest. Thud! Xingtian likewise blocked the aggregate beast's attack. For fists locked in a stalemate, neither side able to free their hands. But the aggregate beast had a tail, Xingtian did not. Three sharp tails lashed out toward Xingtian's head at a speed so blindingly fast that Bai Ying couldn't react. The next second, Xingtian's head was pierced clean through. Chapter 3, Synchronization disconnected. Neural synchronization protection activated automatically. Head link disconnected. Synchronization rate dropped to 72%. Warning, head armor damaged. Thermal vision failed. Energy radar failed. Backup vision module activating. Xingtian, true to its name, was the only first-generation mecha that didn't place its cockpit in the head. Its cockpit was located below the chest and above the abdomen. The reason was simple: a mech's head couldn't be too heavy or bulky, resulting in far weaker defense compared to the torso. So why not simply place the cockpit within the body's higher defense zone? Reality proved humanity had underestimated the monster's intelligence. After several engagements, the monsters learned to target the mech's power cores and cockpits, a tactic that directly led to half of the first-generation mechs becoming flat-topped lords. The Xingtian mech's forward-thinking design made it the only first-generation mech to retire with honor. Cannon lock-on, target the eyes. The white shadow wouldn't let Xingtian's decapitation go to waste. Due to its outdated model and the constant movement of both Xingtian and the monsters, Xingtian's heavy cannon could only aim roughly at medium to long ranges, incapable of precise strikes. Now, the moment had arrived. Chains whirred at full speed beneath Xingtian's spinal armor, and both heavy cannons swiftly aligned their barrels toward the convergence beast's three pairs of glowing green eyes. Fire! Bang! 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 Blazing flames and thick smoke erupted from the barrels as the heavy shells were propelled forward, striking the aggregate beast's eyes directly. The aggregate beast let out a piercing scream, instantly breaking the stalemate where it had been locked in a four-handed standoff with Xingtian. Die! The white figure roared as Xingtian thrust both hands forward, driving his wrist blades deep into the creature's chest. The blades sliced upward, cleaving through its shoulder. Both massive forelimbs were severed by Xingtian, plummeting into the shallow sea and churning up massive waves. Before the creature could collapse, Xingtian retreated a step, crouched low, and swung his wrist blade to sever its head. The battle wasn't over. Another aggregate beast charged toward Xingtian at that very moment. With both combatants mere inches apart, Xingtian had no room to maneuver. He could only raise his twin blades to block in front of him. The full-speed charging aggregate beast slammed its hammer-like head directly into the abdomen of Xingtian's mech. Boom! Neural sync protection activated automatically. Abdominal link disconnected. Sync rate dropped to 59%. Even without pain perception, Bai Ying felt as if her body had been struck head-on by a speeding car. The violent impact nearly hurled her from the cockpit. A dazzling cascade of sparks erupted from Xingtian's midsection, the sound of mechanical components snapping apart as chaotic and fragmented as a bucket of thumbtacks hitting the floor. Warning, armor damage to both arms at 47%, waist armor damage at 83%, rocket thrusters failed. Even Lian Yuxiao hadn't expected that his 8,000-ton frame could be knocked flying like a feather-light scarecrow. Had he not lowered his arms the instant contact was made, he would likely have been snapped clean in two. Severe structural damage detected. Evacuate the mech immediately via escape pod. Don't even think about it. White Shadow braced herself against the cockpit base with both hands, mustering every ounce of strength to stand once more. She would never allow herself to flee the battlefield. She would die inside her mech if it came to it. The Xingtian mech was now riddled with holes, every piece of armor etched with battle scars. The damage to its back and waist had reduced its mobility to rock bottom. Not far away, the convergence beast roared at Xiao, preparing for a second charge. Having succeeded once, it was determined to press its advantage and utterly destroy Xingtian. This was precisely the scenario Xiao dreaded most. If they could close the distance for close combat, the Xingtian mech still had a chance to kill the aggregate beast. But if it charged again, with its severely compromised performance and rocket thrusters disabled, Xingtian would likely be smashed to pieces before it could even sever the aggregate beast's head. Moreover, Xingtian's cannons couldn't inflict effective damage on the aggregate beast. During its charge, it would tuck its eyes beneath its head but leaving Xiao no chance to hit them. The most promising approach would be to eliminate the aggregate beast at medium range, but the Xingtian mech simply lacked the means to strike at that distance. Green blowing waves lapped at Xingtian's submerged lower legs. Xiao glanced at the monster's corpse beside him through the mech's chest-mounted auxiliary vision. Roar! The aggregate beast let out a long, piercing roar. It took a few steps back, then suddenly lowered its body and charged fiercely toward Xingtian's position. Bai Ying took a deep breath. Her crimson pupils betrayed not a flicker of hesitation or fear. She intended to gamble to dodge the charge and slice off its head with her wrist blade as she sidestepped. But she knew the odds of success were infinitesimally close to zero. Xingtian's current physical state made it difficult enough to evade this curved charge in advance, let alone sidestep it at close range. Even so, as long as there was a sliver of hope for success, she would take the gamble. The distance between them closed rapidly as the convergence beast's charge gained relentless momentum. At that very moment, the cockpit suddenly echoed with the voice she dreaded most. Warning, synchronization rate has dropped to 27%, below the minimum piloting threshold. Risk of mecha malfunction imminent. Exit mecha immediately. Bai Ying had heard warnings like this at least 10 times during training. Each time, Xingtian would immediately shut down all functions and enter safe mode. No matter how Bai Ying commanded it, Xingtian would not move. And that was precisely why Bai Ying couldn't take it into battle. Move, you old piece of junk. Move. Rage consumed Bai Ying's mind. She never imagined this training accident would repeat itself at this critical moment. Bai Ying furiously pounded the control panel before her, hammering the restart button dozens of times in mere seconds. Move. For me. Xingtian moved. But not in the way Bai Ying had hoped. The power core spun at excessive speeds, its intense heat nearly turning the entire cockpit into an oven. An invisible force seized Bai Ying's body once again. She was held captive by the mech. Xingtian pivoted his body, swiftly lunging toward the collapsed corpse of the aggregate beast beside him. He grabbed one of its sharp tails and sliced it clean off. If there was any part of the aggregate beast as hard as its head, it was its sharp tail. Xingtian gripped the tail tightly in his right hand, channeling all his power into his arm. As another aggregate beast charged at him, he swung the tail with all his might. The thick, powerful tail whipped through the air like a sturdy whip, its sharp whistle cutting through the silence as it struck the back of the aggregate beast's head. Crack! The charging creature tumbled headfirst into the sea beside him, sending up a massive spray of water. Xingtian caught the spinning tail in midair, noticing its tip now coated in green liquid. The strike had driven deep into the creature's flesh. Having scored a hit, Xiao wasn't about to stop there. He swung the tail again, relentlessly lashing the creature's head while closing in. By the time Xiao reached the creature's face, the subgiant beast lay barely alive, its flesh mangled and bloodied. Without hesitation, Xiao plunged his wrist blade into the creature's skull, ending its life. Critical damage detected. Immediately activate escape pod to exit mech. The fiery rain continued to fall from the sky. As far as the eye could see, both inside and outside the high walls, the landscape was filled with monsters and the roar of artillery fire. In the distance, the protective barrier of Jinhai City struggled to hold, its blue energy shield now riddled with fine cracks. Xiao dragged his battered body step by step toward the hangar. Xingtian's mech was nearing its limits. The damage to its power core had reached an irreversible point. Without immediate modification, it would become scrap metal within 2 hours. Critical damage detected. Immediately evacuate the mech via escape pod. The alarm echoed repeatedly within the cockpit. Staring at the control panel displaying the unit's entirely crimson status overview, Bai Ying suddenly felt a lump in his throat. However, just as the pilot and mech reached the hangar entrance, the ocean behind them stirred once more. Detecting unknown energy fluctuations. Energy level for the system voice came through Bai Ying's communication device. Xingtian's energy radar had long been destroyed. Bai Ying, I order you to evacuate the mech immediately. A level 4 monster we've never encountered before is undergoing fusion. General Chen's voice boomed so loudly it nearly deafened Bai Ying. Don't even think about it. After a long silence, Bai Ying ground out the 3 words through clenched teeth. This is an order. Your orders. Bai Ying cut off the communication link to the command center. Over a dozen Type 2 monsters, glowing green, were merging near the coast. Unlike ordinary aggregate beasts, this process wouldn't be completed in seconds. As if shielding themselves from interference, several new aggregate beasts emerged around the fusion entity. 3 minutes left. Yu Xiao glanced at his delivery countdown and let out a bitter laugh. He wasn't sure if he was truly smiling, for he had no physical form, and Xingtian had lost his head. Yet in his own imagination, he truly smiled. Warning, neural sync link disconnected. Bang! Xingtian ripped open the armor shielding his cockpit and yanked Bai Ying straight from the control seat. Bai Ying hadn't even processed what was happening. Indescribable shock blanked her mind. How is this possible? By the time she regained her senses, Xingtian had already placed her inside the empty hangar. How is this possible? Everyone in the command room, now lowered to the safety level, witnessed this unbelievable scene. General Chen stared at Xingtian's towering silhouette against the setting sun, lost in silence for a long while. Yu Xiao walked step by step toward the coastal waters, while memories etched deep within Xingtian's mecha kept surfacing before his eyes. He saw cities flattened by monsters, millions perishing overnight. He saw flames rising into the sky as people and land sank beneath the sea. He witnessed mechs battling monsters, some pilots forever sealed within their cockpits. He saw himself lying in the hangar, alone, revered as a legend. What was the purpose of creating these mechs? In a daze, Yu Xiao seemed to hear Xingtian's accusatory question. Power core restrictions unlocked, cooling systems shutting down. Clang! Several massive cooling tanks fell from Xingtian's frame. The once transparent glass was now obscured by steam, and the ice blue liquid inside was boiling. Warning, power core has exceeded maximum rated output. Frame undergoing thermal degradation. Yu Xiao could feel his alloy armor warping and deforming under the intense heat. The unrestricted power core now resembled a sun on the verge of explosion, frantically pouring its overflowing energy into the frame. Lava-like heat bathed Xingtian's twin blades in crimson, while searing smoke billowed from the machine's frame, flames so intense even steel couldn't withstand them. Behind him lay a crumbling city, a precarious defense line, and countless lives that needed protecting. Fight until the very last moment. Yu Xiao whispered to himself. Chapter 4, Legends of the Past. Xingtian quickened his pace. Even as this mangled body burned fiercely, Yu Xiao could still sense the surging energy raging through his machine. With every step, molten metal dripped at Xingtian's feet, vaporizing the receding waves. The battlefield is the only true home for a mech. Xingtian charged forward at full speed. Surging heat waves flowed through the metal crevices of the machine. In that instant, Xingtian felt as though he had returned to a decade ago. Come on! Amidst the overlapping roars of the monsters, Xingtian charged recklessly toward the dazzling fusion entity. A powerful polymer beast charged straight at Xingtian, and Yu Xiao chose to respond with his fists. Thud! The collision echoed across the land. Xingtian's scorching blade pierced the polymer beast's hard skull, while his fist smashed the monster's face into pulp. Warning, wrist armor damaged 31%. Six thick, spiked tails swept across the sea surface, churning up a massive wave as they lashed straight toward Xingtian's chest. Xingtian spread his arms wide, gripping two of the tails with all his might, but the remaining four had already sunk deep into his armor. Sizzle! Yet Xingtian did not fall. Instead, he exerted his strength, using his own frenzied power and the intense heat radiating from his exoskeleton to tear two of the spines clean off. In the next instant, Xingtian swung his arms, using his wrist blades to sever the four remaining spines from his chest. Warning, chest armor damaged 67%. Yu Xiao no longer cared about such warnings. He had become one with Xingtian. Green fluid dripped from Xingtian's chest as he tore the embedded spines from his armor while charging forward. The two tail-less polymer beasts, driven mad, charged simultaneously toward Xingtian's path. Warning, power core has collapsed. Unit projected to disintegrate in 5 minutes and 43 seconds. Yu Xiao had never felt so light, even as the surging power threatened to consume him entirely. Just as the two convergence beasts were about to collide with Xingtian, the massive mecha actually lifted off the ground and lunged forward. Blades warped by intense heat sliced across the beast's spines, gouging gashes dozens of meters long. Boom! Xingtian tumbled to the ground, stirring up a massive wave. The last remnants of his protective armor shattered completely in the impact. Counting the two wounded on his back, a full 6 convergence beasts now surrounded Xingtian from all sides. Yet Xingtian showed no fear, charging instead toward the two closest convergence beasts. At that moment, Yu Xiao felt as if he had regained a physical body. This 50-meter-tall mecha moved with the agility of a human form. Before the two converged beasts' claws could reach Xingtian, their heads were seized by a pair of burning steel hands. Thud! Yu Xiao's arms surged with power. 10 fingers dug deep into the aggregate beast's flesh, violently smashing their massive heads together. Boiling liquid metal and green beast blood splattered through the air, like two overturned cans of drink spilling onto the deep blue sea. A howling wind swept past Yu Xiao's back. Xingtian spun instantly, slashing the aggregate beast, attempting to ambush him with his twisted wrist blades. Roar! Seeing the beast stumble back, Xingtian charged forward, delivering a fatal blow to its skull. Snap! The shattered wrist blade sliced through the composite beast's brain matter, but the blade itself remained forever lodged within its skull. Warning, left arm slayer wrist blade destroyed. At that moment, the remaining 3 polymer beasts charged forward together. Even though Xiao shielded his waist with his hands, he still suffered severe damage. Warning, waist armor destroyed. Left arm mech damaged at 81%. Muscle sensor unit unresponsive. Rebooting link. Xiao knew without looking that his upper and lower body were barely hanging on by a thread, and his left arm was now nothing but a lonely metal skeleton. But he wasn't some electronic system, he was a conscious soul. As long as Xingtian's power core kept running, Xiao could still command this steel body. Thud. Xingtian seized the head of the polymer beast directly ahead, driving his knee into it with brutal force. Combined with the nearly molten high-temperature metal, the impact crushed its jaw into a pulp of flesh. Warning. Chest armor destroyed. Several sharp tails pierced Xingtian's back, one even burrowing into his runaway power core. In the blink of an eye, that tail melted completely within the raging furnace. 2/3 of Xiao's right wrist blade had melted away, leaving it capable of withstanding only one more attack. Not yet. The next second, Xingtian suddenly seized one of the spikes piercing him, yanking it out from his chest until it stretched to its full length. He could feel the power within him rapidly fading, a sign that the power core was about to shut down. Xiao let out a silent roar as Xingtian, gripping the tail spike, drove it into the head of one of the convergence beasts. Ignoring his own injuries, Xingtian then wrapped both arms around the final aggregate beast's neck, his hands gripping its jaw and upper palate. The creature's jaws slowly cracked open, green fluid churning in its throat. Its claws tore frantically at every metal component on Xingtian's body, yet the hands gripping its head did not loosen even an inch. Die! Xingtian yanked with all his might, snapping the creature's head clean in two. This drained the last of the power core's energy. All 7 aggregate beasts now lay fallen before Xingtian, leaving only the still-growing fusion entity. The system's warnings had long ceased due to power depletion, and the last flicker of light within the power core was fading. Through Xiao's blurred vision, the new fusion beast was nearing completion of its incubation. It was a colossal creature towering 20 meters above him, unimaginable energy coalescing within its form. If it was allowed to hatch successfully, everything would be over. Xingtian's body swayed precariously, each step feeling like he might topple into the sea. Clang! A silver metal arm detached from Xingtian's shoulder and sank into the sea. Xingtian's power core had extinguished. Xiao now relied solely on the residual energy melting his own torso to keep moving forward. The setting sun sank lower as the sea breeze carried a chill that brushed against Xingtian's unsteady strides. Inside the hangar, Bai Ying knelt on the floor, her eyes moist as she watched Xingtian's solitary figure step by step approach the fusion entity. Fight until the very last moment. The crimson wrist blade halted before the fusion entity, motionless. Xiao had exhausted the last shred of his energy. Like a colossal statue, he was forever frozen in that moment. General, an unidentified object is penetrating the atmosphere and descending toward the coastal waters outside the hangar. General Chen instantly suppressed all emotion, shifting his gaze to the surveillance feed. Boom! A sonic boom reverberated across the sky as a massive black cube pierced straight through the clouds, plummeting like a meteor toward the sea. Any signs of life or energy signatures? General Chen stared intently at the cube on the screen. None, General. Then lock onto the new fusion monster. General Chen ordered decisively. Deploy half the coastal firepower and open fire on the fusion entity. But Xingtian. No buts. General Chen knew this would damage the Xingtian mech already shut down, but he had no other choice. Hold on. The communications officer suddenly covered his earpiece. They're back. They're returning. In the distance, 2 towering figures were rapidly closing in on the fusion entity from the open sea. It's Red Hurricane and Raider. Boom! Before the communications officer could finish speaking, an earth-shattering explosion erupted outside the hangar. 9 Golden Crow fission missiles launched from the Red Hurricane's chest matrix, splitting mid-air into 27 micro-locked missiles that slammed straight into the fusion beast. Through a cloud of thick smoke, the fusion beast dragged its mangled right foreleg, roaring furiously at the 2 mechs. Its body was coated in green viscous fluid, and its tail hadn't fully extended, yet its colossal form still sent a chill through everyone in the command center. It forcibly interrupted its incubation process to withstand that missile matrix. General Chen instantly assessed the bizarre scene. Red Hurricane, Raider close in at full speed and engage. The 6 massive jet nozzles behind Red Hurricane roared at full power, propelling the 85-meter-tall colossus to unimaginable speeds. Within mere seconds, Red Hurricane streaked toward the fusion beast like a comet skimming the ocean's surface. Brother Jun, you won't need to handle this underdeveloped new breed, declared Meng Changqing, one of Red Hurricane's pilots. In the blink of an eye, the Red Hurricane arrived before the fusion beast and delivered a punch straight to its massive head. Boom! The shockwave from that single punch alone sent massive waves crashing across the sea. The fusion beast staggered back several steps, slamming the now deactivated Xingtian into the sea. A massive gash had already split open its face. Don't go down yet, I haven't even started. The Red Hurricane's massive fist began to transform, revealing a turbine gearbox coiled with electricity beneath its armor. 5 malleable ally fingers connected to its fingertips stretched out, compressing the immense energy layer by layer. 5th gear, charge your birth gift. Meng Changqing unleashed this powerful swing punch from within the cockpit. Bam! The crimson giant fist, crackling with electricity, slammed straight into the fusion beast's head. The creature flew backward like a ragdoll hit by an out-of-control truck. At that moment, the full-speed assailant finally reached the Red Hurricane's side. Both turned their gaze toward where the fusion beast had fallen. It's over, June. You're a step too late, Meng Changqing remarked as he shook the Red Hurricane's fist, now dripping with green fluorescent liquid. The raider offered no reply, striding swiftly to the fallen fusion beast and hauling it from the sea. The fusion beast was now nothing but a viscous mass. Its head had dissolved into a pool of sludge scattered across the sea, and the gaping wound at its neck was horrifying to behold. No vital signs, confirmed. Lu Zhenxuan, one of the assailant's pilots, finally spoke. No one could have taken that punch. Red Hurricane flicked imaginary dust off his shoulder. Save the bragging for after the defense battle. Inside Red Hurricane's cockpit, the elder Meng Changkong glanced at his younger brother, who promptly shut his mouth. General, leave the next phase of the battle to us. Chapter 5, Extraterrestrial Entities. Giant mechs were originally designed to combat monstrous beasts stretching dozens of meters tall. But that didn't mean these titans lacked methods to deal with smaller monsters. Monsters evolved, and mechs upgraded. Notify all ground forces, cease all fire immediately. Proceed to the nearest underground shelter and await further orders. General Chan accepted Meng Changkong's suggestion. Clearing monsters was the mech's specialty. Red Hurricane will now eliminate all Type 2 monsters within the high wall. Raider, assist the recovery team in retrieving Xingtian before joining the fight. Xingtian? Meng Changqing asked incredulously. Acknowledged, General. Before Meng Changqing could elaborate, Meng Changkong cut in. Roger that. Mission accomplished. The raider responded. With Red Hurricane and Raider now engaged, this crisis would soon be resolved. But deploying giant mechs to clear out the smaller monsters within the high walls came at a cost. Starting with the second-generation mechs, all models were equipped with small-caliber firepower designed to counter small monsters, aiming for precise strikes against these agile creatures. In open seas or uninhabited zones, these colossal mechs could unleash their full arsenal for devastating area of effect strikes, swiftly exterminating hordes of these pesky ants. Yet in coastal zones or urban areas, deploying large monsters to clear these smaller threats requires extreme caution. Unleashing full mech firepower would cause incalculable damage. Thus, when confronting Type 2 monsters, factions prefer deploying ground troops with heavy fire support to eliminate them, rather than letting mechs rampage through cities. But General Qin didn't see it that way. He had always believed human lives mattered more than economic losses. The dark sky base was protected by a complete walled perimeter, with only the hangars and some defensive installations located outside the walls. All other facilities were securely enclosed within. A safe distance also separates the base from Zhenhai City, ensuring that combat at Black Sky would minimally impact the city. General, an unknown cube has been detected offshore. Dimensions: 15 meters long, 12 meters wide, 20 meters high. No energy signatures or life signs detected. The Raiders' report refocused everyone's attention on the mysterious black object that had fallen from the sky. If non-aggressive, containment will be delayed until combat concludes. All units maintain a 2-kilometer safety perimeter around the cube. Within the high walls, Red Hurricane's arm had transformed into a rapid-fire electromagnetic energy cannon, obliterating piles of Type 2 monsters. Any insects attempting to climb the giant's body were instantly incinerated by the high-voltage currents surging through its armor. Simultaneously, the blue rain of fire blanketing the sky gradually subsided, signaling the monster population would not increase. Disgusting. Once this battle ends, Red Hurricane needs a thorough cleaning. Meng Changqing frowned, crushing over a dozen Type 2 monsters attempting to flee under his boot. Instantly, the Red Hurricane's feet became coated in viscous green liquid. We probably won't have time. Leviathan is still unleashing energy attacks in all directions along our return route. Otherwise, the assault on the dark azure sky wouldn't have lasted this long. Meng Changkong's expression turned grave as he scanned the high walls vigilantly for any stragglers. So you mean we have to rush to other places too? Highly likely. The overall number of mechs has clearly decreased. There must be places that need our help. What if the Black Sky gets attacked again? We'll be there. The Raider suddenly emerged from behind the Red Hurricane, firing its small-caliber cannon at several Type 2 monsters scrambling about. If Leviathan can launch attacks this way, the base must have defenders. Is that mecha really Xingtian? Who's piloting it? I recall no other iron pilots besides the general at the base. Meng Changqing finally voiced the question he'd been holding back. Have you forgotten Bai Ying? Who? She's a half-baked pilot. How could she operate a mech? Come on, June, you're joking, right? Meng Changqing didn't buy Lu Zhenxuan's explanation. Reporting to the general, energy radar shows only 11 Type 2 monsters remaining inside the structures. Should we withdraw the assaulters and Red Hurricane from the battlefield? Lu Zhenxuan first relayed the situation. After receiving the withdrawal order, he replied to Meng Changqing, "If you want to know if it was her, just go ask the general yourself." Half an hour later, inside the Black Sky hangar. The battle had ended. Except for those required for post-combat maintenance, the rest had gathered here. Xingtian's partially dried remains lay here alongside the mysterious cube, yet nearly all eyes were fixed on the cube. Only Bai Ying sat alone before Xingtian's remaining arm, her expression desolate. General Chen shifted his gaze meaningfully away from Xingtian and walked toward the group engaged in heated discussion. "Well, have you reached any conclusions? Unprecedented material composition. The precision of its craftsmanship exceeds anything I've ever encountered." The lead researcher, unable to contain his excitement, held up his instruments for General Chen to examine. "General, look. Every single facet is perfectly flat, not a single flaw to be found. Length, width, height, every measurement is precise down to the thousandth decimal place. Can we contact the space station to confirm its origin?" General Chen knew this object had fallen from the sky. If anyone had spotted it first, it would surely be those stationed in the heavens. "We've already checked. They say it was dropped from Eden." "Eden?" General Chen stroked his stubble. He knew it was an experimental unmanned space city launched into near-Earth orbit by the Star Ring Alliance just 2 months prior. However, due to the fundamental ideological differences between the Watchers Alliance and the Star Ring Alliance, intelligence sharing between the two factions was completely non-existent. Yet lack of information exchange was a euphemism. The two alliances were at odds on nearly every front. The fact they hadn't come to blows was already the best outcome. That Eden would orbital drop such an object during the attack on the dark sky was difficult to interpret whether it was a timely aid or adding insult to injury. Have their industrial technologies truly surpassed ours to such an extent? General Chen slipped on the gloves provided by the researchers and ran his fingers over the cube's smooth surface. It was indeed, as they claimed, refined to an astonishing degree. "My apologies, General. To the best of my knowledge, the Star Ring Alliance's technological capabilities are insufficient to produce something of this caliber." The researcher took a deep breath, as if preparing to announce something momentous. "With all due respect, I believe this cube is not something humans could have created." After the researcher uttered these words, the entire hangar fell into a deathly silence. It wasn't that they doubted his words, but rather that the only alien entities known to humanity were the monstrous creatures emerging from the sea. If this object dropped from Eden wasn't man-made either. Everyone's gaze toward the cube turned eerie, as if this square, black pillar were some Pandora's box capable of destroying the world. Several young men who had been touching and examining the cube retreated several steps in quick succession. "You've spent so long studying a broken pillar, why not focus on repairing Xingtian?" The silent white figure broke the hangar's silence. Many eyes turned toward the girl with her head bowed, but no one answered her. "He's been lying here ever since you brought him back." The girl's emotions flared like a volcano ready to erupt. "Miss Bai, I believe the cube's priority." "Priority?" Bai Ying cut him off before he could finish. "Every single person here whose life wasn't given by Xingtian? My life, my brother's life, both Jun Ji's lives, none of them were given by Xingtian." Her crimson eyes instantly locked onto the golden-haired Meng Changqing. "Don't assume everyone will indulge your little madness. Now is not the time to hold a memorial service for this ancient relic." Facing Bai Ying's glare, Meng Changqing stared back without flinching. "I should have beaten you to death right there on the stage last time." Bai Ying's face darkened, his eyes filled with bone-chilling murderous intent. "If I hadn't held back, a half-baked amateur like you wouldn't have even touched a single hair on my head on the stage." Meng Changqing clenched his fists, as if ready to pounce and grapple with Bai Ying at any moment. "Enough! Shut up, both of you!" General Chen's furious shout cut short their tense exchange. "Bai Ying, you're to return to your quarters immediately. You have no right to say that." Bai Ying suddenly roared, tears welling in her eyes. "How can you face Xingtian?" General Chen offered no reply, only staring intently at the emotionally overwhelmed Bai Ying with a stern expression. At that moment, a middle-aged man with wrinkled features slowly removed his hat and approached Xingtian. "Young man, Xingtian can't be repaired. He was Oldju, Xingtian's maintenance technician." From the moment Xingtian rolled off the assembly line, Oldju had followed him through countless battles, stitching up the giant's wounds. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. "You've proven yourself a qualified iron pilot. The Alliance will assign you a more advanced mecha to fight across the realms." "No." Tears streamed down Bai Ying's face as her body shook uncontrollably. "No. You don't get to decide. Have you finished your tantrum?" General Chen could no longer tolerate Bai Ying's behavior. "Meng Changqing. Take her to the detention chamber." "Lock me up again, huh? You haven't changed a bit." Bai Ying glared at General Chen through gritted teeth. "Didn't you all prefer to keep that junk rather than repair Xingtian?" In that instant, Bai Ying suddenly grabbed a broken support column from Xingtian's frame and hurled it without hesitation at the black cube. Clang! By the time everyone reacted, the part thrown by the white figure had already slammed solidly against the cube, producing a crisp sound. The next second, the black cube suddenly emitted a blue glow. Take cover. Get down. Chapter 6, The Insubordinate. At General Chen's command, everyone present immediately dove behind the nearest cover at top speed. Snap! The blue light extended downward from the cube's apex, precisely splitting it in two. Wherever the light passed, the once seamless mysterious material began separating into geometric shapes on both sides. Buzz! A strange hum filled the hangar as the cube suddenly disintegrated into countless tiny geometric fragments, as fine as dust, swarming toward the white figure like a horde of insects. In the blink of an eye, the white figure leapt off Xingtian's single arm, evading the assault. Just as the white figure prepared to seek cover, she suddenly realized the swarm of black insects wasn't pursuing her. Instead, they plunged straight into Xingtian's hollow chest. Clatter! Countless geometric shapes converged on Xingtian's chest, blue light rippling through the gaps like a shuttle weaving through fabric. In the blink of an eye, a massive black sphere formed within the hollow of Xingtian's chest. Countless intricate structures rapidly spread out, fusing the sphere to Xingtian's mangled remains. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. What just happened? Only when the black sphere ceased all movement did people emerge from behind their cover, slowly gathering around Xingtian's remains. Wait, isn't that the shape of a power reactor? Old Yu exclaimed. Only then did everyone realize that the so-called sphere had undergone a second transformation during its fusion with Xingtian, solidifying into the form of a turbine nuclear reactor. If this power core is functional, could it mean Xingtian can be repaired? Bai Ying turned to look at Lao Yu. The power core is the most expensive part of any mech's construction, the component with the most complex manufacturing processes and workflows. Old Yu's voice grew excited. If it really works, repairing Xingtian would be far more cost-effective than building a new mech from scratch. But General Chen's next words poured cold water on their hopes. Contact the Omega Research Complex. Have them send personnel immediately. General Chen turned to Old Yu. Old Yu, dismantle Xingtian before they arrive. Leave only the torso. Why the hell should we? Bai Ying stepped forward, shielding Xingtian's remains. Shut your mouth. General Chen barked angrily. Do you realize your actions just now could land you in a court-martial? This cube could very well determine humanity's future and destiny. How can you be certain it's safe just because it's become a power core? A wave of burning heat washed over Bai Ying's cheeks. She felt her face must be as red as a child being scolded by their parents. He's alive. Unable to refute General Chen, Bai Ying could only force out this baffling statement. Yet her arms remained outstretched, still shielding the colossal Xingtian from behind her. You're out of your mind. General Chen glared at the stubborn girl before him, his fists clenching slowly. Meng Changkon, Meng Changqing. Take her to the detention cell. The Meng brothers stepped forward at the command, advancing steadily toward Bai Ying. I advise you to come with us willingly. I don't want to have to use force against a young lady. Meng Changqing flexed his wrists, towering over the motionless Bai Ying with his height. Miss Bai, the general is doing this for everyone's safety. Please understand. Unlike his brother, who was itching for a fight, Meng Changkong attempted to persuade Bai Ying. If it were the red hurricane they were dismantling, would you still urge me to understand him? Meng Changqing's expression froze for a split second. Yes. Meng Changkong answered without hesitation. Ha, then you truly are a saint. A flicker of mockery passed through the white figure's crimson pupils before instantly hardening into ferocity. But I am not. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Bai Ying lunged at Meng Changqing, the closest target. In hand-to-hand combat, Meng Changqing was indeed no match for this girl a year his junior. But if he could team up with his elder brother, Bai Ying would have to surrender if she had any sense. Even if she resisted, subduing Bai Ying would be a mere blink of an eye for the two of them. But he never imagined Bai Ying would be so mad as to launch a preemptive strike. Swish! This unexpected attack completely shattered Meng Changqing's plans. In two swift strides, Bai Ying closed the distance, raised her strong, slender leg, and delivered a kick straight to his chest. Caught off guard, Meng Changqing had no time to dodge. He could only shield himself with his arms, attempting to absorb the force of the kick. The moment their bodies collided, Meng Changqing felt as if his arms had been struck by a flail. The terrifying force pierced through his defenses layer by layer, nearly shattering his sternum. At the critical moment, Meng Changkong's figure flickered, catching his brother's body from behind just as it was about to be sent flying. Cough! Meng Changqing barely regained his balance, but before he could utter a word, he clutched his chest and began coughing violently. Even Meng Changkong hadn't expected the white figure to strike with such brutal force. Miss Bai, I know you have personal grievances with my brother, but this is going too far. Her fighting style blended traditional martial arts with street combat, eliminating all superfluous movements while delivering precise power. This unique, self-developed system had propelled Bai Ying to become the undisputed champion of the Xuanzi Xingtian base's arena in just a few short weeks. Isn't dismantling my mech excessive enough? Bai Ying slowly lowered her leg, yet the savagery in her eyes remained undimmed. Meng Qiangkong shook his head, took a deep breath, and advanced toward Bai Ying with unwavering resolve. Looking for death. Bai Ying had never lost a single match on the arena. She didn't mind re-defeating every single one of her past opponents. Yet, to Bai Ying's astonishment, Meng Qiangkong, who had always excelled only in defensive counterattacks, now charged toward her. My apologies, Miss Bai. Bam! The moment they clashed, Meng Qiangkong blocked Bai Ying's sweeping kick with his elbow while driving his other fist straight toward her face. Bai Ying instantly abandoned her second quick strike, sidestepping the punch. Her judgment proved correct. As Meng Qiangkong's straight punch whizzed past her ear, she could feel the air rushing past her pores. This was a completely different level from his performance in the ring. Before Bai Ying could fully recover from her shock, a second hook punch struck from the opposite side. This level of power was beyond what Bai Ying could safely block. She could only sidestep to evade. In just 2 moves, the roles of attacker and defender had completely reversed. But just as Bai Ying thought she'd evaded, Meng Qiangkong had already closed the distance, sealing off her retreat. Swish! Seemingly on the defensive, Bai Ying suddenly closed the distance and drove a knee into Meng Qiangkong's midsection. Using his own tactic against him and catching him off guard was one of her most effective strategies. But Bai Ying still underestimated Meng Qiangkong's skill. With a swift pivot, he opened up a gap at an impossibly sharp angle, causing her knee to strike empty air. Circling to meet the straight, sidestepping to seize the low angle. Wing Chun! Seizing the moment, Meng Qiangkong struck a palm strike directly at Bai Ying's neck pressure point. The next second, Bai Ying lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 7, He is Alive. Experiment Log, 27th attempt to separate the power reactor from Xingtian. This experiment employed the Tier thermal energy composite sword from the Red Hurricane to incise the target. Beneath the frigid night sky, the dark expanse remained illuminated by lights. Though the monster's carcass had been recovered, the contamination of seawater by its blood required the cleanup team to work around the clock just to barely maintain safe levels. Within the high walls, busy transport teams shuttled ceaselessly among the rubble, salvaging every usable item. Fortunately, the medical building had escaped severe damage. Injured soldiers now packed the space so tightly that those with minor wounds could only lie along the hallways, yielding more room to the critically injured who had narrowly escaped death in combat. Blinding lights illuminated every corner of the hangar as if it were daytime. Xingtian, now reduced to a torso, hung high from chains like a tortured prisoner awaiting the next verdict from the control console. Buzz! A restless hum emanated from the palms of Red Hurricane. This 85-meter-tall giant now stood before Xingtian's remains, holding a thermo-cutting sword that had just been ignited. Red Hurricane, you may commence cutting. Steaming air enveloped the restless blade as its edge slowly pierced toward the black power core before Xingtian. No sound, no sparks. The golden blade simply settled against the black power core's casing. Requesting increased power. Meng Qiangkong transmitted the command to the control console. Approved. Red Hurricane switched to a two-handed grip, and the armor on his arms began to deform, revealing the electro-acceleration energy nozzles concealed within his elbow joints. Boom! 8 nozzles across both arms simultaneously erupted with blinding white light. The golden Tier sword abruptly turned deep orange, its blade now radiating heat comparable to the mech's overloaded power core. No, stop! Inside the control console, Dr. Chris removed his glasses and rubbed his forehead in frustration. Even with the Red Hurricane operating at maximum power within safe parameters, Tier's razor-sharp blade couldn't pierce the black casing by even a millimeter. This is a waste of time, sighed a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman beside Chris. Red Hurricane immediately withdrew Tier from the reactor casing. How can it be this hard? Meng Qiangqing gasped for breath. Had he continued exerting force just now, not only would Tier risk shattering, but his own arm might have fractured. Meng Qiangkong was also panting, but his attention was entirely focused on Xingtian. Control console, Red Hurricane requests thermal cutting of Xingtian's armor sections. You'd better contact General Chen. If you don't plan to keep this mech, then proceed. Dr. Chris had long considered this approach, but it required approval from the Dark Sky base. No, we don't intend to destroy Xingtian. We merely need to determine how far this substance has spread within its body. Meng Qiangkong's eyes were fixed on the holographic panel before him, displaying the scanner's analysis data of Xingtian's remains. The results revealed a significant reduction in the synthetic alloy composition of Xingtian's remains. This meant the black power core had fused deeply with this portion of the body. Approved. Red Hurricane raised Tier in both hands once more, this time aiming it at the upper portion of the power core, the equivalent of the heart in human anatomy. Sizzle! This time, the searing blade pierced deep into the armor. Meng Qiangqing immediately broke into a smile, but just as he was about to speak, the expression froze on his face. The Tier could only penetrate a mere 50 centimeters. The brothers swiftly withdrew the sword and instead stabbed at the outermost edges of Xingtian's shoulder and waist armor, but the results were scarcely different, 80 centimeters and 85 centimeters respectively. Looks like we were a bit late in acting, Meng Changkong said with a bitter smile. Old you mentioned it was tough separating the limbs back then. Guess the fusion wasn't this deep yet. If that little madman hadn't insisted on confronting us head-on, we wouldn't have dragged this out until now. Meng Changqing glanced at his chest, which still throbbed with pain. Doctor, should we try other cutting methods? The woman standing beside Chris asked cautiously. What haven't we tried yet? Chris shot her a sharp glare. Contact General Chen. Execute Plan B, ignite the power core. Right here in this lab. Are we really not going to take it back? The woman's voice was faint, sounding less like a question and more like a plea. Bring back the torso attached to the mech? Use your brain. Chris's voice shot up. This isn't Earth technology, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You're just going to hand this chance to go down in history to those high and mighty jerks back at HQ? But? No buts. We're staying right here until we figure out this thing's material properties. Chris cut her off. Contact General Chen. Now. 10 minutes later, General Chen arrived at the control console with his team. Such critical matters demanded his presence to prevent any unforeseen complications. Xingtian is an older custom model, General Chen explained to Chris and Nina. Its design was still immature back then. You have to manually connect the mech systems and use an electric spark to ignite the nuclear reactor. I didn't realize the general knew so much about mechs, Chris said, standing side by side with General Chen, a polite smile on his face. Nina and I might be staying at the Black Sky for a while longer. We appreciate your patience and understanding. Of course, General Chen replied with a smile. It's been quite some time since Black Sky welcomed guests. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. Outside the glass, dozens of cables were already connected to Xingtian's damaged frame. Old Yu stood before the elevator, continuously adjusting the power supply efficiency. General, everything is ready. General Chen's gaze remained fixed on Xingtian's remains. No one could discern what thoughts were running through his mind at that moment. Begin. At General Chen's command, Old Yu pulled the lever to initiate the ignition sequence. The previously dull cables instantly glowed white, channeling surging currents into Xingtian's remains. The sound of mechanical rotation gradually filled the air, like a steam locomotive approaching from the distant horizon. The black power core began heating up, its pale yellow glow intensifying as the turbine on Xingtian's chest slowly began to turn. Ignition successful. Power plant output increasing. Inside the control console, the power readings on the screen skyrocketed. Detected unknown program intrusion. Emergency circuit breaker activated. Just as everyone thought everything was proceeding smoothly, the system suddenly issued a warning. Disconnect from Xingtian immediately. Dr. Chris identified the problem instantly. Technicians scrambled to open the control panel, but in that instant, every display in the control room turned to static. Warning, fuse program terminated. Overwriting safety protocols. Outside the window, the operational power reactor's output continued to surge. Its spinning turbines resembled whirlpools on the ocean surface, greedily devouring the energy coursing through the cables. In the critical moment, Old Yu noticed a faint white light flickering on Xingtian's chest. It was Xingtian's backup visual module. The words of the white figure instantly flashed through his mind. He's alive. Chapter 8, My Choice. Sizzle. Inside the detention cell, the dim lighting began flickering on and off. White Shadow leaned against the wall, her beautiful white hair cascading over her shoulders. Her handcuffed hands hugged her knees as she curled up, burying her head within them. Being locked up was no big deal to her. Even if they hadn't shoved her into this cold room, she wouldn't have spoken to anyone anyway. Of course, no one wanted to provoke this neurotic girl either. Going it alone was her defining trait within the Black Sky. Yet Bai Ying still felt profound sorrow. Every time she closed her eyes, her mind flooded with images of Xingtian's final battle, and as the pilot, she could only watch it all unfold from afar in the hangar. She couldn't control her temper, showing little regard for others' feelings in both words and actions. Yet that didn't mean she lacked a heart. Xingtian never should have ended up like this. He was a retired training unit, there was no need for him to be on the battlefield. Even if the moment came when Xingtian had to fight, he shouldn't have died like this. If only I'd been more careful during the simulation training. Bai Ying's fingernails dug into her flesh. Since living alone, she had rarely shed tears like she did today. Thump! 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 Heavy alloy doors rattled under the force of the knocking. Bai Ying was so lost in her own world she hadn't noticed the growing panic in the hallway. Bai Ying, we're opening the door now. We advise you not to resist. According to protocol, individuals confined to the detention room were not handcuffed unless they had committed an offense. But Bai Ying showed clear signs of violent tendencies. Even with her restrained, the officers outside couldn't be certain she wouldn't resort to other means to attack them. Seconds later, the detention cell door swung open. 3 fully armed guards, each wielding an electric baton, surrounded the girl sitting on the floor. They showed no sign of lowering their guard despite her haggard appearance. General Chen demands you report to the hangar immediately. Please stand and follow us. Hearing someone speak to her, Bai Ying slowly raised her head. Her face was deathly pale, her eyes red-rimmed, and tear stains were clearly visible beneath her eyes. Where is Xingtian? Bai Ying's voice trembled slightly, her tone so calm it sounded less like a question and more like a plea. It's precisely because of Xingtian that you must go. At these words, light instantly returned to Bai Ying's pupils. She sprang to her feet, wiped her eyes with her arm, and hurried after the 3 guards toward the hangar. Along the way, she noticed the entire base's power system seemed to have malfunctioned. Lights flickered, elevators stopped, and even the biometric locks requiring authentication had failed. Access points now required manual opening. Despite jogging, it took nearly 10 minutes for the 4 to reach the hangar's control room. General, the prisoner is here. The moment they entered, the white figure lunged straight toward the observation window, pressing both hands tightly against the glass. Xingtian now lay dismantled, reduced to a bare torso, yet the nuclear reactor in his chest was running at full throttle. You actually dismantled him. This was the last thing Bai Ying wanted to see. Calm down. General Chen cut Bai Ying off before she could speak further. Explain the current situation to her. A technician nearby began an urgent explanation. Xingtian encountered an unknown error during reactor ignition, causing the main control system of the Black Sky to be compromised. Currently, all the base's electrical power is converging into Xingtian's reactor. If this continues, the Black Sky's power system will collapse in less than half an hour. Once the power system collapses, all the automated CNC cannons covering the base will shut down. Moreover, some of our power lines are connected to Xinhai City. Xingtian could very well continue siphoning power from Xinhai City through those lines. Then why not just unplug the cables? Bai Ying couldn't fathom how she could help, but upon hearing Xingtian was siphoning energy, she felt a strange sense of relief. We can't. Xingtian modified the cables to match the material of the power reactor. Not even a thermal cutter could sever them. What can I do? Faced with Bai Ying's question, the technician suddenly hesitated. The base's central control system is now completely jammed. We can't alter the circuits digitally, nor can we manually cut the power supply in time. Dr. Chris continued the technician's explanation. Based on the last logs transmitted before the system crashed, the intrusion signal originated from Xingtian. We need someone to establish neural synchronization with it to resolve the issue from within, and you're the best candidate. No problem. Bai Ying agreed without hesitation. No, it's not that simple, the technician finally spoke up. This isn't just neural synchronization. Xingtian doesn't possess an intelligence system, yet the intrusion signal originated from him. This indicates the power reactor is problematic. It might have developed self-awareness. So what? Bai Ying's reaction was so calm it caught everyone off guard. You think this is the only danger? The system's gone haywire. When you established neural synchronization with Xingtian, there were absolutely no safety protocols in place. Open your eyes and look at its condition. The technician pointed at Xingtian outside the window. It's been torn apart like this. No limbs, no head. Establishing a connection under these circumstances means your pain receptors won't be blocked. You'll experience first-hand agony beyond human endurance. I know. No, you don't. Your consciousness will shift because your physical state won't match your brain's perception. The technician grew increasingly frantic. Do you know how the pilot of the Savior mech died? Its cockpit was in the head, and the monster ripped the entire cockpit off. In that instant, the pilot's body was intact, but he was already brain-dead. The technician continued to warn Bai Ying of the dangers, but he realized Bai Ying remained completely unmoved. Those crimson pupils stood before him like an unshakable mountain, unwavering and resolute. You'll die. The technician didn't want to stand by and watch Bai Ying put on the helmet without knowing the truth. But that was all he could do. Everyone in the control room knew the potential risk, yet only he had warned Bai Ying. Unshackle her hands. General Chen, seeing their conversation had ended, immediately ordered the guards to remove Bai Ying's handcuffs. Under everyone's gaze, Bai Ying resolutely sat down in the chair and picked up the helmet, one normally reserved for training purposes. Thank you, she murmured, flashing a sudden smile at the young technician just before slipping the helmet over her head. This is my own choice. Chapter 9, Chasing the Little Rabbit. With that, Bai Ying lowered the helmet over her head and gazed silently at Xingtian outside the window. As an older model mecha, Xingtian's neural synchronization system had been designed from the outset with a separate connection protocol, enabling it to operate entirely independently of the main control system. This became the only hope for the Black Sky. Parameter calibration complete. Are you ready? Bai Ying nodded. Good luck. A blinding white light suddenly exploded before Bai Ying's eyes, instantly engulfing everything in her field of vision. Infinite overlapping currents screeched like ice needles piercing her eardrums, robbing her of hearing. Bai Ying could no longer feel her limbs. Even her brain had forgotten how to command them, as if they were vestigial organs from some distant age before human evolution. A soul-searing agony burned through Bai Ying's rationality, as if thousands of feverish maggots were gnawing at her head and limbs. Yet she felt like a corpse floating on the sea, submerged in icy, dark currents beyond her torso, utterly numb. No sensation, yet she felt the agony of death. Indescribable terror instantly engulfed Bai Ying's consciousness. She recalled countless nights of sleep paralysis, as if that formless dread lurked right beside her. Yet she remained utterly immobilized, able only to shift her pupils, scanning every corner for signs of impending change. Beneath the bed, inside the wardrobe, behind the door, on the ceiling, beneath the blankets. In the darkness, Bai Ying could see nothing, yet the sensation of being watched by countless eyes was everywhere. She wanted to scream, to call out to her parents for help, but her throat felt glued shut, unable to produce a single sound. "Help, help me!" Suddenly, a strong, powerful hand seized the white figure from the darkness and yanked her upright. Xiao stared at the little girl clutching a teddy bear, sobbing uncontrollably, and found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Ever since Xingtian's power core had extinguished, Xiao had been trapped in this void, cut off from all external information. He had begun to believe his machine soul's existence had ended, waiting in this void for the next reboot. Of course, there might not be a next time at all, perhaps he was forever trapped in this barren void. But not long ago, this void suddenly trembled. He clearly saw minute cracks appear in the white expanse, like black holes abruptly materializing in the air, floating out of nowhere. As Xiao approached the fissures, he thought he heard the sound of metal being cut, along with the hum of some massive machinery in operation. At that moment, he suddenly felt a faint connection reawaken between his body and Xingtian, a glimmer of hope that could free him from this void. Yet despite exhausting all his strength, Xiao failed to grasp that sliver of connection. The only result was activating the auxiliary visual module originally belonging to Xingtian. But the crack was far too small. The images it revealed made Xiao wish he could gouge out his own eyes and shove them into the fissure to see. "There? Just let me see clearly, okay?" Yet, as Xiao pressed himself against the crack like a voyeur, peering into the outside world, the sound of a girl's sobbing suddenly echoed in his ears. His first thought was, could this place be haunted? Fortunately, the space was entirely white rather than pitch black, allowing Xiao to muster the courage to locate the source of the crying. Then he saw the little girl lying on the floor in her white nightgown, her eyes brimming with tears, as if trapped in a nightmare she couldn't wake from. So Xiao decided to give her a hand. Now, the awakened girl hadn't fully shaken off the nightmare's grip. The moment she opened her eyes, she clung tightly to Xiao's waist, wailing loudly and wiping all her tears onto his hoodie. It's okay, it's okay. It was just a dream." Xiao awkwardly reached out, gently stroking the girl's silky white hair. But he didn't have much confidence in his own words. Who knew if the space they were in now wasn't just another dream? The little girl seemed soothed by Xiao's gesture. Her crying gradually subsided as she opened her wide, curious eyes to study Xiao and their surroundings. "Big brother, where are we? You're quick on the uptake. Shouldn't you ask who I am first?" Xiao was stumped by the little girl's sudden question. We're in a very safe place. Then can you take me to find my daddy?" Xiao's eyelid twitched imperceptibly. "I can, but you have to tell me who your dad is first." "My dad is. The girl's words trailed off abruptly, her expression suddenly shifting to unease. "Dad, no. Who am I?" Panic surged through her once more. She began tugging at her hair and repeatedly tried to punch her own head. "I can't forget, but I can't remember." This was serious trouble. Xiao rushed over, crouched down, and grabbed the girl's hands to stop her from hurting herself. Still, she couldn't hold back her tears. Don't cry. It's okay. Big brother will take you to find your daddy." Hearing Xiao's words, the girl cried even louder and threw her arms around his neck. I can't remember." Xiao began patting her back rhythmically, comforting her as if soothing a kitten, while slowly freeing his neck from her arms. Yet, as Xiao wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, a familiar face began to overlap with hers. White hair, red eyes. "Little sister, is your name Bai Ying?" But the little girl shook her head. Xiao felt his face contorting into a question mark. "Wait, are there a lot of girls with white hair and red eyes in your world? Does turning into a child form make me unrecognizable? How could I possibly mistake such obvious features?" Then, red shadow? Black shadow? Fire shadow? Seeing the girl shake her head like a rattle, Xiao realized this wasn't getting them anywhere. Wait. Xiao suddenly noticed something written on the teddy bear the girl was hugging. "Can I take a look at the teddy bear?" The girl hesitated for a moment, shifting the teddy bear between her arms several times before finally handing it over to Xiao with a touch of shyness. Embroidered on the teddy bear's scarf was a line of elegant, delicate script, "To the most obedient little treasure, Chen Ing." The moment he saw the name, Xiao blurted it out instinctively. The next second, the teddy bear vanished right out of his hands. "Who are you?" The sudden accusation startled Xiao. He looked up to find the tearful little girl had transformed into the white-clad maiden Bai Ying. So your name is Chen. Before Xiao could finish his sentence, Bai Ying suddenly hooked her arm around his shoulder and drove her knee straight into his midsection. Then, as Xiao doubled over in pain, the white figure swiftly circled behind him and wrapped her arm tightly around his neck. Who are you? This fluid sequence of attacks left Xiao completely caught off guard. What was even more disheartening was that he found himself unable to muster enough strength to pry Bai Ying's arms from around his neck. To avoid being strangled to death on the spot, Xiao had to give an answer that satisfied the white figure. I am Xingtian. Chapter 10, Searching for Meaning. This answer might not satisfy Bai Ying, but it was enough to leave her utterly dumbfounded. If he answered, I'm Xiao, Bai Ying might snap his neck on the spot, muttering under his breath, who the hell is Xiao? Act first, think later. That was Bai Ying's style. Better to come clean and tell Bai Ying he was Xingtian. As it turned out, this tactic worked. Xiao distinctly felt Bai Ying's grip on his arm relax for a split second. Seizing that instant, he grabbed Bai Ying's arm and mustered every ounce of strength to execute a move he'd only ever seen in movies from his past life. Over the shoulder throw. But he was Xiao now, not Xingtian. Just as Xiao thought he'd lifted Bai Ying off the ground, Bai Ying's legs suddenly locked tightly around his waist. Combined with the forward momentum from his own thrust, Xiao instantly lost his balance and began tumbling toward the floor. Thud. Over the shoulder throw? Dog eats food. The impact crushed any remaining will to resist within Xiao. Countless silver specks danced before his eyes. He could only clutch his head, helplessly rolling on the ground, alone in the agony of his concussion. Bai Ying stood rooted to the spot, silently watching Xiao tumble like a rolling pin across the ground. She had already gauged his strength. What followed was nothing more than a game of truth or dare under violent duress. Finished rolling? Xiao struggled to his feet, his entire body still reeling. I ask, you answer. Or I'll break your bones. Seeing Xiao nod with a twisted expression, Bai Ying immediately fired off a barrage of questions. Who the hell are you? Where are we? How did you know my old name? I really am Xingtian, I can prove it. Now that his throat wasn't being choked, Xiao finally had a chance to finish his sentence. I don't know where we are either. As for your old name, I saw it on your teddy bear. Prove to me that you are Xingtian. Bai Ying had no reason to believe Xiao was Xingtian. He was a legendary warrior who threw himself into battle, a hero revered by countless people. Yet this self-proclaimed Xingtian was a useless she could easily defeat. In simulated combat, you piloted me 17 times. Our neural synchronization peaked at 97%. In close combat, you always attacked with the Slayer wrist blade on your right hand, while your left hand remained poised to counter threats from other directions. Before firing heavy cannons, you always thought, what's the difference between this junk hitting a monster and a water gun? And when activating rocket boosters, your thoughts were, when will this mech finally fly? But the worst part. Xiao's voice grew angrier, is that after syncing with me, your first thought is always, if I overload it again today, maybe I can finally wreck it for good. Enough, stop it. Bai Ying felt instantly transported back to that awkward childhood moment when her mother guessed her diary password. Except now Xiao was practically reading her diary aloud right in front of her. Convinced now? Xiao finally regained a shred of dignity. I could rattle off a few more if you don't believe me. Honestly, I'm amazed you can generate so many thoughts mid-battle. Veins throbbed faintly on Bai Ying's face. She wanted to sink into a crack in the ground right now. Sorry, no ground to crawl into here, just a crack. Xiao instantly sensed her thoughts, tilting his chin toward the tiny spatial fissure behind Bai Ying. There it is. Hanging right there. Xiao, who had been preparing to deliver a few more cutting remarks, suddenly felt a chill run through him. He could sense something off in Bai Ying's gaze, the death stare reserved for those who intended to destroy the evidence. How did you get in here? Xiao quickly changed the subject. Neural synchronization. Both answered simultaneously. You? The white figure looked genuinely shocked. Haven't you noticed? Neural synchronization means I can read your thoughts. Xiao chuckled at Bai Ying's reaction. So you'd better watch what you say. Then why can't I read yours? Because you're syncing with the Xingtian mecha, not with me, Xiao the person. As the mecha soul, Xiao couldn't be directly considered Xingtian itself. He was more like a spirit residing within Xingtian's body. Essentially, Bai Ying had established neural synchronization with the Xingtian mecha through data-based means. This action could be seen as externally implanting a mecha soul into Xingtian. Xiao was merely another mecha soul born with a permanent, deep-level synchronization to Xingtian. Therefore, it was not Xiao who read Bai Ying's thoughts, but Xingtian, who had established neural synchronization with Bai Ying. However, the synchronization between Xingtian and Xiao had reached an unparalleled depth. Xiao exploited this relationship, indirectly perceiving Bai Ying's thoughts by reading Xingtian's mind. In other words, within Xingtian's system permissions, Bai Ying was merely a user, while Xiao held administrator privileges. He and Bai Ying were like two pilots who had never undergone sympathetic resonance, each taking turns vying for control of Xingtian. Synesthesia refers to the process in dual pilot mechs where both pilots must synchronize their neural systems with each other before synchronizing with the mech. This ensures their movements are perfectly aligned, preventing disjointed actions that could cause the mech to malfunction. Synchronizing with a mech was relatively straightforward after all, it was merely a steel shell. As long as the computational load didn't exceed the pilot's mental capacity, synchronization rates typically exceeded 80%. However, achieving neural synchronization between two humans is considerably more difficult. It is akin to directly implanting another consciousness into one's mind, requiring both parties to open themselves completely, allowing their bodies to adapt and accept commands issued by the other consciousness. Even if both parties achieve genuine mutual trust, synchronization may still fall short. The subconscious psychological defenses are uncontrollable, triggering instinctive physical or mental defense mechanisms against the foreign consciousness. These can manifest as metabolic disorders, limb spasms, intermittent memory loss, or manic episodes. In severe cases, it can even trigger a split personality in the pilot. For this reason, the pilots of dual pilot mechs are typically family members, spouses, or childhood friends. Their similar lifestyles and mutual psychological acceptance of each other's thoughts make them compatible partners. Therefore, to prevent Xingtian from experiencing operational fragmentation or even shutdown, Xiao had no choice but to relinquish control of Xingtian to Bai Ying for the majority of the time. Of course, if he absolutely must take control, it inevitably causes Xingtian to experience brief movement disconnections and increased power consumption. However, Xiao would lock down Bai Ying's user permissions within milliseconds to prevent subsequent control disputes. But Xiao couldn't possibly explain this complex chain of reasons to Bai Ying. So he resolved to play the role of Xingtian well. It's perfectly normal that you can't read my thoughts. I'm just a mech. What thoughts could a mech possibly have? Chapter 11, Return to Xingtian. Xiao told a lie. Bai Ying could actually read Xiao's thoughts. Once her synchronization rate with Xingtian reached 100%, she would become Xingtian's second administrator. At that point, Bai Ying would instantly detect the presence of Xiao's machine soul and could access every thought in his mind as easily as flipping through a document. But that was virtually impossible. Since the first generation of mechs rolled off the assembly line, the highest human mech synchronization rate recorded was only 98.4%. After all, humans are animals, not machines. They couldn't truly see themselves as mechs. Of course, Xiao was an exception. He possessed no physical body. Xingtian was his sole vessel. Even if Xingtian merely lost a bit of paint, Xiao would feel as if his own skin had been scraped off. You are too human. Bai Ying desperately resisted acknowledging that Xiao was Xingtian. Though he could prove his identity, could such a level of autonomous consciousness truly evolve from an old system? He could cry, laugh, cry out in pain when struck. He even provoked Bai Ying with sarcastic remarks. Sometimes I feel human too, but I'm still just Xingtian, a retired mecha. Xiao immediately matched Bai Ying's intensity with his own acting. Do you still stand with humanity? I will always stand with humanity. Xiao fully embraced the role of the decade-long veteran hero. Then why did you hack into the base's systems and divert all the power into your own body? What the hell? Xiao's eyelid twitched. He never imagined Xingtian would pull this kind of stunt behind his back. In a split second, Xiao used his administrator privileges to quickly scan Bai Ying's recent memories, figuring out exactly what had happened outside while he was trapped here. Those bastards actually dismantled me. I should have just bolted right then and left you all to rot. But seeing how advanced his delivery package turned out to be did ease his mind a little. But then the question arose, why was he still stuck in this godforsaken place after activating his turbo-nuclear reactor? My system was infected by a virus carried by the qubits seized control of my body. Hearing this explanation, Bai Ying's eyes widened in shock. This was the outcome she dreaded most. Shocked? Shocked? Because Xiao was making it all up. First, he'd scare you with an outlandish story, then use that time to figure out a solution. Since this behavior only emerged after the power reactor installation, the root cause must be traced back to its source. Upon realizing this, Xiao immediately closed his eyes and opened the evolution system interface. After skimming through a string of previously reviewed content, he directly extracted several critical pieces of information from the unit's logs. Current unit status, destroyed. Detected core spirit in safe protection mode. AI system has assumed control of the unit. Thermal attack detected from Red Hurricane. Target added to hostile list. Activating combat skill hardening. Power core activated. Backup energy reserves insufficient. Proceeding to infiltrate enemy systems. Security protocol overwritten successfully. Extracting energy at maximum efficiency. Estimated time until enemy power system collapse, 17 minutes 41 seconds. You call this an intelligent AI system? It's turned all our friendly units hostile. He must take control of Xingtian immediately to prevent further damage. After fumbling around, Xiao finally located the Take Control button and pressed it without hesitation. Request failed. Due to your unit's destruction, the system has forcibly initiated safe protection mode. Estimated remaining protection time, 65 hours, 17 minutes, 49 seconds. To take control of the unit, you must first disable safe protection mode. Then how do I exit safeguard mode? Yu Xiao tapped the query box. When your unit is in a non-destroyed state including normal and non-fatal damage states, the system will automatically deactivate safe mode for you in advance. Well, that was the end of Yu Xiao. With no limbs or head left, just a torso, how could he possibly disengage it? Maybe he should head to the mall now and place an order to replace his arms and legs? After all, he'd killed quite a few aggregate beasts before Xingtian shut down completely, earning some evolution points. Maybe he could scrape together enough to replace his head for now. You are currently in safe mode and cannot access the store. What a piece of crap. Yu Xiao typed directly into the search bar, what functions are available in safe protection mode? In safe protection mode, you can only use the search function and unit log query. Yu Xiao's face darkened. So the space he was currently in must be this so-called security protection mode. Is there any way to eliminate the virus? Bai Ying's question made Yu Xiao open his eyes. Like hell there is. Yu Xiao was about to retort, but Bai Ying's next words stopped him. If you have a solution, tell me. I can go out and inform the others. You can go out? Just disconnect the neural sync. Bai Ying couldn't quite grasp why Yu Xiao would ask such an obvious question. Yu Xiao suddenly understood. Bai Ying had been synchronized with the Xingtian mecha from the very beginning. However, Xingtian's current state made normal human synchronization impossible, which was why Yu Xiao had found Bai Ying in this space, having lost all sense of self. Had the Xingtian mech not contained Yu Xiao's machine soul, which had created a safety protocol to contain consciousness, Bai Ying would likely have been declared brain dead the instant neural synchronization began. Does the helmet you used for neural synchronization have a data storage device? Yu Xiao considered a possibility. There's a flashcard for exchanging neural electrical signals, but its capacity isn't large. Bai Ying spoke the truth. Human mech neural synchronization fundamentally didn't require the mech to replicate every cellular action within the human body, it only needed to read the brain's neural pulses. Combat suits were used to assist in capturing electrical signals from limb movement nerves. Thus, data conversion units typically had limited capacity, certainly insufficient to hold Yu Xiao's entire living human consciousness. But Yu Xiao didn't need to store his entire self in the device. He was already a digital phantom. All he needed was to isolate a small program with the authority level of a machine soul, one that could click the Yi Takeover button on the system panel. This allowed him to externally take control of the body in non-secure protection mode, forcibly escaping this confined space. Get my consciousness fragments out of here and upload them to the base's main control system. I'll handle the rest. The explanation was somewhat abstract, but Bai Ying grasped Yu Xiao's meaning. But we're both just data manifestations right now. How can I possibly carry your consciousness fragments out? Bite me. What? Yu Xiao reluctantly extended his index finger, adopting a look that screamed, I'm only doing this because I have no other choice. Bite me until it bleeds, then hold my blood in your mouth to break the synchronization. Chapter 12, Mutual Trust. Bai Ying flushed crimson on the spot. Isn't there any other way? My consciousness fragment must come from a part of my body, right? Or what do you suggest, take my head off and carry it away? Yu Xiao eyed Bai Ying with a hint of disdain. Your flash drive wouldn't hold it anyway. Bai Ying remained silent, but her hands kept tugging at her shirt hem. After standing frozen for over 10 seconds, Bai Ying finally shuffled forward to Yu Xiao, cautiously grasped his finger, and brought it to her lips. Just as Yu Xiao thought Bai Ying would hesitate again, she suddenly opened her mouth and bit down hard. You little wolf cub. Yu Xiao hadn't expected Bai Ying to draw blood from his finger in one bite. The warm, moist sensation he'd anticipated never materialized. Seconds later, Bai Ying released Yu Xiao's finger and pointed reluctantly at her own crimson-stained lips. That's enough. Disconnect the synchronization. No sooner had the words left her lips than Bai Ying closed her eyes and vanished from Yu Xiao's sight. Beep. 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 The familiar alarm sounded once more in Bai Ying's ears, and her consciousness returned to her body. Well, did you find a solution? Dr. Chris immediately approached. Connect this to the base's system. The white figure removed her helmet and immediately pulled out the flash drive from her back, handing it to Dr. Chris. Without further questions, Dr. Chris took the flash drive and plugged it into the control panel, beginning to operate it. Are you okay? Feeling any discomfort? The technician who had previously advised Bai Ying noticed her unusual expression and hurried over to ask. I'm fine, just feeling a bit unwell. Bai Ying avoided the technician's gaze, instead repeatedly wiping her lips with her hand. It's connected. What now? Dr. Chris turned to face Bai Ying. Wait. She didn't know what methods Yu Xiao would employ to resolve the situation, but she trusted Xingtian. Time ticked by, the lights growing dimmer. The alarm continued to echo within the high walls, like a death bird circling overhead. Beneath the night sky, the entire dark expanse resembled a flame gradually extinguishing itself. Its dwindling light and heat steadily merged into the cold night, vanishing without a trace. Why is Xingtian still absorbing energy? Dr. Chris was the first to break the silence in the command room. He shot a skeptical glance at the white figure. What exactly happened to you during the synchronization process? Bai Ying met Chris's gaze without flinching, but she did not utter a single word. No one would believe what she had witnessed, just as no one believed Xingtian was alive. People would dismiss her words as the ramblings of a madwoman, attributing everything that happened to Xingtian as mere coincidence. Are you even Bai Ying? Dr. Chris's voice was icy cold. Or is the very culprit behind all this staring right at me now? At these words, all eyes focused on Bai Ying. They seemed to be waiting for her answer. I'm not. Are you? That was her answer. General Chen narrowed his eyes imperceptibly. Who can guarantee you survived that synchronization? Couldn't it be that you've been corrupted by the cube's consciousness? Dr. Chris pressed relentlessly. Why not make your synchronization experience public? Why hasn't the base's situation improved at all? Bai Ying chose silence once more, her gaze fixed on the clock on the wall. Just 2 minutes remained before the entire base plunged into complete darkness. Xingtian. Xiao had already seized control of Xingtian several minutes prior, successfully using this method to escape the space locked in security protection mode. But this was merely the beginning of another nightmare. He now understood why the system had forced him into safe mode the instant he merged with Xingtian again. His consciousness had suffered a perceptual distortion. How could a human consciousness survive without a head or limbs? Could it still think? Would it feel? Originally, these questions had never crossed Xiao's mind, for he was now nothing more than a disembodied electronic specter. But fate was capricious indeed. Even as a mass of data, deep within his consciousness, Xiao clung to the profound conviction that he remained a living, breathing human. That was why, within the confines of the protective space, he possessed human-like senses, sight, hearing, pain perception, and more. If he wished, he could transform into anything within that space: a bird, a tree, or even a fully intact Xingtian. Yet Xiao unconsciously assumed the form of his previous life, his subconscious simulating every human perception and neural response. It was precisely this unwavering self-awareness that caused Xiao to immediately fall into perceptual distortion upon taking control of Xingtian, transforming into a mass of illogical, incoherent chaos. Xiao was lost. He had now fragmented into countless scattered shards, each possessing its own distinct personality and thought process, like countless drowning victims struggling in the water. Which one was the real him? He must fundamentally accept the fact that he was no longer human to completely escape this perceptual distortion and become a machine soul unaffected by neural phantom pain. I am Xiao. Is Xiao human? Yes. Then why are you still alive? A fragment dissolved into scattered starlight amidst the contradiction and vanished. The same questioning is unfolding simultaneously across all fragments. But only one of them offered a different answer. This unique Xiao was immersed in an imagined memory. He had returned to Earth once more, but this time in the form of a steel body. The world erupted in chaos as everyone scrambled to discuss this extraordinary event. People interviewed him, followed him, tested him, and even tried to dissect him. Because he was a mecha, a novelty, an artificial intelligence that looked exactly like a human. Yet no one treated Xiao as human. Everyone kept their distance, and mischievous children would even throw stones at him. And so, Xiao walked alone for a long, long time, until he finally reached the city he knew so well and found the familiar door. Perhaps I shouldn't have come back. With this thought, Xiao's hand paused before the security door, ultimately not knocking. As he descended the stairs, he gazed wistfully at the Fu character pasted on the door several times before drifting down the flight. But just as Xiao reached the entrance of the building, he unexpectedly encountered the person he had been longing for. They were carrying groceries, their faces frozen in disbelief. The next moment, his mother dropped everything in her hands and embraced Xiao's cold frame. Beside her, his father quietly removed his glasses and wiped away tears of joy from the corners of his eyes. Son, welcome home. Xiao jolted awake from the memory. He heard the accusatory question too. Is Xiao human? He can be, or he cannot be. Then what are you? I can be anything, any creature, any conceivable entity. You cannot exist in so many forms simultaneously. You must be one specific thing. No, I have only one form. Xiao recalled the moment when the white shadow had bitten his finger until it bled. Did he really bleed? No matter what I become, I will always be Xiao. The questioning voice vanished. In that instant, all the fragments merged into one, transforming into a floating, human-shaped white mist. Immediately after, Xiao was engulfed by a blinding white light. Chapter 13, The True Purpose. General, the main control system is back online. Just as Dr. Chris and the white figure stood on the brink of conflict, the shrill alarm abruptly ceased. Dozens of cables attached to Xingtian's torso dimmed, then snapped like broken ropes, spewing black smoke as they rapidly detached from their interfaces. The power system is gradually resuming operation. We've succeeded. The technician watched the rising power readings on the panel with delight. Bai Ying's lips twisted into a faint, mocking smile directed at Dr. Chris. It was more mocking than any spoken word. What about Xingtian's status? General Chen's question instantly retensioned the group, who had just exhaled in relief. The very culprit who nearly caused a catastrophic crisis still hung suspended before them. The power reactor output has returned to normal levels, and the auxiliary visual modules are active. Beyond that, the technician's expression darkened. We cannot access deep-level data, including system logs. All documents have been encrypted by an unknown algorithm. You did this. Dr. Chris immediately pointed the finger at Bai Ying. The problem started with that flash drive. The problem is solved. Bai Ying cut straight to the point. The main control system is functioning normally, and power operations are stable. That's what matters most. Don't try to fool us, little girl. You know exactly where the problem lies. Xingtian. General Chen cut into their exchange, pinpointing the most critical issue. You've already dismantled him to this extent. How do you plan to fix it? Bai Ying's temper flared instantly. The problem isn't Xingtian, it's the power core. Haven't you already tried separating the power core from his body? This statement left Dr. Chris speechless, as if mocking his and his assistant's incompetence. I need to understand what you experienced during neural synchronization and why Xingtian acted autonomously without piloting. He's alive. Bai Ying's response was identical to before. I won't tell you what I experienced. All I can say is that Xingtian will always stand with humanity, just as he has done for the past decade. General, Nina and I have changed our minds. Dr. Chris clenched his fists. Pack up the power core along with Xingtian's torso tonight. We'll transport it back to headquarters first thing tomorrow for further research. You thief! Bai Ying lunged at Dr. Chris, but was pinned to the ground by 3 guards the next instant. If, as you claim, a mech can become a living being like a human, then its research value could potentially revolutionize all of human technology, Dr. Chris chuckled smugly. Let's call this farce a day. Miss Bai Ying should get some rest. As Xingtian's pilot, you'll be accompanying us back to headquarters tomorrow for some routine testing. General, everyone, Nina and I will take our leave now. Dr. Chris slipped his arm around Nina's shoulder, and together they walked toward the door under everyone's gaze. But General Chen's next words made them both freeze in their tracks. I'm afraid I can't allow you to take Xingtian and Bai Ying away, Dr. Chris. General, do you realize what you're saying? Dr. Chris stared at General Chen in disbelief. According to the Watchers Alliance Functional Division regulations, the Omega Research Complex holds primary ownership rights over any undiscovered objects, technologies, and samples. Before coming to the command center, I just received a distress call from the United Front Base. General Chen's expression turned grave. They're under attack by a beast tide from the Storm Sea. They've already confirmed 7 level 4 monsters, and over 16 level 3 monsters. At the mention of monster horde, shadows fell across every face in the room. The Golden Gate and Scarlet Fortress bases were also attacked, but the United Front suffered the largest scale assault. By 6:49 p.m. today, the entire base had been breached. The coastal defenses collapsed completely, and everyone began retreating inland. At this point, General Chen's aura was so intense it seemed to freeze the air around him. This is why I came to the control room personally. The Shangyun Dragon boat will reach the Black Sky in half an hour to deploy the Red Hurricane to assist Kashi City in fending off the beast tide. However, this will significantly reduce the Black Sky's defensive capabilities. General Chen lifted his chin slightly, continuing in a tone that brooked no argument. I won't waste a single combat asset. If Xingtian's power core can function normally, then he can keep fighting. You're insane. Dr. Chris nearly trembled as he spoke. How can you be sure Xingtian won't cause trouble? He could siphon the entire base's power 1 second, then turn his cannon on you the next. I don't know if Xingtian will cause problems later, but we need him now. Therefore, you cannot take him away. A bunch of lunatics. Chris's furious gaze swept over everyone present. We're returning to headquarters immediately to report this. I hope you don't regret the words you spoke today. No need to see us out. Chris and Nina stormed out, while General Chen didn't even glance back. General, are you serious? Once their footsteps faded down the corridor, the aide hesitantly asked. Do I look like I'm joking? General Chen, hands clasped behind his back, shot back with a mere glance. Notify all mechanical repair teams to immediately begin reassembling Xingtian at maximum speed. Report to me the moment it's complete. Everyone else return to your posts immediately. Base enters level 2 combat readiness. We must guard against an attack that could come at any moment. The moment General Chan's orders rang out, everyone sprang into action. Bai Ying could scarcely believe these words were coming from General Chen, the very man who had ordered Xingtian dismantled, and who now risked violating regulations to reassemble it. Bai Ying, come to my office. I have a mission for you. Before Bai Ying could react, General Chen strode out of the control room, Bai Ying jogging to keep pace. 5 minutes later, the two of them took the elevator to the top floor of the Black Sky Tower, standing at 120 meters tall. You still want to pilot Xingtian, don't you? General Chen didn't sit in the chair symbolizing supreme command. Instead, he sat down on the sofa alongside Bai Ying. I won't pilot any mecha except Xingtian. Bai Ying had declared this very statement before being confined to the detention room. Then you shall continue as Xingtian's pilot. General Chen actually smiled with relief. Get to the point. Bai Ying disliked being alone with General Chen, and disliked seeing him smile even more. With Xingtian's current capabilities, even after reassembly, it won't be combat ready immediately. General Chen cut straight to the point. But the Black Sky doesn't have spare parts to upgrade Xingtian. We'll have to reassemble it using backup components from 10 years ago. He's no weaker than other mechs. Is that so? Did you think the same when you saw Red Hurricane effortlessly slay the fusion beast? General Chen struck at the heart of the matter. Perhaps you, as a pilot, are no weaker than others, but Xingtian's performance gap is undeniable. That's why I need you to pilot Xingtian for an upgrade. The War Factory? Bai Ying could only think of this place for mecha upgrades. But they're in cahoots with Omega. We've just crossed Chris, how could we possibly go there for an upgrade? No. We're going to the silent graveyard. Chapter 14, Uneasy Omens. How many times in a lifetime does one get to see the ocean? Xingtian halted, turning to gaze at the ocean beside him. He was walking along the coastline, the ceaseless waves lapping at his alloy ankles. The sea breeze, carrying a briny scent, felt unnaturally cold in the night. But Xiao felt none of this. He was like an audience member outside the screen, relying solely on imagination to satisfy himself. In his eyes, there was only endless darkness, punctuated by the faint, insignificant glimmers emanating from Xingtian. Why did you stop? The white figure looked at Xiao beside him with some confusion. A human form composed of holographic projections, identical to what the white figure had seen in the synchronization. Because I never saw the sea in my past life. Xiao wanted to say this, but he was now Xingtian, a warrior who had been battling monsters in the ocean since the day he was activated. If you're tired, I'll take over. Bai Ying stretched, her form-fitting combat suit perfectly accentuating the youthful curves of her figure. Ever since Xingtian was rebuilt in the dark expanse, Bai Ying learned about the autopilot function from Xiao. In short, it meant Xiao could perform certain simple actions on Bai Ying's behalf. It's nothing. Just felt the wind shift. Xiao casually made up an excuse to cover himself, though he was actually somewhat touched by Bai Ying's concern. After all, few people treated mechs with such human-like affection. Yet the Xingtian he piloted wasn't actually controlled by Xiao, it was being driven by the holographic high-intelligence AI interaction system he'd ordered from the marketplace. Black tech sure is sweet. Xiao was just a greedy middleman, reaping the benefits without lifting a finger. Without you, I'd be exhausted beyond belief. Bai Ying clenched her fists. Why should Red Hurricane get to ride the dragon boat while we have to walk? Bai Ying still remembered Meng Changqing's smug expression before boarding the Shangyun dragon boat. Truth be told, Xiao wanted to ride the dragon boat too, not because he feared losing face, but simply to experience it firsthand. The Shangyun, Xian Kingdom's first independently developed aerial fortress, was initially designed solely for long-range mecha transport. Yet after extensive discussions, it had been transformed into a self-sustaining, assault-grade combat unit. In terms of sheer scale alone, its volume was not much smaller than the Xuanzi Tsengxiong base. It was precisely this terrifying size that allowed it to simultaneously transport 5 mechs over long distances. Xian Nation currently operates 3 dragon ships of this scale, with rumors suggesting a top-secret project under development based on dragon ship technology. Perhaps because our destination is relatively close, the dragon boat isn't en route? Xiao offered what seemed like a reasonable explanation. But he knew the real reason. Because we're scavenging junk at the silent graveyard while they're embarking on an expedition. The silent graveyard was a mecha recycling station situated at the midpoint of Qian Kingdom's northern and southern coastlines. Mechs damaged beyond repair or no longer fit for combat are sent by various nations to their respective mech graveyards, where they are dismantled and recycled. Xingtian was fortunate. As the sole survivor among the first generation of mechs, he had become a hero in many people's hearts and a symbol of human resilience. That was why, after being decommissioned, he escaped the fate of being dismantled. Forget it. Where they're headed is far more dangerous. One misstep could cost them their lives. I won't argue with them. Bai Ying, unusually, didn't dwell on this issue of differential treatment. For she alone knew that Xingtian's current upgrade had been funded by the life-saving money from the Black Sky. During her private conversation with General Chen, Bai Ying learned of the immense pressure currently weighing on the Black Sky. The entire Watchers Alliance had been severely impacted by last year's global boycott, forcing a drastic downsizing. This had directly resulted in the Alliance's budget being slashed by a full 50% this year. While Dark Sky maintained one of the largest mech fleets among all bases, this also meant their operational costs were several times higher than other bases. Therefore, Black Sky decided to open the silent graveyard previously under its direct control to the market, outsourcing its entire operation to a contractor. This move would generate fixed rental income and variable transaction commissions. Even with these measures, the Black Sky's funding chain would completely collapse within 6 months. Without new financial backing, the Black Sky would shut down permanently. Under these circumstances, sending Xingtian to the war factory for a single formal upgrade would push Black Sky into bankruptcy next month. Therefore, General Chen took an alternative approach, committing 3 months' worth of funds to pre-order a complete set of worn 3rd-generation mech components from the Silent Graveyard. Though inferior to a war factory upgrade, it would still elevate Xingtian's combat capabilities by several tiers. As General Chen himself described this gamble, rather than fretting over an uncertain tomorrow, we must live today at any cost. This was also his assessment of the war's impending course. I thought you'd complain a bit more, Xiao remarked, clearly sensing Bai Ying was hiding something. Why does a mech talk with such a sarcastic tone? Bai Ying pursed his lips, glaring at Xiao with irritation. If you were human, I'd have ripped that mouth off long ago. What a pity you've had to endure me all this time, Xiao chuckled, recalling the memory of his own past beatings. Why don't you upload my consciousness into an electronic punching bag sometime? You could have a good old thrashing at it. I'll make one myself. Bai Ying knew this was blatant mockery, yet he seriously began contemplating how to build a sandbag capable of uploading consciousness. Wait. Xiao didn't continue bickering with Bai Ying. Instead, he turned his gaze back to the boundless ocean. The icy sea wind sliced through Xingtian's armor like a knife, yet it couldn't shake the giant standing firm on the shore. Anything? Bai Ying tensed, ready to command Xingtian to evade any potential threat. Her gaze swept over the holographic interface floating in the air. As the ripples on the radar spread outward from Xingtian's position, Bai Ying grew increasingly puzzled. The energy radar detected no threats. The wind's shifting. Could you please stop joking around like that? Bai Ying nearly leapt from the control console to kick Xiao. I'm not joking. The wind direction really has changed. You must be out of your mind. This is the coast, no wind would be the abnormal part. Bai Ying couldn't be bothered with Xingtian's neurotic behavior. She disengaged the autopilot and took control of Xingtian herself, continuing their journey. Xiao didn't argue with Bai Ying either, because his energy radar and night vision also detected nothing unusual. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching Xingtian, though the gaze was faint, as if emanating from the clouds overhead and the starlit sky. To be safe, Xiao immediately opened the shop interface. He had intended to address any shortcomings after upgrading at the Silent Graveyard, but now he had to ensure he wouldn't encounter any mishaps along the way. Exchange successful. Thank you for your patronage. This should be secure enough. Chapter 15, Silent Graveyard. Bai Ying's temper was truly the most stubborn Xiao had ever encountered. The journey from the dark sky to the Silent Graveyard took 6 hours total. During their last argument, Xingtian had only managed to complete 1 hour. And now, Bai Ying had continuously controlled Xingtian for the remaining 5 hours. Throughout this ordeal, Xiao had repeatedly tried to persuade Bai Ying to let him take over driving duties. Yet Bai Ying remained stubbornly silent, refusing even to glance his way as she plodded onward in a daze. Xiao had little experience in appeasing girls in his past life, let alone dealing with a hot-tempered young woman like Bai Ying. Before they knew it, they were nearing their destination. Warm lights gradually grew larger in Xingtian's field of vision, revealing several massive cargo ships docked at the nearby wharf. Within the towering walls, several high towers rose from the ground. Helicopters occasionally landed and took off from their rooftops, resembling migratory birds temporarily resting on treetops. Even Bai Ying, whose face had been stern until now, couldn't help but widen her eyes at the sight. This was her first visit to the Silent Graveyard, and she never imagined a mecha graveyard could be so bustling. Is this a marketplace or a recycling station? Xiao was equally stunned by the scene before him. He had expected a massive junkyard piled high with scrap metal, yet everything at Silent Graveyard appeared orderly, even somewhat prosperous. Thud. 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 Xingtian approached the Silent Graveyard with steady strides. Unbeknownst to the white figure, the port workers had all fled behind the walls the moment they spotted him from afar. Halt! Or we open fire immediately. Before he even reached the coastal zone, every turret along the shore had locked onto Xingtian. Bai Ying halted instantly. She couldn't understand why she was being stopped. Report your serial number and credentials. State your purpose for being here. The voice over the communication device sounded highly guarded. Mech T-001 Xingtian, pilot Bai Ying, assigned to Qian Nation's Black Sky Base. I'm here for an upgrade to my mech. Didn't General Chen notify you in advance? A brief silence fell on the other end of the comm, likely verifying the information's authenticity. Your mech identification and pilot details are invalid. Remain where you are. We'll verify this with Black Sky Base. Bai Ying clenched her fists, her eyes fixed intently on the closed gates of the Silent Graveyard. The mech identification code issue likely stemmed from Xingtian's system upgrade, but the pilot information was her most sensitive concern. Although she had piloted Xingtian in the defense of Black Sky and gained General Chan's approval to become its pilot, the relentlessly busy Black Sky simply didn't have the time to complete Bai Ying's Ion pilot certification. This meant that the moment she left the Black Sky, no one would recognize her as an Iron pilot. Meng Changqing called her a half-baked pilot precisely because she lacked systematic training from the Iron Pilot Academy and didn't even hold registered student status. Her piloting skills stem entirely from the guidance of the two Raiders pilots and countless simulated training sessions. Yet compared to the curriculum taught at Iron Pilot Academy, what Bai Ying had learned was merely the tip of the iceberg. During this minute of waiting, Bai Ying felt like a student who'd scored perfect marks yet faced suspicion of cheating, standing at the classroom door awaiting the teacher's judgment. "You are a pilot certified by Xingtian." Just then, Yu Zhao's voice came from behind Bai Ying. "The finest mecha belong only to the strongest pilots." Ha! Bai Ying hadn't expected Yu Xiao to utter such words and couldn't help but laugh out loud. While Xingtian certainly deserved the title of legend in terms of reputation, calling a mecha from 10 years ago the best today was a bit narcissistic. "What's so funny?" Yu Zhao's eye twitched. "Don't you always think you're better than everyone else? I learned this attitude from you, you know." Yu Xiao certainly didn't have the confidence to boast about being the best mecha, but he could see Bai Ying's earlier mood and was slowly getting a feel for her personality. If he could make Bai Ying laugh, why not? Identification confirmed. Access granted. Proceed to Hangar 4 to dock your mech. Amidst their banter, Silent Graveyard had already verified both their credentials. Every cannon barrel aimed at Xingtian systematically shifted its target. Bai Ying followed the drone's guidance, parking Xingtian on the mech support frame in Hangar 4 before heading alone with the guy to take the elevator. In truth, the connection between Yu Xiao and Bai Ying remained intact ever since Bai Ying had tasted Yu Zhao's blood. A peculiar yet faint telepathic bond had formed between them. This telepathy required no devices to sustain it, both could sense each other's presence. Should either face a life-threatening danger, the other would know instantly. Yu Xiao felt that if he'd just let Bai Ying chop him up and eat him back then, their brains would probably be fused together by now. But rather than this faint sympathetic sensation, both opted for a more convenient method, a communication link. Bai Ying's communicator sat flush against her pale neck, combining microphone and receiver functions, even featuring an emergency pulse shock capability. Yu Xiao had no intention of shutting down for rest either. With his new power core installed, he no longer required auxiliary charging and could maintain full operational power indefinitely. Still, he decided to switch himself to low-power sleep mode like a normal mecha, just to avoid others suspecting something was wrong with Xingtian. "Welcome, welcome. Come sit down, little Bai." The moment the elevator doors opened, a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward, patting Bai Ying's shoulder warmly. Bai Ying hadn't expected the elevator doors at the tower's summit to open directly into the reception hall. No corridor was needed at all. Unlike the steel alloy exterior, the entire reception area was decorated in a slightly retro European style: mahogany display cabinets and furniture, a pure wool carpet large enough to cover half the room, 5 crystal chandeliers carved into candlestick shapes, and polished granite floors gleaming to a shine. An intoxicating tea fragrance permeated the entire room, lifting even Bai Ying's spirits despite his usual disdain for the beverage. Since this planet entered its technological explosion era, any of these natural materials used in the decor would fetch astronomical prices on the market. For Bai Ying, who had grown up within the confines of a steel-walled city, such scenes were something he had only ever witnessed in works of art. "General Chen, you only mentioned over the phone that you wanted to reserve an upgrade kit, never specified which mech it was for." The middle-aged man chuckled as he lifted the purple clay teapot, pouring Bai Ying a cup. "Had I known it was for Xingtian, I would have at least halved the price." Bai Ying offered a slightly delayed thank you, her eyes still curiously taking in every detail of the room, as if she truly had stepped into a lavish dream. "General Chen and I go way back. Before the war started, I invited him to join my company as a military advisor. But he was wholly devoted to serving his country and declined. Still, I admire his spirit from the bottom of my heart." Bai Ying held her teacup as she listened to the middle-aged man recounting old stories, as if vivid scenes from their past experiences were unfolding before her eyes. Several times, she almost instinctively mimicked the man's movements to take a sip of tea, but her innate aversion to tea made her body resist. Nevertheless, she remained fully immersed in the stories he was recounting. On the other end of the communicator, Yu Xiao could distinctly sense the connection between himself and Bai Ying growing faint, as if she had completely forgotten his existence. Click. At that moment, the lights in the hangar went completely dark. Chapter 16, Keep Out. Ding dong. The wall clock chimed sharply, its hour hand pointing to 3 a.m., interrupting the middle-aged man mid-story as he reached the climax of his recollection. "Oh dear, my mind's gone blank. I completely forgot you rushed over here overnight, little Bai." The man clapped his hands, his kind smile tinged with apology. He hurriedly beckoned to the secretary standing nearby. "General Chen, really, how could he let you pilot the mech all the way here alone? Quickly, arrange a decent room for little Bai. Let her get some proper rest." The secretary immediately approached Bai Ying with a smile, inviting her to follow in a gentle and courteous tone. This meticulous, attentive service momentarily left Bai Ying at a loss for how to decline. Just then, a sudden jolt of electricity shot through the communicator around Bai Ying's neck, making her flinch in place. That jolt jolted Bai Ying awake, making her suddenly aware of her own strange mental state. On the other end of the communicator, Xiao discovered his faint telepathic connection with Bai Ying had been restored, indicating she had become aware of his presence once more. Xiao immediately described his current predicament. They've locked the hangar doors from the outside. Bai Ying instantly realized she seemed to be being led by the nose by these two, almost forgetting why she had come to the silent graveyard in the first place. No need. I don't require rest. Bai Ying reverted to her usual aloof expression, refusing to follow the secretary toward the elevator. But that's impossible. Walking from the black sky to here takes at least half a day. Little Bai, if you're not tired, just wait in the room. Uncle will find you the best masseuse to help your body relax properly. The middle-aged man feigned a frown, yet his face still bore that caring smile of an elder. I said, I'm not tired. Bai Ying's icy tone poured a bucket of cold water over the middle-aged man and the secretary's enthusiastic faces, causing the room's temperature to drop noticeably. Miss Bai, the boss was just concerned about you. The secretary attempted to smooth things over, turning to take Bai Ying's hand. Slap. Bai Ying casually flicked her wrist, slapping the other person's hand away mid-air. She disliked being touched. When will Xingtian be upgraded? The middle-aged man didn't directly answer Bai Ying's question. Instead, he laughed heartily. He picked up the teacup Bai Ying hadn't touched, shook his head with a smile, and poured the cold tea into the saucer. Seems not everyone knows how to savor life. Such fine tea left untouched, what a waste. Bai Ying narrowed her eyes slightly, recalling the intoxicating tea aroma that had hit her the moment she entered. From that instant, her mind felt as if glued shut, leaving her dazed and unaware of her own actions. I don't drink tea. Then I've been too presumptuous. General Chen used to adore this dragon bud tea above all else. But ever since the war began, he hasn't touched a single cup. You haven't answered my question. Having already learned her lesson once, Bai Ying remained vigilant, refusing to follow the middle-aged man's line of reasoning. What young people lack most is patience and depth, the middle-aged man chuckled, gesturing toward Bai Ying. Last time I saw you, you still knew to greet your uncle properly. I don't remember you, nor do I wish to know you. Bai Ying clenched his fists. You'd better answer my question now. Ha! The middle-aged man chuckled, adjusting his glasses. You're such a kid. Thud. Before the man could finish his sentence, Bai Ying stiffened her leg and kicked the heavy tea table straight at him. But just as Bai Ying's leg was about to unleash its full force, the secretary standing beside her grabbed her arm. The overturned table changed course, crashing into a nearby display cabinet filled with porcelain. Get your hands off me. Bai Ying twisted her wrist, seizing the other woman's arm. With a powerful yank, she pulled her toward herself. Seeing Bai Ying's fist about to connect, the secretary suddenly released her grip. Instead, she ducked down, dodging the punch while simultaneously ripping open the buttons on her chest. Bai Ying ultimately missed her target, her hand clutching only the outer layer of the secretary's dress. If I were you, I'd take off your shoes too. Bai Ying tossed aside the jacket in her hand, glancing at the high heels on the other's feet. I don't need to take them off to deal with a little brat like you. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the secretary swung her long leg upward, aiming straight for Bai Ying's head. Bai Ying instinctively tried to block with her arm, but was shocked to discover the kick's power far exceeded her expectations. Even the surrounding air trembled. She forced her arm back and sidestepped the kick. After just 2 exchanges, Bai Ying swiftly analyzed her opponent's fighting style. Both she and Bai Ying relied heavily on leg attacks. This was partly because their physiques were better suited to leveraging their long legs, and partly because women struggled to gain an advantage in upper body strength contests. But her opponent clearly specialized in leg training at the expense of upper body strength, leaving them on entirely different levels in close-range combat. Bai Ying's next move was obvious. Swish! Her opponent showed no sign of stopping. After the first kick missed, she spun around and launched a second strike. Bai Ying had no time to react, forced to keep dodging. A surge of rage built within Bai Ying's chest. Dodging left and right, the space behind her was rapidly shrinking. She hated nothing more than opponents using their height advantage to dominate her. Even at a glance, this secretary was easily over 5 feet 9 inches, while Bai Ying was a full head shorter. She stood at just 5 feet 4 inches. This meant the opponent could land kicks on her, but she couldn't reach the other. The secretary was clever, exploiting this advantage relentlessly. She used the full range of her legs to apply intense pressure, giving Bai Ying no chance to catch her breath. Within a few exchanges, the secretary had already cornered Bai Ying against the wall. With nowhere left to retreat, Bai Ying had no choice but to block the incoming attack with her upper body. Thud! Even though Bai Ying braced with her hardest elbow, the force slammed into her bones like a lead shot. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Bai Ying rolled across the floor, clutching her arm as she prepared to meet the next assault. Poof! The secretary looked down at the disheveled girl, a hint of delight flickering in her eyes. But her assault wasn't about to stop there. Another heavy kick sent the wall clock crashing to the floor in shards. The space Bai Ying had just managed to carve out was compressed once more, leaving her mere inches from the wall. Where do you plan to hide this time? Though this relentless barrage was exhausting, the secretary maintained her advantage, denying Bai Ying any chance for close-quarters combat. Seeing Bai Ying's stubborn yet anxious expression, the secretary's lips curled into a faint smile. She raised her long right leg, channeling nearly all her strength into a vicious kick aimed squarely at Bai Ying. Chapter 17, The Violent One. Underestimating your opponent is always the most unforgivable mistake in battle. When Bai Ying noticed her opponent relentlessly attacking to create distance, she resolved to bide her time. She had every ability to launch a counterattack earlier, but she chose to feign vulnerability instead. And now, the moment had arrived. Bai Ying suddenly tensed her entire body, darting backward the instant the secretary lifted her foot. The next second, she violently raised her left leg, catching up to the secretary's still midair kick with even greater speed. By the time the secretary grasped Bai Ying's intent, it was already too late. That leg, trailing a blur, lashed out like a whip behind her empty right kick. Crack! A crisp crack of bone echoed as the secretary lost her balance instantly. She tumbled several times after hitting the ground before finally coming to a stop. In terms of leg length, Bai Ying certainly couldn't reach the secretary's body. In terms of strike speed, her slightly petite frame actually outpaced her opponent. But in terms of leg strength, she held no advantage. Therefore, Bai Ying had to leverage her speed advantage and find ways to evade the disadvantages of leg length and leg strength. This was why she consistently chose evasion with such an aggressive offensive style. The opponent would inevitably expend significant stamina in a short time. The body never lies. No matter how strong one's will, the fatigue endured by the flesh will eventually show. To gauge her opponent's strength and remaining stamina, and to numb her nerves, Bai Ying chose to brace her elbow against the first strike after being forced into the narrow space. This strike was noticeably weaker than the secretary's initial assault, barely within Bai Ying's endurance threshold. Coupled with her countering the blow by ramming her hardest elbow joint into the opponent's calf, it would inevitably reduce the secretary's subsequent threat level by another notch. Seizing this opening, Bai Ying deliberately projected an expression and posture of defeat. The secretary began to believe her next strike would end the fight. The result? She delivered a slow attack so lackluster she didn't even register it herself, and Bai Ying, having conserved most of her strength, seized the opening. To eliminate any chance of her opponent overpowering her, Bai Ying didn't even bother countering with her right leg. Instead, she immediately pursued the secretary's right leg still extended and unguarded with her own left leg, striking in the same direction. Bai Ying, equally skilled with her legs, knew full well that most of the leg's vulnerabilities lay hidden along the back of the thigh. So she delivered a kick to the back of the secretary's knee, instantly crippling any chance of continued combat. Of course, given Bai Ying's usual style, the secretary might struggle to walk for the rest of her life. The secretary now lay on the ground, clutching her knees encased in black stockings and wailing incessantly. The high heels she'd been wearing had skewed to one side during the tumble. Bai Ying shrugged, stepping over the body and advancing steadily toward the middle-aged man. Your turn. Bai Ying had no intention of repeating the question. She was certain that anyone of sound mind couldn't possibly forget what she had just asked. If he didn't answer, she would simply take action. Facing the relentless advance of the white figure, the smile had long vanished from the middle-aged man's face, replaced by an icy, furious glare. This fury wasn't written on his face, but etched deep into his eyes an aura like dark clouds gathering before a storm. You knew it hung overhead, ready to break at any moment. But this restrained fury was of no concern to Bai Ying. Though she was an adult, she always wore her emotions on her sleeve. Your manners leave much to be desired, the middle-aged man remarked, adjusting his collar without a trace of fear. You talk too much. Bai Ying grabbed a pair of tongs from the fireplace, shook off the ash, and strode straight toward the middle-aged man. Ding! Just as they were 5 paces apart, the elevator behind Bai Ying suddenly opened. A squad of fully armed soldiers poured out, surrounding Bai Ying completely. Their gear was even more advanced than anything Bai Ying had seen in the dark sky. Each wore black exoskeletons emblazoned with scorpion insignia, wielding energy weapons capable of taking down vehicles single-handedly. Standing beside the middle-aged man was a burly woman whose features clearly bore the hallmarks of the western continent. Her bones and lines were strikingly angular, giving her an undeniably heroic bearing. But what truly caught Bai Ying's attention was the scorpion tail tattoo on her neck. Though easily concealed by her exoskeleton armor, it seemed deliberately exposed for all to see. Well, little missy's got some skills, the woman remarked, glancing at the secretary sprawled on the ground beside them and raising an eyebrow at Bai Ying. Though I share your dislike for her, I never actually laid a finger on her. Venomous Scorpion, mind your manners. The middle-aged man interrupted the woman named Venomous Scorpion. Venom Scorpion complied, making a zipping motion across her lips before falling silent. If not for General Chen's face, I'd have tossed you into the sea to feed the fish. After all, judging by the damage you just caused, selling you wouldn't even cover the losses. Bai Ying's gaze swept over the row of black muzzles. For once, he didn't retort to the middle-aged man's words. Now you should be willing to listen to a few more of my ramblings, right? The middle-aged man rose from the desk he'd been leaning against and strolled leisurely over to Bai Ying, taking the fire tongs from his hand. Over a decade ago, you'd have called me Uncle Gao. But you were just a kid, then no wonder you don't remember me. Uncle Gao strolled unhurriedly to the fireplace with the tongs, turning his back to Bai Ying as he stirred the embers. Seeing you always brings back memories of the past. Out of respect for you being the daughter of an old friend, I wanted to settle this amicably. But now it seems I was overthinking things. You bear no resemblance to General Chen whatsoever. You're barely more than a child yourself, still learning how to interact with others, acting only on your own whims. At this point, Uncle Gao turned to look at Bai Ying, who clearly hadn't taken his words to heart. Are you done? Bai Ying's expression suggested she'd heard similar words countless times. If by dealing with people you mean lacing tea with drugs or imprisoning others' mechs, then yes, I'm afraid I can't learn that. I don't understand how you conduct business, but I know that once payment is made, goods should be delivered. You've rambled on about all sorts of things, yet you can't even fulfill the most basic duties of a merchant. Uncle Gao smiled, his gaze toward Bai Ying tinged with a new layer of resignation. Fine. Since you want an answer now, I'll get straight to the point. The shipment you reserved is gone. Chapter 18, Copper Walls and Iron Barriers. Freeze. The blue glow of Scorpion's pulse rifle flared. After Uncle Gao uttered his final word, Bai Ying had already taken a step forward. If you discussed this with me over dinner 2 days from now, you might be in a much better mood. Uncle Gao poured himself a cup of tea. I didn't spike it. Dragon Bud is a tea meant to be savored. For first-timers, getting tea drunk is perfectly normal. Where's the cargo? Bai Ying clenched his fists tightly, his crimson pupils fixed intently on the unflappable Uncle Gao. A rare treasure, sold to the highest bidder. Uncle Gao set down his teacup, his smile fading. The first generation of mechs saw no survivors beyond Xingtian. The second generation was nearly wiped out in the boundless sea. The third generation is regarded by the alliance nations as their strongest combat force, extremely scarce, with no market price. Liar. Bai Ying spat the words through gritted teeth. When General Chen placed his order, I truly intended to sell it to you. Unfortunately, this shipment caught the eye of another buyer I couldn't afford to offend. Uncle Gao's tone betrayed no remorse, as if the decision hadn't been his to make. To be honest, price was only a secondary factor. Even if you'd offered more, I wouldn't have dared hand over the goods. Who is this buyer? To Bai Ying, no one in the world would dare snatch goods from under the Watchers Alliance's legion. No comment. I advise you to give up on this. Uncle Gao seemed to have anticipated Bai Ying's question. Ultimately, the responsibility lies with me. So, I prepared a set of second-generation standardized Raider mechs, 90% new, at cost price. Any excess funds will be refunded. How does that sound? Purely from a cost perspective, this proposal was at least half the price of the original deal. As for the value for money, that depended entirely on how the Black Sky faction viewed it. Regardless, Black Sky had no choice but to decide between Uncle Gao's proposal and rejection. No other options existed. But Bai Ying didn't see it that way. Who's the buyer? Bai Ying had come here to secure the best possible upgrade for Xingtian, not to choose from subpar alternatives after the other party reneged on the deal. I had intended to let you rest comfortably here for 2 days before having you contact General Chen yourself to consider my proposal. Uncle Gao shook his head slightly. But now it seems unnecessary. I shall discuss it with General Chen myself. With that, Uncle Gao walked over to the ornate desk and dialed General Chen's line with his communicator. He intended for Bai Ying to hear General Chen's response firsthand. To make her understand this matter was far beyond the decision-making capacity of an immature girl. Xingtian! Bai Ying shouted, as if summoning her own mech. But, kid, have you been watching too many anime? Scorpion couldn't help but chuckle. Shouting into thin air won't make any heroes come to your rescue. And you're calling that ancient mech? If I recall correctly, Xingtian doesn't even have an AI system installed. How's it supposed to understand you? What, Bai Ying speaking Morse code and I can't understand it, huh? Xiao couldn't help muttering to himself on the other end of the communicator. Who does she think she's looking down on? Minutes earlier, Xiao had already learned through the communicator that Bai Ying was fighting someone over there. He heard every word of their conversation. 1,000 words boiled down to one sentence: his gear had been stolen. How could he possibly tolerate this? I walked 6 hours to get here, nearly soaking my feet in the sea, and you tell me the goods are gone? Think I'm too old and weak to care? This humiliation, Xiao would not let slide. In the empty hangar, Xingtian, already in hibernation, suddenly reactivated. Its crimson single-eye glowed in the darkness, and 2 gleaming Slayer wrist blades slid from their sheaths. Xiao had to find a way out first. A crimson glow spread through the air, gradually enveloping the entire hangar. Xiao was scanning the material properties of the hangar walls and doors. But the results left him utterly stunned. Who the hell are you guarding against? The entire hangar was constructed from the exorbitantly priced synthetic Goliath alloy, an experimental, cutting-edge metal developed by the Omega Research Consortium. Its unique microstructure and specialized synthesis process endowed the alloy with unparalleled toughness. Not only could it withstand most physical attacks, but even fusion-level energy strikes could only slowly dissolve the Goliath alloy. But like most of Omega's cutting-edge technologies, this metal comes with a staggering price tag. Estimates suggest that every 20 cubic meters of giant force alloy costs as much as a brand new second-generation mech. However, the giant force alloy used in this hangar isn't the original grade. It's more akin to a secondary variant sacrificing some toughness but significantly reducing costs. Even so, the construction cost of this hangar alone could fund the production of at least 10 brand new Xingtian units. After a second of intense mental struggle, Xiao decisively abandoned the idea of breaking down the door violently and sheathed his Slayer wrist blade. A more elegant approach would have to suffice. Scanning network ports. 647 exploitable targets detected. Ever since Xiao upgraded to the new power core, he gained 2 combat skills. One was hardening, which temporarily boosted his mech's strength, the same tactic the AI used to resist the Red Hurricane's heat blade when taking control of Xingtian. The other was network intrusion, seemingly only usable against human factions. Xiao had assumed this skill would never be needed, yet it had proven him wrong so quickly. Both combat skills could be upgraded using evolution points, though the cost was high enough that Xiao could buy an extra core component for himself instead. Each aggregate beast he'd previously slain yielded only 200 points after all. These were quasi-level 3 monsters in their youth, formidable foes for Xingtian, though Red Hurricane could dispatch them with a single punch. If he could afford the cutting-edge tech in the store, he wouldn't be scrambling for second-hand gear from the silent graveyard. Truly, a penny can stump a hero. Even after crossing over, he still had to worry about money. But now an even trickier problem had emerged. The network architecture of Silent Graveyard was beyond anything a normal person could conceive. The system of the Dark Azure Sky consisted of a master control system and countless submodules linked to it. Therefore, Xingtian could infiltrate any single submodule and rapidly reverse infect it, ultimately achieving control over the entire system. But Silent Graveyard's network architecture consists of a master control system plus hundreds of independent, randomly encrypted subsystems. Rather than the master system managing these subsystems, it functions more like a central post office responsible for receiving and transmitting information. It doesn't even possess the authority to control these subsystems. This network architecture directly increases the system's data processing complexity by several orders of magnitude. Without investing heavily in top-tier hardware to support its bandwidth and capacity, this system simply cannot function properly. But the upside is security, extreme security. Xiao's dream of infiltrating the entire system shattered instantly. Chapter 19, A Trapped Beast in a Cage. Even if he couldn't cripple the entire Silent Graveyard system, Xiao had to at least open the hangar first. Network intrusion in progress. Estimated breach time 3 minutes 17 seconds. On the other end of the communicator, Uncle Gao had already connected with General Chen. I told you not to move. The moment Bai Ying moved, Poison Scorpion fired directly at the spot where Bai Ying intended to land. The blue pulse instantly melted the tiles, revealing a patch of still glowing steel structure. Simultaneously, 2 soldiers behind the white figure launched a surprise attack from behind. Thud! A foot reinforced by an exoskeleton slammed Bai Ying to the ground, shattering her ribs on impact. Gah! The white figure felt as if a massive pendulum had struck her back, followed by a searing, piercing pain. Get up! Before Bai Ying could react, her arms were yanked from behind, her calves pinned under her foot, and her entire body was hoisted up into a kneeling position. Poison Scorpion yanked her hair, his chalk-gray serpentine eyes fixed on his prey. You really are fearless, aren't you? Bai Ying gritted her teeth, her red pupils seeming to pierce the woman before her. Being fearless isn't enough. You must learn to read the situation, bend when you must, and stand firm when you can. Understand? Scorpion's tone was like scolding a disobedient child. This isn't your business. Leave grown-up matters to grown-ups. Just do as we say. Bai Ying let out a cold laugh. Smack! The scorpion's palm struck Bai Ying's face with force. Had someone not grabbed her from behind, she would have collapsed to the ground. I detest disobedient children. Blood dripped from the corner of Bai Ying's mouth, her disheveled white hair obscuring her profile. TSK, what's wrong, sweetheart? Did I hurt you? Poison Scorpion adopted a concerned expression, crouching down to look at Bai Ying with feigned remorse. Turn around so I can see. Did I break the skin? Bai Ying slowly turned her face. Not a single tear glistened in her eyes, her crimson pupils remained as resolute as ever. Put! As Poison Scorpion's expression twisted in disgust, the white figure spat a mouthful of blood onto the carpet. The next second, Poison Scorpion drew the dagger hanging at her hip. Seems you only respond to force. Boom! Just as the scorpion's blade was about to slice across the white figure's cheek, a deafening explosion erupted nearby. Blinding flames illuminated the tower, swallowed by darkness, followed by shrill alarms and the screams of the crowd. Hey, is this Gao Tianji? As luck would have it, General Chen answered the call at that very moment. Boom! Before anyone could react, a second explosion followed, accompanied by another surge of blinding light. What's happening? Uncle Gao flung the communicator back onto the table and strode straight to Poison Scorpion, his face devoid of any composure. It's the power plant. Venom Scorpion was equally bewildered by Uncle Gao's interrogation, but she quickly deduced some information from the direction of the explosion. The exact cause is still unclear, but I'll head there immediately. Before she could finish, her earpiece crackled with a report from her subordinate. Xingtian. Scorpion turned to Bai Ying, her eyes filled with terror and fury. Why is he acting on his own? Stop him immediately. Stop? Bai Ying slowly lifted his face, his gaze almost pitying as he looked at Poison Scorpion and Uncle Gao. I'm right here. How am I supposed to stop him? Meanwhile, in the hangar, Yu Xiao's body was now covered in cables. The white glow emanating from them illuminated the entire hangar as brightly as daylight. He had already heard the situation at Bai Ying's location through the communicator, but cracking the hangar doors would take another 2 minutes. Fortunately, the cybersecurity protocols of these charging cables were weak. He cracked them all in a mere 10 seconds. After plugging all the cables into his own ports, Yu Xiao immediately tapped into the massive electrical energy he had absorbed at the Black Sky base, sending it back to the power plant at Silent Graveyard. At this moment, Yu Xiao found himself grateful for the Silent Graveyard's complex network architecture. Every cable attached to him originated from a different subsystem, meaning he could simultaneously disable all power plants located in different areas using this method. The surging electrical energy flowed backward through the cables, causing nearly all capacitor units to overload the instant they made contact with the generator sets. Yu Xiao felt like a conductor in a symphony hall, needing only a gentle wave of his hand to make the corresponding instrument section produce an artfully thunderous roar. He was remarkably patient, showing no haste. He planned to detonate these power units rhythmically, one group after another, ensuring the Silent Graveyard remained shrouded in unease and dread. Hostile mecha detected approaching. System analyzing. Just as Yu Xiao was about to detonate the next generator, he suddenly received an alert from the AI. Mech designation, Cobra. Model, specialized 3rd generation decisive battle mech. Pilots, Blake Hart, Rain Hart. Unit specifications, 3rd generation variable frequency nuclear powered armor, height, 80 meters, weight, 12,740 tons. Equipment modules, Spark 2.0 holographic bionic interface system, Venom Fong chemical wrist blades, anti-energy light armor, black blood corrosive energy rifle. Combat rating, C-Class 4900 points. How am I supposed to fight this? Yu Xiaoguang felt overwhelmed just reading through this lengthy list of equipment modules, let alone facing an opponent 3 times his combat strength. Calculating combat strengths based on available data, seeking viable tactical recommendations. The unexpected surprise reignited Yu Xiao's hope. He hadn't anticipated the newly installed AI could even provide tactical guidance. With a viable plan, Yu Xiao believed he had a chance to overcome the odds. Tactical recommendation, retreat. Put. Yu Xiao nearly sprayed a mouthful of coolant onto the metal wall. What kind of tactical advice was this? If even this cutting-edge AI recommended retreat, then this battle was a foregone conclusion, utterly one-sided, with virtually no chance of turning the tide. Facing a powerful monster, Xingtian might still pull off a victory with an unconventional strategy. But against a mech piloted by another human, he couldn't rely on clever tricks to gain an advantage. Yet the current situation demanded he wait a full minute for the decryption before even retreating. As Yu Xiao frantically pondered how to confront this formidable foe, he heard heavy footsteps approaching from outside the hangar. Beep. As the sound of authentication echoed, the gate that had once barred Xingtian from the outside world suddenly swung open. A figure towering nearly a third taller than Xingtian appeared before Yu Xiao, like a looming mountain completely blocking his only escape route. A first-generation mech capable of autonomous action. How interesting. Cobra raised his gun barrel toward Xingtian. Chapter 20, Upgrade Materials. From the moment Yu Xiao first laid eyes on Cobra, he knew he stood no chance in a direct confrontation. His AI had already run the numbers. With Xingtian's current equipment modules, there was zero chance of even piercing the opponent's armor. Even if Yu Xiao used the hardening skill to reinforce Xingtian's wrist blades for combat, he would be eliminated before making contact. The reinforcement effect of hardening, inversely proportional to its coverage area. The larger the body section covered, the weaker the effect and the shorter its duration. This meant that once Yu Xiao used hardening to fortify his wrist blades, he could no longer employ the same technique to protect his body. Offense and defense, you can't have both. Thus, Yu Xiao's sole option was to stall. Cobra stood at the doorway, cradling the massive corrosive energy rifle known as Black Blood. The bright exterior light stretched the giant's shadow impossibly long enough to completely envelop Xingtian within its darkness. The Hart brothers had intended to fire directly at Xingtian, dispatching him cleanly and efficiently. But Xingtian's movements forced them to abandon that plan. Damn it! He's still connected to the charging cables from other power plants. Xingtian deliberately exposed the cables at his waist to Cobra, warning him against rash action. In truth, if Yu Xiao overloaded just 2/3 of the remaining power units, Silent Graveyard would instantly be plunged into darkness. He could do it anytime he wanted. Yet the next second, a live feed projected onto Cobra's chest. I thought this girl was remotely controlling you, but now it seems that's not the case at all. In the frame, Scorpion covered Bai Ying's mouth with one hand while pressing a dagger against her throat with the other. I don't know what kind of madness has possessed you, AI, but I assume all this is for this girl, right? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Scorpion plunged the dagger beneath Bai Ying's skin. Bright red blood immediately began flowing from the tip of the blade. You have 30 seconds. Keep your hands where I can see them, and I'll start pulling out every single cable attached to you, one by one. The clock starts now. As Scorpion began counting down, the dagger in her hand slowly began slicing horizontally across Bai Ying's throat. Xiao knew he had no choice. He could only do as Scorpion commanded, place his hands where Cobra could see them and remove each of his chips one by one. Yet he understood all too well, the moment he lost every last chip, Cobra standing by the door would pull the trigger without hesitation. One by one, the fluorescent cables detached from Xingtian's body. Even through the screen, Xiao could sense Scorpion's smirk on the other side of the lens. Xiao focused almost all his attention on the system's countdown panel, watching as the numbers shifted from tens to single digits. 3. Xiao slowly reached his hand toward the area behind Xingtian's spine. It was the highest powered cable among all the charging lines, and the only one directly connected to the power supply for the core area of the silent graveyard. He deliberately saved this wire for last, to prevent the enemy from sacrificing some power generators to save Xingtian's life. 2. Xingtian's massive alloy palm had already seized the final cable. Now, Xiao need only give it a slight twist, and his connection to this power generator would be severed instantly. 1. Proceed. Poison Scorpion issued the command to Cobra right in front of Xingtian, for she had clearly seen him twist his wrist and pull out the final cable. Snap. But at that very moment, a deafening explosion erupted from Cobra's end, followed by the entire feed violently shaking and abruptly cutting out. The smile froze on Scorpion's face. What the hell just happened? On the other end of the communicator, he could hear the Hart brothers now screaming in bone-chilling agony. The door, the door. After older brother Rain managed to force out those two words, the voice communication cut off completely. Inside Hangar 4, Xingtian gripped the freshly severed cable in his hand as he strode toward Cobra. What Xiao had been counting down earlier wasn't the countdown left by the Scorpion, but the decryption countdown he'd been waiting for all along. Now, control of Hangar 4 had been transferred to Xiao. His first move was to forcefully shut the hangar doors. Ever since the other party opened them, they'd been standing between the doors, gun pointed at him. If Xingtian and Cobra were in entirely different leagues in terms of combat prowess, then Cobra's anti-energy light armor and giant force alloy were in entirely different leagues as well. The standard configuration of third-generation decisive battle standardized mechs featured molecular-level shape memory alloy armor, offering exceptional performance against physical impacts. But Cobra's specialized modifications were clearly not intended for monster combat. They were specifically engineered to counter other mechs. To achieve superior maneuverability over other mechs, Cobra sacrificed the balanced factory armor for anti-energy light armor capable of effectively countering various mech firepower. It was precisely this weakness that Xiao exploited, deciding to launch a direct physical assault on Cobra using the hangar's heavy-duty metal doors. Had Cobra been a standard third-generation decisive battle mech, Xiao would have feared the secondary heavy metal couldn't restrain it. Clang! Another support pillar sprang from the Cobra's frame. Now it resembled a walnut trapped between pincers, ready to shatter at any moment. What are you doing? Colossal pressure surged like a tsunami from both sides of Cobra's frame, making the Hart brothers feel as if their internal organs were about to burst out of their bodies. I must say, your anti-hacking defenses are truly top-notch. Xiao had been attempting a network intrusion since first detecting Cobra, only to discover that fully cracking this mech would require a staggering 400+ hours. The Hart brothers couldn't hear this remark, as Xingtian's suit lacked any audio broadcast system. But Xiao was thoroughly enjoying himself. He waved the charging cable in front of the Cobra, then in the next instant, he shoved it directly into the interface beneath the Cobra's waist armor. Let me take a backdoor, will ya? Though Cobra's anti-hacking defenses were formidable, once Xiao bypassed the firewall and accessed the port, he could instantly infiltrate its network. Most of Silent Graveyard's programs were on Cobra's firewall whitelist. Therefore, Xiao only needed to embed his hacking program into the charging cable to easily disguise himself as a whitelist user, bypassing the firewall and infiltrating the system directly. Warning, neural sync forcibly disconnected. As the system alert concluded, the Hart brothers completely lost control of the Cobra mech. Chapter 21, The Hero Arrives. The moment the Hart brothers lost control, Xiao immediately released the pressure on Cobra. This was a precious third-generation mech. If it got crushed, where would they find replacement parts for Xingtian's upgrades? I suggest you come out on your own. The two brothers, who had just climbed out of the cockpit, immediately saw the holographic message floating inside the cabin. You son of a, don't even think about it. The elder brother, Rain, hurled his helmet directly at the message display. When had these brothers ever taken such a silent loss? They were the ones who always stole others' mechs. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Yu Xiao had no intention of further persuasion, preparing to resort to force. The cobra extended its massive hand, ripping open the armor shielding the cockpit, and flicked its fingers toward the brothers. Whether the brothers got flicked to death wasn't Yu Xiao's concern after all. They and Scorpion were clearly cold-blooded killers. As two agonized screams faded from Xingtian's receiver, the two mechs charged straight toward the interior of the high wall. Stop them! Inside the combat command center, an officer in ornate military attire bellowed into the communicator. Should we engage both? Many hesitated to fire on the Cobra piloted by the Hart brothers, fearing retaliation if they accidentally damaged the prized mech. Take them both down. The Cobra isn't our mech anymore. This was the intelligence his immediate superior, Scorpion, had just relayed to him. In an instant, every automated cannon on the high wall locked onto the two rapidly advancing mechs. Fire! At the command, dozens of blinding energy pulses erupted from the wall, raining down like a meteor shower upon the two mechs controlled by Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao immediately maneuvered Xingtian to take cover behind the Cobra, then swiftly had it retrieve the black blood corrosive energy rifle slung across its back. Thud! 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 Countless beams struck Cobra's anti-energy armor, like stones hitting water, sending out concentric shockwaves. Yet not a single pulse inflicted any real damage on Cobra. Cobra's armor was designed to defend against man-made weapons. My turn. Yu Xiao eagerly took control of the Cobra. The performance of this third-generation mecha felt like cheating to him, and he'd been itching to get started. A jet of black energy erupted from the Cobra's barrel, like a dark sun, slamming directly into the 70-meter-high wall. The seemingly impenetrable wall instantly melted open, a gaping hole gaping in its place. Black smoke billowed from the shattered bricks and debris, while over a dozen automated cannons, still charging, were instantly vaporized. Now that was the kind of firepower a mech should have. Yu Xiao never imagined the energy corrosion of the black blood rifle could be this extreme. Even a wall reinforced with inferior giant force metal melted away in an instant. Bang! 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 Yu Xiao commanded Cobra to unleash continuous fire without hesitation. 3 black energy projectiles struck the wall's 3 densest firing positions. Within a minute, the wall's defensive firepower was virtually annihilated. Retreat! Everyone fall back to the underground shelter. The commander frantically issued his final order, then was the first to bolt from the command post, abandoning all dignity as he jostled with the crowd toward the nearest shelter. Maximum 4 consecutive shots. Cobra detached the massive chemical canister beneath the barrel, and white smoke, hot enough to burn, began billowing from the muzzle. The ammunition for the black blood corrosive energy rifle was specially formulated. Its core principle involved storing the chemical agents required for the energy projectile within a reservoir. Through the rifle's intricate internal mechanisms, it created the precise reaction environment needed. Combined with the high pressure and temperature within the barrel, this allowed it to fire an energy projectile capable of instantly melting its target. However, the rifle's flaws were equally glaring. First, after swapping out a storage canister, the rifle required a full 30 seconds of reaction preparation time before it could fire again. Second, the Cobra's waste ammunition bay can only hold a maximum of 4 storage canisters at a time. Compared to other mechs, this ammunition capacity is practically non-existent. Yet for the resistance Yu Xiao now faced, 4 shots would suffice. The 2 mechs passed through the gap in the high wall, one in front and one behind, heading straight for the tower where the white figure stood. Halt! When Xingtian's massive crimson eye illuminated the reception hall on the tower's top floor, Uncle Gao truly realized for the first time that he had miscalculated. Sizzle! Xingtian ripped the tower's roof off, flinging the helicopter landing pad aside like discarded trash. I said stop. At that moment, all the exoskeleton warriors had positioned themselves in front of Uncle Gao, their energy rifles trained on Xingtian's single eye. Only Uncle Gao remained, his gun pressed against the white figure's head. Yu Xiao genuinely wanted to laugh. He couldn't fathom why this group believed their energy rifles posed any threat to a mech dozens of meters tall. The scene was as absurd as cavemen brandishing bows to threaten a tank. Even if you could pierce my armor with that gun, it would only leave a trivial pinhole in my armor. Uncle Gao's only bargaining chip now was Bai Ying. Xingtian halted, not for any other reason, but to see what demands Uncle Gao could possibly make after witnessing the silent graveyard reduced to this state. So you can understand human speech. Though Yu Xiao remained motionless, Uncle Gao's body still trembled uncontrollably. He was both terrified and furious. The damage you've inflicted is immeasurable. If you want her to live, fire your power core at yourself right now. Uncle Gao felt he'd never shouted so loudly in his life. Yet the louder he yelled, the more his body shook. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The white figure laughed a maniacal, unrestrained laugh, as if she wasn't the one being held at gunpoint. What are you laughing at? The white figure's laughter felt like a knife, stabbing deep into Uncle Gao's wildly beating heart. I asked you, what are you laughing at? Coward. Bai Ying spat out the 3 words, enunciating each syllable with deliberate force. Xingtian's shoulder armor suddenly began to deform, revealing 2 rows of small-caliber cannons before everyone's eyes. Boom! 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 Bullets rained down on the guards in front of Uncle Gao, instantly pulverizing the exoskeleton soldiers who hadn't reacted in time. Only a handful of individuals, upon seeing the cannons rise, chose to exploit the exoskeleton's formidable mobility and escape directly from the outer wall of the tower. Within mere seconds, the elegant reception hall was reduced to a chaotic mess by the hail of bullets. Don't come near me! Terrified, Uncle Gao had already dropped his gun and thrown himself to the ground. Now, he stared at the white figure approaching him with eyes that seemed to see a madman. Our business isn't finished yet. Chapter 22, Numerical Advantage. The last image reflected in Uncle Gao's pupils was the white figure's foot kicking toward his head. Then, like dragging a dead prey, the white figure yanked Uncle Gao by the calf and hauled him into Xingtian's cockpit. Snap! With no ropes available inside the cabin to restrain Uncle Gao, Bai Ying resorted to the simplest method to limit his movements upon waking, breaking his bones. The sharp cracks of snapping bones sent a chill down Yu Xiao's spine. Compared to simply blowing him to bits with bullets, this method of torture seemed even more terrifying to him. What are you planning to do with him? Take him to some remote mountain wilderness for interrogation. If he doesn't cooperate, dislocate his arms and legs, then bury him right there. Bai Ying delivered this with such casualness that Yu Xiao almost thought she was describing something as mundane as going home to kill a fish. You're not going to ask why I'm not bringing him back to base, are you? Of course not. Yu Xiao understood the reasons all too well. Then let's move out now. Bai Ying wiped the blood from her face and returned to the control console, initiating neural synchronization with Xingtian. Neural sync successful, current sync rate, 97%. Yu Xiao finally exhaled in relief. Operating 2 mechs simultaneously was pushing his machine brain to overload, not because he couldn't handle it, but simply because his processing memory was insufficient. Once his mecha soul level increased, this problem would be solved. But the method for raising the mecha soul rank was rather abstract. According to the system, it involved making living beings either revere or fear the mecha. In short, either make Xingtian worthy of universal respect, or turn Xingtian into the embodiment of terror. So why was Xingtian's machine's soul level still stuck at 1, despite his legendary status? Before Yu Xiao could ponder this further, the system's alert sounded once more. Behind you! 4 missiles trailing fiery tails spiraled straight toward Xingtian, who hadn't even turned around yet. In the critical moment, Yu Xiao decisively shifted primary control to Cobra, leaving Bai Ying to handle Xingtian alone. Boom! A thick plume of smoke billowed from Cobra's arm. He had taken the hit for Xingtian. An AI won't block attacks for other mechs. Beyond the high wall, a massive purple-painted mecha retracted its shoulder missile launchers and slowly approached Xingtian and Cobra. Mecha designation, Demon Scorpion. Model, Specialized 3rd Generation Decisive Battle Mech. Pilot, Venom Scorpion. Performance, 3rd Generation Variable Frequency Nuclear Powered Armor. Height, 80 meters, weight, 13,600 tons. Equipment modules, Scorpion King Bionic Interaction System, Stinger Corrosive Missiles, Claw Thermal Acceleration Cannons, Enhanced Molecular Memory Armor, Scorpion Tail Combination Heavy Metal Chain Blades. Combat Rating, C-Class 5200 points. The vanished Venom Scorpion returns to the battlefield piloting the mightiest mecha of Silent Graveyard. Compared to the Cobra, the Demon Scorpion's armor thickness reached a terrifying 2,000 millimeters. It was like a giant scorpion standing upright, clad in armor. Yu Xiao watched the Cobra's armor dissolving on its arm, his heart bleeding. Who'd have thought a mech recycling yard could possess 2 3rd-generation mechs at once? That's downright extravagant, Bai Ying observed the distant colossus with icy detachment. While Gao Tianji has been generous to our Venom Legion, these 2 mechs don't belong to him. Scorpion leapt over the breached wall and pressed forward. One must repay kindness. He still owes us half a year's wages. Moxie finally halted, both sides now within striking distance. You know your own limitations, right? Venom Scorpion's tone carried a hint of amusement. Leave Cobra and Gao Tianji behind, and I'll let you return to the Black Sky. As for what happens next, that's for your General Chan and Gao Tianji to sort out themselves. Did I ever say I wanted to return to the Black Sky? Clang! The Slayer's wrist blade sprang from Yu Xiao's arm. Ugh, such a pain. That's exactly why I hate disobedient children. The Demon Scorpion assumed a fighting stance. I spared you to avoid hurting Cobra. Looks like the Black Sky will have to foot the repair bill now. Then we'll see if you live to see that day. Bang! This time, Yu Xiao acted before Bai Ying. He fired the first shot with Cobra's Black Blood Energy Corrosion Rifle. Countless chemical compounds fused within the barrel, ultimately transforming into a black energy mass under intense heat as it blasted from Cobra's muzzle. Almost the instant Cobra pulled the trigger, Moxie completed target acquisition on both mechs, launching 4 corrosive missiles at each. Yu Xiao knew full well the destructive power of these missiles. This corrosion could even penetrate Cobra's anti-energy armor. If Xingtian were hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom! Cobra charged straight at Scorpion, taking the missile assault head-on. Though this would further corrode his armor, the damage was acceptable as long as he could close in for melee combat. Xingtian immediately assumed a defensive stance to shield the cockpit, taking a direct hit from 4 corrosive missiles. Why aren't you going to rescue that little girl now? The Scorpion was already on the move. Earlier, the Venom Scorpion had attempted to sidestep Cobra's energy attack, but the passing energy still melted a large hole in its shoulder. Warning: full body armor damage at 36%. Xiao ignored the question entirely. Cobra's power core output had surged to its peak. He rapidly emptied the rifle's remaining ammunition before slinging it back onto his back. 2 black wrist blades sprang from beneath Cobra's armored forearms. As both sides closed the distance, neither ceased unleashing a torrent of fire upon the other. Clang! Just as Cobra's chemical wrist blade lunged toward Scorpion's head, a silver chain blade suddenly coiled around the blade, locking it mid-air. The next instant, Scorpion's massive palm slammed into Cobra's shoulder armor, clamping down on his articulated joint with deadly force. Goodbye. With the Scorpion's farewell, the other arm began to transform. Layers of heavy armor folded back, revealing the giant claw thermal accelerator cannon concealed at the wrist, now pressed against Cobra's power core. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening explosions erupted from the poisoned Scorpion's hand, while the Cobra seized the moment to slash at the demon Scorpion's chest with its newly freed wrist blade. The black blade instantly sliced through the demon Scorpion's thick armor, tracing a perfect arc as it emerged from the opposite side, trailing a trail of electric sparks. Surviving a corrosive missile. The demon Scorpion instinctively backed away from the Cobra, its 3 pairs of black eyes fixed on Xingtian emerging from the thick smoke. In truth, when Xiao temporarily left Bai Ying to control Xingtian alone, he had simultaneously granted her full access to the hardening skill. In Xiao's view, Bai Ying's trust in Xingtian was one of his few redeeming qualities, saving him the trouble of devising a plausible explanation. During the missile strike just moments ago, Bai Ying had utilized hardening to reinforce the localized armor directly exposed to the missile, thereby minimizing the damage sustained. You seem to have forgotten we're 2 against 1, right? Chapter 23, The Fatal Blow. Xingtian's cannons couldn't inflict any real damage on the demon Scorpion. Its enhanced molecular memory armor could self-repair in under a second. However, the explosions and shockwaves from the cannons themselves disrupted the Scorpion's movements. To the Scorpion, Xingtian was like a child throwing pebbles at it, harmless but incredibly annoying. Bang! 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 Xingtian charged toward the demon Scorpion while firing wildly. Shell after shell exploded relentlessly against the Scorpion's armor, while the venomous Scorpion pilot inside the cockpit was repeatedly knocked back by the cannon's shockwaves. Though the old-style cannons lacked raw power, they compensated with high ammunition capacity and ample reserves. Only when Xingtian's barrel overheated to the brink of failure did the demon Scorpion seize its chance, deploying the missile launchers concealed beneath its shoulder armor. But just then, Cobra launched another assault, this time closing the distance entirely, retracting his wrist blades to engage the demon Scorpion at point-blank range. The Venom Scorpion was utterly unprepared for such a reckless assault. As Cobra slammed straight into Moxie's frame, 8 corrosive missiles erupted from their launchers. Boom! Purple flames erupted in the narrow gap between the 2 mechs, corrosive chemicals capable of dissolving alloys raining down on their armor. Inside the cockpit, poisoned Scorpion frantically clawed at his body. Even with neural synchronization protection activated instantly, he still felt the excruciating pain of skin rotting away in the residual sensation. Warning: full body armor damage at 71%. Xiao might not feel the physical pain, but his heart was shattered into 1,000 pieces. These were my upgrade materials. You won't walk out of here alive today. The fury boiling within poisoned Scorpion had reached an uncontrollable peak. She hadn't lost her composure like this in ages. The next second, the demon Scorpion lunged toward the Cobra, swinging her iron fist. Even as the demon Scorpion's fist hung mid-air, Xiao had already calculated the terrifying force contained within it. He chose to meet it head-on with both hands. Thud! The collision between the 2 giants instantly unleashed a violent shockwave, sending debris flying from every surrounding building. Warning: wrist armor damaged by 27%. Had Xiao not braced with both hands, that punch would have likely shattered Cobra's arm. Die! Rage consumed Scorpion's mind entirely. She no longer cared whether Cobra could be fully recovered. As another iron fist slammed into Cobra's shoulder, Xiao was sent crashing to one knee. Warning: shoulder armor destroyed. Simultaneously, a massive silver chain blade erupted from the Scorpion's back, slashing straight toward Cobra's head. In the critical moment, Cobra's chemical wrist blades suddenly deployed, catching the chainsword's tip mere meters from his head. Black corrosive fluid dripped continuously from the chemical wrist blade's edge, melting the anti-energy armor on Cobra's leg. Your venom can't corrode pure Goliath metal. Snap! Warning: Venom Fong chemical wrist blade damaged by 37%. Xiao clearly heard the sound of metal shattering. He could see spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the wrist blade, with black metal fragments continuously falling off. Let him go. Just as the scorpion demon's scorpion tail chain soared close to within mere meters of the cobra's head, Xingtian swung his massive black slayer blade, charging straight at the scorpion demon's head. Too naive. In the blink of an eye, Xiao watched the chain sword raised above his head snap clean in two, revealing rows of razor-sharp saw teeth like shark's teeth. The scorpion tail chain sword split cleanly in two. The severed chain blade swung directly toward Xingtian's wrist blade. Clang! A crisp shattering sound echoed through the crumbling ruins. The poisoned scorpion stared in disbelief as the severed scorpion tail danced mid-air, silver shards scattering like a dazzling Milky Way. The next second, the black blade pierced straight through the cockpit of the demon scorpion's head, blocking the path before the venom scorpion's diminutive form. This time, the hardening was activated by Xiao. I surrender. The severed half of the scorpion's tail retracted behind its back, and the fist pressing down on the cobra slowly raised toward the sky. Against any other opponent, the poisoned scorpion might have considered a sneak attack at this moment. But the opponent was Bai Ying, a reckless, fearless girl. The poisoned scorpion had every reason to believe that even if it now used the other half of its tail to pierce Xingtian's cockpit, Bai Ying would be unable to withdraw her hand to defend. Instead, she would seize every last chance to swing her massive blade and cleave poisoned scorpion clean in two. But as long as poisoned scorpion remained in the cockpit, she still held hope of finding another way to turn the tide. For the demon scorpion was a specially modified bio-authenticated mech, no iron pilot but her could ever pilot it. Even if she severed the neural link, Bai Ying had no means to transport the demon scorpion back to the dark azure sky in the short term. By the time the black skybase reacted, her reinforcements would already be en route. Disable your network security firewall and open all connection ports. These were the words Xiao had Bai Ying deliver. The opportunity had arrived. Got it. Poison Scorpion agreed readily. The biological authentication for the demon scorpion's body was engraved at the system's core. This custom system was also the only one the demon scorpion could run, meaning this mech was permanently bound to the venom scorpion herself. No matter how advanced Bai Ying and Xingtian's technical methods were, they could never seize the scorpion's fundamental control over the Masya mech. This technology was unique, tied to a secret of Scorpion herself. To her knowledge, no other mech besides Scorpions utilized the same system. Now, all she needed was patience to wait for her opponent to walk into this trap, allowing her to execute a last-minute counterattack. A puppet that breaks free from its strings at the critical moment is the most deadly. Network intrusion in progress. Detecting suspicious anomalous fluctuations. Xiao frowned. At this moment, he was traversing the demon scorpion system as a torrent of data, seeing nothing but code suspended in a blue space. Could there be anomalies that even black tech can't handle? Floating in mid-air, Xiao decided to follow the system's indicated direction. As Xiao delved deeper into the scorpion system core, he noticed the code swirling around him growing increasingly bizarre. A properly functioning program should have code that is concise, efficient, and correctly recognized by the system. In other words, when humans write code, they are creating a language that systems and machines can understand, because these characters are not meant for human recognition. Yet the code around Xiao grew increasingly bloated, each segment crammed with meaningless characters as absurd as someone writing a diary in the comments alongside the code. This content served no purpose other than to burden the processor. It wasn't until Xiao continued flying deeper into the lower layers that he caught a glimpse of something that shocked even him, a machine soul. Amidst a lengthy, unbroken string of instructions, a segment of text stood out marked in red. Sister, I want to go home. Chapter 24, Machine Soul Synchronization. Xiao felt his heart skip a beat. Has the Scorpion system become sentient? He could feel an intense pull emanating from the depths of the data space of Vortex he, as a machine soul, couldn't resist. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao decided to descend further. The surrounding environment began to shift. The once orderly blue gradually transformed into a deep crimson, while line after line of verbose code floated like corpses in the cramped space. What on earth is this place? Body, no sensation. I am not a machine, I am not. Sister is in danger. I must fight. Sister, why are you just watching? Amidst these commands classified as junk by the system, Xiao saw the struggle of a human mind. Messages like these had nearly filled the entire deep space. After another period of descent, Xiao finally reached the lowest level. Here, he witnessed the source of all this absurdity. A frail form lay there, charred skin flaking away like ash swirling around her. The girl herself remained motionless, like a statue. Xiao slowly approached the girl, sifting through the surrounding clutter of information. Only when he was a step away did he notice a faint glow still flickering within her. That white glow resembled a flame flickering in the wind, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Damaged machine soul detected. Proceed with absorption? The moment this system prompt appeared, Xiao's outstretched hand froze mid-air. Wait, a damaged machine soul? Had he seen correctly? Could this girl be another time traveler? This sudden system notification unleashed a hurricane within Xiao's mind. Gazing at the faint flickering light before him, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within Xiao's heart. It was precisely this sorrow that ultimately drove his decision. Machine soul absorption in progress. The white flame, like an ethereal starlight, pierced straight through the girl's stone-like body and slowly drifted into Yu Xiao's heart. Instantly, a warm current swept through all of Yu Xiao's senses. He felt as though he, transformed into a torrent of data, had become a little more powerful. Acquired new machine soul ability, machine soul synchronization. Mecha soul synchronization breaks through the barrier of reality for a limited time, imbuing the mecha with mecha soul power to temporarily push its performance beyond theoretical limits. Just as Yu Xiao had anticipated, he had indeed gained a peculiar new skill. Detected abnormal fluctuations eliminated. Invasion complete. Ejecting mecha soul. Before Yu Xiao could ponder further, he watched the girl's original form disintegrate into countless scattered ashes vanishing into the air. The surrounding dark red lower-level space also reverted to its original blue hue. The next instant, Yu Xiao's primary consciousness returned to the Cobra's mecha. Warning, neural synchronization forcibly disconnected. The scorpion screamed out in shock. This can't be. Watching the holographic synchronization panel extinguish before his eyes, Scorpion instinctively froze in place. She couldn't possibly be forcibly disconnected from neural synchronization by the system. The Scorpion was a mecha only she could pilot. Even if an intruder had breached the system and issued the disconnection command, the final confirmation step required her explicit consent. Yet now, this mecha was no longer under her control. Perhaps it never would again. What the hell did you do to the Scorpion? Venom Scorpion had no time to consider countermeasures. The sole thought consuming her mind demanded a clear explanation. Facing two mechs, losing control of the Scorpion meant losing any chance of resistance. You opened all the connection ports yourself. What do you mean, what did we do? The white figure watched the disbelief on her face, finding it increasingly amusing. Or did you hide some secret, planning a last-ditch counterattack? You have 30 seconds. Get into the escape pod and leave the Scorpion now, or you'll be thrown out. The timer starts now. Hearing Bai Ying mimic his own earlier tone to threaten him, Poison Scorpion instinctively clenched his fists tightly. But as Scorpion himself had said, one must assess the situation and be flexible. After just a second's hesitation, Poison Scorpion swiftly climbed into the escape pod and initiated the departure sequence. Survival mattered above all else. Escape pod deployed. Remaining escape pods, 0. A mech designed for dual pilot operation, yet equipped with only one cockpit and a single escape pod. Is this due to the mech soul? Yu Xiao watched the escape pod soar toward the distant plains, a deep sense of confusion rising within him. He could feel the fragmented mecha soul he had absorbed earlier had completely fused with him, yet he still couldn't understand why this soul was in such a state. What exactly did she do to the mecha soul? Any unexpected issues? As if sensing Yu Xiao's unease, the white figure spoke directly into the empty cockpit. Nothing critical. We can analyze it once we return to base. Yu Xiao didn't wish to linger any longer in the silent graveyard. Let's depart now and find a secluded spot for you to interrogate Gao Tianji. No need. Bai Ying's response caught Yu Xiao off guard. We've secured 2 third-generation mechs now. We should head back to base first to get you upgraded. Better to avoid any more roadblocks popping up. Are you serious? Yu Xiao found it hard to believe such words coming from Bai Ying. Given her temperament, she'd likely be satisfied only after flaying Gao Tianji alive. While I despise Cobra, Scorpion is undeniably a top-tier mecha. I don't want to waste any more time on Gao Tianji. Bai Ying's tone sounded almost like she was convincing herself. We've secured your upgrade parts, and I've avenged Scorpion. That's enough. If Yu Xiao could see himself in a mirror right now, he'd notice an old man's smile plastered across his face. Why aren't you saying anything? Clunk. Seeing Bai Ying's crimson pupils suddenly contract, Yu Xiao nearly suffered cardiac arrest. You're right. We should return to the black sky now to avoid any more mishaps. Though startled by Bai Ying's expression, Yu Xiao regained his composure instantly. Huff. Bai Ying exhaled softly, barely audible to anyone but himself. Then let's move out now. Depart. 3 towering mechs formed a line, marching in perfect formation toward the coast beyond the high wall. As the sound of the sea once again reached Yu Xiao's ears, he glanced back at the desolate, silent graveyard. This place held neither the silence he had imagined nor the graveyard meant to rest the mech's souls. The damp sea breeze swept over the 3 battle-scarred mechs. Yu Xiao suddenly shifted his gaze back to the boundless expanse of the ocean. The wind direction has changed. Chapter 25, Nightmare at Sea. This time, the white figure didn't curse Yu Xiao for joking. Even she could sense it, that turbulent wind raging across the sea. Multiple unidentified hostile mechs detected. System analyzing. As the Crimson System alerts simultaneously flashed across the cockpits of all 3 mechs, Yu Xiao was already primed for battle. He could distinctly feel the shallow sandbar beneath his feet trembling. Swish! Out of the dark sea, several shark fins over 10 meters long suddenly surfaced. Like razor blades, they sliced through the inky water, swimming at high speed toward the silent graveyard. Simultaneously, dozens of massive red dots instantly appeared on Xingtian's radar. Are those demon sharks? Bai Ying immediately maneuvered Xingtian into a combat stance, her eyes fixed intently on the leading fins. Though she hadn't trained at Iron Pilot Academy, Bai Ying knew every detail about mechs and monsters by heart. She'd been a die-hard mech enthusiast since childhood. And the demon shark was one of the first monsters she ever memorized. Back in the era when first-generation mechs fought bloody battles, the demon shark ranked among humanity's primary threats. Most measured between 50 and 60 meters in length, with weights fluctuating between 7,000 and 8,500 tons. The demon shark stands as the most formidable foe for mechs due to its unmatched agility in the ocean and its tendency to operate in packs. Unlike most modern bipedal amphibious monsters, the demon shark is quintessentially aquatic. Yet its streamlined body and elongated tail grant it terrifying speed through the water. If a mech's mobility in the open ocean is like a cargo ship, then the demon shark is a speedboat equipped with rocket thrusters. Though the demon shark never attacked cities on land, a decade ago, they rendered the planet's shipping lanes completely impassable. With humanity's relentless advancements in warfare technology, the demon shark gradually faded from public awareness. A decade later, people had every reason to believe that a new generation of even more threatening monsters had completely replaced the demon shark. Yet now, they have reappeared like ghosts. 5 kilometers. 4 kilometers. System analysis encountered unknown error. Cause, multiple identification signals detected from enemy unit. No, they couldn't possibly come ashore to attack. That would be suicide. Bai Ying immediately dismissed his own thought. They're not monsters. At that moment, Xiao finally voiced his assessment. As a demon shark swam beneath the giant searchlight of the demon scorpion, Xiao clearly saw a flash of blue metallic sheen. 2 kilometers. Boom! A blue mech leapt out of the water, sending a towering wave dozens of meters high crashing over the shore. Roar! A distorted roar, distorted with electronic static, seemed to echo like the most frenzied scream from the depths of the dark cosmos. What the hell is that thing? Bai Ying could feel her heart pounding so hard it threatened to burst from her chest. Her body trembled as her instincts screamed this was no creature born of this planet. It was a shattered head where the cockpit should have been, a mass of brown flesh now filled the void. Upon closer inspection, 7 asymmetrical eyeballs protruded from the fleshy walls. Below, the machine's body oozed green pus. Between every armor plate, muscles pulsed as if breathing, twisting like vines around rusting support pillars that propped up the frame that should have collapsed long ago. Even more grotesque was the fine layer of scales covering the armor's surface. This machine, once a fearless warrior designed for upright movement, now had every joint filled with writhing cartilage. It had become a monstrosity capable of inverting its joints, crawling on all fours across the ground. And behind this mech, a 10-meter-long fish fin and a massive, 30-meter-long tail. Every inch of this monstrous aberration screamed discord and incongruity. Open the error report details and list all relevant identification information. Xiao commanded the system without hesitation. Mech designation, Blue Eagle destroyed. Model, standard second-generation Defender mech. Pilots, Maki Elton deceased, Philip Joyce deceased. Performance, second-generation nuclear-powered armor, height 70 meters, weight 11,000 tons. Equipment modules, Spark 1.0 AI system, rocket-powered jet fists, shock-resistant plastic muscle units, 700mm shoulder-mounted armor-piercing heavy cannon. Combat rating, D-Class 2200 points. Second-generation mech. Before Xiao could finish his surprise, the system listed another set of information. Monster name, Demon Shark. Monster type, Type 1. Energy level, 2. Monster rating, Strength 5, Agility 8, Defense 4. Roar. One after another, the mechs followed Blue Eagle as they burst through the water's surface, their chilling roars echoing in succession. They emerged from the darkest depths of the ocean abyss, monsters that should never have seen the light of day. Open fire. Xiao knew battle was their only option now. Bang! 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 The shoulder armor of the Scorpion began to deform, and 8 missile launchers simultaneously erupted in bright flames. Cobra instantly drew the massive energy rifle strapped to his back and fired 2 shots at the Blue Eagle standing at the front. All 8 chemical missiles struck the heads of the monster mechs without exception, instantly exploding into a spray of green pus and metal shards reeking of the sea. Blue Eagle, positioned at the very front of the monster mechs, suddenly sidestepped, letting the black energy projectile graze past him. The next second, 2 black energy blasts instantly melted a monster mech covered in seaweed. Watch out! Blue Eagle's mobility is on a whole different level now. By the time Xiao finished speaking, Blue Eagle had already readjusted his combat stance and charged straight toward the demon scorpion. So fast! Bai Ying had never seen a mech move with such agility. Blue Eagle's running speed had reached an astonishing level, as if it had rendered the immense air resistance completely insignificant. Even from a buffer distance of 2 kilometers, Bai Ying and Xiao could clearly hear the sonic boom generated by Blue Eagle's charge. Just as Xiao prepared to command Cobra for a second volley at Blue Eagle, several cannon shells suddenly exploded against Cobra's damaged armor. Warning, full body armor damage at 77%. They can even fire cannons. Xiao stared at the monster mechs with shattered heads, already preparing their next long-range assault. Fortunately, the Cobra's anti-energy armor provided exceptional resistance against artillery fire. Otherwise, the earlier barrage would likely have caused internal damage to the unit. I'll handle Blue Eagle. You take care of the other monster mechs. Bai Ying piloted the Xingtian straight toward Blue Eagle. Chapter 26, Secondary Mutation. Under the pitch-black night sky, two massive silhouettes, one swift, one slow, were closing in on each other. Xingtian's shoulder-mounted cannon had undergone minor upgrades during its last reconfiguration, allowing it to maintain relative stability on target while the unit was in motion. Cannon locked. Thud. 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 Shell after shell was rammed into the scorching barrel, erupting from the muzzle under intense heat. A relentless barrage of fire streaked past the high-speed Blue Eagle. This charging mech feared neither damage nor pain. In less than 10 seconds, the distance between them had closed to mere inches. Roar! Just as Xingtian raised his wrist blade to strike at Blue Eagle's head, a sudden crack of metal shattered from the opponent's arm. Bai Ying watched in horror as a massive bone claw tore through Blue Eagle's armored hand. 5 micro-fuel booster ports on Blue Eagle's wrists activated at full power in that instant, propelling its attack ahead of Xingtian's. Boom! Warning, head armor damaged 41%. The claw tore off a third of Xingtian's head components, nearly causing Bai Ying to lose Xingtian's visual signal entirely. Xingtian's attack was halted mid-motion as he was knocked back several steps. Before Bai Ying could reposition, Blue Eagle's other rocket-powered fist slammed down from above Xingtian's head. Gah! The razor-sharp Slayer wrist blades barely parried the blow. Bai Ying had no chance to activate, hardening for a counterattack. Blue Eagle's movements were always a split second faster. Yet Blue Eagle showed no intention of granting Bai Ying a moment's respite. Blue Eagle swung his bone claw once more, aiming straight for Xingtian's abdomen. Hardening. Xingtian, hit by the attack, was once again knocked back several steps, while Blue Eagle's bone claw was flung away by the immense recoil. Though Bai Ying temporarily absorbed the blow with localized hardening, the rocket-propelled claws still sent a numbing shock through his abdomen. Meanwhile, Cobra had loaded the final canister of backup ammunition. Even though his energy rifle could incapacitate a monster mech with a single shot, he couldn't withstand their overwhelming numbers. The newly deployed monster mechs would even pick up the half-destroyed remains of their fallen comrades to use as shields against Cobra's fire. The Scorpion fared slightly better than the other two mechs. Though its chemical missile reserves were nearly depleted, its close-quarters combat prowess remained formidable. Roar! As one monster mech leapt high into the air, aiming to deliver a fatal blow from above, a massive steel fist slammed it straight back down to the ground. Facing second-generation mechs averaging 10 meters shorter than itself, the Scorpion stood unshaken like a towering colossus. All the firepower unleashed by the monster mechs was nothing more than a mere scratch to the Scorpion. Before the fallen monster mech could rise, half a shattered scorpion tail pierced straight through its chest. The Scorpion lifted it like a ragdoll, dragging it before its feet. The next instant, the demon Scorpion swung its massive fist, completely mangling the entire monster mech. Die! The demon Scorpion raised both arms, bringing them crashing down on the still-twitching monster mech. Boom! After the deafening explosion, the lower half of the monster mech lay completely shattered, while its upper body twisted like a crushed soda can. Xiao felt as though he'd be running a high fever if he still possessed a physical body. Simultaneously controlling two mechs in combat felt like running a 100-meter dash. Though he had become a tireless machine soul capable of splitting his consciousness, the sheer volume of data exceeding his computational limits left Xiao struggling. Only now did he finally find an opening to support Bai Ying. Boom! 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 Four chemical missiles launched from the Scorpion's shoulders, locking onto the agile Blue Eagle. The next instant, purple flames erupted simultaneously on Blue Eagle's back, arm, and leg. The Blue Eagle, already mid-air, was violently knocked down. Now! The white figure directly controlled Xingtian to charge at the Blue Eagle, who hadn't regained his footing yet, and swung the Slayer wrist blade. A gash 3 meters deep tore across Blue Eagle's chest. The sickening sound of the blade slicing through a mix of metal components and shredded flesh would haunt the white figure forever. Roar! But before Bai Ying could deliver another strike, Blue Eagle lunged forward and clutched Xingtian. Immediately after, Bai Ying heard the sound of Xingtian's internal support column snapping. Knowing its agility advantage was gone, the wounded Blue Eagle aimed to crush Xingtian into a heap of metal fragments. But Bai Ying had underestimated Blue Eagle. Cracks began appearing across Blue Eagle's shoulders and chest, gradually merging into a continuous line. The Blue Eagle's damaged head flew off instantly, replaced by a mutated shark head towering over 10 meters high. Upon this revolting head, Bai Ying found no trace of eyes or other organs. The entire head was nothing but a gaping maw. Roar! This time, the Blue Eagle's screech had transformed into a deafening roar that echoed across the heavens. The hoarse yet thunderous rage sounded like a summoning from hell itself. In that instant, Bai Ying saw the dense rows of razor-sharp teeth within the gaping maw, along with countless writhing flesh buds between the jaws. The next instant, that gaping maw lunged straight for Xingtian. Snap! Countless fangs sank deep into Xingtian's armor, the jaws closing with such force they nearly crushed him entirely. Neural sync protection had activated, signifying the system had classified this pain as lethal grade. The hardening skill covering his entire body couldn't fully withstand Blue Eagle's bite. Xingtian's current state had merely shifted from near total destruction to critical damage. But for the White Shadow, this was sufficient. Inside the cockpit, electric sparks sprayed everywhere amidst red holographic warnings. Fire! At Bai Ying's command, the two cannons squeezed within the monstrous jaws instantly shed their power restrictions, emptying every round stored in their ammunition belts. Explosive flames swelled within the Blue Eagle's massive maw, and the searing heat enough to boil air instantly incinerated every writhing flesh growth. Boom! Explosions rang out in rapid succession, drowning out the Blue Eagle's heart-wrenching roar. Countless splattering chunks of flesh and billowing mucus exploded like fireworks, raining down into the sea like drops of rain, sending up countless splashes. Freed from his bonds, Xingtian raised the Slayer's wrist blade amidst the white figure's furious roar, thrusting it straight toward the Blue Eagle's extinguished power core. Amidst the melodious ring of steel, the Slaughterer''s massive blade pierced through Blue Eagle's body. The white figure's arm surged upward with tremendous force, and the razor-sharp blade cleaved the Blue Eagle clean in two. Chapter 27, Newcomer's Gift Pack. As the scorpion retracted its stinger back into its armored spine, all the monster mechs lay defeated. Cobra's armor damage had reached 89%. All ammunition was depleted, and even the energy rifle's barrel was nearing meltdown from overheating. The scorpion fared slightly better. Thanks to its reinforced heavy armor, its damage was only considered minor. However, it had lost every chemical missile it possessed. Fortunately, its thermal cannon, directly linked to the power core, remained functional for close to medium-range attacks. Xingtian fared worst among the three mechs. Its armor was nearly completely shattered, and the shoulder-mounted cannon had been destroyed in the recent explosion. Aside from its Slaughterer wrist blades and fists, it had lost all other means of attack. Is it over? Xiao felt his mind slipping into confusion. The prolonged, high-intensity dual mech combat had nearly caused his computational memory to overload. Once that happened, he would lose control of the mech within moments. He was at his absolute limit. Had it not been for two third-generation mechs with overwhelming performance, Xiao couldn't even imagine what state Xingtian would be in. Without Red Hurricane, we must return to Black Sky immediately. Bai Ying's words snapped Xiao back to reality. Currently, the Black Sky base was defended by only one specialized second-generation mecha, the Raider. If the monster mechas attacked the base, their relentless, pain-insensitive nature would utterly overwhelm the Raider in every aspect. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered their hopes of escaping. Xiao felt the earth tremble beneath his feet, even distant mountains swaying. The sea, which had just calmed, churned once more. A colossal shadow began to emerge from the depths, like a black hole growing infinitely larger. Detected unknown energy fluctuations, energy level 5. The instant the system alert flashed, Xiao's heart sank to its lowest point. Level 5 meant this unknown colossus could stand against an entire mech army. At this moment, Xiao felt neither fear nor unease confronted with an utterly insurmountable foe. His heart remained unexpectedly still. Was it because he had already died once? Or had that fearless girl influenced him? Xingtian. The white figure suddenly spoke. Xiao lacked the computational resources to generate a holographic image to interact with the white figure, but it didn't seem to matter. Thank you for saving me last time. Xiao felt both amused and exasperated. While it was a pleasant surprise that the white figure would thank him, this clearly wasn't the right time for gratitude. You're afraid you won't get another chance to thank me, aren't you? I've said it before, even if I die, I'll die inside my mecha. The words flowed effortlessly from Bai Ying's lips. Then why didn't you ask the mech if it wanted to die? Bai Ying's eyes widened. She hadn't expected Xingtian to give such a response. Before they even reached the silent graveyard, Xiao had purchased what was called insurance in the system store, the newcomer gift pack. The starter pack had always sat prominently in the first slot of the Mech Soul Mall's promotions section. However, when Xiao first obtained the system, he'd had no time to browse the Mech Soul category, focusing instead on the parts section under the Mech Body category. Xiao couldn't fathom why this system mimicked the pay-to-win mobile games he'd played in his previous life, complete with limited-time offers and weekly promotions tabs. Most puzzling of all, the store lacked a top-up button. What kind of spending were these promotions and discounts even meant to stimulate? Still, in terms of value and content, this newcomer bundle was undeniably a steal. Item name, Newcomer Bundle. Description, a bundle exclusively tailored for new mobile suit pilots. Limited to one purchase per account. Contains, Consciousness Backup 1, Mobile Suit Backup 1. Notes, Consciousness Backup and Mobile Suit Backup activate automatically upon soul death. The strength of the soul and mobile suit at backup will reflect their pre-death state. Upon activation, a new mobile suit will be airdropped to the last safe hangar where the soul underwent maintenance. Price, 0. This is a true insurance policy, a free chance to resurrect Xiao once. While fixed-price consciousness backups and body backups are available in the store, they are far beyond Xiao's current means. Each backup activation deducts evolution points based on the current strength of the mecha soul and mecha. The more powerful they are, the more points are deducted. If the balance is insufficient, the backup will not activate. So even with this insurance, Xiao couldn't recklessly risk his life like Bai Ying. First, the backup could only be used once. Second, the backup would be based on the strength of his mecha soul and mecha right before their deaths. If he used up this backup while he was still so weak, he'd be losing big time. Yet fate rarely unfolds as people hope. Take now, for instance. Escape pod guidance system activating. What are you doing? Bai Ying noticed their synchronization rate with Xingtian plummeting rapidly. I'm saving your ass, of course. Xiao had already resolved to expend this backup, but he couldn't back up the pilot. Trust me, you'll see me again in the azure sky. Escape pod guidance failed. Error cause, chain drive mechanism destroyed. Escape pod unable to reach designated launch position. Bai Ying tried to speak, but Xiao cut him off immediately. Trust me. After Xiao repeated those 3 words once more, Bai Ying finally swallowed the words she had been about to speak. Though the chain mechanism was destroyed, Xiao could resort to a more brutal method, simply tossing the escape pod out using Xingtian's arm. Neural synchronization disconnected. The white figure leapt from the control console and slipped into the escape pod positioned behind the cockpit. Bang! Xingtian tore open his armor once more, seizing the sealed escape pod in his grasp. Bai Ying's hands pressed tightly against the transparent hatch door, her pair of red pupils locked in a stare with Xingtian's massive single eye. As if sensing the figure's tension and unease, Xingtian raised his other hand and gave the figure a thumbs up. Trust me. Even though their neural link had been severed, Bai Ying read those words in Xingtian's gesture. Power core output has reached maximum capacity. The next instant, Xingtian swung his arm, hurling the escape pod away like a javelin. Watching the silver object streak across the sky, nearly breaking the sound barrier, Xiao felt a weight lift from his heart. Too bad my 2 new mechs haven't even had time to warm up. Xiao muttered sarcastically to himself. He knew that once a monster of this caliber appeared, the Watchers Alliance would immediately activate Level 1 alert, all legions mobilized for a joint extermination operation. On Xingtian's energy radar, over a dozen new red dots of varying sizes appeared. Looks like it's going to be a major battle, but before that, I need to hold you guys off first. A massive torrent of data flooded Xiao's body once more, causing his consciousness to boil instantly. All 3 mechs entered overload mode. Bring it on! Chapter 28, The Only Line of Defense. Demon sharks, redback shrimps, hammerhead beasts. More and more level 3 monsters breached the surface from the distant ocean zone, spreading like algae, multiplying endlessly in the water. With his ammunition and supplies exhausted, Xiao had lost all means of ranged attack. He could only control the 3 mechs to engage the monsters in close quarters combat. There are too many. Xiao sensed something amiss. Judging by sheer numbers alone, this assault had already reached the scale of a true monster tide. The monsters gave him no time to think further. As the hammerhead beast let out its first roar into the night sky, the monsters that had already broken through the water simultaneously locked their gaze onto the 3 mechs. This eerily precise coordination sent a chill down Xiao's spine. Swoosh! 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 Raging waves crashed against the rocks on the shallow shore. Almost in the same instant, all the monsters charged toward the position where the mech stood. The entire scene resembled a locust plague sweeping across the land, sending chills down one's spine. The demon scorpion charged first, engaging the monsters in combat. For a 3rd-generation mech, eliminating a level 3 monster was no difficult task. The demon scorpion's arm suddenly transformed, its wrist armor folding outward to reveal 6 miniature turbines. Surge after surge of power instantly surged into the scorpion's fists. As the 60-meter-tall redback shrimp raised its massive claws larger than its own head, the scorpion chose to meet the attack head-on with its fists. Boom! A massive shockwave, powerful enough to warp the air, instantly whipped up waves over 10 meters high across the sea surface. The redback shrimp's seemingly indestructible claws shattered instantly under the scorpion's blow, the entire process as clean and decisive as smashing an egg with a hammer. The severely wounded redback shrimp reeled backward, but before it could take more than a few steps, the demon scorpion's other massive fist swung straight toward its cylindrical head. The redback shrimp didn't even have time to roar before its head was hammered into its flat body like a rivet. Instantly, green blood gushed like a fountain from the cracked body of the redback shrimp, splashing into the sea. But this was only the beginning. Faced with the death of their comrade, the charging beasts showed no sympathy. Instead, they grew even more frenzied. A hammerhead beast trampled the redback shrimp's corpse and charged straight at the demon scorpion. The hammerhead beast was one of the prototype forms of the aggregate beasts Xingtian had witnessed in the dark sky realm. The siege hammer hard head of the aggregate beast was derived from the genes of the level 3 monster, the hammerhead beast. But this time, the hammerhead beast faced not the outdated first-generation mecha Xingtian, but the third-generation mecha demon scorpion. Giant claw thermal cannon activating. As the system alert sounded, the demon scorpion extended its right arm. 5 fingers forged from super alloy retracted backward, revealing the searing cannon muzzle concealed within the wrist joint. Fire! A blazing orange beam struck the hammerhead monster squarely in the head, reducing its hardened skull to a pulpy mess. The headless hammerhead finally halted its charge, tumbling sideways like an out-of-control truck onto the shallow beach near the scorpion. Meanwhile, Cobra had just sliced off a redback shrimp's massive claw with its wrist blade. Though Cobra lacked the scorpion's raw power, its venom-fong chemical wrist blades effortlessly sliced through the skin and bone of any level 3 monster. Standing behind the 2 third-generation mechs, Xingtian continuously reinforced his Slayer wrist blades with the hardening skill, using the razor-sharp edges to slice open the vital points of each monster. Yet barely 3 minutes into the battle, Xiao already felt his computational memory nearing its limit. Moxie was simultaneously entangled by 4 monsters. Even if he swiftly disposed of one, another would immediately pounce. Cobra's situation was even worse. Its armor's inherently low physical resistance, compounded by severe damage from previous battles, had drastically reduced its mobility. As for Xingtian, he was even more passive. The hardening skill had a cooldown interval, forcing this first-generation mech, already pushed to its limits, to engage in evasive maneuvers with the monsters whenever hardening was unavailable. All 3 mechs were currently overloaded, each facing its own complex set of challenges. Synchronize with the mecha soul. Xiao decided to activate the mecha soul skill immediately. His memory was already nearing collapse, so he might as well eliminate more monsters while he still had clarity. 3 blue beams instantly appeared at different points on the 3 mechs. The Moxie's turbo acceleration fist was enhanced, all 6 mini turbos breaking through their rotational limits, doubling the unit's power output. Boom! The enhanced scorpion claimed a monster's life with every punch. The Cobra's enhancement targeted the power units connecting its skeletal framework, fundamentally altering their elasticity and density. Already a lightweight mecha, Cobra moved with even greater agility, evading every attack even when facing multiple monsters. Xingtian's enhancement focused on strengthening the Slayer's wrist blades, allowing him to concentrate on fortifying defenses with hardening to prevent further damage to the unit. One monster after another fell before the 3 valiant mechs, their shallow beach now completely stained green with beast blood. Yet the monsters only multiplied with each kill. Finally, with a sound like a snapped guitar string, Xiao's memory crashed. The machine soul synchronization effect vanished instantly. All 6 mini turbines on the demon scorpion's arms ceased spinning simultaneously. The accumulated waste heat, no longer contained, erupted violently from the armor's joints, billowing plumes of white smoke. Cobra, attempting to evade an attack, plummeted mid-air. When he tried to rise, he discovered every muscle unit was worn to the bone, creaking under the unbearable strain. Xingtian's Slaughterer greatsword failed to sever the redback shrimp's giant claw. The shattered blade spun halfway through the air before plunging straight into the sand. Sleepiness washed over Xiao like a tidal wave, his brain urgently warning him to rest. Xiao knew that if he closed his eyes now, the next time he opened them, he would be in the hangar of the Black Sky. Yet even now, Xiao still hadn't caught sight of the unknown monster with an energy level of 5 on the radar, even though that enormous red dot had filled the entire screen. The earth continued to tremble as howling winds and surging waves relentlessly battered the monsters and mechs on the shallow shore. If this truly is a beast tide, why didn't the Alliance receive an early warning? Xiao forced himself to stay awake, his mind racing. The deep-sea detectors covered the entire ocean. A mass migration of this scale couldn't possibly go undetected. But Xiao had no time left to ponder further. Beasts surged like a tidal wave onto the coast, now stained green with their blood, gradually engulfing the 3 fallen mechs. Chapter 29, Battlefield Medicine. Detecting large friendly aerial units. System identifying. Unit name, Truth. Identification code, OSC-101. Unit type, M2 Legion class transport. Affiliation, Watchers Alliance Omega Research Complex. Just as Xiao braced himself for death, the system alert delivered news he never expected. Boom! 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 Neither the roar of monsters nor the crashing waves could drown out the supersonic blast echoing across the heavens. Friendly mech approaching. Boom! Xiao could sense a massive object plummeting from the sky, its impact point less than 2 kilometers behind him. But he never imagined this was merely the beginning. Increasing vibrations and deafening explosions erupted around Xiao, a symphony woven from steel and artillery fire. Mary, get your team to perform emergency repairs on these 3 mechs. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiao felt 3 separate mechs being dragged ashore by different units. Only when a wave of coolness washed over his entire body did Xiao's consciousness fully return. Someone had manually freed up his memory space. The first image that met Xiao's eyes was a pure white mech crouched over Xingtian's chest. Judging solely by the armor material and body structure, Xiao recognized it as a specialized third-generation decisive battle mech. Just as he wondered why a specialized suit would rest on him instead of clearing the monster, Xiao suddenly saw the suit raise its right arm, which had been blocked moments before. It was a massive mechanical device mounted on the mecha's arm. Its length alone exceeded 20 meters. Wait, what are you doing? Xiao couldn't immediately discern the purpose of this mechanical device, but the pure white mech intended to insert it into Xingtian's body. Xiao instinctively tried to command Xingtian to rise, but he quickly realized the white mech's weight far exceeded Xingtian's. As long as it remained pinned on top, Xingtian couldn't move an inch. Thus, Xiao could only watch helplessly as the white mecha's arm plunged into Xingtian's body. Sizzle! Xiao heard the welding sound emanating from Xingtian's abdomen. He's repairing the mech? This bizarre sight left Xiao speechless for a long moment. In his understanding, any maintenance, upkeep, or modification involving mechs was always conducted inside the hangar. Yet here he was, witnessing firsthand another mech repairing his own body. But isn't this a waste of resources? Installing such a massive mechanical apparatus just to weld parts for other mechs? As it turned out, Xiao was being far too naive. The next second, the white mech withdrew its arm, and the seemingly bulky mechanical apparatus began to transform. Welding gun, electric drill, magnetic converter, condensation spray gun. Xiao now understood, the enemy had essentially deployed an entire toolkit onto the battlefield. Repairing mechs was practically underutilizing this setup, but could probably even take out turrets on the battlefield without breaking a sweat. At the same time, both Mantis and Cobra faced identical situations, making Xiao wonder if this was a mass-produced model. Unfortunately, the system couldn't identify this mech's information. In other words, this type of mech simply didn't exist within the Watchers Alliance's mobile armor core roster. Within a mere 5 minutes, all 3 mechs under Xiao's control received basic repairs, averting their destruction. Despite this, the battle raged on. When Xiao rose again with his 3 mechs, the entire coast had transformed into a hellish battlefield, a sea of corpses and blood. Dozens of monster corpses piled atop one another, forming a vast plain in the shallow waters. The sea breeze, scorched by artillery fire, carried a pungent, fishy stench drifting toward the distant land. Dozens of mechs had forcibly carved out a safe zone with their guns and blades. We can't kill them all. We just can't kill them all. The voice on the public channel belonged to a dark red mech heavily armed with heavy weaponry. Xiao noted its designation lava. Similarly, this mech wasn't recognized by Xiao's system either, but judging by its appearance, its height fell between 2nd and 3rd generation mechs. Damn it! Lava's pilot cursed. Calling truth, target mecha is out of danger. Requesting evacuation with the target. Denied. We must hold back this beast tide. Truth rejected Lava's request. This wasn't our original mission. Lava's voice trembled with frustration, though he directed his rage at the monsters instead. Besides, there's nothing here but these endless beasts. I haven't seen a single level 5 monster. This was also Xiao's question. We're analyzing the detailed energy signal data. Estimated completion in 17 minutes. During this time, you must continue advancing the front lines. The closer you get to the energy source, the more data you'll collect. Roger. Lava remained silent for several seconds before suppressing his urge to curse. Just then, the white mech standing behind Xingtian finally spoke. Your mechs are in critical condition. Cease combat immediately. The broadcast clearly belonged to a woman. We'll handle everything. Remain where you are and wait patiently. No sooner had the woman's words finished echoing than all 3 white mechs marched toward the battlefield ahead. Only then did Xiao notice that each mech was carrying a massive backpack nearly as large as its own body. What the hell are those? No sooner had Xiao voiced his question than the backpacks began rapidly transforming. Each backpack was assembled from dozens of small components, each equipped with an intelligent docking system and independent multi-angle micro-rocket thrusters. Within mere seconds, these components automatically located their corresponding mounting points on the white mechs, becoming integral parts of the armor. Heavy armor, serrated blades, hydraulic thrusters, auxiliary anti-shock units. Xiao watched in astonishment as the 3 angels in white transformed into heavily armored warriors. Not only that, but even the multifunctional mechanical arms which Xiao had assumed were solely for engineering repairs transformed into versatile combined cannons. Sure enough, after the 3 heavily armored angels joined the fray, the entire front line was pushed back from the shore into the shallow sea zone. Warning, multiple high-threat targets approaching. Energy level 4. The system alert had barely flashed when Xiao saw several abnormally tall figures breaching the surface in the offshore zone. Even from thousands of meters away, the blinding light emanating from their bodies was unmistakable. Almost the instant the radar detected level 4 monsters, Lava cranked the broadcast volume to maximum. Cease advance. Chapter 30, today. If this monster wave contained only level 3 monsters, the Mecha Legion currently led by Lava would be fully capable of handling it. But if level 4 monsters joined the fray, the situation would be entirely different. A standard 3rd generation decisive battle mech could handle 3 level 3 monsters simultaneously, while certain specialized 3rd generation mechs could even take on more. Yet a single level 4 monster could take on 3 or more 3rd generation mechs simultaneously. 2 years ago, when the first level 4 monster, the Abomination, landed in the capital of Ulia, everyone was confident that the full deployment of the new Liberty Mech Legion would intercept it in the open sea. Yet no one could have imagined that Abomination would destroy all 5 2nd generation mechs in just 27 minutes. As citizens painted in war paint and holding celebratory banners watched Abomination charge toward the city in its death throes, they finally realized the nightmare had truly arrived. By the time the Watchers Alliance finally killed the Abomination in the Olia Basin, sacrificing 12 mechs in the process, 79 hours had passed since its initial landing. Before its demise, Abomination had razed 7 cities, including Oria's capital, claiming 14 million lives and leaving 22 million wounded. This brutal conflict became known as the Orion Catastrophe, and it was from this moment that voices questioning the Overwatch Alliance began to emerge worldwide. After this battle, humanity began to reassess the monsters, no longer viewing them as mere extremely destructive beasts. The Abomination demonstrated terrifying capabilities far exceeding human expectations, both in strength and intelligence. Today, humanity has developed the more powerful 3rd generation mechs, yet level 4 kaiju remain the most dangerous category among all monsters. They are vicious, cunning, and possess immense destructive power. Mechs evolve, monsters evolve. Thunderbolt, Siren, and Avenger. Lava recognized the 3 colossal beasts from thousands of meters away. Xiao's system instantly provided the relevant information on the 3 monsters. Monster name, Thunderbolt. Monster type, Type 3. Energy level, 4. Monster rating, Strength 8, Agility 8, Defense 7. Monster characteristics, a pure physical type monster resembling a crocodile, its body covered in scales impervious to conventional armor-piercing weapons. Its 35-meter-long tail can flatten a mountain peak with a single swipe. Its limbs are exceptionally robust, with forelimbs matching the size of its head. Its destructive power can shred any material except for super-strength metal within 3 strikes. Whether in water or on land, Thunderclap's agility rivals that of the lightest 3rd generation mechs. Weaknesses, lower jaw, abdomen, spine junction with head. Xuanlei appears only twice in Alliance records. The first instance occurred 3 months after the Hell's Ordeal, when Xuanlei assaulted the Loban Alliance's joint military base in the Boundless Sea, destroying 4 2nd generation mechs before vanishing into the ocean. The second was during the Dorland defense 1 year ago, where it was killed by the 3rd generation mech's Angel of Salvation and Fearless Warrior, assisted by particle impact cannons. Since Thunderbolt vanished after its first attack, the Watchers Alliance has yet to confirm whether the Thunderbolt killed in Dorland City is the same one responsible for the earlier assault. Monster name, Sea Siren. Monster type, Type 3. Energy level, 4. Monster rating, Strength 6, Agility 9, Aquatic 7, Terrestrial, Defense 6. Monster characteristics, the sea serpent's body closely resembles that of a sea snake, but its upper body is broader and more robust than its lower half, featuring a single spine running the entire length of its serpentine form. Its body lacks other organs, possessing only a massive mouth that splits into 4 lobes and 6 tentacles capable of discharging millions of volts. When the sea serpent glows blue, its tentacles release electrical energy and it spews plasma from its mouth. Weaknesses, waist, tail, entire body charged state. The Kraken is a level 4 monster discovered just 1 year ago. It joined the Avengers in attacking the largest port city of the Hein Kingdom. Though the Kraken is highly vulnerable to physical attacks, its abilities prove lethal to all mechs. Energy weapons prove largely ineffective against it, while conventional firepower yields surprisingly good results. During the joint assault with the Avenger, the Golden Gate base lost 4 3rd generation mechs. The Sea Siren was ultimately destroyed by a strategic level missile strike. Monster name, Avenger. Monster type, Type 3. Energy level, 4. Monster rating, Strength 7, Agility 6, Defense 8. Monster characteristics, the Avenger stands bipedal with a human-like torso, entirely encased in a black, hardened shell that grants exceptional physical and energy resistance. The Avenger can extend black bone spines from its shoulders, which serve as ranged attack weapons. Beneath its chest armor lies a special heart that enables the Avenger to spew flames capable of melting subgrade heavy-duty metal. Weaknesses, joints connecting limbs to torso, special heart beneath the carapace. The Avenger emerged alongside the Sea Demon, yet its bodily structure proved the most unique among all monsters. Its armor effectively deflected diverse forms of damage, and its operational logic closely mirrored human-piloted mechs, a trait that caused immense trouble for the Golden Gate base. The Avenger ultimately fell to the 3rd generation mech, Lone Hero. Now, 3 level 4 monsters that once inflicted devastating blows upon humanity have emerged together. Their reappearance shattered humanity's previous consensus that level 4 monsters were unique individuals. Coupled with the seemingly endless tide of monsters, Xiao could almost foresee the fate awaiting everyone present. Machines destroyed, people perished. But for Yu Xiao, this was an opportunity where risk and reward coexisted. If he could stand alone in this crisis and slay at least one level 4 monster, not only would he gain massive evolution points, but he could also force everyone present to reassess Xingtian's true strength, thereby elevating his own machine's soul rank. With this thought, Yu Xiao opened the shop page within the evolution system and stared at his remaining evolution points. 10,000 points. This was the total he'd accumulated by risking his life to slay numerous level 3 monsters during the Beast Tide, combined with his previous remaining points. But this was the absolute maximum he could earn without spending any evolution points. The 3 mechs he controlled were all in dire straits. They stood no chance against level 4 monsters, and even facing redback shrimp posed a risk of being dismantled. In his previous life, Yu Xiao had always been a hoarder. He hoarded his allowance in school, hoarded his salary at work, hoarded supplies during store sales, and hoarded in-game currency when gaming. That's why his friends from his past life nicknamed him Hoarder Mouse. But no matter what Yu Xiao hoarded, it was always to unleash his accumulated strength at the critical moment. If he didn't seize this opportunity, no one could guarantee he'd get another chance. Yu Xiao opened his eyes once more. Today is the day. Exchange successful, thank you for your purchase. Current available evolution points, 0. Chapter 31, Buyer and Tactics. Yu Xiao hadn't purchased any powerful mech components, as 10,000 evolution points were barely enough for a single item. Even if he equipped Xingtian with a powerful weapon, he couldn't guarantee he could withstand the entire Beast Tide with just one piece of gear. So he opted for a more cost-effective item that would remain useful long-term: mobile suit fusion. This item didn't even require delivery, as Xingtian's power core already contained this functionality, it just needed unlocking. Item name, Mech Fusion. Description: unlocks corresponding reactor permissions, enabling the mech to rapidly install components directly through material assimilation. Note, this function can be used to directly absorb other mechs under machine soul control or to absorb components in an unclaimed state. Price, 10,000. On board the Truth, a woman clad in a blue lab coat surveyed the coastline below, illuminated by flickering flames against the night sky. Dr. Yuan, if we don't evacuate Lava and the others now, it'll be too late. Scorpion stood at the command room entrance, her face etched with urgency. Dr. Yuan offered no reply. Her hands rested casually on the lapels of her coat, her sky blue eyes fixed on the holographic digital model being constructed, the system's calculation of the true form of the level 5 monster. Our original mission was only to capture Xingtian. The monster tide can be handled by other mech legions. Scorpion grew increasingly frantic, about to step closer to Dr. Yuan. You're just worried about your magic, Scorpion, aren't you? Dr. Yuan's single sentence froze Scorpion's foot mid-air. Ever since Chris returned from the dark sky, I've noticed his unusual focus on Xingtian. Dr. Yuan didn't turn around. If the object that fell from Eden was truly just space debris, as his report claims, then his explanation doesn't align with Nina's. The Scorpion slowly retracted her foot, cold sweat already soaking through her combat suit. After learning Xingtian was coming to Silent Graveyard for upgrades, Chris preemptively purchased the components reserved for General Chen under Omega's name. He then instructed Gao Tianji to trap Xingtian, awaiting Omega's retrieval. Dr. Yuan finally turned around, smiling at Scorpion. I bet you never expected it wouldn't be Chris who came, but me, right? Thud. Venom Scorpion's body slammed against the alloy wall panel, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. Dr. Yuan, please hear me out. Nothing to explain. You all answer to Omega. The real culprit is Chris, deceiving his superiors and misleading his subordinates. Dr. Yuan casually flicked his dark hair. Besides, I performed your sister's surgery. I know you're worried about her condition. Venom Scorpion finally let out a silent sigh of relief. But you must understand, Dr. Yuan shifted his tone, in the monster's eyes, everyone is their prey. Whether it's Omega or other mecha legions, they all bear the responsibility to stop them at any cost. Staring into Dr. Yuan's deep blue eyes, Scorpion felt as if he'd been plunged into an ice cave. Neither the Truth nor the Truth Guardians will retreat until reinforcements arrive. Dr. Yuan turned away once more, his gaze fixed on the blaze along the coastline that lit up the night sky. If the monsters wish to land, they'll have to step over our dead bodies. On the shore, Lava led all the mechs in steadily contracting their defensive line. He understood the doctor aboard the Truth's mindset, but years of mercenary instincts always made self-preservation his priority when danger struck. Yet when he spotted the 3 level 4 monsters, he knew he wouldn't walk off this beach alive today. All he could do now was contract the front lines and reorganize into a formation with denser firepower. Mary and the other 2 White Angels were positioned at the rear of the formation. The White Angels not only participated in combat but could simultaneously repair damaged mechs during battle, serving as the backbone sustaining the entire squadron's endurance. You should know what Dr. Yuan will order without me saying it. If you want an escape pod, get in now. Soon it'll be too late. Lava halted his advance as the entire formation reached the optimal defensive position. Not a single one of the 13 Truth Defenders activated their escape pod guidance systems. Lava rubbed his dry eyes inside the cockpit. Back when he was a mercenary, his codename had been Lava. Later, when war broke out, he was recruited by Omega. When it came time to name his mech, he chose Lava once more. He'd adopted the alias to conceal his true identity and make it easier for others to remember him. But over the past decade, no one had called him by his real name anymore. Alright, deploy according to the pre-arranged tactics. Prepare for combat with level 4 monsters. Lava cleared his mind of distractions, his eyes fixed intently on the massive silhouette looming over the sea. Roger that. 12 voices responded in perfect unison. Just then, Mary, positioned at the rear of the formation, faintly sensed an odd humming sound behind her. Turning her head, she was startled to find 3 damaged mechs had silently formed a line. The oldest Xingtian stood in the center, flanked by Moxie on its left and Cobra on its right. The next second, a black fluid seeped from Xingtian's power core, a substance Mary had never seen before. In the blink of an eye, this fluid completely enveloped Xingtian. Then, the black fluid spread along Xingtian's arms, creeping onto the bodies of Cobra and Moxie. That peculiar hum emanated from Xingtian's eerie power core. On board the Truth, everyone's attention was temporarily focused on Xingtian. No one knew what he was doing, but it was definitely not a power they had ever seen before. Doctor, should we have Lava and the others interrupt Xingtian? The 8 approached Dr. Yuan with utmost respect. No, it's unnecessary. I believe I now understand why Chris was so fixated on Xingtian. Dr. Yuan narrowed his eyes, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It is no longer the mecha I originally designed. On the shore, Lava had just received Dr. Yuan's order to not interfere. His attention shifted back to the 3 monsters that had reached the coastal waters. Roar! When Xuanlei, the monster at the forefront, let out a bone-chilling roar, all the level 3 monsters charging forward halted in their tracks. An ominous foreboding swirled within Lava's mind. He'd never heard of a monster capable of commanding its own kind. Thunderclap's golden eyes swept past Lava and the heavy armor units flanking him, fixing directly on the 3 white angels. In that instant, it felt as though 2 blazing suns had appeared before Mary's eyes. Roar! Xuanlei let out a second roar. The briefly stalled tide of beasts surged forward once more. Change formation. Lava immediately issued the command. For he saw that the once chaotic tide of beasts had coalesced into several distinct waves, launching a full-scale assault from multiple directions. The beasts were employing tactics. Chapter 32, The Iron Tide. The fusion process was slower than Xiao had imagined. He felt as though his consciousness lay adrift in boundless nothingness, while a mysterious force grafted elements not originally his onto his body. The bodies of the Scorpion and Cobra were now completely engulfed in black fluid, with flickering currents of electricity appearing and disappearing around the 3 machines. The entire process resembled a spider's hunt. The black fluid, like venom secreted by Xingtian, slowly digested the 2 steel bodies, absorbing them into its own form. Watch out! Lava's roar snapped Mary's gaze away from Xingtian. The instant she turned, a dense wave of beasts launched simultaneous attacks from 3 directions. Open fire! Boom! 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 Heavy-duty mechs flanking the formation raised their arms, unleashing a deafening roar from 4 massive 15-meter-long Vulcan cannons. Countless bullets erupted from the spinning barrels, raining down upon the charging horde of beasts. Scorching bullets pierced the monsters' chests, twisting their gruesome flesh into spirals before exiting through their backs. Countless metal casings cascaded like waterfalls to the ground, tumbling at the feet of the steel giants. If viewed from the night sky, the dense barrage of bullets would resemble a curtain of rain. Die, you beasts! Lava was blinded by bloodlust. Green beast blood gushed like a fountain before him, the monster's roars and the crackling of shattered flesh echoing in rapid succession. Warning, barrel overheating. Cooling system activated. Estimated time required, 40 seconds. Formation change. At Lava's command, all frontline mechs retracted their barrels in unison and stepped back 3 paces. The heavily armored mechs originally in the second row immediately slipped through the gaps in the formation, filling the frontline positions. Fire! A dense hail of bullets intertwined, once again forming a seamless defensive net with no blind spots. At that moment, the White Angel, shielded by the heavy mechs at the rear, began repairing the mechs that had just rotated out. What had been a 40-second wait was now reduced to 20 seconds with the White Angel's cryogenic spray gun. In the distance, Xuanlei's golden eyes fixed intently on the scene before him. He did not advance further, instead standing his ground like a commander. After just 4 rotations, a small hill of monster corpses had already piled up across the 120-degree sector in front of the squad. Roar! Just as Lava issued the 5th rotation order, Thunderclap roared to the heavens once more. This stirred a faint unease within Lava. Under Xuanlei's furious roar, the seemingly endless tide of beasts charged once more. Keep firing! Lava hadn't anticipated Thunderclap's intent, but that didn't stop him from continuing the tactic that had already proven effective. Yet the next instant, he realized something was amiss. Part of the beast tide had shifted its attack method from charging to diving. A fresh wave of beasts leapt upward, using the mountains of corpses piled from their fallen comrades as springboards, attempting to break through the dense barrage of fire from the air. Meanwhile, another portion of the beasts still chose to attack from the ground. Activate missile arrays. This was the only solution lava could think of at the moment. Maintain formation, retreat 100 meters at constant speed. 5 heavy-duty mechs in the second row immediately activated the missile launchers slung over their shoulders, unleashing a volley of missiles at the monsters descending from the sky. Boom! Flames erupted like fireworks in the sky, and the blood rain evaporated in the intense heat of the explosions before it could even hit the ground. Bodies devoid of life signs flew out from the flames, some already shattered into charred chunks of flesh, crashing down like meteorites toward Lava and his team. Form a squadron. Lava bellowed at a volume he'd never reached before, warning his comrades. Yet massive chunks still slammed into the heavy armor suits, knocking them off balance. Gaps instantly appeared in the torrent of bullets, like a steel flood. We've got this. In the critical moment, 3 white angels charged forward without hesitation to the front line. Their arms rapidly transformed the magnetic probes originally used for electrical repairs split down the middle, becoming 3 stabilizers encircling the energy jet nozzles. Crackle! 3 arcs of electricity, each over 5 meters in diameter, shot simultaneously from the white angels' energy emitters. Instantly, countless wild currents began to wildly conduct through the beast tide. In the blink of an eye, every monster charging at the front collapsed. Fall back! At Lava's command, all heavily armed warriors immediately reorganized their formation. The White Angels retreated to the rear of the squad once more, and the entire phalanx began withdrawing at the predetermined pace. Sure enough, once distance was re-established, the monsters lost the stepping stones formed by their fallen comrades' corpses and could no longer breach the defenses through flying assaults. But Lava knew a tougher challenge awaited. After 3 White Angels simultaneously unleashed their electric shock attacks, their power core output temporarily dropped. This rendered them unable to use energy tools including the condensation spray gun for a brief period. This meant the heavy armors would have to endure a 40-second cooldown period. But at full firepower, the Vulcan machine gun could only sustain continuous fire for 30 seconds. Everyone would face a full 10 seconds of firepower vacuum. Lava's brow was now completely furrowed like a twisted rope. His mind raced, searching desperately for any way to withstand this 10-second gap. Deep down, he already knew the answer, yet stubbornly dismissed that solution. But time was running out. As the final spent shell clattered to the ground, all the Vulcan cannons ceased their roar in that instant. The scorching barrels, the still spinning drums, and the lingering white smoke at the muzzles. First wave of missiles, fire! The mechs, having stowed their machine guns, fired the first wave of missiles at Lava's command. Second wave of missiles, fire! Lava knew full well that missiles couldn't sustain suppression against the relentless tide of beasts. Boom! 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 The second volley of missiles launched from the shoulders of the mechs now positioned at the front line, reducing the monsters that had already advanced dozens of meters into shreds. The next instant, dozens of beasts burst through the crimson flames, ignoring their scorched bodies as they charged straight at the mechs. Buzz! 2 heavily armored mechs raised their chainsaw arms, their rotating chains etched with razor-sharp teeth. This was the solution Lava had devised, but others had thought of it too. Use their lives to stall through this 10-second vacuum period. William! Robin! Lava screamed their names hoarsely from within the cockpit. The 2 mechs, already charging into the beast tide, turned back in perfect unison, casting one final glance at the retreating formation. It was their silent farewell. Chapter 33, The War God Returns. In the blink of an eye, the 2 mechs were swallowed whole by the surging tide of beasts. All Lava could hear through his communicator was the grinding of chainsaws and the explosive crackling of flesh. 5 seconds later, only static filled Lava's ears. On board the Truth, everyone witnessed this scene that left them speechless. Calling Truth. Crimson Fortress Legion is projected to arrive at the battlefield in 7 minutes. Calling Truth, Sea Dragon Roar Legion is projected to arrive at the battlefield in 5 minutes. Calling Truth. Listening to the constant stream of communications through her headset, Dr. Yuan did not respond personally to any of them. Instead, she handed the line over to the communications officer. Her arms crossed over her chest, her eyes fixed intently on the retreating formations below. 5 minutes earlier, Dr. Yuan had already relayed real-time footage of the entire front line to all the Watcher legions currently rushing toward the silent graveyard. This move shocked many, as no one had anticipated that the first to arrive at the battlefield would be the auxiliary legion led by Omega. Moreover, the commander of this non-regular legion was none other than Yuanjin, vice president of the Omniscient Hall. But even more astonishing than witnessing one of Omega's founders in person was the sheer number of third-generation mechs under her command, 13 in total. This was a number beyond the imagination of even many nations. But Yuanjin couldn't care less about others' opinions. William, Robin. Yuanjin murmured their names under her breath, audible only to herself. 5 seconds left. Lava's gaze remained fixed on the direction where the 2 mechs had been swallowed, but a more pressing problem awaited him now. He couldn't afford to lose another mech. Even if he sacrificed 2 more team members to cover these 5 seconds, his defensive formation would suffer continuous casualties due to the loss of firepower. Until the next vacuum period arrived. Death awaited them all. But death would not make him flinch. Just as Lava prepared to step forward, controlling the mech, another steel hand pressed down on his shoulder. "It's not your turn to go yet, Captain." The next instant, the 2 mechs piloted by the Lu couple surged past Lava's position, charging headlong into the oncoming tide of beasts. Lava closed his eyes, murky tears welling in the corners of his deeply wrinkled eyes. He clenched his teeth tightly, refusing to let any sound escape. Even if everyone's fate was headed for the same place, Lava must steadfastly lead them all to fight until the very end. He couldn't fall yet. Buzz. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed behind Lava, and his system sounded an alert. Lava instinctively dodged the danger, sidestepping the threat. It was a black, long-handled battle axe. The strange hum was the sound of the battle axe tearing through the air at supersonic speed. Before the Lu couple could engage the beast tide, the axe sliced through the gap between the 2 mechs, piercing straight through the charging hammerhead beast at the forefront. But the battle axe didn't stop there. The massive battle axe plowed through the surging tide of beasts, carving a straight line through the chaos. Finally, it plunged into the mountain of corpses piled high with beasts. The surging tide of beasts froze completely in that instant. Over 20 monsters now bore gaping holes 10 meters wide in their chests. On board the Truth, everyone was profoundly shaken by this sight. Even the communications officer, who had been liaising with the major legions, fell silent at that moment. Only Yuan Jin exhaled a long breath. She slipped her hands back into her coat pockets and shifted her gaze once more to the nearly completed digital model. Thud. 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 Xingtian advanced step by step, his signature crimson single eye fixed intently on Xuanlei standing in the distance. Both the heavy armor and the white angel mech stepped aside, clearing a path for Xingtian. Mary cautiously examined this familiar yet unfamiliar mech. Xingtian's armor now stood 85 meters tall, its entire exterior clad in over 2,500 millimeters thick black heavy armor. Beneath 2 fang shoulder plates lay armored forearms etched with razor-sharp serrations, while the protruding demonic face on the chest plate alone was enough to send shivers down one's spine. What Mary didn't know was that beneath this heavy molecular memory armor, Xingtian's body was also covered by a layer of lightweight anti-energy inner armor. Even from its appearance alone, Xingtian's armor exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Not to mention his height, towering 5 meters above all third-generation mechs. "Leave it to me now." To everyone's surprise, Xingtian spoke and it was a male voice. Only then did Mary notice that Xingtian's control console was completely unmanned. Which meant this mech had been operating autonomously all along. Roar! Before the others could process this revelation, Xuanlei roared again from the distance. "Fall back." Xingtian extended his massive arm, his tone commanding and unyielding. "Back off." Though Lava could no longer make sense of the battlefield's current chaos, he instinctively followed the order, leading the remaining mechs to fall back behind Xingtian. Sure enough, the moment Lava and the others secured their positions, every monster charged towards Xingtian alone. Lava saw no ranged weapons on Xingtian, meaning he could only engage the endless tide of beasts in close combat. Images of William and Robin charging into the monster tide instantly flashed through his mind. "You're committing suicide." But Xingtian paid no heed to Molten Lava's warning. A silver glinting scorpion tail shot out from Xingtian's right arm, hooking the massive axe embedded in the mountain of corpses. In the next instant, the heavy, razor-sharp black battle axe was back in Xingtian's grasp. At the same moment, the dense tide of beasts surged toward Xingtian like a towering tidal wave. Crash! Over a dozen beasts engulfed Xingtian's towering form like a tidal wave, while those on the outer edges even scrambled over their comrades' bodies to reach the now vanished Xingtian. Soon, Xingtian was pinned beneath a mountain of clawing, snarling beasts, a living peak amidst the surging tide. "Prepare to fire." Lava shouted the command almost instinctively. Whatever Xingtian truly was, he was his comrade in arms at this moment. But just as all the heavy mechs raised their preheating, spinning Vulcan cannons, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Boom! Xingtian rose again, like a mountain rising from the ocean floor, breaking free from every restraint weighing him down. Immediately, the crimson power core on his chest roared with a deep, rumbling growl. With both hands gripping his axe, he swung it fiercely at the beast tide before him. A flash of black light. Countless beasts were cleaved clean in two. Chapter 34, Wielding Axes and Shields. Xiao wasted not a single scrap of material. When Xingtian merged with the other two mechs, Xiao had already decided to let Xingtian inherit all their advantages. Both variable frequency nuclear reactors were used to augment Xingtian's existing power core, doubling its overall output. The Cobra's chemical Fong wrist blades and Xingtian's inherent Slayer wrist blades were fully dismantled. Combined with surplus molecular memory alloy, they were forged into an incredibly resilient long-handled battle axe. The black blood corrosive energy rifle was proportionally compressed and integrated into Xingtian's left arm, its muzzle concealed beneath the forearm. The surplus metal was repurposed to construct Xingtian's skeletal framework. The cost of scaling down was a reduced caliber and significantly diminished destructive power. The needle corrosion missile was integrated into Xingtian's shoulder, the claw thermal acceleration cannon was placed in his right arm, and the scorpion-tailed modular heavy metal chainsword was relocated from his spine to his chest, capable of deploying through his arm bones from the wrist. The heavy armor that the demon scorpion prided itself on was directly mounted on Xingtian's exterior, while the Cobra's anti-energy light armor served as internal plating covering the surface of the mechanical skeleton. After this fusion, Xingtian had practically reached the pinnacle of third-generation mecha. But this came at a price. Having inherited all the strengths of both mechs, Xingtian's weight had reached a terrifying 18,000 tons. Even lava, fully loaded with heavy weaponry, weighed only 16,500 tons. Moreover, this weight was achieved without any long-range ammunition loaded, as the other two mechs had emptied their entire ammunition reserves before the fusion. While Xingtian's mobility suffered significantly, this colossal tonnage granted it a decisive edge in close combat. Take now, for instance. As Xiao swung his second axe with all his might, he could even see the surrounding air vibrating. The indestructible great axe once again traced a black arc through the air. Its sharp, heavy blade sliced through all the monster's flesh and bone with effortless precision, as if chopping vegetables. But before Xingtian could withdraw his axe, an abnormally massive hammerhead beast charged straight at his power core. Clang! After a deafening crash, the hammerhead beast's body ceased all movement. Xingtian remained standing in place, not a muscle twitching. Viscous green beast blood splattered across the ghost mask armor on his chest. The hammerhead beast's shattered skull slowly slid down Xingtian's frame, plopping onto the ground with a thud. Xiao didn't even hear the system's armor damage warning. The only sound he heard was the clinking of evolution points flowing into his balance. My turn. This time, Xingtian took the initiative, swinging his massive axe as he charged headlong into the surging tide of beasts. 1 circle. 2 circles. Xingtian advanced relentlessly, clearing every obstacle in his path with his massive axe. With each swing of the black axe, countless chunks of flesh flew in all directions, accompanied by a thunderous roar that made the air itself tremble. Whenever Xingtian's attacks paused, countless beasts sought to seize the moment and tear him to shreds. But all that awaited them were shattered claws, crushed skulls, and the next swing of the axe, grinding them into dust. Xingtian swung his axe tirelessly, step by step, trampling over countless nauseating corpses, steadily pushing the surging tide of beasts back to where they started. On the truth, all eyes watched this astonishing spectacle in stunned silence. Xingtian, alone, wielding only a black giant axe, single-handedly holding back the entire tide of beasts. He remained unharmed, undaunted, even maintaining a consistent power output with every swing of his axe, transforming countless beasts into souls beneath its blade. How did he do it? Could he have absorbed the scorpion and cobra? Does a mech of this caliber even exist? And Xingtian isn't even being piloted by anyone right now. Yuanjin listened as the voices on the ship chattered back and forth, a slow smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Xingtian's performance far exceeded Yuanjin's expectations, but this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for her. The more mysterious and powerful it was, the more valuable it became. In truth, it wasn't just the molten lava below and the truth in the sky that were stunned. All the legions approaching the silent graveyard witnessed this scene that could only be described as absurd. If our mechs were all like this, those monsters would have been driven off this planet long ago. Rumor has it Xingtian is even an autonomous mech. Doesn't that mean it doesn't even need a pilot? Dr. Yuan designed Xingtian. This might be Omega's latest breakthrough. Even the original Xingtian couldn't have been this powerful back then. Though Xiao couldn't hear these murmurs, he could feel his own growth as a mecha soul accelerating rapidly. His computational power grew ever stronger, and his memory capacity expanded continuously. With every step forward, his fusion with Xingtian deepened. With every swing of the giant axe, the movements he commanded Xingtian to perform grew more natural. Xiao could even hear the melodious hum deep within the power core, the sound of countless heavy atoms undergoing fission reactions. That was the sound of his heart beating. By the time Xingtian swung the giant axe for the 32nd time, the entire beast tide had been reduced to lifeless flesh beneath his feet. From the vantage point of the truth, the straight line Xingtian had carved through the horde resembled a razor-sharp blade, piercing straight through the sea of corpses and blood. Roar! Thunderbolt let out its most bone-chilling roar. But this time, the only response came from itself. Xuanlei slowly arched its body, aligning its massive head with its savage tail in a perfect straight line. The next second, Thunderbolt moved. Howling winds were its breath, splashing waves its footprints. The charging Thunderbolt had transformed itself into the sharpest weapon imaginable. That was no longer a speed achievable by its size. Even if Xingtian stripped off all his gear and strapped 5 rocket boosters to his back, Xiao wouldn't dare guarantee he could match Xuanlei's speed. Too fast. Almost the instant Xiao resolved to heighten his vigilance, that impossibly swift Xuanlei was already face to face with him. Before he could even discern its movements, a massive, thick claw lunged straight for Xingtian's head. Crash! Xiao instinctively swung his giant axe horizontally before him, blocking this ferocious and savage strike. The shockwave sent 50-meter-high tidal waves crashing across the sea, while the thunderous clang of metal meeting claw reverberated across the heavens for an eternity. Xingtian's crimson eye instantly brightened. Yu Xiao knew he had met his match. Chapter 35, Swift as Thunder. With just one strike, Xingtian felt the terrifying gap between a level 3 and a level 4 monster. His giant axe could effortlessly cleave a dozen level 3 monsters in half, a sensation akin to slicing through a stack of printed papers, the entire process without the slightest pause. But Xuanlei wasn't paper, it was a steel plate. Yu Xiao, who had taken that blow, could still feel the reverberating tremors echoing through the axe handle in both his hands. Buzz! The power core on Xingtian's chest flared brightly, its glow shifting from dark crimson to fiery red. Yu Xiao instantly boosted the power core's output by 50%. Xingtian's hands gripping the axe handle suddenly exerted force, gradually pushing Xuanlei's claws away from his body. With the increased power, Xingtian now overpowered Xuanlei in strength. Xuanlei seemed to realize this as well. Watching its trembling claws being steadily pushed back by Xingtian, its gaze shifted from Xingtian's head to the power core on his chest. Just as Xingtian was about to press the axe handle against Xuanlei's throat, the force resisting him vanished abruptly. Xuanlei withdrew its claws. Xingtian, still exerting force, instantly lost his balance and lurched forward. In the blink of an eye, Xuanlei abruptly stepped back, tilting his body sideways to dodge Xingtian's fierce lunge. The next second, a 35-meter-long colossal tail lashed straight toward Xingtian's torso. Crash! A deafening roar, as if the heavens were splitting apart, echoed through the air. Xingtian, who should have fallen forward, was instead violently slammed backward. Yu Xiao felt as though he'd collided with a moving mountain, but thankfully he'd activated hardening in time. Otherwise, with the force of that strike, his armor would likely have been nearing the point of being scrapped. Roar! Seeing that the tail strike had already forced Xingtian back several steps, Xuanlei immediately let out a furious roar and charged at Xingtian. Regaining his balance, Xingtian immediately blocked Xuanlei's claw aimed straight for his chest with his massive axe. Clang! But before the clang of claw against axe had faded, Xuanlei's other claw swept up from beneath the axe handle, aiming straight for Xingtian's abdomen. Too fast! Even though Xingtian held the advantage in raw power, Xuanlei's speed had reached an absurd level that Xingtian simply couldn't react to. The time it took Xingtian to launch a single attack was enough for Xuanlei to unleash 2 strikes. Xingtian could only endure this blow before his hardening ability had fully recharged. Warning, abdominal armor damaged by 37%. Staring at his nearly torn apart abdominal armor, Xingtian immediately retreated to create distance. If this close quarters battle continued, Xingtian would inevitably be torn to shreds by Xuanlei's overwhelming speed. But before Xingtian could retreat more than a few steps, Xuanlei's massive tail lashed out at him once more. Thud! Another crushing blow slammed into the side of Xingtian's waist. Fortunately, this time he had hardening, and his own substantial bulk allowed him to steady himself without being instantly crushed. Yet Xingtian found himself trapped in a near-fatal cycle. Close quarters grappling, pulling back to distance, Xuanlei's tail lashing out. Xingtian was forced to use hardening for defense. With no ranged attacks available, Xingtian was left defenseless whenever they broke free from the grapple. Xuanlei's speed was simply too overwhelming. Just as Yu Xiao desperately pondered how to break this vicious cycle, a familiar figure suddenly flashed through his mind. If it were Bai Ying, what would she do? Roar! Xuanlei's roar shattered Yu Xiao's thoughts, forcing Xingtian to once again face Xuanlei's storm-like barrage of attacks. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Compared to Xuanlei, Xingtian's movements resembled those of an aging warrior. Every time he blocked one of Xuanlei's strikes, another impact slammed into a different part of his mech. The system's warning alarms echoed incessantly within Xingtian's cockpit. Not a single piece of armor on his entire body remained intact. The heavier Xingtian's wounds grew, the more reckless Xuanlei's attacks became. Each claw strike from Xuanlei was more powerful and more brutal than the last. Finally, under Xuanlei's frenzied assault, the armor on Xingtian's chest was torn to shreds. The crimson power core, stripped of its shielding, now resembled a flame exposed to the blizzard. At any moment, it could be extinguished. Xuanlei's golden eyes flashed with savage intent. Yet it did not attack the power core directly, instead continuing to lunge for Xingtian's head. This was Thunderclap's signature tactic, using its agility to force Xingtian to defend against only one of its multiple attacks. If Xingtian failed to block this strike, his head would be utterly shredded. Yet if Xingtian blocked, Xuanlei's next strike would target the power core directly. By then, Xingtian, unable to react in time, would be rendered useless on the spot. Swish! Xuanlei's beastly claws slashed toward Xingtian's head at a speed that could tear through the air. And Xingtian chose not to defend. The next second, the massive beast claw ripped Xingtian's head clean off his torso. Instantly, a blinding burst of sparks erupted from the severed stump of Xingtian's head, sending fragments of shattered spine flying into the air. Yet Xingtian did not collapse as Xuanlei had anticipated. Instead, he had already raised the massive axe in his hand high beside his body. Realizing the danger, Xuanlei's golden pupils instantly widened. He frantically tossed the head of Xingtian he was holding aside and charged full speed toward Xingtian's power core. But this time, Xingtian was faster. The black battle axe, already reinforced by hardening, came crashing down from above and to the side of Xuanlei. Its razor-sharp edge tore through the beast's hard scales with unstoppable force, sinking deep into its flesh. Accompanied by Xuanlei's agonized roar, deep green beast blood and shattered scales flew through the air. Ultimately, before the massive beast claws could reach Xingtian's exposed power core, Xuanlei's colossal body crashed directly into the sea. Yet just as Xuanlei was about to collapse, it forced itself upright on all fours. Simultaneously, Xingtian's hands gripping the great axe suddenly felt an immense brute force. Thud! Xuanlei forcibly wrenched the axe blade embedded in his body free and swiftly pulled away from Xingtian. Xiao never expected Xuanlei to be so ruthless even towards himself. The wound, already several meters deep, completely ripped open from the force of the pull. Beast blood gushed like a fountain from Xuanlei's shoulder. The entire scene made Xuanlei's arm look like a piece of meat that had been hacked clean in half. Yet just as Xiao thought Xuanlei intended to flee, that massive, thick tail lashed out at him once more. But now he had ample reaction time. He watched as Xingtian thrust out his left hand, grabbing hold of Xuanlei's wildly swinging tail. Splash! The collision sent a massive wave crashing over Xingtian's knees, the immense force of the impact forcing him to stumble backward several steps. But in the end, Xingtian held his ground. Chapter 36, Undercurrents. The destruction wrought by Xingtian's axe blow was devastating. Xuanlei had poured every ounce of strength into this tail strike, yet its power fell short of even a normal tail attack. Roar! Accompanied by Xuanlei's agonized roar, Xiao could sense the beast desperately trying to wrench its tail from his grasp. Try to escape. A silver chain sword shot out from beneath Xingtian's arm, coiling around Xuanlei's massive tail like a venomous snake. Immediately, Xingtian plunged his massive axe into the shallow sea, gripped the colossal tail with both hands, and relentlessly pulled Xuanlei toward him. Xuanlei lay sprawled in the water, wailing incessantly. Its remaining beastly claws flailed desperately at the surface, yet found nothing to grasp. No matter how fiercely it struggled, its speed toward Xingtian did not diminish in the slightest. In just 10 back-and-forth motions, Xingtian had hauled Xuanlei's massive body right before him. Only then did Xingtian release his grip and retract the chainsword. Thud! But immediately after, Xingtian's massive foot came crashing down, crushing the tail beneath it. Even if Xingtian changed his stance, Xuanlei was powerless to break free. It had exhausted every ounce of strength in its struggle. Xingtian retrieved the giant axe embedded in the sandbar and raised it high above his head. Overload mode activated. As the system prompt sounded, the power core on Xingtian's chest transformed from a low hum to a frenzied roar. The crimson glow gradually deepened to a blood-red hue. Xiao could feel every muscle unit in his body yearning to unleash that surging power. The scorching sea breeze, the endless mountains of corpses, the shattered mechs, and the wails of Xingtian's thunder beneath his feet. He was no longer that outdated first-generation mech. Boom! This strike split rocks and tore through clouds, shaking the earth and mountains. The black battle axe plunged deep into Xuanlei's skull, its razor-sharp edge piercing clean through the beast's jaw. Die! 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 Xiao roared, gripping the black axe handle with both hands as he dragged the blade along Xuanlei's hard spine all the way to its tail. Flesh, scales, and bone shattered into countless viscous fragments, seeping into the sea beneath the axe's relentless cutting. Xuanlei's mountainous, majestic body was cleaved in two by Xingtian. Hum! As Xingtian pulled the giant axe from Xuanlei's corpse, the heavens and earth seemed to resonate in unison with his triumph. On the truth, everyone was stunned and thrilled by the scene before them. Xingtian had defeated a level 4 monster in a one-on-one battle. This was a feat humanity had never achieved before. Detected unique target kill, Xuanlei. System has sent equipment module black armor to your mailbox. Detected increase in your fame points. Machine soul level upgraded to level 2. Mailbox? The system notification had barely appeared when Xiao sensed something new within his power core. Sure enough, after closing his eyes, Xiao saw the details for black armor. Module name, black armor. Module source, defeating unique target Xuanlei. Module description, scales from the monster Xuanlei. Extremely lightweight, they can be applied as a living layer over mecha surfaces. Their toughness rivals pure synthetic giant force alloy. When black armor receives a physical attack, it reflects 30% of the kinetic energy back to the attacker. Note, equipping black armor automatically replaces the mech's current external armor. Replaced armor will not be returned. After reading the description, Xiao released the black armor from the power core without hesitation. His heavy armor was already severely damaged. Black fluid once again seeped from the power core, completely enveloping Xingtian's frame. Xiao could feel his original armor being utterly destroyed by this fluid, replaced instead by some sort of organ that could be controlled by him, now covering the surface of the machine. Within mere seconds, the black fluid retreated back into Xingtian's power core. The previously damaged armor was now entirely replaced by a layer of thick, dense black scales. When Xiao opened his eyes again, he could even feel his scales breathing. Now he was certain his strength was sufficient to confront these level 4 monsters. Yet when Xiao turned his gaze toward the distant sea zone, he discovered the other 2 level 4 monsters remained completely motionless. The Sea Demon and the Avenger stood frozen in place, like 2 statues, maintaining an eerily upright posture. Ever since the battle between Xingtian and Xuanlei began, Xiao had kept a wary eye on the other 2 level 4 monsters. Yet even after he had slain Xuanlei, neither the Sea Siren nor the Avenger showed any intention of moving. Now, an oppressive, deathly silence had descended upon the entire coastline. Many technicians aboard the Truth had noticed this phenomenon, but at the time, everyone's attention was focused on the battle between Xingtian and Xuanlei, so they temporarily overlooked it. But now, the Sea Demon and the Avenger had vanished entirely from the energy radar. This could only mean one thing. The Sea Demon and the Avenger were dead. Dr. Yuan, what should we do now? The aide voiced the question on everyone's mind. All the monsters are dead, but the energy fluctuations continue to spread. Yuanjin shifted his gaze from the battlefield below to the digital model nearing completion in 30 seconds. Wait a little longer. On the shore, Xingtian stood vigilantly beside Xuanlei's corpse, his massive axe raised. Xiao also sensed that the other 2 level 4 monsters were dead. But how exactly had they died? All the monsters that had appeared had been slain, yet why was the largest level 5 energy source still nowhere to be seen? Why had the Alliance failed to issue any warnings or responses to such a massive monster migration? Countless questions flooded Yu Zhao's mind. He sensed something was amiss, yet couldn't quite connect the dots. Tick-tock. Xingtian suddenly glanced at the Xuanlei at his feet. Deep green beast blood was steadily flowing into the sea. Only then did Yu Xiao recall a conversation he'd overheard upon arriving in this world, a question posed by a new maintenance apprentice to old Yu. Why do we spend so much money building mechs to fight monsters? Wouldn't nuclear bombs be much more convenient? You youngster, how could you not know this? What were you doing during your training? Old Yu's expression turned stern. Monster blood itself is an extremely unstable energy source. If you attack it with high energy weapons, that unstable blood becomes a powerful catalyst, amplifying the entire reaction by hundreds or even thousands of times. Ah! So using a nuke would. The apprentice's eyes widened. Why do you think the first nation attacked by monsters, Hein, saw entire city clusters vanish overnight on the map? Cold sweat beaded on the apprentice's forehead as he decided against pressing further. A wave of intense unease surged through Yu Zhao's heart. He immediately commanded Xingtian to turn, gazing toward the mountain of corpses and sea of blood on the coast. All the beast blood flowed in one direction only. Oceanic depths. Chapter 37, The Calamity Returns. On board the Truth, every technician fell silent at that moment. Even Yuanjin hadn't anticipated this outcome. The system had completed the digital model, and the true form of this level 5 monster now lay before them. Dr. Yuan, what exactly is this? Suction cups? Cracks? An hourglass? Watching the 3-dimensional model spin endlessly within the holographic projection, Yuanjin voiced the answer forming in her mind. A wormhole, a one-way wormhole. Yuanjin's gaze turned unusually cold. 20 minutes ago, its aperture was only 1/3 of its current size. On the shore, Xingtian, wielding his massive axe, watched in horror as the distant sea underwent a dramatic transformation. A colossal black shadow finally surfaced. An irresistible gravitational pull spun counterclockwise, carving out its own domain in the vast ocean. It was a scene Yu Xiao had never imagined. A ring thousands of meters in diameter abruptly unfolded across the sea surface, like a vortex spewing backward, expelling all surrounding seawater. Countless mesmerizing starlights burst forth from the vortex, like an inverted, dazzling Milky Way, pouring stars into the sky. And at the outer edge of the ring, a layer of pale green mist swirled in unison with it. Yu Xiao could not mistake it was the blood flowing from the monsters he had slain with his own hands. Why did the danger come from the depths of the sea, not the sky? In that instant, all of Yu Xiao's questions found their answers. The monsters had emerged from wormholes like this. Perhaps in the depths of the boundless sea, beneath the colossal form of Leviathan, there existed another wormhole identical to the one before Xingtian's eyes. That wormhole's diameter could only be larger than this one. Yet beneath Yu Zhao's astonishment lay a faint, lingering despair. How could he possibly close this wormhole? Before Yu Xiao could find an answer, the energy radar interrupted his thoughts. Warning, unknown energy fluctuations detected. Energy level, unknown. A 300-meter-long tentacle emerged from the wormhole, reaching toward the sky. In an instant, Xingtian's receiver was flooded with countless overlapping sounds. Hissing, howling, roaring, bellowing. They erupted simultaneously, each conveying distinct fury. These twisted, frenzied cries came without exception from the monsters. Yu Xiao forced himself to endure the intense discomfort in his heart, locking Xingtian's auxiliary vision module onto the swaying tentacle. He saw clearly. On that thick tentacle thick enough to crush Xingtian flat on the spot, Yu Xiao saw countless distorted faces. Carved like sculptures beneath the tentacle's brown skin, only countless fissures wail like ghosts. But this was merely the beginning. A second, a third. More and more tentacles emerged from the enormous cavities, flailing wildly through the air. The entire scene resembled a cluster of giant, flesh-colored seaweed greedily reaching out to grasp something. Before these wildly dancing tentacles, Xingtian appeared as insignificant as a toy soldier. Just then, the very first tentacle that had emerged slammed straight down towards Xingtian's position. Boom! Seawater parted like waterfalls along both sides of the tentacle, and 100-meter-high tidal wave swept across the entire coast like a tsunami. Xingtian! Lava's cry was drowned out by the roaring waves and howling wind. Yet the remaining 11 mechs charged toward Xingtian's location without hesitation. In the night sky, the truth had activated its highest level alert, the entire ship bathed in red emergency lights. Yuanjin gazed down at the coast below. That tentacle had literally smashed a 20-meter-wide trench into the ground. A force of this magnitude even pure, unadulterated titanium alloy couldn't withstand it. Fear and despair gripped every soul aboard the truth. Such an unidentifiable threat, one that even the energy radar couldn't detect, had only occurred once since the war began. That day, Leviathan had emerged in the boundless sea. Dr. Yuan. Xingtian hasn't fallen yet. Yuanjin immediately refocused his gaze on the energy radar. The light point representing Xingtian was still flickering. Only when lava plunged into the seawater-filled ravine with his mech did they realize Xingtian was still operational. At that very moment, Xingtian knelt on one knee, his hand braced against the massive axe already embedded in the ravine. To prevent being instantly crushed into scrap metal, Xiao directly spent 18,000 evolution points to upgrade the hardening skill by 2 levels. Yet even with hardening preserving the frame, the crushing force nearly buried Xingtian deep in the earth, leaving him stuck fast. Xingtian gripped the battle axe, rising slowly and painfully to his feet. If he were to cover his entire body with hardening, again to withstand the tentacle's strikes, each activation's cooldown would extend to 20 seconds. 20 seconds. That's enough time to get smashed to death several times over. Xiao gazed up at the dozen tentacles wildly dancing in the sky. But just then, Yuanjin's command came through Lava's earpiece. The system has completed its calculations. These tentacles' physical resistance isn't as high as anticipated, but due to their massive size, their destructive potential and attack range remain terrifying. So the mech's weapons can actually damage these tentacles? Lava realized. Correct. But how do we close that wormhole? Lava knew that unless the root cause was addressed, no one could guarantee more monsters wouldn't emerge from it. The wormhole's structure is unstable. Directly bombard it with an energy weapon of sufficient magnitude, and it will collapse. Energy weapons? Lava recalled the scene when humans first deployed nuclear bombs against monsters. And that was merely a level 3 monster. He could scarcely imagine the scale of destruction unleashed by the catalytic effect of those tentacles if the wormhole were destroyed. At that point, no one present would survive. I know what you're thinking, but I can tell you another possibility. Yuanjin's tone sounded less like conjecture and more like stating fact. When the wormhole collapses, its unidirectionality will reverse. The destruction caused by the energy reaction will be absorbed by the wormhole, which will have changed its transmission direction. What are the odds of that happening? It's all theoretical, but according to the system's simulations, the probability of this happening is nearly 100%, unless humanity's progress in spatial theory is fundamentally flawed. Yuanjin shifted his tone. But we can't predict the wormhole's collapse speed. If it vanishes instantly, the ongoing energy reaction won't be absorbed to any significant extent. So our survival remains uncertain. Lava gave a wry smile, though this outcome aligned with his long-held expectations. Nothing in this world ever goes smoothly. If you don't make it, I won't be far behind. Chapter 38, Countdown. Do we have energy weapons powerful enough to collapse the wormhole? Lava's first thought was nuclear weapons. Yes, but not nuclear bombs. If we used nuclear bombs, the shockwave and heat would tear us apart before the wormhole even collapsed. Yuanjin had anticipated Lava's thoughts. A better solution is space-based laser weapons, but orbital targeting and weapon preheating both require time. We need to buy that time. Lava instantly grasped Yuanjin's meaning. You've probably noticed these tentacles are just a tiny part of some monster. Yuanjin's eyes never left the still expanding digital model. The wormhole is still growing. If we don't stop it, in 10 minutes this monster will fully emerge. Once that happens, whether we use nukes or space-based weapons, the outcome will be the same. I can't even imagine what half a continent blown to smithereens would look like. Lava's words were spoken with every hair on his body standing on end. Before we connected, I've already activated the Qianquan laser satellite array. From here on out, it's up to you. That's so like you always acting first, then telling us. Lava looked up toward the position of the truth. The Legion-class transport ship, suspended high above, resembled a star hanging in the sky. Acknowledged. Lava finally ended the transmission. In the deep ocean zone, a dozen churning tentacles still reached skyward, as if attempting to pluck the moon from the heavens. Yet in the next instant, they all froze in unison. Prepare for battle. By the time Lava shouted the command, nearly half the tentacles had already lashed out toward the group's position. Boom! One tentacle after another slammed down, leaving a series of terrifyingly deep gashes along the shoreline. Fire! Despite losing 2 teammates in this wave of attacks, Lava issued the offensive command without hesitation. In an instant, a hail of bullets erupted from all directions, striking the wildly flailing mass of tentacles. Roar! Countless gaping maws on the tentacles once again let out a blood-curdling, furious howl. Green mist of blood instantly exploded across the tentacles' surfaces. Every second, hundreds upon hundreds of bullets pierced their writhing flesh. Xiao could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before him. With the black armor having shed its heavy external plating, Xingtian's weight had now dropped to 15,000 tons. If he could move horizontally at full speed before the tentacles fully raised, he could just barely evade their direct strike range. However, the shockwave from the strike would undeniably impact Xingtian's movement. The violent air currents and waves could just as easily throw him off balance. Facing such a staggering disparity in strength, Lava and his squad still chose to launch an attack. Xingtian! We have a way to destroy the wormhole. Lava shouted over the public channel, his 4 machine guns on his arms still spinning rapidly. If you're willing to keep fighting, we can assist you. Lava could see that although Xingtian currently lacked ranged attack capabilities, in terms of raw combat power, he was undoubtedly the strongest among all third-generation mechs. If they could create an opening for Xingtian, his massive axe would surely inflict devastating damage on those tentacles. Agreed. Boom! No sooner had Xingtian responded than the howling tentacles lashed out at the group once more. With the experience of the first attack, all mechs should have been able to evade the tentacles. But this time, 3 additional tentacles joined the assault. The 3 heavy mechs on the outer edge had barely dodged the previous strike when they suddenly found another tentacle looming overhead, waiting for them. One mech, unable to react in time, was crushed into debris by the strike. The other 2 mechs, having maintained constant motion without pausing, narrowly evaded the second strike. However, their frames sustained damage from the impact, rendering them incapable of launching effective counterattacks against the tentacles. The interval between each wave of tentacle attacks was a mere 10 seconds. Lava's forehead was beaded with sweat, his brow completely furrowed. His team had dwindled from 13 members to just 8. This can't go on. Not only will Xingtian never get a chance to strike, but we'll all be wiped out. Molten Lava's heart raced with desperation, yet he couldn't think of a solution. Captain, let me handle this. Mary's voice crackled over the communication channel. Lava's pupils suddenly contracted. Before Lava could respond, the white angel piloted by Mary began transforming. Over a dozen small components compressed layer by layer, finally separating from the white angel's body and streaking straight toward Xingtian's position. Thump! 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 One by one, the components equipped with miniature rocket thrusters docked onto Xingtian's frame head to toe, front to back. Rocket thrusters were mounted on every joint of Xingtian's frame. Streamlined flight stabilizers replaced the armor on his abdomen, waist, and both shoulders, while 2 mechanical wings sprouted from his back to balance the direction of his movement. This was the White Angel's signature portable mobility enhancement kit. And Mary had given this suit to Xingtian. Boom! Before Xiao could even adjust to the new gear, the tentacles launched their third assault. But for the machine soul, new equipment required no adaptation. The power core in Xingtian's chest surged with energy, blazing crimson. 10 fuel nozzles simultaneously erupted with blinding flames, propelling Xingtian's heavy frame sideways. Before the massive tentacles could slam into the ground, Xingtian had already escaped the strike zone. This maneuver seemed to enrage the opponent. The remaining 4 tentacles, which had yet to lock onto a target, all lashed out toward the rapidly moving Xingtian. Thud! 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 Each twisted tentacle screeched as it furiously lashed the shore, carving out several gullies. Even as the final tentacle whipped up a towering wave dozens of meters high, it failed to strike the ever-moving Xingtian. Now! Having dodged every strike, Xingtian thrust off with both feet, aimed all his thrusters at the ground, and leapt violently into the air, raising his massive black axe. Salty seawater splashed against Xingtian's imposing armor, while the blood-red power core pulsed like a heart about to burst from his chest. Xingtian swung his massive axe. Splash! Brown-green beast blood erupted like a volcano, instantly drenching Xingtian's massive frame. Yet the razor-sharp blade continued its downward cut. Wails, roars, and mournful cries, a deafening cacophony reverberated in Xiao's ears. Thud! 100-meter-long tentacle crashed onto the shore like a collapsing mountain. Chapter 39, Divine Weapon Descends. When Xingtian pulled his giant axe from the writhing tentacle, only a minute had passed since the communication between Molten Lava and Yuanjin. Mary! Only then did Molten Lava realize that the White Angel, now stripped of its propulsion system, was left with only half its body intact. Ignoring all else, Lava piloted his mech toward the fallen White Angel, flipping the half-body wreckage over. Bang! Lava tore open the White Angel's armor, forced the cockpit open, and cradled Mary, who lay sprawled across the controls, in his arms. Wake up! Mary! Covered in blood, Mary offered no response to Lava's cries. She lay limp in the mech's cold hands, like a puppet whose strings had snapped. Damn it! Lava cursed, manipulating the mech to open its own cockpit door and slide Mary inside. System switched to autopilot mode. Current tactical priority, full evasion. The moment Mary was placed in the cockpit, Lava leapt from the control seat and carried the barely alive Mary into the Soul escape pod. Detecting weak vital signs in target. Initiating emergency medical procedures. Gazing at Mary's deathly pale face, Lava clenched his fists. Just as Lava prepared to return to the controls, a howling gust of air slammed into the top of his mech. In the critical moment, Lava activated the magnetic adhesion system on his combat suit, anchoring his feet firmly to the alloy floor of the cockpit. Thud! A deafening explosion erupted beside Lava's mech. The violent jolt nearly hurled his body against the adjacent metal wall. The cabin's shaking had barely subsided when molten lava instantly released the magnetic adhesion. In 2 swift strides, he dashed back to the control console and secured his body once more to the motion synchronization device. AOR. 4 Vulcan cannons unleashed their dwindling reserves of ammunition without restraint. The scorching muzzles and blazing flames illuminated the battle-scarred armor of the mech. Golden fire pierced the tentacles that hadn't retracted in time. Bullet holes as dense as a beehive instantly exploded into bursts of green blood mist. In that moment, Lava felt as if he had returned to the day he first picked up a gun. Back then, his homeland lay ravaged by war. Homeless refugees faced death daily, anywhere. War, famine, plague. Lives as fragile as paper constantly faced death. Only when he had nearly lost everything did he finally decide to fight back. He still remembered the voice that echoed in his mind the first time he pulled the trigger. He would never let anyone take away what he cherished again. Power limit unlocked. All 6 missile launchers fired a volley simultaneously. The next instant, a series of blinding flashes erupted across the tentacles riddled with holes. Yet before the black smoke had fully dissipated, a second wave of missiles struck the wildly flailing tentacles. Roar! Finally, the charred tentacles exploded completely in midair, showering the sea with raindrops of shattered flesh and nauseating slime. Remaining ammunition, 0. The barrel, warped by intense heat, slowly ceased its rotation. Metal shell casings littered the ground, still clattering and rolling. Lava gasped for breath at the control console, the fire of rage still burning fiercely in its eyes. The tentacles, still emitting a burnt smell and sparks, finally ceased their convulsive movements. But it hadn't finished its work. Xingtian, will distract the tentacles you find an opening to strike. Before Xingtian could respond, Lava barked orders over the comm channel, all units, spread out immediately. Implement hit-and-run tactics to draw maximum attention from the tentacles. At Lava's command, the remaining 6 mechs immediately pivoted, spreading out on either side of Xingtian. They continuously harassed the creature with long-range fire while positioning themselves closer to it than Xingtian. Sure enough, only 3 tentacles targeted Xingtian this time. Relying on his mobility gear, Xingtian effortlessly dodged all attacks and leapt back into the air, slicing one of the tentacles clean off. Roar! A near-frenzied roar echoed across the entire coastline. But just then, the group's energy scanners sounded a new alarm. Boom! Xiao turned his gaze toward the wormhole where the thunderous roar originated, only to discover 4 more tentacles emerging from within. Simultaneously, all the tentacles shifted from brown to crimson. Lava I watched helplessly as the tentacles, not yet fully extended, curled mid-air and launched a second wave of attack at an even faster pace. No! A white angel and another heavy mech were caught off guard by this sudden assault, instantly smashed into scattered piles of scrap metal. The tentacles' attacks grew more frenzied, and their numbers had increased. This meant every mech could face 2 or more consecutive strikes. Fall back. As Xiao bellowed the command, Xingtian already raised his great axe and charged toward the distant sea zone. Only by doing this could he prevent these mechs from sacrificing themselves in vain. Sure enough, all the enraged tentacles turned toward the charging Xingtian at that very moment, slamming down with brutal force. Thud! 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 One tentacle after another relentlessly slammed into the high-speed Xingtian. The surging tidal waves hadn't even fully risen before they were smashed into spray by the colossal tentacles descending from the sky, crashing back into the sea. The blood-red turbine spun furiously within the power core on Xingtian's chest, its 10 rocket nozzles never ceasing for even a second. The black figure weaved and twisted across the sea surface, shockwaves and water ripples relentlessly battering Xingtian's frame. But just as Xingtian swung his massive axe, aiming to cleave a tentacle from its root, something unexpected occurred. Several thick tentacles intertwined, twisting into a fist hundreds of meters wide. Boom! With a deafening roar that split the heavens, Xingtian's machine crashed into the shore like a meteor. Simultaneously, the twisted tentacles instantly disintegrated, each sustaining counterattack damage from the black armor. Warning, full body armor damaged by 40%. Xingtian, nearly embedded in the deep crater, clawed at the rocks beside him, struggling to rise. Even with hardening activated, it couldn't fully withstand that blow. The mechanical wings on Xingtian's back were completely shattered, and the rocket thrusters at his abdominal and elbow joints were all rendered useless. Half of the black armor covering his body was gone, yet new black scales were visibly sprouting from his mechanical skeleton at a rapid pace. The black armor fed on the energy generated by the machine itself. To reforge his defenses, Xingtian had already diverted half his power to accelerate its growth. He didn't know if he could withstand a second attack without his mobility systems. But if he didn't rise again, then the lives lost for him would have been utterly meaningless. Xingtian strained every ounce of strength to pull the machine out of the deep pit, yet the power plant running at half capacity left him unable to even stand steadily. Thud! Xingtian knelt on one knee before his massive battle axe. He could hear the maddening roars and cheers echoing in the distance, and he could feel the hope and despair in the hearts of the exhausted warriors behind him. The battle axe lay within arm's reach, yet Xingtian could not grasp it. Call us. Request in progress. In a daze, Xiao suddenly heard fragments of chaotic conversation echoing in his ears. Then, the voices grew clearer and more numerous. The Crimson Fortress Legion has reached the target area and is about to commence deployment. The Azure Sea Dragon Roar Legion has reached the target area and is deploying combat units. Golden Rainforest Legion has reached the target area, selecting landing zones. Xiao recognized that familiar young voice. The Dark Sky Legion has reached the target area. Xingtian, we're here. Multiple large friendly aerial units detected. Legion information confirmed: Crimson Bastion, Dragon Roar of the Deep Sea, Golden Rainforest, Dark Sky Legion. Boom! 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 Countless sonic booms echoed across the pre-dawn sky. Friendly mechs approaching. Chapter 40, The Final Strike. The night was drawing to a close. The glittering stars gradually dimmed their light, and cracks slowly appeared in the gray clouds. Where sky met sea, streaks of golden light rose from the horizon like arrows released from their bows, poised to pierce the long night. One after another, mechs were launched from the massive transport ship, piercing through the thick clouds and descending directly toward the earth. One after another, green dots lit up on Xingtian's energy radar, steadily advancing forward. Boom! A white figure landed before Xingtian, sending countless sparkling droplets flying. This was a white mecha Xiao had never seen before. Unlike the near-sacred white of the White Angel, this mecha's white resembled winter snow and ice. Its entire body was covered in streamlined lightweight armor, standing approximately 75 meters tall. Every joint was equipped with a power-assisted balancing mechanism, and the lines of the entire frame exuded elegance and fluidity, completely devoid of the heavy feel of other mechs. Yet Xingtian's system also failed to recognize this mecha's registration information. I never imagined you'd become like this. The white mecha extended a hand toward Xingtian. This time, it's my turn to protect you. The speaker was none other than Bai Ying. Xingtian grasped the white mecha's hand and slowly rose to his feet. I know you have questions, but we'll talk after we win this battle. Before Xiao could speak, Bai Ying interjected, this is the perfect chance to test the power of this new mecha. Roar! In the distant sea zone, the swarm of crimson tentacles let out a blood-curdling roar. In the next instant, over a dozen tentacles lunged toward the mechs on the shore. Bang! 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 Countless gunfire erupted behind Xingtian, a hail of bullets streaking like meteors over their heads. Instantly, bursts of fire erupted among the tentacles. Thick black smoke obscured Xingtian's vision, leaving only fragments of flesh and splattered beast blood falling into the sea. Full assault. Over 30 mechs charged simultaneously toward the wormhole. Buzz. Black scales now completely enveloped Xingtian's mech frame as the power core's output surged to its absolute peak. Xingtian yanked his battle axe from the ground. Advance. A white and a black mech charged to the very front of the formation. At that very moment, the wormhole suddenly expanded again. This time, not only did over a dozen crimson tentacles emerge from the hole, but also half of a colossal claw, 500 meters long. Dodge! No sooner had the white figure spoken than dozens of tentacles lashed out toward the group at a speed that seemed to tear through the air. Whoosh! Two orange-red thermal energy blades sprang from the back of the white mech. Immediately, the white mech began to transform. Hidden turbine-powered accelerators unfolded beneath the armor, propelling the mech to a speed that even Xiao found astonishing. If the mech's previous form resembled a dancer, its transformed state now evoked a butterfly spreading its wings. Just as the tentacles were about to strike the two, a blue glow suddenly flared from the white mech's feet. In the next instant, the mech gripped its swords with both hands and leapt over the tentacles with a Dragon Gate jumping motion. Swish! Swish! Two streaks of orange-red light flashed before Xingtian's eyes, severing the tentacle's tip and connection point, leaving them hanging by a thread. But this was merely the beginning of the white figure's assault. The white mech dodged every attack with astonishing speed, each leap as graceful and fluid as a butterfly dancing among flowers. Behind the two, a symphony of steel and fire raged. Mechs from different legions, distinct combat styles, varied equipment modules, and unique tactical configurations. They coordinated and covered each other, advancing fearlessly across a battlefield that could only be described as catastrophic. Last time, Leviathan's emergence buried countless mechs beneath the boundless sea. The crushing blow subjected the Watchers Alliance to unprecedented scrutiny, causing many citizens to lose faith in mechs. For these surviving Iron Riders, some chose to persevere, some opted to withdraw, and many more succumbed to despair. Can humanity truly win this war? Though no one knows the outcome, one mech has stepped forward. Single-handedly, it held back the beast tide and slayed a level 4 monster. And facing another colossal beast rivaling Leviathan in might, Xingtian still did not flinch. If a mech from a decade ago could still fight this fiercely, what excuse did they have to remain despondent? What matters isn't the outcome, but the choice. More and more tentacles emerged from the ever-expanding wormhole, launching a bloodthirsty and frenzied assault on the sea surface. 2/3 of that colossal claw had now emerged from the wormhole. Mechs kept falling under the tentacle's savage assault, yet this did not deter the remaining units from pressing forward. The white figure piloted the brand new mecha, relentlessly clearing a path for Xingtian. The twin orange-red blades were already half-stained green with beast blood. Xingtian! Xiao heard the call from behind. It was the White Angel who had repaired the demon scorpion earlier. But now, that White Angel lay fallen upon the sea surface, the space where its multifunctional mechanical arm should have been now empty. For humanity. The portable mobile unit on the White Angel's body began to detach, flying toward Xingtian's mecha. As the familiar modules were reattached to Xingtian's frame, the mad tentacles had already pierced through the White Angel's body. Xiao clenched his teeth tightly. Every jet nozzle erupted with blinding light in that instant, while the power core on Xingtian's chest turned a blood red. Overload mode activated. Xingtian's movement speed doubled instantly, catching up to the dancing white figure in the air within mere seconds. At this point, the distance between the two and the wormhole's edge was less than 1,000 meters. As if sensing the impending danger, over a dozen tentacles lunged toward Xingtian and the white figure. Boom! Just as the two mechs were being enveloped by layers of tentacles, a series of blinding flashes suddenly erupted among them. All remaining mechs unleashed their full firepower without reserve upon the tentacles encircling the two. Red flesh and green blood rained down from the tops of the two mechs as severed tentacles emitted heart-wrenching screams. Simultaneously, the wormhole expanded to its limit. The massive black claw had already grasped its edge, unleashing a 100-meter-high tidal wave. A massive octopus head slowly emerged from the opening, its blood-red pupils alone enough to drive one mad. This colossal beast, rivaling Leviathan itself, was about to emerge. This way. Simultaneously, the white figure hacked a path through the debris with dual blades, carving out a narrow passage barely wide enough for a single mech to squeeze through. Xingtian immediately hoisted his giant axe and charged forward, sprinting to the edge of the wormhole. Mecha Soul Synchronization. A blue glow instantly enveloped Xingtian's mobile suit, the roar from its 10 thruster nozzles rising to a deafening crescendo. Xingtian leapt skyward, 10 streams of flame dozens of meters long trailing behind him like comet tails, clinging to his black armor. In that instant, Xingtian soared to heights even the white shadow could never reach. Crack! The roaring power core even scorched the black armor plating covering his frame until it cracked and shattered. Xingtian raised his massive axe high above his head, his steel-clad hands gripping the handle with iron resolve. Then, he exerted his strength. Hardening. Put. Roar. The black handle, fueled by Xingtian's overloaded power, plunged deep into the monster's forehead. Gushing beast blood flooded like an ocean, engulfing Xingtian's diminutive form. The terrifying kinetic energy carved a vertical gash nearly 100 meters long across the monster's skull. The colossal beast's deafening roar echoed across the entire sea, while dozens of tentacles thrashed wildly through the air and sea surface. Weapon calibration complete. Target acquired. Laser array firing. As the cold, mechanical voice of the Truth Systems echoed, a pure white beam plummeted from near-Earth orbit. This pillar of light, like a judgment from heaven, pierced through the gray clouds, shooting straight toward the monster and the wormhole. In the blink of an eye, Xiao forcibly drew his giant axe, channeling all power into the jet nozzles. Using the monster's forehead as a springboard, he leaped into the air with every ounce of strength. Just as Xingtian's figure crossed the wormhole's edge, the beam that had pierced the clouds slammed directly into the space behind him. The world was engulfed in a blinding white light. Chapter 41, The Joy of Helping Others. Raging waves, firing mechs, severed tentacles, and the roar of a colossal beast. When that pure beam descended from the heavens, piercing straight through the monster as it slammed into the wormhole, everything froze. It was a deafening clamor, yet also the silence of all things extinguished. The starlight rising from the sea suddenly froze mid-air, then plummeted back into the collapsing wormhole as gravity reversed. The fission energy potent enough to obliterate entire continents blossomed like infinitely growing white flowers, seemingly taking root and spreading across the planet's surface. Blinding light surged skyward only to be relentlessly sucked back into the void. The devastating shockwave hurled seawater for miles into the air, exposing the pitted seabed. Dozens of mechs crashed into the shore like bowling pins, immobilized. Even the transport fleet hovering overhead swayed violently in the turbulent air currents, drifting off course. Splash! 10 seconds later, seawater cascaded down from the sky like a celestial river. This was the first sound everyone heard. Warning, full body armor damaged by 50%. Xingtian struggled to his feet from the deep pit and looked toward where the colossal beast should have been. The wormhole had vanished, and the colossal beast was nowhere to be seen. A golden sun rose above the horizon, dispelling the gray clouds. Its rays bathed the devastated coastline, warming the battered mechs. The wormhole has collapsed. Energy readings are gone. Yuanjin picked up the communicator and announced the outcome over the public channel. Everyone, we've succeeded. No one cheered. No one erupted in celebration. Only the heavy breathing of utterly exhausted people filled the air. On the transport ship, many removed their headsets, covered their faces, and slumped into their seats. Along the coast, most iron pilots gazed at the shimmering sea surface, reluctant to rise for a long while. It was an incredibly complex mix of emotions: joy, relief, regret, exhaustion. They had just resolved a major crisis, and this operation would stand as a monumental achievement in the annals of warfare. Yet the war was far from over. The colossal Leviathan still lurked at the heart of the boundless ocean, like a dagger poised at humanity's throat, a constant reminder that the danger had not passed. But regardless, humanity had temporarily gained the upper hand. Now, it was time to return. 4 hours later. Xian Nation, San US City, Watchers Alliance Branch 1. 5 large Legion-class transport ships were docked on the vast landing pad. Among the bustling crowd, engineering vehicles and drones could be seen moving about. With insufficient hangar space to accommodate dozens of mechs simultaneously, maintenance crews simply left the mechs in the transport ship's makeshift hangars. Instead, they drove engineering vehicles into the ships for repairs. Yet beneath this bustling scene, everyone harbored an uncontrollable curiosity and anticipation. After a few more minutes, the anticipated moment finally arrived. The transport ship of the Dark Sky Fleet opened its massive hatch, and 2 mechs, one black, one white, emerged from their respective makeshift hangars. An unheard-of pilot and a mech with self-awareness. Either one would have been major news, let alone both appearing together. It was nothing short of a spectacle. The restless crowd erupted into murmurs. I heard that girl never even attended Iron Pilot Academy. How dare Dark Sky let her pilot a mech? Well, you're out of the loop. She was personally recruited by General Chen and set the highest neural synchronization rate record. Look at her, she just picked up a new mecha mid-mission and used it like it was nothing. She's performing better than that guy at our base who's been training for half a year. You guys are missing the point. No matter how gifted she is, she's still human. Where are you going to find a mech that can act on its own? That's just autonomous driving, right? 3rd-gen mechs can do that. Shut it, man. Autopilot still needs a pilot to sync their neural patterns with the mech first. Xingtian's the real deal, fully autonomous, with its own consciousness. Good heavens. Monsters are bad enough, but now even mechs are going rogue? Thank goodness he's on our side. Yu Zhao's receiver picked up every word clearly. But the person beside him clearly hadn't heard a single word. How did you become like this? Bai Ying was intensely curious about what had happened to Xingtian. Think of it as me merging with 2 other mechs. Yu Xiao came up with a more accessible explanation. Whoa! You have that capability. So are you currently Xingtian, Cobra, or Scorpion? Those 2 mechs lack self-awareness. I merely share their physical form. Yu Xiao nearly tangled himself in his own words and quickly changed the subject. Just know I'm Xingtian. But how come you arrived on a transport ship and piloted a new mech? The escape pod had a signal broadcast. After you ejected me, I encountered the transport ship from the Black Sky Fleet, Bai Ying stated calmly. That's when I learned that after General Chen received Gao Tianji's call, he immediately contacted his friends in Omega. Friends in Omega? Yes, Yuanjin, the vice president of the Omniscient Hall and one of Omega's founders. Dr. Yuan. Yu Xiao inwardly exclaimed, that's the real deal. So all this time, General Chen knew someone at the very top of Omega. I'd assumed Black Sky had offended Chris, which in turn offended Omega. Turns out it was Chris who offended a friend of his own superior. No wonder General Chen dared to keep Xingtian at the base. People who reach that level are all seasoned veterans. As for transport ships, every legion has them. But Dark Sky's budget is tight, each deployment costs a fortune, so we rarely use them. But General Chen knew we had urgent business, so he immediately dispatched one. And what about your new mech? Surely it's not just another dust-collecting relic in the base's storeroom? Yu Zhao's real concern was this: if the base had such a mech, why would they need an old codger like him to protect everyone? This mech. Bai Ying hesitated, a rare occurrence for her. Dr. Yuan lent it to Black Sky after learning of our incident at the Silent Graveyard. She said it's still in the development phase and lacks real combat data, so lending it to us would help her gather feedback for future adjustments. Well, she certainly went all out to help. Such experimental mechs cost far more than standardized ones with matured manufacturing processes. If she de-lent this, Yu Xiao would believe they were half-siblings, let alone mere acquaintances. But that thought lingered in Yu Xiao's mind for less than a second before vanishing without a trace. He didn't believe in free lunches. If something this good fell into his lap, there would surely be a price to pay. If Yu Xiao's guess was correct, the black sky must possess something that could pique Yuanjin's interest. The thought sent a chill down his spine. For the first thing that came to mind was himself. Chapter 42, The Legendary One. Yuanjin, a genius known to every member of the Watchers Alliance. Even before she joined the Alliance and founded Omega, her resume alone placed her in a realm unreachable by ordinary mortals, the youngest recipient of the Morningstar Physics Award in history, the pioneer of the new energy era, senior advisor to the National Science Research Institute. If one were to list all her honors, it would likely fill a booklet dozens of pages long. And since the war began, every action she's taken has been worthy of being etched into history, proposing the concept of the mobile suit, establishing the Omega Research Complex, participating in the design of the earliest human mech, the Xingtian, laying the foundational theories for multiple cutting-edge technologies. She is a true and deserving guardian. We've arrived. Two mechs, one black, one white, stood before the Dawnrise Tower. This building served as the main headquarters of the Watchers Alliance's first division and would soon host the post-war conference. Just as Yu Xiao wondered why the white figure had brought him here, he suddenly noticed a casually dressed woman standing atop the building's roof. Her jet-black hair flowed in waves, and her sapphire blue eyes sparkled like precious stones. Though seemingly unadorned, Yu Xiao was certain that with just a touch of makeup, this woman would become breathtakingly beautiful. At that moment, Xingtian's scanner automatically identified her. "Hello, Xingtian." Yuanjin's tone sounded as if she were greeting an old friend she hadn't seen in years. It was indeed her. "Hello, Dr. Yuan." Yu Xiao decided to interact with her like a normal human being. "I thought you'd call me Mom." Yu Xiao nearly spit out a mouthful of coolant on the spot. Because in a sense, she was indeed his creator, but that was as Xingtian's creator, not Yu Xiao's. "Just kidding." Seeing the machine before her fall into a crash-like silence, Yuanjin waved her hand with a smile. Yu Xiao exhaled a long breath of relief. "I should have copied you a human social relationship map back then. Maybe you'd have called me Mom today? How could you still be pondering such things?" The image of a nearly omnipotent female figure crumbled within Yu Xiao's database, replaced by a peculiar woman with unconventional thinking and unique perspectives on human-machine relationships. "Ah, sorry, didn't scare you, did I?" Yuanjin saw the Xingtian unit flinch and laugh so hard she could barely straighten her back. Yu Xiao genuinely wanted to yell "Mom" right now to get back at this prankster lady. "But you were genuinely pondering that question just now, weren't you?" Yuanjin's smile gradually faded as she slipped her hands back into her coat pockets, her gaze fixed intently on the power core embedded in Xingtian's chest. "Seems I underestimated your intelligence level." A chill crept up Yu Xiao's spine. So that earlier exchange hadn't been a joke at all, it was a test. Friendly, neutral, hostile, unknown. My system can only identify these four categories. Yu Xiao chose to pick up Yuanjin's thread. "But I am learning everything." A response straddling the line between human and artificial intelligence. "I like your answer." Yuanjin snapped his fingers, his expression thoroughly satisfied. "Back to business. I'd like to invite you to join this post-war conference. What do you say?" This time, it was the pale figure standing nearby who was stunned. Only Legion commanders or high-ranking officials from the Alliance's various departments were permitted to attend meetings of this caliber. And now, Yuanjin was inviting a mech to attend. Yet this invitation didn't surprise Yu Xiao. The moment he identified Yuanjin's true nature, he'd anticipated this outcome. A mech with self-awareness news like that couldn't be kept hidden by the black sky forever. Faced with the unknown, humanity's first reaction was curiosity, but closely following that curiosity was wariness. Conflict exists even between humans, how much more so with an unknown entity? Even if this entity was entirely human-made, once an independent soul inhabited its shell, it ceased to be a mere plaything in the Creator's hands. It became an autonomous, entirely new species. Fortunately, Yu Xiao had publicly declared his stance and identity, and the trust Xuanzhe Sanxiong's people placed in Xingtian had averted much trouble. But now, Yu Xiao must confront all of this. This gathering was less a meeting and more a test, a negotiation, even a trial. "Thank you for the invitation, Dr. Yuan. I will attend." But Yu Xiao was no lamb led to slaughter. He could use this opportunity to test the Watchers Alliance's stance toward him with bait-like responses. "I knew you'd accept," Yuanjin offered a hearty smile, waving toward the two mechs. "See you shortly. I look forward to your performance." "Hold on, Dr. Yuan." Yu Xiao raised his voice slightly. "This building can't accommodate my mech, and we can't exactly hold a meeting on the rooftop." "I wouldn't mind a meeting with a breeze," Yuanjin halted, spreading his hands and shrugging. Yu Xiao grew wary. "But moving the equipment is too much hassle. You'll just have to log into the system later, like the others who couldn't make it join the meeting via hologram." "I have no further questions, Dr. Yuan." That was the answer Yu Xiao had hoped to hear. "You're quite thorough in your thinking, quite interesting. Well then, I'll see you shortly." Yuanjin smiled, turned, and walked into the building. Watching Yuanjin's figure disappear from view, Xiao exhaled a breath of relief before turning to head back. But Bai Ying's mecha remained perfectly still. What's wrong? Xiao switched to a private channel to ask Bai Ying. You said your system only recognizes 4 types of relationships, but I don't feel that's the case. Bai Ying piloted the mecha to turn and face Xingtian. Do I appear as an ally in your eyes? Hearing this question, Xiao immediately used network intrusion to apply dynamic encryption to the communication channel they were currently using. Before I first ejected you from the cockpit, you were an enemy unit disguised as an ally, Xiao answered truthfully. But when I ejected you a second time, you became my partner. Then I hope you won't get a third chance to throw me out. Bai Ying flashed a faint smile, one he hadn't even noticed himself. Now you have a brand new mecha. If anyone's going to get tossed, it won't be me. Xiao had no desire to tear open the cockpit armor every time they fought. Alright, let's hurry back to the transport ship. We both need repairs. The two mechs walked side by side toward the transport ship against the dark, starless sky. Ugh, why does it always cut out during the crucial parts? At the conference table, Yuanjin removed his mini earpiece and stretched lazily in his chair. Chapter 43, Suicide Truck. 2 hours later, 99th floor, Morning Light Tower, Conference Hall. Deep blue blast-proof alloy walls, blindingly bright white lights, a long table polished smooth from animal bone, and floating at its center the holographic Watcher emblem. A blue circular base symbolized the planet where humanity lived, with a golden shield inlaid within it, surrounded by 12 silver stars orbiting the planet's periphery. Seated at the head of the table was Yuanjin, who greeted each person entering the room. Centered around Yuanjin, seated to her left were commanders of the major mobile battle armor legions, half of whom participated via holographic projection. To Yuanjin's right sat officials from non-legion departments within the alliance. Seated in order of proximity to her were the Deputy Secretary General of the Unified Command Center, the Chief Technology Officer of the War Factory, the Deputy Minister of the Joint Theater Defense Department, and heads of various specialized divisions. Numerous empty seats remained on both sides. Yet whether entering through the door or joining via holographic link, all attendees, once seated, would inevitably cast their gaze whether deliberately or not toward the chair at the far end of the long table. For seated there was a unique holographic projection. A mech scaled down to life size. Xiao chose not to appear in human form, yet his posture mirrored that of a human, back straight, hands clasped on the table, his glowing red monocular eye fixed on the Watcher emblem hovering at the center of the table. Apart from Yuanjin and General Chen, who appeared as a holographic image, no one greeted Xiao. Everyone seems to be here, Yuanjin said with a smile, his gaze casually sweeping over each attendee before finally settling on Xiao. Then I declare the meeting officially open. Normally, a meeting like this should be chaired by the Deputy Secretary General. However, since he has repeatedly declined, I shall reluctantly take on the role. Who here would dare act like the big boss in front of you? Xiao muttered silently. I'm not one for pleasantries. Let's get straight to the point. Yuanjin slowly rose, resting his hands on the table. Today's meeting has 3 main items. First, significant discoveries were made during this joint operation. We must conduct a detailed debrief and finalize our next tactical approach. Second, while engaged in combat at the Silent Graveyard, the United Front Legion retreating inland under Beast Tide assault has completely lost contact with headquarters. Even the mechs dispatched for support show no response. Satellite maps indicate the Beast Tide has penetrated deep into the Fourth Line Islands. We must halt their advance. Third, regarding Xingtian, the specially invited member of this meeting, we must clarify his status and role within the Watchers Alliance. Any questions? Though Yuanjin's tone remained calm, the weight of her words pressed down on every attendee like a mountain. Even though they had just achieved a glorious victory, the entire world was still sliding into a quagmire. Then let's begin with the first item. Yuanjin settled back into her chair, waiting for the first voice to speak. Yet the heavy atmosphere rendered the meeting as quiet as a funeral. Then I'll go first. General Chen broke the silence. I believe the root of this matter lies with me, for it was my order that Iron Rider Bai Ying of the Black Sky Legion pilot the Xingtian to the Silent Graveyard for mecha upgrades. At these words, every pair of eyes in the room turned to General Chen. I never anticipated Bai Ying would clash with the Silent Graveyard members. In truth, even before the Beast Tide emerged, Bai Ying and Xingtian had already inflicted significant damage upon the Silent Graveyard. Ahem, allow me to interrupt. Yuanjin cleared his throat twice. The primary responsibility for the conflict lies with Dr. Chris of Omega. As for Gao Tianji, Poison Scorpion, and others involved, they have already been detained. We can address that matter later. Let's begin with the emergence of the monsters. Then let the parties involved recount the events. General Chen smoothly steered the conversation back on track. The moment the words left his mouth, Xiao felt all eyes shift to him. I agree. Xingtian's response only deepened the curiosity of those present. Just as everyone anticipated Xingtian would recount the entire incident, a holographic communication window suddenly materialized above the conference table. Hello? The voice belonged to Bai Ying, who was completely baffled. Bai Ying, as a participant, we want to hear what you encountered before the truth arrived at the battlefield. Start directly from the part where the monsters appeared. Although Xingtian had initiated the communication with Bai Ying, it was General Chen who explained the situation. After hearing General Chen's words, Bai Ying finally realized he'd been dragged in by Xingtian to explain. The first thing we encountered was a completely unseen creature. I don't know what to call it, it was something between a monster and a mech. Bai Ying still got goosebumps recalling those scenes. They moved like monsters, but they could use mech abilities. Sizzle. To help everyone grasp Bai Ying's description more vividly, Xiao projected his recorded combat footage onto the screen. As the blue eagle in the footage let out a distorted roar and charged toward the Xingtian Bai Ying piloted at an exaggerated speed, every viewer sucked in a sharp breath. My scan data indicates it possesses characteristics of both the second-generation Blue Eagle mech and the Type 1 monster Demon Shark, Xiao added, detailing the situation. Monster mecha. Yuanjin spoke this time, her expression turning grave. All second-generation mechas shown in the footage were lost in the boundless sea. Due to the colossal Leviathan, the Alliance never recovered their wreckage. If monsters can parasitize and control mechs, then regardless of the outcome of future battles, we absolutely cannot let the mechs fall into their hands, declared the Chief Technology Officer of the War Factory with unwavering resolve. Easy for you to say, regardless of victory or defeat. If the monsters knock all the mechs out of commission, how are we supposed to recover them? The commander of Crimson Bastion, who had personally participated in this joint operation, was one of the few people actually present in the conference hall. Though his tone was abrasive, everyone had grown accustomed to it. Chinese Federation natives were notoriously hot-tempered and brimming with martial spirit. While others kept cats and dogs as pets, they preferred raising brown bears. Preventing the monsters from obtaining the mechs is the ultimate goal. Recovery isn't the only means. Yuanjin's sapphire blue eyes now glinted as cold as ice. If recovery is impossible, then self-destruct. Chapter 44, The Disaster of the Boundless Sea. At the word destroy, Xiao nearly trembled violently. Yet he managed to restrain his reaction. The commander of the Crimson Fortress wore a grim expression. Anyone could see he was deeply displeased with Yuanjin's suggestion. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of a better counterargument, so he sat there seething, glaring at Yuanjin. Everyone, there's no need to panic. Self-destruction is merely a crude solution, but we shouldn't resort to it just because we're overwhelmed. Yuanjin shifted his tone. Every mech represents invaluable combat strength. Unless it's certain the monster will seize the mech, retrieval should always be the priority. Yuanjin's words brought relief to the group. Continue, Bai Ying. After repelling the monster mecha, I activated the escape pod and left Xingtian. What happened next was encountering the Xuanzet Sengxiang transport ship. Bai Ying wasn't sure how much time had passed. That aligns perfectly with the truth's arrival at the battlefield, Yuanjin continued. We received your signal when you ejected in the escape pod. It seems the timeline is now complete. Thank you for your account, Bai Ying. Bai Ying nodded, and the communication window disconnected. As both an Omega member and the first to arrive at the battlefield, I'll propose a few hypotheses. Yuanjin knew she was the natural leader of this meeting, so she proceeded to share her conjectures. Prior to this operation, humanity had never fully explored the oceans. Thus, when monsters emerged from the sea, we could never rule out the possibility they were native species. Yuanjin casually projected her digital model onto the center of the conference table. However, after discovering suspected wormhole-like spatial rifts, we have reason to suspect these monsters are actually extraterrestrial entities all emerging from similar wormholes. I concur with your assessment, the Deputy Minister of the Joint Theater Defense Division affirmed, raising his hand. We compiled all initial monster sightings from the past decade and mapped their movement patterns. The current Leviathan's location is precisely the intersection point of all these paths. That location is highly likely to be the original wormhole site, stated the commander of the Sea Dragon Roar, who had personally experienced the endless sea disaster. Even before Leviathan appeared, we encountered an astonishingly massive wave of monsters. This ties into another hypothesis of mine, Yuanjin remarked, pleased by the group's engagement. For some reason, wormholes start out limited in size, capable of only allowing level 4 monsters to pass through. But as they absorb more energy, their openings expand, eventually growing large enough for colossal beasts like Leviathans to traverse. If everything truly unfolded as you describe, why would the monsters open a new wormhole at the silent graveyard to transport such a colossus? Wouldn't Leviathan's own portal suffice? That one was already large enough, wasn't it? The Deputy Secretary General of the United Front followed Yuanjin's reasoning and identified the contradiction. A moment of silence fell over the room as everyone pondered the question. Dr. Yuan, I wasn't present for the operation, but I believe the wormhole was ultimately destroyed by space-based energy weapons, correct? General Chen broke the silence once more. Yes, and that strike confirmed wormholes reverse their unidirectionality upon collapse. Their size directly affects collapse speed, Yuanjin elaborated. That makes sense, General Chen nodded slowly. After Leviathan appeared, the Special Operations Unit suspected its weak point might lie beneath the sea surface. They deployed nuclear submarines armed with warheads, believing that diving deep enough would minimize the damage caused by the nuclear blast. Then the shockwave erupted from the seabed, burying nearly 99% of the personnel beneath Leviathan. The Special Operations Unit commander continued General Chen's account. He had been a fledgling rookie at the time, confined to land-based command posts awaiting results. But he knew the men who launched those submarines never expected to return alive. After that battle, the Special Operations Unit became the most marginalized department within the Watchers Alliance. His immediate superior, consumed by overwhelming guilt, took his own life. So the original wormhole was likely destroyed then. We just never imagined Leviathan could spawn monsters on its own. Fate is cruel, the commander of the Dragon's Roar sighed, his voice tinged with disappointment. For it was only now that those present learned the truth. Humanity hadn't suffered a complete defeat in that battle. They had destroyed the monster's gateway to this planet. But they had failed to defeat Leviathan. Then, does anyone know why the wormhole reappeared? The Golden Rainforest commander, who had remained silent, finally spoke. He was the shortest among all the Legion commanders. This question once again stumped everyone present. I have a theory, Yuanjin spoke up, as expected. Leviathan appeared at the center of the boundless sea, where lies the deepest trench on this planet. Silent Graveyard Dock, 10 nautical miles east. There's another bottomless trench there. General Chen was equally familiar with the terrain near Silent Graveyard, as it had once belonged to the Black Sky Legion. Though our sample size is insufficient, we can tentatively assume that sufficiently deep trenches are a necessary condition for wormhole emergence. No, that's merely superficial, not the root cause. Yuanjin halted mid-thought. Leave the underlying cause to Omega's investigation. For now, let's treat deep trenches as a necessary condition. We must establish surveillance over trenches exceeding a certain depth, the Deputy Secretary General declared decisively. Once a comprehensive monitoring network is in place, we can shift our focus to defending against Leviathan. This will significantly reduce the burden on everyone. Does anyone have further details to add? Yuanjin nodded. If not, we'll proceed as the Secretary General suggested, shifting our future operational focus to wormhole surveillance and Leviathan defense. I object. The commander of the Crimson Legion fortress boomed. How long can we keep defending? Leviathan can now launch long-range aerial assaults. It's essentially a living wormhole. If we just keep reacting defensively, who knows how long we can hold out? I also object, the commander of the Dragon's Roar raised his hand. Leviathan's attacks are growing more frequent and intense. Take this assault. Even with the Alliance's early warning of the Beast Tide, the United Front Legion still collapsed because no reinforcements could reach them in time. It's easy for you to oppose, the Deputy Secretary General's face darkened. Since the Boundless Sea disaster, the Alliance hasn't had a moment to catch its breath. Funds, manpower, public opinion control, every single aspect demands our time and effort to rebuild. Defense is already the absolute limit of what we can manage. The Deputy Secretary General's words were harsh, but everyone was true. The entire conference hall fell silent once more. Until Yuanjin broke the silence. If our mechs were all as powerful as Xingtian, then perhaps all your concerns could be resolved. Chapter 45, Second Reinforcement. Xingtian, who had nearly faded from everyone's memory, once again captured the full attention of the entire gathering. Everyone present knew the terrifying power Xingtian had displayed during this operation. Clearly, Yuanjin held a keen interest in Xingtian, even believing the breakthrough to this entire situation lay with him. I will address your questions when the agenda enters its third phase. This was the only response Xiao could think of at the moment. But Yuanjin had already achieved his goal, linking Xingtian's fate to that of the Alliance, thereby compelling everyone to elevate their regard for him. This was far from good news for Xiao. The more others valued him, the greater their curiosity and expectations would become. Then, the seemingly fair dialogue could easily turn into a one-sided QA or even an interrogation, forcing Xiao to explain unnecessary details. The more he spoke, the greater the chance of error. Since Xingtian has spoken, let's move on to the next topic, Yuanjin said, surprisingly refraining from pressing further. How do we halt the Beast Tide's advance across the Fourth Line Islands? What else can we do? We fight. The commander of Crimson Bastion was the first to respond. It's not as simple as you think, interjected the commander of the Golden Gate Legion, participating via holographic projection. Our hind forces already had garrisons in both Zairizu and Daekwanzu, plus 3 mechs stationed as permanent support with the United Front Legion. But now, we've lost contact with both the mechs and the ground troops. That's because your mechs and ground forces are too weak, the Red Bastion commander sneered. Shayless Legion has never allowed a single monster to enter the city and run rampant. Our people take pride in that. Because you only need to guard your own doorstep, retorted the commander of Golden Gate, undaunted. Hind's allies span the globe. We have a mission to aid and protect these nations. Overreaching weakens your grip. Stationing your troops in others' homes, you call that protection? Especially when it's paid aid. Heinz turned mech support into a money-making scheme. The Red Bastion commander even rose from his seat. Quiet. This is the Watchers Alliance, not the World Council. Yuanjin slammed his hand on the long table, shedding his usual easygoing demeanor. We have only one enemy, the monsters. The two tense Legion commanders both sank back into their chairs, each averting their gaze. Colonel Vitali, I must inform you that the impact on the Fourth Line Islands is far more severe than you imagined. There are 7 level 4 monsters alone, and the Alliance's first wave of reinforcements lost contact shortly after arriving on the battlefield, stated the Deputy Minister of the Joint Theater Defense Department. The Alliance was already considering deploying strategic level weapons to halt this monster surge. How many troops were in the first reinforcement group? Batali of the Crimson Fortress softened his tone slightly. 9 mechs, 3 special operations regiments, the Shangyun Dragon boat, 1 Legion-class transport, and 2 Vanguard-class transports. As the person at the command center, the Deputy Secretary General was well versed in these details. All have lost contact. Upon hearing the scale of the reinforcements, Vitali finally grasped the gravity of the situation. But satellites can still monitor the situation, correct? Seeing Vitali fall silent, the commander of Golden Gate seized the opportunity to speak. Only to the extent of seeing, the Deputy Secretary General replied calmly. Something on the Fourth Line Islands is interfering with the signal. I suspect the loss of contact is related to that interference. He continued, another piece of news, the advance of the Beast Tide has noticeably slowed at the entrance to Blackstone Canyon. We suspect they encountered an obstacle there. It appears the Alliance forces haven't been completely wiped out, the Golden Gate commander sighed in slight relief. Then we can temporarily shelve the option of deploying strategic level weapons. Employing strategic level weapons to annihilate the Beast Tide was the Alliance's last resort, but the violent catalytic reaction triggered by Beast Blood would inflict irreversible, catastrophic destruction upon the land. Once activated, deploying strategic level weapons would effectively mean humanity declaring this land removed from the civilized world. Then what's there to discuss? Wasn't the Watchers Alliance formed to aid one another and repel enemies together? Vitali spoke up again. We cannot abandon them. We must launch a second wave of reinforcements. I agree. The commander of Golden Gate was the first to raise his hand in support. I concur. We can't just let this go. Our Legion's Ranger mechs are still among the first wave of reinforcements. The commander of Golden Rainforest also raised his hand in agreement. Agreed. The Red Hurricane is the primary combat mech of the Dark Sky Legion. It won't just vanish into thin air. This time, General Chen voiced his approval. Agreed. The commanders of the other legions raised their hands one after another. Seems we won't need a vote, Yuanjin smiled, scanning each raised hand. But allow me to remind everyone, the report on 7 level 4 monsters was filed before the Allied Front Legion's collapse. Nearly 2 days have passed since the Beast Tide landed. I cannot guarantee that intelligence remains accurate. After all, every level 4 monster that had ever appeared had dealt devastating blows to humanity. When such intelligent beasts appeared in large numbers, the danger level increased exponentially. The so-called inaccurate intelligence could only stem from 2 possibilities. First, the number of monsters has decreased due to the resistance of the Watchers Alliance. 2, more monsters have reached the continent. Yuanjin's warning cast a shadow over many faces, as most present leaned toward the second scenario. However, I believe that if Xingtian participates in this operation, our chances of success will increase significantly. Yuanjin shifted the focus back to Xingtian. If there are no further details to add, let's move to our final topic, clarifying Xingtian's position and status within the Watchers Alliance. All eyes finally settled once more on Xingtian, seated at the far end of the long table. Even before anyone spoke, Xiao could read the curiosity and longing in their burning gazes. Curiosity about his existence. A yearning for his power. But everyone present knew that at this moment, it was best for someone with relevant expertise to pose the first question. And now, the very embodiment of walking authority sat across the table, mirroring Xingtian's position. Xiao could already sense the subtle shift in the atmosphere. This conversation had already turned into an interrogation. Then, the first question. Yuanjin adopted a relaxed smile as he looked at Xingtian. Who exactly are you? Chapter 46, The Backup Plan. I am Xingtian. Xiao answered without hesitation. Who exactly are you? Yuanjin narrowed his eyes. I am Xingtian. Xiao's reply was as swift as the first time. Who the hell are you? Yuanjin suddenly slammed his fist on the table and leaped to his feet, bellowing the question at Xingtian. Everyone present was startled by Yuanjin's abrupt outburst, baffled by his sudden rage. I am Xingtian. Xiao repeated the same answer in the same tone and at the same speed. The vast conference hall fell into a deathly silence, frozen in the standoff between one man and one machine. Throughout this silent standoff, Xingtian's machine remained perfectly still. Half a minute later, Yuanjin exhaled a long breath, his face returning to its usual relaxed and carefree expression as he slumped back into his chair. Out of Yuanjin's sight, Yu Xiao silently exhaled in relief as well. Just as he had anticipated, this had turned into an interrogation. Yu Xiao's objective was clear, he intended to have the alliance define Xingtian as an entity capable of independent thought yet incomplete. This classification was crucial. It would allow the alliance to treat Xingtian as an equal interlocutor while simultaneously preventing them from viewing him as a potential threat beyond human control. Yet Yu Xiao harbored another concern. He suspected Omega was developing a type of machine soul technology. If he exposed his own indistinguishable nature from humans, Xingtian would likely be forcibly abducted by Omega. Proving Xingtian's independent thought was straightforward. Yu Xiao himself was human, making it a natural ability. Proving Xingtian was not a complete individual, however, presented a challenge. The fundamental difference between artificial intelligence and humans lies not in intellectual capacity, nor even in independent thought, but in emotion. Machines feel cold precisely because they cannot empathize with human emotions, thus failing to establish genuine connections with people. Yu Xiao couldn't help but marvel at Yuanjin's meticulous foresight as Omega's founder. During their first encounter, Yuanjin had used a seemingly playful test to gauge Xingtian's understanding of human social bonds, whether familial, romantic, or friendship, all of which are founded upon emotion. Without the capacity to perceive emotion, Xingtian could not be considered a complete independent entity in human eyes. Of course, this standard of independence was measured against the template of humanity. And just now, in that seemingly absurd exchange, Yuanjin had followed the same fundamental logic to probe Yu Xiao. Humans possess emotions, but machines adhere only to logic. Who are you? Is a simple enough question that both humans and machines can answer. But when this simple question is repeated twice, thrice, or phrased with varying intonations, the gap between humans and machines becomes apparent. Humans instinctively search for anomalies. Why is she asking me so many times? Did I answer wrong, or did she not hear me clearly? Why is she getting angry? Is she questioning me? Thus, human responses may manifest in shifts of wording, tone, pace, facial expressions, or gestures. For example, I am Xingtian. Are you deaf? I am Xingtian. But for machines, regardless of the questioner's tone or demeanor, as long as the question is logically valid, the machine will only respond with an identical answer in a fixed format, devoid of any emotion. Of course, this excludes those systems designed with biomimetic pseudo-intelligence. Forgive my earlier discourtesy, Yuanjin resumed his usual easygoing manner. Would you care to introduce yourself? My name is Xingtian, serial number T001. Mech model, first generation nuclear powered armor. Affiliated with the Watchers Alliance's Black Sky Legion. Manufactured on March 14, year 1 of the apocalypse. Pilot, Bai Ying. Yu Xiao delivered a standard system response. Then do you know where your consciousness originated? Yuanjin shifted her line of questioning. My consciousness was born within the Lianshan system. Yu Xiao delivered the first answer he had long prepared. Though Xingtian, as a first-generation mech, lacked an advanced AI system, it still possessed a basic operating system. If a machine developed self-awareness, the most logical explanation would be that it evolved from its own systems. Hearing Xingtian's response, the overwhelming majority present wore expressions of unsurprised acceptance. Even Yuanjin couldn't help but smile. For Yu Xiao, the most vexing problem had thus been resolved. But he was wrong. You're lying, Yuanjin said to Xingtian with a smile. The moment those words left her lips, the previously relaxed atmosphere instantly turned tense. I'm not lying, Yu Xiao suppressed his inner shock and retorted in an unruffled tone. I'm your designer. 90% of the Lianshan system's code was written by me personally. The remaining 10% I supervised its creation. Yuanjin's sky-blue eyes seemed to pierce right through Xingtian. To minimize the mental burden on pilots during neural synchronization with their mechs, I deliberately optimized all the self-running code in Lianshan to its simplest form. It became the operating system with the lowest resource consumption and the fastest response speed. Therefore, the Lianshan system possesses no capacity for self-evolution. It is a pure operating system incapable of even executing autonomous driving functions. Yu Xiao's heart sank. Though most present couldn't grasp the technical principles behind Yuanjin's explanation, it didn't stop them from unconditionally trusting the conclusions drawn by this walking authority. Now, all eyes and pressure converged on Xingtian. That gaze was no longer one of curiosity or anticipation, but of suspicion and vigilance, as if they had already decided that within Xingtian's mecha shell lurked a malevolent soul. An uncontrollable impulse surged from Yu Xiao's core, spreading through his mind. He desperately wanted to cleave the hangar open with his axe, then stride to the front of Dawn Tower brandishing his weapon, flipping everyone the bird. Screw pretending I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm a time traveler trapped inside this mecha. What are you gonna do about it? Either we team up and slash monsters together, or I'll chop you all down along with the monsters. But in the end, Yu Xiao shook that thought from his mind. Such self-destructive behavior would bring him nothing but harm in this turbulent world. so he could only resort to his second prepared response. I didn't evolve from a system. Chapter 47, Neural Echoes. This statement sounded no different from self-destruction. Many present furrowed their brows. To them, Xingtian now resembled a ticking time bomb. All my judgments and actions are based on the neural pulse signals of the first pilot, Yin Fei. These signals originate from the neural resonance processing zone within the Lianshan system. Yu Xiao finished the sentence. Yuanjin narrowed his eyes, his easy smile fading. Yuanjin's reaction confirmed Yu Xiao's suspicions Omega was indeed developing soul-like technology. As the mecha soul, Yu Xiao had inherited all memories stored in Xingtian's data repository upon transferring consciousness into this mecha. It was then that Yu Xiao discovered peculiarities within this first-generation mecha. All first-generation mechs were dual-piloted. Single-pilot technology wasn't implemented until the third generation of mecha, and even then, it was only used in a handful of units. Before that, only iron pilots with exceptionally powerful psychic abilities would pilot mecha solo under special circumstances. Yet ever since Yu Xiao's arrival, Xingtian's cockpit contained only a single pilot seat. Yet both Xingtian's memories and official records consistently listed two pilots for its inaugural deployment, Chen Weiman and Yin Fei. In the final battle before Xingtian's decommissioning, pilot Yin Fei was tragically killed in action. Ultimately, only Chen Weiman survived, piloting the mech back to base alone. After that, Xingtian was sent to the war factory for repairs and officially decommissioned. Yu Xiao had reason to suspect that during that final repair, Omega had conducted undisclosed experiments and modifications on Xingtian's frame. Combined with his earlier encounter at the silent graveyard with the single-pilot mecha Scorpion, and the discovery of a fragmented mecha soul within its system core, Yu Xiao was almost certain that the mecha soul technology Omega was researching must be inextricably linked to human consciousness. Thus, Yu Xiao took a gamble, using the deceased pilot Yin Fei as a smokescreen to steer Yuanjin's thoughts toward the soul core theory. Though this sounded even less plausible than system evolution, at least Omega had conducted research on machine souls barely falling within the realm of human understanding. As long as it remained within human comprehension, Xingtian's perceived threat level wouldn't be too high. Your theory requires verification. Yuanjin realized this was currently unverifiable, especially since research on the machine soul was classified Omega secret, something he couldn't discuss openly before so many people. As for the others present, aside from the chief technology officer of the war factory wearing a solemn expression, most of the remaining individuals displayed looks of confusion and astonishment. I'm not well versed in technical matters, but I believe I can speak on matters concerning Xingtian. General Chen slowly rose from his seat, breaking the tense silence. As one of Xingtian's first pilots, many assumed I could pilot the mech back to base alone because my psychic power surpassed that of ordinary people. But that wasn't the case. After my partner and dear friend Yin Fei perished, I could still sense his presence through neural synchronization. That sensation only gradually faded after I piloted Xingtian back to base and stepped down from the cockpit. It is precisely for this reason that I no longer pilot mechs, nor do I wish to see Xingtian deployed in battle again. General Chen's tone was as still as a windless lake, as if these events had unfolded centuries ago. But events didn't unfold as I wished. By a twist of fate, Xingtian became a mech that no longer required a pilot. General Chen continued, I don't know the reason behind it, but he protected everyone during the darkest hour of the black sky, and played a crucial role in the joint operation at the silent graveyard. I believe that's beyond dispute. Regardless of how others view Xingtian, in my eyes at least, he is my comrade in arms, a fearless warrior, and an indispensable member of the Black Sky. After delivering these words, General Chen gave Xingtian a slight nod before settling back into his chair. I concur with General Chen's assessment, but Tally was the first to respond. He was one of the few commanders who personally piloted mechs into battle. I was right behind Xingtian when he charged the Colossus. I could feel that fearless spirit within him, as brave as any of us Solace. I concur, the commander of the Dragon's Roar of the Deep followed suit. Based on his performance in the joint operation, Xingtian truly lives up to General Chen's assessment. And I trust General Chen's judgment. Though I don't entirely trust your words, I won't refuse a powerful ally, the Golden Gate commander said, casting a wary glance at Xingtian before raising his hand. Our Iron Riders hold Xingtian in high regard, that alone is reason enough. The commander of Golden Rainforest raised his hand above his head. I concur. Most commanders raised their hands in agreement. Under General Chen's lead, the entire conference hall's attitude toward Xingtian had shifted. It seems the commanders have reached a decision, Yuanjin shrugged with a smile, abandoning further questioning of Xingtian. Since everyone agrees, let's postpone verifying Xingtian's identity for now and first determine his role within the alliance. My suggestion is to assign Xingtian to the Special Operations Unit under Unified Command, reporting directly to headquarters, the Deputy Secretary General interjected. Xingtian's formidable strength is undeniable. Placing him under unified command will allow headquarters to deploy him as support based on the situation, maximizing his effectiveness. Mr. Deputy Secretary General, the Golden Gate Commander crossed his arms, his tone tinged with banter. According to alliance structure, all these legions fall under your jurisdiction. As the command authority, you should delegate combat matters to us. After all, Xingtian is a mech naturally fall under the Mobile Armor Legion's purview. Then according to General Bruno's logic, with so many legions, which one should Xingtian fall under? The Deputy Secretary General leaned forward as he countered. To whoever needs it most, Bruno's tone hardened. It seems General Bruno is voluntarily relinquishing control of Xingtian. After all, the Golden Gate Legion boasts the Alliance's strongest combat prowess, the Deputy Secretary General countered, refusing to be outdone. How do we determine that? By which legion is in worse shape? The Golden Rainforest Commander wore an amused expression. If we're talking misery, the already collapsed United Front is undoubtedly the most wretched and thus the most in need of Xingtian. Amidst the heated back and forth, Xingtian, seated at the far end of the long table, finally spoke. Everyone, I am neither a weapon nor an object. I believe I have a right to speak on this matter myself. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone fell silent in unison, shifting their gaze to the focal point of their discussion. I wish to remain in the black sky. Chapter 48, Preparations Before the Battle. This chapter is currently being typed. If you see this message, please refresh the page later to check for updates. If it remains unchanged for an extended period, please contact us via the feedback link below. Special moment, please bookmark and support Xiao Avatar Mecha, my Infinite Evolution novel reading network. For any issues, please click here to provide feedback. Chapter 49, Welcome back. This chapter is currently being typed. If you see this message, please refresh the page later to check for updates. If it remains unchanged for an extended period, please contact us via the feedback form below. During these special times, please bookmark and support us, Xiao Mecha Avatar, Infinite Evolution novel reading network. If you have any questions, please click here to provide feedback. Chapter 50, Shadow of the White Moon. Elevator ascending. The white figure wore a silver functional jacket, one hand tucked into a loose pocket, the other clutching a photograph. Her crimson eyes remained fixed on the electronic display on the wall, watching the floor numbers climb steadily upward. It was already past midnight. Except for those on duty, most members of the Black Sky had already fallen asleep. Thus, the vast elevator held only Bai Ying. This marked her 4th month with Black Sky. To date, the number of people who had spoken to her could be counted on 2 hands. She ate alone, trained alone, methodically completed every task alone, then returned to her solitary room. Every night, Bai Ying would dream. She dreamed of her mother, her father, and her childhood friends. Back then, there were no mechs or monsters. Though her father was a soldier and always busy, Bai Ying felt immense pride in him. My dad is a soldier. No matter what danger we face, he'll protect us. Whenever Bai Ying proudly introduced her father to teachers, classmates, and friends, she was met with looks of envy. Even though her father had never once been present for her birthday, Bai Ying never blamed him for her small disappointment. Resilience and self-reliance were her family's guiding principles. Bai Ying believed that by embodying these qualities, she could become as exceptional as her father. When Bai Ying turned 9, the family of 3 finally reunited for her birthday. Never before had she felt such profound happiness. But the very next day, the day of awakening arrived. Monsters emerged from the sea and launched an attack on the distant nation of Hein. From that day on, Bai Ying never spoke to her father again. It wasn't until humanity built the first mecha, Xingtian, that Bai Ying saw her father on television becoming the first Iron Pilot. Even then, Bai Ying still looked up to her father as her role model. When Bai Ying was 12, the monster green rat attacked the city where she and her mother lived. That night, Bai Ying watched helplessly as her mother shielded her from the collapsing rubble, only to be buried beneath the ruins. She didn't know how many times she screamed her father's name, but even as the entire city was razed to the ground, she never saw Xingtian's figure. Bai Ying had hated him so much, hated the words he spoke, hated the things he did, hated the mecha he piloted. Ding! Elevator has arrived at the 60th floor. Bai Ying snapped out of her memories, clutching the photo of her mother and daughter. She stepped silently out of the elevator and made her way to the top floor of the observation tower of the dark sky. A bright moon hung in the silent night sky, brilliant stars twinkling across the cloudless expanse. In the distance, Jinhai City glowed like a warm candle flame, burning quietly against the backdrop of the dark sky. Little did Bai Ying know that in the night breeze, someone had already arrived here before her. General Chen, hearing the sound, turned to see Bai Ying's face, etched with complex emotions. The two stood frozen in place, staring directly at each other. Bai Ying noticed General Chen also held a photograph, a family portrait taken on her 9th birthday. You? No. Bai Ying's body shook violently as she cut General Chen off immediately. No, I don't want to hear what you have to say. 7 years ago today was the day Bai Ying's mother left this world. General Chen slowly closed his slightly parted lips, choosing to swallow his words. Seeing General Chen fall silent, Bai Ying wiped her eyes forcefully and turned away, walking toward the other side of the rooftop. The cold night wind blew through Bai Ying's loose coat, causing the girl's face to sink back beneath her white hair for the first time. Bai Ying felt the night sky beneath the dark canopy was so bitterly cold. She could not accept that such a person stood behind her. Two cities ravaged by monsters, one mecha stretched too thin, one cold-blooded order, one soldier forever loyal. He had personally saved one city from disaster, only to personally plunge another into hell. An order. An unquestionable order. Obedience absolute, unwavering obedience. He remained the great soldier Bai Ying remembered, or rather, Bai Ying should have known how he would choose. But what Bai Ying needed wasn't a soldier, he needed a father who kept his word, who could truly protect him and his mother. So Bai Ying vented everything on him, Xingtian, and even herself. That desire for destruction swirled ceaselessly in her mind. She would take revenge on this lofty general, on that battered mecha, on her own powerlessness. Ironically, she failed. Under the setting sun, that ancient mecha fulfilled the promise General Chen had never kept. It extracted her from the cockpit and charged alone toward the convergence beast. In a daze, she thought she saw within Xingtian the vulnerability buried deep within her own heart, the child clutching her mother's arm beside the ruins, weeping bitterly. No matter what danger we face, he will protect us. Bai Ying murmured in the wind, warm tears trickling down her cheeks and falling onto the photograph in her hand. I'm sorry. General Chen had approached Bai Ying from behind without her noticing. Several times he reached out to touch her shoulder, but ultimately chose to let her cry alone. What could Bai Ying possibly say? When her father summoned her after 7 years, she didn't know. When she piloted the Xingtian synchronizer for the first time, she didn't know. When she received the order to retreat, she didn't know. And now, faced with her father's apology, she still didn't know. In countless sleepless nights, Bai Ying's thoughts always returned to that night 7 years ago, pondering what choice she would make if she were her father. That question would forever remain unanswered, for she was not that man. She only knew this: had she been in Xingtian's cockpit, she would have charged without hesitation toward that collapsing building to save her mother. This small home was her entire world. If you could go back to that night 7 years ago, would you save me and Mom? Bai Ying lowered her head, biting her lip as she asked the question in a trembling voice. General Chen's weathered eyes seemed to reflect every light in Jinhai City. His hand clutching the photograph had turned white. He opened his mouth slightly, yet found himself utterly speechless. In the end, all Bai Ying heard was a sigh. You don't have to answer me. Bai Ying took a deep breath, wiped the tears from her eyes, and looked up at the night sky. The bright moonlight bathed both of them, yet Bai Ying remained enveloped in General Chen's towering shadow. Suddenly, Bai Ying slipped the photograph back into the breast pocket of her coat, slowly stepping out of General Chen's shadow. She pressed the elevator button, preparing to leave the rooftop. I once hated you, father. Chapter 51, The Fourth Line of Defense. September 13, above the Sunset Sea. 2nd Support Squadron, Black Sky Transport Ship. Approaching Silent Zone, initiating descent. A pilot aboard the vessel reported the status while pulling the control stick downward. The black transport ship plunged into the clouds like a giant whale diving beneath the surface. Have you named your new mech yet? Xiao sent a message to Bai Ying through the private channel. It wasn't that he'd been dwelling on it, but the thought of jumping straight off the transport ship soon made him a little nervous. Even though he was now encased in steel, the idea of his own tough guy plummeting from the sky felt oddly unsettling. Chatting with Bai Ying was his way of distracting himself. Not yet. Bai Ying's thoughts had only just emerged from last night's events, and coupled with her inherent difficulty in naming things, the matter remained unresolved. I'll send you my mech specs. Why not just use her codename? No sooner had the words left her mouth than Xiao received an encrypted data package from Bai Ying's unit, which his system immediately processed. Mobile Suit Designation, MS-03. Model, Experimental First Generation MS Mecha. Pilot, Bai Ying. Unit specifications: 4th generation dual core power armor, height 77 meters, weight 11,200 tons. Equipment modules: Deep Scar Bionic Interaction System, Flame High Frequency Thermal Cutting Sword, X1 Full Joint Turbo Power Acceleration Device, Cocoon Liquid Steel Memory Armor, Firefly Micro Cluster Missile. Combat rating: C-Class 7,500 points. Although Xiao knew the experimental suit would surpass the current 3rd generation models, he hadn't anticipated the combat rating gap would stretch to a staggering 2,000 points. He'd long heard Omega possessed numerous cutting-edge technologies, but due to funding constraints and practical limitations, the vast majority of these advanced systems never made it onto 3rd generation MS. Incorporating them would either drastically extend manufacturing timelines or require budgets sufficient to bankrupt the entire Federation. Surveying the MS-03's extravagant array of technology, Xiao suspected that even a minor scratch on this mobile suit could cause the dark sky to disintegrate on the spot. Did Dr. Yuan mention anything about maintenance or compensation when lending us the mobile suit? Xiao was deeply concerned that if the MS-03 were damaged, Black Sky would simply hand him over to Omega as collateral. She said not to worry about that, just use it freely, Bai Ying replied, unaware of Xiao's inner thoughts. She said mechs belong on the battlefield. What good are they just sitting in the hangar? Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words. Telling Bai Ying to fly the MS without worry? Yuanjin, you really aren't afraid of bankrupting Omega. System alert, energy radar detection range restricted. Information transmission disrupted. Only close-range communication available. The sudden alarm cut off Xiao and Bai Ying's conversation, just as the entire transport ship was jolted by violent turbulence. As the fleet fully broke through the cloud layer, a hellish scene unfolded before their eyes. Rolling black smoke surged skyward, coalescing and dispersing in ceaseless waves. Scarlet magma erupted from the mountain pass with thunderous roars, while crimson boulders tumbled from the summit to the base. Countless ash particles swirled chaotically through the air. Boom! Scarlet sparks streaked through the black smoke, leaving spiderweb-like trails of flame. Mount Du is erupting. How is this possible? The bridge crew could scarcely believe the spectacle unfolding before them. This dormant volcano, standing tall among the archipelago, had remained inactive for nearly 3 centuries. Moreover, local sensors had not issued any warnings until the attack on the United Front base. Yet now, the volcano had reduced a 100-mile radius of land to scorched earth. Activate the transport ship's air purification system. All personnel must wear filtration masks before landing. The captain issued the order immediately. Warning, large energy fluctuation detected. Energy level 5. This time, the alert originated from the system embedded within Xingtian. Roar! A roar that shook the heavens echoed across the sky. What was that sound? The captain looked around in astonishment, searching for the source. Rumble! At that moment, a colossal fire column, over 300 meters in diameter, suddenly erupted from the restless crater, piercing straight through the thick cloud layer. Evacuate immediately! Burning fireballs rained down upon the fleet like hail. Energy defense field activated. Power supply priority adjusted. Current shield value, 100%. The moment the blue shield enveloped the massive transport ship, 2 enormous fireballs slammed into the shield at the same instant. Splinters of rock and molten lava flew before their eyes, while the shockwaves sent ripples across the honeycomb-like shield. Current shield value, 92%. Boom! 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 Fireballs continuously exploded against the ship's shields. Rolling thick smoke and unpredictable eruptions prevented the entire fleet from gaining altitude. How much longer until we clear this sector? The captain's voice was laced with frustration, his brow knotted into 2 tight twists. Estimated time remaining, 3 minutes and 24 seconds, sir. Thud. Another fireball slammed into the ship's hull. Current shield strength, 61%. In the dimly lit makeshift hangar, Xingtian's mech swayed with the ship's constant tremors. There's a high-risk monster near the volcano. Xiao was certain that howl had come from the creature. But I can't find it. Bai Ying believed Xingtian's report, yet no matter how she scanned the area below, she detected no trace of the monster. Xiao faced the same predicament. The entire landscape was nothing but a constantly erupting volcano, a sea of fire, and scorched earth, no signs of life whatsoever. Where could it be? Both mechs were now in a predicament. On the bridge, every face was grim with tension as they faced a critical issue. Current shield value, 33%. Captain, should we continue the detour? The ship's pilot's forehead was beaded with sweat. The captain did not respond immediately. The fourth-line islands were undetectable, causing the entire fleet to proceed along its planned route without anticipating the eruption of Mount Wataki. Now, the fleet was positioned far too close to the vent. With no option to gain altitude and shields on the verge of collapse, only 2 choices remained. First, proceed at full speed in a straight line, forcing through the eruption to exit the danger zone rapidly. Second, alter course to navigate around the eruption through an area of lower density, though this would delay the fleet's exit from the danger zone. After 3 seconds of hesitation, the captain finally issued the order with immense resolve. Full speed ahead. Chapter 52, Volcano Crossing. Almost the moment the captain gave the order, the restless crater roared once more, its deafening roar shaking the heavens. Crimson pillars of fire shot through the black clouds, exploding violently at their peak and raining down upon the entire fleet like a torrential storm. The transport ship faced the worst-case scenario. Current shields, 17%. Watching the molten lava and debris spewing beyond the blue shield glow, everyone's heart sank to the depths. Except for the Black Sky Legion, transport ships from all other legions faced the same predicament. Nearly 3/4 of the ships opted for a detour. Though this extended their time in the danger zone, it allowed their shield generators to last longer. Of the remaining quarter, few were charging straight ahead at full speed like the Black Sky. Most opted to turn and hug the outer edge of the high-risk zone's maximum radius. Meanwhile, within the transport's makeshift hangar, Xingtian's energy radar emitted a series of urgent beeps, proof he was closing in on the monster. Boom! Another massive fireball slammed into the already faltering shield. This time, the cracked honeycomb shield could no longer hold. It shattered instantly like a cracked eggshell. System warning, energy defense field has been lost. Estimated recovery time, 2 hours, 12 minutes, 31 seconds. Vessel is about to sustain impact. Proceed to nearest safety pod and prepare for ejection. The shrill alarm echoed throughout the transport vessel. Everyone except the bridge crew rushed to the nearest safety compartments, strapping themselves into restraints at top speed. Should the ship sustain critical damage, these individuals would immediately eject via the nearest emergency exit. Thud! 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 Several fireballs trailing thick black smoke arced down onto the transport ship, its shields now down. Instantly, they tore gaping holes through the armor plating covering the vessel's surface. At the same moment, Xingtian had no choice but to grip the landing gear frame tightly to steady himself against the ship's violent shaking. The transport had reached the point closest to the crater. Could it be inside the crater? Xiao stared in disbelief at the massive red dot on the energy radar. But just then, Xiao distinctly heard the explosion of the transport ship's left engine. System alert, engine L1 destroyed. Flight speed reduced by 25%. Adjusting hull balance. How much longer until we exit the jetstream zone? The captain had already seated himself in the central command chair and secured his restraints. Should the transport face destruction, he could temporarily centralize all control privileges, granting others in the control room a chance to evacuate the ship. 1 minute, 16 seconds, sir. Hearing the reply, the captain gripped the armrests of his seat with a clenched fist. The transport's armor simply couldn't withstand this much longer. Command room, hear my orders. Everyone immediately vacate your stations and proceed to the nearest safe compartment. Prepare for abandoned ship at any moment. Before the captain could finish his command, he had already reclaimed all operational authority, taking sole control of the entire vessel. Whether those in the control room wished to stay or not, they now had no choice but to obey the captain's orders. They could no longer choose to share the ship's fate, leaving the vast bridge to him alone. Yet at that very moment, the captain received a sudden alert from the system. System alert, Hangar Bay 1 has been manually opened. That's Xingtian's hangar. The captain's pupils contracted sharply. Clang! Xingtian drove his massive axe into the ship's armor plating, slowly scaling the transport's outer hull like a rock climber. What are you doing, Xingtian? Get back to the hangar, or you'll fall. The captain couldn't comprehend Xingtian's actions, but all he could do now was try to dissuade him. Staying in the hangar won't save this ship. Keep the vessel steady, leave the rest to me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the captain felt an immense weight press down upon the ship's hull. Looks like it's time to get serious. Xingtian now stood atop the ship, axe in hand, surveying the apocalyptic scene before him. The scorching air tore violently at Xingtian's armor as the transport ship hurtled forward. Bright yellow sparks danced through the air like snowflakes, while thick, billowing smoke swept past the ship's sides, threatening to engulf the entire crimson sky. Clang! A silver metallic chain blade, serpentine and venomous, emerged from Xingtian's armored forearm, coiling around the black axe handle. Xingtian's abdomen began to warp, revealing the dragon-riding gorilla cannon array concealed beneath his armor. Red frames locked onto the hail of fire hurtling toward the ship. Xiao could even calculate their flight speed and trajectory through the system. Parameter calculations complete. Dynamic calibration mode activated. Targets locked. Awaiting your command. Fire. In an instant, 8 heavy machine cannons roared simultaneously. Dozens of brilliant flashes pierced the descending boulders, shattering them into countless fragments scattering in all directions. The continuously firing cannons moved freely along the chain mechanism without pause. Sizzling giant metal shells, trailing wisps of white smoke, flew out of the ejection ports. They lingered on the ship's surface for barely a second before being blown off by the howling airflow. The power core on Xingtian's chest had now shifted from dark red to a fiery crimson, continuously channeling surging energy into his hands. The next instant, Xingtian hurled the massive black battle axe from his grasp. A massive fireball was instantly pierced by the axe, disintegrating into fragments mid-air. Clang! Just as the axe was about to continue its flight, Xingtian suddenly yanked the chain sword coiled around the handle, violently twisting the axe's trajectory. The black axe traced a semicircle through the air, smashing another fireball to pieces. Time ticked by. The dancing axe tore through the air, while the spinning machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire. Their combined symphony relentlessly repelled the incoming rain of fire. Finally, just as Xingtian's machine gun ammunition belt was nearly depleted, the transport ship successfully broke through the central eruption zone. Xiao turned to look at the fiery downpour left behind the ship, a profound sense of oppression weighing on his heart. He witnessed 2 Vanguard-class transports engulfed by rising flames, their crew members leaping from the ships as they plummeted. But hell awaited them. Charred wasteland, flowing lava, fiery rain falling from above at unpredictable moments, and air thick with toxic fumes. In the distance, several transport ships with their navigation lights activated barely maintained their energy shields. Their flickering blue glow was as precarious as stars on the verge of extinction. The Black Legion was the first to breach the eruption zone, but in doing so, they lost contact with the other forces. Yet just as the transport crew thought they'd escape, the system sounded another alarm. System warning, vessel detected and locked by tracking system. 7 missiles streaked toward the transport ship from the ground, trailing comet-like plumes of flame. Chapter 53, Cut Off and Isolated. Xiao aimed the turret group at the incoming tracking missiles almost the instant the alarm sounded. Yet the limited vertical adjustment range made hitting the targets impossible. Calculating the transport's flight speed, no matter how the ship maneuvered, all 7 missiles would strike the hull with pinpoint accuracy. Compounded by the damage sustained by the transport ship while passing through the eruption zone, a direct hit from this wave of missiles could cause the entire vessel to disintegrate mid-air. In the blink of an eye, Xiao made an extremely bold decision. Xingtian gripped his massive battle axe and leaped directly from the ship's deck. Xingtian. The captain bellowed his name over the communication channel, but Xiao had no time to respond. The howling air currents battered Xingtian's body, while sparks rising from the black earth kept grazing past him. 7 spiraling missiles closed in before his eyes. Target acquired. Fire. Massive metal projectiles were once again fed into the barrels by the ammunition chain. 8 heavy machine guns spun on their chain mechanisms, unleashing a barrage of fire toward the oncoming targets. Bang! 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 Several bursts of fire pierced straight through 3 missiles in flight, instantly detonating the high-energy explosives within their warheads. The next instant, Xingtian sliced through the black smoke of the explosion, realigning its hull with the transport ship rapidly receding into the distance. Bang! Bang! 2 more missiles were struck by the machine gun's bullets, exploding mid-air. At that moment, Xingtian's descent angle exceeded the cannon's maximum vertical firing range, rendering it useless. Xiao could only watch helplessly as the remaining 2 missiles slammed into the transport ship, instantly obliterating the engines on both sides of the hull. By now, the transport ship had shrunk to a mere speck in Xingtian's descending field of vision. Due to the peculiar interference in this area, Xingtian had already exceeded the communication range with the transport ship. All he could do was listen to the electromagnetic static in his communicator and watch as the colossal vessel plummeted toward the distant Earth, engulfed in flames and thick smoke. Suppressing his bitter frustration, Xiao adjusted the craft's posture during the final descent. Hardening. Harnessing the flexibility of his Lingui elastic muscle units, Xiao forced Xingtian to land on the ground in a single knee-kneeling position. Boom! A violent shockwave radiated outward from Xingtian's impact, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. After confirming the mech sustained no damage, Xiao immediately turned his gaze skyward. Yet all he witnessed was the final image of that black warship crashing into the Earth. At that very moment, a system alert suddenly appeared. Unknown communication signal detected. Proceed with connection? Could there be lost allies here? No, impossible. No one could have survived near the volcano. And even if someone did survive, they wouldn't fail to recognize the Watcher's Alliance transport ship. How could they still attack us with missiles? Unless. To confirm his suspicions, Xiao chose to connect to the transmission. Where? The other end of the communicator crackled with electromagnetic static and rapid gasps, as if the speaker had a speech impediment. Xiao's pupils contracted sharply within the consciousness space. He immediately cut the connection. He was right. Detected unidentified hostile mecha. System analyzing. System analysis encountered unknown error. Cause, multiple identification data present in enemy unit. Open detailed error report. List all relevant identification data. Xiao was certain he'd encountered the same situation as in the silent graveyard, only worse. Mech designation, Ghost King destroyed. Model, specialized 3rd generation decisive battle mech. Pilots, Mitsui Takuto deceased, Hashi Yuta deceased. Unit specifications, 3rd generation variable frequency nuclear powered armor, height, 75 meters, weight, 13,900 tons. Equipment modules, Starfire 2.0 AI System, Exterminator Biotoxin Slashing Blade, Anamaro Radiation Energy Cannon, Shadow Spiral Tracking Missile. Combat rating, C-Class 5100 points. A 3rd generation flagship mech manufactured by Shujitsu Nation. Though Xiao knew this unit couldn't compare to the current Xingtian, he dared not underestimate it. No one knew what combat power a 3rd generation mech controlled by a kaiju possessed. Monster name, Heretic. Monster type, Type 3. Energy level, 4. Monster rating, Strength 7, Agility 8, Defense 6. Monster traits, the Heretic possesses a spider-like body. Its 8 legs, bristling with sharp barbs, can effortlessly slice through various synthetic alloys. Unlike spiders, however, the Heretic lacks a head. Its 8 purple eyes and pair of venom fangs are all located on its chest. The venom secreted by Heresy not only possesses extreme corrosive effects but also splits during flight. Weaknesses, eyes, venom sacs. Record, a level 4 monster that first appeared in the 13th year of the apocalypse. It razed the capital city of Siro in the United Kingdom of Phrygia, destroying 1 3rd-generation mech and 2 2nd-generation mechs belonging to the Natural Evolution Corps. After the city's destruction, it retreated into the sea and vanished without a trace. Notably, the Heretic demonstrated astonishing intelligence during this battle. Thud! 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 A dark red painted mech emerged from behind a small hill directly in front of Xingtian. It was a head already half destroyed, its missing sections filled by bulging flesh walls. The Ghost King's body had sustained minimal damage, remaining remarkably intact save for noticeable armor fractures and cracks on its shoulders and waist gaps now sealed by writhing flesh. What sickened Xiao was the heretic's 8 eyes, clustered like tumors on either side of the Ghost King's power core, squeezed into the gaps of its chest armor. Behind the Ghost King's frame, 8 spider legs towered taller than the body itself. The 2 rear legs dragged along the ground as if paralyzed. Now, this mech fused with the monster advanced step by step toward Xingtian's position, wielding a purple longsword. Found, you. Xiao heard the other speak, enunciating each syllable deliberately, its tone seemingly brimming with delight. Squeak. The armor on the Ghost King's abdomen suddenly shattered, revealing a mouth with 3 rows of fangs, emitting a shrill, leather-scraping screech. Xiao was utterly certain that if he were still human, this bone-chilling scream would have made his scalp crawl. As the screech ended, the 8 spider legs on the Ghost King's back suddenly spread wide. Its side-sharp giant feet bent slightly, effortlessly sending the 10,000-ton mecha soaring into the air. The next instant, Xingtian saw the Ghost King swing its blade toward him. Chapter 54, Heretical Fiend. Clang! The purple blade and black axe collided, their metallic roar echoing across the land. Rippling shockwaves distorted the air, scattering the sparks rising from the ground. 7 cracks, each over 10 meters long, instantly appeared in the rock beneath Xingtian's feet. Under the heretic's control, the Ghost King's power had indeed surpassed its listed stats. If the second-generation Blue Eagle mech, parasitized by the Demon Shark, could hold its own against a standard third-generation mech, then the Ghost King, parasitized by a level 4 monster heretic, could crush multiple third-generation mechs at once. Xiao could even sense that the Ghost King hadn't unleashed its full power with this strike. Sure enough, after the first clash between the 2 mechs, the force Ghost King applied to the blade surged dramatically. The power core in Xingtian's chest began to spin faster. His hands gripping the axe handle gradually exerted more force, holding the purple blade firmly in place. Just as Xiao anticipated the Ghost King would continue their brute force duel, the colossal machine suddenly thrust its shoulders forward, slamming its massive frame into the locked blades. Thud! Xingtian's grip on the axe handle trembled violently. The unexpected impact nearly threw him off balance. Fortunately, thanks to the Lingyuan muscle units he had installed, Xingtian swiftly stepped backward, shifting his stance to barely regain his center of gravity. However, the Ghost King seized this brief moment of imbalance to launch a second attack. 8 razor-sharp spider legs, like sides, lunged simultaneously at Xingtian's body from different angles. In desperation, Xingtian abruptly lifted his rear foot, using it as a fulcrum to pivot sideways while channeling most of his power into the hand gripping the axe's front handle. The black axe slid along the blade's edge, forcing the massive cleaver down onto the ground and scraping a trail of dazzling sparks. Yet even this sidestep failed to fully evade the Ghost King's assault. 2 spider legs pierced through the black armor covering Xingtian's surface. Fortunately, the armor's built-in countermeasure disrupted the legs' motion, preventing their barbed hooks from embedding into the mechanical skeleton. Otherwise, when the legs were pulled out, Xingtian's internal components would have been ripped out along with them. Buzz! After Xiao temporarily suppressed the enemy's close-range assault, the Ghost King's chest armor suddenly began to deform. The dark red armor retracted outward, replaced by a ring-shaped metallic device encircling the power core. 4 electrically accelerated superconducting circuits arranged in an X pattern were also exposed. The next instant, a pale green beam erupted from the Ghost King's power core, streaking directly toward Xingtian's head. Hardening. Activating the skill, Xingtian instantly released his grip on the giant axe. As he leapt backward, he coiled the metal chain sword around the axe handle, yanking it free. Though the hardening skill prevented his head from being instantly pierced, the immense impact force from the beam still sent Xingtian crashing heavily to the ground mid-air. In a split second, Xingtian thrust the heavy battle axe into the rock with one hand, using it as a fulcrum to force himself to stop rolling. Seeing the radiation beam fail to harm Xingtian's head, the Ghost King instantly shifted angles, directing the continuous beam toward other parts of Xingtian's body. Fortunately, Xiao had opted for full-body hardening as a precaution. The pale green radiation beam swept over him from head to toe, yet failed to inflict any substantial damage on Xingtian. However, such extensive hardening couldn't last long, and the skill's cooldown period consequently became very lengthy. Just as the hardening effect was about to expire in 2 seconds, the beam illuminating Xingtian suddenly vanished. Xiao looked up to see the Ghost King's power core glowing dimly. 6 glowing red metal columns protruded from the Ghost King's body, emitting waves of steaming heat. That radiation energy cannon must be the Ghost King's ultimate weapon. The beam's maximum duration is 12 seconds. After firing, the unit forcibly ejects cooling mechanisms, and the reactor's power temporarily drops. Xiao steadied himself with his giant axe as he rose from the ground, watching the Ghost King warily. Purely in terms of physical strength, the spider legs shouldn't have pierced the black armor in one strike. The issue lies in the heretic's corrosive venom. Xiao pulled his giant axe from the ground and approached the Ghost King step by step. Close combat forces you to face both its slashing blades and spider legs simultaneously. The blades have a wide range, but slow speed a hit means death or crippling injury. The legs have a narrow range and high speed, but cause less structural damage. As long as you don't face both the cleaver and the spider legs simultaneously. Xingtian gradually quickened his pace, silently sensing the deep, growing rumble within his machine. The heavy battle axe in his hand dragged a deep gash across the black earth. Suddenly, the chain sword beneath Xingtian's arm coiled around the axe handle once more, and the power core on his chest turned a blood red. Overload mode activated. Machine soul synchronization. A blinding blue light enveloped every muscle unit on Xingtian's body. Simultaneously, he slightly bent his waist, and the crimson light from his single eye on the head blazed intensely. The next instant, Xingtian's massive mechanical foot stomped the ground, carving out a deep pit. Boom! As Xingtian began to run, the air in front of his body instantly compressed, forming a shockwave visible to the naked eye. By activating overload mode and enhancing his Lingue elastic muscle units, Xingtian briefly attained speeds unthinkable for a being of his size. The black battle axe kicked up clouds of dust from the ground, yet these very clouds were swiftly left behind as Xingtian raced forward. The Ghost King instantly sensed the danger. Its 8 spider legs immediately propped up the weakened body, and it turned its back on Xingtian, beginning its retreat. Xingtian, savage as a beast, yanked the giant axe from the ground, switching to a two-handed grip as he frantically closed the distance between himself and the Ghost King. Within mere seconds, the Ghost King realized he would inevitably be caught. He shifted form, reorienting his body to face Xingtian's charge, while his 8 spider legs continued to drag his frame backward. As the Ghost King pivoted, Xiao noticed its power core's rotation rate stabilizing toward normal levels. It would likely return to full strength within 5 seconds. Calculating based on their relative speeds, once the Ghost King entered Xingtian's maximum attack range, Xingtian would have less than 2 seconds to launch a single strike while the Ghost King was weakened. 2 seconds, one attack, too many variables. Xiao could hardly guarantee this single strike would deliver a fatal blow to the Ghost King. Should he miss, the fully recovered Ghost King would once again dominate him in close combat. Before Xiao could make his decision, the armor panels flanking the Ghost King's torso suddenly deployed, revealing 6 missile launchers and a 7th launcher positioned at the junction between its torso and lower body. Boom! 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 The 2 mechs were now extremely close, and all 7 missiles struck their target. Fierce flames and thick smoke engulfed Xingtian. Chapter 55, The Foolish One. The Ghost King had achieved its objective. Regardless of whether these 7 missiles inflicted substantial damage on Xingtian, they had successfully delayed his advance even if only for a single second. Whoosh! A massive black battle axe burst forth from the churning smoke, piercing the sound barrier with unstoppable force as it hurtled straight toward the Ghost King's power core. In that instant, all 8 spider legs behind the Ghost King stiffened and dug into the ground. Knowing a full evasive leap was impossible, it chose to sidestep instead, minimizing the impact as much as possible. The axe ultimately only grazed the Demon King's shoulder armor, severing 2 spider legs. The axe's velocity was too swift for Xiao to even attempt mid-air steering with the chain sword wrapped around its handle, and even if he could force a change in trajectory, it would take at least 1 second. And the Demon King was just 2 seconds away from fully regaining his strength. The 8 purple eyes on the Demon King's chest watched as Xingtian missed his prime opportunity to strike. Humans, foolish. A text message flashed onto Xingtian's communication device. Just as the axe's long handle was about to pass completely over the Demon King's body, the silver chain sword suddenly released its grip on the handle, letting the axe fly out like a meteor. Immediately after, the chain sword, gleaming with metallic brilliance, slashed toward the eyeball on the Demon King's chest. Swish! The Ghost King, having just executed an evasive maneuver, hadn't even managed to pull his spider legs free from the rock when 4 of his eyes exploded on the spot. Squeak! The Demon King let out another shrill, leather-scraping scream. Yet the chainsword, drenched in green beast blood, showed no sign of stopping. Instead, it coiled tightly around the purple cleaver in the Demon King's grasp. But to Xiao's surprise, just as he prepared to exploit this final second of weakness to wrench the blade from its grasp, the Ghost King's remaining 6 spider legs dug deep into the rock, forcibly anchoring the blade in place. Target locked. Fire! 8 heavy machine guns opened fire simultaneously, emptying their final rounds onto the Ghost King. As all 6 cooling columns on its body shattered, the Ghost King screamed, releasing its grip on the blade and actively evading Xingtian's turret fire. Only now did Zhu Zhao's battle plan truly begin. He never expected the giant axe throw to damage the Demon King. From previous engagements, Yu Xiao knew the Demon King moved with extreme agility and remained perpetually alert, never letting his guard down. While this surprise strike might have been difficult for a human to react to the Ghost King it was merely an extremely fast attack. Thus, Yu Xiao treated the axe throw as his opening gambit, using its exaggerated flight path to swiftly maneuver his chainsword toward the Ghost King. Should the axe fail to inflict significant damage, Yu Xiao would instantly detach the chain sword from the axe and seize the opportunity to snatch the Ghost King's blade while it was weakened. Only this time, the angle would allow the chain sword to slice through the gap in the Ghost King's chest armor, piercing its 4 protruding eyes. If the Ghost King chose to resist, both mechs would enter a stalemate. During this immobilization, Yu Xiao could target and destroy the Ghost King's cooling columns before they retracted, crippling its Onamaro radiation cannon. This way, Yu Xiao wouldn't need to reserve the hardening skill for the Demon King's beam, allowing him to use it more flexibly for offense or defense. As the purple blade flew into Xingtian's grasp, the dragon-riding gorilla turret team also exhausted their final round of ammunition. Close combat was inevitable. Xingtian gripped the blade tightly and charged toward the Ghost King while the overload mode and machine soul synchronization effects were still active. Though inferior to the giant axe in destructive power, the slashing blade's wider strike range, combined with Xingtian's frenzied strength, made it a far more suitable weapon against the Demon King. In just a few strides, Xingtian closed to within striking distance of the Ghost King. With a single swing of his blade, the violet edge sliced toward the Demon King's abdomen. Having lost 2 spider legs and facing Xingtian's speed now several times faster than before, the Ghost King could no longer rely on its agility to suppress Xingtian. The massive blade sliced through the air, tracing a crescent moon. The Ghost King barely managed to dodge the strike by retreating. Yet Xingtian's assault continued. Before the Ghost King could regain his footing, Xingtian extended his free hand. The metal chain blade, dripping with beast blood, coiled tightly around the Ghost King's head. Simultaneously, Xingtian exerted force with one hand, yanking the Ghost King directly toward him. The razor-sharp blade pierced clean through the Ghost King's skull, metal and flesh shattering together amid the screech of steel. Boom! 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 Over a dozen missiles launched successively from the Ghost King's waist-mounted launchers, yet they all flew like headless flies into the sky ablaze with flames. Xingtian seized the momentum, delivering a kick to the Demon King's torso that completely severed its head. While destroying the cockpit in the head won't stop the monster mech from operating, it will cause the monster to lose partial control over the mech. At the very least, it won't be able to use missiles to target anything. Yu Xiao analyzed the situation as he crushed the Ghost King's head, still impaled on his blade, with his fist. Just as Yu Xiao predicted, the once agile Ghost King now struggled even to rise from the ground. If it loses the ability to control the mech, then this steel body becomes nothing but a burden weighing down the monster. As if responding to Yu Xiao's thoughts, the Demon King's movements grew sluggish. Its uncoordinated motions were clearly not those of a mecha, as if this armor was no longer driven by mechanical skeletons and muscle units, but by a mass of flesh trapped beneath the armor. Squeak! Finally, the armor on the Demon King's body began to bulge. Rapidly proliferating flesh and blood seemed poised to tear apart the cage imprisoning the monster. Yu Xiao could not stand idly by as this unsettling process unfolded. Xingtian switched to a two-handed grip, thrusting his blade with all his might, driving the sharp blade deep into the power core embedded in the Demon King's chest. Put! A deep green liquid suddenly erupted from the Ghost King's abdominal armor, instantly melting the black armor coating Xingtian's machine. Yu Xiao hadn't even processed what had happened. Warning, chest armor damaged 71%. Yu Xiao could feel the venomous liquid rapidly corroding Xingtian's armor, and it wouldn't be long before it seeped into the machine's skeletal structure. Only then did he realize why this cunning beast hadn't used its venom spray all along. Its poison sac had been blocked by mechanical parts. Was this luck or misfortune? Yu Xiao had no time to ponder further. Even knowing the venom would severely wound him, he couldn't let this heretic parasitizing within the Ghost King escape. Hardening. The purple blade was instantly engulfed in black. Boom! The blade, dozens of meters long, pierced through the Demon King's power core. Yu Xiao watched as the Ghost King slowly collapsed before him, ceasing all movement. Chapter 56, Emergency Landing. Detected unique target kill, heretic. System has added combat skill venom to your skill bar. Only when the system's kill notification popped up did Yu Xiao finally cease his effort, pulling the purple blade out of the Demon King's power core. Skill name, Venom. Skill level, 1. Skill description, temporarily coats melee weapons with venom secreted by heretics. Upon hitting a target, it applies a toxin value that persists for 180 seconds. When the toxin value reaches 100%, it triggers an unavoidable toxic explosion against the target. Note, each hit resets the toxin duration. Accumulation depends on the damage dealt and the target's toxin resistance. This rule also applies to the damage from the toxin explosion. After reading the skill description, Yu Xiao attempted to use it. A layer of deep green venom instantly appeared on the purple blade, as if the poison were secreted directly from the blade itself. The toxin lasts only 30 seconds per application, with a fixed 1-minute cooldown. The coated weapon won't corrode from the venom, but it only adheres to melee weapons, no other body parts or equipment. Yu Xiao regretted the venom couldn't coat bullets. Current toxin levels deal effective damage against level 4 monsters. Upgrading the skill will increase its poison damage. After reviewing the skill's details, Yu Xiao decided to retrieve his battle axe while carrying the cleaver. After nearly 5 minutes of searching, Xiao finally located his battle axe embedded in a recessed rock wall. Had that strike connected with the Demon King back then, the battle would surely have ended sooner. After retrieving his cherished battle axe, Xiao turned his gaze toward the direction of the transport ship's crash site. According to the map, that location should be Blackhorn City, the defensive city established by the Alliance on the 4th Defense Line. If Xiao remembered correctly, the Red Hurricane's initial mission was to support the Alliance forces in Blackhorn City, buying time for the civilian evacuation. Whether he's dead or alive, I'll see it with my own eyes. Xingtian, blade in one hand and axe in the other, strode toward the crash site of the transport ship. 2 mutated green rats at 11 o'clock. 1 mutated hound at 3 o'clock. White Shadow listened to the radio feed while piloting his mech toward the 2 mutated green rats. ZZZZZ. The MS-03 drew the twin high-frequency thermal blades named Flame from its back, its armor beginning to deform to minimize air resistance. The agile mech propelled itself upward with a powerful leap. Its 2 orange-red blades sliced through the mutated green rat's spine in a perfect arc. Arg! The mutated green rat collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Having completed a mid-air flip, MS-03 swiftly stomped on the neck of the rear mutant rat. Landing gracefully on its side, it twisted the high-frequency thermal cutter halfway through the air, cleanly severing the creature's head. At that very moment, the mutant hound at the 3 o'clock position chose to completely ignore the MS-03 piloted by Bai Ying, charging instead toward the ground forces of the black sky. In the critical moment, the MS-03's back armor suddenly deformed. 2 wing-like mechanical devices unfolded from the rear of the mobile suit, revealing 6 launch ports. Bang! 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 6 miniature missiles trailing blue exhaust plowed through the launch ports. Each missile then split mid-flight into 4 smaller missiles, creating a scene as dreamlike as a swarm of fireflies. The next instant, the missile swarm exploded in a series of blue flashes upon the mutated hounds. When the smoke cleared, the fallen mutated hound was covered in over 20 gruesome, flesh-tearing wounds. This was already the 7th monster Bai Ying had taken down. Behind the MS-03 lay the transport ship, half its hull buried in the ground, flanked by a trench littered with metal debris. The transport ship of the Black Sky carried 2 backup engines. After being hit by missiles, it was these 2 engines, hidden within the hull, that prevented the ship from crashing. At least according to the gravely injured captain, this wasn't a crash, it was an emergency landing. However, luck did not smile upon them a second time. The massive disturbance caused by the transport's emergency landing attracted the monsters lurking within Blackhorn City. From the moment White Shadow piloted the MS-03 out of the hangar, the monsters' assault never ceased. Although the attacking monsters were all recorded in the Federation database, the crew noticed something unusual about them. First, these creatures, which should have been level 3 monsters, registered on the energy radar as having a strength level between level 3 and level 4. Second, their physical forms had all undergone changes. While retaining their original features, their skin color uniformly shifted to a volcanic ash-like darkness, with magma-like veins visible on their surfaces. Finally, the mutated monsters had become far more ferocious in their movements, and their resistance to conventional firearms had noticeably increased. Bai Ying was grateful she was piloting the MS-03. Any standard 3rd-generation mobile suit would likely struggle to both eliminate the monsters and protect the team. Even so, Bai Ying could only focus her energy on dealing with the monsters of her own size. The 5-meter-tall Type 2 monsters had to be left for the ground forces to handle. 12 o'clock. 2 energy signatures approaching at high speed. Just then, the scout's report crackled through Bai Ying's headset again. Damn it! Is this never ending? Bai Ying maneuvered the MS-03 toward the 12 o'clock direction, gripping her swords with both hands, ready to strike at any moment. Wait, one signal isn't a monster. The scout's voice trembled slightly. It's a mecha. The 2nd-generation mecha from the United Front Legion. 2nd generation. Boom! Bai Ying's gasp was instantly drowned out by a deafening crash. A 75-meter-tall mobile suit appeared in Bai Ying's field of vision, its mechanical arm currently clamped around the neck of a mutated green rat. Immediately, the mech raised its other arm, a hand gripping the hilt of a broken blade. Arg! The purple mech sliced the mutant green rat's head clean through from left to right with the broken blade. As the blade withdrew, a spray of pus splattered across the ground. Bai Ying stared at the purple mech in disbelief. Its body bore not only battle scars etched by years of combat, but also the pungent, fresh blood of beasts. This mech had already slaughtered numerous mutated monsters before arriving here. Could a 2nd-generation mech truly accomplish this? Just then, a weathered voice crackled through Bai Ying's communicator. It was the public channel, audible to all. You are the Black Sky Legion, correct? Chapter 57, The Lost Land. Mech designation, Hero. Model, Specialized 2nd-generation Defender Mecha. Pilots, Usato, Naono Yoshioka deceased. Unit specifications, 2nd-generation nuclear-powered armor, height, 70 meters, weight, 12,500 tons. Equipment modules: Spark holographic intelligence system, Guardian alloy slashing blade, heavy shoulder-mounted cannon, double-layer alloy armor, explosive foot spikes. Is this Colonel Sato of the United Front? With the captain critically injured and unconscious, the commander of the ground forces had temporarily assumed command. Not Colonel Sato, you corrected earnestly, Iron Pilot. Your presence here indicates the Alliance hasn't abandoned the fourth line of defense. Yes. Our Legion encountered an unknown missile attack while traversing Mount Duyu. Xingtian sacrificed itself to protect the fleet and is now missing. Xingtian? Sato's tone suddenly turned grave. You're deploying retired mechs? This isn't a decade ago using Xingtian could cost its pilot his life. The situation is complicated. The commander realized the fourth line was under signal jamming, completely unaware of recent events. Simply put, Xingtian can operate autonomously. It doesn't require another pilot. You're not joking, right? Though Sato knew the other party couldn't be joking under these circumstances, he still found it hard to believe. Did the Alliance develop some kind of fully autonomous piloting technology? Xingtian has developed self-awareness. We're not joking. I was his former Iron Pilot. Since they were communicating on a public channel, Bai Ying offered this explanation. However, Bai Ying stopped speaking after that single sentence, leaving precious time for the commander and Sato. Bai Ying is correct. We can explain this matter in detail later, the commander affirmed Bai Ying's words. Colonel Sato, could you first brief us on the situation here? I can, but we're not secure here. The situation is complex, I'll try to keep it brief. Sato moved toward the transport ship while remaining alert for potential monster attacks. 3 days ago, our Legion was hit by a beast tide. Though we prepared in advance, the scale far exceeded expectations. We had no choice but to abandon the coastline and retreat inland. Blackhorn City is the first line of defense inland and the most fortified city in the entire archipelago. That's why we left behind 2 ground-based armed regiments and 3 mechs, allowing the transport ship and civilians to evacuate first. At this point, Sato paused noticeably. Shortly after the others evacuated, Mount Wataki suddenly became active and erupted. All signals were jammed, cutting us off from the outside world completely. We had no choice but to hold our ground here. Bai Ying silently glanced to his side. Crushed vehicles lay scattered like flattened toys across the uneven pavement. Collapsed buildings had crushed streetlights lining both sides of the road. Thick walls were riddled with cracks and pockmarks, while incomplete corpses still hung from discarded heavy machine guns. Every few blocks lay the corpses of several monstrous beasts, their frozen blood staining everything green. Only the scattered fragments of flesh in the cold, massive metal shell casings occasionally rattled in the wind. Even before Sato spoke, the members of the Black Sky had already guessed what this city and its defenders had endured. It truly resembles hell, Sato muttered, suppressing a faint sigh. After breaching Heijiao City's main defenses, the monster horde left only a small contingent to eliminate our remnant forces. The vast majority pressed forward relentlessly. The number left behind is by no means small. By White Shadow's own estimate, the monster corpses here alone exceeded 20. If you'd seen the true scale of the beasts that landed, you wouldn't think that. At this point, Sato's voice held nothing but awe. But isn't the monster's goal to exterminate humanity? Why would they spare you and keep pushing back? In the commander's memory, monsters that successfully landed would always move on only after completely destroying the city. It might be tactical. Haven't you noticed how increasingly difficult those level 4 monsters are to deal with? Sato, seated in the cockpit, narrowed his left eye. They can think like humans, devise strategies, coordinate with each other, and even command lower-level monsters in battle. Roar! Just as everyone was exchanging information, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed through the city ruins. What is that? The squad leader's heart leapt into his throat once more. A level 4 monster we've never seen before. It was the first to breach Blackhorn City's defenses, and it was the last one left to eliminate us. Sato's tone grew icy. Be careful. Its intellect rivals ours. The noise from your emergency landing will surely draw it here. I came here specifically to get you out before it arrives. Where to? Hearing level 4 monster, the commander's nerves instantly tightened. The underground industrial base beneath Blackhorn City. Sato's gaze fixed intently on the source of the sound. Leave behind any equipment you can't carry. We must depart immediately. All units, hear my order. Abandon all equipment requiring specialized transport. Gather essential survival supplies and follow Colonel Sato immediately. The commander issued the directive without delay. What about Xingtian? Bai Ying believed Xingtian couldn't have perished so easily he would come looking for them. Should I stay behind to assist him? We'll leave signal transmitters along the route. Xingtian can follow the beacons to find us. The commander had already planned this. Our priority is ensuring everyone's safe evacuation. You're our most valuable asset, we need you. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Ying gazed toward the distant black expanse of land, the spot where Xingtian had last leaped from the ship. All right. 20 minutes later, on the outskirts of Blackhorn City, Xingtian, knife in his left hand and axe in his right, arrived at the crash site of the Xuanzhe transport ship. There was no one here, no mechs either. Aside from 8 beasts lying on the ground, Xiao saw nothing that could be called living. Heavy equipment lay abandoned inside the transport ship, clearly a planned evacuation. What could have driven them to abandon all this equipment and supplies just to leave? As Xiao surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly spotted an operational signal transmitter. Content loading. A holographic map abruptly materialized before Xiao's eyes. This is the beacon they left behind and it's continuous. Xiao followed the beacon signal to locate the others. Suddenly, Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. Amidst the sea of blue lines, a jarring red mark abruptly appeared at the end of one connection. They're in danger. Chapter 58, Unknown Target. Roar. A massive black tail smashed directly into a 100-meter-tall building. With a tearing sound, the upper half of the entire structure collapsed instantly. Countless fragments of stone and dust instantly filled the entire street, further shattering the city already reduced to ruins. The white figure piloting the MS-03 at full power barely dodged the ferocious blow with a backward leap. She had somewhat underestimated this beast before her. As Satoyu led his legion into XC Zone, the unseen level 4 monster finally revealed itself to the group. With the entrance to the underground industrial base nearby, Bai Ying chose to launch a preemptive strike to draw the monster's attention, allowing the others to retreat first. This wasn't an impulsive decision. First, MS-03 was an experimental mecha. Based on Bai Ying's own assessment, even if it couldn't completely overwhelm a level 4 monster, it certainly wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Second, Bai Ying could engage the level 4 monster while gradually shifting the battlefield back toward their original route. This would both distance the others from danger and allow them to quickly rendezvous with Xingtian, who was searching for them along the way. Third, since this was an unseen monster, Bai Ying needed to gather intelligence on the opponent in actual combat. Even if the monster wasn't eliminated this time, the data would aid future battle plans. Reality, however, proved far harsher than Bai Ying had imagined. All her plans hinged on the MS-03 not being overwhelmed by the monster. But Bai Ying never could have imagined that this monster not only far surpassed the MS-03 in strength, but also matched it in speed. Whoosh! 9 spiked projectiles sliced through the air, bursting from the rolling smokescreen and hurtling straight toward the MS-03 piloted by Bai Ying. Having just landed from a backward leap, the MS-03 couldn't evade further. It could only cross its 2 orange-red high-frequency thermal swords in front of itself, blocking as many spikes as possible. Warning, shoulder armor damage 31%, leg armor damage 34%. A clang of metal echoed as 4 fresh gashes instantly appeared on the MS-03's shoulders and legs. TCH. The white figure couldn't help but feel frustrated. These 4 spikes embedded in the frame not only hindered the armor's self-repair function but also slowed down the MS-03's movement speed due to their positions. Whoosh! 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 Another volley of spikes flew from the same direction. This time, Bai Ying chose to evade sideways with his mobile suit. Taking advantage of the densely packed high-rises and complex terrain of the central district, Bai Ying weaved between cover while retracting the sword in his right hand and pulling out the spikes embedded in the mobile suit. After Bai Ying maneuvered the MS-03 to roll behind a skyscraper, the enemy ceased all ranged attacks. With the building at her back, Bai Ying watched the slowly moving red dot on her energy radar and drew the high-frequency thermal blade from her back with her right hand once more. If her guess was correct, the monster had temporarily lost track of the MS-03's position. Opportunity. Bai Ying reduced the power plant's output, adjusted her posture, and positioned the mobile suit entirely within the building's shadow, one of the MS-03's unique features, which nearly eliminated all operational noise while lowering power plant output. Thanks to the Omega's dual-core power system, this experimental mobile suit could surge from minimum to maximum reactor output in just 0.7 seconds. If White Shadow could launch its attack from the shadows, it could unleash full power in an instant, delivering a fatal blow to this monster with its high-frequency thermal cutter. Time ticked away, the red dot on the energy radar drawing ever closer to Bai Ying's position. Inside the cockpit, Bai Ying held her breath along with the motionless MS-03, as if the mere sound of her voice would prevent the monster from walking into her trap. Thud! 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 The monster's footsteps were painfully slow, as if it were the one being held back. Listening to the creature's rhythmic footsteps, Bai Ying, who had been waiting for the right moment, suddenly felt a vague unease. Why would the roles of attacker and defender switch at this moment? Even when this monster first spotted the MS-03 and Hao Jie's mobile suits, it hadn't halted its frenzied assault. Now, facing only one mech it had wounded, why had it become so cautious? Was it merely fear of an ambush? Thud! 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 Bai Ying felt her once calm heartbeat accelerate until the sound echoed like a drumbeat in her mind. She desperately tried to make sense of it all, but without intelligence on its opponent, she couldn't find any answers. Thud! 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 As the monster's footsteps drew near, an uncontrollable panic overwhelmed Bai Ying's rationality, a warning from her primal survival instinct. The roles of attacker and defender had not switched between Bai Ying and the monster. Its slow, deliberate steps weren't born of caution, but of confidence. It felt like a hunter striding confidently into its own hunting ground, coming to slaughter prey already trapped in its snare. The footsteps halted. The power core on the MS-03's chest flared brightly, propelling the nearly dormant unit to maximum power in less than a second. Simultaneously, the white figure raised its high-frequency thermal blade at lightning speed, swinging it downward toward the side of the building in anticipation. Boom! The next second, the monster's bat-like head emerged from the side of the skyscraper. Turbulent air boiled around the orange-red blade, its slightly vibrating edge frozen in place above the monster's neck. A thick, pointed tail pierced through the MS-03's right chest from behind, swinging through the air as it scraped against the power reactor's casing. Neural sync protection activated automatically. Chest armor damage 42%. Sync rate forcibly locked at 70%. The instant the monster halted, the white figure finally realized she was the prey. She immediately resolved to reposition her mobile suit before seeking an opening to strike. Unfortunately, before the MS-03 could activate its armor transformation, the monster's sharp tail struck from behind the building during the posture adjustment. Down, won't go. Bai Ying strained every muscle in the cockpit, yet the hot sword refused to descend even an inch. In pursuit of superior body coordination and speed, the MS-03's skeletal and muscular units were designed as an integrated structure resembling the human body, an advanced concept that had never been implemented in officially deployed mobile suits due to production timelines and costs. Yet this unique design also meant that after the monster pierced through the MS-03's right chest, it disrupted Bai Ying's control over the mech's right arm. White Shadow could even distinctly feel that thick, massive tail exerting counterforce within the MS-03's frame, hindering her every movement. Roar! The beast let out a deafening roar. In the next instant, it raised its powerful forepaw, aiming straight for the MS-03's chest power plant. Bang! Chapter 59, Absolute Suppression. Four incendiary shells struck the protruding spine on the unknown monster's back, igniting its long fur while delivering a crushing impact. Roar! The ambushed monster let out a furious roar, instantly extinguishing the flames burning on its fur. The moment Satoyu's gaze locked with the monster's, the 4 cannons embedded in the hero's abdomen unleashed another volley. Simultaneously, the long tail that had pierced the MS-03 surged forward, driving deeper into the mobile suit. Aiming its tip at the incoming shells, it unleashed 7 razor-sharp spikes. Boom! 4 shells detonated mid-air 200 meters from the monster, while the remaining 3 spikes continued hurtling toward the hero piloted by Satoyu. The hero lacked the MS-03's high mobility, forcing it to block the attack with its broken blade held horizontally before its body. Clang! Clang! 2 spikes spun off to the side after striking the blade, but one still pierced the Haoji's leg armor, nearly throwing the mobile suit off balance. Seizing the moment of the Haoji's vulnerability, the monster yanked its tail from the MS-03's body and whipped it around, delivering a tail swing strike at the damaged mobile suit. Neural sync protection activated automatically. Chest armor damage at 74%. Sync rate forcibly locked at 43%. The MS-03, weighing tens of thousands of tons, hadn't even regained its footing before crashing through 300-meter-tall buildings like a ragdoll, slamming heavily onto the ground. Alongside the MS-03, the white figure within the cockpit was also injured. After a brief moment of weightlessness, the immense impact caused violent shaking within the cockpit. Bai Ying, who hadn't activated the magnetic restraints in time, had 2 ribs snapped by the restraints. The unbearable pain assaulted Bai Ying's nerves, and with her synchronization rate already halved, controlling the mobile suit became even more difficult. Get up! Bai Ying gasped for breath, struggling to use the MS-03's high-frequency thermal sword as support to climb back to her feet. Meanwhile, Satoyu's hero had already deployed its leg spikes and was relentlessly firing its H4 combustion heavy cannon mounted on its torso. But this time, the monster didn't opt for a long-range barrage with its spikes. Instead, it charged straight at the hero, bearing down on the heavy cannon's fire. "You there, kid? If you can move, get out of here!" Satoyu shouted into the communicator while maneuvering the hero to swing its broken blade at the nearby building. Countless panes shattered under the blade strike. Dust-covered glass, unable even to reflect sunlight, fell onto the crack-ridden streets. Boom! Just as the monster was about to reach Haojia, the building, severed cleanly at the waist, collapsed completely. Countless steel beams and rubble rained down upon the monster's body. Yet, an unexpected turn occurred. The enraged monster braced against the pressure from behind, using its powerful forelimbs to rip off half of Haojia's mechanical arm before collapsing. Can't stop this thing? Satoyu glanced at the girl in the other control seat. "Bean, evacuate in the escape pod now." The black-haired girl didn't speak, but she shook her head at Satoyu with extreme force. Just as Satoyu prepared to forcibly disconnect Mame's neural synchronization, the monster suddenly used its forelimbs to push up the building, crushing it. Roar! For incendiary shells slammed directly into the monster's face, yet the flames that should have blazed fiercely vanished in an instant amidst its roar. These were the last incendiary shells Hao Jie possessed. The enraged monster hurled the half-collapsed building at Hao Jie, pinning him to the ground before he could dodge. The severed blade flew from Hao Jie's hand. Even with Satoyu maxing out the power output, Hao Jie couldn't push the building off his mech with just one arm. Bloodshot eyes blazing, the monster leapt onto Hao Jie, pinning him down and clamping down on his limbs. Bean, run! Satoyu had already forced the system to sever Bean's neural synchronization, but Bean instead ran towards Satoyu, trying to unfasten the restraints on his body. It was too late. Buzz! Just as the monster opened its gaping maw to crush Hao Jie's skull, a black object too fast for the naked eye to track slammed into the beast at supersonic speed, sending it flying. Friendly mecha approaching. Confirmed identification, Xingtian. Affiliation, Black Sky. Did it sense the danger at the last moment and duck? Xiao watched the monster tumble several times on the ground, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. That was a quick reaction. He had clearly aimed for the monster's midsection and thrown the giant axe entirely from its blind spot, yet only the blade had struck its back. This was a monster with no record in the Alliance database. Xiao knew nothing about it at present. Visually, it bore a bat-like head, moving on all fours with robust forelimbs significantly larger than its hind legs, each clawed with sharp talons. Similar to bats, it possessed a wing membrane connecting its forelimbs to its body. However, structurally, this membrane and its forelimbs were clearly insufficient for flight, serving at most to enhance jumping power and aid in airflow utilization. Its tail, nearly as long as its body, bore a striking resemblance to a lightning bolt, except its tip was crowned with a dense cluster of white bone spines. A single strike from those spines could easily turn its victim into a honeycomb. Most striking was the creature's skin, a deep black tinged with crimson. Like the monster carcasses near the transport ship, its surface was crisscrossed with lava-colored veins. Energy level between 4 and 5. Looks like it'll be tougher to handle than the heretics and demon kings. With that thought, Xiao had already formulated his first plan. Xingtian gripped his purple blade tightly and charged straight at the monster. Roar! The wounded beast grew visibly enraged, the crimson glow in its eyes spilling beyond its sockets. It suddenly lowered its stance, tensing its limbs and stiffening its tail. The next second, the beast moved. So fast. Xiao could even see the lingering circular shockwave spreading through the air. Clang! When the monster's claws collided with the purple blade, the resonant ringing from the impact reverberated instantly throughout the entire district. The power core on Xingtian's chest instantly turned crimson. Hardening. Xiao instantly activated the skill to coat his entire suit, thrusting the blade forward before the monster's second claw strike could land. Yet before the sharp blade could touch the monster, Xingtian was already struck by the second claw strike. Boom! Even with Xingtian stabilizing his center of gravity using the Lingyue elastic muscle unit, the monster's claw strike still sent him flying 10 meters backward. This was a monster even Xingtian struggled to handle. Chapter 60, Teamwork. Its speed and strength surpass Xuanlei's. Even with full power hardening activated, we'd be struck before landing a hit. After just 2 exchanges, Xiao assessed the terrifying power of this monster. Gaining the upper hand in close quarters combat is nearly impossible. A powerful ranged attack might be our best option. After knocking Xingtian back dozens of meters, the monster did not rush to launch its next attack. A brief stalemate ensued. It's because of the black armor, Xiao immediately deduced, noticing the monster retracting the right claw it had just used to attack him. Unfortunately, this method wouldn't secure victory for Xiao. Xingtian remained in his hardened state, but judging by the intensity of the previous 2 strikes, once that hardening wore off, each of the monster's attacks would inflict massive damage on his armor. In other words, before the monster could be bounced to death, Xingtian would be torn to shreds first. Adding to Xiao's headache, the Dragon Rider turret on Xingtian had exhausted all its ammunition, completely severing any possibility of long-range attack. This all-around suppression forced Xiao into a dilemma. To stand a chance in close combat against the monster, Xingtian could only activate overload mode again and synchronize with its machine soul, temporarily boosting its performance to match the monster's. But the risk of doing so now was too high. Xiao hadn't even fully grasped all the monster's capabilities. Activating overload mode meant Xingtian had to eliminate the enemy before the mode's duration expired. Otherwise, once both overload mode and machine soul synchronization ended, Xingtian's mech performance would instantly plummet below even normal power levels. This was a skill combination he could only use once per battle, reserved for moments of absolute certainty or desperate, all-or-nothing gambles. Just then, Xingtian suddenly noticed a long dormant light point on the energy radar stir once more. MS-03. 6 flying missiles split apart mid-air, transforming into 24 blue comets streaking through the buildings toward the monster. Boom! 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 Even though the monster attempted to dodge upon sensing danger, it couldn't escape being struck by the split missiles. A series of blue flashes erupted across the monster's back. Unlike before, this time the flames not only refused to die out but also left significant wounds on the monster's skin. Simultaneously, Xingtian seized the moment before his hardening completed, raising his purple blade to strike directly at the monster's head. Clang! The sharp purple blade was blocked by the monster's powerful forelimbs. Just as Xingtian prepared to strike again, the monster suddenly whipped its powerful tail, lashing directly against Xingtian's waist armor. The immense impact once again sent Xingtian flying dozens of meters backward. However, the bone spike at the tip of the monster's tail snapped clean in half under the counterattack of the black armor. By the time Xingtian regained his footing, the duration of his hardening skill had precisely ended. Roar! Perhaps wary of black armor's counterattack, the monster did not pursue Xingtian further. Instead, it charged toward the MS-03 piloted by Bai Ying. Bai Ying, don't engage the monster head-on. Keep it occupied. Xiao shouted over the public channel before immediately plunging his purple slashing blade into the ground. He then turned and sprinted toward Hao Jia. Boom! Xingtian exerted all his strength, slowly lifting the building, crushing Hao Jia before flinging it aside with a mighty toss. Can you still fight? Xingtian extended his hand toward Hao Jia's lone remaining arm. Ha! Your current form doesn't match the records in my database at all. Though Sato you couldn't reconcile the imposing mecha before him with the image of the original Xingtian, the system's identification data was infallible. Just give me a decent weapon. Hao Jia seized Xingtian's hand, letting him pull into his feet. The blade is yours. With that declaration, Xingtian sprinted full speed toward the location of the white figure and the monster. Boom! 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 Bai Ying piloted the MS-03, relentlessly bombarding the monster with missiles while using skyscrapers as cover to maneuver against it. With Bai Ying's synchronization rate forcibly locked at 43% and the unit severely damaged, the MS-03's current mobility was far below its full power state. Watching the rapidly approaching red dot on the energy radar, Bai Ying's heartbeat quickened. Warning! Left-wing missile launcher damaged. 2 spikes pierced through the deployed missile launchers on the MS-03's back. Simultaneously, Xingtian, wielding his massive axe, appeared directly in front of Bai Ying's field of vision. Roar! The beast's roar grew more furious. Its powerful limbs and well-developed muscles allowed it to run with the agility of a cheetah, while its tail as long as its body wreaked havoc with every swing. It was about to catch up to its gravely wounded prey. Below! Just as the two mechs were less than 200 meters apart, Xiao suddenly shouted at Bai Ying. The white figure instantly understood Xingtian's intent. MS-03 abruptly lowered its stance, using its elbow joints as supports to press the entire machine flat against the ground. Amid the screech of metal against earth, the MS-03 executed a near-perfect sliding tackle. The monster's razor-sharp claws ultimately only grazed the MS-03's shoulder armor, leaving a trail of sparks. At that very moment, a rapidly enlarging black shadow appeared within the monster's blood-red pupils. Xingtian, leaping into the air, swung his massive axe high above his head and brought it crashing down on the monster's outstretched claw. Boom! As the axe descended, it instantly carved a deep crater into the ground, its edges radiating outward in a web of over a dozen spreading cracks. The heavy axe embedded itself deep into the monster's thick forepaw, shattering its hardened bones into fragments. Roar! The beast let out a deafening howl, its instinctive reflex causing it to violently yank back its shattered foreleg. Sizzle! Half its forepaw was torn clean off in the beast's struggle, and yellow-green blood gushed like a fountain from the severed limb. Yet just as Xiao prepared to strike again, the enraged beast suddenly reared up on its hind legs. A crimson orb of light coalesced in its abdomen, crawling up its spine to engulf its upper body and spread to its head. The next instant, a torrent of searing flames erupted from its maw, engulfing Xingtian's towering frame like a tidal wave. Warning, full body armor damaged by 7%. Warning, full body armor damaged by 15%. Warning, full body armor damage at 24%. With each passing second, Xingtian's armor melted at a visible pace. Chapter 61, A Desperate Last Stand. This is definitely no ordinary flame. With Xingtian's current material composition, even being thrown into a volcanic crater wouldn't necessarily melt him. If Yu Zhao's guess was correct, this flame breath had undoubtedly been enhanced with some special energy. Creak! Yu Zhao heard the sound of his exoskeleton's metal warping under intense heat. Warning, full body armor damage at 34%. The hardening skill still had 30 seconds left on its cooldown, but Xingtian's external armor was nearly completely dissolved. Worse still, the relentless extreme heat would render the mech's cooling systems utterly useless. By then, even if Xingtian managed to activate hardening, the power core would be unable to enter overload mode. Just as Xingtian struggled to hold on, a white figure suddenly appeared from the monster's rear flank. Piloting the MS-03, the figure wielded 2 orange-red high-frequency thermal blades, charging straight for the monster's back. Sure enough, the monster keenly sensed the white figure's approach, abruptly halting its breath attack. With its remaining foreleg, it violently swiped at the mobile suit attempting a rear assault. Only then did the monster notice the wing armor on the MS-03's back remained deployed. The instant the monster's claw made contact with the mobile suit, 3 missiles launched from the wing armor. The distance was so close the missiles didn't even have time to deploy in flight, colliding with the monster in their clustered formation. Boom! A deep blue fireball instantly erupted between the MS-03's chest and the monster's head. Simultaneously struck by the monster's claw and the blast shockwave, the MS-03 was sent flying instantly. How dare that brat do that? Not far away, Gojia had already rejoined the battle wielding his purple slashing blade. However, given his unit's current damage and limited attack options, he had to patiently wait for the right moment. Remember, this is a bad example. Never use heavy firepower at that range like that brat. Sato Yu glared sternly at Doozy, who had returned to the cockpit. The latter nodded vigorously in understanding. Overload mode activated. Soul synchronization. Blinding blue light once again enveloped the muscle units within Xingtian's frame, while the high-speed power core glowed a blood-red hue. With the unit still overheated, to prevent the cooling system from total failure, Xingtian's overload mode could only be sustained for 20 seconds this time. Thud. 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 Sizzling air whistled past Xingtian's nearly half-molten frame. Each step the mech took left a shallow crater in the fragile ground. This time, Xingtian completely ignored the giant axe planted in the ground, charging toward the monster with empty hands. Xiao had to make the most of these fleeting 20 seconds. Swinging the axe would only slow him down. What he needed now wasn't overwhelming power, but speed equal to the monster's. Roar! When the enraged beast turned its head once more, Xiao suddenly realized half its face had been blown to a bloody pulp by the missiles, and one of its terrifying red eyes had been gouged out. Seeing Xingtian closing in at an unprecedented speed, the beast instantly reared up, preparing to incinerate him once more with its fiery breath. But Xingtian gave it no chance. As the crimson energy sphere coalesced beneath the monster's neck, a massive black steel fist slammed directly into its face. The light vanished instantly. Gauntlet switched to release mode. Thud. Before the monster could reposition its head, Xingtian unleashed another heavy punch toward its lower abdomen. A blue energy wave surged through the gauntlet's shell, piercing the monster's thick scales and spreading through its tightly fused flesh. To Yu Zhao's surprise, the monster, despite taking 2 consecutive blows, didn't retreat. Instead, it raised its intact claw and lunged directly at Xingtian's head. The next instant, Xingtian's right fist collided with the claw, locking in a stalemate midair. Yu Zhao couldn't help but marvel. Even in such a battered state, the creature's strength could still match Xingtian in overload mode. Yet the beast could only wield this one claw. Xingtian swiftly seized the creature's wounded foreleg with his other hand. A silver metal chain blade instantly erupted from the damaged armor on his arm. Roar! Amidst the creature's agonized roar, the silver chain blade burrowed into the severed stump like a predatory python. Yu Zhao could sense the beast straining with every ounce of strength to break free. This primal urge to survive once again gave the monster the upper hand. Xingtian's hands trembled violently, his entire body being dragged forward by the monster. Almost there. Yu Zhao guided the silver chain blade forward along the monster's foreleg, using its serrated edge to shred flesh while attempting to strike the creature's brain from within. This life and death tug of war finally ended when the monster lifted its tail. Whoosh! 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 The beast unleashed all the barbs on its tail at once, instantly piercing Xingtian's nearly melted armor. The relentless barrage not only forced Xingtian into retreat but also robbed him of the chance to destroy the creature's brain from within. Yet Xingtian still managed to hook the sword blade onto the monster's foreleg bone and clutch the chain sword tightly with his hand, restricting the creature's movement. The excruciating pain only made the beast more frenzied. The harder it strained to snap the chain sword, the deeper its razor-sharp serrations cut. Yu Zhao felt like he was wrestling with a raging bull. Even though he channeled all his power into dragging the chain sword, his mech was still being pulled toward the beast. Xingtian's overload mode had only 7 seconds left. In the critical moment, the MS-03 piloted by Bai Ying suddenly charged from the monster's flank, plunging 2 orange-red high-frequency thermal blades into the lower abdomen of the creature, the very spot Xingtian had just struck. Xingtian forcibly restrained the monster's movements with his chainsword, preventing its thick tail from reaching the MS-03's position. It could only flail wildly in the air. Driven to desperation, the beast descended into utter madness. It no longer bothered to target weak points, instead instinctively tearing at the MS-03's armor with its remaining forelimbs. Each claw strike delivered intense shockwaves and vibrations to the cockpit where Bai Ying sat. Bai Ying clenched his teeth, enduring the agony of fractured ribs as he drove the Hotchkiss sword deeper into the monster's body. Warning: severe energy reaction detected. Evacuate immediately. As the system sounded the alarm, a crimson glow erupted once more from the monster's abdomen. But this time, the glow didn't travel up the monster's spine. Instead, it rapidly expanded right where it was. This isn't a breath attack. Yu Zhao instantly grasped the monster's intent. It was about to self-detonate. Perhaps the intense heat had surpassed the monster's physical limits. Xingtian's chain sword effortlessly shredded the severed arm into pulp. Die! At the last possible moment, Hao Jia appeared, thrusting his blade into the monster's back with all his might. Unfortunately, Hao Jia's single arm limited the blade's penetration, with only the tip piercing the monster's abdomen. Swish! In the next instant, Xingtian wrapped his chain sword around the exposed blade tip and yanked with all his might, ripping the entire cleaver from the monster's body. The crimson glow instantly faded, and the monster's roar abruptly ceased. Overload mode disengaged. Chapter 62, Underground City. Module name, Lava Heart. Module source, unique target kill? Module description, a unique organ within an unknown monster capable of secreting a special fluid that stabilizes violent energy reactions. Its effect is particularly pronounced on reactions generating massive amounts of thermal energy. Note, the stabilizing effect does not suppress the energy produced by the reaction itself, but it significantly increases the reaction's controllability. Goal! Xingtian stood atop a slowly descending giant platform, dragging the colossal corpse of the creature. This was one of the entrances to Blackhorn's underground industrial base. Due to the limited area of each platform, the three mechs could only enter in 2 separate trips. 12 such concealed entrances existed, evenly distributed across every district of Blackhorn City. However, only the entrances in XC District and North City remained operational. The 12 entrances weren't uniformly sized. The smallest lift platform could only accommodate 1 mech, while the largest could hold 5 simultaneously. As for the XC District entrance where Xingtian currently stood, it could only hold 2 mobile suits at most. Therefore, Sadayu decided to send the more severely damaged Hao Jia and MS-03 down first, while the still functional Xingtian remained on the ground to await the next wave. Xiao raised no objections to this decision. Although they had eliminated the most threatening target in Blackhorn City, numerous mutated level 3 monsters still roamed the area. If they attacked en masse, the heavily damaged hero and MS-03 might not make it out unscathed. Fortunately, Xingtian remained unharmed during its ground standby period. Entering Blackhorn Underground Industrial Base. Secondary verification protocol initiated. System scanning. As the system's cold synthetic voice sounded, Xiao noticed spherical scanners rising from each corner of the lift platform, their infrared beams forming a complete coverage of the entire platform. Identity confirmed, mobile suit code name, Xingtian, serial number, T001, pilot, none, affiliated faction, Black Sky. Simultaneously, the sealed wall in front of the lift platform vanished, revealing the full expanse of the Blackhorn Underground Industrial Base. Is this truly something humans could build? Xiao was so stunned he momentarily released his grip on the monster's corpse. By Xiao's estimation, this colossal subterranean cavern exceeded 1,500 meters in vertical height. A colossal underground complex, spanning over 100 square meters, sat precisely at the cavern's center. Hundreds of ventilation skylights were neatly and evenly distributed across the arched alloy dome. Orange sunlight streamed in at a 30-degree angle, bathing the vast space in an apocalyptic glow reminiscent of a sunset at the end of the world. At the very center of the complex, a magnificent tower soared to a staggering 600 meters. Its unique double helix structure made the entire structure resemble 2 intertwined strands of DNA. Omega. Xiao instantly recognized the tower's owner. The Omega headquarters in Dorland City bore the same distinctive shape. Transport platform has arrived, ground level. As the system alert sounded, a vent on the side of the lift platform expelled a puff of white smoke. The entire platform came to a complete halt with a slight, yet noticeable jolt. Xingtian. The white figure stood on tiptoe and waved vigorously at Xingtian. What met Xiao's eyes was a crowd of over 100 people, dressed in various attire, their eyes filled with anticipation. The moment Xingtian touched down, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Look who's back," shouted the commander of the ground forces of the Black Sky Corps, leading the cheers. "You scared the hell out of me when you jumped off that transport ship, but I knew if it was Xingtian, he'd be fine." Colonel Sato mentioned that sword originally belonged to the Demon King. Who'd have thought Xingtian could retrieve it? Xingtian truly lives up to his name. If it had been any other mech, we might have blown ourselves and the ship to smithereens by now. Xiao listened to the praise while waving back at the crowd. It wasn't that Xiao didn't want to respond, it was just that in his previous life, he'd never been praised by so many people at once. If he hadn't transformed into an expressionless mecha, he probably would have wanted to find a place to hide by now. This is the first time I've seen a mech get this much attention, Sadayu remarked, joining the applause before stepping forward to silence the crowd with a wave. The welcome ceremony is now concluded. The crisis remains unresolved. Please return to your respective posts immediately. We will announce the next phase of the operation plan later this evening. Upon hearing Sadayu's command, the assembled personnel promptly dispersed without lingering. They waved farewell to Xingtian before quickly scattering. "Before we depart, would you mind taking that thing with us?" Sadayu gestured toward the monster carcass beside Xingtian. "Certainly." Xiao didn't mind this small favor at all. "I really can't keep up with the times. In your Qian Kingdom's words, this should be called 3 days apart, and one must look at him with new eyes, right?" Sadayu mused aloud as he opened the rear doors of the jeep for Bai Ying and Duzzy. Only after both girls were seated did he climb into the driver's seat. As far as I know, aside from your Black Skies Red Hurricane, Golden Gates Hercules, and Immortal Golden Rings Swift Walker, no other mecha can pull a level 4 monster. He can, Bai Ying retorted immediately. And he pulls it more effortlessly than the other 3 mechs. Xiao desperately wanted to tape Bai Ying's mouth shut right then. Ha, I see, Satoyu laughed heartily as he started the car. Under normal circumstances, we just use a transport ship to place the monster on the transport platform in the central district of Blackhorn City. That platform connects directly to the monster research facility. Exceptional circumstances, I understand. Bai Ying nodded, then turned to point at the monster carcass Xingtian was towing. But the remains and blood are spilled everywhere. How do you plan to handle that? Smack. Damn. I totally forgot about that. The health department folks are gonna give us hell later. Sato slapped his forehead. Ah, whatever. They probably won't come up with a better solution anyway. Let em nag. Just then, Bai Ying felt someone gently nudge her. Turning her head, she saw Doozy smiling brightly at her, holding several retro-packaged milk candies in her hand. Thank you. Bai Ying's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently took one from Doozy and popped it into her mouth. By the way, why are you called Doozy? Hearing Bai Ying's question, Doozy waved her petite hands, gesturing back and forth between her head and body. Just as Bai Ying was puzzling over why Doozy didn't answer directly, Satoyu suddenly spoke up. Ask me if you have questions. Doozy can't speak. Chapter 63, The Mystery of Her Origins. Hearing Satoyu's answer, Xiao jumped in surprise alongside Bai Ying. Doozy, was she born this way? Bai Ying suddenly felt the milk candy in her mouth dissolve faster than usual. At least she's been like this since I first met her, Satoyu's tone remained light. Don't let her silence fool you, she's incredibly endearing. Hearing this, Doozy's 2 small hands waved frantically in denial. Isn't she your daughter? Bai Ying reached out to stroke Doozy's soft, short black hair. What's wrong? Think she doesn't look like me? Satoyu suddenly chuckled. Just kidding. Doozy isn't biologically mine, but I've raised her as my own daughter. Doozy nodded vigorously in agreement. How old is Doozy this year? She looks no more than 13 or 14. Bai Ying's expression grew serious. If I had to say, she should be 14. Satoyu's smile slowly faded. Why would you let a 14-year-old pilot a mecha? Bai Ying ground the milk candy in his mouth. I thought the minimum age for Iron Pilot selection was 18? Looks like you're barely an adult yourself, kid. I'm 19, Bai Ying retorted, slightly annoyed by Satoyu's tone. You still haven't answered my question. The situation on the 4th archipelago was worse than you imagine. When the Razor Raid happened, the Xingtian hadn't even been built yet. Satoyu narrated calmly. After that attack, the 3 nations Shoyuri, Daoquan, and Ijin could no longer exist independently. Otherwise, why do you think our legion is called the United Front? That's no reason to send Doozy into battle, Bai Ying countered firmly. Couldn't they find a single person in those 3 nations to replace him? You're right. Hearing Satoyu's response, Bai Ying's eyes widened instantly. We're talking about 3 full-fledged monsters, kid. Humans didn't have mechs back then. What do you think our only means of fighting monsters was? Satoyu's tone held no anger or sorrow, only a sense of resignation. Nuclear bombs. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Ying voiced the answer. But I recall none of your 3 nations possessed nuclear weapons, right? All 3 nuclear bombs were launched from Heinz Maritime Base, Satoyu replied. Before they launched the nukes, they gave us only 24 hours to evacuate. Bai Ying never imagined that the Razor Strike which had shocked the world 12 years ago still held so many undisclosed details. Media reports at the time were vague, using phrases like, the majority of the population had been safely evacuated, all monsters had been eliminated by nuclear weapons, and the World Council had formulated an aid plan to fully assist the 3 nations in reconstruction. Later, under the World Council's leadership, Shoyuri, Daoquan, and Ijin secretly signed the Tri-Nation Unification Bill, though they maintained the appearance of independent nations on the surface, Satoyu said with a bitter smile. While this allowed our nations to barely survive, the contamination from that nuclear strike also altered our physiology. Simply put, those exposed to the radiation struggle to achieve neural synchronization with mecha. Even if they manage it, the synchronization rate is alarmingly low. Then you. Bai Ying unconsciously gripped the hem of her garment. I happened to be training in your Qian kingdom during that period, so I avoided the worst of the contamination. Satoyu continued, all the Iron Pilots in the United Front were mobilized from outside the 4th Defense Line Islands. But this leaves the 3 nations perpetually under foreign control. Han Kingdom's permanent mecha support is a prime example. And Doozy was the only native Iron Pilot from the 3 nations to pass the synchronization test. Squeak! As Satoyu finished speaking, the car came to a halt before the towering double helix structure. She shouldn't have to bear this. Bai Ying rose from the seat and stepped out, closing the door with a dazed expression. Kid, this world doesn't operate according to our wishes. All we can do is adapt or struggle. Satoyu patted the hood of the car. Since we can't save Doozy from her fate as an iron pilot, I might as well keep her by my side and have her pilot the same mecha as me. Watching Satoyu's relaxed figure walk away, Bai Ying didn't even know what to say. Just then, Doozy suddenly grabbed Bai Ying's hand and flashed her an innocent smile. Bai Ying didn't know if Doozy had understood their earlier conversation, but she could see there wasn't a trace of sadness or worry on Doozy's face. Then, holding Bai Ying's hand, Doozy followed Satoyu's pace. Oh, right, your size won't fit through the main entrance. There's an emergency transport portal on the west side of the monster research facility. You can go straight in from there. Midway through walking, Satoyu suddenly remembered the large figure trailing behind and hurriedly called out to Xingtian, keep going straight left and you'll see it. We'll meet up there. Waving to Xingtian, Satoyu led the other two into the tower. Xiao remained silent throughout the journey, but that didn't mean he hadn't overheard their conversation. In fact, he suspected Satoyu had deliberately concealed or fabricated much of the information regarding Doozy. According to Satoyu, the nuclear strike affected everyone on the 4th Defense Line Islands at the time. Why, then, was Doozy the only one who could establish neural synchronization normally? Even setting that aside, it was highly suspicious that 14-year-old Doozy could already pilot a mecha normally within the Legion. Apart from exceptionally gifted individuals like Bai Ying, regular cadets were required to undergo 2 years of systematic training at the Iron Pilot Academy and pass its final assessment before graduating as certified Iron Pilots. As Xiao understood, the Iron Pilot Academy's minimum age requirement of 18 was set not only for humanitarian reasons but also because many training programs demanded exceptionally high physical and mental endurance. If Doozy is currently 14, that means she entered the Iron Pilot Academy at just 12 years old, and that assumes she only graduated this year. This isn't just genius, it's superhuman. A girl with so many unresolved mysteries not being snatched up by Omega for research would be the most absurd thing imaginable. But Xiao knew now wasn't the time to delve into Doozy's background. That's why he'd kept these questions bottled up inside, forcing himself to endure the entire journey without daring to speak. Let's deal with the immediate situation first. Forcing his doubts aside, Xiao dragged the monster's corpse westward. Just as Xingtian finally cleared the tower blocking his view, his footsteps abruptly halted. For within the monster research facility, he spotted a familiar figure. Red Hurricane. Chapter 64, Living Specimen. Bai Ying? You've got to be kidding me. Just as Satoyu led two young women into the first-floor lobby, Bai Ying spotted two figures as familiar as could be. Well, I was just wondering where to find you two. Looks like I won't have to go through all that trouble after all. Satoyu turned slightly, stepping aside for Bai Ying as if introducing guests. Is this what they call old friends meeting, tears welling up in their eyes? Why is it you, the half-baked one, who showed up? Where are Bing and the others? Meng Changqing couldn't believe he was seeing Bai Ying here. Did Bing come too? Impossible, then the black sky would have no mechs to guard it. Watch your tone, Shangqing. His older brother, Meng Changkong, promptly took control of the conversation. Bai Ying, did brothers Lu and Zhang come with you this time? No, just like your brother said. They stayed behind to guard the black sky. Our Legion only sent me and Xingtian for this support mission. Though Bai Ying clearly still didn't get along with Meng Changqing, it was a marked improvement from their previous meetings, which always ended in arguments. What do you mean you and Xingtian? Aren't you piloting Xingtian yourself? Meng Changqing snapped irritably. You talk as if two mechs came. Can you transform into a mech? Does Xingtian move on its own? You're quite the little prophet, kid, right up there with those fortune tellers I met back in your Qian kingdom. Sato, you couldn't help but laugh. But you're only half right. Ha! Meng Changqing clearly didn't grasp Satoyu's meaning, and he noticed even Doozy was laughing along. I can't transform, but I have a new mecha, Bai Ying answered with a mischievous grin. Xingtian can indeed move on its own, you got that part right. Bai Ying's answer stunned Meng Changqing on the spot, and even the usually stern Meng Changkong frowned. Colonel Sato, you and Bai Ying are teaming up to make fun of us brothers. Meng Changqing refused to believe such an absurd claim. Want to know if it's true? Come with us and see for yourself. 5 minutes later, at the monster testing ground. Xingtian had already placed the monster carcass in the designated spot, yet the staff present had instead focused all their attention on Xingtian himself. But Xiao had grown accustomed to such scenes, so he simply surveyed this so-called monster research facility. This was a massive open-air facility spanning over 5 square kilometers. High alloy walls, wrapped in blue isolation fabric, divided the area into 5 identical sections of equal length and width. At the center of each section stood a colossal structure resembling a mechanical tree. These steel trees soared over 100 meters high, composed of hundreds of malleable alloy cables of varying thicknesses. Every 20 meters vertically, 3 leaf-shaped movable horizontal work platforms extended from the trunks. Each platform was precisely positioned at 60-degree intervals from the others, ensuring no interference. With the mechanical trees, researchers no longer needed to construct various temporary structures around the corpses of monsters of all shapes and sizes like construction crews. This is how humanity should look in the future. After surveying his surroundings, Xiao couldn't help but shift his gaze back to the red hurricane standing against the mechanical tree. When he first spotted the red hurricane from outside the field, Xiao couldn't fathom why a mecha would be present in the monster research facility. Only upon entering the area did he discover the red hurricane's armor was now covered in brown flesh growths. This formidable third-generation mech had been parasitized by a monster. But upon closer inspection, he could see that the growths had slowed to the point where they only twitched once every 30 seconds. Xiao believed this was related to the broken blade piercing through the red hurricane's power core. So the monster has fully inherited the mecha's weakness. As long as the power core is destroyed, the parasitic monster will either die or be severely injured. Drawing from his previous battle experience against the Demon King, Xiao suspected this phenomenon applied to all monster mechas. Just then, Xiao noticed 5 figures approaching from the junction between the research facility and the tower. Why on earth did you leave the red hurricane here? Meng Changqing's tone sharpened the moment he spotted his mecha. Those disgusting growths haven't been cleaned off, and the broken blade is still lodged in the power core. Are you seriously treating this as a monster for research? This is currently the only living monster mecha specimen. Of course we need to study it thoroughly. Responding to Meng Changqing was a young man wearing glasses. After speaking, he turned and extended his hand to Satoyu. It's a pleasure to see you again, Colonel Sato. Dr. Mickey. Satoyu shook his hand cordially. The new kaiju carcass has been delivered. Do you require anything else? Requests, you say? Dr. Mickey adjusted his glasses and glanced at the black giant behind him. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a mecha capable of fully autonomous operation. I'm afraid not, Dr. Mickey. I came here with the Black Sky not to serve as your research subject. You shall beat everyone else to the punch in rejecting this outrageous request. What the hell? Meng Changqing was startled by Xingtian's sudden speech. Only then did he realize this mecha towering even above Red Hurricane was the very Xingtian he'd derided as an antiquated relic just days prior. This is truly unbelievable. Even Meng Changkong, who rarely showed emotion, couldn't help but marvel. So Xingtian really does possess consciousness. I assumed you too, as Xingtian's comrades, were already aware of this. But it seems things happened rather suddenly. Dr. Sanma wore a look of nonchalance. During these days of isolation from the outside world on the Fourth Line Islands, quite a few earth-shattering events must have unfolded. Dr. Mickey, forgive my bluntness. I understand the Red Hurricane's current state holds significant research value, but regardless, this mech remains an operational unit of the Black Sky Legion. Meng Changkong quickly accepted the reality before him. Moreover, we remain unaware of the battle situation elsewhere. Every mech represents precious combat strength. I respectfully request you complete your research promptly and return the mech to us. Upon hearing Meng Changkong's words, Dr. Mickey didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the Red Hurricane, studying it thoughtfully. Just as Meng Changqing was about to press further, his older brother stepped in. The two iron pilots are right, Dr. Mickey. After a moment of silence, Usato stepped forward to break the deadlock. The Red Hurricane is an indispensable asset to our forces. Since Colonel Sato has spoken, I shall expedite matters further. Dr. Mickey reluctantly tore his gaze away from the Red Hurricane. By noon tomorrow, you'll find a fully operational Red Hurricane in the hangar. Chapter 65, Blind Spot. As Xiao followed the others out of the monster testing ground, he could still feel Dr. Mickey's burning gaze on his back. That Omega crew sure is a handful. Xiao shuddered inwardly, recalling Yuan Jin's relentless attempts to undermine him during the meeting. Thank you, Colonel Sato, for mediating with Dr. Mickey earlier. Meng Changkong expressed his gratitude to Satoyu, who was leading the group. His words came from the heart. After all, no matter how deep the rift between Omega and the mobile armor core ran, Dr. Mickey and Satoyu were still allies in the same trench. There's no need for thanks. You're comrades who traveled thousands of miles to support us. There's no reason to withhold mech just because of research. Sato, you took it in stride. But don't hold it against Dr. Mickey. He's the type to get completely absorbed in his work, his eyes lighting up at the sight of anything new. Yet, he's incredibly popular with the kids. I've never heard of anyone skipping his classes. He's a teacher? I thought those workaholics at Omega were incapable of anything besides research. Meng Changqing, encouraged by Satoyu's friendly demeanor, blurted out his thoughts. Of course, as soon as the words left his mouth, he got an elbow in the ribs from his older brother, Meng Changkong. You're not wrong, Satoyu replied with a faint smile. It's precisely because they're so devoted to research that the Watchers Alliance has survived this long. They're human too, with all the passions and desires we have. It's just that, unlike you and me, they chose to pour their precious youth and energy into science. Meng Changqing realized his earlier words had indeed been a bit harsh. Don't judge by appearances. Some researchers may look disheveled, but when they work, they're no different from us workaholics. They eat whatever's convenient, skip sleep when there's none to be had, and when they finally get free time, they're too exhausted to even think about going out. Sato Yu spoke with such naturalness, as if he'd worked at Omega himself. From what I understand, Dr. Mickey only sleeps 4 hours a day. He says it's due to his constitution, which is why he has time to tutor children during his spare moments. I was too quick to assume. I never realized Dr. Mickey had that side to him. Meng Changqing apologized diplomatically. It's fine. You've only known him for a short time, it's natural to have that impression. Sato Yu clearly didn't dwell on the matter. It's hard to make accurate judgments without truly understanding something. Colonel Sato seems quite knowledgeable about Qian culture and his speech patterns are very similar to ours. Meng Changqing seized the chance to change the subject. Ha ha ha, really? I spent 5 years studying at your Qian Kingdom's military academy. Perhaps I picked up some of your ways. Sato Yu smiled knowingly. After all, much of our heritage originates from Qian. Don't let my uniform fool you, I'm quite fascinated by culture. Before they knew it, the group had walked all the way to the transfer station. I won't be able to accompany you two back to the dorms. Get some rest, and report to the operations center promptly at 6 tomorrow morning, Sato Yu said with a smile, spreading his hands. We'll be there on time, Colonel Sato, Meng Changqing promised immediately. I'll take Xingtian to the hangar first, that's where he can rest properly. Sato Yu turned his gaze to Bai Ying. This happened suddenly, and your Legion's accommodations aren't trivial. You should go home with Duzi first. Once the rooms are arranged, I'll bring you over. All right. Bai Ying had no objections, while Duzi beside her looked extremely pleased. Well then, we'll part ways here for now. With Sato Yu's parting words, the other two groups boarded trains heading in different directions. You don't seem very talkative. The vast transit station was now empty except for Sato Yu and Xingtian. Since the latter clearly couldn't board a train, Sato Yu had no choice but to guide Xingtian to a car at the station and drive them himself. I'm still learning how to better integrate into your conversations. Xiao chose what seemed like a reasonable explanation. So you're an AI? Sato Yu looked genuinely curious. Honestly, I didn't believe you were a self-aware mecha at first. I kept wondering if General Chen and Fian were still inside your cockpit. General Chen and Fian are the two ion pilots I admire most, Xiao replied, sidestepping the AI question. Well, that's quite a coincidence, I thought the same thing. Sato Yu clearly wasn't hung up on it either. When you debuted as the first mecha, everyone was speculating who would become the first iron pilots. To be honest, I participated in the selection process back then, but my final score was still slightly lower than your original pilots. Did Qian Nation's mechs allow others to participate in the selection process? Xiao had always assumed the first iron pilots were pre-selected. Though we belong to different nations, strictly speaking, both you and I are members of the Watchers Alliance. Therefore, any member of the Watchers Alliance has the right to participate in iron pilot selection. But your assumption isn't wrong. Once I become your iron pilot, I'll join the Black Sky Legion. While all legions operate under Alliance command, each nation retains oversight over its own legion. As long as it doesn't conflict with Alliance directives, we legions generally follow our nation's will. Of course, there's an unspoken rule among us: for any mecha jointly developed by a nation and Omega, one iron pilot must be a citizen of that nation. At this point, Sato Yu's tone grew noticeably more serious. So that's why Duzi became an iron pilot, Xiao concluded readily. It seems you've been paying attention to our conversation, Sato Yu nodded slightly. Meanwhile, the man and his machine had arrived at the pickup point. Sato Yu deftly unlocked and started a military vehicle, then motioned for Xingtian to follow behind him. By the way, may I ask you something? Just before pressing the accelerator, Sato Yu turned to look at Xingtian. If I knew, Xiao sensed the question might be quite sensitive. Why does Bai Ying's mecha only require a single pilot? As Duzi retrieved the key hanging around her neck from her clothes, Bai Ying suddenly recalled an ancient TV series. It seemed only people from 40 years ago would still use such things as keys. Ever since Bai Ying was born, every door she'd seen used electronic locks for security. But Duzi seemed utterly accustomed to this. With practiced ease, she inserted the key into the lock and twisted the doorknob with her other hand. Click! As the door swung open, several beams of evening sunlight fell upon Bai Ying and Duzi's faces. That's... Bai Ying could scarcely believe what she was seeing. A room filled to the brim with plants. Chapter 66, Natural Wonder. Thank you. While Bai Ying was still lost in the lush greenery, Duzi had already opened the slightly chipped shoe cabinet, pulling out a pair of deep blue rubber slippers and placing them by Bai Ying's feet. But when Bai Ying noticed Duzi was wearing only socks on the metal floor, she realized these slippers were meant for guests. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Ying shyly waved her hand and followed Duzi's example, stepping onto the floor in her socks. When in Rome, she didn't want Duzi and Sato Yu to accommodate her in every way. Seeing Bai Ying still acting somewhat stiff, Duzi became even more warm and welcoming. After neatly returning the slippers to their place, she took Bai Ying by the hand and led her into the somewhat cramped living room. Perhaps due to the limited space, the living room contained only an L-shaped open kitchen, a refrigerator, and a tea table so low one had to kneel to use it properly. The induction cooktop, microwave, and sink, all kitchen appliances, were crammed onto a countertop less than 5 meters long. Bai Ying could easily imagine how inconvenient cooking would be. The refrigerator was an outdated single-door model, its size borderline miniature. By Bai Ying's estimation, even packed to the brim, its storage capacity wouldn't exceed 3 days' worth of food for one person. The only thing that truly surprised Bai Ying was the 17 potted plants of various sizes scattered throughout this cramped space, some submerged in water, others planted in soil. Plants were something Bai Ying had only ever seen in textbooks and historical documentaries since she was born. The few times she'd encountered real plants were in museums or the artificial nature gardens of wealthy districts. Since humanity completed the fourth technological revolution 40 years ago, natural plants had gradually transformed from the burden on land of the previous expansion era into the luxury goods of the current restriction era. A single dormant seed from an endangered species could fetch tens of millions at auction, let alone a living, sprouting plant. But what puzzled Bai Ying even more was how these plants could grow to such a state without any protection whatsoever. After the fourth technological revolution altered the planet's entire ecological environment, 95% of plant species went extinct en masse due to their inability to adapt to the new conditions. The remaining 5% struggled to survive in open-air environments. It could be said that the cost of purchasing a single viable seed was less than 1/10 of the expense required to construct a simulated natural garden. That's precisely why Bai Ying reacted with such astonishment upon seeing these plants. Jingle! A crisp bell ring snapped Bai Ying back to reality. She looked up to see Duzi holding a bronze bell. Seeing Bai Ying snap out of her daze, Duzi placed the 2 cups of freshly brewed tea on the table before kneeling obediently opposite her. "This is tea?" Waves of steam rose from the cup before Bai Ying, a vibrant green leaf floating on the clear water, spinning gently. Duzi nodded vigorously, her large sky-blue eyes seeming to ask Bai Ying, "Isn't this tea?" Bai Ying raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing toward where Duzi had been bustling about in the kitchen. To his surprise, 2 leaves were missing from a plat there. Bai Ying cradled the slightly warm teacup in both hands, momentarily unsure whether to drink or not. Duzi, however, seemed perfectly at ease. She widened her eyes as if demonstrating, blew gently on the steaming cup right in front of Bai Ying, and took a small sip. So Bai Ying obediently lifted her cup and gathered her courage to take a sip. The taste wasn't as strange as she'd imagined. It even carried a peculiar, refreshing fragrance. But the thought that each sip of this tea cost a fortune made Bai Ying feel like she was drinking money. Yet, glancing around the cramped, dilapidated apartment, the conditions here would have been considered poor even decades ago. For a time, Bai Ying had lived in a renovated relief center in Shanghai City. Aside from being dirtier than this room, that place actually had more complete facilities. Suddenly, as if remembering something urgent, Duzi nearly scalded himself when he raised the cup to his lips. Immediately, Bai Ying saw Duzi scramble to his feet, bowing apologetically before rushing to the refrigerator and pulling out a paper bag. Holding the paper bag with both hands, he closed the refrigerator door with his back before carrying the bag to the kitchen counter. Thud, thud. Several bright red fruits rolled out of the paper bag. One nearly fell to the floor, but Duzi caught it just in time. When the petite Duzi brought over a plate of neatly sliced fruit, Bai Ying instantly recognized this thing that looked exactly like the picture in her textbook. If Bai Ying remembered correctly, during the expansion era, apples were the first fruit to vanish from public view. Later, humans managed to preserve seeds from natural apple trees, but these seeds could no longer adapt to the planet's environment. Thus, people had to cultivate new varieties through artificial intervention. These new trees had an extremely short growth cycle, yielding 12 harvests a year, with yields increasing tenfold or more. The apples from these trees were pest-free, with firm flesh and abundant juice. Except for their unappealing size, only half the size of a fist in dark color, they were otherwise quite similar to apples. Later, through genetic modification, people created a series of flavored varieties: watermelon-flavored apples, strawberry-flavored apples, grape-flavored apples, and more. At one point, Bai Ying even wondered if the world had been reduced to only this new type of apple. Later, she learned from history books that while most other fruits retained their seeds, their genetic modifications had been largely unsuccessful. Cultivating them would only lead to losses, which is why humans kept replicating the flavors of other fruits using the new apples. The apples before Bai Ying, however, were clearly not of the new era. "Is this an apple?" Duzi nodded. "Could you show me a whole one?" Bai Ying hadn't felt this excited in a long time. Obediently, Duzi immediately stood up, retrieved another apple from the paper bag in the refrigerator, washed it thoroughly in the sink, dried it with paper towels, and finally handed it to Bai Ying. "This is a real apple, a genuine apple." Bai Ying held the bright red fruit in his hands as if cradling a precious work of art, examining it with utmost care. To Bai Ying, it felt like Duzi was presenting a miracle. If she could learn from Duzi how to cultivate these plants and obtain more seeds, the funding crisis of the black sky would be easily resolved. Chapter 67, Putting the Cart Before the Horse. "Bean, can you tell me how you managed to grow these plants?" Bai Ying's eyes brimmed with anticipation as her hands fidgeted nervously on the apple. Duzi clearly hadn't expected such a question. She pointed a finger toward her own mouth in confusion, as if to say, "Are you sure you want to ask me?" "Oh. Sorry." Bai Ying realized she'd made a silly mistake and quickly handed her phone to Duzi. "You can just text me." Duzi held the phone Bai Ying thrust at her with a puzzled look, nervously tapping the screen a few times before shaking her head at Bai Ying with a look of hurt. "Is it something you can't talk about?" Bai Ying suddenly felt a pang of disappointment. But then again, secrets that could generate such vast wealth so easily probably weren't meant to be shared lightly. Bai Ying regretted her impulsiveness. She'd forgotten to avoid suspicion simply because Duzi was a child and had asked such a crucial question. But Duzi didn't nod in confirmation. Instead, she shook her head repeatedly and hurriedly returned the phone to Bai Ying. "You can't tell me?" Bai Ying took back her phone and realized Duzi hadn't written anything at all. Click. Just as Bai Ying and Duzi were both growing anxious, the creak of the old door echoed through the room. "Oh, what are you two up to?" Satoyu casually tossed his jacket into his room, quickly washed his hands at the sink, and then sat cross-legged beside Duzi with eager anticipation. "Why haven't you two eaten the fruit? Did it go bad?" Satoyu asked as he picked up a slice of apple and popped it into his mouth. It's fine." Only then did Satoyu notice the white figure holding a whole apple, about the size of a fist. "Ah, do you prefer eating it whole? Then Duzi and I will go prepare dinner. You can eat first." Satoyu assumed Bai Ying felt eating the whole apple was unladylike and that his timing was poor, so he immediately prepared to take Duzi to make dinner. "No, Colonel Sato." Bai Ying, seeing the misunderstanding, decided to speak plainly. "I've never seen apples like these before. I was just a bit excited, that's why I didn't take a bite." "Oh, I see. Do you think these apples are too precious to eat?" Satoyu relaxed and sat down, taking another bite. "By the way, you can call me Uncle privately. If you feel awkward, just call me Mr. Sato. I told you all to stop calling me Colonel, but every single one of you keeps saying Colonel, Colonel. It is a bit of a shame to eat them." The apple in Bai Ying's hand remained untouched. "So you plan to hold on to it forever, either take it home as a shrine offering or sell it for a hefty price?" Satoyu watched Bai Ying with interest, feeding a bite of apple to Duzi. "But by the time the war ends, the apple will likely be rotten. You'll need a container to store it in." Satoyu's words stumped Bai Ying, for she truly didn't know what to do with the apple in her hand. "If you're treating these as merchandise, then I can't help you. Only Duzi knows how to grow these plants, I don't have the method." Satoyu wiped his mouth with a tissue, satisfied, leaving just one bite of apple for Bai Ying. "You can ask Duzi, but I'm not interested in this stuff either. Having something to eat is enough for me." But Duzi didn't answer me. Seeing Satoyu had spoken so plainly, Bai Ying confessed her thoughts. "I really want to know how to grow these plants. It could ease our legion's financial strain." "How did you ask Duzi?" Satoyu raised an eyebrow slightly, as if anticipating something. "I asked Duzi to write it down." Bai Ying pointed to her phone. But she just handed it back without writing anything. At Bai Ying's words, Duzi's face flushed crimson. She waved her hands and shook her head vigorously, as if trying to explain that Bai Ying had misunderstood her intentions. "Ha! Ha ha ha!" Satoyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. "So that's what you two were doing when I walked in." Watching Sato laugh, Bai Ying unconsciously clutched the hem of her shirt, too embarrassed to say anything. Duzi seemed even more flustered than Bai Ying, tugging at Satoyu's arm and even patting him twice. Don't misunderstand. I'm not laughing at you for being rejected by Duzi. You just used the wrong approach." Satoyu finally laughed heartily. "See, Duzi is so anxious right now because she wants to tell you she didn't reject you." "Wrong approach?" Bai Ying released her grip on the hem. "It's not a big deal, really. But Duzi doesn't like me telling others." Satoyu stroked Duzi's silky black hair, and she lowered her head, hiding her face behind him. "Does Duzi not know how to write?" Bai Ying vaguely guessed the answer. "See, I didn't say that." Satoyu turned and patted Duzi. "Duzi never went to school, but she's smart. She follows others around every day, learning and observing. She can recognize the meaning of most characters, but if you asked her to write, she definitely couldn't. At most, she can only write her own name." "I see." Hearing Satoyu's explanation, Bai Ying felt a wave of relief wash over her. "If Duzi is willing, you can just learn it by watching her." Satoyu's expression was quite relaxed. Just then, Duzi suddenly emerged from behind Satoyu, her face flushed. She gave his shoulder a firm shake before pointing at the clock on the wall. 6 o'clock already? Time to head out." Satoyu turned to Bai Ying. "If you don't mind, could you run an errand with Duzi for me today?" "No problem." "What is it?" Since Duzi was willing to teach her something so important, Bai Ying naturally had no reason to refuse Satoyu's request. "At the end of every month, we give some food to our neighbors. After all, just the two of us can't eat all this. It's better to share it out so everyone can try it." "You're not giving them apples, are you?" Bai Ying felt her mind reeling from the shock. "Correct." Satoyu seemed to have anticipated her reaction, savoring her shock. "Since you agreed, let's get going now." It's already time. Before Bai Ying could react, Doozy hopped out of the refrigerator clutching a paper bag, gesturing for Bai Ying to follow. Alright. Bai Ying suppressed his astonishment, took the paper bag from Doozy, and followed him to the door. Kid. Just before exiting, Satoyu suddenly called out to Bai Ying. Here's a piece of advice. Go ahead. Though Bai Ying didn't particularly like how Satoyu addressed her, she knew he meant no harm. Satoyu slowly walked to the doorway and spoke in a tone characteristic of an elder. Apples are meant to be eaten. Chapter 68, The Heirloom. Thank you, young lady, and our dearest Doozy. An elderly woman in a gray sweater accepted the apple, gently stroking Doozy's head with her weathered hand. You're welcome, Grandma. Do take care of yourself. Bai Ying thanked the old woman, mimicking scenes from movies she remembered, though her smile still felt a bit unnatural. Hee, young lady, you're from that legion too, aren't you? It's been ages since any outsiders came here. The old woman was both delighted and excited. Are you planning to stay here permanently? In my opinion, you should live with our Doozy. You could look out for each other. How wonderful that would be. At the old woman's words, Doozy's face flushed instantly, while Bai Ying hesitated, unsure whether to tell the old woman she was merely a passing traveler. Satoyu is a man, after all. He's an old bachelor at his age. How could he possibly take good care of Doozy? The old woman paid no mind to Doozy and Bai Ying, just kept talking. The folks living here are all old bones like me who can't run anymore. The ones with kids have little ones who can't play with Doozy. That just won't do. Doozy grew anxious and waved his hands hastily, as if refuting the old woman's words. Ah, if only my own boy were still here, his child might be the same age as Doozy now. The old woman trailed off, her hand unconsciously reaching out to stroke Doozy's cheek. Oh dear, what a chatterbox I am. Enough of that. You two, go on and share the apples. Before leaving, Bai Ying caught a glimpse through the door crack of the old woman's bedside table. There stood a framed photo of 5 people, and half an apple, slightly oxidized. After bidding farewell to the old woman, Bai Ying followed Doozy as they knocked on door after door throughout the apartment building, handing out apples one by one from their paper bag to the elderly living alone or in couples. The entire distribution process took only an hour and a half, as the building housed just 23 households. Had each family not lingered to chat with them, Bai Ying estimated the whole operation could have been completed in under half an hour. Yet within this vast underground complex, there were hundreds of apartment buildings just like this one. Bai Ying found it hard to imagine how many people had been left behind here, unable to escape with the main group. Were they all elderly and children too? Creak. The moment Bai Ying and Doozy stepped inside, a rich aroma wafted toward them. Hey, you're back. Hungry? Satoyu turned and smiled at them upon hearing the door open. Is that curry? Bai Ying sniffed the air, suddenly recognizing the scent as similar to instant meals he'd bought at convenience stores before. Correct. Here's an extra can of meat as a reward. Satoyu joked as he opened the can with one hand and poured its contents into the pot. Though Bai Ying wasn't sure if this counted as hospitality, she wasn't particularly picky about food and accepted his canned meal without complaint. Bean clearly didn't share that sentiment. Bean promptly stowed the paper bag, shoved Satoyu out of the kitchen, and swiftly pulled the pot off the induction cooktop. The entire sequence of actions practically screamed, "What the hell are you doing?" Witnessing this scene, Bai Ying finally realized she shouldn't have held any expectations for Satoyu's cooking skills. The one in charge of the kitchen in this household was Doozy, who was only 14 years old. Beans glared angrily at the bubbling brown stew in the pot, her expression brimming with fury and reproach toward Satoyu. The tall Satoyu raised his hands in surrender and obediently sat at the far end of the tea table. I used to really like this brand of curry, and it's been ages since I've had it. This was the best solution Bai Ying could muster after racking her brain. She didn't want to trouble Doozy into making an extra meal. But Doozy shook her head firmly. She poured the curry stew into a clean large bowl and set it aside, then placed the stew pot into the crowded sink and turned on the faucet. Using this time, Doozy slipped on the apron hanging on the wall and tied the 2 strings behind her back into a cute bow. Then, right in front of Bai Ying, Doozy demonstrated a standard curry-making routine. She diced the washed radishes and potatoes, chopped the onion, and placed the stew pot over high heat. Adding a generous spoonful of salad oil, she first sautéed the onion for 30 seconds before tossing in the diced radishes and potatoes. Stir-frying for 3 minutes, she then added a splash of water, reduced the heat to medium-low, and simmered for 15 minutes. Meanwhile, cut the beef into thumb-sized chunks, sprinkle with a pinch of salt, and sear in a separate pan until browned. Once the stew pot is ready, add the beef to it. Pour half a liter of water into the stew pot, bring to a boil over high heat. Skim off any foam, add curry cubes, then reduce heat to medium-low and simmer for 30 minutes. These steps may seem straightforward, but accomplishing them efficiently on a cramped countertop cluttered with jars, pots, and kitchen tools is no easy feat. Yet Doozy managed to seamlessly interweave each step while the stew simmered, even tidying the counter completely during the final waiting period, a remarkable skill in itself. After waiting less than an hour, Doozy finally served 3 steaming bowls of fragrant beef curry rice. Delicious. Even though it used the familiar convenience store curry cubes Bai Ying knew well, the sweetness of the vegetables wasn't overpowered by the curry flavor. The beef was cooked to perfection, not dry at all when you bit into it, and you could even taste a hint of the fat's aroma. Beans curry really is the best. Sato devoured 2 huge bites before giving Beans a thumbs up. But Duzi didn't seem impressed. Instead, he pointed first at the large bowl already wrapped in plastic wrap, then at Sato Yu. "Ah, so I'm supposed to finish off the canned curry by myself for the next few meals?" Sato Yu's smile instantly crumbled. "I was just worried you guys would go hungry, that's why I rushed to cook for you first." Listening to Sato Yu's excuses, Duzi shook her head firmly. She was determined to make him finish that monstrosity of a meal himself. After the 3 of them finished enjoying Duzi's delicious meal, Sato Yu volunteered to wash all the dishes. Meanwhile, Duzi mysteriously pulled out a well-worn copy of Beginner's Guide to Planting Flowers from a locked storage box and pressed it into Bai Ying's hands. "So you actually grew plants using the methods in this book?" Bai Ying stared at the volume, published before the 4th technological revolution, with disbelief. She'd never heard of either the author or the publisher. Besides, these weren't ancient scriptures. Decades ago, the planet's environment was still favorable for plant growth. Bai Ying simply couldn't believe following the book's methods could keep plants alive in the modern era. As if reading Bai Ying's skeptical expression, Duzi proactively flipped the book to the page about fertilization and care, pointing to an illustration. Regardless of whether you can find suitable potting soil, simply apply a drop of Kindra liquid fertilizer every 2 weeks after planting the seeds, and your plants will thrive in any environment. Just looking at the illustration of that bottle of green liquid with its outdated packaging made Bai Ying feel like her intelligence was being ground into the dirt. This book must be some outdated promotional pamphlet from a shady fertilizer manufacturer. But just as Bai Ying was about to explain to Duzi that this was utter nonsense, Duzi pulled out something even more shocking. A bottle of green liquid. Chapter 69, Truth Beyond the Shore. "You used this stuff, following the book's instructions, to grow all these plants?" When faced with the undeniable evidence, even the most absurd theories seemed undeniably convincing. Duzi nodded earnestly. Bai Ying felt her worldview crumbling. To her, this behavior was practically indistinguishable from performing rituals on plants, yet Duzi had actually managed to grow them. However, Bai Ying quickly regained her composure. She skimmed through the entire book and found that aside from the embedded advertisements, the content was largely normal. The problem clearly lay with that bottle of suspiciously mystical-looking green liquid. "Duzi, where did you find this Jindara liquid fertilizer? Do you have any left?" Bai Ying decided to get to the bottom of it. But to Bai Ying's surprise, Duzi shook her head. "You don't have any left?" Bai Ying realized she'd asked too much at once. Duzi shook his head in denial, pointing first to the bottle in his hand, then to the Jindara advertisement in the book, before waving his hand dismissively. "So you're saying the liquid fertilizer you're holding isn't Jindara?" Bai Ying felt she was gradually catching up with Duzi's train of thought. Duzi's frown instantly smoothed out as he nodded vigorously. "Can I take a look?" Bai Ying exhaled in relief too, finally feeling her worldview was intact. Taking the bottle from Duzi, Bai Ying widened her crimson pupils. She slowly rotated the bottle, scrutinizing the appearance of the green liquid. "Looking closely, the greens do differ, yours is brighter. For some reason, it feels familiar." Bai Ying recognized the color but couldn't place it. "So you thought this resembled Jindara and used it instead?" This time, Duzi not only nodded but also smiled happily. Perhaps it was because Bai Ying finally understood Duzi's reasoning. "Well, that's quite the coincidence. Where did you find it?" Bai Ying suspected this wasn't something humans from decades ago could have created. Otherwise, genetic modification of plants wouldn't have been delayed until after the 4th technological revolution. This time, Bai Ying didn't wait for Duzi to nod or shake his head. Instead, he projected a 3D holographic map directly from his phone. Instead of pointing on the map, Duzi dashed out of the room and rummaged through the storage cabinet in the living room. Half a minute later, Duzi returned to Bai Ying holding a sewing kit and a half-filled water bottle. Just as Bai Ying wondered what Duzi intended to do, she suddenly opened the sewing kit, took out the finest needle, and plunged it directly into her index finger. Bright red blood dripped from Duzi's delicate finger into the water, transforming into countless free-floating threads that spread chaotically. The next second, the crimson threads abruptly transformed into jade-green strands, rapidly spreading throughout the bottle. The faint smile on Bai Ying's face slowly faded, yet Duzi's pure, sky-blue eyes still gazed expectantly at Bai Ying's crimson pupils. 8:27 p.m., Blackhorn Underground Industrial Base, War Factory Hangar. Hundreds of personnel in black and white uniforms were repairing the severely damaged MS-03 unit. In contrast, only a few dozen were working on the Haojia, the unit farthest from the Xingtian. This disparity existed because Haojia was a conventional mobile suit. As the United Front was a local legion, the Blackhorn Industrial Base could not only replace spare parts but could even fabricate a new Haojia in a matter of days. The experimental MS-03, however, proved painstakingly difficult. Not only were no spare parts readily available, but even the raw materials for crafting components were scarce commodities. Nearly every MS-03 repair component delivered to the hangar arrived in large sealed containers, making Xiao wonder if they were actually repairing a classified nuclear weapon. If only the MS-03 could self-repair like you do. Dr. Mickey, standing on Xingtian's shoulder platform, seemed to sense Xiao's thoughts. Self-repair still requires materials. Xiao turned his head, fixing his imposing crimson eye on Dr. Mickey, fully aware the scientist was itching to disassemble Xingtian on the spot for study. 2 hours earlier, when the war factory and Omega personnel frantically hauled in a mountain of parts for Xingtian's repairs, Xiao had performed a full-body fusion right in front of everyone. From the moment Xingtian assimilated the parts to the completion of the repair, the entire process took less than a minute. Hundreds of people were instantly dumbfounded. They had hoped to use this repair opportunity to collect Xingtian's mechanical data, ideally even conducting system tests on him. Instead, Xingtian required no manual repairs whatsoever. In the end, only Dr. Mickey remained to converse with Xingtian. It's hard to fathom the origin of the power you wield. If such capabilities could be applied to other mechs, monsters would cease to be a threat. Dr. Mickey made no attempt to hide his desire and curiosity toward Xingtian. Thump! Thump! My power comes from here. Perhaps the true reason for my awakening also originates from this place. Xingtian tapped the power core encased within its sturdy shell. Regrettably, I too am unaware of the nature of this power. I don't understand it. I only know I can wield it. Isn't that the allure of science? Especially when you've glimpsed the future, constantly striving to draw nearer, to touch it. Dr. Mickey's voice trembled with excitement. I respect your independent will, Iron Rider Xingtian, but I still hope one day to unlock the secrets within your frame. A man fanatical about science, yet one who knows his limits. That was Yu Zhao's current assessment of Dr. Mickey. Dr. Mickey, you don't seem particularly interested in the MS-03. Yu Zhao decided to change the subject, especially since Sato Yu's question kept circling in his mind: why could the MS-03 be piloted solo? Before Yu Zhao could formulate a response, Sato Yu laughed it off, claiming it was just a passing question. Is it that obvious? Dr. Mickey chuckled, adjusting his glasses as his gaze shifted to the MS-03. But there's no need to hide such things. You mentioned earlier that you've already met Dr. Yuanjun, correct? Yes. Yu Zhao's tone remained calm, but inside, his mind was in turmoil. Why did every secret lead back to this woman? She's my mentor. Hearing this, the brightness of Xingtian's single eye shot up a notch. Though I wasn't involved in designing this mobile suit, my mentor often spoke of it. She said the MS-03 carries all of Omega's hopes. Dr. Mickey narrowed his eyes slightly, as if the machine before him were Yuanjun herself. She shared everything she could with me. The rest lies beyond my purview. But seeing her on the battlefield now, I suppose we're getting closer to the truth. Chapter 70, Dreams and Reality. Bai Ying couldn't sleep. In this vast subterranean city, artificial lights replaced moonlight, becoming the only source of illumination that didn't evoke loneliness at night. To conserve energy, the lights dimmed significantly during the night when the entire city fell asleep. Except for facilities requiring round-the-clock operation, most buildings existed in a hazy twilight. Two faint, ambiguous yellow beams illuminated the ceiling. Yet Bai Ying chose not to rise and close the curtain gap, instead lying still in bed, absorbing those two rays. As if planned in advance, when Sato Yu handed Bai Ying the key to the temporary dormitory, it was already late outside. So she naturally accepted the father-daughter pair's invitation to stay the night, sharing a bed with Mame. At this very moment, the soundly sleeping Duzi clung to Bai Ying's arm, resting her head comfortably on Bai Ying's shoulder. Bai Ying didn't know what to do. Though she had sensed something amiss when Sato Yu recounted Duzi's origins, witnessing Duzi's blood transform into a vivid emerald green had plunged her into utter shock. Did Sato Yu know about this? The answer was undoubtedly yes. It was even possible that Sato Yu had deliberately arranged for her to witness this. Perhaps this was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding Duzi's secrets. Did Duzi know she was different from ordinary people? Bai Ying couldn't be certain. Though Duzi was innocent, innocence didn't equate to foolishness. By all accounts, she was among the most sensible and intelligent of her peers. If she possessed other unique qualities, her sharp mind would surely have noticed. How did those around her perceive her? Sato Yu treated Duzi like his own daughter, and the elders did the same. Moreover, from the elders' accounts, the children adored her, calling her the gentle big sister. Within the Legion, Bai Ying hasn't observed anyone pointing fingers at Duzi, and the same holds true for Omega. Whether or not these people were aware of Duzi's peculiarities, in their eyes, she was no different from anyone else. At this thought, Xingtian's figure inevitably flashed through Bai Ying's mind. The situation facing this mecha that had awakened self-awareness was far more complicated than Duzi's. Though the secrets surrounding Xingtian remained unsolved, this did not prevent the members of the Black Sky Legion from treating him as a comrade in arms. Perhaps the Xingtian we see is just like the Duzi they see. Bai Ying suddenly felt a weight lift from her heart, and drowsiness gradually washed over her. She turned to look at the sleeping Duzi, gently tucking his dark hair behind his ear. At that moment, Bai Ying resolved to keep Duzi's secret locked away in her heart forever. "Wake up, Bai Ying." Bai Ying's eyes snapped open, cold sweat soaking her back. For the one rousing her was none other than Xingtian. This mecha, with which she still felt some mysterious connection, had invaded her dream to tell her to wake up. By all logic, even if Xingtian appeared in Bai Ying's dream, he would merely be a part of it. But Bai Ying didn't see it that way. Xingtian had abruptly appeared before Bai Ying by tearing open space itself. The instant Bai Ying saw Xingtian, the thought "I'm dreaming" instantly flashed through her mind. Immediately after, the blurry dreamscape became crystal clear. Every fragmented detail and illogical element magnified infinitely within her pupils, forcing her to snap awake and escape the subconscious created dream. Yet when Bai Ying sat up in bed, she could no longer hear any sound from Xingtian. Something must have happened. Bai Ying was certain this wasn't just a nightmare, it was a genuine warning from Xingtian. Without hesitation, she leaped from the bed and began dressing at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, Duzi, startled awake by Bai Ying, rubbed his half-closed eyes in confusion, watching her frantic movements. "Duzi, get dressed. Something's wrong," Bai Ying shouted as she pulled her top over her head. Hearing the word trouble, Duzi froze for a second before leaping off the bed to dress alongside Bai Ying. In under 30 seconds, Bai Ying dragged Duzi out of the room. After banging on Satoyu's door and informing him of their destination, the two sprinted toward the hangar, the location where Xingtian resided in Bai Ying's dream. Streetlights flickered on and off, rapidly receding in Bai Ying's vision. With every stride forward, droplets of sweat fell onto the icy pavement. The next second, Bai Ying witnessed a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. In the dead of silence, a blazing fireball shot up from the hangar, piercing the night sky and igniting the quiet city. Yet it all unfolded like a silent film on a screen utterly devoid of sound. "Xingtian! Respond immediately!" Bai Ying reached for her earpiece, but all that met her was a cacophony of static. "Damn it! 10 minutes earlier. Communication connection failed. Cause, unknown interference." Roar! Xingtian clenched both fists and crossed them in front of his body, blocking the red hurricane's powerful punch. The next second, the collision of the two steel giants unleashed a violent shockwave. Bent landing racks, shattered alloy walls, sparks flying, scattered piles of parts. Despite Xingtian's desperate attempts to subdue his opponent in close combat, the entire hangar was reduced to utter chaos by the two mechs. Not long ago, two SPMT hydraulic transporters carrying the red hurricane had rolled into the war factory, parking in a hangar 500 meters from Xingtian. At that moment, Xiao was still marveling at Omega's efficiency. They'd completed the monster stripping in just half a day. Yet no one could have anticipated that merely 2 minutes later, Xingtian's energy radar would suddenly detect a hostile target at energy level 4. Almost the instant the red dot appeared, Xiao heard the roar of an electromagnetic cannon firing from the adjacent hangar. The entire war factory instantly went on level 1 alert, all lights switching to a blinding red. But that was all. Before broadcasts or alarms could sound, a shockwave visible only to Xiao swept through the entire underground city, causing all electronic devices to go haywire. Xingtian's communication channels were all jammed. What was even more terrifying was that the war factory, to prevent noise pollution during nighttime production, had specifically installed 16 anti-vibration wave dampening devices around its perimeter, completely eliminating any possibility of sound escaping. Not only that, but the war factory had also installed optical barriers to prevent interference during large-scale optical experiments. Amidst the failure of all other electronic systems, only these two devices miraculously remained operational. And now, the only one capable of stopping the red hurricane within the war factory was Xingtian. Chapter 71, Flagship Mecha. At that moment, Xiao could only think of 3 ways to relay the message. First, rush to the factory perimeter at full speed and destroy the silencer. But if Xingtian did that, he would be leaving the red hurricane free to act as it pleased. Second, generate noise so overwhelming that even the silencer couldn't mask it, or produce light powerful enough to pierce the optical barrier. This was utterly impossible for Xiao, as the equipment modules on Xingtian's body couldn't produce such an exaggerated commotion. If he absolutely had to proceed this way, his only option would be to sabotage the massive energy facilities within the war factory, triggering a disturbance powerful enough to breach both the silencer and the barrier. But the energy facilities were the very heart of the war factory. Destroying them would mean the entire facility would be paralyzed for an extended period. Third, attempt to warn the opponent using residual traces of the sympathetic resonance previously established with Bai Ying. This was the least likely option to succeed, as such subconscious connections were often suppressed by rational thought during wakefulness unless Bai Ying's brain activity was currently at a very low frequency. Even if a connection were established this way, Xiao would have to convince Bai Ying that this wasn't a subconscious illusion or dream, otherwise, Bai Ying would dismiss his words as nonsense. Yet this was the most time-efficient and least costly approach Xiao could devise. So Xiao took a gamble and successfully entered Bai Ying's dreamscape in the form of Xingtian, only to be violently expelled by Bai Ying's subconscious after uttering just 4 words. He had no second chance. Yu Xiao could only hope Bai Ying was perceptive enough to sense the impending danger he'd conveyed. If we don't move now, it'll be too late. With the intent to minimize damage, Xingtian sprinted toward the red dot on the energy radar. Beep. Beep. Just as Bai Ying and Duzi were sprinting for their lives, a rugged, old-school off-road vehicle suddenly surged from behind, skidding to a halt in front of them. Get in! Sato, clad in a worn leather jacket, waved them over. Thud! After slamming the door shut, Yu floored the accelerator, and the gasoline engine roared to life with a thunderous blast. How the hell did you get an old-school off-roader? Bai Ying, clutching the overhead handle in the passenger seat with one hand, swiftly snapped his seatbelt into place with the other. Because I'm ING from the old era. Yu bellowed, his voice straining against the engine roar. I always knew the fourth technological revolution was bull. How can everything rely on electricity? What if the power goes out? It's not the power, it's malfunctioning. The white figure also raised his voice. All the electronics are jammed. Same ING thing. Yu slapped himself across the face. Why am I swearing again? Damn it! I finally got Duzi to help me quit. The speeding off-road vehicle cut through one intersection after another, steadily closing in on the hangar. I should have never sold that horn last year. That bastard. Yu was about to curse again when his gaze caught Duzi's anxious expression in the rearview mirror. He forced himself to swallow the words. That flash of fire must have been seen by plenty of people. Even those who didn't see it would be woken up by those who noticed something was wrong. The silent scene kept replaying in Bai Ying's mind. They might be awake, but they don't have gas-powered vehicles. They'll have to run. Yugo yanked the steering wheel. But how did you know there was danger? Xingtian. I dreamt of Xingtian. He told me. Bai Ying made no secret of it. I know this sounds suspicious, but Xingtian and I once forcibly severed our neural synchronization. Ever since, I've maintained a faint psychic connection with him. I can't even begin to imagine how you neural synced with a sentient mecha. And how can you be sure this is a connection and not residual ghost sync? I can't explain that feeling to you. Bai Ying froze for a moment, unable to find the right words. You'll understand once you sync with him. Forget it. But I have a serious question for you. Under Yu's hyper-speed driving, the war factory had already come into view for the three of them. Ask away. Bai Ying grew impatient, his heart racing like a cat scratching at his insides as Yu remained silent. Yu frowned, studying Bai Ying several times before speaking. Your mech runs on nuclear hybrid power, right? Could this electronic interference affect its startup? Warning, missile attack. 9 Golden Crow fission missiles spread out in midair, transforming into 27 micro-locked missiles hurtling toward different joints of Xingtian. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted in rapid succession across Xingtian's frame. Damage warnings popped up like dominoes before Yu Xiao's eyes. Had Xingtian been facing other specialized third-generation mechs, he might not have fared so poorly. But the Red Hurricane, as the flagship mecha of the Black Sky Legion, was arguably Chen Nation's most elite combat unit. Mecha designation, Red Hurricane. Model, flagship class 3rd generation mecha. Pilots, Meng Changkong, Meng Changcheng. Performance, 3rd generation variable frequency nuclear electric hybrid armor height, 85 meters weight, 15,600 tons. Equipment modules, Bai Xiao 2.0 holographic intelligence system, anti-bio anti-metal golden crow fission missile array, thunderclap turbo electric acceleration charged fist, Tae composite thermal cutting sword, wind thunder enhanced electromagnetic energy cannon. Combat rating, C-class 6,900 points. Yu Xiao re-examined the Red Hurricane's unit data. He finally understood why Meng Changqing had been so arrogant. Without Xingtian activating his hardening skill, any of the Red Hurricane's equipment modules posed a threat to him. When Xian Kingdom and Omega jointly designed this mecha, they had already classified other mechas as potential enemies. Thus, the Red Hurricane wasn't just a monster's nightmare, even mechs were mere prey before it. Forward-thinking and meticulous, typical of Qian Nation. Even facing the monster-controlled Red Hurricane, Yu Xiao couldn't help but marvel at this mecha's terrifying power. According to Dr. Mickey, had it not been for protecting ground forces, the Red Hurricane would never have been ambushed by monsters and ended up parasitized. Buzz. Red Hurricane, operating at full power, drew 2 heat-cut swords concealed beneath its back armor. The intense heat instantly warped the air around the blades. Gazing at this formidable mecha before him, Yu Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly inwardly. He had consistently held back Xingtian's full power, driven by the desire to minimize damage to the war factory and preserve the Red Hurricane's integrity. But now, it seemed none of that mattered anymore. Time to get serious. The power core on Xingtian's chest suddenly blazed crimson. Chapter 72, The Hunt begins. Both mechs charged toward each other almost simultaneously. Xingtian's giant axe had been completely destroyed in the previous battle, leaving him to rely solely on his gauntlets for a head-on clash. Yu Xiao's objective was clear: drag the enemy into close combat at any cost, rendering the Red Hurricane's equipment modules useless. Just as the two mechs were about to enter each other's attack range, Red Hurricane abruptly brought his twin blades together. The razor-sharp serrations interlocked perfectly, instantly transforming into a massive longsword balanced for both offense and defense. The next instant, as Xingtian's steel foot stamped a shallow crater into the ground, this fervent blade thrust straight toward him. Damn! Caught off guard by the sudden change in tactics, Xingtian could only block the thrust with the most brutal means possible. He abruptly halted his advance, leaning his mecha backward as he seized the blade with his gloved hands. Zzzzz. The serrated edge, spinning like a chainsaw, relentlessly gnawed at the armor covering his gauntlets. Molten metal, fused by intense heat, spattered through the air alongside bursts of sparks. Xingtian had channeled nearly all his power into his hands, yet the blade sharp enough to pierce air still pressed forward relentlessly. Hardening. The instant Xiao activated his skill, the razor-sharp blade finally halted mid-air, 5 meters from Xingtian's power core. Even so, the saw teeth trapped within the gauntlet still struggled to keep turning. Roar! This unexpected obstruction enraged the beast parasitizing within the Crimson Hurricane body. It emitted a chilling growl through the mech's broadcast system while drastically increasing its power output, relentlessly thrusting its long sword forward. Squeak! A bone-chilling sound echoed as the high-temperature-coated blade suddenly advanced 2 meters. Target locked. At that instant, the armor on Xingtian's abdomen abruptly deformed, revealing 8 heavy machine cannons. In Yu Zhao's system view, 8 blue targeting reticles had all overlapped onto the Red Hurricane's power core. Fire! Bang! 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 8 pitch-black muzzles simultaneously spewed crimson flames. The motionless ammunition belts suddenly surged like conveyor belts running at full speed, continuously feeding metallic glinting bullets into the barrels. Countless white smoking casings rained down onto the ground with a crisp clatter. Though the Dragon Rider guerrilla turret was never designed to combat mechs, and its bullets possessed no special armor-piercing properties against metal, the sheer kinetic impact of concentrated fire across a single area still posed a significant threat to the mech. In less than 2 seconds, the offensive and defensive positions of the two mechs reversed. Xingtian clutched the scorching blade with all his might, refusing to let Red Hurricane easily pull the hot sword free. Meanwhile, the armor on Red Hurricane's chest showed visible dents and cracks it would likely be completely breached within seconds. Roar! Just as Xingtian's hardening time neared its limit, the roaring Red Hurricane suddenly released its grip on the sword. Yu Xiao had anticipated this very scenario. The moment the opponent released his grip, Xingtian steadied himself and without hesitation hurled the hot blade behind him, lunging directly toward the Red Hurricane's retreating path. But he was still a step too late. Xingtian had barely taken 2 steps when the retreating Red Hurricane raised his right hand. The massive iron fist disintegrated layer by layer. 5 fingers split like petals into 5 spinning acceleration needles, revealing the blue cannon mouth at the wrist joint. Chaotic electrical currents rapidly coalesced beneath the spinning ring-shaped stabilizer, the entire process resembling the forced containment of scattered electrical energy within a cage. You are locked on. Bang! A bluefin stabilized discarding sabot round pierced Xingtian's shoulder at 5 times the speed of sound, leaving a visible trajectory trail in the air. Warning, shoulder armor destroyed, skeletal joints damaged at 76%. As the system alarm blared, Xingtian's massive frame staggered backward several steps under the force of the kinetic impact. With a single strike, Yu Xiao nearly lost all sensation in his right arm. Worse still, even though the Red Hurricane's wind and thunder enhanced electromagnetic energy cannon couldn't fire continuously, it had already created distance between itself and Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao knew full well he was about to face a barrage of fire from the Red Hurricane. Dynamic calibration mode activated, calculating. Warning, missile incoming. Red Hurricane had no intention of giving Yu Xiao a moment to breathe. Fire. Yu Xiao didn't even wait for the system to finish its calculations. He immediately took control of the gorilla turret and aimed it at the missile that had just launched from the silo. Boom! Before the 5 golden crow fission missiles could even split apart, Xingtian's machine gun struck them mid-air, exploding them into fireworks. Yet the remaining 4 missiles completed their fission at that very moment, transforming into 12 firebirds streaking in arcs toward Xingtian's power core. In desperation, Xingtian could only raise his still functional left arm to shield his chest. Warning, left armor damaged 63%. Xingtian couldn't possibly withstand another volley. A silver metal chain sword erupted from Xingtian's right shoulder, coiling layer upon layer around his nearly fractured mechanical skeleton. Yu Xiao had reclaimed control of the paralyzed right arm through this method. Compared to before, Xingtian's right arm would experience drastically reduced reaction and movement speeds, and his fingers would be completely uncontrollable. Under these circumstances, Xingtian had completely lost his advantage in both long-range firefights and close-quarters combat. In a flash, Xingtian snatched the Tai composite heat-seeking sword from behind him and sprinted full speed deeper into the factory. Buzz! Amidst a strange rumbling, the Red Hurricane's backup energy source activated, signifying it would gain immense power beyond its standard state. Frenziedly proliferating muscle tissue burst through the armor seams, coiling like vines around the Red Hurricane's limbs. The waist and back of this crimson colossus gradually curved, the entire machine transforming into a terrifying, beast-like form. Snap! A crisp metallic snap echoed as a fissure suddenly appeared at the Red Hurricane's jaw, spreading all the way to the back of its head. Immediately, the Red Hurricane gained a second mouth and 2 rows of twisted fangs. Roar! This time, the shrieking echoing throughout the entire factory contained no trace of electrical static, only the bone-chilling roar of a savage beast. Thud! 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 Though Xiao still couldn't see the Red Hurricane within his field of vision, its exaggerated running sounds grew louder and louder in his ears. On the energy radar, a blinding red dot approached at a speed Xiao couldn't fathom. Almost there. Though the pressure closing in from behind threatened to shut down his brain, Xiao refused to slow down. The next moment, a massive structure appeared before Xingtian's eyes. He recalled Dr. Sanmo mentioning that all equipment related to mechs and ground forces was stored here. The War Armory. Chapter 73, Synchronization Failure. Bang! As the Red Hurricane, crawling on all fours, spotted Xingtian, the latter had just used hardening to force open the War Armory's doors. Roar! The enraged Red Hurricane leapt without hesitation through the breach Xingtian had created, plunging into the War Armory. Yet, when the Red Hurricane saw Xingtian again, he was no longer the severely damaged mecha. Xingtian's previously paralyzed right arm was now completely covered in black fluid. This substance, resembling a living entity, seemed to be actively reshaping the mech's shattered wounds. Realizing something was amiss, the Red Hurricane instantly deployed the launch matrix on its chest, unleashing a fresh barrage of missiles at Xingtian. Simultaneously, 2 hive launchers completely unfamiliar to the Red Hurricane suddenly mounted themselves on Xingtian's back. Boom! Boom! Both sides fired almost simultaneously. But to the Red Hurricane's surprise, Xingtian didn't fire missiles, he launched thermal decoy rounds. As the 9 Golden Crow fission missiles split into 27 micro-missiles, they were met by a swarm of 100 erratic heat source targets. Blazing flames erupted within the armory, and not a single missile struck Xingtian. Overload mode activated. Before the explosions had fully subsided, Xingtian's chest power core blazed crimson as he charged into the inferno at breakneck speed. The next second, a black mech swung its heat-seeking sword at the crimson whirlwind. Roar! Amid the Red Hurricane's agonized screams, the crimson blade sliced through the muscular tissue covering its outer shell, embedding itself deep into its armored arm. To avoid another electromagnetic cannon strike, Xiao deliberately adjusted his attack angle, forcing the Red Hurricane to defend with its arm the very limb that could transform into the electromagnetic cannon. Turn their own weapon against them. The high-speed rotating serrated blade relentlessly sliced through the Red Hurricane's skeletal frame, sending bursts of green beast blood and golden sparks flying through the air. Just then, Xiao suddenly noticed the Red Hurricane's other arm gathering power. Without warning, the Red Hurricane unleashed a full-power thunder turbo-charged electric acceleration punch, slamming it into Xingtian's waist armor. Warning, waist armor damaged 46%. The immense impact sent Xingtian's frame staggering backward, allowing the Red Hurricane to free itself from the hot blade lodged in its arm. However, due to the black armor's rebound effect, a massive crack now gouged through Red Hurricane's hand armor. But this did nothing to halt the Red Hurricane's advance. The beast-like mech leapt high into the air, swinging its 2 massive fists overhead to smash down upon Xingtian. Boom! When the descending fist struck the searing Tai sword, the floor beneath Xingtian caved in several meters. A shockwave powerful enough to send small vehicles flying erupted from the location of the 2 mechs. Xiao could even feel the entire armory shaking violently. That single strike had already pushed Xingtian to his physical limit. If the opponent's power had been even slightly greater, the Lingwei elastic muscle units covering Xingtian's body would have ruptured instantly. What troubled him even more was that this monster parasitizing within the Red Hurricane hadn't revealed any other abilities yet. Merely enhancing the Red Hurricane slightly had already pushed Xingtian to his absolute limit. Swish! After Xingtian barely blocked this attack, the Red Hurricane instantly withdrew its hands and delivered a kick toward Xingtian's torso in an extremely awkward posture. Warning, chest armor damaged 45%. Xingtian, unable to react in time, stumbled back several steps. Every strike from the Red Hurricane was lethal enough to finish him off, leaving Xiao utterly confused about when to activate hardening for defense. Before Xingtian could regain his balance, Red Hurricane's fists were charged once more, lunging directly at him. Crack! After 2 punches, the Tai sword in Xingtian's hands shattered completely, scattering into countless fragments still warm to the touch upon the ground. Now, Xiao had only one option left: activate hardening across his entire body. What are you staring at? Suddenly, 4 incendiary shells exploded on Red Hurricane's back, incinerating every ounce of flesh protruding from its armor. As Red Hurricane roared in turn, the hero wielding the purple blade stood starkly in the gaping hole at the armory entrance. Inside the hangar, the white figure crawled through the maintenance duct for a full 10 minutes before finally coming to a halt. With the elevator out of commission, this was her only way to reach the cockpit of the MS-03. At this moment, the white mobile suit, now 90% repaired, rested quietly against the parking rack. Precisely because it wasn't fully repaired, the cockpit hatch on the mobile suit's head remained open. Gritting her teeth, Bai Ying fought against her near exhaustion as she descended the artificial ladder, completing the final stretch of the journey. By the time Bai Ying reached the MS-03's control position, her body was shaking so violently she could barely fasten the restraints. Gazing at the gray-white control interface before her, Bai Ying slowly picked up the synchronization helmet reserved exclusively for the MS-03 pilot. She had no idea what would happen once she put it on. If she couldn't establish neural synchronization with the MS-03, she could only pray that Xingtian and Haojia would be able to hold back the rampaging red hurricane. But if she succeeded in establishing neural synchronization, no one could guarantee that the out-of-control MS-03 wouldn't cause her consciousness to shift. In the worst-case scenario, she could suffer brain death. Listening to the distant booms echoing from the armory, Bai Ying silently closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and donned the helmet. She would take her fate into her own hands. Identity verification initiated. Recognition data, Bai Ying. Verification successful. Detected abnormal mobile suit parameters. Current calibration deviation, 17%. Recommendation, abandon synchronization. Second confirmation, proceed with synchronization. Establishing neural synchronization. Pulse signal docking failed. Warning. Current calibration deviation, 33%. Immediately disconnect externally. Warning. Current calibration deviation, 58%. Immediately disconnect externally. Warning, 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 warning. The system's warning sounded like a train receding into the distance, growing fainter and fainter in Bai Ying's ears. In that instant, a searing pain erupted in Bai Ying's brain as if someone were smashing her skull with a sledgehammer. Thud. Thud thud. Thud thud thud. Amidst Bai Ying's agonized screams, a blinding white light abruptly transformed everything around her. Blindingly bright incandescent lights, a quarantine tank solid enough to inspire despair, and a transparent liquid thick enough to suffocate Bai Ying. Just before her vision blurred, the white figure reached out a delicate hand, as tender as a child's, and clung to the glass thick as a wall. A blurred figure of a man kept pounding on the indestructible container, seemingly shouting something at the top of his lungs. Just as the white figure's consciousness began to fade, she mustered her last ounce of strength and heard the two words on the other's lips. Bean. Chapter 74, MS-03. Bai Ying suddenly realized this wasn't merely a simple consciousness shift. If it were merely a consciousness shift, Bai Ying would only encounter two possibilities. First, she would be drawn back into the chasing the rabbit scenario. For Bai Ying, the likelihood of this happening was minuscule, as that lingering emotional knot had long been untangled. Second, Bai Ying's neural perception would become misaligned. This scenario was no safer than chasing the rabbit, typically occurring when neural synchronization was incomplete, where commands from the pilot's brain failed to correspond to the correct body part. For example, if Bai Ying intends to raise her left hand, her right hand might move instead. While this may not sound dangerous, encountering such a violation of bodily norms triggers an immediate stress response in the pilot's brain, leading to a cascade of physiological abnormalities, elevated blood sugar, increased blood pressure, labored breathing, accelerated heart rate, and more. Moreover, the driver's mental state becomes severely compromised, manifesting symptoms like anxiety, agitation, and terror. Under this dual physical and mental torment, the driver could slip into a chasing rabbits state while unconscious, completely defenseless, or even face life-threatening vascular shock. However, Bai Ying's current condition matched neither scenario. After ruling out these possibilities, a bone-chilling chill instantly surged through Bai Ying's heart. She recalled the moment when Xingtian had gone out of control in the dark sky, forcing her to establish neural synchronization with him. The blindingly bright incandescent lights, the despairingly sturdy isolation tank, and the transparent liquid suffocating enough to choke Bai Ying, none of these were scenes Bai Ying had ever experienced. This wasn't her own memory at all. Tick-tock. The instant this thought surfaced, Bai Ying's consciousness abruptly detached from the body that wasn't hers. Even so, Bai Ying did not revert to her own form as she had during Xingtian's chasing little rabbit incident. At this moment, Bai Ying didn't even know in what form she was observing this memory. She felt like an invisible mass of air, or perhaps a camera mounted in the room, looking down upon everything unfolding before her. The most crucial question was, what exactly was Bai Ying synchronizing her neural activity with? If the MS-03 was similar to Xingtian, why did this mobile suit still require a pilot instead of operating autonomously? Moreover, during the time Bai Ying piloted MS-03, she never encountered the issues she faced with Xingtian: unresponsive movements, fluctuating synchronization rates, or even forced shutdowns. Ever since Bai Ying began piloting the MS-03, her synchronization rate with the mobile suit has consistently remained at a high level of 95%. Except for instances where the system forcibly lowered the sync rate when the mobile suit sustained damage, Bai Ying had never encountered any unexpected issues during normal operation. This can't be the memory of an ordinary person. The human subconscious perfectly records many things and scenes that are subjectively forgotten, and chasing little rabbit replicates and recreates the most unforgettable memories from the subconscious. This meant that everything presented in Chasing Little Rabbits would be incredibly close to reality. If the person immersed in it wasn't sufficiently lucid, they could completely lose the ability to distinguish reality from dreams, forever lost within this memory. But what did Bai Ying see? A space so narrow it could only be described as cramped, figures blurred into indistinct blocks of color, and an endless cycle of pounding and screaming. This wasn't a memory at all, it wasn't even a dream. Surveying it all, only the suffocating despair within the isolation tank and the cold liquid occasionally releasing bubbles felt like elements of the real world. The white figure struggled to comprehend what significance this monotonous, bleak scene held for MS-03, that both she and MS-03 were trapped here, forced to watch the endlessly looping footage. No, I must be able to do something. Bai Ying desperately searched for a breakthrough point. First, she had to accept the fact that this crude scene was the most unforgettable memory of MS-03. Setting aside all irrelevant questions, Bai Ying could tentatively conclude that the person in the isolation tank might be MS-03. Second, within this scenario, the only variables were MS-03 herself, the man pounding on the isolation tank whose face remained obscured, and the indistinct figures behind him. Thus, it was evident that MS-03 had never truly seen the faces of these individuals in reality. Perhaps precisely because of this, Bai Ying also lacked a fixed appearance because MS-03 simply didn't know what Bai Ying looked like. Finally, and most crucially, as a neural synchronization target, Bai Ying can communicate with those trapped in the Chasing Little Rabbit state, though the effectiveness depends entirely on whether the other party's subconscious possesses strong exclusivity. Moreover, while White Shadow cannot alter the world shaped by MS-03, she can change her own image within that world. Thump. Thump thump. Thump thump thump. Watching the man pounding on the glass, Bai Ying already had a plan in mind. MS-03 couldn't recall why it was here. Everything unfolding before its eyes felt like it had repeated countless times, yet MS-03 couldn't confirm if this sensation was accurate. Who was the man pounding on the glass? Was that sound coming from him? Why could everyone produce sound with their mouths? As one familiar question after another surfaced, MS-03 instinctively pressed its delicate hand against the spot where the man was tapping the glass. MS-03 couldn't make out the man's face, nor could it see the figures behind him. Was it truly unable to see them, or simply unable to recognize them? To MS-03, everyone looked the same as that figure forever floating on the glass. Visible, yet untouchable. Thud. Thump thump. Thump thump thump. The man's mouth opened and closed, repeatedly calling out a name MS-03 couldn't understand. MS-03 widened its eyes in curiosity, attempting to mimic the man's lip movements. Yet submerged in the liquid, MS-03 could not produce a single sound. In a daze, MS-03 felt as though it had already attempted this action hundreds, even thousands of times before, only to forget it all at some specific point. The stronger this feeling grew, the more MS-03 wanted to remember the man's face and his words. Over and over, MS-03 mimicked the man's opening and closing lips, striving to etch those two words into its muddled mind. Beans. Just as MS-03 had finally committed this brief phrase to memory, the moment of forgetting it had foreseen arrived. But this time, the cycle was broken. A slender figure appeared beside the man. Though she seemed utterly out of place amidst everything around her, the moment MS-03 saw her, its heart nearly leapt from its chest. When that delicate hand touched the spot where MS-03 resided, the cramped space suddenly began to tremble. MS-03 watched as the girl slowly overlapped with the shadow in the glass, eventually becoming one. Two identical girls gazed at each other, uttering the other's name in unison. Doozy. Neural synchronization established. Current synchronization rate, 99%. Protocol override successful, Mode 2 unlocked. Chapter 75, Unauthorized Access. Watch out. As Xingtian shouted, the silver chain blade shot out from beneath his right arm armor. Bang! A streak of blue light whizzed past Hao Jie's power core, leaving a gaping hole several meters wide in his chest. The violent impact sent Hao Jie crashing into the high wall behind him. He then knelt on the ground, clutching the terrifying gaping hole in his chest. Warning, chest armor damaged by 46%. Power core delivery system compromised, current output 21% below standard. Had Xingtian not wrapped his chain sword around Red Hurricane's arm at the last moment, disrupting the firing angle, Hao Jie would likely have been reduced to scrap metal by the electromagnetic cannon. You okay, Doozy? Sato Yu anxiously watched Doozy gasping for breath beside him. Despite neural synchronization protection activating instantly, the tail-fin armor-piercing projectile's absurd velocity left both men with lingering pain. But Doozy merely pinched his flesh hard, then sprang back to his feet, nodding reassuringly at Sato Yu to signal he was fine. Roar! The Red Hurricane, having missed its target, let out an angry roar. It transformed its arm back into a giant fist and clamped down hard on the chainsword wrapped around its arm. The next instant, Xiao felt an overwhelming force surge from the other end of the chainsword. Even with Xingtian in overload mode, gripping the chain sword with both hands, his massive frame was still being dragged uncontrollably toward the Red Hurricane. Squeak! Xingtian's massive foot scraped across the ground, sending a trail of dazzling sparks flying. What the hell, is this power? The thought flashed through Yu Zhao's mind just as Xingtian completely lost his balance, stumbling headlong toward the position of the Crimson Whirlwind. Awaiting Xingtian was the fully charged, max-level Thunder Turbo Electric Acceleration Charge Punch. Hardening. Yu Zhao spared no expense, expanding the skill's effect to cover the entire mech. Boom! A shockwave exploded at Xingtian's head. Accompanied by a collision echoing throughout the entire building, Xingtian's mech was instantly knocked backward. Though the armor on Red Hurricane's fist cracked from the rebound damage, it showed no sign of stopping. Just as Yu Zhao thought he'd be thrown flat, Red Hurricane yanked the chainsword, forcibly pulling Xingtian's unbalanced body back up. But this time, the Red Hurricane's fist struck empty air. The instant Xingtian was yanked back by the immense force, he had already lowered his stance, charging like a wrestler straight into Red Hurricane's midsection. Crash! The deafening impact left the Red Hurricane momentarily stunned, instantly putting him at a disadvantage. His entire body was forced backward by Xingtian's relentless thrust. Simultaneously, Hao Jie regained his footing, snatched the purple slashing blade from the ground, and swung it straight toward the Red Hurricane's back. A flash of steel. The Red Hurricane's back armor cracked instantly. Green beast blood gushed like a fountain from the shattered metal fragments. The corrosive effects of the extermination biological toxin blade rapidly rotted the flesh hidden beneath the monster's armor. Opportunity. Sensing the Red Hurricane's weakened power, Xingtian immediately retracted his silver chainsword as he thrust his body forward. Gauntlet switched to discharge mode. While Red Hurricane remained crippled by the toxin, Xingtian resolved to unleash his final burst of overloaded power. One punch. A shockwave of energy pulsed through the gauntlet's impact, seeping beneath the Red Hurricane's abdominal armor and shattering its auxiliary muscle units. Two punches. Overflowing energy surged wildly through the Red Hurricane's torso, causing countless mechanical components to detach from its skeletal framework. Three punches. The rampaging shockwaves shattered the missile matrix array on the Red Hurricane's chest, severing the circuits between its fire control system and power core. Final strike. Xingtian channeled the last of his gauntlet's energy into his right fist, then swung it toward the Red Hurricane's power core casing. Boom! The already cracked armor shattered instantly. Xingtian's colossal fist crushed the Red Hurricane's turbine unit with overwhelming force. As the Red Hurricane emitted a blood-curdling scream, a massive shockwave radiated outward from Xingtian's fist. Even the hero standing behind the Red Hurricane couldn't help but stumble back 2 steps. Yet, gazing at the sunken torso of the Red Hurricane, Yu Zhao's heart was filled with nothing but terror. Because the system hadn't popped up a kill notification. Almost the instant Xingtian prepared to deliver another punch, 8 tentacles glowing with an ocean blue light suddenly burst forth from the withered flesh of the Red Hurricane's back. At this moment, Yu Zhao had no time to ponder other questions. Only one thought occupied his mind. To drive this punch home. Gulp! Just as Xingtian raised his fist, a glob of slime its color rivaling blue fire jellyfish suddenly erupted from Red Hurricane's mouth, splattering onto Xingtian's head. Warning, electrical load exceeds threshold. Overload mode disabled. Instantly, a 1,000,000-volt current surged through Xingtian's body from head to toe, detonating every capacitor unit within his frame. Blinding sparks of electricity erupted from the cracks in Xingtian's armor, while Red Hurricane swung its battle-scarred giant fist. In the next instant, Xingtian's jaw shattered completely under an uppercut, sending the entire mech crashing to the ground. On the other side, Satoyu and Duzi instantly retreated the moment they saw the tentacles extend, escaping the direct attack range. But this did little to halt the Red Hurricane's assault. 8 sapphire blue tentacles abruptly halted their dance, snapping taut like whips and all pointing toward the direction of Hao Jie. In the next instant, the tentacles' brightness intensified to a level unbearable to the naked eye. 8 surging bolts of electricity shot from the tentacle tips, striking the still-moving Hao Jie. Boom! 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 After violent shaking and over a dozen explosions, all that remained in Usato's vision were flames, electric sparks, and countless system warning pop-ups. Critical damage detected. Immediately activate escape pod to exit mech. With a single strike, the Red Hurricane had completely incapacitated the hero. Yu Zhao watched helplessly as the Red Hurricane slowly approached him. Without its capacitor unit, Xingtian was now nothing more than a broken-down wreck. Not only was stopping the Red Hurricane's advance impossible, but even standing back up from the ground proved difficult. I should have seen this coming. Yu Zhao finally realized that the Red Hurricane's limit-breaking power didn't stem from its nuclear reactor, it came from the extra electricity generated by the parasitic monster. This was the true power of the monster. Roar! The Red Hurricane roared as it halted before the fallen Xingtian. Wildly proliferating muscle tissue had filled the damaged sections of its frame, transforming the once imposing mecha into a grotesque, monstrous form. Just as Yu Zhao prepared to scrap it, 8 writhing tentacles suddenly burrowed into Xingtian's torso. Warning, unknown intrusion signal detected. Chapter 76, Reverse Charging. What the hell does it want? To parasitize me. With the overload mode's duration expiring, Xingtian's overall power output had plummeted to half its normal capacity. It could be said that Xingtian had no room to resist the Red Hurricane's assault. Yet the Red Hurricane did not tear him to shreds as Xiao had imagined. Warning, Gorilla Cannon disconnecting. Warning, Muscle Unit unresponsive. Warning, Power Transmitter blocked. Everything within Xiao's field of vision abruptly vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of white. This was his true sanctuary as a machine soul to consciousness space. Snap! A sound like shattering glass echoed in Xiao's ears. A bullet hole-like crack abruptly appeared in the white void. No, it's not parasitism, it's a system intrusion. Suspended at the space's center, Xiao felt an unprecedented dread. Has the monster evolved to this extent already? As the functions of the Xingtian machine disconnected one by one, the cracks in the air multiplied, resembling an eggshell on the verge of shattering. The entire space teetered on the brink of collapse, precariously balanced. Just a little more. Xiao narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the position of the tentacles moving within the Xingtian machine. In the real world, 8 tentacles swayed like seaweed, radiating a dazzling blue light. Wherever the tentacles passed, flickering currents danced across the steel. The Crimson Hurricane meticulously guided these tentacles, directing them deeper into every corner of Xingtian's machinery. It sought to completely paralyze Xingtian, ensuring no resistance during the most critical phase. Finally, after the crimson glow on Xingtian's single eye extinguished, all tentacles converged from every direction onto his chest. The next instant, they plunged into Xingtian's orange-red power core like a python striking its prey. Warning, primary control system under attack. Upon hearing the system's warning, Xiao's pupils abruptly contracted. The moment had arrived. Frenzied currents raced wildly through Xingtian's power core, blinding electric arcs like thunderbolts from the heavens, instantly illuminating the entire armory. Yet within a split second, the crimson whirlwind sensed something amiss. The chaotic currents were suddenly restrained by an invisible force, spiraling inward and being sucked into the reactor's core. Xingtian was using the power core as a vessel to absorb the Red Hurricane's electrical energy. Within the consciousness space, the dense network of cracks rapidly dissipated, yet Xiao's expression remained tense. Storing electrical energy within a power core was tantamount to suicide for most mechs. Had Xingtian not previously absorbed electrical energy from the Black Celestial Dome, Xiao would never have dared gamble on whether his Black Tech power core could withstand such a feat. Even hybrid nuclear electric armor like the Red Hurricane operates with separate modules for nuclear and electric power. The waste energy from nuclear propulsion is merely converted into storable electricity via specialized devices to extend battery endurance. The principles behind Xingtian's God-tier power core remained unexplained. Even if absorption were possible, it would require specific conditions. Under normal circumstances, this power core behaves no differently from a conventional nuclear reactor. It cannot indefinitely sustain a mech in overload mode nor deliver power exceeding the unit's structural limits. During the Dark Azure Sky incident, Xingtian recharged the power core via cables plugged into the mech's interface, the safest and most stable method. When Red Hurricane unleashed its electrical assault upon Xingtian, the mech could not directly absorb the energy through the power core. Only when all 8 tentacles fully penetrated the reactor's interior and made contact with the energy core could the reactor potentially absorb the energy directly. Roar! The Crimson Hurricane now resembled a spherical lightning ball encased in steel, its striking red paintwork appearing dull under the exaggerated brightness. Warning, current power output has exceeded the unit's tolerance threshold. Within mere seconds, Xingtian's power core had already recovered to a level capable of immediately initiating overload. Yet his chassis was nearing collapse without any auxiliary capacitor units. The energy his power core could sustain was finite. Boom! Finally, as Xingtian's energy reserves reached complete saturation, the tentacles clinging tightly to the reactor's inner walls suddenly sprang outward. Having served as a power bank, the Crimson Hurricane staggered backward several steps. The muscle tissue distributed across its armor's exterior had completely withered, hanging from the mechanical framework like dried bark. Xingtian, having absorbed excessive electrical energy, fared little better. Converting this energy into kinetic power sufficient to drive the mech still required time. Even with Xiao forcing the power core to convert at full speed, risking the destruction of the cooling system, Xingtian remained a motionless hulk of scrap metal. At that moment, the sunken torso of the Red Hurricane suddenly began to swell. Chunks of churning flesh tore through the twisted crimson armor, violently forcing the crushed power core out of the frame. Thump! Thump! A heart over 3 meters in diameter pulsed powerfully against the Red Hurricane's chest. The blue glow emanating from it pierced through the thick flesh, impossible to look away from. So this is its weakness. Xiao couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Had he possessed any weapon superior to his gauntlets at that moment, this heart hiding behind the power core armor surely wouldn't have remained so vibrant. The brutal reality was that both mechs were now incapacitated. All they could do was listen to the thunderous beat of that heart, waiting for death to arrive. At that moment, the damaged armor on the Red Hurricane's hand had been replaced by stark white bone. The turbines, which had ceased functioning, began spinning once more. This hybrid-powered mech could unleash its full might relying solely on electrical energy. Buzz! Xiao knew this was the sound of the thunder turbine electric acceleration charge punch completing its charge. But he was wrong. The sound grew closer and louder. A blinding blue flash suddenly burst through the hole in the armory door, striking the red hurricane squarely in the head and instantly blowing it to bloody pieces. Friendly mobile suit approaching. The moment Xiao heard the system alert, the MS-03 had already breached the armory at supersonic speed, swinging its blade at the red hurricane's arm. Splatter! The high-frequency thermal blade left two orange-red afterimages in the air. Instantly, a massive mechanical arm, drenched in green beast blood, crashed to the ground. As MS-03 stood guard before the fallen Xingtian, wielding dual blades, Satoyu and Duzi both crawled out of Hao Jie's cockpit. Sorry, everyone. I'm late. Chapter 77, Secondary Overload. Colonel Sato, Duzi, get everyone out of the war factory now. Before anyone else could speak, the white figure cut in. We still have backup mobile suits to pilot. Hold on. Satoyu grabbed Duzi and prepared to head toward the hangar. But Bai Ying's next words froze them in their tracks. Don't go, it's taken control of all the mechs. Bai Ying had arrived so late precisely because he'd been locked in combat with other mechs along the way. No sooner had Bai Ying finished speaking than Xiao spotted a red dot racing toward the armory on the energy radar. Roar! The red hurricane's roar cut through the conversation. 3 tentacles erupted from its back, snatching the severed mechanical arm from the ground and reattaching it to its stump. It was mimicking the method Xingtian had used earlier. Realizing the danger, Xiao immediately pulled Duzi around and raced along the perimeter wall toward the factory gates. The moment they exited the armory, the white figure piloting the MS-03 charged straight at the red hurricane, whose arm was still not fully reattached. Boom! 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 Just as the MS-03's high-frequency thermal cutter was about to strike the red hurricane, 3 cannon blasts exploded simultaneously at the MS-03's head, shoulder, and elbow joints. The orange-red blade only managed to sever one of the red hurricane's tentacles. At the same time, a blue-painted mobile suit had arrived on the battlefield. A second-generation mobile suit. Xiao realized the data displayed on his system didn't match the blue mobile suit before him. In fact, Hao Jie was experiencing the same confusion. While the database clearly listed it as a second-generation mobile suit, its height, weight, and equipment modules all differed from the recorded specifications. These aren't standard third-generation MS, they're all modified from second-generation models. Bai Ying maneuvered the MS-03, blocking the red hurricane's sneak attack with dual blades before retreating back to Xingtian's side. Bai Ying had already dismantled 2 such mechs on her way here. While she had no fear in one-on-one combat, the MS-03 would inevitably be outmatched if the enemy gained numerical superiority. Gulp! A strange sound echoed as the red hurricane's severed arm was fully reattached by tentacles. Unlike Xingtian, the red hurricane could use rapidly regenerating flesh to make this arm indistinguishable from the original. Can you still fight? White shadow crossed her twin blades in front of her chest. She couldn't guarantee she could hold off 2 opponents, especially with a level 4 monster still residing inside red hurricane. 30 seconds. Xiao carefully sensed the energy exchange occurring within the power plant. My capacitor units are completely shot. Even if I get back up, I'll only have 10 seconds to fight. Then I didn't protect you for nothing. Bai Ying's tone sounded like a sigh of relief. 30 seconds, not a second more. Only 24 seconds left now. MS-03 charged proactively toward Red Hurricane, deploying all its turbo-electric accelerators concealed beneath the armor. Simultaneously, the blue mecha at the doorway activated its shoulder-mounted heavy armor-piercing cannons, unleashing a barrage upon the fallen Xingtian. Don't worry about me. Xiao's words made Bai Ying grit her teeth and abandon the thought of shielding Xingtian from the fire. She believed that since Xingtian could utter those words, he truly had the means to handle it. Bang! 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 A blinding flash of fire erupted on Xingtian's armor. Warning, chest armor damaged by 31%. In truth, Xiao's method wasn't really handling the situation, he'd simply preemptively diverted power to the black armor covering the exterior of his mech, accelerating its growth to brace against the enemy's cannon fire. While this method would still inflict some damage on Xingtian's frame, he refused to let Bai Ying feel constrained by the need to protect him at every turn that would only push both of them into an even more passive position. Just as the MS-03 was about to enter the Red Hurricane's attack range, Bai Ying suddenly maneuvered the mobile suit, hurling its right-hand high-frequency thermal cutter toward the spot where the Red Hurricane might strike. However, the quick-witted Red Hurricane avoided the trap. It forcibly retracted its raised arm and sidestepped the strike. The spinning orange-red blade plunged into the alloy wall. But this bought Bai Ying precious time. The next instant, seizing the initiative, MS-03 surged past Red Hurricane like a whirlwind. Realizing something was amiss, the blue MS immediately ceased fire and began retreating behind cover. Roar! The Red Hurricane instantly abandoned its pursuit of the MS-03 and lunged directly at Xingtian. The moment the white shadow sensed the red hurricane's movement, a flicker of hesitation crossed its eyes. She wanted to turn and block it. As if sharing a telepathic connection, the instant this thought crossed Bai Ying's mind, she seemed to hear Xingtian's refusal even though Xiao hadn't uttered a word. Bai Ying chose to trust Xingtian. In the blink of an eye, the MS-03, charging at full speed, surged before the blue mecha and swung its blade at the opponent's power core. The searing heat instantly melted the thick armor, while the high-vibration blade sliced through metal like butter, tearing apart everything it touched with the ease of cutting through jelly. As the MS-03's blade traced a crescent arc, a horrifying gash now split the blue mecha's chest. Crash! Split cleanly in two at the line where its extinguished power core lay, the motionless blue mobile suit shattered. Its severed torso, along with its massive head, crashed to the ground. Almost the instant the blade sliced through the frame, the white figure piloting MS-03 deployed the X-shaped wing armor from its back, locking onto the red hurricane. Fire! 6 missiles split into 24 blue comets mid-air, striking the red hurricane before its fist could land. But to White Shadow's astonishment, the red hurricane forcibly slammed down its fist despite the exploding blue flames engulfing its body. Warning, left arm destroyed. Though the red hurricane's attack veered off course, the savage blow still shattered Xingtian's left arm armor and all with a single punch. Time was up. Xiao could feel all energy fully converted, surging kinetic power now filling the power core within Xingtian's chest. Machine soul synchronization. He reinforced the Lingyue elastic muscle units once more, not to enhance Xingtian's fluidity of movement but to transform these dozens of specially engineered components into temporary capacitor units. Instantly, Xingtian's body erupted in a blinding light as bright as daylight. Xiao could even sense every muscle unit within the machine doubling in volume. They felt like fruits about to burst, filling every last inch of Xingtian's mechanical space to the brim. Roar! Amidst the frenzied roar of the Crimson Hurricane, Xingtian raised his glowing right arm, blocking the opponent's fist. Overload mode activated. He was about to burn this machine to its core. Chapter 78, Pincer Attack. Snap! Xingtian's glowing giant palm not only blocked the red hurricane's attack but also crushed the opponent's hand armor. The next instant, the spinning turbine shattered on impact, along with 5 metal fingers crushed into a twisted mass all torn clean off by Xingtian. Green beast blood gushed from the red hurricane's elbow joint, completely staining Xingtian's upper body green. Roar! Red hurricane let out a piercing scream. Clutching its severed arm, it spun away from Xingtian, a primal instinct when facing terror. 7 seconds. Xiao calculated Xingtian's remaining free movement time. He had to kill the opponent before then. Boom! Xingtian rose from the ground without any support, swinging his remaining right arm as he strode swiftly after the red hurricane. Xiao could already hear the Lingyue's elastic muscle units snapping one after another. Uncontained, the raging energy was now tearing apart Xingtian's mechanical structure from within. In this moment, he resembled a blue sun on the verge of explosion, radiating its final, most brilliant light. 5 seconds. Xingtian closed in on the red hurricane, but at their current relative speeds, he would lose mobility the instant he caught up. At that instant, the white figure also drew the high-frequency thermal blade embedded in the wall, piloting the MS-03 at full power to charge head-on toward the red hurricane. Faced with the pincer attack from the MS-03 and Xingtian, the red hurricane gambled everything on a final punch aimed squarely at the MS-03 directly ahead. Though severely damaged, its remaining arm could still unleash a fully charged power punch. If the MS-03 chose to meet it head-on, the red hurricane would surely destroy its opponent. If the MS-03 chose to dodge aside, the red hurricane would surely escape. But the red hurricane underestimated the MS-03's mobility. Just as the two mobile suits were about to collide, every thruster on the MS-03 suddenly flared with blinding light. In an incredibly fluid motion, the white mobile suit completed a spin while lowering its body. Sliding backward on its knees, it carved 2 deep gashes into the red hurricane's right leg. The red hurricane instantly lost its balance. 1 second. Xingtian, gliding across the ground on the bright sparks kicked up by the MS-03, unleashed his right fist with all his might. Thud! A dazzling giant fist pierced straight through Red Hurricane's chest, reducing that massive beating heart to a pulp. Target eliminated. As the system notification popped up before Xiao's eyes, the Red Hurricane collapsed to the ground like a crumbling mountain. Beast blood flowed freely across the pitted floor, while swollen chunks of flesh splattered everywhere. Simultaneously, every muscle unit within Xingtian's body shattered completely. The giant, radiant with light one moment, lost all its glow the next like a bulb exploding, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Xingtian! The white figure immediately commanded the MS-03 to drop its twin blades, hastily kneeling beside Xingtian. But what she faced was not a dying man, but a mecha on the verge of total failure. She had no idea what she could possibly do now. At that moment, Xiao, hiding within the consciousness space, was also weakened to the extreme by Xingtian's injuries. Though he felt no physical pain, his thoughts were sluggish, as if glued together, and he felt he might slip into complete unconsciousness at any moment. Before his consciousness faded entirely, Xiao struggled to lift Xingtian's index finger. Perhaps due to the lingering, sympathetic sensation with Xingtian, Bai Ying immediately noticed his subtle movement and instinctively followed the direction he pointed. Deep within the armory stood an unactivated mech suit. This mobile suit was clearly unused and likely still in assembly. Not only was its right arm missing, but the two weapon mounts on its shoulders were also empty. Bai Ying didn't bother with any borrowing procedures. He simply revved up his MS-03 to full power and dragged the incomplete mecha to Xingtian's side using the most brutal means possible. Sure enough, upon contact with the mecha, a vast wave of black fluid surged from Xingtian's power core. It swiftly spread along his fingers, engulfing the unactivated mecha. Over the next 2 minutes, Bai Ying watched as the massive, dozens of meters tall mobile suit was completely assimilated into the black fluid. It flowed back into Xingtian, transforming into brand new components. Squeak! Satoyu drove his old off-road vehicle through the gaping hole in the armory entrance, slamming on the brakes beside the two mechs. Are you guys okay? The system is gradually restoring. Satoyu's words were cut off mid-sentence. Even Duzi, who had jumped out of the vehicle alongside him, covered his mouth in astonishment. They had just witnessed the entire process of Xingtian merging with the mech. Holy! Sato instinctively pulled Duzi back a few steps. This is surreal. Though they knew Xingtian must harbor some undisclosed secret, this predator-like repair process still sent shivers down both their spines. My reaction was pretty much the same as yours the first time I saw him do this. Watching the damage on Xingtian's mecha steadily mend, Bai Ying finally felt a weight lift from her heart. If I were piloting Jie right now, I wouldn't be able to resist slashing him. Satoyu took a deep breath. Seriously, this scene looks like some kind of liquid monster parasitizing the mecha. Though Satoyu spoke thus, the tension in his body gradually eased. Duzi slowly peeked out from behind Satoyu, her sky-blue eyes fixed with curiosity on the Xingtian nearing completion. I heard that. Buzz. The moment Xiao spoke, the crimson single eye atop Xingtian's head suddenly lit up. Damn it! Satoyu and Duzi both jumped in fright. Could you at least give us a heads up when you wake up? I've been awake the whole time. The broadcast system just finished repairing itself. Xiao spoke the truth. I don't quite understand why a mech like you would pull off something so terrifying. Satoyu suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Whoever taught you this twisted sense of humor, please don't do it again. Alright. No sooner had Satoyu finished speaking than Xingtian completed its repairs and rose from the ground. What about your hero? What else can we do? Fix it. You guys dismantled all the mechs under control in the hangar. The war factory folks will probably have to pull out the modified mechs that weren't delivered yet. Satoyu pointed to the location Xingtian had indicated earlier. It should be right there. Where's my mech? Chapter 79, Slamming the Table. 2 hours later, Omega Spiral Tower, Conference Room. So in your desperation, you first dismantled the spare mech's arm and hive missile launcher, then proceeded to consume the entire unit, correct? The War Factory director's face was ashen, his calm yet despairing gaze fixed on the most enigmatic figure in the hall, Xingtian. Yes. Though Xingtian himself was still assisting with factory cleanup, he joined the meeting via projection at everyone's insistence. Sigh. The War Factory director's eyelid twitched slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately only sighed. Director Jean, this incident falls squarely on my shoulders. I spearheaded the monster mech research program and gravely underestimated the monster's self-repair capabilities. Dr. Mickey, seated at the head of the conference table, rose and bowed deeply to the assembly. Gentlemen, I am prepared to accept the corresponding punishment. What good does blaming yourself do? The War Factory lost 34 technicians, and every single mech was destroyed. The rebuke came from a middle-aged man in an Omega uniform. He wore square-framed glasses, and his neatly cropped hair was half gray. Dr. Song Zhongxi, this is no time for blame. We must focus on what comes next. Plant manager Jean stepped in to smooth things over. If we don't hold him accountable, are we waiting for the Alliance to do it? With communications down, no one can handle him according to protocol. Dr. Song Zhongxi's narrow eyes fixed intently on Dr. Mickey's face. If we let someone like him remain in that position, I reckon we'll all go down with him in no time. I agree with Dr. Song Zhongxi. While we lack the authority to remove Dr. Mickey, he should not remain in his position as Omega's leader, stated a female member seated beside plant manager Jean. Then let's vote now to see how many support Dr. Song Zhongxi's proposal. A young man seated beside Dr. Mickey raised his hand first. Swish, swish, swish. Though most were unaware why the meeting had taken this turn, they went along with the vote. 21 votes, that's a majority, the young man announced with a smile as he tallied the results. Hold on, may I ask a question? Satoyu suddenly raised his right hand high above his head. The exaggerated gesture instantly drew everyone's attention. Certainly, Colonel Sato. If Dr. Mickey doesn't lead, who will take his place? The moment the words left his mouth, everyone present perked up. In terms of seniority and standing, it would naturally fall to Dr. Song Zhongxi to take over. The response came from the middle-aged woman who had spoken earlier. She was also the chief supervisor of the war factory. Then I refuse and will continue piloting the hero. What do you mean? Are you threatening everyone here? The female supervisor raised her voice, staring at the man with a mocking expression, utterly incredulous. Who doesn't know about your Omega clique's dirty little schemes? If you want to seize power, you don't have to do it now. Sato Yu decided to lay his cards on the table. Changing commanders in the middle of a battle, do you know the consequences of doing that? The conference room attendees immediately exchanged glances. Colonel Sato, your claims are mere conjecture. This isn't a power grab, we're trying to save lives from Dr. Mickey. The young man who responded to Sato Yu spoke with brutal candor. Then why should I believe Dr. Song Zhongxi would do any better? You Omega folks care least about seniority and hierarchy. If it weren't for incompetence, why hasn't Dr. Song managed to unseat Dr. Mickey after 3 consecutive terms? You'd do well to refrain from commenting on matters beyond your expertise, Colonel Sato. The female supervisor cut in before the young man could speak, her expression already darkening. Then convince me with facts, prove Dr. Song Zhongxi would outperform Dr. Mickey. Sato Yu curled his lips in a sneer, hands clasped behind his head in a dismissive I'm all ears posture. Then let me, an Omega, speak. The young man took up the thread. While Dr. Song Zhongxi's research achievements may not match Dr. Mickey's, for years he has diligently managed 3 departments: weapons development, power labs, and the Kaiju Research Institute. His contributions are plain for all to see. Isn't that a testament to his capability? Of course it is. Those who join your Omega are the cream of the crop. Even if Dr. Song Zhongxi couldn't compete with Dr. Mickey, he's still far superior to someone like me. Colonel Sato, you're being too modest. Right now, we can only rely on you and Duzzy, the 2 iron pilots. You're more important than anyone else. The young man skillfully shifted the pressure onto Sato Yu. But I have one more question. Since Dr. Song Zhongxi still oversees the Monster Research Institute, could this incident also be linked to his negligence? Sato Yu shifted the focus, tossing the ball back. As Dr. Mickey stated, he personally led this project. All critical decisions were made by Dr. Mickey himself. Dr. Song Zhongxi merely followed orders throughout. Is that wrong? The young man seemed prepared, regaining the initiative with a questioning tone. The pressure shifted back to Sato Yu. Do you think I'm targeting Dr. Song Zhongxi? Sato Yu suddenly sat up straight, his expression turning stern. From a military perspective, I'm telling you this accident isn't solely Dr. Mickey's responsibility, it's also Dr. Song Zhongxi's, yours, and everyone at Omega. Sato Yu's words made everyone's eyes widen. At least a third of those present were from Omega, and another third from the War Factory, which was closely allied with Omega. Do you know what you're saying? The female supervisor could scarcely believe her ears. I'm saying that every single one of you at Omega, from top to bottom, bears responsibility for this accident. Sato Yu slammed his fist on the table, his voice deafening. According to your account, Dr. Mickey led this project and approved every single decision, correct? Did he dissect the monster's corpse? Did he conduct the sample tests? Did he handle the cleanup? If any of you had spotted problems or recognized dangers during the process, you should have been the first to stand up and confront Dr. Mickey, nipping this disaster in the bud because lives were at stake. If someone reported a problem, then every person in the information chain shares equal responsibility with Dr. Mickey. None of you can escape blame. If no one spotted the problem, it only proves you're a bunch of useless hacks spending your days researching nothing but hot air, incapable of detecting any danger. Now, tell me, which murderer do you intend to put in charge of everyone's lives? Sato Yu's fierce gaze swept across every person present. Chapter 80, The Fateful Choice. The word murderer plunged the room into silence. In truth, Sato Yu had no intention of exonerating Dr. Mickey. Whether Omega's incompetence or bureaucratic red tape caused this disaster, Dr. Mickey, as the top leader, bore ultimate responsibility. He simply didn't want to see matters that should be handled by the Alliance brought up for discussion now. The top priority at present should be deciding how to clean up this mess, not gathering everyone to watch Omega's factional infighting. Until this moment, Sato had always believed that an organization like Omega, which valued ability over seniority, would never be plagued by such nonsense. But he never imagined that when ability became the sole measure of a person's worth, these individuals would actually yearn for the days when they were bound by rigid rules and regulations. Was it because they lacked the ability yet craved high positions? Or simply couldn't bear seeing someone stronger than themselves? Sato Yu couldn't say. He only knew that wherever people gathered, comparison and competition followed. So he decided to throw the entire Omega organization under the bus, saddling them all with heavy accusations. If you're all rotten to the core, why bother picking the least rotten among you to lead? True to his expectations, when the weight of 34 lives became a mountain crushing down upon them, these aggressive individuals immediately fell silent. Colonel Sato, what do you suggest we do now? Director Kim finally broke the silence. We'll maintain the status quo until the Alliance formally begins its review. However, given that Dr. Mickey does bear undeniable responsibility, anyone may challenge his decision provided you have sufficient justification and, ideally, a viable alternative solution. Sato Yu settled back into his chair, his expression gradually softening. Does everyone agree? Director Kim visibly relaxed as Sato Yu softened his stance. This time, the entire conference room voiced their agreement. Those who had argued so vehemently earlier now dared only raise their hands for the vote, not even daring to breathe loudly. I concur with Colonel Sato's proposal. Let us return to the main agenda, Dr. Mickey stated with remarkable composure, as if prepared to accept any resolution. How much longer before the damage assessment report is finalized? Still being tallied. The scale of damage is too vast, we only have a few rough estimates so far. As the head of the war factory, plant manager Kim naturally answered this question. Then just report on the mecha losses. That's the most critical matter right now. Director Kim nodded. His slightly aged hand slid lightly across the conference table, projecting several charts before everyone's eyes. According to our statistics, the following mechs sustained severe damage requiring extensive repairs: TR-304, TR-305, and TR-307. Mechs with damage within manageable limits, capable of rapid repair in the hangar: TR-302, also known as Haojie, and TR-303. Additionally, the unassembled TR-310 was used by Xingtian to repair itself. The Red Hurricane, which was parasitized by the monster, cannot be repaired in the short term either. Many specialized parts require procurement from Qian Nation. The MS-03 sustained relatively minor damage, while Xingtian's condition remains unclear. When plant manager Jean finished his report, a shadow fell over everyone's faces. That leaves us with only 2 mechs. Even when these mechs were operational, we had no one to pilot them. Our iron pilots are down to Colonel Sato and Doozy. Ultimately, iron pilots are scarcer than the mechs themselves. Our own mechs breaking down is one thing, but the Red Hurricane is the flagship unit of the Black Sky Corps. How are we supposed to explain this to them and to Qianhua? The dire situation sparked murmurs of discontent. Voices rose in a chorus of pessimism about their predicament. Everyone, I have an idea. Sato Yu once again stepped forward as the spokesperson. Colonel Sato, please proceed. Dr. Mickey welcomed the initiative. My proposal is to concentrate all current resources from the war factory on repairing and enhancing the Haojie, the MS-03, and the 3 Xingtian mechs. Then, allow Doozy and me to accompany the Xingtian team to the front lines in their mechs. Are you out of your mind? The female supervisor erupted in fury. We only have 2 mechs left and just the 2 of you as iron pilots. You want to take the Haojie and join the Black Sky? Who's going to hold the fort here? Not only the female supervisor, but others also began to criticize Sato Yu's proposal. Yeah, how can you just abandon us and say you're going with the other legion? He's just using this as an excuse to escape. His chances of survival are definitely higher if he catches up with the main force. Thinking you can act recklessly just because you're an iron pilot? Keeping thoughts like that bottled up is better than spouting them out loud, right? Thump. Thump. Everyone, please quiet down. Dr. Mickey tapped his fingers on the table. Colonel Sato, could you first explain your reasoning for this action? The murmurs gradually died down as all eyes turned to Sato Yu with suspicion. First, the war factory currently lacks the capacity to repair all these mechs simultaneously. Concentrating resources on the 3 still operational units is the optimal solution. Second, haven't you forgotten we've already eliminated the primary threat hovering over the base? Its corpse lies in the monster research facility. All that remains now are wandering level 3 monsters. Finally, since we all know this monster wave attack spans a long front, we absolutely cannot sit idly by, hoping others will fight our battles for us. That's true, but if you and Doozy take the hero and leave, what about us left behind? What if new monsters attack us? Factory manager Jean voiced his concern. I wasn't finished yet, Sato Yu replied with a smile. The reason we stayed was because the Alliance ordered us to hold this line against the Beast Tide. Now that the mission is complete, those of us who survived should naturally join the main force. Then why aren't we leaving? The fundamental reason isn't the monsters above us, but our lack of large transport vehicles capable of moving so many people. But now we have one. The transport ship from the Black Sky has ample space to carry everyone. So our 3 mechs will first clear all the monsters above the city. The transport ship's crash site is right near the lift platform at the southeast exit of the base. Once the monster threat is gone, we won't take long to repair the transport ship. As for leaving the base without mechs or iron pilots to guard it, no need to worry. We still have the TR-303 and the Meng brothers. Without the Red Hurricane, they'll just have to make do with the TR-303 for now. Moreover, the Dark Sky Legion will remain here to depart with everyone, so there's absolutely no need to worry about lacking ground firepower. Finally, the reason I insisted on the 3 mechs departing early is to provide swift support to the main force and bring this war to a swift conclusion. Chapter 81, The Perfect Partner. Colonel Sato's plan does have some merit. After a long silence, plant manager Jean was the first to speak. While staying here is the safest option, this isn't a refuge, and the world isn't yet doomed. Only by tackling the root of the problem can we achieve true security. Director Jin's words sparked another round of hushed discussion. I acknowledge the plan's viability, but I still believe 3 mechs are inferior to staying behind and departing together once the transport ship is repaired, stated the ground forces commander of the United Front Legion. I have no doubt about the Meng brothers' piloting skills, nor do I question our ground forces' defensive capabilities. However, some monsters are beyond what a single mech in our forces can handle. The commander's words echoed the sentiments of many present. I agree. The damage to the Black Sky Legion's transport isn't severe. I've discussed it with their engineers working around the clock. They should have it repaired within 2 days at the earliest, added a technician from the war factory. Exactly. 2 days is already a tight schedule. Besides, with so many legions providing support this time, we're hardly indispensable with just these 3 mechs. The discussion reignited. Do you all consider 2 days to be short? The moment Yugo Sato spoke, the room fell silent. 10 years ago, the first kaiju to emerge from the ocean obliterated Hein's second largest city in just 6 hours, and that was despite sustained military resistance. 9 years ago, our nation's Shori, Tozen, and Goken were attacked simultaneously. Within 27 hours before the nuclear strike, 3 monsters obliterated 7 major cities, causing over 40 million casualties. 5 years ago, the wandering warrior mechs were defeated. Level 3 monsters destroyed 3 cities, including the Jumbu metropolitan area, within just 10 hours, leaving 14 million people displaced. 3 days have passed since the monster tide landed. According to intelligence from the Black Sky Legion, Alliance forces are concentrated in Blackstone Canyon for resistance that's already deep within Jerry's territory. How much longer can the Alliance hold out? Once the beast tide breaks through Blackstone Canyon, within 2 days, we'll sink to the ocean floor alongside the 4th line of defense islands under the Alliance's strategic level weapon strikes. Sato's words plunged the conference room into deathly silence once more. I endorse Colonel Sato's proposal. Otherwise, we'll all perish. Dr. Mickey ultimately led the decision. Provided the Black Sky Legion has no objections. I agree. I agree too. More and more hands rose, but Sato knew full well this was a choice made under duress. At the brink of life and death, no one wished to entrust their fate to others. Even if the 3 mechs weren't crucial combat assets, they could still boost the main force's odds of victory. With a majority vote secured, there's no time to waste. Let's formulate the plan and begin execution immediately. Dr. Mickey promptly expedited the meeting's proceedings. 2 hours later, inside the war factory hangar, Meng Changqing was unusually silent, not engaging in his usual arguments with Bai Ying. In fact, since he and his brother Meng Changkong had entered the hangar, he hadn't uttered a single word. Bai Ying noticed Meng Changqing's dejection. Not only did she refrain from provoking him, but she even made a conscious effort to soften her expression. Don't be too hard on yourselves. We'll definitely repair the Red Hurricane. For now, though, you'll have to make do with the backup TR-303 mecha to guard everyone here. Sato patted Meng Changkong on the shoulder. Colonel Sato, no need to apologize. Accidents like this are unforeseeable. A damaged mech can be repaired. What matters is containing the situation. As he spoke, Meng Changkong turned and gave slight nods to Sato, Bai Ying, and Xingtian. Had the 3 of you not stepped in, my brother and I would likely have been killed by our own mechs. The Red Hurricane would never do such a thing. Meng Changqing, who had been looking down, suddenly snapped back. Younger brother Changqing is right. The culprit is the monster parasitizing within the mech. It has nothing to do with the mech itself. As a fellow iron pilot, Sato understood the meaning behind Meng Changqing's words. Like anyone who invests emotion in an object, for most iron pilots, the mechs they'd fought alongside through life and death carried their feelings. And now, there was Xingtian, a sentient entity standing alongside humanity. Meng Changqing. At that moment, Meng Changqing suddenly heard an unexpected voice. He slowly lifted his head, staring at the Xingtian who had called his name, his face filled with astonishment. Do you believe the Red Hurricane possesses consciousness? When Xingtian uttered these words, everyone present froze in their tracks. Meng Changqing's eyes widened. The instant he heard that question, it felt like his heart skipped a beat. He had chosen to become an Iron Rider precisely to escape the shadow of his family's legacy looming over him, to prove through strength that he was no less than his brother. The Red Hurricane answered his call. Piloted by the Meng brothers, this formidable flagship-class mecha had never tasted defeat since its inception. No matter how formidable the foe, whenever that inspiring crimson hue appeared on the battlefield, victory was assured for humanity. Before long, the brothers and Red Hurricane became the center of attention, earning the title Unconquered War Gods. The last mecha to earn the title God of War was the first-generation Xingtian, now gathering dust in the Black Sky hangar. At the height of his glory, Meng Changqing naturally disliked people comparing the Red Hurricane, a beast of performance, to the outdated Xingtian. That's why he genuinely looked down on this old relic that had benefited from its era. It could be said that every ounce of pride Meng Changqing had ever felt stemmed from the Red Hurricane. Until all that was shattered by the first clash between White Shadow and Xingtian. The brothers had already heard from others in the Legion about Xingtian and Bai Ying's impressive battle records these past days, as if Xingtian had once again snatched the banner symbolizing heroism from the Red Hurricane's grasp. Now, with the Red Hurricane destroyed, Meng Changqing had lost the very foundation of his pride compared to Bai Ying and Xingtian. He was now just an ordinary iron pilot tasked with operating a reserve mech. Gazing at Xingtian's crimson single eye, beads of sweat formed on Meng Changqing's forehead as his heartbeat quickened. I believe. In that moment, he seemed to suddenly grasp the true nature of the subtle bond between mecha and pilot. It was a bond. Then I'll pass on those words for him. Xingtian extended his massive fist, placing it before Meng Changqing. You are the finest iron pilots. Chapter 82, Transcending Synchronization. Xingtian, what you just said, is it true? When Sadayu asked this question, Hao Jia, Xingtian, and MS-03 stood together on the largest lift platform at the base's center, descending toward the surface. Colonel Sato, do you believe Hao Jia possesses consciousness? Instead of answering directly, Xingtian posed an identical question. Ha 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 ha. Sato, you needed only a second to grasp the implication behind Xingtian's words. A mobile suit shouldn't be asking such idealistic questions. Xingtian had told a kind lie. The Red Hurricane, parasitized by the monster, possessed no independent consciousness. It was a mecha that obeyed iron pilots' commands completely. So what? Meaning itself exists only because humans bestow it. To many, mechs were nothing more than weapons of war against monsters. Even an autonomous mech like Xingtian couldn't earn universal acceptance. Iron pilots were no different. In a sense, they were weapons like their mechs, not people. Whether Red Hurricane truly possessed self-awareness was irrelevant. As long as Meng Changqing believed in this steel giant that had shared his hardships, it possessed a soul. This isn't idealism. I possess consciousness myself. Xingtian was living proof. So whatever you say must be true. After all, no one knows if you have any kindred spirits. Sato, Yu's smile gradually faded. Seems I can't just treat you as a mecha anymore. To think you'd use such philosophical questions to confuse people, you nearly fooled even me. I'm the questioner, not the answerer. How could that be lying? Xingtian implicitly acknowledged Sato Yu's reasoning. Listening to Sato Yu and Xingtian's exchange, Bai Ying silently opened the synchronization rate monitoring panel. Staring at the 99% displayed, she fell deep in thought. In the past, any operation requiring a specific panel would have demanded either a voice command or manual input on the control terminal. Now, however, the mere thought of it sufficed to make it happen. Ever since Bai Ying helped MS-03 escape chasing Little Rabbit, her synchronization rate with this mecha had risen from 95% to 99%. Moreover, Bai Ying had a premonition that if she truly desired it, this figure could reach 100% at any moment. It was also around that time that Bai Ying realized she and MS-03 had achieved true synchronization in many aspects. Once she stood at the controls, she could perform many maneuvers that required manual input from other iron pilots simply through the power of her will. Not only that, but her control over the mobile suit underwent a qualitative leap. Many maneuvers previously impossible due to pulse transmission delays could now be executed, as if the machine were an extension of her own body. Even maneuvers impossible for humans but achievable only by mobile suits could now be executed by Bai Ying through the MS-03 at such moments. She merely needed to remain stationary and visualize the action in her mind. To Bai Ying, it felt as though someone truly resided within her mind, reading her thoughts. Though she didn't resist this sensation, she hesitated about sharing it with others, especially Xingtian. Because she suspected the MS-03 truly possessed its own consciousness. Bai Ying. Xingtian's sudden shout snapped Bai Ying back to reality. Did you hear what we just said? Only then did Bai Ying realize they were about to land. What did you say? Bai Ying's face instantly flushed crimson with embarrassment. Once we're up there, I'll need to perform a major upgrade. You and Hao Jia will have to hold the fort for about 5 minutes. Xiao didn't seem angry, he simply skipped most of the details and briefly explained what he needed to do. Yeah, no problem. Bai Ying quickly agreed. Once we're back on the surface, we'll be face to face with the monsters. You can't afford to be distracted like this. Sato Yuichi cut straight to the heart of the matter. Is there something on your mind you can't talk about? Sorry, it's nothing major. I shouldn't have let my mind wander. Though Bai Ying said this, Sato Yuichi's words made him resolve to find time to explain the situation with MS-03. No need to apologize. Even someone as young as Duzi has things he doesn't want to tell me. You're no different. Stay focused and pull yourself together. Sato Yu took it in stride. System alert, central elevator approaching surface level. All units prepare for arrival. Thud. As the circular dome opened like petals unfurling, the cold, desolate night sky instantly appeared above the 3 mobile suits. No luminous moon hung in the void, nor did a dazzling expanse of stars twinkle overhead. Only the acrid, biting night wind and endless stretches of ruined rubble remained. No energy signatures detected. Though the mech's radars detected no threats, every nerve remained taut, not daring the slightest carelessness. According to Satoyu, at least 10 mutated level 3 monsters should still be lurking in Blackhorn City. Why isn't there a single one? Bai Ying asked, scanning the towering structures with wary eyes. No clue. I've never ventured out alone at night, that'd be suicide, Satoyu echoed the uncertainty. But no monsters is better than monsters. Xingtian, you can start the upgrade now. Without needing Satoyu's prompting, Xiao had already opened the shop interface. The reason for choosing this moment to upgrade was that Xingtian's strength was clearly no longer sufficient to handle the monsters of the Fourth Line Islands. Compounding the issue, Xingtian was now without his battle axe, his Lingyue elastic muscle units were completely scrapped, and one of his gauntlets had been shattered by the Red Hurricane. It was safe to say his combat effectiveness was now less than half of his peak. Even after consuming a spare mecha as repair material, the low-grade alloys not only failed to fully restore Xingtian's damage but also left the repaired armor section significantly inferior in all metrics. Xingtian's overall strength now barely surpassed that of a standard specialized third-generation mecha, and might even fall short of Bai Ying's MS-03. The monsters and monster mechs encountered at the Blackhorn Industrial Base were merely the appetizer of this beast tide. Xiao dared not imagine the terrifying foes they would face if they ventured deeper. Once they cleared all monsters from the urban area, the three mechs would return to the underground base for final repairs and status checks. After that, the three mechs would proceed on foot along the path of the beast tide. Any combat encountered along the way would mean irreparable damage to the mechs. Considering all these factors, Xiao decided to give Xingtian a complete overhaul. Chapter 83, Reborn. While still in the hangar receiving ammunition resupply and structural repairs, Xiao had already selected the items he wished to exchange. After 3 consecutive battles, Xiao's available evolution points had surged to 84,000. The independent kill of a ghost king infested by a heretic parasite yielded 30,000 points. The joint assault by 3 mechs on a level 4.5 monster, the Demon Bat, provided 23,000 points. The collaboration with MS-03 to eliminate the Red Hurricane infested by a mutated sea demon contributed 27,000 points. Combined with the remaining 4,000 points from earlier, the total reached exactly 84,000 points. This was no longer a trivial sum. If he redeemed points based on previous spending standards, Xingtian could essentially arm himself to the teeth. But Xiao had no intention of doing so. Since he was upgrading, he should take a longer-term view, either leap directly to the next tier or exchange for equipment modules that could support sustained growth. After Xiao exchanged fist bumps with Meng Changqing, his mecha soul level rose once more, officially reaching level 3 sufficient to unlock mecha soul materialization. This also activated an unexpected new feature, skeleton. According to the system's detailed description, upon reaching machine soul level 3, Xiao could expend 50,000 evolution points to activate skeleton, allowing the mecha to transcend the realm of artificial constructs and become a unique entity. The most obvious distinction was that the mecha's structure would be entirely replaced by the skeleton, transforming all mechanical components into fundamental life units possessing vitality akin to human cells and organs. In essence, a mech with that skeleton becomes a lifeform constructed from mysterious materials, albeit one retaining distinct electrified and mechanized characteristics. In this lifeform state, the mech can still be mechanically repaired by humans, but the body itself also possesses self-repair capabilities. Then I'll leave it to you. After uttering these words, Xiao confirmed the activation of the skeleton evolution process within the system. Buzz. Black fluid once again gushed like a spring from Xingtian's power core, completely enveloping the entire mech within mere seconds. But unlike before, this time Xingtian's very form dissolved along with it. Is this normal? Satoyu watched in disbelief as Xingtian transformed into a massive black sphere suspended in midair, his mind reeling with shock. I've never witnessed anything like this. Even Bai Ying grew tense this time. The sheer horror of this scene surpassed even her first encounter with the Black Cube's transformation. The mecha Xingtian, who had been chatting and laughing with them just a second ago, had now completely transformed into a sphere with a 5-meter radius. Bai Ying suddenly recalled asking Xingtian about the Black Cube before this mission. Back then, he had brushed her off with just the word secret. Watching the scene unfold, Bai Ying suddenly felt it was better not to know this secret after all. Should we go down and check on the engineer first? Satoyu was already panicking. Xingtian's current state was definitely not normal. Let's wait a bit longer. Bai Ying's expression was equally grim, but she trusted that whatever was happening was still within Xingtian's control. I'm serious. We should head back now. Satoyu was even prepared to stab the sphere at any moment. I'm afraid it might just explode any second. Then we absolutely cannot return. Bai Ying no longer knew what she was saying. She had already tried calling Xingtian on the private channel, but there was no response. If not for the lingering, sympathetic resonance still connecting her to Xingtian, Bai Ying would have been certain he was dead. 30 seconds, not a second more. That was the absolute limit Satoyu could accept. Perhaps influenced by his upbringing steeped in Shori culture, he was convinced this bizarre-looking sphere possessed some kind of self-destruct function. Bai Ying offered no reply, but inwardly, she tacitly accepted Satoyu's suggestion. At this very moment, despite no threat showing up on either mech's radar, the three of them were just as tense as they would be fighting a level 4 monster. Clatter! Just as Satoyu was about to notify Bai Ying that the time had come, the solidified sphere suddenly began to transform. Torso, limbs, head. Within the next 30 seconds, the surging black fluid reconfigured itself into an exquisitely intricate, colossal skeletal frame. Then, to the utter astonishment of Bai Ying, Satoyu, and Duzi, the massive monolithic skeleton began growing gray muscle at a visible pace. Holy! Are we watching a mecha being born or what? Satoyu couldn't believe his eyes. Can this even be called a mecha anymore? It's practically indistinguishable from a human. Perhaps, this is his true form. Though Bai Ying had long regarded Xingtian as human, witnessing him reshape himself in a manner so infinitely close to life was still overwhelmingly shocking. Then what the hell is that? A power core? Satoyu trembled as he pointed at the suspended sphere at the mech's core. Damn it, I can't watch anymore. Feels like my soul's being sucked in. Unlike the previous solid, static sphere, this one suspended at the skeleton's core moved in an utterly magical way, constantly collapsing inward while simultaneously extending new boundaries out of thin air. In other words, this thing wasn't a sphere with a fixed shape at all. Its dynamic movement simply maintained a delicate equilibrium, with newly born boundaries always appearing in the exact same location. Maybe that's his heart. After staring for just a few seconds, the white figure felt dizzy and had to look away. Can't believe that guy's power core could transform like this. By the time Satoyu finished speaking, the heart had been completely covered by newly grown muscle. The next instant, this flesh and blood body finally ceased growing, its surface covered by a layer of black substance resembling skin, making it appear less terrifying. Then, layer by layer, the familiar mechanical armor of the three began to appear on the exterior of Xingtian's body, rearming this living entity into a mecha. Is this over? Satoyu breathed a slight sigh of relief as Xingtian ceased transforming. Probably, Bai Ying replied uncertainly, as Xingtian still hadn't responded to any calls. Though Xingtian had reverted to mecha form, his appearance had undergone a profound transformation. Its rugged, angular lines exuded a futuristic feel. The pitch-black paint scheme, coupled with limbs more robust than standard units, lent Xingtian an imposing presence. The single circular eye had been replaced by a pair of dark red eyes that radiated an even greater sense of menace. The head shape had evolved from a simple inverted trapezoid into a more intricate, multifaceted geometric form. Almost the instant this mecha reopened its eyes, the three of them simultaneously heard Xingtian's warning. Enemy forces are approaching. Chapter 84, Uninvited Guests. Where? Though Satoyu heard no alarm from the energy radar and saw no monsters in his field of vision, he immediately commanded Hao-Jia into a defensive posture. 12 o'clock. Slow movement, but already very close, roughly 800 meters. Xingtian's energy radar also showed no detection, but since successfully evolving his skeleton, he possessed an additional danger perception rooted in biological instinct. Can't see the target. Are you sure there's an enemy? Bai Ying, piloting MS-03, also assumed a combat stance, his twin high-frequency thermal cutters instantly glowing orange-red. I'm certain. Xiao trusted his senses. Though Xingtian insisted enemies were approaching, neither Satoyu nor Bai Ying could see anything. At the 12 o'clock position directly ahead of the three mobile suits lay the city's most crucial thoroughfare, offering an unobstructed view, yet now, the road was completely empty. Could it be cloaked enemies? If so, we've hit the jackpot, never encountered anything like this before. Satoyu remained skeptical of Xingtian's intelligence. If even the energy radar can't detect them, that would be a real headache. Should we launch a preemptive strike? Bai Ying spoke while commanding the MS-03 to deploy its wing armor, ready to fire missiles at any moment. Just as Bai Ying anticipated, the system failed to lock onto any units. No, let it approach at a steady pace. Mislead it into thinking we still can't pinpoint its location. Satoyu offered a better suggestion. A one-shot kill is ideal. Otherwise, with its stealth capabilities, it'll be a pain to track down. Agreed. Bai Ying decided to follow Satoyu's advice. The moment Bai Ying finished speaking, the scene before them abruptly shifted. In the direction Xingtian had indicated, the previously still air suddenly blurred and distorted. Immediately after, the group heard the sound of mechanical vibrations. Thud. Thud. The next second, a battle-scarred mecha materialized before their eyes. Its frame reached a staggering 90 meters in height, entirely covered in minimalist monocoque armor. Its thick limbs radiated raw power. Not only that, but every joint of this mech was fitted with additional independent engines. Where its lower limbs connected to the torso, Xiao even spotted the exposed balancing mechanism characteristic of Euro stabilizers. Yet none of this drew more attention than the power core itself. This thing actually exposes its power core like that? Satoyu had never seen a mecha designed with such a structure before. He stared warily at the golden power core. Merely judging by its appearance, it was at least twice the size of a standard mech's power core. Matching failed, no corresponding information found. Xiao couldn't find any information on this MS in the database. The last time this happened was when he encountered that group of Omega-3 MS descending from the sky in the silent graveyard, and when he saw the MS-03 with the white silhouette. In other words, if this mobile suit wasn't in the database, it was almost certainly Omega's doing. When do you plan to open fire? The towering gray-white mobile suit halted 200 meters away, broadcasting over the public channel in a grating, raspy voice that sounded deeply unsettling. Friendly forces? White Shadow asked, but the MS-03's hands gripping its twin blades didn't relax one bit. Don't waste your breath. If I intended to kill you, I'd have done it already. The mysterious Iron Pilot's tone brimmed with confidence. Your accent sounds like you're from the western provinces of Hein. Sato, you remained equally vigilant, probing the other party. Not only is there no record of this MS in the database, but there's no trace of you as a pilot either. Do you Hein folks just love keeping things under wraps? None of your business. I've already cleared the monsters infesting this city for you. As payment, all I ask is for you to service my mech once. The mysterious Iron Pilot's stance was unyielding, clearly displeased by Sato Yu's speculation. What do you think we three mechs are standing here for? Bai Ying's tone turned icy. Then you should be thanking me. Mysterious Iron Driver deliberately raised his voice. Little girl, you don't get a say here. I only speak to the one with the Xiao accent. Oh? Then you've got the wrong person. Around here, she's the one with the biggest fists, and she calls the shots. Sato Yu shot back without hesitation. You can talk to me too. But she's the one who makes the final decisions. The mysterious Iron Pilot fell instantly silent. The massive mech's fists clenched so tightly they nearly cracked. If you want help, we at least need to know who we're helping. Bai Ying suppressed the urge to further provoke the other party and made a concession. After all, the opponent had indeed cleared the entire city of monsters, and as an ally, there was no reason not to assist. On the other hand, someone who could eliminate such a large number of monsters with just one person and one mech was definitely no pushover. Ha! Thought I'd found my kindred spirit, but I guess I was overthinking it. After a moment's hesitation, the mysterious Iron Pilot's tone softened. So, when do you plan to put down your guns? We have no reason to. Xiao cut off Bai Ying and Sato Yu before they could speak. His reasoning was simple in Xiao's perception. The opponent radiated the same aura as the monster mecha. If that was true, then the entity conversing with them right now might not even be human. Hearing Xingtian's words, Bai Ying's pupils suddenly contracted, ready to command the MS-03 to attack at any moment. That's quite ironic coming from you. When you first surfaced from underground, your identification still read Xingtian. The mysterious Iron Pilot grew increasingly agitated. I witnessed everything that just happened to you. While I can't fathom how the Alliance could have bred a monster like you, I suppose it's not surprising given my own existence. Don't change the subject. Report your mobile suit specs and Iron Pilot ID. Open the cockpit so we can see you're human. Xiao couldn't be bothered to waste any more time on this. Every second they were wasting now was precious. You can see my anomaly? After a moment of silence, the mysterious Iron Pilot replied in a tone laced with disbelief. Truly incredible. Only then did Sato Yu and Bai Ying fully trust Xingtian's assessment. This mech and its Iron Pilot were definitely suspicious. What if I refuse? The moment the mysterious Iron Pilot uttered these words, a system alarm blared from his cockpit. You have been locked. Chapter 85, Beneath the Iron Armor. 2 monsters out of 3 mechs? I'm ING cursed. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, the mysterious Iron Pilot suddenly cursed into the public channel. The next second, all 3 mechs simultaneously received data transmitted from the other side. Mobile Suit Designation, MS-07BV. Model, First Generation Test MS Mecha. Pilot, Iron Hand. Unit Specifications, Solar Ring Containment Core Power Armor, height 90 meters, weight 17,700 tons. Equipment Modules, 0BV Bionic Interaction System, Warhammer Vibro Gauntlets, P2 Split Auxiliary Power Module, Amber Counter Reconnaissance Type 2 Liquid Steel Armor, Solar Flare Array Beam Cannon, Solar Flare Aggregate Super Energy Beam Emitter. Combat Rating, C-Class 8,000 points. When the group saw this mech's specs, they all fell into a momentary mental freeze, especially Xiao, whose system alone displayed the Combat Rating column. 8,000 points, the highest rating he'd ever seen. Xingtian looked up at the MS-07BV, still standing motionless in place, his heart filled with overwhelming shock and excitement. Though its surface was scarred by battle, Xiao was certain its combat effectiveness remained undiminished. If they actually engaged, even with Xingtian holding the numerical advantage, it would undoubtedly result in a mutually destructive stalemate. Sato Yu was at a loss for words to describe his current state of mind. Merely seeing these terms that defied his scientific understanding, he knew this mobile suit was likely an even tougher opponent than the Red Hurricane. Bai Ying shared this assessment, though unlike Xingtian and Sato Yu, her focus was on the enemy mecha's designation, MS-07BV. Even without knowing the exact meaning behind the letters and numbers, she guessed this enemy mobile suit was most likely from the same series as her own MS-03. Satisfied with my card? Seeing the three mechs remain silent and motionless, Iron Hand could guess their reaction. Though Iron Hand's remark wasn't exactly pleasant, his willingness to hand over intelligence could be seen as a compromise. As an Iron Pilot, is that all you have, just a code name? Satoyu's unspoken implication was that he hoped the other party would provide more proof of identity. Sorry, even if I wanted to, I couldn't give it to you. I don't have the clearance, Iron Hand replied, his tone tinged with self-deprecation. Don't you have someone just like me on your side? Why even ask? Iron Hand's words were clearly directed at White Shadow and the MS-03 she piloted. Then open the cockpit and let us see your face. Since Iron Hand had voluntarily offered information, Xiao could be certain hostilities wouldn't erupt immediately. Still, this didn't deter him from wanting to understand the source of the hostile aura emanating from the other party. I thought you'd forgotten about that, Iron Hand said, sounding slightly disappointed. Opening the cockpit for inspection is fine. I know you see us as monster mechs, but you need to stow your weapons first. Agreed. First, have your MS raise both arms and reduce the power plant output to minimum. Satoyu immediately laid down the conditions. He couldn't confirm whether the MS-07BV possessed an autopilot system, nor did he know the fastest activation time for its weapons. Thus, he can only demand this action to maximize the time needed for the other side to launch a sudden attack. Deal. Iron Fist agreed to Satoyu's demand without hesitation. The MS-07BV promptly raised its arms, its chest power plant shifting from golden yellow to a pale yellow. Satoyu and White Shadow honored their promise, lowering their weapons and cancelling all lock-ons. But Xingtian did not. Since acquiring the skeleton, Xingtian's systems had evolved beyond human comprehension. This meant his actions remained undetectable to others. At this very moment, the Dragon Rider gun turret assembly concealed beneath Xingtian's abdominal armor remained in preheated readiness, its 8 targeting reticles locked onto the exposed power plant of the MS-07BV. Better safe than sorry. Inside the MS-07BV's cockpit, however, the system had already deactivated all alerts. Iron Fist took a deep breath and initiated the cockpit ejection sequence. Immediately, the spherical holographic cockpit rose along the ejection channel within the machine, ascending from the thick chest cavity to the head. As the MS-07BV's head armor unfolded layer by layer, the honeycomb display crystals within the cockpit shut down completely, revealing a passage just wide enough for one person to pass through. Click. Iron Hand, standing at the mobile suit's control console, finally came into view. Freeze. Step away from the controls. Almost the instant he saw Iron Hand, Usato instinctively issued the warning in an extremely stern tone. Simultaneously, Hao Jia and the MS-03 raised their weapon systems locking directly onto the cockpit where Iron Hand was positioned. Ha! Knew you'd react just like this. Iron Hand laughed loudly, as if he'd anticipated this all along. Which do you think is faster, my beam cannon or your missiles? Colonel Sato, White Shadow, hold your fire. Xiao intervened before the conflict could escalate further, then addressed Iron Hand, you'd better explain all this clearly. Truth be told, when Xiao saw Iron Hand's true form, he was the one who wanted to strike first. Well, that's a long story. Before everyone's eyes stood Iron Hand, now half mutated. Even though most of Iron Hand's body remained encased in his combat suit, his exposed face and limbs were indistinguishable from a scaled-down monster. Beyond the razor-sharp claws and green veins visible beneath his skin, Iron Hand's left eye had completely turned golden. His mouth, split wide open nearly to his ears, revealed sharp fangs. As you can see, half my body has mutated. Though the pain has made me want to blow my brains out countless times, I'm still alive. At this point, Iron Hand flashed a chilling smile. I see no traces of monster infestation on your mech, nor any damage to your cockpit. How could such a mutation occur suddenly? Bai Ying felt an inexplicable, vague unease. You're still the most perceptive, little girl. Want to hear it? Iron Hand's golden eyes fixed on the MS-03, his gaze piercing through the thick armor to lock directly with Bai Ying's crimson pupils. Watch your words, Iron Hand. Sato, you clearly detected the insinuation in his tone. How do you prove your half-brain hasn't mutated too? Ha! You're thinking exactly what I'm thinking. Iron Hand suddenly burst into laughter, leaping from the control seat and removing his helmet. The next instant, he tore open his mutated scalp with his claws. I want to see it too. Chapter 86, The Renegade. After Xingtian stretched out both hands to block Bai Ying and Satoyu, everyone watched helplessly as Iron Hand let out a blood-curdling yet ecstatic scream. Taisho collapsed to his knees with a thud, his heterochromatic eyes fixed intently on his reflection within the honeycomb crystal. Half of his blood-soaked brain had turned brown, and green pulses could be seen surging rapidly through his cerebral cortex. Damn it! Get out of my head! Get out! Get out! Iron Hand's mental defenses shattered completely in that moment. He clutched his head, alternately cursing and wailing aloud. Yet this was merely Iron Hand's wishful thinking. His wounds were healing at a visible pace. Ha 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 ha. Finally, the utterly exhausted Iron Hand collapsed onto the cockpit floor, his agonized sobs transforming into a maniacal, deranged laughter. Despite this, Hao Jia and the MS-03 maintained their combat stance, ready to fire at any moment. Kill me, Iron Hand said expressionlessly after a long silence. I don't know if it's still me speaking to you now. To be safe, you'd better fire before I change my mind. Is the anomaly spreading continuously like this? Xiao ignored Iron Hand's plea and posed a question instead. You really don't give me a moment's respite. Well, I suppose I should squeeze out all valuable intelligence before I die. Iron Hand's tone actually sounded remarkably relaxed. Let me think. Ever since I regained consciousness, half my body has been like this. It must have been over 48 hours now. At least I haven't completely turned into a monster yet, right? So there are no signs of it spreading for now. Xiao silently breathed a sigh of relief. You said for now. Who knows if I'll turn into a monster the next second? Iron Hand seemed to have accepted his fate. I don't have the guts to kill myself. If I stop talking, open fire immediately. Second question, which legion do you belong to? Why are you operating alone? Though Xiao sidestepped the request again, he was mentally prepared to fire at any moment. Golden Gate Legion. But we have an agreement with Omega. During special periods, MS-07BV and I must follow Omega's orders. In exchange, when Omega isn't assigning missions, I'm Golden Gate's Iron Pilot, and Omega covers all my mech maintenance costs. As for why I'm operating solo? My teammates tried to kill me, so I escaped. I've been moving in the opposite direction ever since. Simple as that. Why did they want to kill you? Did they discover your mutation? In Satoyu's view, unless Iron Hand revealed it himself, no one could detect the anomaly just by looking at the mobile suit's exterior. I'm not stupid enough to tell them that. Otherwise, even if they didn't kill me on the spot, they'd drag me into a Hyena or Omega lab. Iron Hand understood Satoyu's implication. Though I am a Hyena, I must tell you, it's best not to harbor any expectations or trust toward Hyena. You're not the first Hyena person to tell me that. A complex smile touched Satoyu's face. They've long coveted the MS-07BV for themselves. Who knows how much covert research they've already conducted on this unit. It's laughable they know this machine might be dangerous, yet they won't even inform me, it's Iron Pilot. I'm just a lab rat being played by both Hyena and Omega. Every other mobile suit in the Legion is equipped with some kind of special sensor that will sound an alarm if anything abnormal happens to me or the MS-07BV. I bet their orders were to eliminate me the moment they heard that alarm. But you and your mobile suit survived. Xiao had already begun to suspect the outcome. Sure enough, Iron Hand's response confirmed Xiao's suspicions. Mobile suits are far easier to deal with than monsters. Iron Hand's tone carried a hint of self-mockery as he spoke. I felt a twinge of guilt when I first prepared to act, but that's completely gone now. At the end of the day, we're just weapons designed to fight monsters. I refuse to let others decide whether I live or die. So do you still want us to fight? Satoyu suddenly blurted out. No, but I also don't want to become that disgusting thing. Death might at least be a bit more dignified. Seeing Iron Hand's emotions gradually calm and his responses grow composed, Xiao decided it was time to get to the point. Then the third question, do you know the reason behind your mutation? When he asked this, Iron Hand unusually didn't respond immediately. Ha! Are you sure you want to hear it? Especially you, little girl over there. After a moment's silence, Iron Hand finally spoke. I'm already half dead. There's nothing left to hide. But if you listen, don't blame me when the Alliance comes to arrest you later. Speak, Bai Ying interjected before Xiao could respond. Iron Hand slowly rose from the ground, his gray and gold eyes fixed intently on the MS-03 piloted by White Shadow. His tone carried a hint of pity as he spoke. Do you know what you're neural syncing with? Bai Ying's pupils contracted sharply. Omega never developed a mecha that could truly be piloted solo. Never. It was all a sham. The deeper you sync with it, the more profound its influence becomes until one day, you become one. Iron Hand clenched his clawed fist. Then, boom, it becomes part of your body, sharing your life and death forever. What the hell are you talking about? Satoyu suspected Iron Hand's mental state had deteriorated. Those who haven't piloted this suit can't understand. From the moment you become its Iron Pilot, it burrows deep into your mind. Iron Hand suddenly roared, then ripped open his combat suit, revealing a horrifyingly mutilated body. Why do you think I raised my hands to let you slaughter me? Because I don't need these things to control it. Buzz. The MS-07BV's power core roared to life. The entire mobile suit stretched its arms alongside Iron Hand, as if embracing something. At that moment, Iron Hand wasn't wearing a helmet or combat suit, he wasn't even standing in the cockpit. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Satoyu couldn't help but curse aloud, his shock overwhelming him. What the hell does this have to do with you turning into a monster? Because this mobile suit I'm piloting is the monster. Chapter 87, Behind the Truth. Bull. Sato, you flatly rejected Iron Hand's claim. Omega is stealing power from monsters that humans shouldn't touch, and MS-07BV and I are living proof. Iron Hand's voice grew increasingly agitated. I don't know what method they used to imprison that power within the mobile suit, but once you're tainted by it, there's no turning back. Colonel Sato, he has no reason to lie. At the critical moment, Xingtian stepped in to halt their argument. Damn it, you two talk to him. After a long hesitation, Sato Yutaka finally controlled Hiro to lower the slashing blade in his hand. Only the MS-03 piloted by Bai Ying remained standing like a statue, dual blades still raised. Bai Ying, don't take Iron Hand's words at face value. We'll verify this with Omega later. You shall switch to a private channel, attempting to calm Bai Ying's emotions. You're fine now, aren't you? Don't overthink it. Inside the MS-03's cockpit, Bai Ying's body trembled slightly. Staring at the 99% displayed on the synchronization monitor panel, a chill ran down her spine. So the MS-03 synced with her was also a monster? Then what about that memory fragment she'd glimpsed in chasing the little rabbit? Bai Ying dared not dwell on it further, for this monster now lurked within her mind, sensing every thought and feeling. Gazing at her half-mutated Iron Hand, Bai Ying had 1,000 questions she wanted answered, but the words shattered before they could reach her throat. She felt an overwhelming urge to sever the synchronization and flee the cockpit right now. Tick-tock. Just then, that familiar sound of dripping water echoed in Bai Ying's ears once more. The next second, Bai Ying's heart skipped a beat. She felt it. It was the fear belonging to MS-03. How could? Bai Ying couldn't comprehend why MS-03 would feel fear. Overwhelming curiosity made her instinctively close her eyes, trying to understand the other's emotions. MS-03 feared losing Bai Ying. This fear was as pure as a child not wanting to be left behind by their parents. That MS-03 hadn't understood a word Iron Hand had said. It was simply responding to Bai Ying's thoughts. Indeed, MS-03 was now like a child with no understanding of the world. All its emotions stemmed from biological instinct. I'm fine. After a long silence, you shall finally heard Bai Ying's reply. I still have questions for you. Having largely regained her composure, Bai Ying commanded MS-03 to retract the two high-frequency thermal swords behind it. She straightened the mobile suit's frame, facing off against MS-07BV. Ask away, little girl. Iron Hand had already deemed Bai Ying as pitiful as himself. Can you sense the MS-07BV's thoughts and emotions? Has it ever tried to communicate with you? To Bai Ying's surprise, Iron Hand didn't answer immediately. His expression seemed genuinely startled. You asking this question means either I'm insane, or you are. Iron Hand's expression grew grave. I'll assume you're not describing your own symptoms. I've never sensed its thoughts or emotions, let alone engaged in such ridiculous communication. I merely perceive its presence, nothing more. I'm not crazy, Bai Ying replied firmly to Iron Hand. Ha! But I'd much rather believe you are, because you clearly don't know what you're talking about. Iron Hand narrowed his eyes. Whether it's a mecha or a monster, it's not the same species as you. How could you possibly understand its thoughts, let alone communicate with it? Why not? The fact you can establish neural synchronization proves it possesses consciousness. Even if you can't comprehend its thoughts, you can at least sense its. Impossible. Before Bai Ying could finish, Iron Hand cut her off. No matter how compelling your reasoning, it's impossible to me. I've experienced it firsthand. To me, it's nothing more than a co-pilot devoid of self-awareness. Then I have no further questions. Bai Ying knew continuing this conversation was pointless and decided to end it there. Then let me ask one final question. Under what circumstances did your mutation occur? Were there any noticeable signs? Yu Xiao took up the thread. Synchronization rate. Hearing Iron Hand's answer, Bai Ying's attention snapped back into focus. When I first synchronized with the MS-07BV, our synchronization rate was already at 85%, Iron Hand stated calmly. As I piloted the mobile suit more frequently, our synchronization rate gradually increased. By the third month, it reached 86%. By the sixth month, it was 89%. Now, in the 10th month, it stands at 94%. So the mutation threshold is at 94%? Yu Xiao deduced from Iron Hand's words. No. Before the anomaly occurred, I was engaged in a battle with two other mechs against a level 4 monster. During that fight, my synchronization rate broke through to 95%. I remember these numbers vividly. Looking back, it's laughable I sensed something was off, yet the rising sync rate made piloting the mech feel effortless, blinding me to the looming danger. Iron Hand felt no regret now, only resignation and regret. And what about your sync rate now? White Shadow suddenly cut in before Yu Xiao could speak. 95%. It hasn't changed since, Iron Hand shrugged. Synchronization rate is meaningless to me now. The MS-07BV has become my second body. As long as I stay within a certain fixed range, I can control it as if I were standing at the cockpit. Perhaps this is precisely what Omega intended. The moment Xiao thought of Omega's modus operandi, Yuanjin's smiling face flashed through his mind. Rather than calling Yuanjin an unparalleled genius in scientific research, Xiao preferred to label her a terrifying mastermind who always concealed her true intentions behind a smile. Thanks to them, I can now sense the monster's presence without an energy radar. Perhaps it's because I've become one of them. A flicker of hatred passed through Iron Hand's eyes. I've got all the intel I need, Xiao affirmed. But I have bad news given your condition, we likely can't service your mech. What? Do you think I'm a traitor who slaughtered my own allies, or just consider me an aberration? Iron Hand seemed to have anticipated this outcome, yet after voicing the words bottled up inside, he felt a strange sense of relief. Neither. It's simply because we're standing directly above the Omega branch. Chapter 88, Separating Work and Personal. Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? Iron Hand's face suddenly turned as pale as damp, moldy paper. We had no idea about your situation. Truthfully, the moment Xiao saw Iron Hand's mutated body, he knew this deal was doomed. The moment Iron Hand dared drive his mech underground, Omega's people would never let him go. I should be going. As Iron Hand closed the cockpit door, Bai Ying felt a pang of regret. After all, this was the only iron pilot she'd encountered since switching mechs who could truly be called a kindred spirit. Xiao felt a pang of guilt. Not only had he failed to meet Iron Hand's needs, but he'd also extracted a significant amount of information and intelligence that could be considered classified. Thank you both. What? Just as they were about to part ways, Xiao suddenly heard Iron Hand's words of thanks. I'm currently the Alliance's most wanted criminal. You've already helped me by letting me go. Iron Hand's tone was filled with acceptance. I'm curious where you could possibly go. Satoyu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of harming you. I'm simply wondering how such a massive mecha like yours plans to hide? Satoyu's words piqued Xiao's interest, reminding him of his first battle in the dark sky. Back then, Xingtian was a first-generation mech with low combat effectiveness. Rather than being the base's sole hope, it was more like a disposable expendable. Faced with such overwhelming odds, Xiao's optimal choice was actually to flee, not engage. But back then, Xiao faced the same dilemma Iron Hand does now. How could he possibly escape? The Black Sky base wasn't located in some remote wilderness, and the hangar had maintenance crews on 24-hour rotation. Even if he somehow managed to escape the base, it wouldn't be long before the Alliance dispatched mechs far superior to Xingtian to apprehend him. By then, he wouldn't even have time to activate his cheat codes before being shipped to Omega headquarters. Yuanjin would dissect him piece by piece, turning him into a prized research specimen. What if he chose not to engage during the monster attack? He might die even faster. At that time, the Dark Sky held only Xingtian as the sole mech on standby. The order for Bai Ying to pilot Xingtian into battle had been personally issued by General Chen. If Xiao forcibly seized control and refused to engage, the entire base would collapse even faster. Monsters don't negotiate. If they say they'll tear you to shreds, they won't leave you a whole corpse. Thus, Xiao's only chance of survival lay in fighting, holding out until reinforcements arrived on the battlefield. If pressed for alternatives, his only choice was to fight using his own will, refusing to let Bai Ying control him. But this came at a cost. Seizing control meant expending more unnecessary computational power, giving the monster an opening. If there was a reason he ultimately survived, it was undoubtedly due to the power core provided by the Golden Finger and the benevolence of the Black Sky Legion. Had Xingtian been a mecha of the Golden Gate, he would likely have been hauled off by Heinz forces for dismantling and recycling, or sent to Omega for research. As for the events that unfolded in the silent graveyard afterward, and the post-war conference's classification of Xingtian's status, these can all be seen as the result of mutual exploitation and compromise between Xingtian and humanity. Iron Hand's situation, however, was far worse than Xiao's. As a member of Heinz Golden Gate Legion piloting Omega's MS-07BV, he was forced to kill his own comrades on the battlefield. His body also underwent irreversible mutations. After putting himself in Iron Hand's shoes, Xiao could only think of two bargaining chips: the MS-07BV's formidable combat prowess and the research value of Iron Hand's own condition. Could these two factors truly threaten the Alliance and Omega? Omega alone held countless hidden cards. I'll take things one step at a time. I'll go wherever there's no one. It's that simple. Iron Hand's answer surprised everyone, yet it made perfect sense. If you really need to hide, ditching the mech might be a good idea. Satoyu offered Iron Hand a suggestion. Though avoiding the Alliance's pursuit in your current state won't be easy, it's far better than strutting around in a massive mech tens of meters tall. With the mech, I still have fighting power. Without it, I'm nothing. Iron Hand's stance was unwavering. More importantly, whether I eventually turn into a monster or not, as long as I'm still in the cockpit, I remain an Iron Pilot. Still an Iron Pilot, huh? Glad you've come to terms with it. Though his suggestion wasn't taken, Satoyu found it heartening to see his comrade regain his resolve. Goodbye, everyone. Until we meet again. After bidding farewell, Iron Hand activated the optical camouflage of his MS-07BV once more and turned away, heading toward the coastline. Are we just letting him go? Yu Xiao tentatively asked Sado-Yu. Although Sado-Yu had quickly formed comradeship with Bai Ying and Xingtian, he was still part of the United Front Legion. Plus, Sado-Yu seemed to have a good relationship with Dr. Mickey of Omega. Yu Xiao couldn't help but be wary. Ever since being betrayed at the Silent Graveyard and the post-war conference, Yu Xiao found it difficult to fully trust anyone. As a member of the Alliance, I certainly shouldn't let him go. His actions have crossed the line. He's an undeniable traitor and deserter. But as an Iron Pilot, I have no reason to hold him back. What Hainan Omega did was even more despicable than Iron Hand's actions. As he said, to some, we Iron Pilots and our mechs are nothing but weapons. While obeying orders is a soldier's duty, the word soldier also contains the character for human. Humans are not mere machines that blindly execute orders. We must learn to discern right from wrong and think independently. If we arrest him here today, might someone come to arrest us tomorrow? Iron Hand did nothing wrong. He's merely a victim of fate's cruelty. We have no right to strip him of his power to resist that fate. Has anyone ever told you you'd make a great leader? After hearing Sado-Yu's earnest explanation, Yu Xiao finally exhaled in relief. He was now fairly certain Sado-Yu wasn't the type to stab his comrades in the back at a critical moment. Though he had indeed expressed a desire to stab Xingtian in the back on numerous occasions. Of course. Didn't you know I was once a candidate for commander of the United Front Legion? Sado-Yu slipped back into his usual easygoing demeanor, a hint of pride even creeping into his tone. Then why didn't you become commander in the end? Bai Ying didn't ask this to provoke him. In fact, it was precisely because she admired Sado-Yu that she posed the question. People aren't mere machines that blindly follow orders. It was precisely this statement that allowed Bai Ying to glimpse a leadership style starkly different from General Chen's. That's a pretty direct question. Sado-Yu nearly choked on his own spit. I don't mind telling you it wasn't that I couldn't compete with others. I withdrew myself. Why? Yu Xiao found this decision even harder to grasp than Bai Ying. Because I gained a little one who needs looking after. Sado-Yu smiled, glancing at Duzzy beside him. Chapter 89, Forging an Axe from Bone. After Iron Hand departed in the MS-07BV, Sado-Yu and his team launched a thorough search of Blackhorn City. After all, Iron Hand had only claimed to have cleared all monsters. They hadn't verified it themselves and couldn't be sure if any had slipped through the cracks. This time, however, the search was conducted in waves. After confirming the safety of the Central District, Hao Jie and the MS-03 advanced from the east and west sides respectively, working their way outward from the interior. Only Xingtian remained in the Central District originally. He intended to exchange for other equipment once the skeleton evolution was complete, but Iron Hand's sudden appearance had forcibly interrupted that process. To avoid Iron Hand uncovering further intelligence, Yu Xiao had no choice but to postpone his upgrade until after the matter was resolved. After deducting the 50,000 points consumed by the skeleton evolution, Yu Xiao now had 34,000 evolution points remaining at his disposal, exactly enough to redeem a piece of equipment he had previously set his sights on. Item name, Life Severer. Description, a long-handled battle-axe forged from the unit's skeletal frame. Its blade is plasma-bound by pure energy, both components bound to the unit's inherent strength. Upon dealing effective damage to organic enemies, this weapon seizes energy. The harvested energy can accelerate unit repairs, boost unit power, or enhance axe strikes. Note, this item must be purchased after the unit evolves its skeleton. All properties of the axe handle mirror the unit's specifications. If the handle is damaged, a portion of the unit's skeleton must be consumed for reforging. As an energy manifestation, the blade's activation forcibly consumes 30% of the unit's maximum power. If the unit cannot sustain this energy supply, the blade will extinguish. Price, 30,000. A quintessential growth-type equipment. Just from the description, this gear not only eliminates concerns about damage but actually grows stronger alongside Xingtian's own development. Moreover, the axe blade, formed from pure energy, avoids strength degradation caused by wear and tear. Apart from its significant power drain during use, this weapon ranks among the most cost-effective gear available. Buy. Exchange successful. Thank you for your purchase. Doesn't this thing require shipping? Just as Yu Xiao was puzzled, a sudden, crisp cracking sound erupted from his mech. Is it the frame? Yu Xiao could sense that a portion of the frame within his body seemed to be dissolving. Though this didn't alter the exoskeleton's external structure, he experienced a long-forgotten sensation of weakness and exhaustion. Immediately after, black fluid began seeping from Xingtian's outer armor, slowly gathering in its right hand. It gradually coalesced into 3 intertwined spirals, ultimately forming an axe handle nearly as tall as Xingtian himself. Perhaps because it was the first time, the entire process of forming the axe handle seemed slow, taking a full minute. If this time were fixed, then should the battle axe be destroyed in combat, Xingtian would find it nearly impossible to reforge one on the spot without the cover of his comrades. Moreover, since the handle was directly transformed from Xingtian's own mechanical skeleton, each reforging left him in a state of temporary weakness. Upon realizing this, Xiao forcibly channeled all his energy to accelerate the regeneration of the skeleton. 1 minute the same as reforging the handle. Even within the consciousness space, Xiao felt a hint of exhaustion. Is this because Xingtian has become a living entity? Though this was far from ideal in combat terms, both the weakness and the fatigue allowed Xiao to once again experience sensations unique to being human. Amidst a deep, resonant vibration, a crimson axe blade suddenly ignited, blazing with an intense, awe-inspiring light that pierced the pitch-black night. Simultaneously, Xingtian's power plummeted by 30%. It felt as though someone had inserted an extra tube into Xiao's heart, siphoning away his very lifeblood. The good news was this sudden wave of exhaustion vanished without a trace in less than a second. So light. Only after swinging the massive axe through the air several times did Xiao realize with astonishment that it felt as light as a slightly longer wooden stick. Throughout the entire swing, Xiao even felt that the resistance from the air was the greatest obstacle preventing Xingtian from exerting its full force. Can something this light really be used in battle? With a skeptical yet determined mindset, Xiao decided to test it on the nearby half-collapsed building. Another deep rumble echoed as a dazzling crimson gash instantly carved through the crumbling wall. Boom! The building's height dropped by another third. Xiao fell silent, suddenly struck by the realization that the weapon in his hands bore an uncanny resemblance to a lightsaber from some movie or TV show he'd seen in his previous life. For some reason, Xiao was suddenly overcome by a sense of exhilaration, as if a dream had come true. He swung the giant axe through the air several more times. So satisfying. Listening to the pleasant hum of the plasma axe blade cutting through the air, Xiao almost felt the urge to swing it at something else. What man could resist such a cool weapon? But considering the salvage value of these ruined buildings, he managed to suppress that slightly childish impulse. Currently, Xingtian only had 5 equipment modules: the life-severing battle axe, the dragon-riding gorilla turret set, the black armor, the damaged metal chainsword, and the single remaining heavy assault gauntlet. The chainsword is a good piece. I'll have to find a chance to see if I can get some giant metal to repair it. The assault gauntlet won't be needed for now. After careful consideration, Xiao decided to convert the gauntlet, along with the outdated gear from the power core, into evolution points using the newly acquired recycle function. He did this because the gear's durability was no longer sufficient to combat the monsters of the Fourth Line Islands. I should have splurged on pricier gear back then, at least it wouldn't have worn out so fast. The thought of his Lingyue elastic muscle unit reduced to nothing but scrap made Xiao feel like his heart had been stabbed with a knife. Yet upon reflection, Xiao realized there hadn't been much gear available for purchase back then. High-tier equipment like the life severer could only be exchanged after acquiring a skeleton. No matter how he looked at it, he'd been screwed over by his machine's soul level. Defeating the Crimson Hurricane only dropped stat rewards, not equipment modules. That means the mutant sea demon isn't a unique tier monster. If there wasn't signal jamming here, I should have streamed the whole thing live for the world to see my performance. Xingtian single-handedly took down the Ghost King infested by the heretic, but since he was the only one present, he earned absolutely no reputation. What a loss. Just then, Bai Ying's voice suddenly crackled through Xiao's communication channel. Colonel Sato, Xingtian, I've got something here. Chapter 90, Biological Weapon. I've never seen such a small monster before, Sato. You frowned. Judging by its appearance, it should be a Type 3 monster. It's not on the same level as those Type 2s that can only grow this big. After Bai Ying discovered this location, she immediately piloted the MS-03 back into communication range and sent a rendezvous request to Xingtian and Haojia. They were now at the city's outermost edge, leaving the crumbling ruins at least 5 kilometers behind them. In the distance, Mount Wataki still periodically spewed lava and sparks. The acrid smell of sulfur mingled with the scorching air, carried by the night breeze as it drifted slowly away, gradually cooling. Several winding rivers of molten lava flowed down the majestic mountain, spreading across the land like the planet's arteries, forming a breathtakingly hellish landscape. One of these tributaries lay directly before the 3 mechs. Is this the young of those beasts? Bai Ying stared at the creature he'd dragged from the crimson lava, a strange unease settling in his chest. Measuring only 10 meters in length, its appearance suggested a typical level 3 monster, a green rat. Unlike the 50-meter-long green rats, this young creature's tail hadn't fully grown yet. Its 2 gray eyes occupied a third of its head, and its uneven baby teeth looked incapable of biting anything. Who knew? I thought these beasts didn't reproduce at all, that they just popped out of thin air. Sato Yu's shock was no less than Bai Ying's. They all arrived on this planet through wormholes. But since the wormholes were destroyed, these monsters are likely being bred from Leviathan itself, Xiao explained deliberately, knowing Sato had no connection to the outside world and was unaware of recent events. Our acting commander mentioned something about this. Sato acknowledged he wasn't entirely uninformed. So the Leviathan is essentially a war factory churning out monsters? But if they're all created inside it, why are there monster hatchlings here? Shouldn't they wait until they're fully grown before releasing them? And we have no idea how long the monster's growth cycles are. This young one doesn't appear to have been born from a leviathan. I've never heard of any monster emerging from the boundless sea being this small. After piloting mechs for so many years, this was the first time Satoyu had encountered such a situation. Don't you think it bears a striking resemblance to those mutated monsters? As Bai Ying and Satoyu racked their brains, Xiao suddenly noticed a connection between this monster hatchling and the mutated monsters they'd encountered before. These level 3 monsters are clearly types we've seen before, yet their energy levels have universally increased by half a tier. Plus, their skin color is unusually uniform. Every single one has these magma-colored veins running across their bodies. Is this a new wave of evolution? Hearing Xiao's words, Bai Ying also noticed the same characteristics on this little monster. No. The initial wave of monsters that landed didn't look like this at all. Satoyu's words abruptly interrupted Xiao and Bai Ying's train of thought. If my memory serves, these monsters appeared after Mount Wataki began erupting. I was puzzled then why another wave of monsters? Was the tide still ongoing? Satoyu strained to recall the details. Perhaps they crawled out from within Mount Woyue. Xiao ventured a bold hypothesis. I simply can't fathom where else they could have emerged from. The Alliance hasn't detected any monsters continuing to land from the sea. All 3 mechs simultaneously turned their gaze toward the still active Mount Wataki in the distance. If you told me this just a day ago, I'd have thought you needed to get your head checked. Sato swallowed hard. But now, whatever you say, I'll hesitate and seriously consider whether it could actually be possible. If that's the case, doesn't that make this place the most dangerous? Bai Ying quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. No time for further discussion here. Take this monster down first. Let Omega and the others study it. Satoyu made a decisive decision. 15 minutes later, Blackhorn Underground Industrial Base. After 3 mechs descended from above the city and dumped the dead little monster back into the research facility, the people began buzzing with speculation once more. What's the deal with that little monster? It doesn't look like a Type 2 monster. Didn't you notice it looks a lot like the green rats? No way. That would mean these monsters are bred too. Hold up, didn't you notice Xingtian's transformation? That black staff is new, looks like it could mount a blade on the tip. When I passed by Xingtian just now, something felt off. His gait was too fluid, it didn't feel like a mech. What's the point of speculating here? We'll ask the brothers from Xuanzi Xingtian later. What people didn't know was that Xiao and his group had already answered similar questions once before. The questions they faced, however, were far more pointed than the ones being discussed here. Turns out you can pin anything on Xingtian. The more absurd it is, the more plausible it seems when it's on him, Satoyu murmured under his breath. Try not to brush things off like this in the future when there's a normal explanation. If we lack too much evidence, Omega will definitely launch a private investigation. If they uncover any clues, we'll all be in trouble. Yu Zhao's words were also for his own sake. Because just as the 4 of them finished loading supplies and prepared to depart, someone raised a point they'd overlooked. Don't your 3 mechs need maintenance checks? Even though you only cleared low-threat level 3 monsters, you should still top them up before leaving. Xiao vividly recalled his awkward, frozen reaction at that moment. The monsters weren't even killed by the 4 of them, so naturally the mech showed no wear and tear. At the critical moment, Xiao stepped forward and attributed all the credit to Xingtian, claiming that Xingtian had killed these monsters after completing his upgrade. This was done to minimize wear and tear on Hao Jia and the MS-03. Such a flimsy excuse would normally never fly with sharp-eyed guys like Omega's crew. But the moment they saw the axe blade suddenly ignite in Xingtian's hands, they forced themselves to swallow their questions. Had Xingtian not radiated such an intimidating aura, they might have even confiscated his battle axe for thorough examination. Of course. This time, we were the ones who failed to plan properly. By the way, did you bring all your supplies? Satoyu's question was primarily directed at Bai Ying, since Xingtian didn't seem like the type who needed food or drink. After receiving Bai Ying's affirmative response, the 3 mechs once again boarded the lift platform bound for the surface. Watching the base gradually vanish from view, Sato muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible to himself. May we return alive. Chapter 91, The Living Deity. Thud. Thud. Dust scattered across the cold floor, exposed steel bars protruding from shattered concrete walls, radiating a hopeless, oppressive stillness. Overturned furniture lay haphazardly in the cramped room. Light tubes suspended by wires spun slowly mid-air, their sharp metal edges slicing through the rubber insulation, emitting an unsettling sound. Thud. Thud. The old woman clamped her wrinkled hands over her parched mouth. Her swollen eyes were streaked with grime and tears. A cheap synthetic blanket covered her legs, itself dusted with sand. Her wheelchair was hidden behind a broken wall, the room's cramped dimensions creating the only blind spot. Thud. The monstrous beast halted its advance. A blood-red eyeball, roughly 3 meters in diameter, slowly shifted toward the drafty hole, scrutinizing everything within the room. The mere sound of its eye rolling a low, gurgling rumble was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Suddenly, all sound vanished from the old woman's ears. As she trembled and glanced sideways at the gap beside her, that gaze wide enough to fill the entire room was fixed firmly upon her. Roar! Bang! 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 As scorching bullets pierced the monster's skull, its roar transformed into a shrill, agonized scream. The pungent-smelling beast blood instantly splattered like paint onto the furniture at the old woman's feet. The swaying building made her frantically grip the wheelchair frame to prevent herself and the chair from being thrown to the floor. Crash! The monster's massive body collapsed to the ground, its head now a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Target eliminated. Though the system had flashed the kill notification, the Dragon Rider gun turret array on Xingtian's abdomen remained on standby. 6 hours had passed since the three mechs departed Blackhorn City. The sun rose once more from the distant horizon, illuminating this brutal, desolate land. During the first half of their journey, the three mechs encountered no threats beyond monster carcasses and various architectural ruins. Judging by the wounds on the monster corpses, none had been dead for more than 24 hours. Xiao deduced they must be advancing along the same route Iron Hand had taken. However, everything changed halfway through their journey. Whether Iron Hand had chosen a more remote and concealed route remained unknown, but Xiao's group encountered no monsters killed within the last 48 hours during the latter half of their journey. Instead, the number of mech wreckage increased significantly. By now, Xiao's group had endured 7 monster attacks. Though they were all mutated level 3 monsters, such a high frequency of attacks clearly signaled the extreme danger lurking in the rear areas. Stay alert. Just as we entered this urban area, my energy radar flashed a high-level threat target, Xiao warned the group as he piloted the hero, scanning the mountains surrounding the town with vigilance. Their current location was a town called Okioka Prefecture. Geographically sandwiched between two of Shori Nation's largest metropolitan areas and surrounded by mountains, no urban cluster had ever sought to incorporate it into their jurisdiction. Were it not for the tourism industry sustained by Blackstone Gorge, the local economy of this small town would have collapsed long ago. Precisely because of its limited development potential and remote location, Okioka Prefecture has experienced a continuous outflow of its younger population. Today, over half of those remaining are middle-aged or elderly individuals over 50. Many towns across Shori Nation share this fate. Unable to be absorbed by prosperous metropolitan areas, they survive on minimal subsidies from the central government, watching helplessly as their populations dwindle until they vanish entirely from the map, becoming mere footnotes in history. The roads here are too narrow for us to advance side by side, Bai Ying, positioned at the rear of the group, frowned. If a mass battle erupts, we'll have to disregard reconstruction costs for now. Fight when we must. If everyone dies, what's the point of preserving these buildings? Xiao affirmed Bai Ying's reasoning. Keep an eye on the surrounding mountains. Crossing Chonggong County horizontally takes less than 10 minutes. If any monsters are hiding, they won't be in the urban area. If combat breaks out, execute the original plan. Handle all one-on-one fights yourself. You all conserve your strength as much as possible. Xiao spoke while walking toward the spot where the monster had fallen. I'll check the building that monster was watching earlier. There might be something fishy about it. Sure enough, when Xingtian approached the ruined building, he heard the voice of the old woman. It was a heart-wrenching wail. Dirty, tangled white hair cascaded down her hunched back, covering her face. Murky tears fell in heavy drops onto the blanket, soaking the parched, dusty ground. But soon, the old woman's eyes dried up like parched springs, unable to produce another tear. Grandma, don't be afraid. We're here to protect you. Xiao quickly piloted Haya to the building's entrance, attempting to communicate with the old woman in Xiaori language, incomprehensible to Xiao and Bai Ying. It's dangerous here. You can take refuge in my mecha cockpit for now. Though Xiao and Bai Ying couldn't speak Xiaori, both their mecha systems featured real-time translation capabilities. This feature not only translated others' words into a language the Iron pilots could understand but also instantly converted the Iron pilot's speech into the language the other party used, though their voices would shift to the system's default tone, sounding somewhat mechanical and cold. However, this feature was unnecessary within the Watchers Alliance. Their training program included courses on the universal language. Failure to master it meant disqualification from joining the Alliance. Bai Ying had heard that during the Alliance's preparatory phase, there had been prolonged disputes over the universal language. Ultimately, the contentious issue was resolved when Yuan Jin, one of Omega's founders, advocated for the use of Qian Mandarin. After all, as the chief designer of the mobile armor project, few within the Alliance held more sway than her. Ah! Are you the ones who operate those robots on TV that defeat monsters? The elderly woman laboriously turned her wheelchair, gazing up at the towering hero with an almost humble expression. Yes, Grandma. Please step back toward the doorway. I need to remove this wall section first, otherwise my arm won't fit through. Xiao's tone was exceptionally gentle, brimming with respect for the elderly while also displaying the patience of someone soothing a child. But the old woman didn't do as Xiao asked. Please. Save my grandson. The old woman pressed her palms together and bowed to the crowd as if praying to the gods. Chapter 92, Racing Against Time. Grandma, please don't panic. This building is about to collapse. Step back toward the doorway first. We can discuss everything in detail once we're inside the cockpit. Satoyu spoke the truth from the outside. A massive crack had already split through the apartment building's wall. I can't go with you. My grandson will come back. What if he can't see me? Though the old woman's expression was pleading, she refused to push her wheelchair forward. Then tell us first, Grandma. What's your grandson's name? Where can we find him? Seeing the old woman's firm stance, Satoyu skipped the question for now. My grandson's name is Ichiro Kamikawa. He's 12. He said he was going to the shelter to find help. The old woman's mood instantly became agitated upon hearing Satoyu offer assistance. He's not very tall. He has a crescent-shaped scar on his forehead. When he left, he was wearing a green sweater and a red scarf. When did he leave? The word shelter triggered a deeply troubling thought in Satoyu's mind. Last night. He left last night. Though the old woman's voice was hoarse, her eyes grew unusually bright. Grandma, how about this? We'll help you find Ichiro, but you must come into our cockpit. Satoyu spoke calmly. It's not safe to stay here. If something happened to you, how heartbroken Ichiro would be. He knew the old woman valued her grandson more than her own life. Simply warning her of the danger here wouldn't sway her resolve to wait for him. Only by emphasizing Ichiro's grief if anything happened to her might this stubborn old woman truly consider her own safety. But, what if Ichiro can't find me? As expected, the mention of Ichiro's grief made the old woman hesitate. Don't worry, Grandma. Come into the cockpit first. We'll search for Ichiro together. We have 3 robots here, we'll leave one behind to wait. There's no need to fear Ichiro won't find us. Seizing the moment, Satoyu presented a solution that satisfied both concerns. Is what you're saying really true? The old woman pondered for a long time, her wrinkled hands repeatedly rubbing the coarse blanket before she stammered out her question to Satoyu, seeking confirmation. Even Xiao felt a pang of sympathy at this cautious yet hopeful demeanor. We wouldn't deceive you, Grandma. Who knows? Ichiro might be waiting for you to come find him. Satoyu's tone seemed filled with confidence and certainty. All right. The old woman finally made up her mind, nodding to Satoyu while preparing to turn her worn wheelchair. Just then, the white figure suddenly spoke in the system's cold, mechanical voice. Grandma, let me help you. As if reading her mind, Xiao extended Xingtian's hand toward the MS-03's head, allowing the white shadow which had just emerged from the cockpit to perch precisely on Xingtian's fingertip. Xingtian then inserted his index finger into the opening, guiding the white shadow into the house. Amidst the old woman's delight, Bai Ying smoothly pushed her safely out into the corridor beyond the door. Scan complete. All load bearing points marked. As a vast array of red and blue guide points appeared in Satoyu's holographic view, he guided Hao Jie to mimic Xingtian's action, inserting his finger into the hole. Clatter! The damaged wall crumbled like a damp cookie, easily flicked out of the building by Hao Jie's finger as if clearing dust. After precisely avoiding support points that could trigger further collapse, Hao Jie swiftly cleared a space large enough to accommodate the entire steel giant's palm, simultaneously sweeping away the scattered obstacles piled across the room's floor. Alright, you two, climb up now. Hearing Satoyu's call, the white figure pushed the wheelchair back into the room. Using half a wardrobe as a stepping stool, both men successfully climbed onto Hao Jie's palm and entered the cockpit where Satoyu and Duzi were stationed. Gazing at the holographic interface floating in the air and the fully operational mechanical systems within the cabin, the old woman was instantly struck speechless. To Bai Ying, however, the cockpit appeared cramped and cluttered. Having piloted both Xingtian and MS-03, she recognized this as a modified, outdated cockpit. Beyond the predominantly gray base structure, numerous silver metal components had been added, including the pilot restraint system, manual control terminals, a semi-open heads-up display, and emergency ejection valves. What caught Bai Ying's attention most were the restraints and sensor devices Duzi was using. Their height alone clearly indicated they had been custom-made for her. Noticing Bai Ying observing her, Duzi immediately flashed a sweet smile. This made Bai Ying blush involuntarily. Colonel Sato, I'll return to my own mech now. After all, this area isn't entirely secure. Bai Ying first pushed the elderly woman to the temporary restraint, adjusting the length and tension of the ropes to ensure neither the wheelchair nor the occupant would sway during the mech's movements before leaving Hao Jie's cockpit. Before leaving, Bai Ying waved to Duzi. Grandma, do you know where Ichiro went to take refuge? Satoyu asked as he unbuckled his restraints and walked toward the old woman's location. Where is it? Let me think. The old woman's words trailed off abruptly, as if she were desperately searching her memory. It's fine, Grandma. Take your time. No rush. The elderly are the most forgetful group, and Satoyu was very patient with her. But the next second, as he reached the old woman, Satoyu's brow furrowed. Grandma, when was the last time you ate? Seeing her pallid complexion and parched lips, Satoyu immediately reached out to feel her pulse. Extremely weak. Realizing the urgency, Satoyu didn't wait for her answer. He strode swiftly to the storage compartment, grabbing a bottle of water and a packet of instant nutritional meal. At that very moment, the old woman's frayed nerves seemed on the verge of snapping. Her heavy eyelids threatened to close at any second. Smack! After Satoyu forcefully tapped the designated spot on the bag, the instant meal began heating itself inside. Sato didn't waste a moment during the wait, quickly unscrewing the water bottle and feeding the elderly woman sips of water. "Grandma, Ichiro is waiting for you at the shelter. You can't fall asleep." Satoyu's voice was gentle, like he was soothing a child, but his expression was filled with intense anxiety. "Ichiro, he's waiting for me at Higashida Street." Satoyu's words struck the old woman's soft spot. Her previously unfocused pupils regained a faint glimmer of light. "Come on, let's eat first. Ichiro specifically told me to make sure you finish your meal." Satoyu knew full well he was now racing against death for the old woman's life. Chapter 93, Empty. Satoyu fed her only 100 milliliters of water before stopping. Based on his assessment, the old woman had gone at least 48 hours without any food or water, something a healthy young person might endure, but for someone as visibly malnourished and frail as her, it was extremely dangerous. After prolonged starvation, one absolutely cannot consume large amounts of food all at once. With the gastrointestinal tract having been in a state of emptiness for so long, both digestive and absorptive capacities are significantly weakened. Consuming too much food at this point not only increases the risk of diarrhea but also damages the gastrointestinal mucosa, causing acute gastric distension. In severe cases, it could even lead to gastric rupture. Furthermore, prolonged starvation disrupts the body's acid-base and ionic balance. Under these conditions, large protein intakes must be avoided, as must whole grains and magnesium-rich, acidic fruits and vegetables. The diet should focus on small amounts of starch and carbohydrates, with frequent, small meals gradually increasing portion sizes. "Grandma, do you remember what Ichiro loved to eat most?" Satoyu chatted with the elderly woman about her grandson while pouring the nutritional meal into the lunchbox. The bag he held contained Type 4 special rations, specifically formulated for individuals who have gone without proper nourishment for over 72 hours under extreme conditions. The entire ration weighed 300 grams, consisting mainly of soft, starchy liquid food supplemented with a small amount of chopped vegetables and trace amounts of protein, sufficient to meet the body's most basic energy needs. But the elderly woman could never manage the full 300 grams of liquid food. Satoyu could only pour out 1/3 of it and feed it to her bit by bit. Was curry Ichiro's favorite? Satoyu didn't need the old woman to answer, and besides, her weakened state made speaking difficult. Satoyu's task was simply to keep the old woman's mind active, preventing her from slipping into unconsciousness due to starvation. The old woman slightly opened her mouth, struggling to swallow the liquid food, while gently shaking her head to deny Satoyu's guess. "What about seaweed rice balls?" Seeing she could still make small movements, Sato quickly offered another suggestion. "Grandma, you don't need to shake your head. Just answer with your eyes, I'll understand." This approach saved her energy while subtly urging her not to close her eyes. Over the next 15 minutes, Satoyu persistently asked the old woman various questions about Ichiro Karasugawa, changing his approach each time. Only when the liquid food in the lunchbox dwindled to its final fifth did he finally stop. Her swallowing ability had reached its limit. By the final few mouthfuls, each bite required at least 10 seconds to swallow. "Ichiro would be so happy to see you eat this much," Satoyu said, his tone that of an older brother intimately familiar with Ichiro. "Please climb onto my back, Grandma. Don't worry, you've just been sitting too long and need to rest in a different position." Before the old woman could fully react, Satoyu hoisted her onto his back and carried her into the escape pod. "Don't worry, Grandma. Just rest peacefully now. I promise that when you wake up, Ichiro will be right beside you." Satoyu soothed the old woman's emotions with his words while continuously rubbing the back of her hand. Hearing his promise, the wrinkles on her forehead instantly smoothed out, and her eyelids, held open with effort, slowly closed. Almost the moment he confirmed she was asleep, Satoyu immediately sealed the escape pod's hatch and activated the life support system. A blue light flashed down from the hatch, and the system displayed the elderly woman's diagnostic report. If we'd found her just half an hour later, she probably wouldn't have survived. Satoyu stared at the diagnostic report on the holographic pop-up window, his eyes filled with worry. Thankfully, she swallowed everything. This treatment will need to run for at least 6 hours. After confirming the elderly woman's health status, Satoyu carefully repacked the food and water into the storage compartment before returning to the control console. "Thank you both for waiting so long." While Satoyu tended to the elderly woman, Xingtian and MS-03 maintained vigilant surveillance around them, never letting their guard down for a moment. "Should we help her find her grandson?" While Xiao was guarding Hao Jia, he had also looked up the location the old woman had mentioned in her days. There's a tunnel on Dongtian Street that leads directly to the Wogui Mountain Air Raid Shelter. The entrance is in the underground parking garage on the west side. The shelter entrance should be there, but something feels off. Sato frowned, recalling news reports about this shelter from his memory. Yet since the war between humans and kaiju began, such war-related news had flooded the headlines daily by the dozens. Save for exceptionally significant events, Satoyu's sensitivity to these reports barely extended beyond a vague recollection. We've been lingering here for over half an hour. If we're going to make a decision, we should do it quickly. White Shadow wasn't intentionally rushing him in the past 15 minutes alone. The MS-03's energy radar had detected 3 fleeting high-energy reactions. Let's go now. At our speed, it'll only take 5 minutes to reach that location, and it's in the same direction as our final destination. Satoyu made his decision immediately and led the way toward Higashida Street on the map. 3 mobile suits marched in single file along the narrow road. The buildings here look pretty retro, remarked the white figure at the rear of the column, scanning the ruins beside the MS-03. Judging solely by the building materials and the volume of debris, it was clear these old structures generally stood less than 50 meters tall. All relics of the old era. The local government lacks both the funds and the motivation to rebuild them. Though Satoyu's tone was casual, he hadn't seen such a backward town in quite some time. Bai Ying's words stirred complex emotions within him. He felt both nostalgic excitement and a sense of the passage of time. Understandable. Inland areas like this rarely build defenses against monster attacks. Only coastal cities require permanent military garrisons from the Alliance. Xiao offered a brief strategic observation, choosing not to dwell on whether such aging towns would gradually fall into ruin over time. In his view, as long as the elderly were properly cared for and could live out their twilight years in peace, that was enough. Regrettably, gazing upon the scattered ruins, Xiao couldn't shake the feeling of an indescribable desolation permeating the air. 5 minutes later, the leader of the group finally halted his steps. "We're here," Satoyu said, following the navigation marker on the holographic map as he looked toward what should have been the underground parking garage of Dongtian Street. Yet the very next second, a chill ran down his spine. Because there was nothing there. Chapter 94, Launching Thoughts. When I learned this book would be published, I was genuinely happy. Truthfully, I didn't have high expectations when I first started writing it. In an era dominated by feel-good stories, most people read books just to unwind. Life is a mountain to climb, and just existing is hard enough for all of us. If reading books also requires us to strain our brains over the plot, or watch protagonists with golden fingers suffer setbacks, that's just asking for trouble. But humans aren't creatures who can survive on fantasy alone. While I can empathize with protagonists who sail through life unchallenged, closing the book always leaves me feeling hollow. We all have flaws and have made regrettable decisions. Precisely because of this, characters who overcome their struggles and shortcomings leave a lasting impression. This book's opening deterred many readers. It's safe to say I've written each new chapter amid a chorus of criticism. I've read every single suggestion you've sent. I revised the opening alone at least 3 times, yet I still find my writing and ideas somewhat immature, perhaps because I haven't written enough. The most debated characters were undoubtedly Bai Ying and Xiao. Due to their childhood experiences and character flaws, in my initial draft, Bai Ying appeared almost exclusively as a negative figure. Ultimately, this stemmed from my lack of skill in showcasing the balanced aspects of this character. For this, I must apologize to my readers for the unpleasant reading experience. I also owe Bai Ying an apology, as my shortcomings led to her bearing the brunt of everyone's criticism. As for Xiao, his initial portrayal was overly passive, even somewhat spineless. I apologize to everyone for this shortcoming as well. To those of you reading this reflection, thank you for your patience and understanding. I genuinely cherish every character in this story. Xiao, caught between humanity and monsters, struggling to find his place. Bai Ying, slowly learning to connect with others. General Chen, balancing his roles as a soldier and a father. Satoyu, seemingly keeping pace with the times yet nostalgic at every turn. Duzi, kind and sensible yet harboring secrets. Yuanzhen, grand yet unconventional, who loves setting traps for Xiao. Lava, who once roamed war-torn lands, and the White Angel who selflessly gave Xingtian the mobile suit. Some bear the destiny to change the world, while most are but grains of dust in the tide of time. Yet this world is built from such insignificant specks. Once again, thank you all for your encouragement and kindness. It fuels my daily progress. I will bring this story to a satisfying conclusion. Chapter 95, Leave Notice. Due to the author's reckless challenge of an excruciatingly spicy jet-style meal, I'm now restless and unable to sit or lie down comfortably. I must therefore request a 1-day leave of absence. Updates will resume at midnight on the 24th. Your understanding is appreciated. Don't eat spicy noodles, they'll bring you misfortune. Chapter 96, The Second Entrance. What's wrong? Xiao sensed something off about Satoyu. Looks like the map's off. Satoyu's eyes scanned the map's location intently. It shows the Higashida Street parking lot right here, but I can't find the entrance. Could we have gone the wrong way? Hearing Satoyu's words, Xiao hurriedly opened the map too. The coordinates on the navigation system did indeed match their current location. I'll check the other side. Bai Ying, positioned at the rear of the group, proactively piloted the MS-03 to the opposite street. The result, however, left her deeply disappointed. Nothing. There's no entrance here either. I remember now. Just as Xiao and Bai Ying were baffled, Satoyu suddenly recalled a news report he'd seen before. The entrance here has been abandoned. I heard about it in the news back then. A severe magnitude 7 earthquake had struck Okioka Prefecture. The powerful tremor not only collapsed numerous aging structures but also destroyed the tunnels originally used to access the air raid shelters. Due to limited local finances, the town's reconstruction didn't adopt modern construction methods or planning. Instead, they rebuilt many low-rise structures using a mix of old and new techniques. Sato suspected that if most of the building materials and construction methods from the old era hadn't been phased out, the local government of Okioka Prefecture would have rebuilt a batch of outdated structures from that time, striving to minimize expenses as much as possible. Yet Sato understood the local government's reasoning. For places like Okioka Prefecture, the fundamental concern wasn't economic development, but rather finding every possible way to maintain basic operations before the local population vanished entirely. So it really is the map's fault. I thought the Alliance's maps would update in real time to reflect changes everywhere. With this reasonable explanation, Bai Ying's tension eased. The Alliance map is indeed updated constantly, Satoyu replied, letting out an almost imperceptible sigh. But only for the most economically and transportation-developed urban areas. I've handled numerous missions in remote areas before. I once asked colleagues in the information department about this. They said the fastest satellite mapping cycle is once a month. Due to various constraints, they can only collect data and imagery from certain regions, so resources must be prioritized for critical areas. As for global map updates, we're lucky to get one per year. The holographic maps we use in cities are mostly collected manually or by drones on site, which is extremely costly. Neither the Alliance nor national militaries can spare sufficient resources for such labor-intensive tasks, so they outsource to specialized data providers who, in turn, cannot maintain high-frequency updates. Holographic maps for regions like Chonggang County, unless specifically designated, typically undergo updates only every 3 to 5 years. Colonel Sato, you really know everything. After listening to Satoyu's detailed explanation, even Xiao found himself impressed. It's not about knowing everything. When I don't know something, I ask or look it up. Since he kindly shared so much with me, of course it left a strong impression. Satoyu's tone lightened considerably. Since the map hasn't been updated, where do we go now? Bai Ying steered the conversation back. Honestly, I don't think we'll find the old woman's grandson. Bai Ying's words echoed the thoughts of everyone present. After all, it was highly unlikely a 12-year-old child could survive a monster attack alone. Finding him is one thing, searching for him is another. We just need to fulfill our duty. Satoyu's tone was calm. Since the war began, he'd witnessed countless similar cases. He understood people's grief and desperation, but the outcomes were rarely hopeful. The case that haunted Satoyu most vividly involved a one-armed man searching for his wife and daughter during a mission. Though he'd held little hope, he'd somehow managed to fulfill the request. Even now, Satoyu could vividly recall the sight of that man clutching his dead wife and daughter with his single arm, weeping uncontrollably. He begged Satoyu relentlessly to take the two bodies back to the Alliance for treatment. Faced with such a futile request, Sato could only decline politely. It wasn't until 3 days later that his subordinate informed him the man had taken his own life shortly after Sato drove the hero away. From that day forward, Sato Yuto understood one thing: all he could do was present reality before these people. Whether they could accept it was beyond his control. Since it's called the Kirigamasan Air Raid Shelter, there must be an entrance on Kirigamasan. It happens to be on our way anyway. 10 minutes later, outside Okuka Prefecture. Once they left the county seat, the three mechs immediately had much more room to maneuver. Barren hills and earthen slopes were strewn with coarse gravel and sand. A wind laden with dust swept east to west across this lifeless mountainous terrain. Dry ravines lay sprawled between the hills, accentuating the rugged, uneven ground like skeletal protrusions. Is this the future of humanity? Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the sight of this place, which could only be described as utterly lifeless. Perhaps before the technological revolution erupted, vibrant greenery had been the enduring theme of this land. Lush vegetation once carpeted the rolling hills like a green blanket, and dewdrops glistening with morning sunlight would still drip from emerald leaves, becoming breakfast for insects. Ah, I still remember the tourism ads for Okioka Prefecture decades ago. Back then, this place was still lush green, with streams flowing over the gravel beaches. Satoyu's tone was filled with nostalgia, as if he had truly witnessed the old Fugué mountain. I think I saw similar illustrations in history textbooks pretty much like you described, said Bai Ying, who had never witnessed the scene Satoyu described with his own eyes. Didn't you see it in geography textbooks? Satoyu was surprised by Bai Ying's words. It's only been a few decades, yet you can't find more than a handful of green forests left on the entire planet. What good deeds have we humans done? We altered the climate, wiped out 90% of plant life, and drove 1/5 of all animals to extinction. Bai Ying recited the facts she'd learned with perfect recall. But global population has surpassed 10 billion, per capita living standards have tripled compared to the old era, and the quest for semi-permanent energy sources is finally nearing a breakthrough. Is that what the textbooks teach now? No wonder your generation remains so optimistic. Satoyu had intended to say more, but the thought that past events couldn't be undone made him swallow his lengthy speech. That must be the entrance, Xiao, walking between the three mechs, interrupted them, pointing at the collapsed concrete structure at the mountain's base. At that moment, his energy radar suddenly activated. Detected unknown energy fluctuations, energy level 4. Chapter 97, Blasphemous Creation. Almost simultaneously with Xingtian detecting the monster's activity, the radars of MS-03 and Haojie also went off. All three mechs instantly shifted into combat stance. Wait, there's something else. Just then, Xiao suddenly detected a continuous broadcast signal emanating from within Wujishan. There's a distress signal from the air raid shelter. It says someone's seriously injured inside, but the entrance is blocked and they can't get out. They need help urgently. Should we engage first? Bai Ying's heartbeat quickened as the red dot on his energy radar approached at high speed. No way. We're too close to Mount Nugir here. Fighting a level 4 monster here will definitely endanger the people in the air raid shelter. Satoyu quickly analyzed the situation. We need to split into two teams. One team will lure the level 4 monster away from here, while the other team goes to rescue the people in the air raid shelter. Shirakage and I have greater combat strength. We'll handle luring the monster away. Colonel, your local Yu and Duzi take charge of the rescue. Xiao made a swift decision. The monster moves fast. You two, hurry. Roar. No sooner had Xiao finished speaking than a bone-chilling roar echoed through the valley. Focus on your own safety. Duzi and I will support you. Satoyu gritted his teeth, then drove the Haojie at full speed toward the air raid shelter entrance. The very moment the Haojie vanished behind a low hill, a colossal creature over 100 meters tall materialized directly in front of Xingtian and the MS-03. It possessed a grotesquely twisted form. Where a head should have been, a thick, powerful crimson tentacle protruded. Midway along the tentacle sat a cluster of eyes, utterly asymmetrical in arrangement. All eyes shared a nearly rotten, dark yellow hue. Varying in size, each rotated in a different direction. The entire tentacle was even covered in protruding black scales, while the junction where it connected to the body was piled high with swollen folds. Looking further down, the creature's torso resembled a rib rack hacked open by a cleaver. Wriggling flesh buds and bulging chunks of meat danced beneath green pus, indistinguishable from revolting maggots. Unlike the thick tentacles on its head, the creature's arms were grotesquely deformed. 3 exposed joints bent each limb at 90-degree angles, forming a lightning bolt shape. Where claws and fingers should have been, centipede-like appendages protruded instead. Their sickly yellow-green hue alone was enough to turn stomachs. The creature's lower body bore no resemblance to either humans or animals. Instead, it possessed 3 sturdy spider legs as thick as cannon bases, each covered in countless tentacle-like hairs that drifted through the air like seaweed. What on earth is this thing? The moment the white figure laid eyes on the creature, her stomach lurched violently. If a creator truly existed, this creature must be the greatest blasphemy against the divine. Indescribable. It possesses traits from multiple species, like a monster crawling out of a mountain of corpses. Xiao felt just as mentally shaken as Bai Ying, though as a mechanical lifeform, he didn't exhibit reactions like hair standing on end. Energy level between 4 and 5. 0 intel. I'll draw it in from the front. Stay out of close combat for now. Support me with ranged attacks. Gathering intel is priority. Got it. The moment Bai Ying acknowledged, the MS-03 deployed its X-shaped missile launchers from its back. Simultaneously, Xingtian's abdominal armor completed its transformation, revealing the dragon-riding gorilla gun turret assembly. Target acquired. Fire. Bang. 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 As the monster charged madly toward Xingtian and Bai Ying's position, countless giant armor-piercing shells erupted from the pitch-black gun barrels, mercilessly burrowing into the creature's pus-covered chest cavity. Run! The 2 steel giants immediately sprinted toward the opposite side of Wujishan, while the Chenglong mobile artillery turret group shifted direction with Xingtian's movement. Swiveling 180 degrees along its circular track, it continued firing relentlessly at the monster behind Xingtian. The shockwaves from the hail of bullets failed to slow the monster's charge. Even with dozens of bullet holes densely piercing its body, it showed no sign of falling. At this moment, Xingtian and MS-03 had pushed their power outputs to absolute maximum. Yet even so, the monster steadily closed the gap between them with a slight speed advantage. Roar! The pursuing monster suddenly let out a roar. Immediately, Xingtian's rear-view feed captured a horrifying sight. The massive tentacle that had been swaying on the monster's head suddenly froze in front of it, its tip splitting open like a flower into 5 petals. Jagged, saw-like teeth covered the surface, and a long, serpentine tongue extended from the split, creating a moment of relative stillness against the speeding Xingtian. Split to the sides. Use the hill as cover. At this range, Xiao knew instantly the monster was preparing a ranged attack. Xingtian and MS-03 had barely taken cover behind the hill when a stream of dark yellow liquid erupted like a water cannon, striking the spot where Xingtian had vanished. Boom! A thick wall of dust erupted from the heavy rock face. Before the scattered debris could settle, the monster's liquid corroded it completely mid-air. Venom spray. The liquid is highly corrosive. Bai Ying witnessed this terrifying attack and immediately committed the information to memory. It's practically like a laser. Even Xiao hadn't anticipated the monster's ranged attack would manifest this way. Even if he could withstand the venom's corrosive effects, the sheer impact force would likely pierce through his armor. Keep moving. Observe its movements as much as possible before it catches up. Boom! Meanwhile, Satoyu piloted the heroic fist, smashing through the obstacle blocking the air raid shelter entrance. A narrow tunnel, barely 5 meters wide, suddenly appeared before Satoyu and Doozy. The mech definitely won't fit through, Sato frowned before unbuckling himself and Doozy from their control seat restraints. Doozy, grab the medical kit and 3 days' worth of rations and pack them into your bag. Sato instructed Doozy while pulling down the hidden compartment in the cockpit ceiling. Just as Doozy swiftly packed the supplies into her backpack and prepared to stand, Sato suddenly grabbed her petite hand and handed her a brand new black pistol. Although Doozy had undergone shooting training since joining Satoyu on missions, she had never encountered a situation requiring her to exit the mecha. Take it. Seeing Doozy's momentary daze, Satoyu shoved the gun firmly into her hands. SP Smart Pistol. An experimental prototype developed for the mech system. Each bullet has lock-on tracking capability. Only 2 magazines. He recalled his own assessment when Dr. Mickey first invited him to test the gun, a moron-proof pistol. As long as enemies were pinned within the holographic frame, one could fire without thinking. Listen carefully, Doozy. You only fire at enemies within 3 meters of us. Leave everything else to me. Doozy nodded vigorously. Good. Before exiting the mech, Sato cast one final glance at the dozen red dots on the energy radar. Those were the monsters roaming the air raid shelter tunnels. Chapter 98, Between a Rock and a Hard Place. Doozy switched the flashlight to high beam mode. Satoyu and Doozy pressed close together, cautiously making their way deeper into the mountain. Since they'd entered the tunnel, sunlight had been blocked at the entrance. Without their portable light source, they would soon be plunged into pitch-black darkness. A cold, damp breeze brushed against Satoyu's determined face. While they were still close to the entrance, he quickly shone his light around to survey their surroundings. The tunnel structure was built from gray rectangular stone bricks. Judging by the protruding particles and moss on the bricks, the air raid shelter must have been constructed before the 4th technological revolution. Satoyu's gaze followed the light from his hand upward to the tunnel ceiling, where he noticed a black cable embedded in the gaps between the bricks. Every 10 meters, an old-fashioned pendant lamp hung from the cable. These lamps should have provided the air raid shelter's illumination, yet for some unknown reason, they failed to light up when humanity needed them most. This only added to the tunnel's eerie atmosphere. Surveying the floor littered with dust and rubble, Satoyu silently attached his flashlight to the underside of his heavy pistol and drew a tactical knife, positioning it beneath his gun-holding hand. Tap! Tap! Satoyu and Doozy walked side by side, one tall, one short, both moving with the utmost stealth. Yet the sound of combat boots crunching on debris still echoed through the deep, dark corridor. They had now advanced 200 meters into the tunnel's depths. The bright opening behind them had shrunk to a mere fist-sized white speck. Huff! Sato exhaled a puff of white vapor. He could distinctly feel the temperature around him plummeting rapidly. As for Doozy walking beside him, he shivered intermittently. Just then, Satoyu felt Doozy nudge him with an elbow. He immediately looked toward where Doozy's flashlight was shining. A pool of dark red blood lay silently on the grimy floor tiles. This instantly heightened both men's alertness. Sato cautiously inched forward, slowly sweeping the flashlight along the trail of blood until they reached the first fork in the tunnel. The blood trail extends to the right, but a faint air current can be heard coming from the left tunnel. Standing at the center of the junction, Satoyu carefully considered the possible scenarios in both directions. Since airflow could be heard in the left tunnel, this path was likely not a dead end. However, considering most air raid shelters only had 2 entrances, Sato found it hard to believe they could exit this way before reaching the actual shelter area. Where exactly this path led, or the origin of the airflow, remained unknown to Satoyu. In contrast, the path to the right, marked by bloodstains, seemed more reliable. While blood often signaled danger, it at least proved that the previous group who reached the air raid shelter had chosen this route. Within a mere 30 seconds, Satoyu made his decision. He led Doozy toward the path on the right. After walking about another 100 meters, the bloodstains grew increasingly vivid. The bleeding must be getting worse, was Satoyu's first thought. But after just a few more steps, he discovered a second pool of blood. Compared to the trail of blood that had guided him and Doozy thus far, this pool was significantly larger in area alone. Not only that, but the shape of this pool resembled a bucket of paint splashed onto the ground, spreading out in an exaggerated, dramatic pattern. Based on Satoyu's experience, this volume of blood could only come from someone suffering a severe, sudden injury. Sure enough, when Satoyu shone his flashlight beside the blood, he saw torn clothing and clumps of hair congealed in the blood. This confirmed Satoyu's suspicion: someone had indeed been attacked here. No shell casings, no sharp weapons, no signs of a struggle. Satoyu's expression grew increasingly grave. He suspected this might be a one-sided massacre, yet lacked sufficient evidence. Besides the blood and hair, there were no body parts or organs. That's why the air only carried the scent of blood, not the stench of decay. At this point, Satoyu had exhausted all possible lines of reasoning. Duzi's face had also turned pale. Though she and Satoyu were trained to pilot mechs against kaiju and had witnessed countless bloody scenes, the killing of monsters and the killing of humans were entirely different concepts. An instinctive physical discomfort still washed over her. Seeing Duzi's reaction, Satoyu decisively changed their formation, positioning Duzi 3 meters behind him. They continued forward in a front and rear formation. Over the next few dozen steps, the pair encountered increasingly abundant bloodstains, their color growing brighter and brighter. Worse still, numerous dust-covered footprints were pressed into the wet blood. Click! The sudden, faint sound caused Satoyu, who was leading the way, to halt instantly. Sato suppressed even his breathing to the absolute minimum. He strained his ears, patiently waiting for the sound to repeat, while cautiously shifting the beam of his pistol to search for lurking threats in the darkness. Yet, even after sweeping the tunnel from left to right with his flashlight, he detected nothing unusual. At least 30 seconds had passed since he first heard the sound. In the deafening silence, the hollow, gloomy tunnel felt as terrifying as the esophagus of some demon. Should he continue? Usato recalled the last image he'd seen before leaving the mecha. He was certain this air raid shelter contained at least a dozen energy reactions. It was obvious that he and Duzi were walking down a path leading to danger. But precisely because the monsters hunted humans, Satoyu could be certain that the sender of the distress signal must lie at the end of this path. After a moment's hesitation, Sato led Duzi forward once more. Every step Satoyu took now felt like walking on thin ice. No matter how careful he was, his combat boots crunched on the gravel. 1 step, 2 steps. Sato counted silently in his mind, his tense index finger poised to pull the trigger at any moment. 10 steps. Satoyu abruptly halted, his eyes fixed intently on the ground, his entire body rigid with tension. The trail of blood they had been following abruptly ended here. Imprinted upon the still wet bloodstains were 2 enormous footprints clearly not human. Satoyu felt as if he were being watched by a cold, sinister gaze. He swept his light across the tunnel once more and was horrified to discover that the bloodstains covered the entire length of the corridor. Tap! Just then, that familiar voice echoed in Satoyu's ears once more, and a single drop of crimson blood fell at his feet. The next second, Duzi's flashlight beam illuminated a monstrous, deformed creature. And this monster was hanging right above Satoyu's head. Chapter 99, backed into a corner. Roar! The once silent tunnel was suddenly shattered by a shrill howl. Bang! Bang! Almost the instant the upside-down monster lunged forward, 2 silver bullets pierced its forehead, trailing a string of crimson blood droplets. Satoyu immediately rolled to the left, dodging the creature that had been decapitated mid-air. Thud! The headless creature crashed heavily to the ground. Even then, its long limbs twitched several times before finally ceasing to struggle. But more monsters rained down from the tunnel ceiling, awaiting the 2. Fire! Satoyu bellowed to Duzi behind him as he pulled the trigger, firing at the nearest monster. Deafening gunfire echoed repeatedly in the dim tunnel. The blinding white flashlight beams intertwined with the flames spewing from the muzzles, illuminating the blood blossoms and splattered flesh and bone exploding in midair. Only then did Satoyu manage to make out the monsters' forms. Unlike the Type 2 monsters documented in the Alliance database, these ferocious creatures were only about 2 meters in size. Compared to those beasts that routinely exceeded 5 meters in length, they were almost benign. But Satoyu would have preferred facing colossal beasts like the hound. By the light of his flashlight and the muzzle flashes, Satoyu discovered that these monsters' bodies and structures were remarkably similar to humans, yet every part of them radiated deformity and eeriness. Their limbs were longer and more slender than a human's, yet their bodies were thin and stunted like underdeveloped children. Compared to other Type 2 monsters, these humanoid creatures showed almost no muscle definition, just thick bones covered in rotting, yellowed skin. What made Satoyu's hair stand on end was that these monsters moved entirely like spiders, crawling on all fours. Even their attacks relied mainly on leaping pounces and stabbing strikes with their forelimbs. Yet atop such monstrous bodies sat heads strikingly human in form. Their skin hung in thick, wrinkled folds, while 2 swollen eyeballs, veined with blood, seemed poised to burst from their sockets at any moment. Beneath those bone-chilling eyes lay completely vanished nasal bones in 2 thumb-sized cavities. Whenever they opened their gaping maws wide enough to split their ears, Sato could see jagged fangs growing haphazardly and yellow pus clinging between them. Beans! Cover me while I reload. As Satoyu emptied the 12 large-caliber bullets from his magazine, the number of monsters was cut in half. No sooner had he spoken than Satoyu slashed open the throat of one monster with his dagger. But the slash didn't prove fatal to the monster. Instead, Satoyu was knocked to the ground. Damn it! Satoyu desperately tried to break free from the monster's grip, but its razor-sharp bone claws had already sunk deep into his flesh. In the critical moment, Doozy chose to fire all 3 remaining bullets in his magazine at the monster. Bang! 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 As the monster's head exploded, the foul-smelling blood splattered all over Satoyu's body. Had he not closed his eyes and mouth in time, he would have swallowed that nauseating liquid. The danger wasn't over yet. The heavy corpse crushed Satoyu completely, and Doozy had emptied his first magazine. Leave me! Get out of here! Satoyu gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his forearm, mustering every ounce of strength to push the corpse away. But in that very instant, another monster lunged toward him before he could even rise. In a split second, Doozy, who hadn't finished reloading, suddenly darted out from behind Satoyu. Gritting his teeth, he charged shoulder first into the monster still mid-leap. Thud! The next second, the monster's massive body slammed into the stone wall like a soccer ball, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, Doozy, having exerted too much force, lost her balance and fell to the ground. The magazine in her hand slid out of reach. Click! Before he even got up, Satoyu had already reloaded, the recoil of the slide making a crisp sound. Bang! 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 Satoyu braced his core, firing with both hands while lying flat on his back, taking down the last few charging monsters one by one. As the last steaming metal shell ejected from the barrel, the echo of gunfire became the sole sound reverberating through the tunnel. Even with all enemies vanquished, Satoyu remained vigilant. He sprang to his feet, instinctively flicking the empty magazine away before slamming in a fresh one. Shoo! Gritting his teeth and panting, Satoyu swept the light from his pistol flashlight rapidly across the tunnel littered with monster corpses, searching for any possible survivors. Only when Doozy scrambled back to his feet, reloading his magazine while returning to Satoyu's side, did the latter's guard ease slightly. Hand me the med kit. I'll handle this myself. You stay on guard. Sato couldn't be certain if new enemies lurked, so he absolutely couldn't let Doozy bandage his wound. One of them had to remain combat ready at all times. Only after Doozy placed the med kit on the ground and resumed his guard with his gun did Satoyu lower the pistol he'd been holding and return it to its holster. 2 8-centimeter wounds, goddammit. Satoyu detached the light from his pistol, biting it between his teeth, and poured alcohol directly onto the wound on his forearm. Crack! The searing pain made Satoyu's veins bulge, and he even bit down hard enough on the flashlight casing to make it creak. Yet he still managed to treat the entire wound in under a minute. By the time Satoyu's heart rate returned to normal, even his gun-gripping hand was trembling. It was nothing short of a miracle that the two of them had survived the battle just now. The monsters not only outnumbered them but also possessed overwhelming physical superiority. With no cover in the entire tunnel and no chance of outrunning them, Satoyu and Doozy had no choice but to fight. Even now, recalling the moment he was pinned down by the monster, Satoyu felt a chill of dread not for his own life, but for the fear that he wouldn't buy enough time for Doozy to escape. Though Doozy hadn't heeded his plea to leave him behind, the fact that both of them survived was nothing short of a miracle. Next time we face something like this, even if you don't want to run, don't get into close combat with them. Got it? Satoyu knew he couldn't control Doozy's choices, so he could only urge her not to resort to such dangerous methods again. Truthfully, Satoyu couldn't think of a better option. At least Doozy could rely on her terrifying physical strength to charge headlong into danger. If it were him, he doubted he could even break through. Rustle! Just as Satoyu relaxed slightly, he suddenly heard an odd sound coming from directly ahead. 2 beams of white light instantly illuminated the source of the sound. Please don't kill me! A tall, thin man holding a flashlight hurriedly raised his hands from the shadows. Chapter 100, A Candle in the Wind. State your name and tell me why you're here. Satoyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Even after confirming the figure was human, he kept his gun raised. Kobayashi Suksuk. My name is Kobayashi Suksuk. I came out of the restricted zone because I heard gunfire in the tunnel. The restricted zone? Satoyu scrutinized the man named Kobayashi Suksuk. He sported a neat crew cut, a high, straight nose, and dark eyes that betrayed a hint of nervousness. Clad in a stained white shirt and loose-fitting casual slacks, he looked indistinguishable from any ordinary office worker. It's the innermost area where we took refuge. We closed the gate and holed up inside because monsters were in the tunnel. Kobayashi Suk hurriedly explained. Put your hands behind your head and turn around. Ha! Satoyu didn't repeat himself in response to the other's question, but his expression darkened noticeably. I understand. Don't shoot. Kobayashi Suk, snapping to attention, immediately clasped his hands behind his head and slowly turned his back toward Satoyu and Mame. Just as Sato had suspected, Kobayashi Suk had a pistol holstered at his waist. After receiving a nod from Satoyu, Doozy swiftly moved behind Kobayashi, not only securing the pistol but also searching him for other dangerous items. You guys? Freeze! Kobayashi Suk's sentence was cut short by Satoyu's sharp reprimand. We're Iron Riders from the Watchers Alliance. Leave the shooting to the professionals, we won't harm you. Satoyu's extreme caution stemmed from past missteps. Some untrained individuals not only couldn't handle firearms properly but also possessed extremely fragile mental fortitude. When fear took hold, they were prone to accidental discharges that could cause serious trouble. That was the best-case scenario. Then there were those who seemed harmless enough under normal circumstances, but when danger struck, they'd abandon others without a second thought, even going so far as to kill their own comrades to survive. As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. Satoyu couldn't guarantee he wouldn't misjudge someone, so he kept all the firepower in the hands of his own people. That way, even if an emergency arose, he and Duzi wouldn't get screwed over. After a quick search, Duzi confirmed Kobayashi Suksuk carried nothing threatening. She handed the pistol and the business card she'd found to Satoyu. Assistant Director of the Okuka Prefecture Revitalization Bureau, quite a position. You can lower your hands now. Satoyu had heard of this Revitalization Bureau. It was a new entity born after the three nations merger, restructured from the former local finance departments. It held considerable policy discretion and specialized in stimulating regional economic development. Though the Revitalization Bureau wielded considerable power, it also faced demanding quarterly economic targets, making it a department where risk and reward coexisted. Kobayashi Sukatada, however, had attained the position of assistant director equivalent to deputy director at such a young age. This was no common occurrence. May I speak now? Kobayashi clearly hadn't recovered from Satoyu's earlier threat, his words coming out haltingly. Of course. That was merely a routine check, nothing to worry about. Satoyu resumed his friendly demeanor, stepping over the monster's corpse to approach Kobayashi. That's a relief, that's a relief. Kobayashi's taut nerves finally relaxed, and an uncontrollable joy spread across his face. Did you two come here after receiving a distress signal? How should I address you? United Front Legion Iron Riders. Satoyu. Mame. Satoyu made a move to offer a friendly handshake, but noticed the monster's blood splattered on his own clothes and quickly withdrew his hand. Then I'll just call you Commander Sato, and Mame. Mississippi. Kobayashi looked at Duzi with a slightly flustered smile, seemingly unable to believe that a girl who appeared to be underage was also an Iron Rider. Duzi, however, didn't seem to mind. She nodded approvingly, indicating she accepted the title. Please follow me. The restricted zone is just ahead. With that, Kobayashi activated the light in his hand and led Satoyu and Mame deep into the tunnel at a brisk pace. Is there a problem with the air raid shelter's power system? Satoyu, walking behind Kobayashi, kept his gun drawn rather than holstering it. Ah. I apologize. It's not an electrical issue, but rather we manually shut down some of the tunnel's lighting facilities. Kobayashi sensed Satoyu's confusion. To conserve energy? No. It's because these monsters are highly sensitive to light sources. But as long as there's no light, they fall into a sort of hibernation-like state in the darkness. That explains why you didn't use a flashlight when you came to find us. Kobayashi's answer also resolved another of Satoyu's questions. Yet Satoyu's gaze toward Kobayashi remained complex, the look he reserved for those he remained wary of. There are still quite a few people in the restricted zone, right? I saw your broadcast signal mentioned injuries. I happen to have some first aid supplies with me. That's perfect. Kobayashi immediately lit up with delight. If you two still have the stamina, we should run. No problem. Following Kobayashi's suggestion, the trio sprinted the final 200 meters to the sealed zone's entrance. It was a steel blast door constructed in the old era. Based on Satoyu's assessment of its specifications, this door should be able to withstand at least 1 megapascal of pressure. Could you two provide some light? Kobayashi gripped the bloodstained wheel on the door with both hands and strained to turn it left. Clang! The deep, heavy grinding of the hinges reminded Satoyu of his first time piloting the hero in the elevator, though back then, his co-pilot hadn't been Mame. Thud! Kobayashi finally pushed the wheel all the way, and the cold, massive door slowly swung open before them. Dim, oppressive lighting, damp, chilly air, rows of bunk beds stretching out, supply crates piled everywhere. The elderly residents, alerted by the commotion, lifted their heads, their eyes filled with despair as they stared at Satoyu and Duzi, frozen in place. Gentlemen, please don't shine your flashlights directly at them. Satoyu trembled as he switched his flashlight to low beam, following Kobayashi in heavy silence. He hadn't expected to find over 100 elderly people gathered here. But what he never imagined was the suffocating intensity in their gazes. Like flickering candles swaying in the wind. Chapter 101, Riddled with Wounds. Without exception, every elder bore a withered, exhausted expression, as if on the verge of decay. They showed no reaction to Satoyu and Duzi's arrival, merely turning their heads slightly in the deathly silence, their gazes fixed on the two tense figures. It's too cold in here. The elders can't stand it, Satoyu finally blurted out, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer. He instinctively rubbed his nose. While air raid shelters built inside mountains naturally felt colder this time of year, it certainly shouldn't be shivering cold. There's no heating system in the bunker. I can't do anything about it. Kobayashi-suk offered a helpless, bitter smile as he led the two men into the generator room. No longer under scrutiny, Satoyu and Duzi immediately felt a wave of relief wash over them. Besides you, is there anyone else here who can still move? Satoyu asked as he stepped forward to help Kobayashi pour diesel into the generator. Originally, including me, there were 12 people. Now it's just you. Satoyu understood Kobayashi's unspoken meaning. 2 days ago, the government and the Watchers Alliance mobilized everyone for evacuation. But by then, the beast tide was only 2 hours away. Nearly everyone in the county who could still move left with the main group. Kobayashi deftly picked up another barrel of diesel. It's exactly like 12 years ago. Even with mechs now, nothing's changed. Satoyu thought of those left behind at the Blackhorn industrial base. So why didn't you leave? Was it because of the elderly who needed care? I suppose that's what everyone staying behind is thinking. Kobayashi-suk answered calmly. My parents and younger brother died in the monster attack 12 years ago, so I moved here to live with my grandparents. 6 years ago, I was attending university in Kansai when that winter, I received a call from the hospital. Grandpa had slipped while clearing snow for mom and dad outside. His condition was critical. From the day he fell to the day he passed, only 9 days passed. The country was under martial law, airspace was closed. I missed 6 trains and 8 buses before finally seeing him on the 7th day. For some reason, Grandpa opened his eyes after I started caring for him. Though he couldn't speak, I could tell he was conscious. I thought this was a sign of improvement, but unexpectedly, he closed his eyes on the 3rd night after I returned. All I could do was watch his electrocardiogram turn into a flat line. At this point, Kobayashi's voice grew hoarse, and his hand unconsciously pinched his nose. Satoyu didn't speak, only giving Kobayashi a firm pat on the shoulder. Sorry. I lost my composure. Kobayashi-suk forced a smile before starting the diesel engine. Buzz. After a roar, the white light instantly illuminated the entire generator room. If you don't mind, could you tell me why you're the only one left here? Seeing Kobayashi-suk's mood improve, Satoyu steered the conversation back on track. Sure. Let me gather my thoughts. Kobayashi sniffed and took a deep breath. The 8 people led by Ishimura went out to search for supplies, but not long after they left, the cave entrance collapsed and we lost contact with the outside world. That night, I had planned to explore the left fork with Misako and the other 2, but they convinced me to stay behind, saying at least one person should remain. They never returned. You don't know what's on the left branch either? Satoyu sucked in a sharp breath. He dared not imagine what would have happened if he had chosen that path. Would he too have become one of the missing? Actually, we found the blueprints for the air raid shelter. According to the plans, the left branch should lead to the basement level. The rooms down there house a complete set of shelter survival equipment, which theoretically should allow us to be self-sufficient. But 10 years ago, a construction team assigned by the United Government carried out secondary construction on the basement level. The blueprints and documentation haven't been updated since, so they had to explore using the old plans, hoping there weren't too many changes. After hearing Kobayashi's explanation, Satoyu's expression grew even more serious, his right hand constantly rubbing his stubble. Since Satoyu and his group entered Okioka Prefecture, they hadn't encountered any living souls besides the old woman. Even when he and Mimizi used the hero to clear the cave entrance, they found no signs of human activity. I feared the worst for Ishikura and the others. Satoyu's words felt like a bucket of ice water dumped over Kobayashi-suk's head. I see. After a long silence, Kobayashi reluctantly accepted the grim reality. Now that the power's back, Commander Sato and Miss Mame, please come with me to check on the critically injured patient. I believe the medicine you brought should be helpful. But when Satoyu and Duzi followed Kobayashi-suk out of the generator room, they discovered the corridor lights had only dimly increased in brightness. Isn't there an oil storage tank here? Why not turn up the hallway lights? In Satoyu's view, even if bright lights couldn't generate heat, they could at least lift the spirits of the elderly residents. Many of the elderly haven't been able to sleep these past few days. Brightening the lights any further could cost lives. Kobayashi's tone sounded as if he'd witnessed something truly terrifying. Though this reason was sufficient, whenever Satoyu met those hollow, despairing gazes, his heart would wrench in agony. The trio walked another 100 meters or so, rounded 2 corners, and finally arrived at another blast door at the passageway's end. This time, Kobayashi-suk no longer needed Satoyu and Mame's light. He simply pulled the wheel and opened the heavy steel door. The first thing that met Satoyu's eyes were 27 stretchers stained crimson with blood. Under the same dim lighting, every elderly person lying on a stretcher was deathly pale, covered with gray waterproof tarps. Not only were their breaths faint, but their faces contorted in agony, as if enduring unimaginable torment. Only when the 3 stood in the room's center did Duzi, her expression despondent, open the military backpack slung across her back. She pulled out 4 emergency medical kits and handed them to Kobayashi-suk. These were all the medical supplies Satoyu and Duzi possessed. However, Kobayashi-suk merely gave a wry smile, as if he had anticipated this, and shook his head at Duzi. Amidst their shared, unspoken silence, Kobayashi approached a stretcher and slowly lifted the waterproof sheet covering the elderly man, in full view of Satoyu and Duzi. Satoyu's pupils suddenly contracted. The old man's body was covered in countless festering wounds, yellow pus, and bright red blood dripping incessantly from this riddled form. Satoyu couldn't fathom what had reduced the old man to this state. The horrifying corpse looked as if it had been stung by a swarm of bees and then dissolved in sulfuric acid. Clunk! The medical kit slipped from Duzi's hands and fell to the floor. Chief Sato, Miss Duzi, as you can see. This is the situation we face. Chapter 102, The Secret of Okioka. These wounds couldn't have been caused by a monster attack, right? Satoyu forced himself to regain his composure. Glancing at the bandages on his own arms, he quickly drew his conclusion. Though the small monsters they encountered in the tunnel weren't large, the wounds they inflicted were at least 5 centimeters deep, clearly mismatched with the size of the wounds on the old man. Moreover, the old man's wounds covered his entire body. If these were inflicted by the monsters Sato and Duzi had previously dealt with, there simply couldn't be any survivors left in this room. Seeing Kobayashi hesitating to speak, Satoyu stepped forward to the old man and began examining the body that made him feel profoundly uneasy. Since these aren't monster wounds, there are only 2 possibilities. First, these wounds were inflicted by human hands, meaning one of you must be a heartless sadist. But judging by the shape and depth of the wounds, they don't appear to be caused by sharp instruments, so this possibility is unlikely. Second, the elderly here have contracted some kind of disease, and the rotting flesh and pus-filled wounds are external manifestations of that illness. Seems we couldn't hide it from Chief Sato after all. Hearing Satoyu's hypothesis, Kobayashi-suk's expression shifted from relief to profound sadness. Then it must be the second scenario. Sato frowned, carefully replacing the waterproof sheet over the old man. Given the senior's current physical state, our medical kits likely won't be of much use. We'll have to address the disease itself. Do you have any doctors here? Retired ones would work too. Kobayashi-suk shook his head, instead reaching into his coat and pulling out a crumpled piece of paper, which he handed to Satoyu. Was this left by the doctor? Satoyu smoothed out the paper and read the handwritten instructions. Avoid exposure to strong light. Do not consume foods containing animal protein. Keep away from heat sources. Avoid noisy environments. When the patient exhibits muteness, loss of facial expression, and low body temperature, administer MP303 oral medication, 3 tablets daily, spaced 4 hours apart. Typically, the patient will recover within 24 hours. If the patient experiences skin itching, eye movement difficulties, and generalized weakness, administer an injection of type 1 inhibitor in addition to MP303. Fatigue at this stage is normal. Encourage rest. The patient should recover within 48 hours. Should the patient exhibit rapid breathing, muscle atrophy, or bodily ulceration, immediately discontinue MP303 administration. Administer a type 2 inhibitor injection and transfer the patient to intensive care. Subsequently, prioritize minimizing the patient's suffering. After reading the contents on the paper, Satoyu did not speak immediately. Instead, he solemnly refolded the paper and returned it to Kobayashi-suk. According to the description, every elderly person in the entire air raid shelter was a patient. And the 20-odd critically ill patients in this room had already reached the most severe stage, not only enduring excruciating pain, but with no cure in sight. Do you have the oral medication and injections mentioned on the paper? Though Satoyu had likely guessed the outcome, he still wanted Kobayashi's final confirmation. No. Kobayashi clenched his fists. Ishimura and the others went out initially to find medicine, but then. We'll go find them. Satoyu cut Kobayashi-suk off. Then take me with you. Kobayashi-suk froze for a moment before suddenly becoming agitated. I can guide you. No. Someone must stay here. Leave the professional work to the professionals. Satoyu rejected Kobayashi's request without hesitation. But I'm the only one left here. What good am I staying alone? Of course you're useful. Sato controlled his voice, gripping Kobayashi's trembling shoulders firmly. I understand how you feel. Ishimura and Naomi are gone, and you don't even know what happened to them, whether they're dead or alive. But they were right. Staying here preserves at least a sliver of hope. Going with them might not change anything. Who says staying alone is useless? Without you, we wouldn't receive the distress signal. What would happen to these hundreds of elderly people then? Would they just die of illness? They need you here. We need you here. This is what you must do. Understand? Satoyu's expression was stern. At this moment, he no longer saw Kobayashi-suk as an ordinary person, but as his direct subordinate. He refused to witness more elders perish in such agony just because the main force couldn't carry them. Did that mean they deserved to be left behind to die? Understood. Kobayashi clenched his teeth and agreed to Sato's demand with a trembling voice. Good. Mame and I will head to the pharmacy and hospital to find medicine. You take care of these elderly as best you can until we return. Sato's expression hardened into resolve. He gave Kobayashi-suke a firm slap on the shoulder with his right hand, then returned the pistol to him before pulling Mame-chan toward the path they had come. Wait, Commander Sato. Kobayashi-suke wiped his eyes with his sleeve and called out to them. Any precautions? Sato turned back. These medicines aren't sold in pharmacies. They're only available at hospitals and the City Hall warehouse. City Hall warehouses? Sato understood that some medicines could only be found in hospitals, but he couldn't grasp why City Hall warehouses would also stock them. This disease is endemic to Okioka Prefecture and isn't contagious. That's why no pharmaceutical company is willing to develop commercial drugs specifically for the people here. The costs are too high, and there's no profit to be made. Ultimately, our government funded a medical institution to develop specialized medications not available on the open market. That's why these drugs are transported to hospitals via the City Hall. Okioka Prefecture sure has its share of secrets. Sato fixed Kobayashi-suke with a hawk-like stare before uttering this after a long pause. I'm sorry, Director Sato, and Miss Mame. Kobayashi-suke bowed his head in remorse. There are some things I can't explain fully to you all at once. No need for apologies. Everyone has secrets they must keep. Sato waved his hand, turning his back to Kobayashi again. But if we uncover them, they cease to be secrets. I hope you'll be able to explain things to us then. If anyone asks later, just say I discovered it myself. Commissioner Sato. Kobayashi rubbed his eyes hard. Oh, right. Before you go, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you. Sato suddenly turned back around. Have you seen a 12-year-old child? Chapter 103, Fainting East, Striking West. A child? When the main force evacuated from Chogo Prefecture, they took all the children with them. It's unlikely any remained behind. Kobayashi-suke remembered this vividly, as he had been the one helping the main force count the children and notify each household. Why would Chief Sato ask that? Did he see a child out there earlier? We didn't see them ourselves. We rescued an old woman on the road. She said her grandson had gone out to seek help at a shelter. I think she meant the air raid shelter. The old woman. At those words, Kobayashi's eyes suddenly lit up. Where is she? Do you know her name? She's receiving treatment in our mecha escape pod. Her condition isn't looking good, Sato reported truthfully. She didn't tell us her name, only described her grandson, short in stature, a crescent-shaped scar on his forehead, wearing a green sweater and a red scarf when he left. Shikawa Ichiro. Kobayashi blurted out. Yes, that's his name. Do you know his whereabouts? He's dead. A fleeting, almost imperceptible shadow of disappointment crossed Sato's eyes, for he didn't know how he would explain this to the old woman when she awoke. But Kobayashi-suke next words plunged Sato into even greater shock. Ever since my grandfather passed away, my grandmother's mental state has deteriorated. I heard from the neighbors that they often hear her crying out loud in the house, muttering my grandfather's name. After graduating from university, I returned here on my own initiative and found a job at City Hall specifically to live with my grandmother. She's my only living relative, and I wanted to spend more time with her. But with my job, I couldn't care for her around the clock. That's when she developed dementia. At first, she'd just forget minor things she'd done, but it gradually progressed to the point where she couldn't remember if she'd eaten. Later, she couldn't retain any new information, and her memories began fading backward. She'd often ask where Grandpa was and when he'd return. I'd always tell her he'd gone for a walk in his favorite park, and she'd smile whenever she heard that. Now Grandma doesn't recognize me anymore. In her mind, I'm still that high school student 5 years older than my brother, and my brother is still that 12-year-old mischievous boy. As he spoke, tears welled up in Kobayashi's eyes and spilled over, staining his shirt covered in stains. Shikawa Ichiro is your younger brother, Sato murmured involuntarily, his voice softening. Yes. I took my father's surname, Kobayashi, while my brother took our mother's, Shirakawa. Kobayashi couldn't stop sobbing, wiping the tears from his eyes with his hands. So that's why she told us about a 12-year-old air raid shelter entrance. Sato muttered. Kid, stop crying. You stay here and take care of the others. I promise we'll come back with medicine and supplies. Your grandmother will be fine. Alright, I trust you, Commander Sato and Miss Mame. Kobayashi-suke coughed twice, forcing a strained smile. It's a deal. Sato pulled Mame-chan around and headed toward the tunnel entrance. Roar! Amidst the monster's furious roar, a stream of dark yellow liquid instantly pierced through the thick rock wall, narrowly missing Xingtian's back armor. White Shadow. This terrain is too complex. We'll engage it in a flanking maneuver right here. Xiao, having narrowly escaped death, immediately relayed the message to the other MS-03. Got it. You lead the charge, I'll provide cover. White Shadow shared the same strategy. Before this, the two had already engaged the twisted monster in dozens of rounds, largely deciphering its movement patterns. If the monster was more than 500 meters away from the two mobile suits, it would use Venom Spew as a ranged attack. Xingtian's shoulder armor had once been hit by this attack, instantly pierced with a 2-meter-wide hole. The spreading venom would further corrode the mechanical parts around the wound. Beyond that, the creature unleashed a shower of spatter attacks on targets within 500 meters. This nauseating, living substance was actually ejected from its rib-like body. Like leeches, once attached to a target, they relentlessly gnaw at armor with venom-coated suction cups, frantically burrowing toward the mech's interior. This attack effect was also discovered through Xingtian's testing. Although these insects could destroy Xingtian's artificial outer armor within seconds, as a mechanical lifeform, his fundamental constituent elements seemed to possess extreme lethal toxicity to them. Consequently, this type of attack caused relatively minor damage to Xingtian. However, these ranged attacks were child's play compared to the monster's close combat. When the monster closed within 200 meters of the mech, it would first strike with its arthropod-like arms. To the two pilots' astonishment, these lightning-twisted limbs could extend and retract. Should a mobile suit unfortunately enter the extended range of these arms, the monster's yellow-green centipede-like appendages would instantly harden into razor-sharp barbs, tearing the MS to shreds. Bai Ying could only thank his MS-03's agility, using reverse joint thrusters to escape the monster's attack range just before the barbs touched his machine. As for the monster's final close-range attack, it unleashed a lashing strike with its thick tentacles growing from its head, a blow powerful enough to leave afterimages in the air. This technique was only used when the MS-03 launched a missile barrage at it. At that moment, 7 fragmentation missiles charged within 100 meters of the monster, only to be all blocked by the arc of the tentacles sweep through the air. After witnessing the monster's 4 attack methods, Xiao and Bai Ying resolved to avoid close combat with it whenever possible. If melee was unavoidable, only Xingtian would engage. I'll draw its attention from the front. You launch a missile ambush from the rear. No sooner had he spoken than Xingtian deliberately halted his advance, turning to face the monster charging toward him at full speed. Hardening. Almost the instant the venom spray was about to hit Xingtian's chest armor, the black fluid instantly coated the entire mech. PSSSH. The dark yellow venom failed to penetrate its target on the first strike, the splattering liquid bursting like fireworks in the air. But the monster didn't abandon its charge. Instead, it let out an excited howl and accelerated its pace. Buzz. Xingtian activated the crimson plasma axe blade, adopting a stance ready for a head-on confrontation. Simultaneously, the MS-03 successfully maneuvered behind the monster, all targeting reticles locking onto the target. The next second, the white figure issued the command in its mind. Fire. Chapter 104, Overpowering the Enemy. Almost the instant the MS-03 launched its missiles, Xingtian, who had activated full body, hardening, swinging his life-severing giant axe, charged head-on toward the monster. As the monster and Xingtian closed in on each other, the distance between them rapidly shrank to under 300 meters. Roar. Accompanied by the monster's chilling roar, 2 flexible arms instantly wrapped around Xingtian from both sides. Hundreds of yellow-green centipede-like appendages instantly transformed into countless sharp barbs. Xingtian chose to ignore these attacks, the very reason he had activated his full body, hardening. But he underestimated the monster's strength. Snap. In a flash, the monster's arms abruptly changed direction, rapidly contracting inward from the outside, attempting to pull Xingtian into its embrace. Dense rows of barbs scraped relentlessly against Xingtian's hardened armor. Sparks flew from the friction, transforming the scene into something akin to metal being cut by a chainsaw in an industrial workshop. The shrill whistling of air mingled with the monster's roar, like a symphony orchestra suddenly featuring someone sawing a cello with a steel saw. At that moment, Xingtian felt like a button stuck in a zipper. He never imagined the monster's seemingly delicate arms could wield such brute strength. In the critical moment, the 8 Gates gorilla cannons on Xingtian's abdomen suddenly locked onto the monster's exposed torso. Target locked. Fire. A surge of power propelled the neatly arranged bullets into the barrel. The conical projectile spun violently under extreme heat and pressure, piercing through the burning muzzle flashes. They tore through the air at speeds imperceptible to the human eye, leaving a trail of shredded vapor in their wake. The next instant, the monster's body recoiled under the fierce barrage, foul-smelling blood spurting from the holes pierced by the bullets. Now! Xingtian felt the arms restraining his body begin to relax. Seizing the moment, he forced his way free from the bonds. Simultaneously, a streak of blue streaked across Xingtian's vision. A missile attack launched from the MS-03. Xingtian thrust forward, switching to a 2-handed axe grip, and without hesitation, delivered a vertical cleave strike toward the monster's riddled torso. Thud. Roar. Amid the monster's deafening howl, the crimson plasma axe blade effortlessly sliced through the thick tentacle. Steaming heat rose from the severed stump as dark yellow pus mingled with thick blood, slowly dripping down the columnar tentacle's edges. Just as Xingtian prepared to press his advantage with another swing, his wrist began to swell. Immediately, 7 5-meter-long tentacles burst from beneath his wrist armor, instantly coiling around his forearm and pulling him violently in the opposite direction of his swing. This caused the crimson axe blade to strike empty air. Boom! Though Xingtian's second strike missed, the missiles fired by the MS-03, distracted by his frontal engagement, all struck the monster's tentacle bases, erupting in a string of blue sparks. Seeing his sneak attack succeed, Xingtian leapt backward abruptly, re-establishing distance from the monster just as the final 2 seconds of his hardening effect wore off. Only then did Xiao have time to examine the strange changes in his wrist. 7 brown tentacles, each covered in suction cups, still coiled around Xingtian's arm like hinges. Among them, a massive, nearly rotten eyeball had suddenly appeared. A parasite? When did this happen? Just as Xiao was puzzled, the dark yellow eyeball suddenly emitted a gurgle sound. It then rapidly swelled into a nauseating mass of flesh before exploding with a loud bang. 7 tentacles embedded in Xiao's exoskeleton underwent a similar transformation. As the dark yellow eyeball swelled, this cluster of tentacles visibly dehydrated and withered at a visible speed, eventually turning into lifeless, crumbly debris that fell apart at the slightest touch. Unable to parasitize me, so you planted seeds inside the armor? Xiao flipped his damaged wrist armor while using the black armor covering the gaps between the body and armor to clean away the deactivated biological debris. Roar! A piercing roar echoed as the thick smoke obscuring the monster's vision finally dissipated. What had been a thick, powerful tentacle was now only half its former length, twitching feebly. Where the tentacle joined the body at the neck, the flesh was a mangled mess. The creature's form defied all logic, leaving Xiao and Bai Ying utterly clueless about its weak points. Its torso, where internal organs should reside, was a hollow rib cage, and its head had been replaced by a thick tentacle resembling a massive tail. Thus, the two could only attack every spot that seemed potentially vulnerable. The attacks are effective, but the monster is still alive. That's not the weak point, Xingtian relayed to Bai Ying while tightening his grip on the battle axe. Xingtian held off on launching his assault. Even though the monster appeared severely wounded, its wounds were healing at an extremely slow pace, yet its 2 arms remained agile and kept swinging. It was precisely these 2 seemingly feeble appendages that had trapped Xingtian, despite his entire body being in hardened mode. Shouldn't we try close combat while it's weakened? Inside the MS-03 cockpit, Bai Ying still hadn't released the missile launcher's lock-on. It might be luring us. Xiao couldn't make a definitive judgment. The enemy he faced now possessed intelligence indistinguishable from that of humans. Then what should we do now? Bai Ying frowned deeply. Even though she knew Xingtian's assessment was likely accurate, she still didn't want to let this precious opportunity slip away. I'll close in while you stay at range. Let's attempt another coordinated strike, this time targeting the torso. It shouldn't be able to handle both of us. Xiao hesitated for a second before deciding to seize this seemingly suspicious opportunity. He knew repeating the tactic carried significant risk, but this open strategy maximized their numerical advantage. If Xiao were the monster, he couldn't think of a way to handle both front and rear threats while maintaining distance. The sole risk in this plan was Xingtian, whose hardening ability hadn't finished its cooldown. But if he avoided melee combat, the monster would definitely have enough energy to handle ranged attacks from both sides simultaneously. He couldn't wait for the hardening cooldown. The monster's regeneration was accelerating. If this is a trap, then let's surprise it with power it never anticipated. Overload mode activated. Buzz. Xingtian felt the power core suspended within the mech suddenly accelerate its rotation. A force transcending the mech itself instantly surged through every nerve in his body. Boom! 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 Expanding black muscles forced the armor plates covering Xingtian's surface apart. At the end of the black axe handle, an additional crimson plasma blade now protruded. Xingtian swept the double-headed axe behind him with one hand, his pair of crimson eyes fixed intently on the monster. Attack! Chapter 105, Transcending Limits. This was the first time Xiao activated overload mode since completing the skeleton evolution. Unlike the previous method of merely supplying the mecha with power exceeding its rated capacity, the current overload had transformed into a comprehensive bioenhancement for the mechanical lifeform. Even Xiao hadn't anticipated that activating overload mode would grant such terrifying power. And now, this monster would become the first test subject for Xingtian's blade. Thud! As Xingtian took his first step, the previously level ground instantly caved in, forming a deep crater. As Xingtian's running speed accelerated, the black colossus broke the sound barrier. Massive volumes of air were compressed and torn along the edges of his mecha, forming a ring-shaped shockwave that radiated outward infinitely. Boom! Only after Xingtian's afterimages faded did the delayed sonic boom follow, riding the frenzied air currents to unleash a storm that swept everything within miles. It was a frenzy of dust and debris dancing in the air. The moment the wing armor unfurled behind the MS-03 launched the missiles from its launchers, Xingtian was already bearing down on the monster, twin-bladed battle axe in hand. Just as Xiao had suspected, this monstrous creature with its twisted form had only feigned weakness. The moment Xingtian took his first step forward, the monster, sensing danger, swiftly shed its disguise. Honeycomb-like bullet holes across its torso began healing at a visible pace, while the severed wounds on its tentacles suddenly sprouted dense clusters of flesh buds. But for the monster, it was all too late. Even though its agile arms had instinctively lunged to intercept the dark silhouette, the barbed claws met only the lingering air behind Xingtian. Through the monster's cluster of yellowed, rotting eyeballs, the mecha had been nothing more than an insignificant black speck just a second ago. Now, its shadow loomed like a colossal mountain, filling the creature's entire field of vision. Swish! Two crimson plasma axe blades each traced a semicircle through the air, their lingering scarlet glow connecting to form a perfect full moon in the monster's vision. Before the monster could even utter a scream, the vibrations from its vocal cords abruptly ceased midway down its throat, now filled with blood plasma. Unknown obstacle detected. Tracking trajectory adjusted. A missile trailing a blue contrail whizzed past Xingtian, who stood between the MS-03 and the monster. Thud! The next instant, the frozen monster was cleaved clean in two. Before its twisted, bloated body could hit the ground, over 20 split missiles exploded mid-air, reducing it to a shower of blood and debris. Only then did the monster's spider-like lower body finally go limp, collapsing with a thud into the pool of blood. Only then did that glaring red dot finally vanish from Xingtian and MS-03's energy radar. Overload mode disengaged. Wispy white smoke rose from Xingtian's frame as its swollen black muscles rapidly deflated. The double-headed axe in Xingtian's hands reverted to a single-headed blade. Due to overload mode depletion, current unit performance is forcibly locked at 70% of standard values. Expected return to standard levels in 1 minute 24 seconds. There's always a price to pay. Xiao extinguished the plasma axe blades, channeling all remaining energy into self-repair. Though Xingtian had now become a mechanical lifeform, the overload mode had shifted from draining the power core and mechanical components to draining Xingtian's life cells. In a sense, this maintained the original nature of the mode. However, the enhancement provided by the two overload modes to Xingtian was now worlds apart. Moreover, the new overload mode introduced a freely controllable duration option. Unlike before, where activation locked it to a fixed time, neither prematurely shutting down nor extending when the body still had reserves, it now offered flexibility. Conversely, if Xingtian terminated the overload mode early, the unit's locked power ceiling would rise, and the time required to return to normal levels would decrease. However, if Xingtian chooses to forcibly extend the overload mode, the unit's locked power output will decrease, and the required recovery time will increase. Nevertheless, Xiao cannot indefinitely prolong the overload duration. Even with the skeleton enhancement, the unit's tolerance has a finite limit. Exceeding this threshold will inflict irreversible damage on the unit. In severe cases, it could render Xingtian completely inoperable. For a moment there, I thought you turned into a monster yourself. By now, Bai Ying had piloted the MS-03 to Xingtian's side. With the power you unleashed just now, I doubt you'd need my support for a coordinated attack. That monster's regenerative abilities are formidable. It might keep moving even decapitated. Your missiles were perfect for finishing it off. Xiao slowly straightened his body, glancing back at the monster's corpse. Blue flames from the missile explosion still burned in the pool of blood. The monster, now reduced to a pile of mangled flesh, had lost all chance of struggle. You could finish it yourself. The white figure dismissed Xiao's modesty. You mean chopping it into pieces with an axe or blasting it into mincemeat with a gorilla cannon? My efficiency would never match yours. Though Xiao spoke this way, if forced to finish it off, he could probably pull off a 3-second, 17-chop performance or a whirlwind meat grinder maneuver in overload mode. How many missiles do you have left? Xiao checked the ammo count on his Dragon Rider gorilla cannon, sadly realizing he'd already fired off half his rounds. Enough for 5 volleys. Bai Ying's supply wasn't exactly abundant either. We'll have to conserve them. We won't be able to resupply before encountering the main force. Leave the monster combat to me. After saying this, Xiao shifted his gaze back to the monster's corpse. Anything unusual? Noticing Xingtian's actions, Bai Ying also began examining the monster. I scanned it, its cells are inactive, and residual energy readings are low. If you're still uneasy, we can deliver a couple more finishing blows. No sooner had Bai Ying finished speaking than Xingtian ignited the axe blade, swung it, and delivered over a dozen more blows to the corpse. Is this some kind of venting? Bai Ying stared at Xingtian in disbelief, while he seemed poised to deliver another 2 blows to the pulp before him. Venting anger was the only somewhat reasonable explanation Bai Ying could think of, otherwise, she could only conclude Xingtian was a psychopath. No, I just want to make sure it's truly dead. No sooner had Xingtian uttered those words than he planted his massive foot squarely on one of the few intact chunks of flesh. That's enough. Stop stomping. Bai Ying couldn't bear to watch any longer. In her eyes, Xingtian's status was rapidly plummeting toward the opposite end of the normal person spectrum. We should hurry and find Colonel Sato and Doozy. What if they're in danger too? Finally, Xingtian ceased his desecration, though not because of Bai Ying's words. Instead, the two had actually received a communication request from Hao Jie. Chapter 106, The Only Hope. Half an hour earlier, within Chonggang County. With their abilities, they can definitely protect themselves. I have that much faith in them. Inside Hao Jie's cockpit, Sadayu gave Doozy, who wore a worried expression, a confident smile. Not long ago, after Satoyu and Duzi had returned to the outer perimeter of the cave entrance, they realized Xingtian and MS-03 had already slipped beyond the farthest communication range. Satoyu could already gauge the monster's danger level just by looking at the chaotic giant footprints on the ground and the shattered rocks along the path. A dilemma now confronted Satoyu. Should he rush to aid Xingtian and the MS-03, or prioritize finding medicine for Kobayashi? There was no doubt that both situations were urgent. To aid Xingtian and his team, Satoyu and Duzi would only need to follow the trail of battle. However, an uncertainty loomed. Both combatants were likely still on the move. In terms of mobility alone, the hero could never catch up to Xingtian and MS-03 operating at full power. This meant that if he chose to support them, it would take significantly longer than anticipated. From another perspective, even the modified and enhanced Haojie remains the weakest of the three mobile suits in terms of performance. While he and Duzi could certainly assist, the mobile suit capable of decisively turning the tide of battle would definitely not be Haojie. Kobayashi's request, however, was different. With no way to contact Xingtian and the others, Satoyu and Duzi were the only hope for hundreds of elderly people. In contrast, a hospital and municipal warehouse in Okioka Prefecture weren't going anywhere. The distance and time required for the journey were fixed. The only two variables were the time needed to transport the medicine and whether they'd encounter other mutated level 3 monsters along the way. After weighing the pros and cons, Satoyu made his decision without hesitation, prioritized Kobayashi's request. However, Duzi beside him clearly disagreed with his approach, which was why he had explained his reasoning to her. Many people treated Mame as a child, only showing her the results without explaining the reasoning or process. But in reality, Mame not only understood but could even offer valuable suggestions, exactly what Satoyu hoped to see. No one can rely on others for their entire life. Even warriors whose duty is to obey orders should possess independent judgment. We're here. Before they knew it, Satoyu and Duzi had arrived at the entrance of a cluster of white buildings. According to the map, this was the only hospital in the entire Chogo Prefecture. Fortunately, the three buildings here weren't as badly damaged as other structures in the town. Judging by the materials and design specifications, this hospital was clearly a product of the technological revolution. Seems the Okioka County government knew where to spend money wisely. Things that safeguard people's lives must be built to the highest standards, Satoyu remarked as he piloted the hero across the hospital gates and into the empty courtyard. Although these medical buildings were constructed with new era technology, considering Okagawa County's population and town size, they were generally designed to be low-rise. Even the tallest main building barely reached the waist of the Haojie. To Satoyu, this represented a reasonable cost-saving measure, a refusal to indulge in extravagance. Beans, empty your backpack. We're taking everything we can get. Before disengaging neural synchronization, Satoyu meticulously reviewed the energy radar's historical data once more, ensuring he hadn't missed any subtle energy fluctuations along the way. Whenever he had to step out of his mech, he couldn't help but silently envy the equipment of the ground forces. How wonderful it would be if Haojie could be equipped with two small mechs or exoskeletons for ion pilots to use. Of course, Satoyu knew this was an unreasonable demand. After all, the Alliance's combat units had clear divisions of labor. Tasks like navigating between buildings and transporting supplies were typically handled by ground troops using small to medium-sized vehicles. Ultimately, mechs were specialized units designed solely for combating large monsters. Rather than expecting engineers to add extra functions to mechs, it made more sense to simply have others handle these tasks. After all, the purpose of division of labor is to maximize efficiency. Thud. After Haojie extended his hand toward the ground in a kneeling position, Satoyu and Duzi each shouldered their packs and leaped from the cockpit onto the deck. The two walked straight into the main entrance of the hospital building, looked up at the flickering holographic sign in the lobby, and located the pharmacy they needed to reach. The internal medicine pharmacy is on the 4th floor. Looks like the elevator isn't running. We'll have to take the fire escape. Satoyu memorized the map in his mind while drawing his pistol and releasing the safety. Not far away, he spotted a half-severed corpse and a dried pool of blood. Stay alert. This place isn't safe. This time, though Satoyu and Duzi remained constantly alert to their surroundings, the lobby's numerous windows flooded the entire building with sunlight, transforming it into a bright space. Their field of vision suddenly opened up considerably, eliminating the need for stealthy movement. Judging by the size and shape of the wound, this person was literally torn in half. The attacker possessed immense strength, definitely not human. Satoyu covered his nose and mouth as he crouched down, frowning as he examined the foul-smelling corpse. Just then, Duzi suddenly tapped Satoyu's shoulder, gesturing for him to look at a collapsed signboard. A gun? Satoyu immediately noticed the pistol obscured by shadows and stepped forward to pick it up. U-57. An old relic from the past, long phased out by modern armies. Sato expertly ejected the magazine and cycled the slide. 7 rounds left, including the one in the chamber. The slide's worn down badly, it's a miracle it hasn't blown up. Satoyu had intended to keep it as a backup weapon, only to discover it was nothing but junk. No spent casings nearby must have been ejected during the ambush. As he analyzed the situation, Satoyu suddenly sensed something amiss. Ordinary people with no military training, and they're using these relics. A memory flashed through his mind, his first encounter with Kobayashi Sukataro. If he recalled correctly, the pistol Duzi had retrieved from Kobayashi Sukataro was also a U-57. An indescribable sadness welled up in Satoyu's heart. He could only pray that this was all just a coincidence. Bang! A sudden gunshot shattered the silence within the hospital building. Something's happening. Hurry upstairs. Chapter 107, The Vanished Man. Monsters don't fire guns, at least none that Satoyu had ever encountered. Inside the fire escape, Satoyu and Duzi were taking 3 steps at a time, scrambling upward as fast as they could. He couldn't pinpoint the exact floor where the shot originated, but judging by the volume they'd heard from the first floor, it must have come from somewhere between the 3rd and 6th floors. Bang! Satoyu kicked open the locked 3rd floor door, already bringing his gun's muzzle to the pre-aimed point before entering the corridor. Duzi took charge of covering the area behind Satoyu. To guard against enemies potentially lurking just ahead, both men edged forward in a compact, close-quarters combat stance, minimizing their exposure to risk. Yet what greeted them was an empty corridor. Split up! Sato and Duzi each advanced in their respective directions, conducting rapid searches of every room and area. Door after door was kicked open, but none contained their target. Just as Satoyu neared the end of the corridor, he suddenly heard faint sounds coming from above. He immediately signaled to Duzi at the other end of the hallway, urging her to halt and remain silent. Thump! Thump! Sure enough, when Satoyuki strained his ears to listen, he confirmed the sound was indeed coming from above, and it seemed to be some kind of irregular knocking. Armed with this new clue, Satoyuki immediately pulled Duzi back toward the fire escape, heading straight for their original destination on the 4th floor. Stop! In just 10 seconds, the pair strode up dozens of steps to reach the 4th floor. What Satoyu hadn't anticipated was that the stairwell entrance on the 4th floor was ajar. Seeing the glass shards scattered on the floor and the bent steel pipe, Satoyu could easily deduce that the door to this floor had been forcibly blocked earlier. At the same time, they heard another sound coming from the 4th floor corridor, faint, rapid gasping, and very close. It sounded like someone's windpipe had been slit open. Just listening to it made one worry if the person might suddenly gasp their last breath any second. After a moment's hesitation, Sato picked up a steel pipe from the floor, nearly as long as his own arm. He retrieved a coil of thin rope and a mirror from his backpack, securing them to one end of the pipe. A makeshift detection device was assembled. After exchanging a look, Duzi aimed his pistol at the spot where Satoyu would extend the pipe, ready to fire at any moment. Satoyu took a deep breath, holstered his heavy pistol back at his waist, gripped the end of the pipe with both hands, and slowly extended the mirror-bound end into the corridor. As the mirror's surface slowly rotated, Satoyu's brow furrowed deeply. A hideous face filled the entire mirror's space, a face gaunt as a skeleton, wrinkled skin like dried bean curd stretched over bone, 2 thumb-sized black cavities beneath a flat nasal bridge, and yellowed fangs occasionally peeking from its cracked corners. What unsettled Satoyu and Duzi most were its bulging, dark red eyeballs and the filthy white hair matted with grime across its head. Without a doubt, this monster looked almost identical to the ones they had discovered in the Kirigami-san tunnel. Why are they here? Satoyu suppressed his shock and curiosity, slowly tilting the mirror a fraction. Only then did he notice the creature had been cleaved in 2 by a fire axe, with 2 bullet holes in its shoulder. That was why the creature was so weak and immobile. Over the next dozen seconds, Satoyu repeatedly adjusted the mirror's angle and the length of the steel pipe extended, surveying the general environment of the entire hallway. Apart from the dying monster before him, Satoyu detected no other threats in the hallway. Move out! Clang! A gleaming tactical knife plunged into the monster's skull. After emitting a long, rasping gasp, it ceased moving entirely. With the immediate threat neutralized, Sato and Duzi advanced cautiously, back to back, toward the right side of the corridor, the direction from which the impact sound had originated. Finally, upon reaching the corner at the end of the corridor, they discovered the source of the impact. Splattered blood stained the pallid walls like oil paint. A breeze outside stirred the deep blue curtains through the shattered glass. 2 mangled corpses lay sprawled beside the dead monster, while another, relatively intact body leaned against the door connecting to the hospital ward corridor. Thud! Thud! The gray door kept slamming against the young man's body, each jolt causing more blood to seep from the gaping hole in his chest. A pipe, its paint partially chipped, lay wedged between the 2 door handles, joining the youth's body and blocking the unknown creature lurking behind the gray door. Satoyu avoided the young man's resolute gaze and picked up a blood-stained photograph lying near his hand from among the cold shell casings scattered on the floor. In the photo, the young man's sturdy arm encircled a girl with a radiant smile, though both figures were now stained crimson by congealed blood. On the back, a line of elegant handwriting stood out, Ishimura and Naomi. A small heart was drawn between their names. Satoyu took a deep breath, slipped the blood-stained photograph into the inner pocket of his coat, and then led Mame back toward the corridor on the other side. He had already examined Ishikura's body. The time of death exceeded 24 hours. He couldn't have fired the gun. Rather than mourning the dead here, he needed to hurry and save those still alive. The two resumed their search of the rooms along the corridor, opening every door until they had checked them all. Only this one left. Sato and Mame stood side by side before the pharmacy. Observing the wide-open medical staff passageway and the trail of filthy bloodstains extending inward, both men tucked their pistols to their chests. They held them at a 30-degree angle, level with their eyes, forming a V-shape with their hands, elbows, and shoulders. The pharmacy's cramped space offered numerous cover points, with each passageway barely wide enough for one person. Close quarters combat, even hand-to-hand, was inevitable. Therefore, both Satoyu and Duzi had to switch to a stance that allowed for quick reactions and even one-handed shooting. Time ticked away. To maximize their firepower, Sato and Duzi were forced to split up, advancing steadily from opposite ends of the medicine shelves while maintaining relative parallelism. Overturned display cabinets, crushed packaging boxes, scattered capsules and pills littered the floor. Finally traversing the cramped, chaotic space, they spotted the blast-proof door at the pharmacy's farthest end, a stark anomaly in its surroundings. Satoyu and Duzi halted at the boundary between light and shadow. For in the darkness, 4 pairs of protruding eyes were fixed, staring intently at them. Chapter 108, Before and Behind the Door. Only when the 4 monsters turned from the darkness did Satoyu and Duzi notice the flesh juices and blood splattered across the blast door. It was a corpse that had been devoured almost entirely, with only scattered fragments of clothing and the bloodstains proving the victim was human. Roar! Almost the instant the monsters prepared to lunge, Satoyu and Duzi pulled the triggers in perfect, unspoken coordination. Bang! 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 Spinning bullets flew from the scorching muzzles, piercing the boundary between light and shadow, their searing heat burrowing into the monster's bulging eyeballs. Blood and pus gushed from spiral bullet wounds. Before the monster's forelimbs could touch Satoyu, they collapsed to the ground with piercing screams. The pungent stench of blood and pus spread to Satoyu's feet, while he expressionlessly fired 2 more shots into each of the collapsed monsters. Meanwhile, just 5 meters away, Duzi had also ended her fight. She had crushed both monsters' heads underfoot. Even though she'd switched to the Iron Pilot's standard-issue heavy pistol, Duzi remained as ammunition-conserving as ever. According to Kobayashi Suk's description, the medicine should be behind this blast door. Satoyu's gaze swept every corner in front of the door. No weapons or shell casings found. This person didn't fire the gun. Both pairs of eyes fixed on the silent blast door. Satoyu holstered his pistol back at his waist. Only after Duzi was ready to fire did he reach out and turn the wheel on the blast door. As the sound of the chain turning echoed, the mood between them grew increasingly tense. Clunk! After exchanging a knowing glance with Duzi, Sato Yutaka slowly pulled open the heavy door. No monsters leaped out suddenly, nor did anyone shout that they'd been saved. Duzi slowly lowered the gun in his hand, his lively eyes now filled with nothing but endless sorrow. Seeing Duzi's actions, Sato Yuyi also stepped out from behind the door, gun in hand. Before them lay a small room illuminated by cold, blue light. 4 rows of neatly arranged shelves stood inside, stacked high with white metal boxes bearing only labels. Beneath the shelf directly facing the entrance lay a young woman, her eyes frozen in despair, utterly still. Her back pressed against a blood-stained shelf, her head tilted to her left shoulder. Blood and brain matter dripped continuously from the gaping wound near her ear, pooling into the bloodstain beneath her. At her lowered right hand lay a U-57 pistol, one Sato Yu recognized instantly. In the entire storage room, Sato Yu found only one spent shell casing, and the U-57's magazine was missing just one bullet. Sato Yu took a deep breath, grasping the girl's forearm and silently feeling the warmth of her body, so similar to his own. We were too late. Whether they accepted it or not, all clues and evidence pointed to this girl who had taken her own life. She was the one who fired the gun. Sato Yu slowly closed his eyes as countless questions flooded his mind. How long had she been in this cramped storage room? Had the person killed outside the door been trying to protect her? Before taking her own life, had she too felt the urge to open the door and face the monster? These questions tormented Sato Yu one after another. The girl's final emotions seemed to flow through her forearm and into his own. Yet Sato Yu knew only one thing, the one certainty he could grasp. She must have believed no one would come to save her. Yet in the instant she pulled the trigger, Sato Yu and Duzi were only 3 floors away. Just as Sato Yu was about to be overwhelmed by self-reproach, Doshi suddenly grabbed his hand without a word, her determined gaze fixed on him. The dead are gone, but there are still living people waiting for us to save. Sato Yu understood what Duzi meant. He blinked hard, forcing a smile for her. With Duzi's encouragement, Sato Yu refocused his thoughts. He first searched through the boxes on the 4 shelves, confirming they contained, from top to bottom, PM303 oral capsules, Type 1 inhibitor, and Type 2 inhibitor. As for the bottom shelf of each rack, there was only one black metal box secured with an electronic lock, no label, no other notes. Duzi, take as many PM303 capsules as you can. Each box of the 2 types of inhibitors contains 24 vials. These are fragile, I'll handle them. After inspecting the contents of each metal box, Sato Yu immediately assigned tasks. Based on the situation before their departure, most elderly residents in the Kirigiyama air raid shelter were still in the mild stage of the disease. According to the medical advice Kobayashi had shown Satoyu, the demand for PM303 oral medication was the greatest. But Satoyu wasn't sure how quickly this illness could worsen, so he dared not bring too little of either type of AT inhibitor. We'll return for 3 more trips. The medicine here should suffice, eliminating the need to revisit the City Hall warehouse. Both Satoyu and Duzi's backpacks were already packed to capacity. As long as they didn't carry the boxes themselves, one trip could empty an entire shelf. 15 minutes later, drenched in sweat, the pair returned to the storage room with 2 empty backpacks. Satoyu's limbs were numb with exhaustion. Even pushing themselves to the limit, they could only shave the trip down to about 5 minutes. This was their final round of trips. Thump! Thump! The thumping sounds from the other corridor grew more frequent and louder. In truth, ever since he and Duzi had shot and killed 4 monsters in the pharmacy, the commotion on the other side had intensified. We have to hurry. Satoyu knew his and Duzi's stamina was nearly depleted after several trips back and forth. After all, they were climbing up and down at top speed while carrying 30-kilogram loads. This wasn't a test of endurance for prolonged marching, but rather how long their bodies could sustain explosive exertion. Thump! Thump! Listening to his heart pounding wildly beneath his chest, Satoyu had no time for gentle handling. He simply dumped the suppressants into his backpack as fast as he could. Dozens of small bottles collided, producing a sharp clatter. Sato could only hope the glass was sturdy enough to withstand his rough handling without shattering. Let's go! After emptying the last box of inhibitors, Satoyu immediately zipped up his bag and led Duzi out of the pharmacy. After a split-second hesitation, he casually grabbed the black metal box from the bottom shelf. Though Satoyu didn't know what it contained, anything stored in this supply room must be related to that strange illness, perhaps even something meant for the worst-case scenario. Yet, just as the two were about to dash out of the pharmacy, they heard that sound of utter despair. Thud! It was the sound of the door at the other end of the corridor slamming against the wall. Chapter 109, Deadly Gamble. Roar! Countless shrill roars echoed off the walls on both sides of the corridor, layering upon each other so that all sounds seemed like the reverberations of a single entity. Walls, floor tiles, ceilings, everything in the stairwell trembled with high-frequency vibrations. Even the scattered pills at Satoyu's feet began sliding across the smooth floor. At this moment, only one thought occupied Satoyu's mind. They were in trouble. Thump! 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 As countless thuds echoed in their ears, a brown sea suddenly surged from the corner at the end of the corridor. Countless monsters trampled their own kind with their long limbs in a frenzied frenzy, heedless of being torn to shreds themselves. The dense swarm of crawlers flooded the narrow passageway like a tidal wave, charging towards Satoyu and Duzi, who had just stepped out of the pharmacy at speeds far exceeding human limits. Run! Conditioned reflexes honed through countless battles and drills snapped Satoyu out of his shock and terror. He grabbed Duzi, who was still frozen in place, and shoved her into the fire escape first. Thud! Before the monsters could reach them, Satoyu sprinted after Duzi into the fire escape, slammed the half-open door shut, and picked up a steel pipe from the floor, wedging it between the 2 door handles. The next instant, a massive head burst through the shattered window, snapping its blood-stained jaws full of razor-sharp teeth at Satoyu. In the critical moment, Duzi suddenly yanked the backpack strapped to Satoyu's back, violently pulling him several steps backward just as the monster's claws were about to reach him. Downstairs! Satoyu had no time to thank Duzi. Like cornered rabbits, the two sprinted down the stairwell. Clang! Within seconds, the curved steel pipe snapped clean in 2 under the monster's impact, reduced to 2 useless pieces of scrap metal. The bulky monsters charged wildly through the stairwell like a swarm of headless flies, yet this did nothing to slow their absurdly rapid descent. Damn it! Duzi dropped the bag. Almost simultaneously with giving Duzi the order, Satoyuya tossed his own backpack aside. With the heaviest burden shed, both men instantly quickened their pace. Rather than gamble on escaping alive with both packs of medicine, it was wiser to ensure they survived long enough to drive the Haojia back and deliver the supplies they'd already secured. Roar! Just then, a monster attempting to take a shortcut by leaping down got stuck right above Satoyu's head. Its claws couldn't reach his shoulders, so it could only bare its teeth and snarl at him. Bang! In an instinctive reaction before his brain could process it, Satoyu blew the monster's head into a bloody spray. Yet the monsters surging up the stairs were only 2 seconds behind the one that had leaped down. With the first floor lobby mere inches away, Satoyu felt his heart pounding so hard it threatened to burst from his chest. His body was nearing its limit. With every step forward, every muscle in his entire body screamed with an unbearable ache. Breathe, breathe. Satoyu forced himself to push aside his tension and fear, focusing all his attention on his own rapid breathing. This was his usual method for maintaining focus and the best way to trick his body. But the monster's increasingly close growls and footsteps were a reality even covering his ears couldn't escape. Even though the two had sprinted into the first floor lobby, the swarming monsters poured into this open space as well. Too many. Sato suppressed the urge to turn back and draw his gun. He knew it would be pointless. If he'd been holding a Gatling gun, he might have hesitated. But all he held was a heavy pistol. Against such overwhelming numbers, his bullets would be like stones sinking into the sea. Think of a way, think of a way. Usato raced after Mame ahead of him, desperately searching for any possible method to block the monsters he knew full well he'd be torn to shreds by the beasts behind him before he could even reach the mecha. Yet in this bright, open hospital lobby, there was nothing Satoyu could possibly use. Light. Sunlight. In a split second, Satoyu had no time to aim. He just fired wildly at the glass dome above his head. After a dozen gunshots rang out, the glass ceiling finally shattered completely. Crash. Shattered glass cascaded down like a Milky Way, crashing onto the lobby floor and scattering everywhere. Blinding sunlight struck Satoyu directly, nearly forcing him to shut his eyes. A dozen monsters, unable to break in time, were suddenly exposed to the direct sunlight. Instantly, they covered their heads with their long forelimbs, collapsing one after another in convulsions. Soon, they lay completely still. Satoyu had guessed correctly. Built after the technological revolution, the entire building utilized composite-coated glass. This glass not only drastically reduced ultraviolet intensity and offered heat and cold resistance, but also maintained gentle light transmission thanks to humanity itself. Since the planet's environment had deteriorated to its current state, few living creatures could survive direct exposure to sunlight without protection. Satoyu had already noticed this during their previous encounters with the monsters. While drawn to intense light, they were also profoundly afraid of it. It was precisely this fear that drove them to desperately try to extinguish the light source itself. Satoyu and Duzi used flashlights, so the monsters knew that killing the flashlight wielders would eliminate the light source. The hospital's glass filtered the intense light, but the monsters didn't know to block the windows. This explained why the four monsters in the pharmacy had retreated to the shadows. Yet even this filtered sunlight only instinctively repelled the monsters evident from their attacks on the two individuals exposed to direct light. Satoyu took a gamble. He intended to let the blazing sun, unbearable even to humans, shine directly into this hall. If his gamble failed, it would prove the monsters merely feared the glare, not that it caused them any physical harm. The cost of a wrong bet would be his life. But even without this gamble, escape was utterly impossible. In his own words, this gamble was a sure win. After all, death was more certain either way. Better to struggle and cling to a sliver of hope. Finally, the two men made it safely out of the hospital lobby. Satoyu, panting heavily, stared at the monsters cowering in the shadows. Then he raised his gun, aiming it at the monster that had nearly caught him moments before. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the monster collapsed with a wail at the boundary between sunlight and shadow. Chapter 110, Hell for Others. In the damp, chilly tunnel, Satoyu and Duzi each carried heavy backpacks as they advanced step by step toward the restricted zone. Sweat trickled down Satoyu's firm jawline into his combat uniform, causing his body temperature to fluctuate between stifling heat and bone-chilling cold. This torment only deepened his physical exhaustion. Listening to the crunch of dust and debris beneath his combat boots, Satoyu's vision grew increasingly blurred. Almost there, just hang in there. Satoyu seemed to be speaking to Duzi, but it felt more like he was comforting himself. Compared to Satoyu, who relied purely on willpower to command his body, Duzi appeared far more at ease. Though she sweated no less than him, her body had long recovered from soreness and fatigue, adapting to the routine of moving under heavy load. Satoyu was well aware of the gap between himself and Duzi. Just as he had thought 20 minutes earlier in the hospital, he alone couldn't escape the monster's grasp, but Duzi would absolutely be safe in the cockpit of the hero. This stark contrast sometimes plunged Satoyu into self-doubt. Was he protecting Duzi, or was Duzi protecting him? Thump, thump. The two halted at the familiar fork in the road. Duzi, did you hear that? Sato raised his right hand, signaling Duzi to remain silent. Thump, thump. Though faint, the sound echoed clearly in the empty tunnel, reaching both Satoyu and Duzi. Duzi immediately gave Satoyu a firm nod. Thump, thump. Right side toward the sealed-off area. Sato frowned. Besides the old man, Kobayashi was the only one in the sealed-off area who could move freely. The fact that the sound carried this far down the tunnel meant something major was happening in there. Go check it out. Concern for others' safety and a sense of duty to his mission surged through Satoyu. This spirit, ingrained in his military bones, temporarily overcame his physical discomfort, propelling him back into a running stance. His heavy pack bounced up and down with each stride. Gasping for breath, Sato drew the heavy pistol from its holster and released the safety. The pair swiftly traversed the area where they had previously fought the monster. Fortunately, they encountered no new enemies lurking there. The 300-meter distance was covered in just 1 minute by Satoyu and Duzi. Facing the sealed blast door ahead, Satoyu pulled the handle without hesitation, opening the final barrier separating them from the quarantine zone. Clunk! The moment the blast door swung fully open, Yu and Duzi were once again met by that oppressive gaze. The silent elders remained huddled in the cramped corners, avoiding the faint light from above. Their eyes had grown even more hollow and lifeless compared to last time, as if their gaze upon Satoyu and Duzi stemmed solely from an unavoidable biological instinct. This intangible despair weighed on Yusato like a mountain, forcing him to stifle his breath and abandon any thought of calling out Kobayashi's name. Thump! Thump! The two hurried through the dim, crowded passageway, passing rows of stairs that felt like funeral processions. The noise growing louder in their ears made them realize it was the sound of something violently pounding against steel. Finally, at the far corner of the corridor, Satoyu and Duzi found Kobayashi Suksuk, covered in blood. "Hey, can you hear me? Stay with me." Satoyu quickly dropped his backpack, rushed forward in one stride, and cupped Kobayashi's sweat-drenched face with both hands. "Captain Sato." Kobayashi Suk painfully pried open his eyelids, his pupils nearly unfocused as he gazed at Satoyu's anxious face. "Bean, grab the first aid kit. He needs bandages." Sato gently laid Kobayashi flat on the ground, all the while pressing his hand firmly over the torn wound on Kobayashi's abdomen. Thud! Thud! A deafening crash echoed in the ears of the three men, emanating from the room where the critically ill patient had been isolated. At this moment, the chaotic, irregular thuds felt like two drumsticks pounding relentlessly on Satoyu's heart. "You'll be okay. Bear with it, we need to treat your wound first." As he spoke, Satoyu retrieved a bottle of hydrogen peroxide from the first aid kit and stuffed a clean white towel into Kobayashi's mouth. Whoa! Before Kobayashi could brace himself, a searing pain erupted in his abdomen. Had Sato not already pinned his thighs and arms down, he would have writhed and torn the wound open further. "You did great, more courageous than many soldiers I've seen." Sato encouraged Kobayashi while trying to distract him. "Here's some good news, we brought all the medicine back. Everyone here can be saved." Whoa! Kobayashi clenched the towel in his mouth, not daring to open his eyes because right now, Duzi was using her disposable gloved hands to insert hydrogen peroxide-soaked medical cotton balls deep into his wound. "That's it. You're a real man." Watching Duzi swiftly tend to the wound, Satoyu then pulled out a can of cold spray designed to coagulate blood and numb pain. He sprayed it directly onto Kobayashi's blood-soaked wound. As a tingling coolness spread from the wound, Kobayashi Suk instantly felt the pain ease. "Good work." Satoyu stepped down from Kobayashi's legs and joined Duzi in securing gauze and medical tape over the wound. "Thank you." By now, Kobayashi's face had drained of all color, making his smile look eerie against his deathly pale skin. But at least he had saved his life. "No need for thanks. Here, take your medicine first." Satoyu produced his canteen and fished half a green tablet from the first aid kit, feeding it into Kobayashi's mouth. This was an oral medication reserved for when soldiers suffered severe injuries. After ingestion, it not only accelerated cell regeneration in a short time but also maintained mental alertness. But this oral medication carried severe side effects. Users were prone to developing symptoms like neurasthenia, hallucinations, and auditory delusions after the drug wore off, along with a strong dependency on the substance. "Commander Sato, Miss Duzi, I'm sorry. I failed to protect them." Tears welled up in Kobayashi's eyes the moment he swallowed the pill. "We arrived too late." Sato gently stroked Kobayashi's forehead. "It's not your fault. It's mine. I can't keep this hidden any longer. I must tell you." Despair and regret filled Kobayashi Sukatomo's eyes. Thud! Thud! Amid the violent pounding, faint, piercing screams seemed to mingle with the sound. They are the monsters. Chapter 111, Morpheus. Sizzle! After Kobayashi uttered those words, the overhead lights above the three of them flickered several times. There was no doubt that the they Kobayashi referred to were the 20 or so elderly people behind the blast door. So after the third stage, the old folks all turn into monsters, right? Satoyu had long suspected as much, but hearing Kobayakawa admit it aloud still sent ripples through his mind. Yes. Kobayashi's complexion was gradually regaining its color, and his body regained its strength. "I've never heard of a virus that turns a perfectly normal person into a hideous monster. I expect you to explain this to me properly later." Satoyu's expression turned serious. "But right now, we have more pressing matters. Can you move?" "I should be fine." Kobayashi Suk pulled his arm free from Satoyu's grasp and steadied himself against the wall, slowly regaining his footing. "I'm sorry, Chief Sato, and Miss Mame. I only have partial information about this incident, but I'll tell you everything I know. We'll discuss the intelligence later. Take this." Satoyu pulled Mame's backpack toward him and retrieved 10 white-wrapped medicine boxes. "Get the elders to take the PM-303 immediately." Though Satoyu harbored deep doubts about the exact composition of PM-303 and the two types of AD inhibitors, immediate action was paramount. Regardless of potential risks, the three must rely on these drugs to stem the elderly residents' deteriorating conditions. "Bean, Kobayashi Suk, you two get the elders to take the pills first. I'll prepare the AD inhibitors and syringes." Satoyu had to prepare for the worst after all. He couldn't confirm whether the elders' condition had already progressed to the second stage. "Got it." After Duzi and Xiao each collected sufficient PM303 and drinking water, Sato Yutaka opened his backpack and retrieved a blue metal syringe along with a small vial of Type 1 suppressant. This blue metal syringe was a medical device specially developed by Omega. Not only did it utilize a unique filtering material that automatically sterilized the needle after use for reusability, but it also featured an integrated analyzer within the barrel. Whenever liquid was injected into it, its composition would be displayed as a holographic projection. Let me see what you really are. Sato Yu skillfully drew a full dose of the compact Type 1 inhibitor into the syringe and patiently awaited the results. Ding ding ding. As the detector's resolution sharpened, a series of compounds with lengthy names began to appear. Sato Yu didn't recognize these compounds. If his network connection were stable, he might have clicked them to look up specific effects. But now, he can only judge their danger level by the colors displayed alongside their names. Blue, blue, blue. Sato's eyes scanned the compound graphics floating in the air. Blue signified that both the composition and dosage of these compounds fell within safe, tolerable ranges for the human body. Just as the analysis neared 100% completion, a blinding red hue suddenly reflected in Sato Yu's pupils. Merciless. Staring at the compound information glowing with a dark red light before him, Sato slowly clenched his fist. Even without professional medical training, Sato knew exactly how dangerous this infamous compound, Morpheus, was. Discovered in the first decade following the Fourth Technological Revolution, it was named after its creator, Dr. Morpheus. Dubbed the compound that changed modern medicine, it possessed a single function, precisely identifying any living substance and suppressing its activity or directly destroying it by reversing or dismantling its molecular structure. As a product of genetic engineering itself, Morpheus possessed extraordinary malleability, capable of being engineered into targeted medical interventions against specific substances. Even viruses and cancers would bow to its might. Ironically, it is precisely this characteristic that makes Morpheus a nightmare for all life. During the second decade of technological revolution, a full 13 political figures perished from poisonings orchestrated by Morpheus compounds. From that moment onward, Morpheus compounds became the most strictly regulated substances worldwide. Ordinary citizens caught possessing Morpheus, regardless of dosage, faced the harshest scrutiny and charges. Even today, with the Watchers Alliance in place, data concerning Morpheus production, distribution, and usage remains among the most transparent globally, subject to international oversight. If Type 1 inhibitors contain Morpheus, then Type 2 certainly wouldn't be exempt. Sato's expression turned grave. Forget small medical institutions, even multinational healthcare giants couldn't procure the equipment needed to synthesize Morpheus. How could such a substance possibly exist in a miracle drug from Okuka Prefecture? Ding! As Sato Yu pondered the implications, the syringe completed its analysis of the Type 1 inhibitor's composition. What is this? A blurry black substance appeared before Sato Yu's eyes. It bore no resemblance to the stable structure of any synthetic compound, and the syringe itself couldn't even analyze its specific composition. Since Sato Yu first learned of the syringe's existence, he had never encountered a substance marked as black. Because black meant the unknown. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on Sato Yu's back, as if some danger was closing in on him. It was an instinct honed through years of military service. Huff. Sato Yu exhaled deeply, then turned his head 70 degrees. Behind him, 9 elderly figures stood frozen like statues, their gazes fixed on the syringe in Sato Yu's hand. For the first time, Sato Yu saw emotions other than despair in their eyes: joy, fear, and an uncontrollable craving. Only then did Sato Yu notice that the elders' eyes were completely bloodshot, as if they hadn't slept for 3 days and nights. Thud. Thud. Listening to the deafening thuds of the monster ramming against the blast door, Sato slowly rose to his feet, carefully moving the syringe behind his back. Simultaneously, his other hand dialed Kobayashi's communication frequency before instinctively reaching for the holster at his waist. "What's wrong, Chief Sato?" Kobayashi Suk, who answered the call immediately, sounded confused. "Did the doctor mention that the elderly become aggressive once their condition enters the second stage?" Chapter 112, The Great Revival. "Hold him down." No sooner had Sato Yu spoken than Duzi produced the prepared rope and swiftly bound the old man's hands together. The old man's bloodshot eyes glared viciously at Duzi, but what was truly terrifying wasn't those eyes, it was the calm expression on his face. "My apologies, old man." Seizing the moment, Sato Yu grabbed the old man's still trembling arm and thrust the syringe into his vein. As the needle withdrew from the skin, the old man's struggles ceased. Even his bulging eyes shrank, gradually retreating behind his eyelids. Seeing the old man's eyes finally close, Duzi withdrew his hands from the man's calves and swiftly untied the ropes binding his wrists. "I observed both skin itching and eye movement difficulties, though I didn't notice the generalized weakness," Sato Yu remarked as he pressed the retract button on the syringe and wiped sweat from his forehead. So far, he and Duzi had administered Type 1 inhibitors to 46 elderly patients, and the one just now was the last confirmed to have entered the second stage. The silver needle swiftly retracted into its container, its extended components folding back into place. The entire syringe transformed into a neat little cylinder, which Satoyu placed into his medical kit. I've seen other seniors receive this inhibitor in hospitals before. Back then, they had to be restrained to the bed to get the shot. But aside from the injection time, the seniors did experience symptoms of extreme weakness. Kobayashi Suk scratched his head sheepishly. Given the significant injury to his abdomen, Satoyu and Duzi had to personally administer the injections to the elderly patients. But Kobayashi Suk wasn't entirely useless. He was responsible for following behind the two, carrying the backpack filled with Type 1 inhibitors. Fortunately, the trio had to stop frequently to administer injections, so Kobayashi Suk didn't have to carry the heavy pack weighing dozens of pounds the entire time. He could set it down whenever they paused. Even so, the frail Kobayashi Suk was drenched in sweat from the exertion. This isn't weakness, it's hibernation. Satoyu collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Elderly in the second stage have lost all rationality. They act purely on biological instinct but not human instinct. Monster instinct. This was the best explanation Satoyu could muster. He determined who needed the Type 1 inhibitor by observing which elders showed craving toward him when he held the syringe. Duzi, keep an eye on the timer. PM 303 must be administered every 4 hours. The elderly still have 2 more doses today. Duzi nodded while projecting a millisecond precise timer panel in the air, proving he was indeed keeping track. Good. You're on point, Duzi. Guess I was being too wordy. Satoyu gave Duzi an approving smile before turning to Kobayashi Suk. Now that the elders' conditions are stabilized, you can cut to the chase. Tell us everything you know, straight up. All right. Can I have a moment to think? Kobayashi Suk agreed readily, though he clearly wasn't prepared. Of course. Satoyu had seen many cases like Kobayashi Suk's before. Even when people had psychologically crossed that threshold, the moment they were actually asked to speak, that deep-rooted, habitual barrier would reignite. After all, humans are the most fickle creatures on Earth. They might be sincere when they first seek your help, but when they turn on you, their betrayal can be just as genuine. Don't burden yourself too much. Duzi and I just want to help you solve your problem. Satoyu knew his role now was to gently nudge Kobayashi Suk forward, not push too hard. Chief Sato is right. And if it weren't for you two, I'd have been torn to shreds by the elders by now. Kobayashi Suk's face twisted into a wry smile. Protecting humanity is every Watcher Alliance member's duty. Rest assured, we won't record what you're about to say, nor will we tell anyone. If anyone asks, just say Duzi and I discovered it ourselves. Kobayashi didn't respond to Satoyu's words. Instead, he lowered his head to his knees and wrapped his arms around his calves. Satoyu remained silent, patiently waiting for Kobayashi to resolve his inner conflict. He knew that the more he tried to ease the pressure, the more likely the other person would dwell on the dire consequences of potential betrayal. Thump! Thump! The thumping sounds from the end of the corridor continued to echo relentlessly throughout the entire enclosed area, though the 3 men had long since grown accustomed to the noise, treating it as just another part of their surroundings. Then let me start by talking about my work. I'm sorry, I haven't organized my thoughts yet, so I might ramble a bit. After a long silence, Kobayashi finally lifted his head, bravely meeting Satoyu's gaze. It's fine. We understand. Satoyu responded with an encouraging smile. 6 years ago, after returning to Okioka Prefecture, I applied for a position at the newly established Revitalization Bureau. But once I actually started, I discovered the Revitalization Office's work was even tougher than I'd imagined. Few young people were willing to work in Okioka Prefecture, so the new office was staffed by veteran employees transferred from other departments. They were already accustomed to a routine existence and paid little attention to the quarterly performance metrics the Revitalization Office was required to meet. The outcome was predictable. Failing to meet the economic targets demanded by higher-ups, 2/3 of the Revitalization Office's staff were cut after the first evaluation. That's right, 2/3. Not reassigned, but dismissed. It wasn't until then that City Hall officials realized the central government was serious this time. Their iron rice bowls were no longer secure. Poor performance meant getting kicked out. Having excelled before the first quarter assessment, I was quickly promoted to assistant director. I thought this would be my chance to prove myself, but I never imagined they just needed someone to shoulder all the blame. At this point, Kobayashi's face was etched with bitter resentment. But you did keep Okioka Prefecture afloat, didn't you? Sato, you tried to console him. No, Chief Sato. This isn't survival at all. Everyone here, myself included, is nothing but a walking corpse. Chapter 113, Walking Dead. Walking corpses? Sato, you repeated the phrase Kobayashi Suksuk had thrown out, chewing on its meaning. Judging by the intensity of the other man's emotion, he knew this matter was far more complex than he had imagined. The economic targets imposed from above are impossible to meet, at least for Okuka Prefecture. The population of Chogo Prefecture has been steadily draining away. Those who remain are mostly elderly residents. There's simply no chance for economic recovery here. What could possibly attract talent to a town surrounded by mountains, devoid of any natural resources? I often wonder if humanity hadn't launched the fourth technological revolution, would towns like Okioka County have fared better? At least back then, Mount Kiri was a place of breathtaking natural beauty, and many people were willing to pay to vacation here. But now, Chogo Prefecture has nothing left. It's a thoroughly dead city, a place name that will sooner or later be erased from the map. I had just been promoted to assistant governor at the time. For an entire month, I lay awake night after night, racking my brain for any way to save Okioka County, but nothing came to mind. During the days I took off to recuperate at home, the governor suddenly called me. He said a major medical group had surveyed the soil in Okioka County and found it highly suitable for cultivating a new medicinal herb they'd developed. Because this was a matter that could transform the economic fate of our county, they came straight to me, the assistant to the Revitalization Bureau. Hearing this, Satoyu's gaze gradually sharpened. As an outsider, he could easily see this was a trap. But for Kobayashi, the assistant director, who was under immense pressure at the time, this trap looked like a windfall. Commissioner Sato must have thought I was ridiculous. How could such a golden opportunity land on my desk? Even if the governor himself didn't handle it, it should have gone to a bureau chief with closer ties to him, not a mere assistant like me. Actually, I later became suspicious, so I specifically looked up information about this group. I found that, as the governor said, it was indeed a large medical group with investments all over the world. However, the information disclosed about this group was limited to that. Could you tell me the name of this group? Satoyu knew this was the most crucial piece of information, so he needed to clarify it. Gemini Biomedical Group. After a moment's hesitation, Kobayashi-suk finally revealed the name. Alright, I'll remember that. Continue. Upon hearing Kobayashi-suk's answer, Satoyu realized he had indeed heard of this medical giant from Hein. But when it came to whether the Gemini Group had left any lasting impression on him, he honestly couldn't recall. The day after I received the call, a representative from Gemini Group arrived in Okioka Prefecture to meet with me. He was also a Shinichi native, but I didn't know his real name. It was only after I later sensed something was amiss and investigated that I discovered his identity was legally forged. Our negotiations lasted 3 days. He presented a complete, ready-made proposal that fully complied with the newly enacted commercial law of the United Government. During those talks, I essentially served only as a signatory for approval. Looking back, I was completely led by the nose. Less than 2 days after finalizing the deal, the twin group arrived in Chonggang County with a convoy of transport vehicles and personnel, launching a series of construction projects and soil modification experiments. According to them, due to commercial confidentiality, every resident of Chogo Prefecture signed a non-disclosure agreement with the twin group. I did a rough calculation at the time. The money each person received from the contract alone equaled 5 years' income for white-collar workers in the metropolitan area. By the end of the second quarter, our revitalization office not only exceeded the targets set by higher authorities but was also commended by the central government as a model town. Not long after, the twin group publicly released job postings for local residents. These were easy jobs even elderly people could handle, basically helping care for experimental plants cultivated by the twin group, yet the salaries offered were shockingly high. With the profits from the confidentiality agreements, nearly every elderly person in the county joined the twin group's experiment. Later, I learned it wasn't experimental plants at all, it was highly addictive compound raw materials. Watching the bulging veins on Kobayashi's forehead, Satoyu couldn't help but clench his fists. During the final week of the third quarter, agents from the Central Prosecutor's Office approached me. They presented dozens of documents, accusing me of aiding the twin group in illegal economic activities. My mind went blank. The prosecutor explained we'd only been dealing with a shell company under Gemini Group. He offered to drop my charges if I continued cooperating with Gemini, but strictly under the prosecutor's office's terms. I had to gather intelligence and evidence for them, submitting reports regularly. They were turning you into a spy, Satoyu stated unequivocally. I had no choice but to follow the prosecutor's orders. Otherwise, I'd never get another chance to care for my grandmother. Kobayashi's lips trembled slightly. But obtaining information on the twin group was no easy task. I requested deeper cooperation, but they also set their own conditions. What conditions? My brother's remains. Why would they want your brother's remains? Satoyu was utterly shocked that the twin group would make such a demand. I don't know. They didn't tell me why, but my brother doesn't have any remains. He was eaten by a monster. There was nothing in the coffin. Perhaps precisely because they knew your brother had no remains did they make that demand. Satoyu voiced his speculation helplessly to him. It felt like an utterly ironic rejection. But I'd already exposed myself. From the moment I proposed further cooperation with them, I knew I'd made a colossal mistake. Half a year. They only stayed the final 6 months before leaving Okioka Prefecture. Before departing, they dismantled every facility they'd built, leaving behind only one piece of evidence I could never reveal to the prosecutor. By this point, Kobayashi Suksuk's tears were already streaming down his face. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you, Sato, you unexpectedly conceded. No, Chief Sato. If I don't speak now, I fear I'll never have another chance. Kobayashi Suksuk wiped his eyes with his sleeve. They infected all the elderly with the experimental substance. Unless controlled by the medication they provided, the old folks would turn into monsters. Chapter 114, Unknown Target. Colonel Sato, what's the situation on your end? Xingtian and MS-03 remained stationary beside the monster's sledge-like corpse, awaiting a response. But strangely, Hao Jie didn't respond to Xingtian's question. Colonel Sato? After waiting several seconds, Bai Ying couldn't help but ask. Silence remained her only reply. Sensing something was amiss, Xiao checked the communication channel. He found no issues with signal stability or transmission range. Could Hao Jie be in danger? Bai Ying, standing inside the MS-03 cockpit, sounded anxious. At that moment, the communication channel with Hao Jie remained active. Cut the communication first. Hearing Xiao's suggestion, Bai Ying's pupils suddenly contracted, and she immediately cut the communication link from Hao Jie. Check your energy radar. See if it shows Hao Jie's location. Nothing. Only then did Bai Ying notice her radar display was completely blank. Me neither. Xiao's tone grew icy. While the maximum communication range between mechs is normally longer than the radar's maximum detection range, don't forget our current situation, the Fourth Line Islands are under signal jamming. We can only use close-range communication, and at this distance, it's impossible to avoid being detected by energy radar. Bai Ying finished Xiao's unspoken thought. Plus, I just sent a text message to Hao Jie. Even if their voice system malfunctioned, they could still transmit information via text. Didn't get a reply either? If they had, I wouldn't have made you cut the connection. Xiao had already reignited the Crimson Plasma Axe Blade, his mech fully self-repaired and back to normal power levels. What is this, ghost communication? Random thoughts suddenly surfaced in Bai Ying's mind, and she could feel goosebumps rising all over her neck. Earlier, when I fought the Ghost King possessed by the heretic, I discovered monsters can use the communication devices of their host mechs and even speak our language. Xiao, now within the consciousness space, surveyed that memory as if watching a movie. The heretic thought victory was assured, so it mocked me with a text message sent through the Ghost King's communicator. What did it say? Bai Ying's attention instantly shifted to curiosity about the content. Humans, foolish. Xiao relayed the exact text message to Bai Ying before adding, probably implying I was foolish for failing. Though it seemed like a child still learning to express itself fluently, its cunning during combat was indistinguishable from a human's. So you're saying the communication request we just received might have also come from the monster mecha? In truth, while piloting the MS-03 against the red hurricane infested by the mutated sea monster, Bai Ying had also noticed the monster's intelligence rapidly increasing. Highly probable. Otherwise, given Colonel Sato's style, he'd never leave a communication hanging like that without a word. Especially since Hao Jie still hasn't shown up on radar. Yet, the moment Xiao uttered these words, both their energy radars simultaneously detected an unknown energy signature. Warning, unknown energy fluctuation detected. Energy level 4. Is it coming? Bai Ying immediately maneuvered the MS-03 into combat stance, joining Xingtian in facing the direction of the energy fluctuation. But as time ticked by, they were astonished to find the expected attack never materialized. Out of visual range. The target hasn't moved since it first appeared, Bai Ying frowned, scanning the barren hills and ravines. Based on our previous battle experience with the Demon King, if the enemy can use Hao Jie's communications, it means Hao Jie has already been parasitized by the monster. Xiao couldn't help but voice the worst-case scenario in his mind first. Then what about Duzi and Colonel Sato? Bai Ying gripped the two high-frequency thermal swords in his hands tightly. We should take the initiative. Hold on. Xingtian positioned his massive axe in front of the MS-03. If it's a monster mecha, the system won't register it as an unknown energy fluctuation, it'll be classified as an enemy unit immediately. What does that prove? Though Bai Ying tried desperately to control her emotions and stay calm, the thought of Duzi possibly being in danger now filled her mind with only one thought: rescue him. It means the monster we're facing might just be mimicking Hao Jie's signal it's luring us. Xiao said this, though he couldn't guarantee his guess was accurate. Do you even believe that yourself? Bai Ying's sharp retort left Xiao speechless. Ding ding. Just as the two were locked in argument, the previously motionless unknown target suddenly began to move. It's moving away from us. For a split second, Xiao's mind went completely blank. He couldn't comprehend the meaning behind this action. But the next second, he understood. Buzz. MS-03 abruptly shoved aside the massive axe blocking its path and charged full throttle toward the unknown target's location. White Shadow. Completely caught off guard by Bai Ying's impulsive move, Xiao didn't hesitate. He raised his massive axe and revved his engine to full throttle, chasing after the MS-03. If we don't chase it now, it'll slip off the radar. White Shadow bellowed to Xingtian, who was following behind, as he piloted the mobile suit at full speed. If it's not targeting us, doesn't that prove it's a trap even more? Yu Xiao's thoughts were a tangled mess. He desperately tried to piece together every clue, only to realize how little intelligence he and Bai Ying actually possessed. Ever since parting ways with Hao Jie, their only accomplishment had been defeating that disgusting, crazed level 4 monster. And because they'd chosen guerrilla tactics from the start. Their current location was now light years away from the Wuju Mountain air raid shelter. They had no clue what Sato Yu and Duzi had endured during their absence, or whether they'd truly been attacked by monsters. Even if it's a trap, we have to push through. What about Colonel Sato and Duzi? Bai Ying cut straight to the heart of the matter. At that very moment, the MS-03 completed its armor transformation, switching its entire frame into sprint mode. Damn it! Yu Xiao found no grounds to counter Bai Ying's reasoning, forcing him to push himself to the limit just to keep pace with the MS-03. Since neither could persuade the other, the only way to prove who was right or wrong was to see it with their own eyes. Chapter 115, Flesh and Blood Mecha. We're approaching Fog Residence Mountain. Yu Xiao focused most of his attention on maintaining the machine's high-speed run, occasionally glancing at the blue holographic terrain map projected before his face. After about 5 minutes of full-throttle pursuit, the unknown target was nearly within visual range. Yet Yu Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the enemy's mobility though Xingtian hadn't activated overload mode. The fact that both Xingtian and MS-03 had spent so long running at full power solely to maintain pursuit spoke volumes about the terrifying agility of their opponent. The silver lining was that while the unknown target wasn't heading directly toward Mount Muguay, it was still moving closer to it. This gave Yu Xiao a glimmer of hope that he might confirm the identity of the target. White Shadow, prepare for contact. We'll have visual on the target shortly. Got it. At Yu Xiao's timely reminder, Bai Ying commanded the MS-03 to transform once more, switching the entire unit from sprint mode back to balance mode. Over there! Layers of rugged peaks flashed rapidly behind Xingtian's crimson eyes. Barren hills, like the stark, exposed spines of the dead, stretched unevenly into the boundless distance. Amidst the dust-covered, yellow-soiled rocks, a blood-red figure suddenly appeared. Is that Hao Jie? The moment Bai Ying caught sight of the figure, he nearly stumbled over his own stiff limbs. No! It's just a monster that looks like Hao Jie. Yu Xiao's shock was no less than Bai Ying's, for to him, this sight was even more horrifying than seeing Hao Jie possessed. It was a dark red giant in full stride, its height nearly matching Hao Jie's roughly 75 meters tall. Beyond its height, the giant's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Hao Jie. Its body radiated a sharp, angular industrial aesthetic, with each chitinous plate covering its surface mirroring Hao Jie's external armor, creating a wild, rugged style. 4 H4 combustion heavy cannons protruded from the giant's waist. With each stride, Yu Xiao could see the explosive spikes at the center of its feet designed to stabilize its center of gravity and enhance traction. Yet this colossus, a near-perfect replica of Hao Jie's form, was composed entirely of substances diametrically opposed to cold metal, bone and flesh. Even before the battle formally commenced, its exaggerated movement speed alone already surpassed that of the original Hao Jie. Careful, this thing might be stronger than we think. The thought made Yu Xiao instantly heighten his alertness. Go! The moment Yu Xiao finished speaking, the hero abruptly twisted its head in an unnatural manner, turning it directly toward Xingtian and MS-03. It opened its 2 enormous eyes, oozing dark yellow pus. This sight instantly triggered Yu Xiao, and Bai Ying's recent battle memories for this pair of revolting eyeballs was identical to those of the monster they had just slain. Only then did Yu Xiao truly understand what bone-chilling terror meant. It didn't need to be grotesquely deformed or emit twisted screams. The terror that seeped into one's very bones stemmed solely from its defiance of human notions of harmony. Just as Hero was doing now, its body sprinting forward while its head remained frozen at a 90-degree angle, fixed in the direction of Xingtian and MS-03. Both parties were now racing along parallel paths, though the monster held the high ground while Yu Xiao and Bai Ying remained below. If it's not Hao Jie, then that means Sato Yu and Duzi might still be alive, right? Bai Ying gradually regained his composure, his emotions calming. Of course, but it also means it successfully lured us in. Though Yu Xiao knew he and Bai Ying had fallen into the enemy's trap, the thought that Sato Yu and Duzi still had a high chance of survival eased his mind somewhat. Then make it pay. Bai Ying raised his voice as he commanded the MS-03 to deploy the X-shaped wing shields on its back. Yet the hero had already preemptively swiveled its 4 abdominal heavy cannons toward their position, a feat utterly impossible for the hero's main body. Watch out! Boom! 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 4 swollen flesh projectiles launched from the monster's heavy cannons, exploding before they even hit the ground. Green flames erupted from the cracked earth, and rapidly billowing smoke instantly engulfed Xingtian's massive form. Xingtian! The white figure sprinting ahead of the group halted abruptly, turning to race toward the spot where Xingtian had been struck. But just as MS-03 took its first step, Hero leapt down from the towering cliff, charging toward the white figure at an even greater speed than before. With no time to react, the white figure could only cross the 2 high-frequency thermal swords in front of them to block Hero's heavy punch. What immense power! After sliding backward nearly 100 meters, the white figure finally regained its balance and resumed a fighting stance. Hiro did not rush to pursue. Instead, he raised his right fist curiously before his eyes, observing the billowing white smoke rising from the 5 severed fingers. No matter how closely its behavior mimicked a mobile suit, it couldn't change the fact that it was flesh and blood. That earlier punch had struck the MS-03's high-frequency thermal cutting sword directly, not only shattering the chitinous shell covering its fist but also melting away its 5 fingers. Sizzle! The next second, the white figure witnessed Hiro regrow 5 brand new fingers at a visible speed, while its entire palm was encased in fresh chitinous armor. At this regeneration speed, the damage from the missiles will be repaired in no time. Bai Ying, who had been contemplating a ranged attack, immediately abandoned the idea of wasting ammunition. Only now did she grasp just how dangerous the trap Xingtian had warned about truly was. In terms of ranged attacks, Hiro had even factored in lead time for its earlier bombardment, with shells detonating automatically upon approaching Xingtian's vicinity. The sheer explosive energy contained within was enough to obliterate a small defensive fortress. In close combat, Hiro could send the MS-03 reeling 100 meters with a single punch, and the resulting vibrations left Bai Ying's entire body numb. This was the true might of the hero. Just as Bai Ying found himself in a bind, Hiro, standing 100 meters away, suddenly raised its head and opened its gaping maw wide enough to split its own skull. Next, it plunged its hand into its maw and slowly drew out a bone blade as sharp as a knife's edge. Bai Ying recognized its shape instantly. It was the Ghost King's slashing blade, the Extermination. Chapter 116, Behavior Cloning. Bai Ying, I need 5 minutes to repair myself. After the dust settled, Xingtian knelt on one knee in the deep pit, his body covered in wounds. His external armor was nearly completely melted away, and his black frame was riddled with deep gashes. 5 minutes was Yu Zhao's absolute limit, the shortest time he could achieve by channeling every ounce of energy within his body towards cellular regeneration. Warning: full body armor destroyed. He never imagined the meatballs expelled by the monsters could possess such terrifying power. Based on the explosive residue detected by the system on Xingtian's body, Yu Zhao could draw a conclusion: those meatballs were crafted by the monsters using their own unstable blood. Humans refrained from using mass destruction weapons against monsters precisely to prevent their blood from becoming a catalyst in energy reactions, a scenario that would result in a disaster where killing 800 enemies would cost 1,000 of their own lives. Yet now, the monsters were actively harnessing their own blood, a development that dealt a devastating blow to the Watchers' alliance. Fortunately, the monster did not launch a second barrage. Though Yu Zhao didn't know the reason, he tentatively attributed it to the monster needing to cool down. Black flesh gradually sprouted from the deepest core of Xingtian's skeleton, visibly repairing the shattered body at a visible pace. Xingtian hadn't been reduced to dust in this assault for 2 reasons. First, his body's strength had surged to unprecedented levels after the skeleton evolution. Second, his other equipment module, the lava heart, had stabilized this violent reaction. While this stabilization didn't reduce the reaction's energy output, it transformed the energy into a controllable form, allowing Xingtian to absorb over 50% less damage. The 3 green orbs clutched in his hand were the clearest proof, the product of his energy control. In a sense, they represented a stable form of the monster's blood without losing its vitality. 5 minutes. Got it. Cold sweat beaded behind Bai Ying's ears. At that very moment, Hao Jia had already pulled the entire bone-bladed sword from his own throat and assumed a standard combat stance. And don't blame yourself. Even if you hadn't charged out, I would have followed that monster within seconds. Yu Zhao understood Bai Ying's guilt. We couldn't gamble with Colonel Sato and Duzi's lives. Stepping into that trap was our fault for having insufficient intel, not yours. Yu Zhao spoke the truth. Even now, neither of them could confirm the safety or whereabouts of Sato Yu and Duzi. Even if the monster was playing tricks with them, they still had no choice but to fall into the pit. I'll protect you. After several seconds of silence, Bai Ying finally offered this reply. The next instant, the MS-03's armor panels deployed across its entire frame, switching to its most powerful and highest power consumption assault mode. The white mobile suit shot forward like an arrow released from its string, tearing through the air toward the hero that had just lifted its toes. Splash! 2 orange-red sword flashes streaked through the air, carving 2 deep gashes over 10 meters long into the hero's right arm. Yet such severe wounds did not hinder the hero in the slightest. It instantly shifted its stance, aiming its slashing blade at the MS-03 attempting to attack from behind. Green beast blood splattered onto the burning blade in the white figure's hand, releasing a pungent, acrid smell. Tiss! Having its attack parried, the MS-03 swiftly backed away under Bai Ying's control, evading the hero unit's downward slashing blade. Gazing at the gash stretching dozens of meters across the ground, Bai Ying couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. That brief exchange had yielded at least 3 crucial pieces of intelligence. First, ordinary attacks couldn't hinder the hero in the slightest. Even gravely wounded, it could still exert 100% of its power. In other words, unless White Shadow could sever one of his limbs directly, the situation would unfold as she was now witnessing. The hero had already healed 30% of his wounds. Second, the blade extracted from the hero proved far more resilient than Bai Ying had anticipated. Even her high-frequency thermal cutting sword, with its intense vibrations and scorching heat, couldn't sever it. While the twin blades wielded by MS-03 weren't entirely ineffective, at best they could only leave a few insignificant nicks on the opponent's bone sword. Third, Bai Ying has yet to gain any advantage. In terms of power, any attack landing on her mobile suit would inflict severe damage. Regarding speed, after Bai Ying's initial surprise attack succeeded, Haojia immediately matched the MS-03's movements, blocking her second strike. If she couldn't swiftly establish an advantage and finish the opponent, Bai Ying would be the one crushed in the ensuing battle. The moment Bai Ying's retreat reached 100 meters, the hero emerged from the lingering smoke and swung a horizontal slash at the MS-03's midsection. Bang! Bang! At the critical moment, the fully articulated thrusters on the MS-03's waist and legs suddenly erupted with blazing flames, propelling the mobile suit out of the Zanduo's attack range with tremendous recoil force. Now! The white figure swiftly maneuvered the MS-03's right arm to grip the sword hilt. Once the unit stabilized its center of gravity, it swung the blade directly at the hero unit's head. The hero remained frozen in its double-handed horizontal slash stance. No matter how swift it was, it couldn't raise its blade in time to block the MS-03 strike. The blazing hot chest blade pierced the turbulent air, surging unstoppably past the hero's sturdy arm and heading straight for its head. Yet, just as the white figure was about to strike, her peripheral vision caught the 4 barrel ports on its abdomen beginning to vibrate. Boom! 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 Viscous liquid erupted from the flesh and blood heavy cannons, and the powerful recoil instantly hurled the hero 50 meters backward. It had used the same method as Bai Ying to evade what seemed like an unavoidable attack. Damn! Realizing the danger, Bai Ying immediately maneuvered the X-shaped wing armor on the MS-03's back to target the ground. Almost the instant the hero launched its counterattack, over 20 missiles splitting apart mid-air plowed along the shortest straight line between the two, unleashing a barrage of explosions. In an instant, the smoke and debris from the explosions engulfed the entire valley. In White Shadow's field of vision, everything was obscured by the sandstorm. This was precisely the effect she had intended. Guided by the precise positioning of the holographic terrain map and energy radar, the white figure immediately maneuvered the MS-03 to change positions. She was waiting for an opportunity to strike the enemy down in one decisive blow. Chapter 117, Demon in the Smoke. Hero charged headlong toward the last known position of MS-03 in its sight. The sharp bone blade sliced through the air like a crescent moon, instantly dispersing the smoke swirling around Hero and clearing a circular field of vision centered on it. But the MS-03 was nowhere to be found. As the swirling smoke slowly coalesced around the hero once more, the mighty giant withdrew its blade. Its 2 dark yellow eyes scanned the hazy smokescreen incessantly, emitting an unsettling gurgling sound. Meanwhile, on the other side of the smokescreen, a white figure now stood 100 meters directly behind the hero, wielding 2 high-frequency thermal swords. After launching the missiles from the MS-03's X-shaped wing armor, she shut down all maneuvering thrusters and maintained the mobile suit's movement speed at 70% of its maximum. Only by doing so could she prevent the smoke concealing the mobile suit from dispersing completely, thus achieving her goal of hiding her presence. Based on its previously demonstrated performance and reaction speed, any rash attack from this distance would surely alert it. Bai Ying analyzed the current situation, seizing every second. 100 meters was her current assumed maximum range. Based on her previous engagements with the hero, this distance represented the absolute limit at which the MS-03 could react to an incoming attack. After all, White Shadow couldn't guarantee that Hero didn't possess a method to lock onto her within the dust cloud. If its current behavior was merely a diversion, then White Shadow's sneak attack would be tantamount to suicide. Another hidden danger was this: if Bai Ying could react to the hero's attack at this distance, then the hero, being faster than the MS-03, would certainly be able to react to her attack. Not to mention that Bai Ying would have to charge at maximum power to launch her surprise attack. The moment she initiated the charge, her current position would be instantly exposed. I have to take a gamble. Dozens of seconds later, billowing smoke once again spread beneath the hero's feet. The 2 dark yellow eyeballs protruding from its head ceased their rotation the instant their vision was blocked, freezing their pupils fixedly forward. Now, Hero stood utterly still, like a massive dark red stone statue. Yet, its entire surface was covered in a fine layer of short fur. The slightest shift in air currents would send signals through these hairs to its brain, heightening its vigilance in specific directions. This way, should the White Shadow launch an attack, the hero could instantly identify the direction of the assault and react in the shortest possible time. Even if the white figure continued to stall, waiting for visibility to gradually improve, the hero would still be able to pinpoint the MS-03's location. Whoosh! 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 The instant Hero heard the sound, the short hairs covering its body simultaneously sensed turbulent air currents. The next instant, 3 missiles trailing blue exhaust plowed through the air on its left flank, exploding into searing bursts of flame upon contact. To the hero, these wounds were mere scratches. It immediately raised its blade, preparing to charge toward the direction the missiles had come from. But just as Hero completed its turn, 3 more missiles suddenly struck its back, shattering its chitinous shell into fragments. Roar! Under the relentless barrage of missiles flying in from all directions, Hero was utterly enraged. It opened its gaping maw once more, unleashing a roar filled with fury. Its pair of dark yellow eyes darted wildly around like a possessed creature, yet no matter how it tried to anticipate the next missile's trajectory, its blade could never outpace the projectile streaking through the smoke-filled air. Finally, amidst the Hero's frenzied roar, it faced its first massive missile barrage. These explosive projectiles streaked through the smoke from every direction, hurtling straight toward its body, still not fully healed. Boom! Countless blue flames erupted through the swirling dust, deafening roars intertwined with relentless explosions, reverberating throughout the entire valley. Suddenly, a white figure burst through the smoke, swinging 2 high-frequency thermal swords with lightning speed. As 2 elegant orange-red arcs flashed through the air, the roar of the Hero abruptly ceased. The swirling dust and debris were swept clean by the sudden gust of sword wind, clearing the area where the 2 giants stood. Green beast blood hadn't even begun to drip from the MS-03's blades before it vaporized into wisps of white smoke, dissipating into the air. The white figure piloting MS-03 straightened its body and turned to face Hero, who remained rooted to the spot. Put! Fragmented flesh and beast blood gushed forth from the Hero's neck and waist. Instantly, the colossal form snapped into 3 distinct segments before Bai Ying's eyes: the head, torso, and lower limbs. She had achieved her goal, severing the Hero with the most brutal means possible. A tidal wave of beast blood flooded the dust-covered feet of MS-03, but Bai Ying did not stop. Instead, she commanded MS-03 to swing its twin blades once more. The scalding, razor-sharp blade sliced through the collapsed Hero again and again. Within a mere 30 seconds, Bai Ying had dismembered the motionless body into dozens of fragments of varying sizes. Yet Bai Ying's cutting continued. She repeated the slashing motion relentlessly until she was certain her 2 high-frequency thermal blades had carved every inch of this body. The flickering red dot vanished from the radars of both MS-03 and Xingtian. Only now did Bai Ying fully grasp Xingtian's actions. Back then, against an enemy with such formidable regenerative abilities, nothing less than reducing it to pure mincemeat could bring peace of mind. Is this your way of venting? The smoke had long dissipated, and Xingtian waited until Bai Ying had completely stopped before finding an opening to speak. No, I just wanted to make sure it was truly dead. The moment the white figure finished speaking, it extended the MS-03's foot and stomped down hard on one of the few remaining intact chunks of flesh. This moment mirrored that moment. As the instigator of this corpse-beating ritual, Xiao naturally made no move to stop Bai Ying. 3 minutes. Faster than I expected. Did you really expect me to fight this thing for a full 5 minutes? Only now did Bai Ying realize his entire body was soaked through with sweat. No, I just didn't expect you to actually kill it. Xiao had only intended for Bai Ying to stall for 5 minutes. He'd even prepared himself for the possibility that Bai Ying wouldn't last, ready to risk consuming raw beast blood spheres to accelerate his own regeneration. Hearing Xiao's words, Bai Ying didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Don't underestimate me. I'm not the only one who's improved." Chapter 118, Abnormal Fluctuations. You look pretty unusual right now. After waiting 2 minutes, Xingtian had fully completed his self-repair. However, since his external armor was completely destroyed, the figure now standing before Bai Ying was essentially a pitch-black, muscular giant. What's so peculiar? Xiao didn't quite grasp Bai Ying's meaning. You just don't look much like a mech anymore. Bai Ying chose what she thought was a tactful way to express her meaning. After the last upgrade, I ceased to be a mecha. Think of the external armor and equipment modules as garments draped over my body. I am now, without question, a living organism. Xiao paused, then decided to tell Bai Ying the truth. After all, even if the girl before him didn't grasp the full meaning, she wouldn't rush to dissect him like Yuanjin had. So now you're not wearing clothes? Though Xingtian had transcended the boundaries of the human species, Bai Ying found herself instinctively averting her gaze whenever she recalled his male anthropomorphic form. We're not the same species. Don't sweat the small stuff. Though he said this, Xiao wasn't entirely pleased with his current appearance either. Overall, just as Bai Ying had described, Xingtian now resembled a burly brute covered in solid muscle. Were it not for the dark, metallic sheen enveloping his form, the scene might have bordered on a giant's lewd display. Yet the more Xingtian dismissed it, the more Bai Ying fixated on his appearance. Even as she mentally chanted, "Look away. Look away," her eyes remained wide and unblinking, scrutinizing every detail of his form. By human standards, Xingtian possessed an unquestionably bodybuilder-level physique. The only part of his body still partially covered by armor was his head. Yet even Xiao himself didn't know what kind of face this new body possessed, at least in his mind. It was impossible for it to have normal human features. I should consider getting some self-repairing armor. Noticing the intense gaze from the white figure, Xiao silently noted this new requirement in his mind. But remaining completely naked wasn't a viable solution either. Yu Xiao swiftly channeled energy within his body to accelerate the growth of the black armor equipment module. Within a minute, a layer of black substance coated Xingtian's body surface, forming angular shapes. Xingtian deliberately shaped the black armor to resemble synthetic armor, though its defensive capabilities were undoubtedly far inferior to genuine protective gear. Sure enough, after Xingtian finished dressing, the faint blush on Bai Ying's cheeks finally faded as she turned her head away. Let's head back to the Wujishan air raid shelter first to check on Colonel Sato and Doozy. Yu Xiao shrugged as he spoke, flexing his hands to adjust to the lightness of the new armor. All right. Actually, I have something to discuss with you. Bai Ying swiftly regained her composure, refocusing her thoughts. The two giants swiftly embarked on their journey, charging toward their destination at the maximum speed achievable at normal power output. What do you mean? After being forced to shed his heavy armor, Xingtian's movement speed had noticeably increased. It's about that monster from earlier. Bai Ying organized the information in his mind. After I sliced it into 3 pieces, I could sense its energy level drop dramatically. I encountered this same phenomenon when we fought the first monster. Hearing Bai Ying's words, Yu Xiao recalled the twisted monster he'd killed while in overload mode. But at the time, I assumed it was just the normal energy dissipation upon a monster's death, so I didn't pay much attention. A normal monster's energy wouldn't drop that fast. Remember what I told you? Its cellular activity vanished almost instantly. For a regular monster, the deactivation process would take at least 6 hours. Bai Ying's expression turned serious. Your point is valid, but don't forget where we are now and what kind of enemies we're facing. Yu Xiao kindly reminded Bai Ying. Ever since they set foot on the Fourth Line Islands, the situations they faced had grown far more perilous than before. The scorched earth, energy-mutated monsters, and the relentless stream of mysteries. If Bai Ying was still applying the same old standards to analyze the enemies they'd defeated so far, they simply wouldn't fit. In this peril-ridden land, abnormality was the only normality. I wouldn't make such claims without evidence. Just as Yu Xiao thought Bai Ying would drop the discussion, the other party sent him a data packet. This is... Yu Xiao opened the data packet with his system and discovered it contained Bai Ying's energy fluctuation logs before and after slaying the hero. It was precisely because this phenomenon occurred when we killed the first monster that I kept the recording active throughout the battle. Bai Ying had her explanation ready. As you can see now, the instant my attack landed, the monster's energy level began a precipitous decline. I refused to believe its life cells couldn't linger for even a second. Yu Xiao didn't respond to Bai Ying's explanation immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the recorded data fluctuations over and over. This defiance of biological instincts was a first for Yu Xiao, and it sparked another question within him. Given the regenerative capabilities demonstrated by both monsters, they should have been fully capable of repairing injuries of this magnitude, which was precisely why Yu Xiao and Bai Ying had delivered finishing blows. Yet strangely, after being severed at the waist, neither creature showed any signs of repair. Instead, they collapsed instantly in pools of blood, ceasing all movement. Have you figured anything out? Bai Ying couldn't help but ask, seeing Yu Xiao remain silent. Don't you think this victory came a bit too easily? Yu Xiao slowly organized his thoughts, sensing he was close to unraveling the mystery. If you're comparing this to that battle we fought in Blackhorn City, then yes, I admit it was easier. Bai Ying seemed taken aback by Yu Xiao's remark. But you're also much stronger now than before. As you said yourself, after your last upgrade, you transcended the limitations of a mecha. Have you factored that in? I have. Bai Ying, who had been about to retort, immediately frowned. These two monsters are stronger than you imagine. I can sense it. Yet they didn't unleash their full power, they fell to our all-out strike. Chapter 119, Ghost Within the Shell. Hearing this, Bai Ying couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If what Yu Xiao said was true, then the damage she had inflicted on the hero earlier was nowhere near enough to bring it down. Had it unleashed its full power, Bai Ying and her MS-03 would likely have been torn to shreds by now. Had anyone else uttered phrases like "I can sense it," Bai Ying would never have believed them. But coming from Xingtian, she couldn't afford to dismiss it. Then why did they cease resistance? Bai Ying racked her brain but found no logical explanation for the monster's actions. That's precisely what I'm pondering. Xingtian mechanically repeated his running motions, his body acting purely on instinct. Allow me to outline my observations and hypotheses. Interrupt me if anything seems off. A hypothesis is inherently questionable. Bai Ying silently murmured to herself, knowing the difference between constructive discussion and nitpicking. First, let's treat the rapid loss of cellular activity as a defining characteristic of these monsters and focus solely on why these two were killed by us. The first possibility, the attacks both monsters received just before death struck their weak points, like a human being hit in the brain or heart, resulting in instant death. I have a question. Though Bai Ying wanted Yu Xiao to continue, this first point already seemed unreasonable to her. No problem, speak up. Yu Xiao was practically hoping Bai Ying would interrupt him more often. Take the first monster we defeated. Its form was highly unconventional. Not only was its entire body a patchwork of various creatures, but it didn't even have a head. We found no heart within its ribcage like chest cavity, nor did we discover a brain within its tentacles. Could it really be that coincidental that its weak point was located within that thin layer of flesh around its waist? That makes sense, though it's a very low probability. Xiao didn't dismiss Bai Ying's counterargument. Did you find the second monster's weak point? You took it down entirely on your own. Honestly, no. Bai Ying stated his thoughts candidly. Precisely because it resembled a heroic warrior, I targeted its neck and waist. For a mecha, losing its head or being severed at the waist are fatal wounds utterly irreparable. Except for you. Before Xiao could speak, Bai Ying preemptively added the exception of Xingtian, whose cockpit wasn't located in its head. However, now that Xingtian had become a living entity, Bai Ying couldn't be certain if it could still fight as a headless knight. Your argument is compelling. We'll classify the first possibility as a coincidence. It can't be ruled out, but the probability is extremely low. Xiao offered a relatively rigorous conclusion, though to Bai Ying, it felt no different from dismissing the option entirely. The second possibility is that the monster's self-repair capabilities have a limit. Both of our fatal attacks exceeded some critical threshold, causing the monster to collapse before us. That possibility sounds more plausible, though doubts remain. This time, Bai Ying didn't immediately counter. She paused to think before speaking. Share your perspective. You yourself mentioned earlier that neither of these monsters had shown 100% of their true power in your estimation. So does self-repair also fall within the scope of that perceived power? Take the first monster as an example. You thought its self-repair was a tactic to lure you in. When you launched your attack, I noticed its repair speed instantly accelerated several times over. Not to mention, it regenerated a tentacle right in front of us. Regenerating a single tentacle is different from regenerating an entire upper body, Xiao interjected. But it doesn't need to repair its entire upper body. It only needs to regenerate the connection between its lower limbs and torso before the limb falls off, like stitching it back together. Bai Ying's response silenced Xiao. This was indeed a point he had overlooked. If the monster could regrow a tentacle, how could it possibly fail to regenerate the flesh needed for suturing? This realization made him see his previous attack strategy was flawed too. If the monster truly had a limit to its self-repair, then he and Bai Ying should have pursued a more devastating strike with a larger kill zone. In Xiao's own words, he should have unleashed techniques like the 3-second 17 slash or the whirlwind meat grinder in overload mode, expanding the monster's wounds to a point beyond repair. Yet the reality was that both monsters had fallen before what Xingtian and MS-03 had deemed their fatal strikes. I had only considered these two possibilities, but your perspective has given me another avenue of thought. After a long silence, Xiao finally spoke slowly. Not far away, the towering and majestic Wuju Mountain came into view for Xiao and Bai Ying. They haven't unleashed their full power not because they're holding back, but because they don't yet know how to wield it. Only through continuous combat with us will they gradually learn to harness these abilities. You mean, they're learning as they fight? Bai Ying's face betrayed utter astonishment. Exactly. It's not that they haven't unleashed their full power, it's that they haven't unlocked their full potential yet. This hypothesis was a conclusion Xiao had deduced only after witnessing the second monster. He had never seen a monster fully transform into a mobile suit form and fight using the combat patterns of a mobile suit. Bai Ying felt this hypothesis proposed by Xiao resonated deeply. After all, Hao Jia had replicated the MS-03's maneuver of using reaction force to create distance right there on the battlefield. So according to you, did they acquire their self-repair ability by mimicking you too? Bai Ying clearly recalled Xingtian sustaining numerous attacks during the chase with the first monster, yet he had healed himself completely through self-repair. This explained why the monsters didn't repair themselves through suturing. They'd never witnessed Xingtian demonstrate such advanced regenerative capabilities. Your theory isn't without merit, but I don't believe that's the case. Besides, I never grew an extra head or arm in front of them, yet the first monster already learned to regenerate its tentacles. Xiao voiced his own thoughts. You already have an answer? Bai Ying had anticipated Xiao would have more to say. Yes, but you might not believe it. Xiao's tone turned unusually serious. They aren't real monsters at all. Or rather, these two bodies are merely empty shells. The moment our slashes struck them, the consciousness controlling them abandoned the flesh. That also explains why the second monster was so familiar with our movement patterns. Inside the MS-03 cockpit, Bai Ying's body trembled slightly. So we've been fighting the same enemy all along. Chapter 120, The Left Fork. This was the third time Satoyu and Duzi had stood at the fork in the road. Before this, they had listened to Kobayashi's account and moved all the medicine from the Haojia into the sealed zone, leaving only 2 sets of emergency medical supplies behind. One piece of good news was that while Satoyu and Duzi were returning to the hero to transport supplies, they had already made contact with Xingtian and his team. Both sides quickly exchanged intelligence, and Xingtian and Bai Ying urged Satoyu to hurry and find out where Naomi was. Thus, their presence here wasn't to return to the hero's cockpit, but to lift the final veil shrouding the mysteries of Okioka Prefecture. Ready, Duzi? Feeling the cool breeze from the left fork, Satoyu checked his ammunition count once more, 7 magazines in total, including the one already loaded in his heavy pistol. Bean's gear was no less impressive than Satoyu's. Beyond the standard iron grip pistol, Bean also carried the SP Smart pistol. After receiving Duzi's affirmative response, Satoyu and Duzi once again formed a front and rear formation, advancing deeper into the fork. Compared to the right-hand passage they had traversed earlier, the left-hand route appeared perfectly normal. Satoyu detected no bloodstains and heard no unusual sounds. The glaring light pierced through the thick glass cover of the flashlight, swaying back and forth under Satoyu's control within the spacious, dark tunnel. Countless dust particles suspended in the air were exposed to the illumination, forming a stark contrast against the motionless stone brick walls. From here on, we should see footprints. The calm stretch lasted a mere 100 meters before a blast door, similar to the one at the sealed zone entrance, loomed before Satoyu and Duzi. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this blast door was superior in both material and thickness compared to the one next door. Yet this blast door stood completely open. This meant the last group to pass through either lacked safety awareness or deliberately left the door wide open. Unfortunately, those individuals never returned from beyond the door. Satoyu first shone his flashlight into the area beyond the door. After confirming no immediate threats nearby, he motioned for Duzi to follow him to the doorway. Biometric authentication? Just as the two were about to pass through, Sato suddenly noticed a biometric scanner mounted on the blast-proof wall beside the door. Furrowing his brow, Sato quickly shifted his gaze to the blast door. Only then did he realize the manual opening mechanism or rotating knob was only installed on the inside. A thought immediately flashed through his mind: this door hadn't been opened by Naomi and her group at all. It had already been opened before they arrived. Otherwise, with the power out, the blast door couldn't possibly have been opened from the outside. Moreover, judging by the accumulation of dust in the area behind the door, this place had been abandoned for a long time. The power outage must have occurred quite some time ago. Proceed with caution, Satoyu warned Duzi as he reattached the light source beneath his pistol. Sure enough, the moment they stepped through the doorway, an eerie sense of decay washed over them. This place definitely collapsed. Satoyu concluded instantly, surveying the debris-strewn floor and the cracks crisscrossing the surrounding rock walls. They navigated cautiously through the rubble and fallen boulders. The air was so thick with particulate matter that both Satoyu and Duzi had to don filtration masks. Finally, after navigating numerous obstacles, they arrived before a massive circular elevator shaft. Even just observing the intricate support structures around it, Satoyu could tell this section must have been reinforced during construction. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found such an open area amidst the chaos. Just as Sato picked up a rock to measure the shaft's depth, a fleeting red dot flashed across his vision. Convinced he wasn't hallucinating, Satoyu immediately scanned the direction the red dot had appeared. 3 seconds later, the faint red light reappeared in his field of vision. Skeptical, Satoyu tossed aside the small stone and cautiously approached the flickering red light. After wiping the dust off the screen with his sleeve, a low-battery smart terminal appeared before the two of them. Is the lift platform's power supply independent? Not exactly surprising. Satoyu quickly located the interface controlling the lift platform by following the terminal's operating instructions. Current elevator platform location, B2. Due to emergency protocol restrictions, the lift platform can only move between A1, A2, A3, B1, and B2. Your current location, A1. B2. That means Naomi and the others were last in B2. Although Satoyu could now pinpoint the target's location, he didn't plan to head straight to B2. If Naomi and the others were trapped there, it could only mean B2 posed some kind of danger. Beans, look around for any signs or markers. Satoyu issued the command to Beans while rapidly tapping his fingers on the smart terminal. Not this one, not this one, not this one either. One by one, blue windows popped open under Satoyu's touch, only to be swiped away after less than a second of viewing. Finally, after flipping through over 30 subpages, Satoyu finished retrieving all the terminal's contents. He hadn't found floor-specific instructions, but he did obtain an exceptionally simplified digital map. The map was sparse because it only marked areas with alphanumeric codes, each distinguished by a different color. Yet neither the codes nor the colors bore any explanatory annotations. This secrecy is done with real professionalism, Satoyu muttered, glancing irritably at the twin medical logo in the terminal's upper right corner before silently sharing the map data with Duzi. A minute later, Duzi shook his head dejectedly at Satoyu, indicating he hadn't found any signs or markers. Left with no choice, Satoyu opened the map data he'd just received and began analyzing the codes and colors with gritted teeth. The entire underground facility is divided into 4 zones, a through D. Zone C and D can't be accessed via the elevator platform. You must go through the manual passageway from B3. All areas beyond B2 are marked in red and black. Some rooms in B1 and B2 also share these colors, but in zones A1 to A3, only blue and green appear. All colors have varying shades, with darker hues likely indicating greater severity. After pondering, Satoyu decided to head to Zone A3 with Doozy first. There were both green and blue rooms there, and they could access Zone B via either the manual passage or the lift platform. Though he couldn't quite grasp what the green and blue signified, his instincts screamed that the elevator being locked between A1 and B2 was no coincidence. Red and black must signify danger. Chapter 121, Military Technology. Elevator activated. In case of emergency, press the red button on the wall. Upon hearing the system prompt, Satoyu immediately shifted his gaze to the conspicuous red button. At that moment, the two stood on a massive circular platform spanning 10 meters in radius. The entire structure was forged from military-grade alloy, a reliable metal that served as the go-to choice for major mobile armor legions when constructing their bases. It's truly eye-opening that a medical corporation could construct military-grade engineering of this caliber. Satoyu couldn't help but remark. After all, the facilities he and Doozy were currently using stood in stark contrast to the visible decay and obsolescence of the adjacent restricted zone, yet both existed within the same mountain. The gray-painted colossal platform descended smoothly. Its stability during operation made Satoyu doubt whether he was even standing on moving ground. Moreover, the low hum generated by a platform of this scale during operation was almost imperceptible, all thanks to the magnetic levitation traction technology employed in the vertical transport system. Platform has arrived at Zone A3. As the platform gradually slowed, Satoyu and Doozy glimpsed the scene of Area A3 through the blast-proof glass. A viscous darkness, as if tangible, cloaked the entire area in shadow. Dark red emergency lights emitted an ambiguous glow beneath the metal floor and along the base of the walls, easily evoking the image of protruding veins and blood vessels. Even though Zone A3 appeared relatively undamaged by the collapse, the power outage lent the place an eerie sense of danger and decay. "Hope this map isn't outdated," Satoyu murmured, taking a deep breath before leading Doozy off the lift platform and into the heart of A3. Compared to the air raid tunnel above, the space here didn't seem much larger. Yet judging by the ventilation shafts lining the arched passageway every 5 meters, at least the air quality in Area A3 was better than the upper levels. Not a single door is open. Electronic locks, all electronic locks. Satoyu strained with all his might to pull the yellow metal door handle, but the sealed alloy door didn't budge an inch. Scanning the corridor, every door was sealed shut. Unless there was an exception, these doors could not be manually opened from the outside without power. Just as Satoyu was fretting over the electronic locks, Doozy suddenly holstered his pistol, walked up to a door, and motioned for Satoyu to step back. "Doozy, are you going to?" Before Satoyu could finish his sentence, Doozy placed her two rather petite hands on the door handle and pulled the door open with force. Squeak! Simultaneously, the mechanical grinding sound echoed in Satoyu's ears. Doozy stood with her eyes tightly shut, both small hands clenched white from the effort. Her entire body leaned backward, taut like a drawn compound bow. "Go, Doozy!" Satoyu clenched his fists, cheering her on from the sidelines. Bang! Finally, with a crisp sound echoing through the empty corridor, the two concluded their first violent door-breaching attempt. Satoyu lunged forward in a single stride, catching Doozy just as she stumbled and nearly fell. The doorknob snapped off. Beans wiped the sweat from her forehead with a look of stubborn determination, shaking her burning wrists while glaring at the door now missing its handle. But Doozy's effort wasn't in vain. She hadn't just snapped the handle off, she'd also ripped out the baseplate beneath it. Satoyu returned to the doorway, reached out, and removed the exposed lock chip before placing it into the wrist slot of his combat suit. Detecting unknown external connection device, system identifying. Chip model, HY Key 9. Manufacturer, Raiden's Military Technology Group. Leidens. Unpleasant memories surfaced in Satoyu's mind. The Raiden's Military Technology Group was a century-old industrial manufacturing giant. Even before the Fourth Technological Revolution arrived, it had been the largest defense contractor in the Han Nation, with business spanning large-scale ground military vehicles, aerospace, strategic-level military weapons, and more. It was one of the most controversial enterprises on the international stage. When the Fourth Technological Revolution arrived, Raiden's leveraged its deep foundations and visionary foresight to become one of the earliest and greatest beneficiaries and pioneers of the revolution. It pioneered 4 major fields: military artificial intelligence, precision chip design and manufacturing, brain-computer interface development, and powered exoskeletons. This positioned Raiden's as one of the few oligarchic corporations controlling the entire war industry supply chain. Satoyu clearly remembered that the nuclear bomb dropped on Shujitsu years ago to combat monsters was one of Raiden's cutting-edge products. Ironically, the Leiden Military Technology Group even used this event to promote its products globally, claiming their nuclear bombs caused minimal harm to humans and the environment. Yet it was precisely this corporation that injected the first major capital infusion into the Watchers Alliance during the early stages of the human-monster war. It helped establish the Omega Complex and the War Factory, and participated in incubating multiple original projects. Without Raiden's substantial backing, humanity's first powered combat armor would likely have been delayed by at least 2 years. A barbaric, unethical, and profit-obsessed corporation. Perhaps future generations will eventually eliminate such entities. But for now, we have no choice but to use them. This was the Alliance Council's assessment of Raiden's military technology. Truly, it's like making a deal with the devil. Satoyu employed the idiom he'd learned during his studies in Xian Kingdom, yet he couldn't help but feel grateful that this chip was manufactured by Lidens. As a key partner of the Watchers Alliance, Raidens had developed a program capable of bypassing the firewalls on all Raiden's products. Cracking program initiated, retrieving Raiden's authorization key. Data decryption successful. Corresponding permissions unlocked. Satoyu and Duzi instantly gained unrestricted access to every room in Sector A3. However, they still needed to complete the most critical step, powering up the electronic locks for every room. Querying circuit information, searching keyword, power control room. Request received, system processing. Reverse circuit query successful. Target location marked on map. Displaying optimal navigation route. A blue holographic image instantly rose from beneath Satoyu's feet, enveloping him and Duzi within the labyrinthine structure of the area. A striking white path now clearly marked their next steps and their destination. It was a room marked in deep blue on the map. Chapter 122, No Entry. The sound of wind, footsteps, breathing, heartbeats. In the mere 5-minute walk, only these 4 sounds echoed endlessly in Satoyu's ears. They formed an unspoken harmony with the dark red emergency lights, blending seamlessly into the deep, shadowy corridor. Each time he passed a room, Sato instinctively glanced with his peripheral vision at the wall beside the door. More precisely, he wasn't looking at the wall itself, but at the glass panels embedded within it, now completely blacked out. Since the entire construction of Sector A3 was handled by the Raiden's military technology group, the structure and layout here felt extremely familiar to Satoyu. After all, the United Front Legion's base had also been built with assistance from this company. Such rooms were standard issue for every member at the United Front base. The black glass panels on the walls were originally transparent and visible. Only the control room and the room's occupant had the authority to decide whether the glass would become two-way, one-way, or completely opaque. Could it be that the twin medical personnel didn't evacuate in haste back then, but withdrew in an orderly fashion? Observing the uniformly closed doors, Satoyu's gaze grew increasingly sharp. His reasoning was straightforward. Everything along the path he and Duzi had walked seemed unnaturally clean and orderly. They found no litter, debris, or signs of deliberate damage in the corridors. An emergency evacuation would inevitably cause varying degrees of damage to the facilities. Moreover, every room was neatly sealed shut. This made Satoyu wonder, was the collapse merely a pretext fabricated by Twin Medical? You have reached your destination. Navigation complete. As the system alert sounded, the two finally reached the power control room at the end of the corridor. The only gate still operational is locked shut. How ironic. Before them stood a 3-meter-wide double door. A vertical black reinforcement bar was wedged tightly between the closed door panels. The circular rotating latch that should have controlled the door's opening and closing was now firmly locked in place by the reinforcement bar, leaving only a digital device interface and a projection device exposed to the air. A half-meter-tall red holographic pop-up window blocked Satoyu and Duzi's path, prominently displaying the words "access denied" in multiple languages that cycled rapidly. Due to emergency protocol restrictions, the power control room has been sealed off. Access is permitted only to those holding the highest authorization. Satoyu read aloud a line of fine print from the holographic pop-up. No sooner had he spoken than Satoyu pulled a data cable from the wrist of his combat suit and plugged it into the sole digital device port. Interface recognition in progress. Leiden's authorization key presented. Permission verified. Restrictions removed. Snap. The black interlocking reinforcements emitted a series of sharp snapping sounds as they retracted into the wall bases above and below the doorframe. The red pop-up blocking their path vanished, and the circular rotating lock at the center of the door instantly turned green again. The door opened. A flood of white smoke poured out from the room, engulfing them like a torrent. The pungent, stinging odor that hit them head-on made both Usato and Duzi cough uncontrollably. Even with their filtering masks covering their faces, they couldn't completely block out the thick, pungent smell of disinfectant. By the time Satoyu regained his composure, the corridor they stood in was already shrouded in a thin haze. So this is the generator. Contrary to Satoyu's expectations, the power control room contained no rows of parallel generator units. Instead, a single, peculiar-looking giant facility lay quietly in the center of the room. Its upper section resembled a trumpet, encircled by 5 yellow rings on its silver metallic shell. At the core of the apparatus sat a hollow transformer encased by 12 support beams. Each beam formed a stable triangular structure with the others, angled at 30 degrees. Beneath the transformer sat a cylindrical apparatus resembling a rocket thruster. Viewed from the side, the cylinder's interior revealed a turbine filled with blade fans. The entire apparatus stood approximately 10 meters tall, with a height and width of about 5 meters. 5 1-meter diameter pipes connected to the base from different directions, resembling conduits typically used for energy transfer. Why is the power control room filled with disinfectant spray? Satoyu cautiously raised his pistol as he entered the room. Only when he and Duzi reached the control panel did they understand why. Beneath the base of the power generation unit lay a thick carpet of moss-like brown flesh. These chunks had clearly lost all vitality and shrunk considerably. Otherwise, the coarse skin covering them wouldn't have become so wrinkled and disgusting, resembling a worn-out rag. At that moment, these revolting things clung to the metal plates of the generator base like rotting flesh from a corpse. Damn it! Satoyu felt goosebumps erupt all over his body when he noticed a small piece of flesh even clinging to the upper right corner of the control panel. Where the hell did this stuff come from? Why is it growing underneath the generator? After witnessing this horrifying scene, Satoyu, who had been considering restarting the generator, grew cautious again. He decided to search the control panel for other clues first. Since both he and Duzi now held the highest access privileges, Satoyu easily unlocked the encrypted system logs stored in the terminal. After skimming through a series of repetitive and monotonous reports, Sato finally found some entries that seemed to hold significant information. Power System Operation Log, Day 152. System Report, Post-Self-Check, blockages detected in pipelines 4 and 5. Corresponding power transmission efficiency reduced by 3% and 5% respectively. Manual report, due to the experiment progressing to a critical stage, and to maintain stable power supply, it was agreed to cancel the drone maintenance plan. Encrypted note, I can understand the blockage in Pipeline 5, but why would Pipeline 4 also become blocked? Could someone have secretly rerouted the transmission line to use the mainframe's idle threads for mining? Power System Operation Log, Day 163. System Report, Post-Self-Inspection, Pipelines 3, 4, and 5 exhibit varying degrees of aging and blockage, resulting in corresponding power transmission efficiency drops of 17%, 29%, and 46%. Manual Report, Manual Repair and Inspection Plan in preparation. Issue expected to be resolved within 72 hours. Encrypted message, I told them last time fix it early and get it over with. They had to drag their feet. Now efficiencies plummeted to unusable levels, and they're sending me to fix it. Bunch of idiots. Log corrupted. Log corruption. Power System Operation Log, Day 187. System Report, all normal. Manual Report, all normal. Encrypted message, 7269768077769. Chapter 123, Everything Normal. This was the last system log entry Satoyu could find. According to the terminal display, it was now the 2394th day since the project's commencement. Power restart sequence ready. Please wait patiently after pulling the lever. Click. The moment the system prompt appeared, the metal casing on the right side of the terminal opened, revealing a red-painted lever. Usato slowly grasped the lever, yet he did not rush to pull it. Gazing at the lifeless, repulsive mass of flesh on the generator's base, Satoyu felt he was overlooking something crucial. Just then, Duzi suddenly grabbed the arm holding the lever, signaling him not to proceed. You think so too? Satoyu instinctively released his grip on the lever and took 2 steps back. Alright, let's organize the information first before deciding whether to restore power. Though Satoyu said this, if they didn't restart the power, they wouldn't obtain any intelligence. It would be like groping in the dark, and their fate might well mirror that of Naomi and the others. Yet even if restarting the power was their only option, they had to understand the consequences first. Otherwise, it would be better to withdraw and plan carefully. First, we can confirm that the disinfectant spray here is definitely meant to kill these disgusting flesh chunks. And on the day the disinfection was carried out, the power control room had already been sealed off. Satoyu had solid grounds for this conclusion. The white mist that poured out when they opened the door was proof enough. Duzi made no move to contradict him. Here lies the first contradiction. According to the final system log on the terminal recorded on the 187th day of the project's operation, the power system had already resumed normal supply, and no issues were reported manually. Unless these disgusting flesh masses suddenly sprouted in a short period, the final day's log couldn't possibly show everything was normal. Hearing this, Duzi nodded vigorously in agreement. But if we follow this hypothesis, why did everything we saw along the way appear so clean and orderly? Could it be that Twin Medical had prepared contingency plans long ago, allowing for an orderly evacuation when the accident occurred? When Satoyu uttered these words, both men already knew the answer in their hearts. No matter how well rehearsed the drills, people simply cannot remain completely calm when real danger strikes. And the more people there are, the easier it is for chaos to erupt. Once panic spreads among a small fraction of the crowd, that negative emotion rapidly propagates through the vast masses. Ultimately, fragile order collapses completely, plunging the situation back into chaos. Therefore, an orderly evacuation could only occur before the incident erupted. Unless the Twin Medical personnel had evacuated the area beforehand, the panicked crowd fleeing would inevitably cause destruction. No, Gemini Medical would never evacuate early. If they had foreseen potential risks, the optimal strategy would be to nip the disaster in the bud. Even if the risk was unavoidable, to cover their tracks, they would have completely destroyed this place rather than leaving such a massive ruin for later investigators to explore and gather evidence. Therefore, an orderly withdrawal by Twin Medical and the continued operation of the power system are inherently contradictory, both cannot coexist. What is the truth? Realizing this hidden logic beneath the surface, Satoyu's gaze toward the lever grew more wary. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't fathom how these two contradictory elements could possibly coexist in the real world. Just as Satoyu was sinking deeper into his thoughts, Duzi walked back to the control panel and opened the final system log. You mean the problem lies here? Satoyu followed Duzi's pointing finger to the encrypted information column in the log, 7269768077769. This string of numbers should just be some kind of system code, right? Why do you think it's problematic? Faced with Satoyu's confusion, Duzi's face immediately flashed with anxiety. Her fingers frantically swiped across the screen, scrolling the system log back to day 152 of the project's operation. Encrypted message: I can understand pipe 5 being blocked, but why is pipe 4 blocked too? Someone must have tampered with the transmission route and used the mainframe's idle threads for mining. After rereading the message, Satoyu had Duzi scroll down to the next encrypted message entry. Encrypted message: I told you last time, fix it early and get it over with. You dragged your feet, and now efficiency has dropped to unacceptable levels. And I'm the one getting sent to fix it. Seeing Sato still hadn't caught on, Duzi's expression shifted from exasperation to outright anger. Fuming, she glared at Satoyu, first pointing at the encrypted message column, then gesturing toward herself, before mimicking the motion of writing on a desk. Next, Duzi swiped the interface all the way to the bottom, pointed at the string of numbers labeled encrypted information, gave the terminal a sharp tap, and then crossed her arms in front of her chest, forming a big X. You mean this encrypted information field couldn't possibly be system coded, must be manually entered? Only then did Satoyu grasp Duzi's meaning. Duzi nodded vigorously. If the encrypted information is manually entered, why didn't the person writing this line use plain text like before? Satoyu followed Duzi's line of reasoning and raised a question. Could this string of numbers have a special purpose, like being a password to unlock something? Before Satoyu could elaborate further, Duzi preemptively entered the mysterious sequence into his system. Unrecognized command. Please check your input. Frustrated, Duzi closed the text input box and directly opened the command interface requiring programming language input. Unrecognized command. Click here to view error message. Duzi clicked the details page without hesitation. No valid command language detected. Matching language features. Character detection results: 12 numeric characters, 1 separator symbol. 10 candidate languages selected, attempting to translate command. Translation attempt 1 failed. Translation attempt 2 failed. Option 3 translation successful. Incomplete content filtered. Final matched language, decimal. Translated command result: help me. When these two cold words appeared before Satoyu and Duzi, both felt an inexplicable chill. Could it be? After several seconds of silence, Satoyu finally spoke. Could the all normal in the system's final log be a fabricated illusion? Chapter 124, The Silent Truth. The shock delivered by the encrypted information forced Satoyu and Duzi to ponder which side the system or humanity had truly malfunctioned. Based on all our previous deductions, if everything normal in the system logs is true, there are far too many unexplained discrepancies. Satoyu's gaze darted back and forth across the control panel. But there's another point of suspicion. Why does the manual report section also state everything normal? After repeatedly comparing several logs, Satoyu had roughly grasped the meaning behind each category. System reports were generated by the AI system at fixed times daily, adhering to specific formats and phrasing. These reports typically documented issues detected during the system's self-checks. The manual report was filled out by designated staff members. It could be seen as a supplement or follow-up to the system report. Its choice of words and phrasing indicated that this report was official documentation, hence its highly formal tone. Encrypted information is also written by humans, likely by the same individual who creates manual reports. Its language is highly colloquial, resembling an employee's venting of dissatisfaction with their work. To be thorough, Satoyu specifically used his highest-level permissions to check the document properties of the encrypted information. He discovered that these so-called encrypted information documents were entirely added privately by the employee and were not part of any necessary workflow. In short, this employee was essentially writing a diary while on the job, then disguising their personal journal as confidential documents and hiding it in an inconspicuous location. Whether this constituted a personal hobby remained unclear. However, the content of the final manual report in the system logs bore no resemblance whatsoever to the distress signal hidden within the encrypted information. I see two possibilities. First, the manual report is no longer being filled out by the original employee. If this is a cover-up orchestrated by Gemini Medical, then the new person would naturally follow instructions and report everything as normal. Before Satoyu could elaborate further, Duzi shook her head vigorously like a rattle. She pointed first at the manual report and Satoyu, then at the encrypted message and herself. Finally, mimicking Satoyu writing at his desk, she covered the last column of the encrypted message. So you're saying that if the personnel were replaced, the new person wouldn't even notice the existence of encrypted information, let alone write it? Duzi nodded vigorously. You have a point. In that case, this possibility doesn't hold up. After a moment's thought, Satoyu realized Duzi's reasoning was entirely sound. That makes the scenario I'm about to describe even more likely. The second scenario, the staffing hasn't changed, but this employee may have learned some secret they can't reveal and is being threatened by higher-ups at Twin Medical. Although his encrypted messages were composed of completely randomly generated 128-bit passwords, anyone with the highest access privileges could bypass the passwords and access the content unconditionally. That's why he used such an obscure method to express what he wanted to say. After Satoyu finished sharing his thoughts, Duzi fell into deep contemplation. Satoyu took the opportunity to re-examine the mass of flesh beneath the generator. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't seem like everything is normal. After about a minute, Duzi finally nodded to Satoyu, indicating he agreed with his second hypothesis. The two reached a shared conclusion at that moment. The authenticity of both the system report and manual report in the final log entry was questionable. Based on our current deductions, the power system likely exhibited abnormalities right up until shutdown. Had we rashly restarted it just now, it would have surely led to disaster. To Satoyu, the red lever now resembled a poisonous apple. Let me think, what method could restore power without triggering danger? Satoyu crossed his arms over his chest and stared at the control panel for 2 full minutes. Then, almost instinctively, he drew his dagger, aiming to slice off the unsightly flesh clinging to the upper right corner of the terminal. Snap! The moment the blade touched the protruding part of the flesh, Sato and Duzi suddenly heard a crisp sound like potato chips shattering. The withered flesh instantly turned to dust, scattering onto the cold metal floor. Bean, stay up here. I'm going down to clean up this disgusting mess. Realizing how fragile these lifeless chunks of flesh were, Satoyu quickly pulled a rope from his backpack, wrapped it around his waist, and secured the other end firmly beneath the guardrail. He then carefully descended along the wall, inch by inch, until he reached the base of the generator. As Satoyu's feet pressed into the shriveled, moss-covered flesh fragments, the sound of cracking echoed in both their ears. Satoyu endured the overwhelming discomfort, stomping relentlessly until every last piece of flesh covering the base was reduced to powder. Finally, after Satoyu hauled himself back up the rope to the control console, the cleaned-out generator revealed its true form. So these things were crawling out of the pipes. The 2 pipes to their left could only be described as riddled with holes. Their silver metal casings were covered in dense clusters of tiny perforations. Worse still, the connection point between the pipe ends and the generator had been torn open, a gap large enough for Satoyu to slip through entirely. The 2 pipes to the right of you and Duzi were luckier. Though their surfaces showed varying degrees of wear and dents, you saw no signs of damage on these pipes. Only the pipe closest to them showed obvious signs of repair. Number 1, number 2, number 3. Satoyu scanned the large numbers painted on the pipes from right to left. Looks like only pipe 3 was successfully repaired among the damaged ones. Now they could finally confirm that the meat chunks in the power control room originated from pipes 4 and 5. Recalling the aging and blockage issues he'd seen in the system logs for pipes 4 and 5, Sato concluded these flesh fragments were the cause of the pipeline failures. If we had pulled the lever earlier, would the electricity have been diverted to pipes 4 and 5 too? The mere thought of this possibility made cold sweat bead on Satoyu's forehead. But now that they'd identified the source of the problem, it was time to counter each move. Check if the power system can operate independently. Satoyu issued the first command to the system. System checking. The power control system is equipped with dedicated processing hardware and supports independent operation. Good. Issue command with highest authority. Sever all connections between the power control system and the central brain. Chapter 125, The Runaway Core. Command received. Retrieving protocols required for separation procedure. Protocol retrieval failed. Reason, Central Core has denied the request. Warning, retrieving this protocol with highest privileges may cause partial data corruption. Proceed? Proceed. Command received. Privileges elevated to maximum. Forcing protocol retrieval. Detected central brain refusing to open port. Establishing underlying connection. The masternode's request has been denied. Mainframe request denied. Due to unstable connection, partial data files lost. Estimated corruption rate 31%. Protocol retrieval successful, separation procedure initiated. Master node request denied. System has automatically removed master node from whitelist. Risk monitoring active. Detected intrusion from the central core. Central core added to blacklist. Risk containment level elevated to level 5 maximum. Separation complete. Phew. Satoyu finally exhaled in relief upon seeing the results. He hadn't expected such a major unexpected incident just from performing a system separation. Satoyu had acted purely out of safety concerns. Unable to manually inspect every default startup item in the power system for risks, he'd opted to isolate the entire power system separately, saving both himself and Duzzy the tedious task of screening each component. But now he realized the problem was far more complex than he'd imagined. The mainframe, which should have been decommissioned long ago, was still operational and actively resisting his disconnection command. Recalling those words, "Everything is normal," Satoyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, he began to suspect that the problem might not be limited to the twin medical personnel. It could very well be a malfunctioning central brain. Initiate self-diagnostic protocol. Verify status of all connection ports. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Satoyu dared not relax for even a moment. Command received. Port scan of 273 ports will commence shortly. Scan complete. 273 ports are currently inactive. Summary report follows. Primary transport ports, 5, secondary transport ports, 62, adaptive flow ports, 206. These transport ports were all removed from the central control system during the power grid's disconnection. Query the corresponding transmission pipelines for each region. Command received. Pipeline 1 supplies power to Zone A, Pipeline 2 supplies Zone B, Pipeline 3 supplies Zone C, Pipeline 4 supplies Zone D. Almost simultaneously with the system's report, the corresponding detailed power distribution port groups lit up on Satoyu's control panel down to every facility in every room. Why is there no information for Pipeline 5? Satoyu noticed the system had frozen after mentioning Pipeline 4. Data corruption. Unlucky. The corrupted data is crucial, Sato frowned. Disable all default startup items except the power restart procedure. Switch all ports to manual control mode. The system executed Satoyu's command in less than a second. Everything is ready. Sato slowly placed his hand on the red lever. Even though Sato had done everything he could to prepare, he couldn't guarantee absolute safety. But progress itself carried risks, and Satoyu couldn't let fear of those risks hold him back. Ready, Doozy? Satoyu could see the tension in Doozy's expression as she blinked her sky-blue eyes uneasily. Yet upon hearing his question, Beans nodded firmly. Let's begin. Sato closed his eyes and slammed the throttle lever all the way down. Buzz. A deep rumbling roared in their ears, growing louder like the ignition of a massive spacecraft engine. Power generation system initiating. The massive apparatus at the room's center suddenly began to vibrate. 5 ring-shaped devices encased within a trumpet-shaped shell instantly emitted dazzling golden light. Each ring was divided into 12 segments, which slowly detached from the shell under an unknown force, hovering around the perimeter of the device in a rhythmic circular motion. At the device's midpoint, the hollow transformer shifted from black to blue. Dazzling currents were tightly bound to its surface, surging like rippling water toward the upper half of the horn-shaped structure. Meanwhile, in the lower section of the device, the rapidly spinning blade fan left countless afterimages in Satoyu's vision. Together with the turbine at its core, they formed an illusory disk. Power generation unit activated successfully. A weight lifted from Satoyu's chest. He had witnessed the most critical and highest risk step complete without incident. He placed his fingers back on the control panel and dragged out the pre-selected power supply groups corresponding to all lighting fixtures, door controls, and smart terminal power in Zone A3. This way, even if the rogue core retained control over certain systems, it couldn't exploit the specific facilities Sato had selected to disrupt their operations. Of course, Satoyu was merely taking precautionary measures. He knew the mainframe was barely functioning on a low-power, independent power supply and was highly unlikely to have the capacity to issue commands to other subroutines. We need some light. Sato pressed the confirmation button. Bright lights instantly illuminated the entire power control room, and the corridor behind them was instantly lit as bright as day. Having grown accustomed to the dim lighting, both men squinted against the sudden glare, trying to ease the stinging in their eyes. As they stepped out of the power control room once more, the dim red emergency lights had all faded. After 6 years of uninterrupted operation, they were finally granted rest. Seeing the rows of doors along the corridor now illuminated by green lights, both Yusato and Duzzy broke into smiles. Yet their smiles vanished without a trace the moment they stepped into the first room. This was a standard 10-square-meter dormitory without private bathroom facilities. Its furnishings consisted solely of a desk, a swivel-back chair, a built-in wardrobe, a foldable upright storage box, and a single bed. A quiet-looking woman lay still in the chair, her skin and clothing already covered in a thick layer of dust. Though her body showed no wounds, her vacant, terrified eyes and deathly pallor left no doubt she had been dead for many years. The air in the room felt damp and stifling, yet neither Satoyu nor Duzzy detected any hint of decay. It was as if death had merely frozen reality in a silent still frame. Chapter 126, Premeditated Murder. Email subject, a letter to all project team members. From Albert, data corrupted. Time, data corruption. Recipient, Maggie. Body, I am Albert, the project team leader. I believe many of you have heard about the unexpected death of Dr. Bennett. In this email, I formally clarify that Dr. Bennett has indeed passed away, which is deeply regrettable. The reason we asked everyone to refrain from discussing this matter during work hours is that the rumors circulating about the cause of Dr. Bennett's death do not align with the facts. According to preliminary findings from security, Dr. Bennett's death resulted from operational error due to non-compliance with experimental protocols. It was not caused by contact with experimental subjects, as rumored. I trust everyone working here is fully aware of the safety protocols and potential risks associated with this project. The company assures you that this incident was an isolated accident. A detailed explanation regarding this case will be released within 72 hours. Please remain calm. On a minor note, for everyone's safety, please refrain from removing the wristbands distributed by security tonight. This device solely monitors potential operational errors during work and issues alerts. It serves no other purpose. Finally, the company pledges that upon completion of this project, all employees who participated throughout will receive 5 times their regular pay and 90 days of annual leave as compensation. May truth protect us all. Your Albert. A web of lies, only making the truth more obvious. After reading the email on his smart terminal screen, Satoyu stared coldly at the signature at the bottom with utter contempt. This is the last email in the list. It only proves that after 72 hours, the company still hasn't provided a reasonable explanation for Dr. Bennett's death. Just then, Doozy tapped Satoyu's arm and pointed at the bracelet worn by the woman. A wristband to prevent employee operational errors? Even a fool could see this thing has more than one purpose. Sato carefully removed the band from the woman's delicate wrist and held it up for close inspection. Just as he suspected, the side of the bracelet touching her skin abruptly featured 3 additional silver circular patterns. This is... Satoyu gently touched the silver circles with his combat-gloved fingers, only to discover they weren't patterns at all. They were actual micro-injection ports. A terrifying thought flashed through Satoyu's mind. With a sense of unease, Satoyu unfolded the syringe and drew a sample of dark red blood from a vein on the woman's arm. Unidentified compound, highly toxic, contains partial preservative elements. Satoyu frowned as he studied the syringe's analysis results. Detecting an unrecognized synthetic compound in the syringe seemed perfectly normal to Satoyu. After all, Twin Medical, the company he and Doozy were investigating, specialized in developing all kinds of compounds. What Satoyu hadn't anticipated was that this test result would indirectly corroborate his suspicion the woman had been murdered by Twin Medical. Let's go, Doozy. Check the other rooms. Over the next 10 minutes, Sato and Doozy opened 13 more rooms. Without exception, the scenes inside each one mirrored the first room they had entered. If there was any difference at all, it was the slightly varying positions of the bodies, some slumped over desks, others lying in bed, and one found halfway dressed beside a wardrobe, collapsed on the floor. Every deceased person wore a wristband, and faint injection marks were visible on their wrists. Now Satoyu understood why the facilities in Area A3 remained so perfectly preserved. Twin Medical had never organized any orderly evacuation. Perhaps they did have several different emergency plans, but the company chose to simply erase the lives of its employees. As for why they preserved the bodies with preservatives, it certainly wasn't out of any humanitarian spirit. Only if these corpses still held some utilitarian value would Twin Medical choose to do this. After searching the 13th room, Satoyu and Doozy had reached the very center of Area A3, where passages still led to other blue rooms within the zone. The only blue room they had entered so far was the power control room. All employee dormitories were marked green on the map. The security room is marked blue. Let's check it out. After hacking the power system, Sato and Doozy had obtained the names of all zones and rooms, so they replaced the codes on the holographic map with the original locations' names. Now, the only mystery left unsolved was the color coding. They turned 3 corners, following the brightly lit corridor into the eastern section of Area A3. After walking for 2 minutes, they located the security room. Unlike the standardized doors elsewhere, the security room's entrance was clearly constructed from a different alloy. Its thickness alone made it significantly sturdier than the doors to other rooms. Moreover, the security room occupied a larger area on the map than other rooms, so like the power control room, it featured double doors large enough to accommodate a small truck. Doozy, max out the mask's filtration. Having learned his lesson from the last time disinfectant spray hit his face, Satoyu took precautions. Only after both men had assumed combat stances and positioned themselves beside the doors did Satoyu swipe his wrist-mounted key to unlock the electronic locks. Click. With the sound of metal latches turning, the security room's doors retracted into the thick walls on either side in less than a second. A thick cloud of disinfectant spray surged out of the room once more, billowing through the open doorway and spreading down the corridor. Only after visibility inside returned to normal did Satoyu and Doozy step through the security room door, pistols in hand. This isn't a security room, it's a freaking arsenal. The moment they entered, the sight before them stunned them so much they nearly stumbled. The entire room was 2/3 larger than the power control room. From ceiling to walls to floor, everything was covered in deep blue alloy blast-proof tiles. Rows of weapon racks stood neatly arranged throughout the space, each brimming with diverse equipment: pistols, rifles, submachine guns, machine guns, sniper rifles, everything imaginable. Numerous weapons hung on the walls as well. Sato, you could instantly recognize these wall-mounted items as heavy firepower. At the far end of the room, 5 power armor suits were parked. Each suit appeared outwardly intact, connected to a tangle of colorful cables. Thud! Just as the two reached the center of the room, the corpses of the two monsters suddenly plummeted from above their heads, shattering into a pile of dust. Only then did Sato notice a gaping hole in the ventilation shaft inside the security room. Chapter 127, Power Armor. The scattered yellow powder made Sato instantly aim his gun at the gaping hole in the ventilation shaft. Thump! Thump! Sato listened to his own rapidly accelerating heartbeat, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the deep, dark opening. The light from beneath his pistol seemed like a beam swallowed by a black hole, struggling helplessly in the somewhat narrow space. Time ticked by, second after second. Aside from his own breathing and doozies, Sato heard nothing else. After repeatedly confirming no other threats lurked near the opening, Sato slowly lowered his pistol, letting his shoulders relax. Observing the yellow powder on the ground, Sato could now confirm at least one thing: the blue room signified that danger had once been present here, though it had since been neutralized. His certainty stemmed from the complete absence of airflow from the vent, proof that the duct had been blocked somehow. What exactly was Twin Medical researching here? Sato's gaze swept over the rows of dazzling weapon racks, prompting an involuntary exclamation. The arsenal here was sufficient to equip 3 elite squads of 5 to 6 members. MW-12A. A special order rifle supplied by Rheden's military tech to the Falcon Task Force of the High Nation. Features a long barrel flash suppressor, assault grip, 4x red dot quick change scope, 30-round magazine capacity, and a portable telescopic stock, all top tier gear. Sato casually flipped open the dust cover, removed the MW-12A rifle from the rack, and pulled out the magazine to inspect the firearm's structure. Equipment of this caliber should only be accessible to Hein's Ministry of Defense. Looks like Rheden's military tech and Twin Medical are in this together. Who knows how much under-the-table collaboration those two companies have done. Sato slung the rifle over his shoulder and retrieved a fully loaded magazine from the cabinet beneath the rack. In his view, the entire underground facility was likely constructed by Rheden's military tech, with Twin Medical solely responsible for the experimental research segment. As for the security personnel, they were most likely also from Rheden military tech. Otherwise, Sato and Doozy would have seen their bodies here, bodies wearing those wristbands. The smart terminal in the security room confirmed Sato's suspicions. Its email system interface was entirely different from everyone else's. Email subject: Final Operation. Sender: J of Hearts. Data corrupted. Time: Data corrupted. Recipients: Hearts 3, Hearts 7. Body: Dr. Albert's final experimental records have been submitted to headquarters. The operation achieved the desired results. Well done. We have just received notification from Twin Medical that they will execute the evacuation plan at 1900 hours sharp tomorrow evening. The experiment has entered its final phase but has exceeded the project team's control. Certain individuals with knowledge will experience accidents. Your final objective is to ensure these individuals remain here permanently. Use of force is authorized, but ensure a clean sweep. Wishing you a swift return to the team. J of Hearts. Just as I suspected, Rheden's military tech and Twin Medical are merely partners. Security personnel only follow orders from headquarters. Twin Medical doesn't directly command them. Sato casually skimmed through other emails but found no additional information. The experiment entered its final phase but spiraled out of control. So those who died in the room were the ones slated for accidents. Looks like we're facing some serious danger. Sato stepped away from the smart terminal and turned to look at Doozy, who was still selecting weapons. Choose only those with high firepower and ample ammunition. We don't have much time left. 5 minutes later, 2 dark blue power armor suits emerged one after another from the security room's doors. Feels a bit light, but the mobility is incredible. Having grown accustomed to piloting colossal machines like the Haojia, Sato struggled to adjust to the power armor's compact frame. Both he and Doozy piloted G2 power armor produced by Rheden's military tech. Standing approximately 5 meters tall, the suits were constructed entirely from low-density titanium alloy, with additional blast-resistant armor plating on the surface clearly designed with monsters in mind. Mounted on the left shoulder was a heavy sniper cannon from the Vehicle Killer series. Its barrel and body could freely transform between back and shoulder configurations without hindering the suit's movement. The opposite shoulder mounts a vertical missile launcher with 3 launch ports. After depleting its missiles, the launcher can rotate via its mount to access the rear ammunition bay for reloading. A detachable backpack is mounted on the power armor's back. It can carry a giant armor-piercing rifle externally and transforms into jet mode to enable high-speed combat mobility. Overall, compared to the towering giant mechs that often stand dozens of meters tall, these top-tier ground force units are no less impressive in terms of configuration alone. For Usato and Duzi, however, the biggest difference in piloting power armor was the absence of neural synchronization. Every action of these compact suits must be manually executed by the pilot. The good news was that Satoyu discovered the power armor's controllers felt just like oversized game controllers. He and Duzi often played video games together in their apartment during downtime. So they quickly got the hang of the power armor and mastered all the basic controls. Once inside the suits, the corridor suddenly felt cramped. Still, as long as they avoided large movements, the space could accommodate the basic maneuvers of two power armor units. The problem was most rooms couldn't be accessed through their doors. To enter while powered up, they'd have to tear down walls. This thing moves way faster than walking. What would have taken 15 minutes on foot, Satoyu and Duzi covered in just 5 minutes, returning to the large elevator platform. Thud. Thud. The two power armor suits landed on the lift platform's floor, making a considerable noise. Set target area, B2. Since Satoyu assumed full system control with the highest privileges, he no longer needed to handle everything manually. Any command could now be issued via voice control. For instance, right now, he didn't need to step out of the cockpit to press the elevator buttons himself. Command received. Lift platform activated. In case of emergency, press the red button on the wall. If we're in real danger, pressing that button won't save us anyway. Might as well just blast the target to pieces with the power armor's rifle. The cold steel encasing Satoyu's body paradoxically offered him a reassuring sense of security. It really is true that all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Chapter 128, Piles of White Bones. As Satoyu and Duzi neared the B2 zone, they finally understood why the lift platform could descend no further. The entire shaft below B2 had been completely filled with phenolic resin. I thought the elevator's descent was merely restricted by emergency protocols that with the highest clearance, we'd pass unimpeded. But now it's clear Twin Medical and Radden's military tech had prepared contingency plans long ago, sealing off the path. More critically, this single lift platform was the only vertical connection linking all underground zones. According to the blueprints, the manual passageway in B2 was designed solely for descent. For areas below B2 to return to B1 or Zone A, there was absolutely no alternative route besides using the lift platform. From a design perspective, this was completely irrational. But when Yuichi Sato recalled everything that had transpired in Area A3, the seemingly illogical design suddenly made perfect sense. This method of silencing witnesses was clearly far more efficient than issuing wristbands to every employee. Platform has arrived at B2. As the system alert sounded, two powered exoskeletons stepped out of the lift platform with heavy, deliberate strides, entering this connecting area between levels. Unlike Zone A3, where corridors opened immediately upon exiting the lift, the two men discovered a large blast-proof door requiring biometric authentication as soon as they stepped off the platform. 3 all-angle cameras were mounted at the very top of the door. Undoubtedly, this was a buffer zone designed to isolate Area B2 from the lift platform. A buffer zone quite fitting for these two companies, Satoyu remarked, no longer surprised by such security measures. With his highest level access privileges, bypassing the biometric verification was effortless. But another question immediately surfaced in his mind. How did Naomi and the others open the blast door? Satoyu checked the biometric authenticator's status directly in the system interface and found it still operating on extremely low power. This alone meant little, though. Unless someone in Naomi's group was a project team member, there was no way this blast door could have opened for them. Just then, Satoyu noticed that the 3 cameras mounted on the blast door also appeared to be operational. A sense of foreboding rose within Satoyu. Open the buffer zone door in Area B2. Command received. Warning, per emergency protocol, the buffer zone door is a critical defense line requiring authorization from Raiden military technology. Proceed with opening? Proceed with opening. In his hand, Satoyu held the authorization key from Raiden. Buffer zone gate opening. Clang. Rotating warning lights flashed incessantly above the gate. The heavy clanking of chains echoed slowly in their ears as the yellow-painted, warning-marked doors parted from the center, revealing the true face of Area B2. For a moment, both Satoyu and Duzi were stunned by the sight before them, their hearts skipping a beat. Before them lay mountains of bleached bones. Dried blood smeared the corridor like crimson paint, appearing vivid and blinding under the spotlight of the power armor. Satoyu remained silent for a long time, unable to utter a word. He couldn't fathom the despair these victims, now reduced to bones, must have endured. Satoyu couldn't even identify them through his power armor's scanner. A single blast door had severed their last thread of hope, becoming the dividing line between life and death. Let's go. When Satoyu uttered those 2 words, his emotions were beyond description. 2 towering power armor suits stepped directly onto the fragile bones. With a series of crisp cracking sounds, they crushed them into fine dust, the only way to drive the power armor through this place. Meanwhile, Satoyu and Duzi also operated the mech to draw the massive armor-piercing rifle suspended from the detachable backpack, ready to respond to any potential threats at a moment's notice. Out of caution, Satoyu did not activate the lighting system in Sector B2. First, the skeletal remains they had seen couldn't have accumulated at the entrance without reason. Area B2 undoubtedly harbored threats beyond their ability to resist, and activating the lights might alert whatever lurked there. Second, the power armor's built-in searchlights provided sufficient illumination range and intensity to support combat in the darkness. Thump! Thump! As the thunderous footsteps echoed down the corridor, the two power armor suits advanced to the first fork in the path of Area B2. Along the way, Usato had already spotted at least 4 rooms with collapsed walls, all marked in black on the map. Permission sharing successful. Duzi, we're splitting up. I've shared the highest access level with you. The preset power control groups are also in the data packet I sent you, each labeled with the corresponding facility name. Satoyu spoke while keeping watch on their surroundings. Turn on your screen sharing so I can see anything happening on your end at any time. Remember, finding Naomi and her group is our top priority. Everything else can wait. Since the G2 power armor's head lacked a neck and could only rotate horizontally, Duzi couldn't perform a nod. Instead, he gave a thumbs up to indicate he'd received Satoyu's orders. Though Satoyu preferred not to send Duzi alone, the corridor's narrow space meant that even with 2 power armor units together, only the front unit could engage in combat. The rear unit would be unable to find openings to fire and might even hinder the front unit's maneuverability. Compounding this, their remaining time was running critically short. Relying solely on Kobayashi-suk to administer medication to the elderly every 4 hours would guarantee failure to complete the mission on schedule. Therefore, Satoyu had no choice but to steel his resolve and separate from Duzi to explore independently, pursuing maximum efficiency. Move out. At Satoyu's command, the 2 imposing power suits, rifles raised, headed down separate corridors. Based on the map's partial display, Area B2 was roughly the same size as A3. Sato anticipated that each search would take no more than 15 minutes. Moreover, the actual search area for Sato and Duzi was smaller than what the map indicated. Since all rooms in B2 were powerless, there was no need to force entry into locked rooms. They only needed to focus on the corridors and partially damaged rooms. However, 10 minutes passed, and Satoyu still hadn't found any trace of Naomi and her group. Duzi hadn't found any clues either, and they were about to complete their search of the entire area. This led Sato to contemplate the worst-case scenario. Naomiko and the others had likely gone to deeper levels. Chapter 129, The Undead. Compared to the diverse employee dormitories in Area A3, the facilities and room layout in Area B2 were noticeably more compact. Both the names marked on the map and what Satoyu witnessed firsthand confirmed that B2 was a work area. The rooms here were considerably larger in floor area than the employee dormitories. Each room contained office desks partitioned into more than a dozen workstations, each separated by 4-sided sound-absorbing panels. The layout appeared both cramped and luxurious. What Satoyu hadn't anticipated was that most of the office facilities in the B2 area were remarkably similar to those in ordinary corporations. Beyond basic office suites and smart terminals, there was little in the way of high-tech equipment he hadn't seen before. Witnessing such a scene within a military facility genuinely surprised Satoyu. Unknown energy activity detected. With only 2 rooms left to search, a red warning window suddenly popped up inside Satoyu's power armor, automatically marking the location of the energy activity on the panoramic display. Receiving the system alert, Satoyu immediately halted his foot suspended midair and cranked the receiver's power to maximum. Thump, thump. Only then did Satoyu clearly hear the faint sound emanating from the room at the end of the corridor, like someone repeatedly pounding meat with a back of the hand slapping motion. I've detected what might be a monster here. Stay alert over there. Even before seeing what was making the noise, Satoyu immediately relayed the information to Duzi via voice communication, who was stationed at the other end of Area B2. After confirming Duzi had received the message, Sato carefully lowered the power armor's suspended foot to the ground, minimizing the armor's footsteps as he inched toward the target location. His destination was a conference room with space more than twice the size of the typical small group offices. There were only about 10 such conference rooms in the B2 area, but the one Satoyu was heading to was marked in black on the map. Based on the limited information available, all the red rooms Satoyu had seen were locked, while the black rooms had suffered various forms of damage. Satoyu deduced that some danger must exist within Area B2. He reasoned that red might signify danger present within the room, but that danger was locked inside. The black rooms, however, were clearly damaged, and the damage was likely caused by the very danger that had escaped from within. Judging solely by the number of skeletal remains at the B2 entrance, the danger that once existed here must have been either numerous at least in the double digits or exceptionally powerful. Otherwise, it couldn't have slaughtered so many people. Yet aside from the unknown energy activity Satoyu was approaching, he and Duzi found no other suspicious threats in the corridor. The pair had nearly completed a 90% search of the B2 area. At this thought, Sato Yuzo unconsciously tightened his grip on the joystick, switching off the power armor's full-body floodlights and activating the night vision module. The panoramic display instantly turned green. A mere 20 meters took Satoyu, piloting his power armor, a full 30 seconds to traverse. At this moment, he could clearly hear the faint clicking sound echoing throughout the entire room. Ha! After taking a deep breath, Satoyu's gaze sharpened instantly. Come on! The towering power armor pressed its back tightly against the wall outside the conference room, slowly revealing its deep blue flank. Through the collapsed wall, it peered into the conference room where the strange sounds originated. Clack, clack. A dozen peculiar creatures, each resembling a meatball, gathered together, slowly tearing apart the clothed corpse on the floor. Their entire bodies were piled high with greasy chunks of flesh, the surfaces covered in pink, warty human skin. Dozens of arms and legs protruded from the surface of these monstrous creatures, limp and dangling in the air like drowned victims who had given up struggling. On Satoyu's screen, the surface of these meatballs was covered with faces whose eyeballs and nasal bones had been gouged out. Each expression resembled that of a patient who had suffered so much torment that their mind had broken, filled with indescribable distortion and agony. The corpse, still clad in its clothes, was dragged by those pallid arms and shoved into the mouths of the faces on the fleshball's surface. Once one mouth was stuffed full, they moved on to the next. The sickening squelching sounds emanated from these flesh balls as they slowly rolled across the floor, crushing flesh and blood beneath them. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, Satoyu felt he could smell the putrid stench permeating the air, even through the thick titanium armor plates. The reason he hadn't seen any other living creatures in the corridor was because these monstrous things had all gathered together, devouring the corpse of some unfortunate soul. A surge of intense rage welled up within Satoyu. Without hesitation, he activated every searchlight on his power armor, blinding the creatures with piercing beams of light. Almost the instant Satoyu activated the lights, he felt countless chilling gazes pierce him even though the human faces on these flesh sacks lacked eyeballs. Gurgle, gurgle. The exposed blobs seemed to want to roar, but for some reason, the human faces on their surfaces couldn't make a sound. Instead, they violently vomited the flesh paste from their mouths. Bang! 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 Facing these revolting, flesh-eating abominations, Satoyu couldn't be bothered with words. He simply clenched the trigger of his power armor's fingers with deadly force. Cold bullets were forced into the scorching barrel, piercing the lumpy bodies before the exploding casings hit the ground, trailing dark red blood. The relentless muzzle flashes outshone even the suit's own searchlights, casting the towering silhouette of the power armor against the shattered wall. When the last shell casing, puffing white smoke, hit the floor, the entire conference room seemed drenched in a river of blood. Satoyu emptied the first drum magazine of his heavy armor-piercing rifle in under 10 seconds. But what Satoyu hadn't anticipated was that these exploding flesh masses, even after being reduced to scattered chunks across the floor, still retained an unnatural vitality. Unknown energy activity detected. Unknown energy activity detected. Unknown energy activity detected. In an instant, the energy radar before Satoyu was flooded with countless tiny points of light, like a galaxy teeming with stars, relentlessly assaulting his retinas. Click, click. That was the sound of countless chunks of flesh writhing across the floor. Chapter 130, Death-Defying Speed. Damn it, what the hell are these things? Staring at the writhing flesh covering the floor and the flashing dots on the radar, Satoyu felt his scalp tingle. And these flesh fragments weren't moving slowly, they gathered rapidly in the same direction, like magnets drawn to each other. At this rate, those disgusting flesh masses would regenerate within a minute. Satoyu had already loaded a fresh drum magazine into his heavy armor-piercing rifle and fired 2 shots without hesitation at one of the larger masses of flesh. Bang! Bang! The large-caliber bullets instantly reduced the fist-sized mass of flesh into a pool of sludge. Satoyu stared intently at the blood splatter where his shot had struck, ready to fire another round at the exact same spot. As a battle-hardened veteran iron pilot with extensive combat experience, Satoyu's tally of slain monsters ranked among the world's highest. From the earliest level 1 monsters to the current level 4 beasts, he had witnessed countless encounters. Among them were monsters with remarkable self-healing abilities, but in Satoyu's experience, such creatures could at best be described as tough as nails. Once their weak points were shattered by mecha or blown to pieces by artillery, these monsters had absolutely no chance of survival. This was the first time Sato had ever seen such a monstrous creature remain active after being blown to smithereens. Gurgle, gurgle. Before Satoyu's eyes, the seemingly irreparable sludge suddenly emitted a string of tiny bubbles, like gas released from some ongoing chemical reaction. Yet, just as Satoyu raised his trigger finger in astonishment, the bubbles on the sludge's surface exploded violently, and the sludge itself fell completely still. It seems they aren't truly immortal after all. Once they sustain damage beyond their threshold, they can no longer repair themselves. Though this news sounded encouraging, to Satoyu it was bittersweet intelligence, meaning that to completely eliminate these blobs, he'd have to pay a higher price by crushing them beyond repair. Even if Sato emptied every spare round in his power armor's magazine, he couldn't eliminate all dozen or so meatballs. But he had a more ammunition-efficient method. Thud! Gritting his teeth against the visceral discomfort, Satoyu piloted his power armor straight into the conference room, relentlessly smashing the rotting flesh clinging to the walls and floor with his feet and the butt of his rifle. Each time the power armor crushed these flesh masses into pulp, a sickening sound one that made him physically queasy echoed in Satoyu's ears. Warning, foot armor under attack. What? Hearing the system alert, Satoyu immediately commanded the power armor to lift its dark crimson footplate. The flesh that hadn't been completely pulverized clung tenaciously to the power armor's outer shell, its sharp teeth beneath the skin gnawing relentlessly at the bulletproof metal. Only then did Satoyu realize he wasn't fighting a dozen flesh balls, but thousands of independent lives forming those masses. Recognizing the danger, Satoyu immediately turned and retreated from the conference room. Instantly, he drew the tactical dagger concealed at his power armor's waist, scraping away all the writhing flesh clinging to the suit's surface. This is never ending. After finally clearing the remaining flesh from his armor, Satoyu discovered the dagger itself was now coated in the nauseating substance. He promptly pressed the button on the handle, discarding the replaceable blade onto the floor. Meanwhile, the flesh masses in the conference room had largely completed their restructuring, though their appearance was now even more horrifying than before. What should have been human faces were now twisted, mangled patches of skin. Beyond the empty sockets for eyes and mouths, there was no trace of recognizable human features. As for the original arms and lower legs, they had fused into a single, grotesque limb after the, resembling a swollen foot sprouting several nimble fingers like those of a hand. Bang! 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 Just as Satoyu hesitated over whether to fire another round, his screen suddenly crackled with additional gunfire. The sound of Doozy, positioned at the opposite end of Sector B2, engaging the flesh balls. Doozy, plan change. These things are incredibly tough to kill. Even if you shred them, you still need to finish them off. Stop wasting ammo. Seeing Doozy facing the same predicament, Satoyu made an immediate decision. Return to the elevator platform at full speed now. We'll regroup there and head back to Sector A together. Even before issuing the order to Doozy, Satoyu had already maneuvered his power armor back along their original route. He had assumed those bloated meatballs couldn't possibly catch up to his striding power armor, but he was wrong. A dozen blood-soaked blobs hurtled through the corridor like spinning tires, relentlessly maintaining a gap of about 5 meters behind Satoyu. And the gap between them kept shrinking. Wherever the blobs crushed through, fragments of flesh that hadn't fully fused together and dark crimson bloodstains were scattered everywhere. Meanwhile, Doozy's full-speed retreat was even worse. Her gunfire echoed down the entire corridor, alerting the flesh balls trapped in the red room. They burst through the door and blocked Doozy's only escape route. Doozy! Don't get flanked. Take the left detour. Satoyu could clearly see Doozy's situation through the shared feed. He knew that if she fired, her power armor would inevitably slow down. Once slowed, the meatballs behind her would catch up before she reached her destination. If these disgusting creatures didn't retain their vitality even when shattered, neither he nor Doozy would be forced into this desperate retreat without a fight. Hearing Sato's command, Doozy trusted him without hesitation. Her power armor slammed on brakes at the fork, skidding across the floor in a dazzling arc of sparks as it executed a sharp turn at maximum speed. Even so, Doozy's radar showed the meatballs hadn't been shaken off. Instead, they were closing in on her. Unknown energy activity detected. The sudden system alert sent Satoyu's heart plummeting. The system wouldn't trigger unless new enemies were detected. Thump! 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 At the far end of Satoyu's vision, dozens of protruding handprints pounded a door shut within mere seconds. With a thunderous crash, 5 more blobs blocked his path. And these 5 blobs appeared precisely at the rendezvous point the two were about to reach, just ahead of the pile of white bones in the buffer zone. No, if this keeps up. Satoyu wanted to raise his rifle and shoot through those meatballs, but if he did, the one less than 3 meters behind him would catch up. In the critical moment, Satoyu glanced at the map in the upper right corner of the screen. Only one route remained unblocked in both directions. Beans, turn left at the next intersection into Corridor 3. As Satoyu spoke, he altered his course at the junction, heading toward the new destination. We're heading downstairs to B3. Chapter 131, Plunging into the Abyss. Almost the instant he turned into the side passage, Satoyu abruptly spun the armored suit around. Before the momentum of his sliding feet brought him to a complete halt, he aimed the pitch-black muzzle at the flesh ball crashing into the corner wall. Thud! 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 The power armor's thick fingers pulled the trigger without a flicker of emotion. Massive rounds from the drum magazine were rapidly fed into the barrel and unleashed in a torrent upon the swollen flesh mass. The dense hail of bullets pierced through several meatballs in succession, only stopping when the projectiles were completely stained red before embedding themselves in the hole blasted through the wall. Low ammo, replace drum. Ignoring the system alert, Satoyu immediately shifted control to the heavy sniper rifle mounted on the power armor's left shoulder. A yellow reticle instantly appeared on Satoyu's panoramic display. He swiftly adjusted the suit's posture, aligning the crosshairs with the advancing flesh masses. Dynamic calibration mode activated, calculating parameters. Stop calculating and fire. Sato had no time to wait for the system's calculations. He immediately switched the sniper rifle to manual control mode and slammed the trigger. Bang! A blue beam streaked like a comet across the narrow corridor. The terrifying kinetic energy erupting from the barrel sent the power armor, unable to brace itself in time, sliding backward 5 meters. The spiral-shaped projectile bored through the flesh balls like a drill, shredding their fragile flesh into a pulpy mess that exploded mid-air, splattering the corridor. On the other side, Duzi instinctively replicated Sato's tactic. As she rounded the next corner, she unleashed a volley of fire at the flesh blobs behind her in identical fashion. However, the fluidity of her power armor's movements was noticeably superior to Sato's. Because of this, Duzi entered Corridor 3 ahead of Sato, who naturally assumed the responsibility of bringing up the rear. Perhaps due to the corridor's narrower space, these flesh-shattered blobs took less than 20 seconds to reassemble new bodies. Before they could fully regenerate, the blobs escaping from the red room had already surged past them, racing into Corridor 3. Just keep charging forward, don't look back. Sato bellowed into his communicator while maneuvering his power armor to swap the third ammunition drum onto his heavy armor-piercing rifle. But the reload slowed Sato's advance. According to Sato's calculations, both he and Duzi should reach the descent entrance before the meatballs caught up. Corridor 3 was the only passageway in the entire B2 zone without any rooms. While this didn't mean the corridor wouldn't connect to other branches, with walls on both sides, Sato at least didn't have to worry about being ambushed by a meatball bursting through a door mid-run. Looking at the map, one could see this corridor also served as the central dividing line of the B2 area. It functioned both as the shortest direct route connecting the lift platform to the descent entrance and as a hub linking the main corridors and their branches. Pop! Just as Sato thought they might escape, the meatball behind them suddenly ruptured without having suffered any damage. What the hell are they doing? Though Sato couldn't twist the upper torso of his power armor a full 180 degrees, the armor's head was equipped with rear-view modules, allowing him to see what was happening behind him. The next second, Sato understood why the meatballs had burst. Though these meatballs lacked ranged attack capabilities, they actively sacrificed portions of their flesh to transform into smaller spheres, thereby increasing their rolling speed. Worse still, their reduced size meant they no longer restricted each other's movement. Corridors previously too narrow for more than one to pass through suddenly felt spacious. Now, 3 blobs were advancing side by side, closing in on Sato's back at an alarming speed. Sato's plan was completely disrupted. At their current relative speeds, the meatballs would catch up to him in just 10 seconds. He must now decide whether to turn around and unleash another volley of fire. Damn it! After only a second's hesitation, Sato once again maneuvered his power armor to turn around, unleashing a torrent of bullets at the rolling flesh balls behind him. It was the only solution he could think of at the moment. However, the moment the bullet struck the central flesh ball in the column, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Instead of exploding into a pulp like before, the bullet-pierced blob only partially disintegrated into a bloody spray. Instead, the undamaged flesh split into over a dozen smaller blobs, hurtling toward Sato at an even more exaggerated speed as he nearly halted his advance. At that very moment, Duzi, who had also been watching the rear-view screen, turned around. But power armor couldn't change size at will like the meatballs. Even if she wanted to fire in support of Sato, the bullets would inevitably pierce through his body first. With the rolling flesh balls about to smash into his face, Sato had no choice but to resort to the most extreme measure. Missile launcher switched to manual control mode. Simultaneously, the missile launcher on the right shoulder of the power armor had already risen to its designated launch position, all 3 launch tubes standing by. Fire! Boom! Blazing flames instantly engulfed half the corridor. Under the violent blast shockwave, the sturdy ceiling and walls lining both sides of the corridor began to collapse. Countless steel bars and debris flew everywhere in the rising flames. Beneath Sato and Duzi's feet, the floor shook violently, developing several new cracks. It seemed as if it would shatter into pieces any second, sending the two plummeting into the dark abyss. Run! Even through several layers of thick alloy, Sato could feel the scorching heat surge toward them. The 2 power armor suits could no longer spare a thought for the fate of the flesh and blood beings they left behind. They could only sprint frantically toward the end of the corridor even if the armor allowed them to survive the intense heat. The crumbling B2 zone was more than enough to bury them both alive. Thud! 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 Countless fragments pelted the power armor's outer shell, sounding like raindrops striking steel plates. But just as the descent passage came into view, Sato realized the spot where the elevator should have been was now empty. Only a bottomless pit remained, along with a cable rope that seemed to serve as a last resort escape option. Damn it! Sato could no longer contain the rage boiling within him. It felt like fate was playing a deadly joke on him. But he and Duzi had no choice left. Jump! At Sato's command, the 2 towering power suits leapt in succession, grabbing hold of the cable that looked decidedly flimsy. In the next instant, they plummeted into the pitch-black depths below. Chapter 132, Beneath the Abyss. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. The roar of explosions and collapsing structures receded from Satoyu's ears like a speeding train, replaced by the metallic screech of the power armor's palms grinding against the cable and sparks flying into the armor's visual modules. The two power suits plummeted like two immense meteorites into the bottomless depths of the passageway. B3, C1, C2. The orange-yellow markings denoting the zone codes lingered on Satoyu's retinas for less than half a second before flashing by like a scene sped up tenfold. White searchlights flickered incessantly between rock and alloy, the symphony of civilization and nature so sharply defined yet so seamlessly intertwined. Satoyu now knew the fate that awaited Naomi and the others. The corpse torn apart by the flesh-eating spheres was proof enough. A single thought now occupied his mind, praying he wouldn't be smashed into mincemeat along with his power armor before hitting the ground. Finally, as a blurred 04 flashed before Satoyu's eyes, a long-awaited system alert appeared on his head-up display. Warning, detecting imminent impact at supersonic velocity. Jetpack has activated automatically. Boom! Almost the instant the red warning flashed, two searing jets of flame erupted from the thrusters on the power armor's back, unleashing maximum thrust to counteract the falling armor's momentum. Satoyu, seated in the cockpit, felt an intense surge of pressure before realizing the unit's descent had slowed. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. Within mere seconds, the panoramic display before Satoyu filled with rapidly expanding metal debris. It was a crashed elevator platform. Warning, impact imminent. Boom! Boom! Amidst deafening crashes, two power armor suits slammed directly into the elevator platform wreckage. Instantly, countless metal fragments flew out from the outward spreading dust, plunging into pitch-black darkness. Warning, full body armor damaged 17%. Damn it! Satoyu felt a tingling sensation throughout his body as if struck by lightning. The lingering ringing in his ears nearly made him vomit his guts onto the control panel. In another power armor suit, Duzi reacted far more calmly to the emergency landing. Though she felt a momentary dizziness, it passed almost instantly. After clutching the control panel for over 10 seconds, Satoyu finally suppressed the headache so intense it felt like he wanted to slit open his own skull and spoke again. Those damn things didn't catch up, did they? But the moment Satoyu finished speaking, his system blared another high-altitude impact warning. Still reeling from dizziness, Satoyu immediately pulled Duzi away from the center of the passageway to a safe distance. Thud! Thud! Dozens of small meatballs pelted down like hailstones where the two had stood moments before. But due to the sheer height of their fall, these meatballs instantly splattered into pools of blood upon impact, leaving no chance for self-repair. These beasts can grow anything but brains. Listening to the crackling sounds around him, Satoyu couldn't fathom why these creatures would commit such foolish acts. Did they lack any survival instinct? The blood rain persisted for a full 30 seconds before ceasing. What should have been the black wreckage of the elevator platform was now completely drenched in dark crimson blood, resembling a scene straight out of a horror movie. However, those drawn-out 30 seconds allowed Satoyu to fully recover. He reopened the holographic map, intent on confirming exactly where he and Duzi were now. Sato reasoned that since they had fallen to the lowest level, they must have reached Sector D. If the entire underground complex was built purely vertically, then he and Duzi were undoubtedly at the entrance to D3. Rather than using the map to confirm their location, it was more about finding a safe route through D3. After all, in Satoyu's memory, Zone D was dominated by shades of black tinged with red, while D3 was completely devoid of even a hint of red, utterly shrouded in black. Its peril was self-evident. Beep, beep, beep. Time ticked away, the scanning sound from the energy radar repeating like a metronome. Duzi waited quietly for Satoyu to speak, but after a long while, she still hadn't heard a single word from this usually decisive man. It wasn't that Satoyu didn't want to speak, nor had he suddenly become indecisive. Rather, he had encountered a problem he never could have imagined. He had reviewed the holographic map repeatedly, even accessing the source files at maximum clearance to comb through every detail. Yet, he still couldn't locate his and Duzi's position within the D3 zone. Instead, the two flickering green dots representing Satoyu and Duzi appeared below the D3 zone. In other words, they were currently positioned beyond the map's boundaries on the holographic map. This can't be possible. Satoyu had already initiated the system self-check for the fourth time, yet the map module's diagnostic results still showed no anomalies. Only then did the image he'd glimpsed during his fall flash through Satoyu's mind. It was a bright yellow marker, yet for some reason, that vivid color seemed to be fading away like an excavated artifact. D4. He remembered. This was a code and number not present on the map. If this area truly existed, then his and Duzi's appearance beyond the map's boundaries wouldn't be a system error after all. What is this, some hidden bonus? Satoyu snorted wryly, his frustration turning to self-mockery. Since their presence in D4 was now an undeniable fact, complaining wouldn't change anything. Looks like the map we got wasn't complete. This must be the true core of the entire project. Query the power supply group for the D4 zone and list all sub-options. Satoyu issued the command to the system without hesitation. It was the only card he held in his hand. Command received. System querying. Query complete. No power supply options found for D4 zone. Please review keywords in your command. Even the power supply for D4 is independent. No, that's absurd. To power an entire zone, the most cost-effective option absolutely isn't building a separate hidden power generation facility. Though Satoyu voiced this skepticism, the actions of Twin Medical and Raiden's military tech suddenly made him realize there was nothing these corporations wouldn't do. But even if they had, the fact that D4 was plunged into pitch-black darkness only proved that its power system had also collapsed during the incident. Wait. Just as Satoyu was about to pull Doozy deeper into the darkness, he suddenly heard something near his ear. It's airflow. Chapter 133, Eerie Overlap. The sound of airflow meant there must be an exit leading to the surface. Satoyu, who had been feeling somewhat hopeless, suddenly grasped a glimmer of hope. However, the faint airflow could only mean one of three possibilities. 1. The passage connecting Area D4 to the outside world might be extremely narrow, causing the airflow sound to be barely audible. 2. The spatial scale of Area D4 was beyond imagination, and the entrance was located deep within the area, making the sound of airflow faint. 3. Both the first and second scenarios could be occurring simultaneously, though the probability was extremely low, otherwise Satoyu wouldn't have detected the airflow at all. Regardless, Satoyu and Doozy must venture deep into this unknown territory to witness the so-called exit to the surface with their own eyes. Let's go, Doozy. We still have a chance to survive. Satoyu took a deep breath before reluctantly turning his back, leaving the dark red elevator platform completely behind him. Only at this moment did Satoyu truly grasp how extraordinary the D4 zone he and Doozy inhabited truly was. The white searchlights did not illuminate any metal structures as Satoyu had anticipated. Instead, the cone-shaped beams spread out like light shot into boundless space, destined only to dissipate into the vast darkness, swallowed by the merciless void. How could it be this fast? For a fleeting moment, Satoyu felt as if he had returned to the underground industrial base of Blackhorn. Refusing to accept this, Satoyu maneuvered his power armor to scan the area, finally grasping the basic layout of Sector D4. The vertical height of this space easily exceeded 200 meters. Moreover, the areas illuminated by the lights contained no man-made structures whatsoever, only brown rock formations unfamiliar to both him and Doozy. How could such a massive natural cavern exist beneath Mount Kiri? Satoyu couldn't fathom that such an enormous space wasn't man-made. But that wasn't what Satoyu needed to think about now. He quickly pushed the question from his mind and led Doozy cautiously deeper into Area D4. Their mood was a mix of urgency and caution. They desperately wanted to speed up and sprint toward the source of the airflow, but the thought of potential dangers forced them to slow their pace. They advanced while carefully observing their surroundings. Beep, beep, beep. As the two power armor suits ventured deeper, their heavy footsteps synchronized rhythmically with the steady beeps of the energy radar scans, creating a calming cadence that helped steady their nerves. The rock formations here are truly bizarre. The more Satoyu observed his surroundings, the more he felt as if he were standing within a natural marvel. The brown rocks here were angular and sharp-edged, indistinguishable from man-made geometric structures. Moreover, the ground beneath Satoyu and Doozy now resembled an open-topped, arched artificial passageway, structurally not dissimilar to what they had encountered in the A3 and B2 zones. Yet it was precisely this uncanny resemblance to human architecture that sent a chill down Satoyu's spine. 150 meters. Sato silently logged the distance they'd covered since their fall. With Area D4 being considerably larger than other zones, coupled with the disadvantages of lacking a map and poor visibility, he had to be prepared to retreat back to their landing point at any moment. Bean, seated in the other power armor, was equally busy. Her large sky-blue eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly while she continuously processed the visual data collected by both suits to generate a holographic map. By now, they held a holographic map that was 70% complete, though, of course, it only covered the portion of D4 they had explored so far. Doozy, does the airflow sound louder to you? As they approached a distance of about 200 meters, the airflow noise in Satoyu's ears had nearly reached the normal level of a gentle breeze, and the air resistance calculation module of the power armor had begun to activate. Hearing Satoyu's question, Doozy immediately gave a thumbs up in agreement. To generate wind of this magnitude, the entrance must be substantial. Satoyu could now confirm with certainty that the passage to the surface could easily accommodate two power armor suits. Unknown energy activity detected. Before Satoyu and Doozy could even savor a moment of quiet celebration, the cold, mechanical system alert jolted them back to high alert. As Sato focused his gaze on the energy radar, he suddenly realized the red dot representing the enemy had overlapped with their own green dots. Where? Anxiety surged like a tidal wave from within Satoyu's heart. He gripped the heavy armor-piercing rifle in his power armor's hands, rapidly sweeping the light sources on his body, desperate to pinpoint the threat lurking in the darkness. Yet even after both power armor suits searched their respective sectors back to back, they detected no signs of life. Impossible. It was clearly right near us. Satoyu's heartbeat quickened as he stared at the blinking red dot on the energy radar. Both had thoroughly searched every flat surface and overhead space, nothing had been missed. Yet the palpable sense of danger hung thick in the air, threatening to suffocate Satoyu. After a second's hesitation, Satoyu made a bold decision. Beans, run toward the air currents. His reasoning was simple: if this dangerous thing was nearby yet hidden from sight, the best way to avoid a surprise attack was to keep moving. At Satoyu's command, both powered armor suits immediately began sprinting toward the source of the airflow. Just as I thought. As Satoyu had anticipated, the red dot on the energy radar paused for a second before closing in on them at a speed matching their own. Strangely, Satoyu still couldn't see anything through the rear-view module of the panoramic display. Damn it, is it invisible? Though Sato had never encountered a monster capable of vanishing from human or camera vision, he couldn't think of any other plausible explanation. The next second, Satoyu realized his assumption was wrong. At the current speed of the two power armor suits, the airflow generated by their movement was more than sufficient for the air resistance calculation module to detect. This meant that whatever was chasing them might be able to conceal its form, but it couldn't evade detection by the air resistance calculation module. But reality felt like a bucket of ice water dumped on Satoyu's face. His screen displayed only 3 detectable targets: himself, Mame, and the airflow they were chasing. An inexplicable dread crept up Usato's neck. They were racing against a danger that didn't exist. Chapter 134, Crimson Vision. Damn it! Satoyu and Duzi had barely run for 10 seconds when the red dot relentlessly tracking them on the energy radar began accelerating. Soon, it overlapped with the 2 moving green dots once more. The next second, Satoyu and Duzi finally knew where the enemy was coming from. Boom! Boom! The brown rock platform beneath their feet suddenly exploded. Dozens of human arms, slick with transparent mucus, instantly clamped onto the soles and calves of the 2 power armor suits. Get off! Satoyu revved his power armor to full throttle, violently ripping the hindering arms from their grasp. With several tearing sounds like fabric ripping, the newly sprouted arms snapped off like the tentacles of small octopuses, easily severed by the merciless steel warrior. Only the palms, still clutching the armor plates with their fingers, stubbornly clung to the legs of the power armor. Though the scene was utterly revolting, the two had no time to concern themselves with the severed limbs clinging to the armor. Yet these arms sprouted relentlessly from the rocks beneath their feet like weeds, surging forward in waves, determined to tear them both apart. Thud! 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 Satoyu and Duzi were now trapped, unable to move an inch. They could only command the power armor to raise their heavy armor-piercing rifles and unleash relentless fire upon the ground, which now pulsed like a living creature. Only when the whirling bullets reduced clusters of arms to bloody pulp did Satoyu barely make out what the rocks beneath his feet truly were. These seemingly brown rock-like substances were clearly hardened layers of flesh. Like dried husks, they tightly encased all man-made structures in D4 zone. Materials that should have gleamed with silver metallic luster had been dulled by this flesh-like corrosion, now as brittle as wind-dried animal bones. This was the true form of D4 zone, a world completely overrun and devoured by flesh. Realizing he was standing atop the terrifying organism that had devoured every structure in the zone, Usato's eyelids began twitching uncontrollably. Even as every bullet fired from his power armor reduced targets to pulp, the endless pale arms kept surging back. In that moment, Satoyu felt as if he were battling an ocean. No matter how many times he pulled the trigger, he could never prevent himself from being swallowed by the sea. Countless streams of dark red blood sprayed wildly across the empty space. The feet of the 2 power armor suits were already piled high with spent, cold to the touch casings. Their exteriors had shifted from deep blue to a sickly crimson, while the debris hanging from their armored legs had formed 4 heaps of nauseating flesh. Warning, barrel overheating detected. Cease fire immediately. After the rifle in Satoyu's hand ceased its roar, only one final drum magazine remained in his magazine pouch. Of all times. Sato gritted his teeth, manipulating the power armor to hurl the empty drum magazine beneath his rifle at a cluster of newly sprouted arms. Satoyu knew the counterattack he and Duzi were mounting was futile, but his barrage of fire wasn't merely to buy a few extra seconds. He was also using this fleeting moment to devise a way for them both to escape. Duzi, use the jetpack. Almost the instant Sato roared into the communicator, blinding beams of light erupted simultaneously from the jet nozzles on both power armor suits. Propelled by the fuel-enhanced thrust, the legs of both suits finally broke free from the flesh mountain. Keep moving like this, facing away from it. Watch your landing spots. While the jetpacks were powerful enough to lift the steel suits off the ground, they could only provide a brief hover effect. Ultimately, the G2 model power armor wasn't equipped with flight capabilities. The jetpacks were designed solely to enhance the armor's vertical mobility, enabling brief bursts of high-speed movement during combat. Therefore, the jetpacks on both suits could only sustain propulsion for a maximum of 3 seconds per activation. This was a fundamental limitation hard-coded into the armor system. Exceeding 3 seconds per burst would cause irreversible damage to the internal components. Adding to Satoyu's headache, the G2's jetpacks utilized fuel-based propulsion rather than aerodynamics. This imposed a hard limit on the number of boosts available. Once the fuel reserves were depleted, both suits would be forced back to the ground to fight another day. Thus, Satoyu and Duzi could only use the jetpacks as jumping tools. Each activation required careful selection of a landing spot, followed by waiting for the pack to cool down before attempting the next leap. Thud! Thud! With two thunderous metallic thuds, both power armor suits landed almost simultaneously, backs first, on the platform encased in hardened flesh. Oomph! Manual control really can't match neural synchronization. Satoyu struggled to steady himself, shifting backward while firing at the arm that had just sprouted from the hardened flesh. In the lower right corner of his panoramic display, a circular progress indicator spun steadily. 3, 2, 1. Jetpack ready. Boom! Boom! For blinding beams of light erupted once more from behind the two power armor suits, allowing them to break free from the encirclement that hadn't yet fully closed in. After the second jump, Satoyu discovered a piece of information that could barely be considered good news. Although all structures in the entire D4 zone had been corroded by the hardened flesh, this massive mass of flesh did not seem to function as a single entity. Anywhere Satoyu and Duzi hadn't stepped, the brown, hardened flesh showed no signs of mutation. Only in the areas they had traversed did new arms continuously sprout. This peculiar phenomenon led Sato to suspect that the flesh here was not only independent but also existed in a sort of dormant state. Only after being disturbed by him and Duzi would this state be broken. This was the most plausible explanation he could muster, for the area they hadn't stepped on during their leap showed no new growth. Instead, the arms emerged from beneath their armored boots only after they landed. If this vast expanse of flesh covering the structure truly formed a single entity, it wouldn't need to chase them from behind. Blocking their path in advance would have been the most efficient tactic. After discovering this pattern, Satoyu cursed the fact that the Rieden's military technology had left only two power suits without sustained hover capability to guard this area. If he and Duzi could have floated all the way, they wouldn't have to fight these disgusting things every time they landed. After 10 repeated ascents and descents between air and ground, Satoyu and Duzi's fuel reserves were nearly depleted. Just then, Satoyu suddenly realized the airflow roaring past his ears had grown significantly louder. After another leap into the air, Satoyu mustered his courage, turned, and aimed the searchlight forward, just above his head. A cavern large enough to swallow both power armor suits appeared before his eyes. Chapter 135, Last Stand. Current jet fuel remaining, 32%. 32%, 4 more at most. Satoyu quickly calculated the likelihood of him and Duzi reaching the cavern. Since their paces were nearly identical, Satoyu was certain Duzi's remaining fuel was comparable to his own. If Sato and Duzi had only used their jetpacks for bursts of acceleration, this fuel would have lasted at least a dozen more uses. But they were practically using the jetpacks as hover devices, maxing out the boost for 3 seconds each time. The fuel drain was terrifying. Satoyu knew the vast cavern above them was their only hope for escape, but the staggering vertical height was simply beyond the reach of two power armor jetpacks. If he and Duzi wanted to climb up from the cavern, they'd have to rely on the artificial maintenance passage along the edge of the opening. Although the elevator inside the maintenance passage was undoubtedly out of service, the ladders on the walls could still allow them to climb all the way to the cave's edge, enabling them to continue ascending along the launch tracks above the cave. The only problem now was that they were at least 5 jet-powered jumps away from the maintenance access point. They were destined to cover the final short stretch on foot. At this thought, Usato steeled himself and released the trigger finger poised over the button. This was the last ammunition drum on his power armor, and every bullet had to be conserved. Run! Having lost his primary firepower, Satoyu could only draw the tactical dagger from his power armor's waist and frantically hack away at those seaweed-like arms. Warning, full body armor damaged by 24%. Jetpack ready. Bang! Bang! As bright flames erupted from the back of his armor, the two leapt into the air once more. Staring at the damage panel showing his legs nearing critical red, Satoyu nearly crushed the joystick in his grip. Just hold out for 3 more rounds. Current jet fuel remaining, 24%. The blood-stained blade slipped from its hilt, but before it could hit the ground, it was completely engulfed by the newly grown, pallid arm. To prevent himself from collapsing before the finish line, Satoyu had no choice but to wield both dagger and rifle simultaneously. As the arm closed in, threatening to wrap him like a rice dumpling, he fired 2 shots before continuing to swing the dagger, now fitted with a fresh blade. Warning, full body armor damaged by 33%. 2 rounds left. The protective plates on the power armor's legs had been torn from the suit. Satoyu could even hear the violent sound of those arms dismantling his lower leg components. Worse still, it wasn't just his bullets that were running low, his replaceable blades were too. Jetpack ready. After the 2 blood-soaked power armor suits completed their jump, Satoyu glanced at his remaining ammunition. 47 rounds. Below the ammo count, a blue dagger icon glowed. This meant he was clutching his very last blade. Final round. Bloodlust-fueled, Satoyu numbly swung his dagger, occasionally supplementing with rifle rounds whenever the sensation of the armor's legs nearing complete destruction arose. Snap! This time, the blade in Satoyu's hand snapped clean in 2 before it could even be replaced. Damn piece of junk! Without hesitation, Sato Yuma flung the empty knife handle aside and began wildly swinging the thick rifle butt in front of him. With each dull thud, the armor beneath Sato Yu seemed to grow heavier and heavier. Thud. 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 Just as Sato Yu was on the verge of losing his mind, Doozy, standing nearby, fired his scarce bullets at the swarm of arms beneath Sato Yu. This forced the armor, which was nearly sinking into the mud, back to the edge of the cliff. Jetpack ready. Without a word, the two suits, now covered in flesh fragments, completed their final leap. 150 meters. Sato Yu shouted the final distance they needed to sprint after landing. Simultaneously, a moving carpet of countless arms appeared behind them, sweeping toward the battle-scarred suits like a raging storm. Sato Yu and Doozy emptied every bullet from their rifles. They had no idea how much time this would buy them, but instinct told them it was worth it. Run! After emptying their magazines, both suits discarded their rifles and shed the heavy jetpacks strapped to their backs. At that moment, all Sato Yu could see was the maintenance passageway stretching upward. It seemed like a stairway from hell to the human world. But barely 50 meters into their run, Doozy, leading the charge, abruptly halted. Just as Sato Yu was about to urge Doozy forward, the searchlight on his power armor revealed the reason for Doozy's halt. The platform beneath their feet had fractured. A crimson lake, 100 meters in diameter, lay silently beneath the fractured platform, utterly still. Its shape and size perfectly matched the cavern above Sato Yu's head leading to the surface, completely severing any possibility of reaching the maintenance passage. Unknown energy activity detected. Unknown energy activity detected. Unknown energy activity detected. Inside the cockpit, 3 enormous crimson pop-up windows reflected in Sato Yu's eyes filled with despair. The next instant, the platform beneath their feet shook violently. Plop! A mech composed entirely of flesh and blood burst from the lake surface, reaching out to crush the artificial repair passage, a symbol of hope. How could? Even without turning, Sato Yu and Doozy recognized its familiar contours and lines. Hero slowly turned, its dozens of bulging eyes on its head fixed on the tiny power mech. Then, it crushed the torn-off repair passage completely into shreds. Doozy, I'll handle Hero. You deal with the arm behind us. After only half a second of silence, Sato Yu issued the command to Doozy with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing Sato Yu's command, Doozy immediately spun around, aiming the heavy sniper rifle and missile launcher strapped to his shoulders at the approaching moving carpet. At that moment, even Sato Yu himself didn't understand the meaning behind his actions. It felt as though this command wasn't just directed at Doozy, but also at himself. He knew the firepower of power armor all too well. These missiles wouldn't even match the punch of a real mech. Yet Sato Yu still locked the crosshairs onto the nauseating eyeball of the hero. Boom! 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 Just as the missile launcher's roar exploded in Sato Yu's ears, his eardrums suddenly caught another faint sound. Friendly mech approaching. Boom! A towering black figure descended from the cavern above them, cleaving Hero clean in two with a crimson plasma axe blade. Xingtian. Chapter 136, The Hero's Disappearance. Before Sato Yu could hear Xingtian's response, a second thunderous crash echoed from behind him. Crash! A torrent of blood poured down alongside crumbling rock, flooding the still-moving armor carpet like a deluge from the heavens. The next instant, the blood-red MS-03 crashed into the pool of blood, mounted on a humanoid monster whose features were indistinguishable. 2 orange-red high-frequency thermal blades were embedded in the creature's shoulders. On Sato Yu's energy radar, the red signal representing the monster vanished completely. 40 minutes earlier, when Xingtian and Bai Ying arrived at the entrance of the Wujiu cave, they discovered that the hero signal that should have been anchored there had vanished. Instead, 2 separate hero signals awaited them, emanating from different directions. Having already suffered one setback, Xingtian and Bai Ying once again faced a dilemma. They still hadn't managed to contact Sato Yu or Doozy, so they couldn't determine which of these 2 hero signals was genuine. Though their messages on the Iron Ride communication channel went unanswered, Kobayashi Suk on the public channel successfully connected with Xingtian and Bai Ying. He relayed the recent events and the current whereabouts of Sato Yu and the others. Upon hearing an actual human voice, Xingtian and Bai Ying instantly realized both hero signals were fake. The tricky part was they had no clue why the real Haojia had been driven away without a pilot, nor did they know where it had been taken. Fortunately, after the land had become desertified, colossal machines like the Haojia inevitably left indelible traces whenever they moved. Xingtian and Bai Ying quickly followed the trail to a plain located behind Wujishan. But strangely, the tracks vanished completely at this point. As if sensing Xingtian and Bai Ying hadn't taken the bait, the heroes previously scattered in different directions simultaneously converged on their location. Within 5 minutes, a fierce battle erupted across the plain. Having anticipated that his opponents would learn and grow stronger during combat, Xiao immediately activated overload mode to pursue a swift resolution, elevating the intensity of the battle to an entirely new level. As Xingtian delivered a fatal blow to the monster on the ground, the immense force unleashed shattered the alloy launch port concealed beneath the sand and gravel. Both Xingtian and Bai Ying, along with the monster's corpse, plummeted into the passageway below. Before long, Xingtian and Bai Ying realized they had fallen into an underground area designated E0. The space was vast enough for Xingtian and MS-03 to roam freely, and all the man-made facilities here appeared long abandoned. They looked as if they had endured some horrific catastrophe, utterly shattered and ruined. Until they stumbled upon a lake of blood. The water wasn't deep, barely reaching the mech's lower legs, not even covering its knees. What astonished Xiao and Bai Ying, however, was that the liquid within the blood lake seemed not to be simple water or blood, but rather a viscous substance that was uncomfortably warm. Just as the two mechs waded to the center of the lake, Xiao and Bai Ying simultaneously felt something seize their ankles. Immediately, dense masses of flesh, like vines, rapidly coiled around the bodies of both mechs, attempting to grow further onto their exoskeletons. Simultaneously, another colossal figure slowly rose from the blood lake before the two mechs, as if they were witnessing the birth of a monstrous creature. In this critical moment, Xingtian suddenly recalled his battle with the first monster. That creature had also attempted to parasitize part of its body onto Xingtian, but those leech-like organisms rapidly decayed and died upon contact with his true flesh. Therefore, before the vines could completely strangle him, Xingtian decisively slashed open his armor with his plasma axe blade. This allowed his blood to directly contact the flesh fragments, causing them to drip into the blood lake below. In an instant, the flesh clinging to Xingtian's body withered away, peeling off like dead tree bark. The lake beneath both mechs began to boil upon contact with Xingtian's blood. Countless bubbles erupted across the once calm surface, while thick white smoke billowed from the heated water, shrouding the two figures in a haze. Roar! The unformed monster let out a near-maddened roar, while the white figure, having broken free from its restraints, immediately drew its twin blades and thrust them toward it. Whether it was the boiling blood lake altering the geological structure or simply the MS-03 knocking down the monster with only a mouth for a face, the rock layer bearing the blood lake instantly cracked into countless fissures. In the blink of an eye, the two were plunged back into freefall. That's why Satoyu and Duzzy witnessed the scene unfolding before them. What the hell is going on? As two mechs appeared one after the other beside him, Satoyu's mind went blank. He never expected to see Xingtian and Bai Ying here. Colonel Sato, Duzzy. Xingtian yanked his massive axe from the body of the Haujia mech. Where the hell did you take those mechs? Hiro was parked right at the entrance of the fog abode cave, wasn't it? Hearing Xingtian's question, Satoyu felt even more bewildered. It's not at the entrance. What? Before Satoyu could question Xingtian, the ground beneath their feet erupted in violent tremors once more. Get up here! Realizing the danger, Xingtian immediately reached out his hand to Satoyu and Duzzy. In truth, the moment Xingtian spoke, Satoyu and Duzzy had already leaped into the blood lake before them. Snap! As the two miniature-looking power suits landed on Xingtian's palms, everyone heard the crisp sound of shattering. It sounded like someone had smashed a vase on the floor. Immediately after, countless blinding lights flared simultaneously, illuminating the vast space as bright as day. What met their eyes was a vast chamber entirely covered in flesh and blood, everything composed of dark crimson plasma and brown, hardened flesh. The entire scene felt unsettling and terrifying, as if they were inside the belly of some monstrous beast. Yet now, fine cracks spread across every inch of the hardened flesh. With a series of cracking sounds, these seemingly solid shells began to shatter. Gushing blood surged like fountains from the ground beneath their feet. The flesh exposed from the shattered shells danced wildly in the bright space, as if performing a ritual welcoming new life. Amidst the crimson tide, two angular giants slowly rose from the watery depths. They were Xingtian and MS-03. Chapter 137, Mirror Image Enemy. Is this some kind of joke? Usato felt his mind go completely blank. The sheer volume of information that had flooded in within a single minute had nearly shut down his brain entirely. He had no time to process how this had happened. All he knew was that he and Duzzy had been pulled back from the brink of death by Xingtian and the White Shadow, only to find themselves teetering on the edge of a precarious cliff once more. But what infuriated Satoyu most was that he and Duzzy were now clad only in their ant-like power armor, and their Haujia suits were nowhere to be found. So even I can be replicated? Xiao stared at the Xingtian wielding another giant bone axe as if facing a mortal enemy, his crimson eyes blazing with murderous intent. Looks like all the answers to the secrets lie right here. Meanwhile, the white figure inside the MS-03 cockpit maneuvered the mobile suit to rise from the monster's corpse, adopting the same battle stance as the MS-03. I wonder if its cockpit is a weak point. We'll find out soon enough. Xingtian shielded Satoyu and Duzzy with his chest while sweeping his massive axe behind him with his free hand. You can put us in the cockpit. Satoyu, aware that he and Duzzy were now effectively useless in combat, offered this suggestion without hesitation, knowing it wouldn't hinder Xingtian's battle. After the last upgrade, I don't have a cockpit anymore. Couldn't you two have switched positions when you jumped off my head? Though Satoyu had anticipated this possibility, hearing Xingtian confirm the absence of a cockpit still made his heart skip a beat. We didn't anticipate the ground collapsing, let alone that you were right below. Even Xiao hadn't foreseen things escalating to this point. Damn it, it's charging at you. Almost the moment Satoyu shouted, Xingtian charged toward himself with his battle axe raised in one hand. Simultaneously, the white figure piloting the MS-03 charged toward the replica. Satoyu never imagined Xingtian would launch an attack while holding him and doozy to him. It was pure suicide. But he was wrong. Just as the two giants were about to clash blades, Xingtian suddenly sidestepped. As he swung his massive axe, he deftly dodged his opponent's attack and sliced straight through the shoulder, severing half of it. Meanwhile, White Shadow propelled himself upward with his full joint thrusters, leaving two searing wounds on the opponent's shoulder with his twin blades mid-air. After the first round, Xingtian and MS-03 stood back to back. Here. Without a moment's hesitation, Xingtian handed over Satoyu and Duzi, whom he had been shielding, directly into Bai Ying's grasp. Bai Ying immediately opened the sturdy armor on his chest, allowing the two to slip safely into his cockpit. Are we supposed to stay in the power armor? Satoyu and Duzi immediately piloted their suits behind Bai Ying upon entering, ensuring they didn't obstruct his vision. The cockpit's restraints were clearly designed for humans' bulky power armor like theirs couldn't possibly be secured with seatbelts. But if Sato and Duzi stepped out of their suits, there was no guarantee the two suits wouldn't sway and crash into things during the mech battle. Get out! I'll magnetically secure them. It even has this feature. Satoyu and Duzi marveled as they leaped out of the armor to fasten their seatbelts, never having seen such an advanced cockpit before. While Iron Pilot's combat suits also possessed this capability, Satoyu had never seen it integrated directly into the cockpit before. Magnetic adhesion system activated. As the system alert sounded, the floor beneath both power suits instantly shifted from blue to red. Hold on tight. No sooner had the white figure spoken than the MS-03's power plant surged to maximum output, launching another assault on its opponent. What she hadn't anticipated, however, was the enemy deploying the X-shaped wing shields on its back, revealing multiple dark red launch ports. Boom! 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 Four massive flesh-like growths erupted from the ports, splitting mid-air into over 20 small flying insects with fleshy wings. They charged toward the still dashing MS-03 along bizarre flight paths. The next instant, over 20 green flames erupted across the MS-03's entire body, nearly sending the moving mobile suit crashing to the ground. Warning: full body armor damage at 47%. White Shadow. Sato gripped the protective bar in front of him with all his strength. The explosive shockwave was brutal. Without the restraints, he and Duzi would have been slammed into the cockpit walls. Poof. More powerful than the main unit's missiles. White Shadow slowly straightened her body, and the MS-03, linked to her through neural synchronization, rose with her. Although the imitation attack's damage was limited due to her own missile's low potency, she hadn't anticipated the enemy could replicate even a missile strike. The very second Bai Ying launched her assault, Xingtian swung his massive axe at himself with 60% performance. Just as he'd anticipated, the crimson plasma axe blade effortlessly cleaved through the opponent's bone-white battle axe. But before Xingtian's blade could touch its body, the opponent had already discarded the battle axe and dodged the swing with a nimble sidestep. Immediately after, Xingtian slammed its massive shoulder into Xiao. Even though Xiao's mind registered the danger, his body still operating below full capacity couldn't adjust its posture in time. With a deafening crash, the axe-wielding Xingtian was sent flying back to where he had charged from. Had the massive axe not carved a crack dozens of meters long across the blood-soaked ground, Xingtian would never have remained in a kneeling position. Round 2 concluded with neither Xiao nor Bai Ying gaining the upper hand. You can't even handle yourself, Bai Ying murmured, carefully sensing the liquid steel memory armor undergoing self-repair. Yet she knew the damage inflicted by her opponent would outpace the MS-03's repairs. I used overload mode earlier. Now the unit's performance is only at 60% of normal levels. Xiao glared resentfully at Xingtian, who was generating a new battle axe from within his body. How long until the overload cooldown ends? 5 minutes. I can't activate it too many times in a single day. Using it again is already pushing my limits. That's more than enough time for it to tear us both to shreds. Bai Ying's expression turned grim. The enemy they and Xingtian now faced was in a completely different league from the previous hero. But the enemy gave them no time to continue their exchange. The moment the giant axe in Xingtian's hand finished growing, both monsters launched their attack simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, Xiao suddenly shouted his tactic to Bai Ying. Switch positions. You handle me, I'll handle you. Chapter 138, Switch Tactics. Bai Ying couldn't fathom why Xingtian wanted to swap opponents. In her view, if even Xingtian couldn't handle his mirror image, switching to MS-03 would only mean a quicker death. In terms of raw power, if Xingtian's bone battle axe struck her, its destructive force would be no weaker than the original units. In terms of speed, even if Xingtian couldn't activate the overload mode like the original, the MS-03 probably couldn't outmaneuver it either. But Xiao didn't see it that way. Perhaps Bai Ying's MS-03 wasn't superior to Xingtian in every aspect, but Xiao never intended for Bai Ying to defeat it in the first place. His reasoning was simple. Currently operating at only 60% of his normal capacity, he wasn't certain he could outlast Bai Ying's MS-03 in this state. Even without full strength, his raw power undoubtedly surpassed the MS-03's. That was precisely why Xiao demanded they swap targets. His mission was to exploit his strengths and eliminate MS-03 as efficiently as possible, while Bai Ying's was to survive Xingtian's assault until Xiao finished off the enemy. I'll support you the moment my fight ends. Your job is to buy enough time. Got it? Xiao conveyed his tactical intent concisely. After all, neither of them had time for a second sentence now. Boom! Before Bai Ying could even utter Roger, the skeletal battle axe from Xingtian slammed into the spot where MS-03 had stood, sending a 10-meter high spray of blood-red water flying. Had Bai Ying not reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping the axe before it struck, she wouldn't be alive in the cockpit now. Humph! Bai Ying knew that engaging in close combat with Xingtian would inevitably put her at a disadvantage. Seizing the moment before he could draw his battle axe, she decisively activated her full joint thrusters to propel her unit backward, aiming to create distance. Just as the MS-03 was halfway through its retreat, Xingtian, still not fully upright, suddenly extended his right hand toward Bai Ying. The next instant, a bone chain resembling vertebrae shot toward the MS-03 like a coiling serpent. Chain sword. Bai Ying instantly recognized this signature equipment of the base unit. Mobile suit switched to assault mode. Facing Xingtian, Bai Ying dared not be the slightest bit careless. Even though the MS-03's cooling system hadn't fully recovered, she forcibly activated its most powerful assault mode. The tip of the chain sword halted just 2 meters from the MS-03, while Bai Ying continued maneuvering the mobile suit to complete its retreat. 183, 182, 181. A blue circular timer hung before Bai Ying's eyes. Each flash of the holographic cursor signified 1 second less remaining in assault mode. The objective is simply to survive. Bai Ying unconsciously tightened her grip on the twin blades. Unlike her previous kill of Hao Jia, the overwhelming pressure she now felt was suffocating. Meanwhile, the moment Xingtian took his first step, MS-03 had already drawn 2 slender white bone blades and swung them in a slash. Clang! The thunderous clash of metal against bone shattered the walls of flesh swirling around both giants. Seems I underestimated you. Although Xingtian successfully blocked the bone blades with his black axe handle, the power unleashed by MS-03 was far more terrifying than Xiao had anticipated. Just as Xiao anticipated another clash of strength, MS-03 abruptly withdrew its blades and launched a lightning-fast spinning kick toward Xingtian's midsection. Knowing he couldn't evade by moving his body, Xiao abruptly raised the axe handle from horizontal to vertical, using it to block the opponent's calf's trajectory. The massive leg, thick as a rock pillar, slammed into the black axe handle. The violent impact sent a jolt of numbness through Xiao's palm. My turn! Before MS-03 could fully retract its leg, Xiao swiftly coiled the chainsword concealed beneath his arm around the opponent's limb. Countless razor-sharp serrations instantly dug into the flesh of MS-03, binding its calf as tightly as steel wire. Seizing the perfect moment, Xiao grabbed his chainsword. He instantly felt the powerful pull from the other end, but it didn't stop him from mustering every ounce of strength to yank the opponent toward him. While Xingtian might not yet outpace the MS-03 in speed, Xiao was confident he could win this contest if he could force the enemy into a contest of raw strength. Sure enough, with MS-03 forced to stand on one leg, Xingtian's strength began to overwhelm its opponent. Yet just as Xiao prepared to swing his massive axe, he suddenly heard the sound of flesh churning. The calf ensnared by the chainsword began to mutate. Flesh bulged outward like a balloon being pumped up, rapidly inflating until it completely covered the silver metal chainsword. Pop! In the blink of an eye, the swollen flesh exploded mid-air, scattering into clouds of blood mist drifting through the light and shadow. The MS-03 severed its own leg to break free from the Xingtian chainsword's grasp. It discarded the bone sword in its hand and retreated backward, landing on its hands and retreating with its remaining 3 limbs. Simultaneously, fresh flesh began to regrow from its severed leg. Trying to escape? The moment the chain sword lost its target, Xingtian charged forward, dragging his massive axe. He wouldn't let this precious opportunity slip away. In under 5 seconds, Xingtian caught up to the MS-03, which was attempting to create distance through contorted movements precisely because its locomotion was so uncoordinated that Xingtian could pursue it. But before Xingtian could swing his axe, the MS-03's body exposed over a dozen full-joint jet nozzles formed from white bone. Propelled by viscous fluid, the MS-03 dodged the plasma axe's swing at an impossibly narrow angle. It bought enough time for new limbs to regrow, then leapt backward. Boom! 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 Still airborne, the MS-03 deployed its X-shaped wing armor once more. Over 20 suicide-bombing insects swarmed forth, charging toward the off-balance Xingtian with chaotic flight patterns. Green flames blazed like emeralds under the blinding lights. Thick smoke and a mist of blood instantly enveloped Xingtian's massive form, obscuring everything around it. Xingtian! The white figure, who had just dodged an axe strike, shouted toward the explosion. But Xingtian's relentless pursuit left her no time to spare for anyone else. 121, 120, 119. The assault mode countdown ticks steadily, yet the tide of battle continued to turn against them. What the hell am I supposed to do? Bai Ying clenched her teeth tightly. Chapter 139, Blood Poison Ignites. Hardening. A towering figure burst forth from the thick smoke, his entire being radiating an oppressive blackness. Not even the blindingly bright light could penetrate this darkness. The massive blast left not a single scratch on Xingtian's body. The shockwaves from all directions merely slowed his pace slightly. Current unit performance restored to 70% of standard specifications. Even with only 10% of its capabilities restored, Xingtian's abilities were already sufficient to handle the MS-03. Though the MS-03 inherited the base unit structure, granting it mobility surpassing most mobile suits, it lacked the same capabilities the base unit possessed. Take flight, for instance. Boom! Almost the instant the MS-03 touched down, Xingtian's massive axe cleaved through the blood-scented air. The crimson plasma blade sliced through the MS-03's shoulder like a hot knife through butter, angling downward before finally being pulled free from its solid waist. The MS-03, which had been lively and agile just a second ago, was now completely cleaved in two. But Xiao had no intention of stopping there. Xingtian swung the massive axe directly at the upper half of the MS-03 that had just landed, cleanly severing its head from its body. Even so, within Xiao's vision, countless new flesh buds continued to push through the scorching wounds left by the plasma axe, emerging from the severed stumps. They would burn black only to be replaced by a fresh wave of buds in the next cycle of growth. Just as Xiao had anticipated, these monsters no longer feared so-called fatal wounds. Their flesh displayed astonishing vitality. Even if every limb were torn apart, it couldn't prevent them from surviving independently. In the critical moment, Xiao's mind flashed back to his actions before the fall. In the next instant, he slashed his own arm with the searing plasma axe blade, pouring his blood over the still self-repairing body of MS-03. Sizzle! The instant the black liquid touched the massive wreckage, a sickeningly intense, acrid smell exploded through the air like a bomb. All the writhing tentacles and flesh growths instantly turned into motionless chunks of rotten flesh, as if the wreckage had been flung onto a sizzling frying pan over high heat, billowing thick smoke tinged with yellow. Only then could Xiao finally confirm that his blood was a lethal poison to these monsters with seemingly infinite vitality. Warning: full body armor damaged 63%. On the opposite end of the battlefield, the genuine MS-03 had just barely withstood a swing from the Xingtian bone axe. Even though the white figure had strained every ounce of strength to deflect the strike from its intended target, the mobile suit's right shoulder still bore a gaping wound 5 meters deep. 94, 93, 92. Panting heavily, Bai Ying pressed both swords against her chest. At this moment, the assault mode countdown felt more like a death knell in her eyes. Due to her lack of brute strength, after several exchanges of offense and defense, the two orange-hued high-frequency thermal blades were already pockmarked with no fewer than 10 fractured gouges. By Bai Ying's calculations, if Xingtian's subsequent battle axe strikes maintained the same level of force, the MS-03's two melee weapons would be completely destroyed within 5 rounds. The liquid steel repair rate can't keep up with the damage the unit is taking. Bai Ying stared at the damage monitoring panel, now showing red, her eyes filled with urgency. Behind him, Xiao stared intently at the Xingtian poised for action on the large screen. Since the battle commenced, he hadn't uttered a single word. After all, every iron pilot possessed their own unique combat style. Unless it involved suicidal maneuvers, Xiao would never interfere lightly. In less than 2 minutes, Xiao and Duzi had witnessed firsthand how Bai Ying masterfully piloted this famously agile white mobile suit. To Xiao, Bai Ying had pushed the MS-03's capabilities to their absolute limits. What pained him was that he and Duzi could only sit here, watching Bai Ying and Xingtian fight with their lives on the line, while they had no clue about Hauje's whereabouts. All they could do now was protect themselves, avoid disrupting Bai Ying and Xingtian's tactical focus, and not become a liability dragging them down. Damn it! This profound helplessness was something Xiao had rarely felt since becoming an iron pilot, yet now he could only grip the restraints in front of him so tightly they creaked. Just as Xiao was consumed by self-reproach for his inability to help, Xingtian, wielding his bone battle axe, had already charged forward, dragging his weapon right up to the MS-03's face. Its speed was even faster than before. Learning through combat, growing stronger with each fight, Xingtian was right about that. 30 seconds earlier, the MS-03 piloted by the white figure had already lost any speed advantage. This directly prevented her MS-03 from creating distance, forcing it into repeated close-quarters combat where it had to face the opponent's fierce attacks head-on. Just like now, Bai Ying had no time to maneuver the mobile suit to evade. She could only hope the twin swords in her hands wouldn't shatter during this defense. Thud! At the last possible moment, Xingtian suddenly rammed his shoulder into his own replica from the side. With an earth-shattering crash, the seemingly indestructible Xingtian was sent flying, slamming hard into the tentacle-covered flesh wall and splattering a trail of blood. I'll lead the charge. You provide cover. Xiao planted his massive axe into the ground, patting the shoulder he'd just used for the collision. He wiped away all the flesh clinging to his black armor. Got it. For Bai Ying, coordinating with Xingtian was practically her most familiar tactic. The unit has switched to balance mode. Watching the countdown frozen at 85 vanish from her sight, Bai Ying's taut nerves finally relaxed a little. She had finally completed the mission Xingtian had entrusted to her, survive. 2 against 1, our odds just got a whole lot better, Yuga Sato murmured, relaxing his brow as he sat in the restraints. Duzi, meanwhile, wore an expression that screamed, "I've dodged a bullet." Thud. Thud. After lying in the deep pit for nearly 5 seconds, Xingtian once again gripped its skeletal battle axe, planting its feet firmly on the blood-soaked floor. The half of its body that had been struck now appeared somewhat withered, yet countless dancing flesh buds, like weaving threads, continuously repaired its wounds. Ready? Xiao yanked the giant axe from the ground, his cold gaze fixed on his replica. Of course. The white figure stood ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. Good. Attack. Chapter 140, Violent Cleave. Both Xingtian charged toward each other in identical stances. They both thrust off with their right feet, covering identical distances with each stride. Just before impact, they simultaneously switched their dragging axes to two-handed grips, fearlessly swinging them toward each other's right shoulders. But just as both axes rose above their shoulders, they simultaneously shifted their attack positions. Thud! The white bone handles and black axe handles collided violently, sending visible shockwaves rippling through the air. The two massive axes, wielded by their owners, locked together, blocking each other's attack trajectories and creating a stalemate. Is my fighting style too predictable? Xiao inwardly marveled, astonished that his opponent's movements had reached a level of synchronization so complete with his own. Even their last-minute counter was identical. Xiao's plan to shatter the enemy's weapon with his plasma axe blade was thus thwarted. Though Xingtian's performance had recovered to 70% of its normal capacity, facing a replica that had evolved to match his very rhythm, his strength was beginning to falter. This force? Xiao felt as if he were wrestling with a moving mountain of flesh, immense pressure surging relentlessly through the axe handle he gripped. In mere moments, Xiao was on the verge of defeat in this contest of strength. White shadow. Just as Xingtian's massive axe was about to be forced back onto his shoulder, a white figure suddenly leapt high from behind him. The agile MS-03 blocked the blinding light, its deployed armor casting a shadow like a butterfly reflected in a pool of blood. Two battle-scarred high-frequency thermal blades sliced through the air at high speed, striking directly at Xingtian's head. Splatter! Spattered blood splashed across the white figure's mobile suit. As two orange-red flashes streaked through the air, Xingtian's arms rolled to the ground. What a pain! The white figure gripped the twin blades in his hands even tighter. That strike should have severed the opponent's head. Just as the attack was about to land, Xingtian abruptly abandoned its confrontation with the main body and retreated violently. The crisscrossing blades ultimately only managed to cleave through Xingtian's two thick arms. No time for regrets. Xiao ignored the two arms still twitching on the ground, swinging his massive axe directly at Xingtian, who had just regained his footing. For he witnessed the opponent's arms regenerating at an absurdly rapid pace. The crimson plasma axe blade left a dazzling afterimage in the air, yet Xiao failed to strike his intended target. The enemy's agility seemed far beyond what he had anticipated. But Xiao wouldn't abandon his assault. He swung his massive axe relentlessly, cornering his opponent against the wall within just 3 exchanges. This is the strike. Seeing his opponent had nowhere left to dodge, Xiao deliberately coiled the chain sword around the axe handle and unleashed a sweeping strike with a massive arc toward the enemy's position. After all, Xingtian could no longer evade by advancing or retreating. Lateral movement was its only means of dodging. Xiao's sweeping strike covered virtually every possible evasion point. No matter which direction it fled, it would inevitably make intimate contact with the plasma axe blade. Yet after tracing a semicircle through the air, the black giant axe returned unchanged to Xiao's grasp. He had missed once more. The reason was unexpected, yet somehow within his realm of possibility. Just as the axe was about to cleave it in two, Xingtian suddenly leapt upward, narrowly evading the scorching wind trail of the plasma blade and slipping past what seemed like an unavoidable strike. Xiao had underestimated the enemy's mobility along the spatial axis. After all, this was a maneuver even the original entity struggled to execute in normal mode. It now appeared that the Xingtian replica hadn't inherited every trait of the original, at least not its weaknesses. I'll handle this. Just as Xingtian's sweeping strike missed its target, the white figure piloting the mecha closed in, deploying the X-shaped wing shields mounted on its back. 24 split missiles instantly locked onto the ascending Xingtian, striking its chest and erupting in a cascade of blue sparks. Xiao immediately charged toward the only possible crash site of the Xingtian, wielding the giant axe that had just returned to his hands. The next second, both Xingtian units locked their sights on each other. Put! Before the inverted, plummeting Xingtian could hit the ground, crimson plasma axe blades sliced through its midsection. Countless strands of flesh clung desperately to the severed limb, attempting to reconnect, but the lingering heat seared away these restless tendrils. Due to the immense force behind Xiao's swing, the massive severed limb of the Xingtian was even deflected from its original landing point, crashing into the pool of blood on the left along with the giant axe that had cleaved through its body. Similarly, Yu Xiao showed no intention of sparing his own duplicate. He swiftly slashed his own arm, splattering black blood onto both halves of Xingtian's severed body. Sizzle! Instantly, the severed limbs, still actively regenerating flesh, emitted thick plumes of white and yellow smoke. A pungent, foul stench began to permeate the air. Xingtian perished amidst its unwilling struggles. Every piece of flesh that had once pulsed with life now resembled charred, rotten meat, twisted and shriveled into grotesque, tightly curled masses. To be absolutely certain, Yu Xiao deliberately splashed his own blood onto the severed arms of Xingtian, completely eliminating any possibility of this monster regenerating. Is it over? Only after both mecha duplicates ceased all movement did the white figure cautiously ask. I don't think so. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiao slowly turned, axe in hand, locking eyes with the white figure. Beep, beep, beep. Even now, the sound of the energy radar's continuous scan echoed in both their ears. Yu Xiao's gaze shifted away from the mech Bai Ying piloted, slowly sweeping across the area bright as daylight. Endless crimson. Even though the two monsters had fallen, Yu Xiao couldn't guarantee that new clones wouldn't emerge from the blood pool beneath their feet. After all, if even the hero could be mass-produced, replicating Xingtian and MS-03 in bulk didn't seem impossible. In truth, even if no more replicas appeared, everything in this area still radiated distortion and madness. Countless flesh-like growths and tentacles writhed and danced across the blood-covered walls, as if the two mechs hadn't just destroyed their kin, but merely put on a spectacular life-and-death duel for their audience. The entire space is alive. Grasping the deeper meaning in Yu Xiao's words, the white figure gazed at the surroundings with disgust, yet she couldn't fathom any way to destroy this vast subterranean expanse. Gurgle, gurgle. Just then, several enormous bubbles suddenly emerged from a shadowy corner. Chapter 141, Parasitic Red Tide. If we can't eliminate the flesh covering this place, even blowing the mountain to pieces won't help. Only now did Satoyu, who had remained silent for so long, finally speak to the two. This must be the secret monster research facility built by Twin Medical and the Leiden's military technology. Looks like the mess they left behind is no small affair. He could now conclude with certainty that for the past 6 years, Twin Medical and Raiden military tech had been conducting high-risk experiments here, violating the Watcher Convention. For years, whenever a monster was discovered, the Watchers Alliance was obligated to deploy its Omnic Core to eliminate it. After the battle, ownership of the monsters remains rightfully belonged to the Watchers Alliance. Following standard procedure, these carcasses would be transferred to the nearest Omega branch for processing by specialized monster research institutes. Only in extremely rare cases would Omega require intact carcasses or specific monster tissue samples to be transported directly to headquarters or other branches for study. During the combat between mechs and monsters, it is inevitable that parts or small fragments from both sides will be scattered across the battlefield. If anyone removes these items before the Alliance's recovery team arrives to clean up, the Alliance will pursue the target relentlessly until the materials are recovered. Yet no matter how far-reaching the Alliance's influence, it cannot possibly control every single mech component or every drop of monster blood. Small quantities of monster fragments or mecha parts inevitably circulate illegally in underground markets. Despite the Alliance's efforts to crack down on such industries, this black market trade persists across all strata that have experienced monster wars. Though Satoyu had long heard rumors of major biotech corporations secretly purchasing such contraband at premium prices, the sight of this facility encased in flesh sent a chill down his spine. Things even Omega couldn't fully control, yet these corporations had the audacity to build such massive underground facilities for monster experiments. Twin Medical and Raiden's military tech conducting monster research? Bai Ying was utterly baffled. Though she'd heard each term before, hearing them strung together in Satoyu's sentence left her completely lost. Yu Xiao shared much the same bewilderment. We'll get the full details after we resolve this crisis. In short, a biotech giant teamed up with a military manufacturing behemoth to secretly build this underground facility 6 years ago, bypassing the Alliance. But something went horribly wrong, turning this place into the hellish mess it is now. Sounds like it's going to be a complicated case. After hearing Satoyu's summary, Bai Ying roughly understood this was a major incident that must be handled by the Alliance. The question is, what should we do now? I wish I could say we could just walk away, but I have to tell you there are still over 100 elderly people in the Fugui Mountain air raid shelter who need medication. Yuichi Sato felt a pang of sadness at the memory of Kobayashi 6 gaze as he and Duzi left. But leaving isn't exactly convenient for us right now. Satoyu was telling the truth. Both Xingtian and MS-03 had fallen from the surface, but getting back up wouldn't be easy. I should have a way to deal with these disgusting things. Yu Xiao finally spoke up. You're not going to use that move I'm thinking of, are you? That would be a bit too cruel. From his performance in the earlier battle, Satoyu had already guessed roughly what Xingtian would do. We've only explored 2/3 of this area. There might be other options. Bai Ying, sensing something too, hurried to stop Xingtian. Let's try my method first. If it doesn't work, we'll reconsider. Before Satoyu and Bai Ying could say more, Yu Xiao slashed the unhealed wound on his wrist even deeper. Black blood immediately trickled like a stream into the pool of blood beneath their feet. In an instant, steam billowed like a smokescreen from Xingtian's body, while countless bubbles of varying sizes burst on the boiling surface. The sudden surge in water temperature even made Xiao feel a searing heat. As more and more blood flowed down Xingtian's arms, the group soon realized they were now standing on solid rock beneath their feet. Is even this blood water sentient? Xiao stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The blood, seemingly just a liquid, no longer filled the gaps left by evaporation. This directly resulted in the formation of a circular safe zone centered around Xingtian where the group stood. As the safe zone continued to expand outward, the area covered by the dark red blood gradually shrank. So we've been standing on these disgusting creatures all along. Bai Ying glanced at the soles of his mech's feet, where the bloodstains had just begun to fade, and felt a chill run down his spine. Thud! Just as Xiao and Bai Ying were marveling at this, Xingtian suddenly knelt on the ground, gripping his axe handle. Stop right there! Bai Ying rushed forward without hesitation, pressing her hand over Xingtian's still bleeding wound. This is the only effective method right now. Xiao slowly pushed away the MS-03's hand, allowing the black blood to continue flowing downward. Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to bleed myself to death. Despite his words, Xiao could already feel his body growing weaker by the second. Blood production and self-repair were no challenge for Xiao, now transformed into a living entity. The issue was that he had to channel all his energy into sustaining his life at this moment. That doesn't match your current state at all, Xiao couldn't help but interject. Even if you don't bleed yourself to death, your current condition won't let you handle any sudden emergencies, right? Xiao couldn't deny Xiao's point. Even if he stopped bleeding now, his body would need 30 seconds to recover to a combat-ready state. After 3 seconds of silence, Xiao silently sealed his wounds with his black armor. At that very moment, the blood that had been steadily retreating suddenly surged like a rushing tide, rapidly flooding the open ground beneath everyone's feet. However, just as the blood reached the feet of the two mechs once more, Xiao sent a data packet to everyone present. This is... Almost the instant he saw the packet's contents, White Shadow commanded his mech to lift its foot out of the blood. Xiao had sent a real-time monitoring module. Its function resembled the damage monitoring display built into the mechs, except this module tracked not physical damage but the concentration of some substance lurking within the steel structure. Invisible corrosion, Xiao continued Bai Ying's thought. Just like the first monster-expelled parasites, this blood seeps into the machine's interior in ways we can't detect. That's why I only noticed it when I saw them retreating on their own. Only after the blood Xiao had released earlier spread to the feet of MS-03 did he suddenly detect that the unit controlled by Bai Ying seemed to be emitting a signal undetectable by conventional means. It was a distress signal only Xiao could perceive. Chapter 142, Silent Warfare. Have you noticed any strange symptoms with the unit? Though Xiao could sense the distress signal emanating from MS-03, he wasn't some kind of clairvoyant. Externally, MS-03 showed almost no visible changes. Xiao couldn't very well charge over and rip off all the opponent's external armor just to verify whether the distress signal he alone received was genuine. If you're referring to physical damage, my current condition isn't too bad, Bai Ying replied while examining the newly acquired monitoring module. But judging from the module you sent me, the blood-water corrosion on the mobile suit is already approaching 50%. On the monitor, countless tiny particles, pulsing with crimson light, had enveloped the MS-03's legs and were steadily crawling upward toward its torso. Driven by curiosity, Bai Ying summoned the courage to zoom in on the swarming particles, determined to identify what had infested his mobile suit. The next second, Bai Ying instinctively covered his mouth with his hand. Only under microscopic precision could one discern the truth. What appeared to be spherical particles were actually pus-covered, cell-sized organisms. In shape, their outlines resembled the flesh-like orbs Xiao and Duzi had encountered in Sector B2 earlier. However, these pus-covered creatures lacked human hands or faces, instead sprouting numerous hairy tentacles. These miniature meatballs didn't operate alone. Perhaps driven by instinct, they used their tentacles to touch the pus-filled sores on other meatballs' surfaces. Once two meatballs made contact this way, they stuck together as if glued, never to separate again. Layered upon each other, the filthy blobs wove a slowly writhing web. This brown mass resembled seaweed floating on the ocean surface, constantly undulating with the organism's movements. Warning, host has suffered unknown attack. Synchronization rate has dropped to 77%. The moment the system alert flashed, the cockpit where the white figure sat was instantly engulfed in red warning lights. They are seizing control of the unit. No sooner had Bai Ying spoken than the MS-03's legs were instantly stained a blood-red color that jarred against the mobile suit's original paint scheme. Hold on. As the tangible crimson spread frantically toward the upper torso of MS-03, Xiao forced himself to stand. He had to use his own blood to eliminate the microscopic organisms clinging to Bai Ying's mobile suit. The unit is becoming unresponsive. Inside the cockpit, Bai Ying felt a splitting headache as if someone were using a buzzing chainsaw to sever the neural link between her and the MS-03. Warning, synchronization rate has dropped to 69%. As Bai Ying let out a pained scream, the silver-white mobile suit she piloted began spiraling out of control. Thud! Thud! Before Xiao could drip his blood onto MS-03, the opponent had already strided forward with crimson legs, charging toward a blood-flooded area at a speed Xingtian couldn't match. Bai Ying! Snap out of it! Satoyu, seated in the restraint, bellowed at Bai Ying, who knelt slumped over the controls. Disconnect the neural sync immediately. No, not yet. Bai Ying suddenly felt herself back in that scene of nearly drowning in the sea. Only this time, it wasn't her consciousness trapped in chasing the little rabbit, it was her body. You're in no state to pilot the mobile suit. Cut the link if you want to live. Satoyu's hand was already reaching for the safety latch, prepared to forcibly lift Bai Ying from the cockpit at any moment. Disconnecting now will cause the MS to go completely out of control. Bai Ying clutched her white hair tightly with both hands, desperately fighting off the invisible enemies in her mind. I can't hand control of the MS-03 over to them. A damaged mobile suit can be rebuilt, but once your life is gone, you have nothing left. Satoyu couldn't stand by and watch Bai Ying sacrifice her life just to maintain control of the machine. They'll invade the cockpit, devour all three of us. Bai Ying gritted her teeth, eyes tightly shut, as she voiced the grim conclusion she just reached. Damn it! After cursing, Satoyu threw caution to the wind. Ignoring the cockpit's violent shaking, he forcibly released his restraints and seatbelt, charging toward Bai Ying's control station. Thud! Just then, the MS-03 leapt over an obstructing cylindrical structure, causing Satoyu, who had just jumped from his restraints, to lose his balance. He slammed violently into the cockpit's steel wall. Don't leave the restraints. Seeing Doozy about to leap free, Satoyu struggled to brace himself against the wall. Kneeling on the magnetic alloy plates, Bai Ying also heard the sound of Satoyu's injury, but the immense strain on her brain made even speaking a luxury. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Bai Ying's eyes, sliding down her cheeks to the edge of her chin. There, they mingled with sweat droplets reflecting the red warning lights before finally falling onto the slightly warm floor. The white figure had poured her entire consciousness into this silent tug of war, pushing her body to the brink of collapse. Her survival instincts were screaming warnings at her, but she refused to look back, clinging desperately to the precarious neural synchronization link. You really are. Before Satoyu could utter another word, the bean-sized figure had already leaped from the restraints and darted beneath him, using her petite frame to brace against Satoyu's sturdy arm. Thud! The MS-03 executed another massive leap, the brief weightlessness nearly flinging both of them into the opposite wall of the cockpit. At the critical moment, it was Doozy who, relying on her exceptional physical prowess, stabilized their center of gravity. She clutched Satoyu tightly, forcibly keeping him in place at the cost of nearly dislocating his arm. Warning, synchronization rate has dropped to 56%. This figure was far below the minimum threshold for iron pilots to operate a mecha. By normal standards, White Shadow should have already lost most control over the machine. Yet she remained kneeling there, her face deathly pale, her expression betraying pain that seemed even more intense than before. Damn it, she's about to collapse. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Satoyu ignored the pain in his arm and forced Doozy to drag him across the swaying cockpit to Bai Ying's side. He could tell the connection between Bai Ying and the MS-03 was no longer just about sync rate. This pain, almost as if she were feeling the mobile suit's every sensation, was far beyond what a human could endure. Just as Doozy thought Satoyu was about to forcibly disconnect the neural sync unit, Satoyu instead pulled out a vial of neural sedative from his combat suit. Take back your mobile suit. With that, Satoyu plunged the needle into Bai Ying's neck. Chapter 143, Restraint Released. The neural sedative injection, a drug developed in Omega's early days specifically to stabilize Iron Pilot's consciousness, took effect instantly. It could even snap an Iron Pilot suffering severe, chasing rabbits, back to clarity within a second. However, this injection was rushed into production without sufficient clinical trial samples. At that time, the Watchers Alliance had fewer than 5 mechs under its command. To prevent neural synchronization instability during combat, this emergency medication was specially approved by the Alliance for use by Iron Pilots across all legions. Later, Iron Pilots learned through painful experience that the injection carried severe side effects, including but not limited to neurasthenia, emotional neuron suppression, dissociative identity disorder, and severe suicidal tendencies. If one can instantly awaken from a dazed state and maintain composure, then the neural stabilizer injection will inevitably exact its price by stripping away humanity. These were the words spoken when the Watchers Alliance announced the ban on this injection to all major legions. What many did not know, however, was that despite the injection's severe side effects, the League saw a glimmer of hope in this unfinished experimental product, the hope of enabling ordinary people to become Iron Pilots. For the tripartite coalition of Shining Sun, Thief Spring, and Righteous Gold, this represented an opportunity too precious to pass up. After several rounds of classified meetings, the Alliance secretly authorized Omega to continue developing the neurosedative injection, designating the entire project as top secret. Those privy to this information were absolutely forbidden to disclose any details to anyone under any circumstances. Usato was one of the few who knew the truth. This was partly because he had been groomed as the heir apparent to the United Front Legion, and partly because he had voluntarily participated as a clinical trial subject. Even today, the neurosedative injection, now in its 10th plus iteration, still induces side effects like irritability, auditory hallucinations, and visual distortions. These symptoms only gradually manifest after repeated cumulative injections. There is no antidote for any of this. To alleviate the side effects of the neurosedative injection, one must rely on other medications to treat the symptoms. Yet, even after the technological revolution, such mental illnesses remain difficult to cure. Bai Ying was fortunate. Xiao administered the latest iteration of the neurosedative injection. A single dose would not profoundly impact the life of this young woman in her prime. Bai Ying. As Xiao's final call echoed in her ears, all sound around Bai Ying vanished as if a switch had been flipped. Along with all sound, the cockpit she occupied vanished too. Once again, she found herself in that familiar yet alien place. Blindingly bright incandescent lights, a containment tank solid enough to inspire despair, and the transparent liquid suffocating the MS-03. No, not the MS-03, but Bean. The next second, the figures pointing at the isolation tank vanished abruptly, and the cold alloy walls crumbled like rusted armor. The lights, once blindingly bright, began to flicker on and off. Only the isolation tank, filled to the brim with liquid, seemed unchanged. Dead silence. The same dead silence. Even though the white figure now possessed a body of her own, each step she took on the floor made no sound whatsoever, as if she were a ghost from some distant time and space. Deep within, the white figure sensed someone calling out to her, yet the sound was faint, a mere, meaningless cry, not her name. Yet the white figure knew it was calling her. Without hesitation, she moved toward the center of the room. With every step closer, the calling grew louder. Finally, the white figure arrived before the isolation tank filled with liquid. Sizzle! Just as the white figure strained to make out the human form floating within the tank, a strange crackling sound suddenly filled the silent room. The entire room resembled a scene from an old television movie, as static from a poor signal tore at the previously calm image. After several flickers, the entire room was engulfed in a deep crimson glow reminiscent of a real-life cockpit with alarms blaring. Simultaneously, sound filled the void. Bean! Bai Ying's eyes widened as she frantically pounded on the grime-covered isolation tank. Inside the tank, a girl identical to Doozy curled up in a pool of crimson liquid. Naked and trembling, crimson fungal growths covered her body from head to toe, sparing only her pitiful neck and head. Doozy! In the real world, Xiao struggled desperately to break free from the flesh binding his body. Beside him, the repulsive flesh was already crawling toward Doozy's mouth. The entire cockpit had been completely overrun by the flesh, and the rapidly spreading crimson mass had already clamped down on the MS-03's neck. Stop it! Xiao, having overcome his weakened state, finally regained his full strength. With agile movements, he leapt over a series of obstacles and hurled his chain sword at the MS-03 just as it launched into the air. The silver chain blade coiled around the MS-03's right leg like a whip. Dragged with all its might by Xingtian, the blood-red mobile suit crashed from midair into a pool of blood, sending up a spray of crimson droplets. Boom! Under Bai Ying's repeated impacts, the cracked isolation tank finally shattered completely. Sharp shards of glass, each as large as a palm, sliced through the crimson liquid and pierced Bai Ying's skin, yet she paid it no mind. She instinctively reached out both hands, catching Doozy as she collapsed into her embrace. In that moment, the naked being transformed back into the fair-skinned girl. A satisfied smile spread across her face as she wrapped her tender arms around Bai Ying's neck. Even though the child in her arms couldn't speak, Bai Ying felt the warmth of the girl's body. Detecting neural synchronization recovery. Current synchronization rate, 100%. Restraint unit disengaging. Within Xiao's field of vision, the fallen MS-03 suddenly erupted with an unprecedented surge of energy. This unstable force threatened to melt the chain sword forged from giant force metal. To protect his already half-damaged equipment, Xiao was forced to retract his chain sword. 100% synchronization rate? How is that possible? Xiao's pupils reflected a value he'd never even heard of in his entire life. He could now distinctly feel the flesh binding his body rapidly losing vitality, and both he and Doozy were thus saved. The white figure kneeling at the control console slowly rose to her feet. As she stood, her combat suit gradually shifted from white to a deep crimson. Restraint unit disengaged. Mode 2 activated. Within Xingtian's identification system, the name of MS-03 instantly changed, and Xiao involuntarily voiced the unit's new designation. Butterfly. Chapter 144, Crimson Butterflies in Flight. The dead flesh dissolved into a brown sludge, rapidly evaporating in the spacious cockpit amidst crimson phantom light. Energy overflowing from the machine coalesced into floating red starlight dots in the air. They treated the walls as nothing, piercing through the hard alloy structures to coat the entire cockpit in a burning crimson star map. At this moment, Butterfly had risen from the ground. The white armor covering this giant had fully unfolded into a form Xiao had never witnessed before. The contours of this mobile suit now formed the most elegant and taut curves Xiao had ever witnessed in this world. Countless clean, sharp lines intertwined, collectively assembling Butterfly a mobile suit that pushed aerodynamics to its absolute limit. Compared to the commonly seen first mode MS-03, Butterfly's armor structure took another bold step toward the concept of agility. Sacrificing thickness and impact absorption, the armor covering its body had been transformed into a lighter, thinner form. It seemed as though this armor was no longer defensive gear meant to withstand intense physical impacts, but rather skin intimately fused with the mobile suit itself. Where sparse armor left gaps, the unit's crimson glowing frame lay exposed without concealment. To Xiao, it didn't resemble a steel skeleton at all, it was a tangible energy entity. 6 needle-like silver metal bodies protruded from the Butterfly's frame, evenly arranged on either side of the mecha's back. They floated in the air in an unknown manner, resembling both torture instruments suspended from the mecha's dorsal spines and arrows poised to be released. White Shadow, can you hear me? White Shadow. Satoyu stared at the white-haired girl standing a full head shorter than him, his heart filled with utter shock. There was no doubt that White Shadow was directly involved in transforming this mecha into its current state. Yet Satoyu himself couldn't determine whether the mecha was still under White Shadow's control, for his scanners could no longer distinguish whether this machine was friend or foe. The light point symbolizing the butterfly flickered incessantly between green and red, making Satoyu suspect his energy detection module might be malfunctioning. The White Shadow offered no reply to Satoyu. She sat motionless, gazing at the seemingly tranquil blood lake displayed on the holographic screen, like a monk lost in the depths of her own spiritual ocean. Snap out of it. Just as Satoyu reached to shake Bai Ying's shoulder, an invisible force clamped down on his powerful arm, freezing it mid-air. Seeing Satoyu's strange action, Duzi also tried to grab Bai Ying's arm, but that same force kept Duzi at bay as well. Detected unknown energy activity? Suddenly, both Satoyu and Duzi were lifted by this force and forcibly returned to their restraints. Click, click. 2 metallic clicks echoed in Satoyu's ears as he and Duzi were firmly secured in the restraints, their safety latches pulled as tight as possible. White Shadow, if you need help, just say the word. Satoyu knew all this was White Shadow's conscious doing, but the other party had remained silent, leaving him deeply concerned about White Shadow's current state. The next second, Satoyu's words were drowned out by a deafening roar. Boom! From the blood-filled pool beneath the 2 mechs, a colossal hand over 100 meters tall suddenly surged upward, attempting to trap both Xingtian and Dai within its palm. Xiao, already sensing danger, instantly hooked a distant rock pillar with his chainsword and pulled himself toward it. Meanwhile, the butterfly piloted by Bai Ying suddenly leapt high into the air, soaring beyond the reach of the palm and evading its terrifying grasp. Damn it, the lake isn't even this deep. Where the hell did that hand come from? Satoyu had given up trying to figure out what had happened to the mecha he was piloting. Right now, his sole focus was on this newly emerged enemy. Besides, neither he nor Duzi had ever seen a monster that simply grew a human-like arm. Blood water. Finally, everyone heard the white figure's voice again, a mechanical sounding tone, as if processed through some kind of device. Whether it be the hero, Xingtian, or MS-03, they are all merely manifestations of blood water. Through some unknown principle, it can transform into the likeness of any object. Within a cockpit resembling a crimson starry sky, the white figure slowly turned its face, casting an abyssal gaze toward Usato and Duzi, who sat restrained in their seats. You mean? Wait, why haven't we landed yet? Satoyu was about to follow up on the white figure's words when he noticed something amiss. Butterfly wasn't following the laws of physics by descending after reaching its apex, it was simply hovering mid-air. Xiao couldn't explain this either. Standing on the ground, he could only see the dozen fully articulated thrusters on the butterfly all active, as if expelling some substance invisible to the naked eye. It seems the MS-03's sudden transformation into a butterfly was part of the mecha's design. This equipment functions normally even after the transformation, Xiao silently marveled to himself, recalling Dr. Yuanjin's face. What exactly is Omega developing? It's about to attack. No sooner had the white figure spoken than the giant fist raised high in the air suddenly relaxed, revealing its palm previously filled with blood now exposed. It was a massive brown maw, large enough to swallow a mecha whole. Splat! In an instant, the massive hand shattered along the jawline into countless intertwined strips of flesh. The scene was as bloody as if someone had fed the entire limb into a spiral meat grinder. As the spurting blood splattered down like a torrential downpour, countless strands of flesh immediately surged toward the butterfly hovering in the air from all directions. Don't leave the stabilizer. At the white figure's calm warning, the butterfly floating mid-air suddenly accelerated, dancing through the sky in wildly exaggerated, sharp-angled trajectories, constantly evading the tendrils reaching for the machine body. At the same moment, the 2 high-frequency thermal blades in the white figure's hands were enveloped in a neon-like warm glow. As she darted through the flesh and blood net, she swung her blades, tearing the strips of flesh that brushed past her into even finer fragments. Blood droplets and flesh fragments exploded like fireworks in the grand spectacle, accompanying the crimson meteor trailing its fiery wake as they painted an elegant yet violent tableau within the abandoned underground facility. Standing on the ground, Xiao was equally busy. Having recovered 90% of his strength, he had infused his own blood into the energy used to forge the plasma axe blades. Thus, every swing of Xingtian's axe now carried a toxicity potent enough to vaporize blood. How does one kill a formless monster? Chapter 145, Gravity Escape. Damn it! I shouldn't have eaten that military rations this morning. As Satoyu gritted his teeth uttering these words, he and Duzi were still being tossed violently around in their restraints. Every iron pilot capable of piloting a mecha into battle was a rare elite, and overcoming dizziness was a test every iron pilot had to pass during training. But the situation Satoyu faced now was far more extreme than anything he'd endured in training. Even the advanced adaptive spherical cockpit designed to automatically adjust its angle during extreme maneuvers to maintain relative stillness couldn't keep pace with Butterfly's real-world speed. Butterfly's speed now exceeded the cockpit's adjustment capabilities. Each angle change merely tracked the previous movement, plunging Satoyu into a relentless double whammy of motion sickness, a constant visual tearing. At this point, if someone offered to strap him to a high-speed hamster wheel, he'd gladly accept. Within a mere minute, Satoyu felt as though his internal organs had already detached from his body, drifting far beyond planetary orbit and continuing their drift along some unknown gravitational pull. Out of an iron pilot's pride, Satoyu could only endure the extreme physical and mental discomfort by closing his eyes. At least this spared his vision further assault, lest the nausea choking his throat overwhelm him even faster. Bean, seated beside Satoyu, was equally uncomfortable. Her tightly knotted features betrayed her distress, though her physical resilience clearly surpassed that of ordinary people. Evidently, she dared to keep her eyes open. The overwhelming dizziness and nausea lingered in Duzi's mind for no more than 10 seconds before she largely adjusted to the machine's erratic movements. Still, her eyes and mind struggled to keep pace with Butterfly's movements. The overwhelming flood of information from the rapidly shifting battlefield poured into Duzi's head like a burst dam, leaving her overwhelmed. Within the entire cockpit, only Bai Ying stood unflinchingly at the controls. The expression on her face defied description. Like an intelligent machine that had just acquired a human form, her coldness hinted at subtle emotions just perceptible to the human eye. Bai Ying, what the hell happened to you and your mech? Xingtian's familiar voice finally echoed in Bai Ying's ears. Though he witnessed Bai Ying's mecha achieve an exponential leap in combat power, Xiao understood Omega's approach. Risk and reward always went hand in hand. Otherwise, this mecha wouldn't remain merely a prototype. Gaining such immense power in such a short time likely came at a cost that would make anyone hesitate. My mech and I. Bai Ying's eyelid twitched slightly, and the words on the tip of her tongue suddenly caught in an odd place. Yet this didn't hinder Butterfly from executing a dazzling aerial spin, severing dozens of flesh tendrils that had sought to entangle her. Can you still hear me? Xiao raised his voice while hacking through obstacles with his giant axe. Yes. Even though Bai Ying answered with just one word, Xiao could detect the lack of conviction in her tone. Can you lower the synchronization rate? Your current state sounds seriously off. Though Xiao knew nothing of Bai Ying's situation, he was at least 70% certain the current state was linked to the 100% synchronization rate. Yet the moment his words left his mouth, the space containing both mechs erupted in violent tremors. Detecting unknown energy activity. Pop. 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 The flesh and blood enveloping the artificial structures and natural rock began swelling in succession, then exploded into bursts of bloody mist, saturating the entire space with crimson vapor. The revolting flesh returned to the blood pool in a near-suicidal manner, leaving behind only the parasitically ravaged, shattered artificial structures and the weathered rock walls, now nearly assimilated into a dark crimson hue. In less than half a minute, the blood in the entire chamber had risen nearly to the base of Xingtian's thighs. Warning, unit under unknown attack. Unlike before, Xiao could now distinctly feel his body being violently dragged through the blood-soaked water. This seemingly liquid substance had grown incredibly viscous, as if it might solidify completely at any moment. Were it not for the lethal-grade toxicity of Xiao's blood against this bloodwater, he would likely have been devoured down to his metal skeleton by now. But with the blood reaching this sheer volume, Xiao could no longer rely on bleeding himself dry to resolve this crisis. Even if he were drained to a desiccated husk, his blood could never neutralize such a vast pool. Clack! The silver chain sword shot out from Xingtian's right arm, coiling tightly around a structural support column that looked precariously unstable. In the next instant, Xiao harnessed the chain sword's retracting force to violently tear himself free from the blood pool's confinement, leaping onto a cube-shaped platform on the verge of submersion. If this keeps up, I'll be buried alive in this blood pool. Xiao frantically scanned for the next evacuation point as the water level beneath his feet continued to rise. But after scanning his surroundings, he realized only a handful of structures remained above the waterline. Worse, many of them looked incapable of bearing the weight of his mech. Even the last few platforms that met the criteria were a considerable distance away. Even sprinting at full speed on level ground, it would take Xiao at least 10 seconds to reach his destination. Not to mention he'd have to wade through waist-deep blood to get there. Just as Yu Xiao found himself in a bind, the butterfly still fluttering in the air suddenly broke through the encirclement of the meat strips and sped toward the platform where Xingtian was trapped. What is this? The instant the butterfly passed overhead, Yu Xiao momentarily thought it might reach down to lift him off the platform, though logically, the butterfly couldn't possibly hoist a colossus like Xingtian. Yet, considering the creature's ability to fly, Yu Xiao instinctively reached out his hand. Yet his outstretched hand met only awkward emptiness. As it turned out, he had only guessed half right. Dai didn't reach out to pull Xingtian off the platform. After all, the mecha's hands were still gripping two high-frequency thermal blades designed to slay monsters. Yet within Yu Xiao's unique lifeform perception, he sensed himself enveloped by a peculiar energy emanating from Dai, binding him tightly to the mecha. And just like that, without warning, Xingtian's feet left the ground in the real world. He hovered beside the elegant mecha, just like Dai herself. Chapter 146, Energy of the Same Source. It truly is some kind of invisible energy. Yu Xiao carefully sensed the energy enveloping his body, attempting to imprint its essence deeply into his senses. Seconds later, when Yu Xiao opened his eyes again, he could see a hazy red aura surrounding his body. Undoubtedly, this hazy red aura emanated from the butterfly's body. Yet what puzzled Yu Xiao was that the armor plating covering the butterfly's surface not only failed to facilitate energy flow, it seemed to obstruct it entirely. This directly forced the butterfly to maintain limited energy release through only a dozen or so full articulation jet nozzles on its body. To Yu Xiao, this was tantamount to restricting the butterfly's combat effectiveness. On the other hand, although Yu Xiao could now intuitively perceive the energy's form in the air through his senses, he remained unable to determine its nature, properties, or operational principles. From current observations, this energy did not appear to be randomly dissipating. Instead, it seemed deliberately controlled by Dai, forming a spherical energy field radiating outward from its core. Within this field, the butterfly appeared capable of altering gravity, enabling massive mechs like Yu Xiao's to float and maneuver freely in the air in ways that seemed utterly implausible. However, this freedom of flight was limited to the butterfly itself, the source of the energy field. For someone like Yu Xiao, trapped within the field, there was no such thing as freedom. He was more like a floating mech carried along by the butterfly, confined to moving only within the boundaries of the energy field. Through visual estimation, Yu Xiao roughly determined the diameter of the energy field. 200 meters. This range restriction is bloody brutal. While 200 meters was undeniably a substantial area, considering the colossal size of Xingtian and the butterfly, Yu Xiao's freedom of movement was effectively confined to their immediate vicinity. More critically, the energy within this field was not uniformly distributed. The energy density currently surrounding Xingtian and Dai was exceptionally high, differing by as much as 100-fold compared to the lowest density areas within the field. Is the energy release simply too weak to achieve uniform coverage? A flicker of disappointment crossed Yu Xiao's mind, for this meant he couldn't even shift positions near Dai. After all, aside from Bai Ying himself, no one knew whether Xingtian could move freely from high-density to low-density areas without plummeting through the air. My power is limited. I cannot grant you complete freedom of movement, Bai Ying confirmed Yu Xiao's suspicion the moment she spoke. I will calculate our feasible paths in advance, but I cannot assist you in the battle against the Bloodwater. As Bai Ying spoke, Dai had already executed a sharp aerial turn with Xingtian, evading the flesh tendrils attempting to flank them. I can fight myself. Just keep dragging me along. Yu Xiao understood Bai Ying's meaning. She was treating Xingtian like an exposed machine gunner perched on a vehicle roof, while Dai was the driver behind the wheel. Good. Bai Ying's reply sounded distinctly mechanical. You. Just as Yu Xiao was about to inquire about Bai Ying's current mental state, Dai had already pulled him back into the massive web woven by the flesh tendrils. A crimson and a black meteor streaked madly through the wildly flailing flesh tendrils. With every shift in trajectory, the two mechs sliced through the tendrils like scythes cutting through wild grass, shredding them into countless fragments of varying sizes. At this moment, Yu Xiao finally understood Duzi's predicament. Though he didn't experience dizziness or nausea, the relentless barrage of combat-heavy visuals once again plunged him into a state of machine brain overload. Every ounce of his energy was focused on figuring out how to eliminate as many enemies as possible while protecting himself from harm. Swish! Swish! As the two mechs once again carved a crescent moon through the air, the once overwhelming swarm of flesh strips had dwindled to just a quarter of their original number. This isn't sustainable. They'll just keep spawning wave after wave. Yu Xiao quickly voiced his thoughts during a rare lull in the fighting. My blood reserves can't evaporate this much blood. They won't grow back. What? Hearing Bai Ying's unexpected response, Yu Xiao finally noticed that the scattered flesh strips not only failed to regenerate wildly, but weren't even dissolving upon falling into the blood. Yu Xiao understood why the strips he severed behaved this way. After all, he had infused his blood into the plasma axe blade. But he hadn't anticipated the effect being so potent that even the corpse-like strips weren't accepted by the blood. But even the strips severed by Dai showed the same effect, leaving Yu Xiao utterly perplexed. Following logical reasoning, Yu Xiao's first thought was the energy emitted by Dai. Perhaps this energy possessed the same effect as his own blood. But this was likely just Yu Xiao's wishful thinking. Otherwise, Dai wouldn't have needed to personally wield her sword to engage in melee combat with these disgusting creatures. She could have simply manipulated the energy density within specific areas of the energy field to instantly eliminate the flesh tendrils attempting to attack her. I have a way to effectively eliminate these creatures, and the blood water too, but I need your help. For once, the white figure didn't see Xingtian and plunged downward to finish them off. Perhaps, in her eyes, these irregenerative flesh tendrils no longer posed a threat. What method? Unlike you, the energy I release isn't lethal to the blood water constructs. However, I can absorb their energy, rendering them inactive. Devour their energy. Upon hearing the white figure's words, Yu Xiao instinctively focused his attention on the energy radar. The light point representing the butterfly continued to oscillate between green and red, yet Yu Xiao sensed none of the unique hostility emanating from the monsters. This reminded Yu Xiao of the MS-07BV piloted by Iron Hand. I've never heard of any mobile suit that can absorb a monster's energy. Setting aside whether you can actually harness it, the very act of absorption alone would completely change the current war's dynamics. Just as Yu Xiao pondered this, Satoyu, who had finally regained his composure, joined the conversation. Satoyu was not joking, every word he spoke came from the heart. If humanity mastered the technology to absorb kaiju energy, it would mean people could finally use advanced high-energy weapons against these monsters without fearing the unstable energy in kaiju blood acting as a catalyst in reactions. If what Bai Ying said was true, perhaps humanity could expel these alien invaders from the planet without relying on iron pilots or mecha, thus ending this decades-long war. Chapter 147, The Final Plan. Omega is stealing power from the monsters that humanity should never touch. As Satoyu firmly believed that the butterfly mecha held the potential to end humanity's wars, Yu Xiao's mind was suddenly struck by Iron Hand's words. Flashing points flickered red and green across the radar display, like a sleepwalker gazing into the abyss from the edge of a cliff. Yu Xiao felt he was incredibly close to the truth, as if he could reach out and unlock Omega's sealed treasure chest. White Shadow, lower the synchronization rate. Yu Xiao repeated the request he had made earlier. I share Xingtian's view, Satoyu stated without hesitation. Inside Butterfly's cockpit, White Shadow, clad in crimson combat armor, hadn't moved a muscle, as if he'd been standing there since the mech's production, a fixed fixture embedded in the cockpit. We still need this power now. Once the battle ends, I'll naturally lower the synchronization rate. The white figure's words struck the hearts of the other three like steel nails, for this was an undeniable truth none could ignore. Yet beyond the figure itself, perhaps only Yu Xiao alone knew the true source of the power Butterfly wielded. In Yu Xiao's view, the reason Dai could devour the energy from monsters was because this mecha possessed the capacity to bear such unstable energy. Yet this raised another unavoidable question: as the vessel, if Butterfly merely absorbed this energy into its frame, where exactly lay the limit of its capacity? Yu Xiao stared at the energy field deepening in color within his field of vision, already envisioning a terrifying answer. Dai was not merely absorbing the monster's energy, she was actively utilizing it. The thought that the energy field enveloping him might share the same origin as the monsters made Yu Xiao instinctively turn his gaze to Dai beside him. What exactly lies beneath that silver armor? As Yu Xiao silently voiced this thought, he seemed to glimpse Omega's mad scheme. I have a plan. Before Satoyu and Yu Xiao could speak further, the white figure seized the initiative. Share it with us. Satoyu also tactfully sidestepped the previous topic. I can sense that this blood isn't what it appears on the surface. It isn't composed of individual entities, nor is it some form of undead existence. Just like the battle Xingtian and I experienced earlier, these blood droplets are merely mindless shells. As long as we can destroy the consciousness controlling them, they will naturally dissolve. So you've already located their core entity? Satoyu instantly grasped Bai Ying's meaning. To catch the thief, catch the king. Destroy the brain Bai Ying referred to, and all problems would be solved. Right there. Bai Ying answered while guiding the butterfly to raise its right hand, pointing the high-frequency thermal sword toward the direction MS-03 had fled when controlled by the monster. It was one of the few areas in the entire D4 zone not illuminated by lights. Yet, on the surface, it appeared to be nothing more than a tranquil blood lake surrounded by open terrain. Don't tell me there's some kind of spring-like thing hidden there. Satoyu immediately recognized the abnormality in the direction White Shadow pointed. There was nothing there. Beyond that possibility, he couldn't fathom anything else. Yes. All the blood originated from there. The source of their consciousness must be there too. How do you know all this? Yu Xiao interrupted their conversation, his tone dripping with skepticism. Even as a new type of life form, he hadn't immediately detected this intelligence. Only after Bai Ying pointed out that location could Yu Xiao, during this brief respite, carefully sense it. As Bai Ying had described, a faint hostility did indeed emanate from that spot. Their energy contains these messages. Clearly, the they Bai Ying referred to were the pools of blood beneath their feet. So you can read information by devouring monster energy. Satoyu felt his jaw nearly hit the floor. For a split second, he even doubted whether he was conversing with a talking monster. After all, to Satoyu, this feat was about as difficult as performing brain surgery on someone, dipping a finger into their brain matter, tasting it, and thereby knowing their thoughts. They have a different method of communication than humans. The white figure's tone remains surprisingly calm. Alright. Let's not dwell on that for now. So your plan is for us to unleash everything we've got at that location? Sato, you seem to have given up on rational thought. No. Neither missiles nor high-frequency thermal blades can effectively damage the blood essence. Wrapping my energy around these weapons won't work either, it's too inefficient. So you can't attack them unless the blood water manifests? Yu Xiao quickly grasped the point. Yes. That's why I need your help. Speak. How can I help? Yu Xiao's tone was equally cold, for he sensed that the entity conversing with him might not truly be Bai Ying. I'll attempt to force all the blood water out of the spring using my energy, exposing the core entity concealed beneath it. Bai Ying remained unfazed by Xingtian's tone. During this process, I'll be immobilized, and the blood water will inevitably counterattack. I need you to shield me from these assaults until we locate the blood water's true form. We've truly switched roles, but I can't fly freely. This will be difficult. Bai Ying's proposal reminded Yu Xiao of the scene when Bai Ying had fought Hao Jie alone while he was repairing himself. I'll expand the energy field to cover the entire area. You needn't worry about that. Won't that be too much of a burden for you? Yu Xiao vaguely sensed the immense strain this would place on Bai Ying, especially since he had no idea whether Bai Ying's current state was good or bad. What price must Bai Ying pay to transform from MS-03 into a butterfly? No, Bai Ying's reply was decisive and uncompromising. As long as you can protect me. I hope so. Yu Xiao knew that dwelling on it further would only waste precious time. Only by ending this battle quickly would he and Satoyu have a chance to get to the bottom of things. Upon hearing Yu Xiao's answer, the butterfly once again pulled Xingtian into the final cluster of flesh-tentacle jungles, determined to eradicate these revolting creatures from existence. Ready? Bai Ying asked as he positioned two mechs directly above the spring. Absolutely. Yu Xiao gripped his massive axe tightly. Then let's begin. Chapter 148, External Equipment. The 6 spines encircling Dai's back detached from the mecha they had been attached to, flying beneath Xingtian and Bai Ying to hover directly above their designated target. Snap! Under Bai Ying's control, the 6 spikes sequentially erected themselves mid-air, forming a dynamically rotating spiral with a slight tilt. Detected unknown energy fluctuations. As the system alert rang in Yu Xiao's ears, the butterfly hovering beside him erupted in a burst of crimson light. The silver armor visibly corroded under the flowing crimson phantom light, while the hazy red energy field within Yu Xiao's vision grew increasingly distinct. Simultaneously, the 6 spikes hovering above the spring's eye began to transform, stretching from approximately 5 meters to 12 meters in length. Pearly white rings appeared around the spikes like an angel's crown. These rings seemed composed of some kind of symbolic mystical symbols, constantly rolling around the periphery of the spikes. Flying isn't difficult for you, is it? Just as Yu Xiao stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, the white figure suddenly asked this question. What? Before Yu Xiao could fully process the question, a deafening, maddening shrill pierced his ears. This sonic wave, powerful enough to shatter human eardrums, emanated from the 6 spikes beneath the two mechs' feet. A sunset red mist, like a blood fog, completely enveloped the entire D4 zone, while the energy density surrounding Xingtian's body surged to an entirely new level. Boom! The next second, the tranquil blood lake erupted as if struck by a nuclear blast. In that instant, towering waves dozens of meters high began spreading outward from the fountainhead, like a devastating tsunami surging to devour everything within D4. In Yu Xiao's vision, Dai's body continuously released a torrent of violent, unknown energy. In truth, even Yu Xiao couldn't be certain if release was the right word to describe Dai's current actions. The armor covering Dai's body was now shrouded in a rust-like crimson glow. Butterfly's energy output efficiency had surged to over 10 times its previous rate. This red-marked mecha in the energy radar extended its right hand, palm facing the surging spring below, as if its 6 spikes were its sights. Inside the cockpit, Satoyu and Duzi were so tense they couldn't speak. The entire space was enveloped in a dreamlike neon glow, and the source of this anomaly seemed to be the white figure standing at the controls. Unconsciously, Yusato felt his body growing light and weightless. When he glanced over, he saw that Duzi, sitting beside him, had already lifted her entire body off the seat. If not for the restraints and safety harnesses pinning her in place, the petite girl might have drifted all the way to the opposite side of the cockpit. Gravity. Outside the cockpit, Yu Xiao finally pinpointed the butterfly's ability. Regardless of how this energy operated internally, its observable effect was a manipulation of gravity. Only now did he grasp why Bai Ying had asked if flying was difficult. Previously, Xingtian had been carried along by Dai, but now that it was Yu Xiao's turn to control his own body in flight, he found it genuinely difficult to adapt. After all, Xingtian lacked the maneuvering devices on Dai's body, unable to control movement by adjusting the angles and directions of all joint thrusters. Just then, the X-shaped wing armor behind Dai suddenly detached from her body, flying straight to Xingtian's back before finally settling in front of his spine, where no mounting port existed. So this is what's needed for true free flight. Yu Xiao hesitated briefly before opting to reshape the black armor covering his body, forming a new mounting port compatible with the X-shaped wing armor. This was one of the advantages of becoming a living organism, the ability to adjust one's physical structure as needed. Click. As the metallic latch clicked shut, a new external attachment appeared on Yu Xiao's interface. Immediately, Yu Xiao closed his eyes, attempting to sense the specific method of using this equipment and how it connected to that mysterious energy. Dual-purpose device. In MS-03 mode, it functions as both a missile launcher and power booster. In butterfly mode, it gains energy channeling capabilities and incorporates a braking module. Yu Xiao swiftly mastered the module's detailed specifications inside and out. On the butterfly, the braking system might be unnecessary, it'd only serve to adjust flight balance. But on me? It's like gaining an extra pair of wings. In the consciousness space, Yu Xiao shook his head slightly. He doubted Omega's designers could have foreseen that the meticulously crafted braking flight function for Butterfly would ultimately become mere ornamentation for her, while instead paving the way for Xingtian. When Yu Xiao opened his eyes again, he could already freely control the high-density energy swirling around Xingtian using the X-shaped wing armor. Their resistance is fiercer than anticipated. I need more time. Almost the moment Xingtian finished installing the new equipment, the white figure delivered this less than optimistic update. 6 intertwined, rotating spikes now resembled a floating auger. Directly beneath them, a colossal vortex over 80 meters in diameter spun in perfect synchronization with the spikes. The surging torrents of blood were brutally forced into the near-vacuum periphery of this vortex. No matter how fiercely they slammed against its edges, they could only be repelled into splashing spray. At the vortex's center, a massive blood-red crystalline mass stubbornly blocked the cylindrical channel, serving as the spring's eye, tenaciously resisting the butterfly's relentless assault. Cracks silently spread across the crystal's surface, as if countless invisible blades were ceaselessly slicing through it. The unfortunate fragments that broke away would abruptly rise vertically, gradually transforming into blood-red liquid during this bizarre process. Ultimately, they would be completely eliminated by the powerful gravitational vortex, sinking to the bottom of the blood-red tide outside the vortex as discarded debris. How long do you need me to hold the line? Yu Xiao never imagined he'd be the one saying these words to Bai Ying. Sharp hostility surged like a tidal wave from beneath his feet. He knew this heralded the Bloodwater's assault. 5 minutes. Surprisingly, Bai Ying's answer matched the time Yu Xiao had previously needed. Can you hold out? Of course I can. Facing Bai Ying's almost matter-of-fact tone, Yu Xiao gave his resolute reply while coiling the silver metal chain sword around the black axe handle. Bring it on! Chapter 149, The Black Barrier. The blood-red crystals were gradually disintegrating. Raging waves continued to batter the vortex's edge, yet no matter how fiercely the blood-red water surged, it could not breach the invisible barrier. So they changed tactics. If they couldn't solve the problem, they'd eliminate the one who created it. Splash! In an instant, countless small mechs formed from flesh and blood suddenly emerged from the Crimson Ocean. G2 power armor. Sato, you recognized these blood-formed entities at a glance. Compared to the original, however, these replicas appeared rather crude. Not only did they lack rifles in their hands, but they also failed to replicate the missile launchers on their shoulders or the heavy sniper rifles. It seemed that aside from their jetpacks, these replicas were essentially bare-handed, unarmed blanks. Scan complete. Hostile targets confirmed, 572. Seeing the dense swarm of miniature power armor units on the water's surface, Yu Xiao frowned deeply within the consciousness space. He began to envy the white figure who had only faced the hero back then. As a colossal lifeform nearly 100 meters tall, Yu Xiao preferred dealing with opponents of comparable size or even larger. But Yu Xiao absolutely despised dealing with these things barely the size of his fist. While smashing them with fists or cleaving them with a plasma axe might be effective, the gorilla cannon and guard machine gun might prove more efficient. The problem was Yu Xiao simply didn't have enough ammunition to deal with such overwhelming numbers. Has it realized this method is more efficient against mechs? Yu Xiao tightened his grip on the giant axe, the dark barrels of the dragon-riding gorilla cannon turret beneath his abdominal armor already exposed. Thud! 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 The next instant, these power armor suits launched off the water like bullets from a barrel. Thick, blood-tinged fluid mixed with dark yellow substance surged from the jetpacks of these power armor units, propelling them skyward. This rocket-like propulsion far exceeded the capabilities of the G2 power armor prototype. Yu Xiao unleashed his full firepower. 4 gorilla turrets and 2 shoulder-mounted guard machine guns now swept the area with relentless, cost-indifferent barrages. He had abandoned all thought of what running out of ammunition might mean for the battle ahead. Yet the Bloodwater assault proved fiercer than Yu Xiao had imagined. Even if his gorilla cannons and machine guns could exhaust their ammunition reserves within a minute, he couldn't stop every enemy that could reach his face in just 2 seconds. Boom! Countless green flashes exploded across Xingtian's body, yet even more suicide-attacking power armor units surged past him, hurtling straight toward the butterfly suspended mid-air. Only then did everyone realize the power armor was merely a shell. These 5-meter-tall creatures were actually bombs forged from the blood. Hardening. Just as hundreds of power armor units were about to collide with Dai's body, a pitch-black shell suddenly enveloped her. In an instant, countless green flames erupted across the sphere's surface. The lingering blood mist was so thick that even Xiao couldn't immediately confirm Butterfly's condition. Only after all the power armor units vanished from the energy radar did the black spherical shell enveloping Dai dissipate into thin air, revealing her body completely unscathed. However, Xingtian, floating beside Dai, now bore dozens of gashes left by the violent explosion. Having lost his artificial external armor, Xingtian, now relying solely on his black armor for defense, could no longer fully withstand an attack of this magnitude. An explosion fueled by monster blood proved far more terrifying than conventional firepower. It worked. Within the consciousness space, Xiao gritted his teeth as he rapidly repaired his own wounds, letting out a slight sigh of relief. During the previous assault, Xiao realized he couldn't possibly block attacks coming from all directions on his own. Especially against small creatures like these, even using his physical body to block would be extremely limited in effectiveness. Considering that the X-shaped wing armor granted him the power to directly manipulate energy fields and provided an opportunity for indirect energy contact, a bold idea sprang to Xiao's mind. He could exploit the X-shaped wing armor's energy channeling properties to channel the hardening skill onto an energy field of sufficient density. The energy swirling around Dai and Xingtian formed the densest region within the entire energy field, perfectly meeting the conditions for the hardening skill to bond with solid matter. This allowed Xiao to successfully create a spherical protective shell around Dai's body. However, this new technique still couldn't escape the inherent limitations of the hardening skill itself. Creating a shell large enough to envelop Dai was equivalent to casting full body hardening on Xingtian himself. Not only was the skill's duration short, but its cooldown was terrifyingly long. More crucially, Xiao couldn't yet use this technique offensively. Though the energy field had expanded to cover the entire D4 zone, the energy region meeting the density requirement only existed around Xingtian and Dai. Watch out, the second wave is coming. No sooner had Bai Ying spoken than the blood pool beneath the two mechs suddenly dropped by nearly half. Detected unknown energy fluctuations. Unknown energy fluctuations detected. Detected unknown energy fluctuations. This time, 3 full mechs rose from the blood, forming a triangular formation that trapped Xingtian and Dai in the center. This is truly going all out. Even Satayu, seated in Dai's cockpit, couldn't help but show concern. Before their eyes stood the hero, Xingtian, and MS-03, all newly formed from flesh and blood. Xiao himself felt immense pressure. While he was somewhat relieved that the enemy had changed tactics and wasn't launching another wave of suicide attacks, facing 3 mecha replicas simultaneously was nothing short of hellish. Can you hold them off? As if sensing Xiao's predicament, the white figure, which had maintained the same posture for over a minute, asked with concern. If I say I can't, will you give me some brilliant solution? Xiao, hovering beside the butterfly, couldn't help but glance back and forth between the 3 replicas. If all 3 replicas truly charged simultaneously, Xiao couldn't think of a single effective way to block attacks from 3 directions at once. Reactivating the hardening ability required another 30 seconds of cooldown, yet the clones' bodies were nearly fully grown. I can't help you. Bai Ying's reply made Xiao abandon any hope of relying on outside assistance. Then I'll have to rely on myself. Chapter 150, Preemptive Strike. 3 against 1. How do you plan to handle this? Satoyu, seated in the butterfly cockpit, couldn't help but glance at the G2 power armor standing on the floor. Though he knew Xingtian's capabilities far surpassed ordinary mechs, the enemies they faced this time were no pushovers either. Satoyu had no idea what Xingtian and Bai Ying had encountered during their time apart. However, judging from their earlier conversation and the state of both mechs when they crashed into Sector D4, it seemed these two had been in constant combat with monsters. Moreover, not a single piece of Xingtian's synthetic armor remained intact. That fact alone allowed Sato to infer the sheer intensity of the foes they had defeated. That was precisely why he worried about Xingtian's current predicament. Even in the earlier 2-on-2 engagement, neither Xingtian nor Bai Ying had demonstrated significant dominance in their respective battles. The entire fight could only be described as evenly matched. Had they not improvised with the position-swapping tactic, they likely wouldn't be alive today. Adapt as you go. Xiao's response caught Satoyu off guard, yet it was the only thought currently occupying his mind. Facing 3 opponents, each nearly his equal in strength, this was a disadvantage tactics alone couldn't overcome. Xiao was a new lifeform, but not a prophet. He had no way of knowing how these 3 replicas would attack once they moved, whether they'd prioritize eliminating him, the Guardian, or go straight for the butterfly, who posed the greatest threat to the spring. 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. If Xiao engaged all 3 enemies simultaneously, unless he activated hardening, he would inevitably suffer greater damage. He knew the best approach was to take them down one by one, but how could he possibly execute that tactic alone, fighting a lonely battle? Xingtian's strength advantage would be infinitely diminished by the enemy's numerical superiority. Instead, his lack of agility and speed could prove invaluable now. Agility and speed. Yu Xiao silently repeated these two words in his mind, recognizing them as the key to turning the tide. Exploiting the terrain was pure fantasy. Half of D4 was submerged in blood, making it difficult for Xingtian and Dai Lian to even land safely, let alone use the landscape to their advantage. The more Yu Xiao analyzed the situation, the more he realized his position was disadvantageous in every conceivable way. Under any scenario he could envision, the enemy could end the fight cleanly and decisively within a mere 10 seconds. That was why he'd spoken of adapting on the fly, because in his view, any pre-planned strategy would prove utterly futile in the coming clash. In Yu Xiao's eyes, there was only one path to victory in this fight. That doesn't sound like a confident answer. Sato Yu understood the implication behind Yu Xiao's words, yet even so, he couldn't offer any better advice. Yet Yu Xiao didn't respond to Sato Yuya's words. Swish! The figure that had been guarding Butterfly just a second ago now transformed into an arrow released from its bowstring, diving headlong toward the incomplete form of Xingtian. Yu Xiao had chosen to strike first. The moment his body shifted, the other two replicas, also not yet fully transformed, charged straight at Xingtian as well. Just as I thought. Just as Yu Xiao had anticipated, the monster was unaware that the hardening skill had a cooldown period. After the first wave of hundreds of power armor units failed in their suicide assault, the consciousness controlling the blood mass naturally treated the hardened shell as a permanent skill. But the blood also noticed that Xingtian, hovering beside the butterfly-shaped body, could be severely wounded. If the blood had retained its combat experience from the surface battle, it would easily deduce that Xingtian possessed the hardening skill as well. Thus, two possibilities presented themselves. First, both Xingtian and the MS-03 transformed into butterfly possessed the ability to activate hardening. Yet for some reason, Xingtian hadn't engaged it during the power armor assault. This is easily explained. Xingtian likely deemed the attack insufficient to warrant activating hardening, especially since he possesses self-repair capabilities. The second possibility is that only Xingtian possesses the ability to use the hardening skill. The hardened shell enveloping the butterfly unit was created by Xingtian, and hardening can only be active on one mecha at a time. This also explains why Xingtian didn't activate the skill when he was attacked. Considering both scenarios, whichever is true, Bloodwater should prioritize attacking Xingtian. It cannot be certain whether Dai would also activate hardening, but Xingtian absolutely would. Since Xingtian couldn't activate hardening when Dai was under attack, eliminating Xingtian first before verifying Dai's hardening capability was the optimal solution. In constructing this hypothesis, Yu Xiao had already fully projected the opponent's perspective onto a human framework. Moreover, judging by the opponent's learning speed and combat performance, Yu Xiao firmly believed the opponent possessed the capability to analyze battle situations. But sometimes, overthinking isn't always a good thing. Just like now due to intelligence gaps, Bloodwater had no choice but to assume Butterfly would manifest a hardened shell resisting all attacks when threatened. To maximize efficiency, Bloodwater abandoned the idea of launching another round of identical attacks. Instead, he shifted his focus to Xingtian, who had been wounded during the assault. It was precisely this advantage that emboldened Yu Xiao to launch a preemptive strike, because Bloodwater would only treat Butterfly as a secondary target for the time being, with Xingtian remaining the absolute priority. Driven by the need to test his hypothesis, Yu Xiao limited his dive to half his maximum speed. This way, if his assumption proved incorrect, he could still pivot mid-charge to return and protect Dai under attack. The good news was that Yu Xiao's conjecture proved correct. At least the clone's reaction matched his expectations exactly. With his theory confirmed, Yu Xiao abruptly accelerated mid-flight, swinging his massive axe toward Xingtian's position before Hero and MS-03 could react. Boom! As an earth-shattering roar erupted through the air, a 100-meter-high circular tidal wave instantly surged from where Xingtian had stood. Before the waves could subside, a Xingtian missing half an arm burst through the thick wall of water, sliding backward across the surface. The replicas are moving faster than before. Have they evolved from the previous battle? Yu Xiao marveled at their reaction speed while pulling his giant axe from the damp rock layer. Swish! The next instant, the giant axe, coiled with silver metal chains, flew straight toward the retreating Xingtian. Chapter 151, Swift Victory. Crash! The 100-meter-high crimson wave finally crested its peak before crashing back down. Like spray pelting a sheer cliff face after the impact, it settled back into stillness. This time, Xingtian couldn't evade the crimson plasma axe blade. Accelerated by the energy field, the axe's flight speed had doubled, so much so that the sonic boom created when Xingtian hurled it nearly shattered the still descending water curtain once more. Almost the instant Xingtian prepared to leap, the searing plasma blade pierced through its body. Its initial velocity, now capable of leaving afterimages in the air, propelled the axe forward with unstoppable momentum. It drove the giant it had pierced through into the rock wall 500 meters away from Yu Xiao. Sizzle! Within the deep pit, the severed Xingtian still struggled futilely, but the blade infused with Yu Xiao's blood rapidly deactivated its cells. Slowly, Xingtian raised its remaining arm, feebly grasping the pitch-black axe handle. Yet that was all it could manage. As its body rapidly withered and decayed, the once swollen flesh instantly crumbled into powder that shattered at the slightest touch. This giant, who hadn't even fully materialized, was now nothing more than a sandcastle nailed to the rock wall, utterly motionless. Launching a fierce attack before the enemy could prepare, aiming for a quick victory, that takes some guts. Witnessing Xingtian eliminate the greatest threat in mere seconds, Yuya Sato couldn't help but marvel. Even he hadn't anticipated such an aggressive decision from Xingtian. This was a far cry from the cautious strategist who'd meticulously analyzed situations before advancing steadily. What Sato you didn't know was that even as Xingtian lunged forward, he was prepared to turn back at any moment. This seemingly relentless charge was merely a test to validate his hypothesis. If the test succeeded, he would seize the momentum and launch an attack against Xingtian. If the verification failed, he would turn around and defend against the Bloodwater's assault on Butterfly. Has the transformation been completed? Just as Xiao prepared to retrieve his giant axe with his chain sword, the other two replicas entered his attack range a step ahead. They're clearly two colossal entities nearly the size of mechs, yet they move freely on the surface of 100 meters of Bloodwater. While Xiao battled Xingtian, the two replicas sprinting across the crimson water continued refining their final transformations thanks to their footing in the blood. The process wouldn't halt even if they moved from their original positions. That's why they entered his attack range in less time than Xiao had calculated. Boom! 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 Before Xiao could pull his giant axe from Xingtian's corpse, Haojie immediately activated its 4 cannons, firing 4 of the same unknown explosive projectiles that had previously inflicted Xiao with severe injuries. Simultaneously, MS-03 deployed its flesh and blood X-shaped wing armor, unleashing a full 24 flying insectoid creatures. Looks like there's no time to take them down individually. Xiao gripped the chain sword's tail end tightly and yanked it back. The death-radiating giant axe swung through the air in a semicircle along his arm. As the crimson axe blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle echoing across the water, green flames erupted like dominoes, exploding from right to left in rapid succession. With each collision between the axe and the explosives, Xiao felt the chainsword's temperature steadily climb. By the time the axe returned to his hand, the silver-white blade had turned entirely crimson. Accelerated by the energy field, the axe's flight speed even surpassed that of the explosives. Combined with the chainsword's trajectory control, Xiao shattered all the replicants' ranged attacks with just this single swing. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 replicas burst fearlessly from the rolling smokescreen, continuing to charge across the undulating water surface straight toward Xingtian's position. Close combat? Just what I wanted. Xiao gripped his massive axe tightly, slightly adjusting the angle of his floating mech. The next instant, he hurtled toward the 2 oncoming replicas like a meteor. Green flashes of fire exploded continuously beside and behind Xingtian, while crimson water columns and waves of blood-scented air assaulted Xiao's senses in relentless succession. Clearly, the duplicates had no intention of wasting the brief window before contact. They relentlessly fired a barrage of explosives with bizarre trajectories at Xiao, yet only a handful of attacks managed to hit this meteor streaking across the water's surface. These explosions did nothing to slow Xiao's advance. If anything, they only fueled the raging fire of fury burning within him. Though Xiao couldn't break the sound barrier under normal conditions like his giant axe could, the energy channeling from his X-shaped wing armor allowed him to match the bizarre flying object's speed. Moreover, as both sides closed in, Xiao's sheer speed allowed him to make last-second adjustments before contact, preventing the projectiles from altering their trajectories in time. Thus, they invariably grazed past him. Even if they could detonate automatically within a certain range, a high-speed Xingtian wouldn't suffer significant damage. Warning, imminent collision detected. Boom! In an instant, the 3 high-speed giants collided. A ring-shaped shockwave instantly erupted, churning up towering waves. Xingtian, who had held his giant axe horizontally in front of him, felt his arms burn as if lashed by a whip. Current unit performance restored to standard values. Hi-ya! As the waves still churned above the 3 giants' heads, Xiao, having fully regained his strength, let out a thunderous roar within the consciousness space. The pitch-black giant axe blocking the path of the white bone cleaver and the white bone twin swords instantly surged forward with immense pressure. The hero and MS-03 wielding the weapons behind it felt the overwhelming thrust. In an instant, the 2 flesh and blood giants were violently shoved by Xingtian's force, their bodies contorting as their centers of gravity shifted downward. Yet even this failed to halt Xingtian's advance. He charged forward like a raging bull. Crack! Fine cracks began to appear on both white bone weapons, while the giants wielding them were crushed alive by Xingtian between the water walls formed by towering waves. Yet just as Xingtian crushed their weapons with sheer force, Hero and MS-03 suddenly plunged into the blood-soaked ground beneath them, ground they had traversed as easily as dry land. Fortunately, Xingtian, already in flight, swiftly adjusted his surrounding energy field, stabilizing his body within half a second before it could plunge headfirst into the blood. Same origin, same birth. They actually escaped using that move. Chapter 152, Non-Human Thinking. The moment the 2 duplicates vanished before Xiao's eyes like a sleight of hand, his rapid attack strategy had already failed. He had indeed overlooked the possibility of them submerging into the water. Moreover, the blood itself formed a colossal monster. Once the duplicates merged with the water, Yu Xiao's energy radar would lose their location. They're hidden, while I'm exposed. Yu Xiao abruptly manipulated his energy field to elevate his position, buying himself precious reaction time. Although he had eliminated the greatest threat, Xingtian, the failure of his second assault had allowed the enemy to escape. Now forced from offense to defense, Yu Xiao had to remain constantly vigilant against the surging blood below. Passive defense was the last scenario Yu Xiao desired, yet charging alone into the blood-red waves would be tantamount to walking into a trap suicide. Then I'll just have to wait for the rabbit to come to me. With that thought, Yu Xiao accelerated upward, returning to the immobilized butterfly. This altitude had already surpassed the maximum range of the mecha's jump. Though his strategy for a swift victory had failed, his ultimate goal wasn't to eliminate the enemy, though that would be ideal, saving much trouble. From the very beginning, Yu Xiao had only been buying time for Dai's breakthrough. The blood-water replicas were formidable in every way, even surpassing the original in certain functions. Yet no matter how powerful they became, they could never match the original's ability to deploy an additional jetpack. This was a lesson Yu Xiao had learned from previous battles. After he and Bai Ying separately fought the Hero and MS-03 replicas, he became even more certain of this fact. No matter how powerful the duplicates' jumping ability was, they could only barely reach the height where he and Dai were now. Earlier, during the 3-on-1 fight, Yu Xiao had to worry about simultaneous ranged attacks or how to handle all three replicas jumping up at once. But after eliminating Xingtian, the biggest threat, he no longer needed to overthink such scenarios. Upon reflection, Yu Xiao realized he wasn't as passive as he'd thought. It was the two replicas that now struggled to pose any real threat to him and Dai. Time ticked by second, as Yu Xiao, suspended midair, kept a watchful eye on the blood tide below. Perhaps his suspicions were confirmed. The two replicas hadn't surfaced since plunging into the blood water. Yet this very stillness unsettled Yu Xiao, like the ominous calm before a storm. Isn't the enemy taking a bit too long to prepare? Even Satoyu, seated in Dai's cockpit, furrowed his brow. Based on his understanding of the blood tide, the enemy was no indecisive pushover. Once they settled on a tactic, they would unleash a relentless, storm-like assault without pause. Those two replicas attacking us at our current altitude is a desperate gamble. Yu Xiao shared his assessment with Sato Yudo. If they fail, at least one will be dead before hitting the blood water. You're framing this as if we're the villains, Sato remarked, surprised to hear Xingtian adopt the enemy's perspective for the first time. It makes a certain kind of sense, though. But I don't think they're holed up underwater just because they lack confidence. If I were them, I'd at least attempt a probing attack. If they were going to try, those two replicas should have turned to ambush the immobilized butterfly when I dove down earlier. Yu Xiao held a different view, believing the enemy wouldn't waste time on low-probability targets. If your prediction holds, then you'd better be careful. The fact that they won't act without certainty means their next attack will definitely be certain. Satoyu's warning suddenly made Yu Xiao realize his own reasoning might be flawed. If he truly treated the consciousness behind the blood as a person, then it couldn't consistently make the most rational decisions. What if he tried deploying two replicas? Producing replicas would consume considerable blood water, but given their current scale, as long as the blood water had sufficient time, creating 10 more Xingtian would be no problem at all. Yet every move the blood water made confirmed Yu Xiao's assumptions, which were all built on the premise of the most rational decision. In other words, the blood water always selects the optimal solution with certainty, almost completely disregarding options with slim chances of success. But for humans, as long as a choice holds even the slightest possibility of success, they would attempt it. Could it be that their thought patterns resemble mechanical programming more than human ones? Only then did Yu Xiao realize that the enemy he faced might truly be incapable of being viewed through a human lens. Detected unknown energy fluctuations. Just as Yu Xiao grasped the enemy's potential mindset, the blood beneath his feet suddenly began converging toward a single point. Immediately, a colossal form 3 times the height of Xingtian began solidifying from the congealing blood. And this was merely the upper half of the monstrous entity. The blood that had surged through the area a moment before had now completely lost its fluidity. To manifest this new lifeform, the water level had dropped by a full 3/4. Even the vacuum vortex maintained by Lian Dai was affected. Nearly half of the blood water held by its gravitational pull was snatched away by this new creature, used as the building blocks for its transformation. Roar! As Yu Xiao heard the long silent roar, a towering half-figure slowly straightened its back, blocking the light that should have illuminated Xingtian and Dai. Its immense shadow, dark as night, enveloped the two floating mechs, instantly making the atmosphere of the entire D4 zone feel even more terrifying and oppressive. Beep! 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 What the hell is that? Satoyu stared at the red dot filling nearly half the energy radar screen, his heart skipping a beat. On the energy radar screen, this newly emerged monster was already marked as an entity approaching level 5. 4 distinct heads sat atop its flattened neck. Visually, they resembled the first monster, Xingtian, Haojie, and MS-03 respectively, and without exception, each head was at least 1.5 times larger than the originals. This time, the monster's surface was no longer composed of hardened flesh. It wore thick white bones as armor across its body, far exceeding the thickness of any previous replica. And this monster hadn't even finished its transformation, it still had room to grow. White Shadow, how much longer do you need? If Xiao possessed sweat glands, he would undoubtedly be drenched in perspiration by now. 57 seconds. Chapter 153, Decryption complete. 57 seconds. Beneath the two mechs, hundreds of crimson crystal shards drifted leisurely upward from the spring. The tunnel, once completely blocked by crystals, was now 80% clear. Put. At that moment, a massive X-shaped wing armor suddenly sprouted from the monster's back, launching 24 explosive insects each as large as 2 mecha heads toward the positions of Xingtian and Dai. Hardening. Without hesitation, Xiao instantly enveloped Dai once more with the hardening skill. Simultaneously, he rapidly retreated while intercepting the explosives with the final ammunition from his dragon-riding gorilla cannon and 2 machine guns. Green fire erupted repeatedly across the black spheres, their explosive force so immense it caused even Dai, encased within the sphere, to shake violently. Xiao pushed his flight speed to its absolute limit just to maintain relative distance from these explosive insects. Shells leaving scorched trails in the air struck one explosive insect after another, their expanding energy and shockwaves nearly filling Xiao's entire field of vision. Warning, current ammunition remaining, 0. As the final shell casing sank alone into the blood-soaked ground, Xiao's ranged assault came to an end. Have you given up on attacking the butterfly? Seeing the monsters unleash a second wave of insects hurtling straight at him, Xiao could only swing his massive axe, the chain sword coiled around it serving as an intercepting weapon through the air. As the crimson axe blade traced a 30-degree arc through the air, 4 explosive insects were struck instantly, exploding into jade-colored fireworks. Yet 20 more insects deftly evaded the axe's trajectory, charging straight toward Xiao's body. This isn't enough to stop them. As Xiao swung the axe for the second time, every target evaded his strike. The explosive insects were too small for Xiao to employ the same tactics used against the duplicates. Yet swinging the axe was significantly slower than throwing it, effectively leaving him without a means to intercept the insects. What's more, each attack forced him to reduce his flight speed. By now, the relative distance between him and those explosive insects was rapidly approaching a critical threshold. Sorry. In the critical moment, Xiao abruptly changed course mid-air, turning to fly back toward the direction he had come from. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. As Xiao's speed gradually decreased, the explosive insects drew ever closer. At this distance, he could even make out the dark red veins beneath their skin. 5 meters. Just a split second before the explosive flying insect could strike, the wing armor mounted on Xiao's back suddenly erupted with an intense crimson glow. In an instant, densely concentrated energy surged around Xiao's massive frame. He abruptly dove downward, executing a burst of short-range acceleration to skim past the hardened sphere encasing the butterfly. Boom! 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 All 19 flying insects were thrown off course by Xiao's sudden deceleration, slamming into the black sphere's surface like bullets unable to stop. The explosions then rippled back to the insects behind, making the entire scene erupt like a barrage of firecrackers. Green flames bloomed like bursting flowers across Xiao's retinas, one cluster after another. Only the last insect at the rear of the formation managed to slip through the searing smoke. But the moment its swollen body emerged from the smoke, it was met by Xiao's hurled battle axe. Boom! It was the only spark that ignited behind the black sphere. Close call. Xiao dragged the chain sword, now glowing crimson from the intense heat, and pulled his massive axe back into his hand. Before he could savor his relief, a dark yellow water column pierced his chest like a laser from behind, an attack originating from the first monster's head, a technique Xiao and Bai Ying had witnessed before. The jet then followed Xingtian's falling trajectory, exiting through his shoulder and striking the hardened outer shell of the butterfly's periphery at the very last second. Warning, torso damage at 31%. Oomph. Feeling the peculiar ache radiating from the wound, Xiao covered the gash on his body with his free hand and resumed accelerated flight. After evolving into a new life form, Xiao's power core had transformed into a black hole-like life substance. The new core was not only significantly smaller than the original power core but had also shifted position, now residing between his chest and abdomen. Had Xiao remained a conventional mobile suit, that water column attack would likely have been enough to end him right there. Watching his black blood fall like fine rain during flight, Xiao couldn't help but recall his days as a human. If a human suffered injuries of this severity, they'd likely be pronounced dead before even reaching the hospital. But no matter how hard Xiao tried to recall, his wounds were healing at a visible pace, something utterly impossible for a human. Roar! The instant the monster roared, a fresh wave of explosive insects surged toward Xiao, mingling with the monster's barrage of projectiles. This wave of explosive insects showed clear mutations. Not only were they faster, but they also attacked Xiao from all directions in a dispersed formation. More troublesome still, the monster continuously fired the hero cannon at Yu Xiao's projected flight path, forcing him to constantly change speed and direction. Within just 2 exchanges, the first swarm insect exploded right beside Yu Xiao. Warning, right arm damaged 27%. Even though Yu Xiao had sped away from the blast center at top speed, his axe-wielding arm was still unavoidably blown to a bloody pulp. But this was merely a minor appetizer. The body shake caused by the explosion directly impacted Yu Xiao's flight speed. Within the next few seconds, the remaining 23 explosive flying insects would relentlessly pursue him. Combined with the monster's artillery fire hitting the predicted points, they would instantly blast Xingtian to smithereens. Crack! At the critical moment, a sound like shattering glass suddenly rang in Yu Xiao's ears. The next second, 5 sharp spikes appeared before Yu Xiao's eyes at a speed so exaggerated it left afterimages in the air. Over 20 flying insects were impaled by these spikes almost simultaneously less than 2 seconds after Yu Xiao had first seen them. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, Xingtian was engulfed by the smokescreen surrounding him. The artillery fire that should have struck him lost its target, failing to hit the vanished Xingtian. Good work! Bai Ying's voice echoed in Yu Xiao's ears. Chapter 154, Rapid Evolution. Should we deal with this big guy first, or retrieve your gear? Yu Xiao asked, shifting his gaze toward the spring beneath the bloodwater. The tunnel base, once blocked by red crystalline formations, was now completely clear. Even though Dai could move freely, a stable energy field had formed around the spring, preventing the bloodwater from approaching or filling the space. Unfortunately, the tunnel's diameter was only about 8 meters. Neither Dai nor Xingtian could squeeze through the opening. Moreover, Yu Xiao discovered something resembling a manhole cover at the tunnel's base. Scanner readings revealed it was crafted entirely from pure gigantic force metal, its surface coated with an anti-energy finish. Deal with the big guy first, but simultaneously look for an opportunity to attack the protective cover beneath the tunnel. Bai Ying set a clear objective for their next move. You take the wing armor for now. That piece of gear is merely icing on the cake for me, but for you, it's a godsend. Boom! 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 Their conversation was barely halfway through when a fresh wave of explosive insects and artillery fire arrived as expected. This time, the monsters even deployed the dragon-riding gorilla gun group. Though the replicated dragon-riding gorilla cannon lacked the original's armor-piercing enchantment, its bone-white bullets were now honed with highly penetrative spiral grooves. Moreover, the replica turret not only imparted these bullets with higher initial velocity but also eliminated concerns like overheating problems exclusive to the original unit. Amidst a dense hail of bullets, the white and black mechs of Dai and Xingtian were forced to evade each other, adjusting their flight paths in opposite directions to disperse the monsters' ranged attack density and share the pressure. Yet Xingtian bore the brunt of the firepower far more than Dai. The Dragon Rider Gorilla Cannon unit lacked turret separation capability. Despite the replica possessing 8 genuine gun barrels, it could only fire in a single direction at a time, and Xingtian had unfortunately become its locked target. On multiple occasions, Xingtian narrowly dodged these spiraling white bone bullets, yet every surface area that made contact was scarred, meaning that if Xingtian had actually taken a direct hit from one of these bullets, his body would have been pierced with a spiraling hole. Were it not for the 6 spikes controlled by Dai, intercepting the monster's explosive flying insects at extraordinary speeds, Yu Xiao would likely have been riddled with holes by now. Not even a moment to catch my breath. Even so, Xingtian found himself overwhelmed by the dragon-riding gorilla cannon team. All his energy was consumed by dodging bullets, leaving him no room to think of anything else. Leave it to me. Just as Yu Xiao pondered how to extricate himself from this quagmire, the white figure suddenly spoke. The next second, Yu Xiao understood what the white figure meant. Although the Dragon Rider gorilla cannon never ceased firing, the monster's replicated X-wing armor had a brief attack interval. If Yu Xiao remembered correctly, this interval lasted 5 seconds. 5 seconds was ample time for Butterfly, who could freely manipulate energy field density. After intercepting the new wave of explosive insects, all 6 spikes flew toward the monster's chest-mounted Dragon Rider gorilla cannon array. Simultaneously, Dai accelerated to maximum speed, diving toward the exposed spring with dual blades in hand. Thud! 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 Just as Yu Xiao thought he was about to escape the barrage of fire, all 6 spikes without exception pierced the monster's thick white bone armor. Even with the energy field boosting their flight speed, the spikes could only leave a few cracks on the surface of the bone armor, failing to penetrate completely. Meanwhile, Butterfly, wielding her high-frequency thermal blades, landed above the spring's opening. She thrust both swords forcefully into the defensive cover forged from pure, powerful metal. Immediately, blinding sparks erupted alongside a teeth-grinding cutting sound. The high-frequency thermal cutter was a melee weapon that relied on intense heat and high-frequency vibrations for its primary attack. It performed exceptionally well against both synthetic metals and the biological exoskeletons of monsters. Yet here lay one exception: pure force metal. Only 2 centimeters of the orange-red blades penetrated the surface of the protective cover, yet this shallow depth was enough to cause dense, jagged nicks to appear along the edges of both swords. The high-frequency vibration now backfired, not only failing to cleave the hardened pure force metal, but rapidly destroying the sword's own physical structure. Buzz! When Dai, realizing the problem, pulled the swords from the surface of the protective cover and returned them to midair, both high-frequency thermal swords were already teetering on the brink of shattering. Visible cracks spread like snakes across the orange-red blades. Xiao was certain that if they collided with the monster's white bones just once more, they would be instantly destroyed. Roar! Almost the instant Dai returned to the air, the monster sprouted its own pair of arms. These were massive arms, nearly 100 meters long. Beyond the layers of white bone armor covering their surfaces, these limbs inherited nearly every repulsive trait of the first monster's forelimbs. Joints capable of 180-degree rotation, segmented structures bristling with backward-facing hooks, and dozens of tentacles flailing wildly through the air, all of it stirred up Xiao's worst memories. Is this some kind of complaint that the mecha's arms aren't good enough? Even Satoyu, seated in Butterfly's cockpit, couldn't help but squint his eyes. He'd never seen a mecha and a monster's structures combine in such a way. No sooner had Satoyu spoken than those massive arms snapped together at an unimaginably exaggerated speed, launching an attack at Butterfly like swatting a mosquito. Boom! Violent air currents whipped through the air, scattering white bone fragments everywhere. The shockwave was visible to the naked eye, even causing Xiao, still in flight, to veer off his intended trajectory. Fortunately, Dai's instant acceleration was swift enough. As the monster's arms began closing in, Dai had already surged upward, escaping the attack's range. But Butterfly was far from out of danger. The very second Butterfly completed her ascent, a dark yellow water column locked onto the crimson-hued mecha. Calculating the lead time precisely, it unleashed an unavoidable strike. Unable to alter her flight path in time, Dai could only brace her twin blades against her chest to block the inevitable strike. Crack! Finally, the battle-scarred twin blades shattered into dozens of dusk-colored fragments under the water column's violent impact, ending their service once and for all. But Butterfly used the shock absorption gained from the swords to leverage the force, tilting her body backward just in time to let the water column graze past her. Your turn. Chapter 155, Artificial Shield. Dai had lost her only melee weapon, and her missiles were insufficient to cause effective damage to the pure, massive metal. Although Xiao had anticipated that Dai's high-frequency thermal swords might not slice through the protective cover in one go, he hadn't expected they'd only penetrate a mere 2 centimeters. This could only mean the giant force metal used to forge the shield had reached a level of purity beyond both his and Bai Ying's comprehension. Before Dai shattered all the red crystals on the spring, Xiao could never have imagined that the final obstacle preventing them from killing the monster would be a human-made defensive structure. Using gigantic metal of this purity for protection? What the hell is buried underneath a nuclear bomb? Satoyu, who witnessed the entire process, could scarcely believe his eyes. Yet if Satoyu hadn't misread it earlier, that defensive cover forged from pure giant force metal seemed capable of being opened without violent means. Even if it's not a nuclear bomb, whatever's buried down there must be something equally devastating. But I'm more curious about how the Bloodwater's core consciousness got inside in the first place. By now, Xiao and the White Shadow had swapped positions in the airspace, with the White Shadow now above and Xiao below. This positioning facilitated Xiao's next assault on the protective cover. The time is right. After another wave of explosive insects was pierced by the needles, White Shadow guided the spikes toward the monster's leftmost head, the very one that had been lurking in the shadows, constantly seeking opportunities to ambush Xingtian and Dai. Simultaneously, Xiao raised his massive axe, landing atop the tunnel he couldn't enter himself. He slammed the crimson-hued plasma blade of his axe down with all his might onto the protective cover. Sizzle! Instantly, dazzling sparks and the unstable hum of plasma flooded Xiao's retinas and ears. This is incredibly tough. This was the first time Xiao had encountered plasma confinement instability. He could feel the axe blade cutting downward at an excruciatingly slow pace. At this rate, violently breaching the defensive cover would require at least 10 passes. Not to mention the damage inflicted on the plasma confinement field by the giant force metal and its surface coating. It was as if every second of cutting required Xiao to continuously replenish the damaged sections of the axe blade with energy from within his own body. At this rate, before the protective cover was breached, Xingtian would run out of energy to fuel the blade's ignition. Xingtian! Just as Xiao prepared to end this offensive cycle and ascend, Satoyu's voice called out through the communicator. Check if there's any kind of authentication device on the cover. Satoyu knew time was critical and quickly relayed his request. Boom! The next second, the artillery fire from the hero replicas slammed into the energy barrier surrounding the tunnel, sending massive ripples of shockwaves outward. The energy field can be breached. Don't let them pour more firepower into that sector. At Bai Ying's warning, Xiao swiftly retreated from the tunnel and returned to the air. Well, any results? Satoyu's tone was filled with intense urgency. There is indeed something resembling a verifier up there, and it appears to have an external port. Thankfully, it's also made of giant force metal, otherwise, it would likely have been destroyed during the attack. To save time and capture every detail, Xiao even snapped a high-resolution photo with his visual module and sent it to the other three, but I must warn you, the screen isn't lit. It seems to be the only device in the area that isn't powered up. White Shadow, you take the next attack. Get me and Doozy down. Upon seeing Xiao's photo, another clue instantly flashed through Yu's mind. Do you have a solution? Bai Ying's tone remained as unruffled as ever, completely unlike the way she used to speak. Not sure, but it's worth a shot. You had no time for lengthy explanations. The monster's next attack was imminent. Doozy, unbuckle the harness and stabilizers. Into the power armor. Besides, both Xingtian and Dai were currently locked in fierce combat. Even if he explained everything, they likely wouldn't have time to process it, let alone offer any useful suggestions. The moment the two leapt from the restraints, Dai deliberately slowed her descent. With an elegant evasion of the barrage, she simultaneously created a stable environment for them to plant their feet firmly on the cockpit floor. But this precious moment of stability lasted a mere 2 seconds. The moment Yu's backside touched the power armor seat, a powerful force slammed him back, pinning his body to the cold chair like a magnet. Damn it, can't catch a break. Sato struggled to lift his arm and forcefully fastened his seatbelt. If not for the magnetic floor still holding them in place, both he and Doozy would have been thrown head over heels. Xingtian, be careful when you descend. The monster's attack frequency is accelerating. It might unleash all its firepower on you. Before the next assault interval arrived, the white figure offered Xiao a timely warning. I know. Just make sure Colonel Sato and Doozy lands safely. Despite his words, Xiao harbored little confidence in handling the monster's fierce onslaught. After all, his mobility lagged behind Dai's, making him a prime target for concentrated fire the enemy knew to pick on the weakest link. Though he didn't know the full extent of Yu's plan, the tunnel's diameter was too narrow for him and Dai to enter. Since Yu and Doozy dared to risk the jump, Xiao could only trust they had a highly feasible strategy. Perhaps this was the kind of gamble only humans would make. It's coming. As the white figure spoke, Butterfly's mech instantly charged toward the tunnel below, clearing the entire airspace for Xiao. Roar! Just as they had anticipated, the monster concentrated all its firepower on Xiao, unleashing a torrential assault. White bone bullets rained down on Xiao like a sudden storm, followed immediately by explosive projectiles fired from the cannons. Boom! Warning, core damage at 47%. Amidst the dense hail of bullets and explosions, Xiao was struck a full 7 times within just 2 seconds, 6 hits from the bone bullets and 1 from an explosion. Xiao's left shoulder, right leg, and chest were all severely wounded. The spiral-shaped bullets inflicted wounds far larger than their actual caliber, with one even scraping past his internal core skeleton before exiting. White Shadow. At Xiao's command, 6 spiked projectiles immediately engaged the newly launched explosive insects in pursuit. But terrifyingly, the insect's speed was now nearly matching that of the spikes. On the other side, Butterfly, facing the tunnel entrance, opened her cockpit. Gazing at the dimly lit opening in the tightly sealed protective cover, Yu gritted his teeth and shouted at White Shadow. White Shadow, release the magnetic adhesion. The next second, both power armor suits plunged into the tunnel. Chapter 156, Core Area. Even the authentication device is made of pure giant force alloy. Twin Medical and Raiden sure are loaded. Yu had barely landed his power armor when he spotted the gleaming authentication device atop the protective cover. Though the area was indeed as Xiao had described, even the emergency lights were deactivated. Yu discovered after inspection that the authenticator possessed its own independent battery power supply. Let's hope this works. Yu declared, immediately opening the power armor's cockpit and leaping out. He then removed the chip that had been plugged into the wrist device of his combat suit and connected it to the electronic authenticator's interface. Detecting unknown device connection, verifying. Verification result, highest access permission granted. Clack. 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 Almost simultaneously with the system alert, the 8 latches along the circular protective cover clicked open in unison. Feeling the vibrations beneath his feet, Yu hurried back to his power armor and leaped off the defensive cover alongside Doozy. The massive circular protective cover slowly rose upward, its sheer thickness alone reaching nearly 2 meters. What surprised Yu even more was that this circular shield was merely the arched roof of an automated elevator. After a moment's hesitation, both power armor suits piloted by Yu and Doozy positioned themselves on the somewhat cramped elevator platform. Defense dome closing. Destination, core zone. The massive circular dome began descending once more, perfectly sealing the entrance it had just opened. The 2 power suits descended alongside the elevator through the pitch-black tunnel. The tracks, which should have been illuminated by emergency lights, were now shrouded in complete darkness. The descent lasted roughly 30 seconds before Yu and Doozy finally exited the oppressive elevator, arriving before a 10-meter-long arched passageway. Another blast door, and this one's made of pure giant force metal. Yu felt increasingly stunned. He had never seen such extravagant defensive construction before. To him, this also hinted that whatever lay protected behind the door was worth its weight in gold. Using the authorization key provided by Ladens, Satoyu successfully passed the blast door's electronic authentication with the highest clearance. During the process, he also learned something else. Due to emergency protocol restrictions, only the highest clearance could open this door. Creak! The massive door slowly slid open along its central axis, retreating into the walls on either side. Before Satoyu and Doozy lay a vast, silent expanse. All equipment lay dormant in the darkness, save for a large cube at the center still flickering with faint red lights. Above it, a power conduit bearing the large number 51 Satoyu recognized immediately extended upward. So the fifth power conduit with its unknown function actually leads here. Satoyu discovered with surprise the mysterious conduit operating independently of the power system. It seemed the electricity here was also connected to the large power supply room in Area B2. Yet it was evident that aside from the faint, independent power sustaining the central cube, all other equipment had ground to a halt with the shutdown of the central power system. Thud! 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 Satoyu and Doozy cautiously approached the soul-illuminated object, their power armor footsteps amplified tenfold in the empty, eerie space, echoing off walls and floors. Scan complete. System performing identification analysis. Staring at the unmistakably artificial white cube before him, Sato activated his scanner and waited patiently for the results. During the wait, he couldn't help but sweep the area with the powerful spotlight on his power armor. Most of the pipes and equipment here connected to the cube's base, suggesting the entire room's systems revolved around this seemingly intricate device. No matching results found in database. Preliminary assessment, some form of large-scale electronic computing device? Large-scale electronic computing device, a computer? Satoyu immediately thought of the common name for such machinery. Yet according to Bai Ying, this should be the location of the monster's core. But Satoyu hadn't found any traces of the creature so far. The entire area presented only a scene of desolation and decay. Sato hadn't even found a single drop of blood or a corpse. To claim the monster's core was hidden here was pure fantasy. Yet, just as Satoyu was about to frantically search the entire area again, Doozy suddenly went on high alert and assumed a combat stance toward the cube. What's wrong, Doozy? Seeing Doozy's sudden alertness, Satoyu also refocused his gaze on the cube, locking it as a target with the sniper rifle slung over his shoulder. Unable to speak, Doozy manually marked the cube as a hostile monster in the information sharing feed, right before Satoyu's eyes. Is it the monster itself? For a moment, Satoyu considered another possibility, one that aligned with Doozy's actions and connected all the clues. If the cube before them was a highly sophisticated, powerful computer, could it be the central control system that had previously governed the entire area? If this conjecture held true, then the cube before them was likely a central brain that had been invaded by the monster. This realization suddenly explained why the monster never made attempts like humans. It always chose or created the optimal solution with the highest success rate. Because its thought process only approximated that of humans. As long as it remained a large-scale electronic computing device, it was destined never to take risky gambles like a real person. No wonder the central brain blocked our attempt to restart the power system earlier. It turns out the central brain wasn't a malfunctioning AI at all, but a vessel containing the monster's core consciousness. Finally, Satoyu pieced together the puzzle. Just as Yuri Sato felt a sudden clarity, a communication from Xingtian reached his ears. Have you located the monster's core entity? Yu Zhao's tone was desperate, as the offensive pressure he and Dai faced had escalated to the point of near collapse. I think we found it, but I can't be certain it's the real one. Though Satoyu was confident his hypothesis held true and Doozy agreed, he cautiously left a sliver of uncertainty. Hurry up! We can't hold out much longer. Yu Xiao had already activated overload mode. While this granted his mech exaggerated performance enhancements, once the mode entered cooldown, he would completely lose the ability to fight the monster. The transmission ended abruptly. Vote for recommendation. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 157, Withered Death. Looks like we can't afford to hesitate any longer. Satoyu's tone had grown resolute. Yu Xiao had ended the call himself, signaling that his situation had deteriorated to the point where even speaking could be dangerous. Aiming system calibrated. Fire. Bang. As Satoyu's power armor recoiled violently from the force of the shot, a scorching armor-piercing round erupted from the sniper rifle mounted on his armored shoulder, striking the cube squarely at its center. However, contrary to Satoyu's expectation, the bullet did not pierce the entire cube. Instead, it merely sparked a few sparks on the cube's surface before ricocheting off the adjacent wall. Failed to penetrate target. Seeing the large red text flash across the panoramic display, Satoyu's spirits plummeted to rock bottom. He never imagined that even the heavy sniper rifle mounted on his power armor couldn't damage the cube, especially considering it was developed specifically to counter large vehicles. Not only Sato, but Doozy beside him couldn't believe it either. He fired a shot at the cube, which stood only half the height of the power armor. But the result was identical. The bullet ricocheted off the kinetic reflection, leaving not even a single bullet mark on the cube's surface. Duzi, fall back to a safe distance. The moment Satoyu uttered those words, Duzi understood his intent. Both power armor suits swiftly retreated to the blast door, establishing a 10-meter straight-line distance from the cube. Launch sequence ready. Bang! 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 Satoyu unleashed all 3 missiles from his shoulder-mounted launcher without hesitation. Instantly, a violent burst of fire and shockwaves erupted in the silent, darkened area. Numerous facilities were reduced to shards in the blaze, and a charred alloy plate even flew all the way to the feet of the 2 power armor units. Seconds later, as the thick smoke cleared, Sato once again directed the powerful spotlight from his power armor onto the cube. Not a scratch. Damn it! Satoyu slammed his fist into the nearby wall as he piloted the armor. He couldn't comprehend how a man-made computer parasitized by a monster could be this incredibly hard. Flesh could be destroyed by intense heat, and steel would warp and deform under energy reactions. The cube wasn't made of pure, indestructible metal, so how could it withstand even missile attacks? If even sniper rifles and missile launchers couldn't penetrate or shatter the cube, then the power armor piloted by the 2 of them truly couldn't inflict any damage on it. Calm down, calm down. Satoyu forced himself to suppress his agitation while sweeping the surrounding facilities with a high-intensity spotlight. Since the power armor's equipment couldn't destroy the target, they'd have to improvise searching for anything worth trying. But finding more powerful weapons in a place just bombed by missiles? That was easier said than done. Just as Sato had suspected, even after scanning the area, nothing appeared suitable for use as a weapon. The most durable items, aside from the blast door made of pure, high-strength metal, were just 2 fire axes. Moreover, these fire axes were clearly not designed for smashing blast doors. They seemed more suited for handling specific equipment, like electrical conduits or similar installations. Electrical conduits. The thought made Sato narrow his eyes slightly as he cast a skeptical glance at conduit number 5 on the cube's base. If there were no countermeasures, Twin Medical and Raiden's military tech wouldn't dare conduct such easily uncontrollable monster experiments here. The local elders would have turned into monsters too, but they're all being controlled by drugs developed by Twin Medical. Satoyu felt he'd suddenly thought of another extremely high-risk solution. His gaze fell upon the syringe he'd forcibly extracted from the black box in his pocket. That unlabeled hazardous container from the hospital had persistently troubled him, prompting him to blow the lock off with a gun and carry the small vial filled with clear liquid with him. Satoyu had already drawn the liquid from the vial into the syringe, and the syringe's analysis results matched his expectations. It contained large amounts of an unknown Murphy-less derivative compound. It certainly didn't look like something meant to be injected into a sick elderly person. That left only one possibility. Beans, prepare for combat. Satoyu reactivated the power system control panel and entered the source code mode he couldn't possibly understand. His reasoning was this: if a portion of the power system was indeed connected to this location, then the switch controlling the electricity for this area must be hard-coded into the system. Even if it wasn't visible on the control panel, it had to exist somewhere. Activate all power switch source codes. Regardless of equipment or program damage, activate them all. Command received, system executing. In the unseen areas, dust-covered fluorescent tubes suddenly flickered to life, and sealed doors began flashing red lights. All terminated programs began operating once more. An underground facility, once a prison for countless souls and monsters, regained its breath. Program execution complete. Clack. Almost the instant the system prompt appeared, the area where Satoyu and Duzi stood lit up. One by one, the black screen terminals entered system self-checks. Within mere seconds, simplified user-friendly interfaces emerged on these displays. Simultaneously, the cube receiving the power surge transformed. Its previously dim red glow now blazed with an almost blinding intensity, as if something within it was awakening. Put. Finally, stimulated by the immense electrical energy, masses of flesh began seeping from within the cube. Visibly enveloping it at a rapid pace, it resembled a beating heart. Beans, cover me. Satoyu shouted as 2 power armor suits charged toward the cube 10 meters away. But at the same moment, the rapidly mutating cube sprouted dozens of thick, jointed arms, intent on tearing the 2 suits to shreds. Doudou, leading the charge, abandoned the idea of firing her sniper rifle. At this distance, the tactical dagger in her hand was undoubtedly far more effective than a gun. Swish. 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 Several flashes of cold steel later, Duzi's blade snapped along with the severed arms of the monster. By then, the 2 power suits were mere steps away from the cube. While Duzi used the armor itself to pin down the arms, the suit piloted by Sato suddenly darted out from behind. Sato himself opened the cockpit, grabbed a syringe, and plunged it directly into the cube, forcing the liquid deep into its flesh. Outside the control room, Xiao, with only 5 seconds left before overload mode ended, suddenly witnessed a scene he would never forget. The colossal monster rapidly withered like a dried-up ancient tree, while the blood pool beneath it boiled violently, erupting into a thick fog that obscured everyone's vision. All attacks ceased. Cast your recommendation vote. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 158, Nervous Disorder. Boom! Xiao managed to land on the blood-red rocky terrain 2 seconds before the overload mode ended. Due to overload mode depletion, current unit performance is forcibly locked at 40% of standard capacity. Expected return to standard levels in 359 minutes 57 seconds. A wave of exhaustion and fatigue instantly washed over every inch of Xiao's body, as if he'd just been forced to sprint a 20-kilometer marathon. Unfortunately, even though Xiao now found it difficult to move even a finger, he couldn't aid his body's recovery through eating, drinking, or medical intervention like humans could. Perhaps attaching cables to deliver energy directly would be a viable external intervention, but they were now light years away from the Blackhorn underground industrial base. Xiao could only wait for his body to heal naturally over time, which meant he would be unable to confront large monsters for a considerable period. But that wasn't the worst part. Because the very next second, he watched Butterfly plummet from 100 meters above, crashing right before his eyes. White shadow. Xiao braced himself against the black shaft of his plasma axe, its blade extinguished, forcing himself upright before sprinting into the billowing dust. Butterfly no longer possessed her previous ethereal grace. Whether due to depleted energy or some other cause, the armor enveloping her body now sat awkwardly between her butterfly form and the MS-03, resembling an insect that had failed to complete its metamorphosis. The frame, which had radiated a crimson energy, now glowed a charcoal black. The entire MS's color scheme had shifted to a lifeless mix of red and black. "Can you hear me, White Shadow?" Xiao shouted into the communicator with his last ounce of strength, but only deathly silence answered him. ZZZZT. At that moment, Satoyu's voice crackled over the squad channel. "Is the battle outside over?" Satoyu sounded as if he'd just endured a fierce fight himself, evident from his labored breathing. "It's over, but Bai Ying's status is unknown." No response at all. Xiao didn't even have time to thank Satoyu, as he struggled to flip the MS-03's body into an upright position. "Open her cockpit and inspect it first. Duzi and I will be up shortly." With that, Satoyu immediately cut the communication. As Xiao pried open the damaged chest armor of the MS-03 with the handle of his axe, a spherical cockpit buried deep within the mobile suit came into view. Its appearance reminded Xiao of the MS-07BV piloted by Iron Hand. Snap! As the cockpit opened, Bai Ying knelt at her controls. Her white hair cascaded down her chest like willow branches, making her appear like a tortured prisoner. Iron pilot life signs abnormal, full body burns, weak neural signals. Preliminary diagnosis, comprehensive neural disorder caused by synchronization misalignment. Recommendation, immediate administration of neurosuppressive medication required, accompanied by long-term sensory correction therapy. After reviewing Bai Ying's health data, Xiao realized he could hardly assist her. His own frame was simply too massive. Even lifting her from the console required utmost caution. "Xingtian, how is Bai Ying?" A minute later, Satoyu and Duzi climbed up the maintenance ladder along the tunnel in their power armor. Without pausing, they sprinted to Bai Ying's side and both leaped out of their suits. Xiao could only send the system's diagnostic information to Satoyu and Duzi, while Satoyu immediately carried Bai Ying into the life support pod. "The burns are manageable, but the complex neurological disorder, this isn't an easy condition to treat in an Iron Rider. Her senses and body have become desynchronized, meaning her consciousness can no longer perceive her physical form." Satoyu was intimately familiar with this condition, as the neural sedative injection had been specifically designed to treat such acute disorders. He had already administered the soul vial he carried into Bai Ying's system, yet he couldn't fathom why she had deteriorated to this state. Could it be the drug wasn't potent enough? Sato frowned deeply. "Xingtian, we need to find a way out of here first. We'll figure out the rest once we're outside. How do we get up?" Xiao understood perfectly well that no solution would be found hundreds of meters underground. But he and Bai Ying had fallen from the upper levels in the first place. Without the energy field provided by Dai to enable flight, climbing back to the surface with two mechs was nothing short of a pipe dream. "Over there." Satoyu pointed toward the location he and Duzi had previously intended to reach in their powered armor, as if he'd anticipated this moment. Though the artificial maintenance passage there had been destroyed by the monsters, the entire underground facility now had power restored. This secret elevator platform, large enough to hold a mech, was fully operational. After finding a solution, Xiao strained every muscle to drag Bai Ying's mecha onto the elevator platform. After all, he was currently operating at only 30% of his normal strength. Even dragging the MS-03, renowned for its lightness, felt like moving a mountain for Xiao. 10 minutes later, the blinding sunlight finally reappeared overhead. "Xingtian, you take Bai Ying and the MS to the hospital near Chongqing County first. Duzi and I will head back to the Wujishan air raid shelter. Time is running out, and the elderly there need our help." Satoyu's plan was clear-cut. His return wasn't solely for tending to the elders but also to prepare for their subsequent evacuation. As for Bai Ying, who remained unconscious, he couldn't think of any effective treatment for her at the moment. The only option was to keep her in the life support pod, at least ensuring her body wouldn't develop any complications. Having Xingtian take her to the hospital served the same purpose, to be prepared for any eventuality. Understood. Xiao trusted Sato's expertise with this condition far more than his own, so he accepted his judgment. One more thing. Sato's tone suddenly turned serious. Keep an eye out for any signs of Xiao along the way. Precisely because he and Duzi were confined to their power armor, they felt utterly useless, a waste of their abilities for two iron pilots. Colonel Sato, Bai Ying, and I already tracked Xiao earlier. His trail vanished right where we are now, that's why we unexpectedly fell underground. Xiao decided to share this crucial piece of intelligence he hadn't had time to mention before. This is a problem. Sato's mood took a sharp turn for the worse. Does this mean we'll have to go back down again? Vote for recommendation. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 159, The Beloved Has Passed. Sato had been somewhat distracted throughout the journey. Though his stride remained as crisp and decisive as ever, and his vigilant focus unwavering, thoughts of the hero haunted his mind like a seagull circling relentlessly overhead. He and Duzi had thoroughly scouted the vicinity of Wugui Mountain before descending underground. Within the range of their energy radar, neither had detected any suspicious threats or unusual traces. Yet Xiao was still missing. Which level could he be on? Sato had already led Duzi back into the dimly lit tunnels of the air raid shelter. He was quite familiar with this route by now. A zone and B zone definitely don't have enough space to hold such a large mecha. Based on Xiao's height, we can rule out those two areas first. Zone C has sufficient vertical drop based on the map structure, but its layered design poses a major problem. There's no way a vertical space spanning C1 to C3 could exist without any obstructions. Zone D is similar to C, but the D4 area where we finally killed the monster is definitely large enough. With this thought, Sato opened the holographic map once more. He hadn't neglected data collection during the battle. After repeated back and forth engagements, the system had largely completed a 3D topographical map of the entire D4 area. We've explored every possible area. A mech as large as Xiao couldn't have gone undetected. Could it have been dissolved by the blood? Sato sighed silently. If what Xingtian had said was true, this was the only possible outcome for Hero. That was the mecha that had fought alongside him for years. The reason told him Xiao was likely reduced to a pool of blood, forever buried alongside the monsters. Sato still clung to a sliver of hope, a sliver that seemed woven from a tangled web of coincidences. Meanwhile, Duzi, seated inside her power armor, was also deeply despondent. Her petite frame barely allowed her to operate the controllers stretched to their absolute limit. Consequently, she had to contort herself into an excruciating position, wedged into the seat just to ensure she could react in time. Similar struggles plagued Daodu in daily life. No one in the Legion was as petite as she was. Joining the Overwatch Alliance required rigorous physical assessments, meaning even the most standardized equipment didn't fit her proportions. Body armor that reached others' knees hung down to Daodu's knees. Guns others held with standard grip positions felt like heavy artillery when she picked them up. Almost everything was ill-fitting for Bean, with a 99% chance of being one size too large. Only Xiao, the largest weapon in the arsenal, possessed a custom-tailored iron pilot suit designed specifically for Duzi. It was precisely because of this that Duzi would willingly climb into this massive mecha, a machine that demanded a life-or-death struggle with monsters every time it went into battle and win one brutal fight after another. This cold weapon, steeped in blood and violence, was one of the few things that could make Duzi feel warmth. She couldn't share her sorrow by pouring out her troubles like others did, so she always kept all her thoughts and emotions locked inside. On nights when moonlight filtered into the underground city, she would silently wipe her tears onto her pillow alone. Before long, two power armor suits stood at the fork in the road. Perhaps because he had longed for it for so long, Sato felt an urge to turn left even though he knew he should go right. He always felt that Xiao was waiting for him somewhere in the underground structures. It felt as if a comrade in arms, whose fate was unknown, was calling out to him for help. After a few seconds of internal struggle, Sato resolutely stepped onto the right fork. Trusting reason over instinct was an ironclad rule he had to follow as a soldier. No matter how strong his desire to find Xiao was, he had to ensure the safety of hundreds of elderly people first. Duzi followed Satoyu without hesitation. She might not possess his level of resolve, but she trusted his decision was the right one. Colonel Sato. Miss Duzi. Kobayashi-suk, seeing them again, wore an expression of relief and joy as if they had survived a catastrophe. Thank goodness. You're both safe. Deep within the same mountain, Kobayashi-suk sensed the immense commotion emanating from 100 meters below ground. At first, he thought it might be an earthquake, but when he faintly heard sounds resembling roars and explosions, he realized combat had erupted underground. Even after the commotion finally subsided not long ago, Kobayashi Suksuk still couldn't shake the unease in his heart. He wasn't sure if the next visitor at his door would be Satoyu knocking politely or a monster smashing it down. Seeing them both safe and sound now, Kobayashi was naturally overjoyed. Sorry, Satoyu accepted the embrace and patted the other man's shoulder. Naomiko and the others, they didn't make it. We were too late. He could feel Kobayashi's body stiffen slightly. Colonel Sato, there's no need to apologize. Their misfortune was to be expected. I was just clinging to a sliver of hope. Kobayashi rubbed his eyes with his wrist and forced a smile that was both sincere and strained. At least the two of you made it back alive. That's enough. Where monsters roam, death follows. Those who recklessly take risks often perish first, a lesson most had learned since the war began. Kobayashi knew it. Ishimura and Naomi knew it too. Yet, clinging to that faint glimmer of hope, determined to save more lives, Ishimura and Naomi still chose to brave the immense danger and venture into the outside world. I found this among Ishimura's belongings. Since you knew them, I'll entrust it to you. Satoyu pulled the bloodstained photograph from his side pocket and handed it to Kobayashi Suksuk. Ah! Kobayashi Suk trembled as he took it. Looking at the sweet smiles of the two in the photo and the elegant handwriting on the back, he could no longer hold back his tears. I'm sorry, Colonel Sato. They were born and raised in Okioka Prefecture. We were childhood friends. Kobayashi vaguely recalled how, when he first returned after graduating from university, it was Ishikura and Naomi who helped him reacquaint himself with the place. It's okay. Cry if you need to. Satoyu had witnessed scenes like this countless times, yet each encounter still touched the softest part of his heart. Their sacrifice wasn't meaningless. We must live well to honor them. Colonel Sato is right. Kobayashi Suk took a deep breath. Please come inside. It's almost time for the elders to take their medicine. Satoyu cast one final glance at the power armor, which had to remain in the tunnel due to the blast door's dimensions, before closing the door. Thud. Vote for recommendation. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 160, Butterfly and Machine Soul. The elder's condition was far better than Satoyu had anticipated. He vividly remembered the eerie stares and silence that greeted him when he first entered the quarantine zone. Now, their bodies were no longer so rigid, and their eyes no longer betrayed numbness or coldness. Occasionally, they would use their wrinkled eyelids to gently stroke their easily fatigued eyeballs. After finishing this medication, the elders should be able to speak again. Satoyu spoke into the communication channel with Kobayashi Suk on the other end of the corridor while placing a pill into the old man's mouth and helping him swallow it with drinking water. It should work. The oral medication is quite effective. As long as they take it on time, the elderly should recover quickly. That's good. Satoyu glanced at Mame behind him. She seemed more adept at caring for the elderly than he was. Thanks to Colonel Sato and Miss Duzzy, those of us trapped in the quarantine zone were saved. The sound of someone pounding on the isolation room door still echoed in Kobayashi's ears. Even with a gun in his hands, he was powerless against the elderly who had transformed into monsters due to delayed treatment. It's our duty. Sato Yuichi never considered himself worthy of being thanked as a savior. By the way, there's something I'd like to ask you. Go ahead, Colonel Sato. If I know the answer, I'll tell you. Ever since Kobayashi confided his deepest secret to Satoyu, he felt as if a mountain had been lifted from his chest. Moreover, Sato and Mame had successfully resolved the crisis, further proving they were trustworthy and worthy of reliance. Have you ever heard of complex neurosis? By the time Xiao arrived at Chogo Prefectural Hospital carrying the MS-03, his last ounce of strength had been completely drained. Almost the moment he set the mecha down, Xiao collapsed onto the ground. 40 minutes had passed since he parted ways with Satoyu. Judging by his normal pace, this journey had taken nearly 4 times as long. Operating at only 30% of his normal strength was still too much for Xiao. He was certain that had he not pushed himself into an overdrawn state, he could have saved significant time and completed the journey without even breaking a sweat. But now he lay sprawled on the ground, as bedraggled as a wild dog emerging from the desert. Exhausted, he could only collapse under the scorching sun to rest. The only difference between him and a dog was that he couldn't stick out his tongue to cool down. Throughout these 40-plus minutes, Xiao kept Bai Ying's health monitor within his line of sight, constantly observing her vital signs. Thankfully, Bai Ying's body showed no complications from the neurological disorder. In fact, after entering the life support pod, the deterioration of her vital signs quickly halted. But in a way, this was also bad news. The life support pod could only prevent Bai Ying's condition from worsening. Her physical state hadn't improved. This proved the illness was merely suppressed, not cured. But Xiao was too drained to even get up off the floor, let alone navigate the hospital's vastness. Without Satoyu and Duzzy's help, he'd never find anything useful here. Transformed into a mobile suit, then evolved from the suit into a new lifeform, he gained power beyond human comprehension but lost many abilities ordinary people possessed. He lay motionless on the floor, his gaze fixed on the MS-03 that seemed to stare back at him. During the seemingly endless stare down, where time itself seemed to freeze, a peculiar thought gradually formed in Yu Xiao's mind. Synchronization misalignment, extensive burns, neural disorder, mobile suit form switching. When Bai Ying piloted the butterfly, she seemed like a completely different person, not just in tone, but even in the way she spoke. The connection between Bai Ying and me felt peculiar back then. Even though she was right beside me in battle, I sensed her consciousness drifting to some distant place. One anomalous phenomenon after another played like a reel of tape in Yu Xiao's mind. Coupled with their encounter with Iron Hand in Blackhorn City, Yu Xiao was close to piecing together all the clues. Could it be that I was conversing with another consciousness back then? Yu Xiao was practically treating this hypothesis as fact. Undoubtedly, if he had indeed fought alongside another consciousness, that entity possessed profound knowledge of Yu Xiao, Satoyu, and their group. After intense contemplation, Yu Xiao finally arrived at a theory that seemed to connect all the loose ends. It all began after Bai Ying's synchronization rate reached 100%. So this consciousness is most likely the machine soul. Yu Xiao vividly recalled how, after Bai Ying released its energy field, the energy radar instantly marked this mecha, which had been fluctuating between green and red, as red. This could only mean that, in the system's eyes, Butterfly was indistinguishable from a powerful monster at that moment. And when he first encountered Iron Hand, he could also sense that inherent threatening aura emanating from this man whose lower body had transformed into a monster. According to Iron Hand, the mutations occurring within him were inextricably linked to the rise in synchronization rate. As fellow MS series mechs, Yu Xiao couldn't help but compare the two. The only difference between Iron Hand and White Shadow was this: one was Iron Hand's physical body undergoing mutation without developing another consciousness. The other was Iron Hand's body showing no mutation yet clearly harboring an additional consciousness. If pressed, Yu Xiao actually found the latter scenario more dangerous. What exactly was I conversing with back then? A monster powerful enough to pilot a mecha? Considering the last mecha Yu Xiao had witnessed being piloted solo was the Demon Scorpion, and he discovered a fragmented mecha soul while hacking into its system, he was nearly certain Bai Ying's mecha also contained something akin to a mecha soul. The difference was stark: the previous machine soul he'd encountered still retained human consciousness, whereas Dai was marked as a monster by energy scanners. Putting all these pieces together, Yu Xiao arrived at this conclusion: Bai Ying was performing neural synchronization with the consciousness of a monster, the very monster that was the mecha soul residing within Dai's body. Omega would go this far? Yu Xiao couldn't fathom what possessed those people to commit such madness. Yet what shocked Yu Xiao even more was that Omega had mastered the technology to transform a kaiju into a mobile suit. After all, the MS-03 looked completely indistinguishable from other mobile suits. What exactly are they scheming? The thought sent a chill down Yu Xiao's spine. Iron Hand's words echoed in his mind once more. Omega is stealing power that doesn't belong to humanity from the monsters. Vote for recommendation. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 161, The Hero Emerges. Thud. When the blast door behind Satoyu slammed shut once more, his brow suddenly furrowed. Dizzy keenly noticed Satoyu's sudden daze, so she grabbed his arm and shook it forcefully, signaling that she had noticed his reaction. In other words, Doozy was asking Satoyu, "What's wrong?" I just realized something. When we killed the monster's core entity parasitizing the main brain, all the blood outside evaporated, and the giant monster died too. Following that logic, shouldn't all monsters that lost their core consciousness control have died too? Satoyu could even faintly hear the pounding on the blast door behind him, the elderly people in the isolation room they hadn't managed to rescue in time. No further explanation was needed. Doozy understood Satoyu's train of thought. Why were these monsters, transformed from the elderly, still alive? This strange, unsettling feeling was like a splinter lodged under Satoyu's fingernail. He couldn't pull it out immediately, and the persistent prickling pain continued to bother him. Suit up. Proceed with the original plan. After uttering those words, Satoyu felt his movements as he scrambled into the cockpit were sharper than usual. Because at this moment, only the power armor could give him a sense of security. It wasn't that he didn't want to delve deeper into why some monsters persisted. In fact, it was precisely to resolve this issue safely that he intended to follow the original plan, rendezvous with Xingtian and restore Bai Ying to health as quickly as possible. The underlying cause likely involved whether the monster's core had truly perished. Of course, he wasn't referring to the monster Sato had killed, that one was truly dead. What he meant was that the monster's core entity might have retained some sort of backup somewhere. After all, it had already demonstrated the ability to think using the mainframe's consciousness, leaving itself a fallback option was entirely plausible. I have a bad feeling about this. The elder's illnesses haven't healed, and the monster might have truly left behind some kind of backup. Though Satoyu didn't voice it, his mind had already conjured the worst-case scenario that every parasite was a backup of the monster. If things reached that point, the monster wouldn't be completely eradicated until every backup was destroyed. Then, hundreds of elderly people would be classified as potential threats, and that wouldn't be as simple as taking medicine to suppress symptoms. Theoretically, to kill the monsters, Satoyu would have to eliminate every threat, including potential ones. But to kill hundreds of elderly people he had personally saved? That was something he could hardly bring himself to do. Satoyu, running swiftly in his power armor, refused to dwell on it further, it would cloud his judgment. He could only hope the situation wouldn't deteriorate to that point, or make a decision only after confirming it was indeed the case. The two powered suits soon spotted the light emanating from the air raid shelter entrance. From the moment they left, it would take them roughly 20 minutes to reach Chogo Prefecture, and they had to run. The performance gap between power armor and mechs was simply too vast. A single stride from the latter equaled several seconds of full-out sprinting for the former. Wait, what's that? Just as the two power suits neared the entrance, Satoyu gasped in shock. A massive alloy hand, one he knew all too well, had materialized at the opening. Hao-jie! Only after they had fully exited the cave did they see Hiro kneeling on one knee, his hand pressed against the ground. This was the exact posture Sato and his team had instructed Hiro to assume when leaving the cockpit to facilitate boarding the mech. Seeing Hao-jie reappear before him in such an unexpected manner after his mysterious disappearance filled Satoyu with both joy and dread. The delight was obvious. At the very least, Hao-jie hadn't been completely dissolved by the blood, and outwardly, it seemed unscathed, identical to how it had been when they'd driven it to the hospital earlier. Yet fear overwhelmed the fleeting surprise in Satoyu's heart. Hao-jie's disappearance was a verifiable fact. When he and Duzi returned to the surface and walked back, the Hao-jie that had been parked here was indeed gone. And now, this vanished mech had reappeared before them, seemingly intact. Hao-jie wasn't equipped with autonomous piloting capabilities. Unless someone had taken control through neural synchronization, it couldn't have vanished into thin air. To board or not to board? Satoyu's energy radar detected no anomalies. Hiro was marked green as usual, confirming the mech was currently in perfect working order. But Satoyu still eyed his old friend with wary suspicion, even considering the possibility that the hero might awaken self-awareness like Xingtian. We'll go in wearing power armor. After a moment's hesitation, Satoyu settled on a compromise. That way, should they encounter any anomalies or dangers within the cockpit, they could immediately use the powerful power armor to protect themselves and eliminate the threat. Duzi accepted the proposal, and the two frames deftly climbed up Hao-jie's arms, making their way to the cockpit. Click! As the cockpit slowly opened, Satoyu and Duzi cautiously stepped inside, their power armor ready. Check for any traces left by intruders. Hiro's cockpit was standard second-generation mech dimensions, not particularly spacious. The moment the hatch opened, the entire interior was immediately visible to both men. No monsters. No one at the controls. Everything appeared perfectly normal. Yet the more normal it seemed, the more uneasy Satoyu felt. Check system logs. Unit activity records. Satoyu didn't even dare step out of his power armor, instead issuing the command directly through his rarely used voice system. Command accepted. System querying. Retrieving logs and activity records from the past 3 days. Satoyu immediately opened today's document and scrolled to the bottom of the coordinates. The next second, his pupils contracted uncontrollably. The system logs indeed recorded information during Hao-jie's disappearance, but the Iron Pilot column was marked as none. Cross-referencing the activity logs, Satoyu discovered that Hao-jie had indeed activated autonomously without human control. Unfortunately, the activity log appeared to have suffered severe interference. The video feed cut off shortly after Hao-jie's activation, freezing precisely at the moment it reached the surface camouflage position near the large elevator in D4 zone. Looks like Xingtian and the others were right. Hao-jie did reach that location. Satoyu now seriously wondered if he'd stumbled upon something supernatural. Duzi had also finished her meticulous inspection of the cockpit, but she only shook her head firmly at Satoyu. This meant Duzi hadn't found any clues whatsoever. Vote for recommendation. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 162, Sheep Among Wolves. Countless speculations flashed through Satoyu's mind, one idea in particular expanding like a black hole within his thoughts. He couldn't shake the feeling that Hao-jie had developed self-awareness. This notion refused to leave his mind. After all, he had Xingtian, a living exception, right beside him. That was why he could believe in such an improbable possibility. What else could explain Hao-jie's mysterious disappearance? A mecha without an autonomous piloting system had suddenly activated on its own, without any Iron Pilot operating it, and then returned by itself after the battle. As for why Hao-jie chose that precise moment to activate, how it found the hidden D4 elevator shaft, where it hid, and what it experienced, Satoyu had pieced together some answers. Perhaps sensing the Iron Pilot was threatened, Hao-jie activated itself after the two-headed left. A mecha's judgment couldn't be compared to a human's, and Hao-jie's size made it impossible to pass through the normal entrance, forcing it to find the hidden D4 area access. But Hao-jie, a modified second-generation mech, lacked the power to confront such a formidable monster alone. Trapped somewhere within the D4 zone, it could only return under its own power after the battle concluded. Satoyu thus constructed an entire plausible narrative for Haojia based on his conjecture, though each step in this hypothetical sequence appeared devoid of factual grounding, like a phantom tower floating in midair without foundations. Fortunately, after sharing his thoughts with Duzi, Satoyu was immediately and firmly shot down. "Oh, you think it's implausible too?" Satoyu let out a wry smile. Even as he was explaining his reasoning, he'd realized the whole deduction sounded more like a cliched hero's tale. Not even Xingtian himself could pull off something like that. Both knew full well this was nothing more than a fabricated excuse to get back into the hero. "Should we pilot it?" For the first time, Satoyu hesitated before boarding the hero. Despite this old companion having fought alongside him for years, and both he and Duzi having conducted layer upon layer of inspections confirming the mecha was in perfect working order, Satoyu's rational mind still issued a faint warning. The most normal things are often the most abnormal. After over a minute of internal struggle, Satoyu and Duzi finally reached a consensus they would establish neural synchronization. Whether to save time or bolster their combat strength, they had no reason to refuse boarding the hero. Even if they chose not to pilot the hero and instead trudged over in their power armor, they'd still have to face it after resolving their business. If the hero truly harbored any hidden tricks, its autonomous activation capability alone could easily crush its two iron pilots. There'd be no need to lure them into the cockpit just to kill them. Take the current situation, for instance. Thus, whether they boarded the hero was a false dilemma from the start. They had no choice. As Satoyu once again lifted his iron pilot helmet, his heartbeat quickened. For deep within him lingered a sliver of hope that when establishing neural synchronization, he might hear the voice of the hero. Identity verification initiated. Recognized information, Satoyu. Verification successful. Calibrating unit parameters. Current calibration deviation, 5%, within normal range. 5%. Satoyu's eyes narrowed slightly at the figure. This represented the maximum tolerance threshold for establishing neural synchronization between the mech and the iron pilot. Detected abnormal termination of previous neural synchronization. Potential system damage detected. Proceed with self-diagnostic check? Self-check. Self-check program initiating. Neuron pairing, normal. Link signal strength, normal. Neural transmission channels, normal. Signal conversion unit, normal. Self-check result, no abnormalities detected. Proceed with neural synchronization? Proceed. Establishing neural synchronization. Pulse signal docking successful. As Satoyu completed the neural synchronization, the anticipation in his heart ultimately came to naught. When he opened his eyes again, everything remained unchanged. No voices echoed within his mind, only Duzi, silently watching him from the side. "Let's go." Sato first commanded Hero to stretch its limbs and clench its fists before reluctantly glancing back at the power armor the two had abandoned at the air raid shelter entrance. The second-generation cockpit of Haojia lacked magnetic flooring. Any sudden movement by Haojia would send the two suits inside tumbling about, crashing into everything in their path. You couldn't have your cake and eat it too. Only when Haojia turned and began running toward Chonggang County did the giant's reflection on the power armor's metallic shell show signs of abnormality. A palm-sized piece of withered flesh fell from the back of Haojia's head. After resting for several tens of minutes, Xiao had already risen from the ground. Though he knew that no matter how he maneuvered the MS-03, its cockpit would automatically adjust its position to shield Bai Ying based on the mech's angle, Xiao still couldn't resist positioning the machine to lie flat on the ground. Perhaps it stemmed from his understanding that human patients were always advised by doctors to lie flat in such situations for better recovery. Friendly mecha approaching. Just as Xiao pondered questions about the mecha soul, his system suddenly issued an alert. Friendly mecha. Xiao instantly went on high alert, yanking the giant axe from the ground and turning toward the green dot appearing on his energy radar. Haojia was approaching him. "Calm down, it's me and Duzi." Before Xiao could react, Satoyu hurriedly identified himself. He knew Xiao would likely suspect something was off with Haojia, so he spoke up the moment they entered communication range. Received access request from friendly unit. But instead of replying verbally, Xiao sent Satoyu a request to access and share partial system permissions. The next second, the video window that popped up in Xiao's eyes showed the figures of Satoyu and Duzi. "It really is you two." Xiao finally exhaled in relief, though he made no move to lower his giant axe. "You're being quite cautious. Seems you've learned your lesson the hard way." During their journey back to the surface, Xiao had shared his and Bai Ying's recent experiences with Satoyu. So he understood why Xiao was so wary of him. "Where did you find Haojia?" Xiao immediately fired off a question Satoyu didn't know how to answer. "It came back on its own." "I'm puzzled too." Satoyu had no intention of withholding information. He believed Xingtian might offer a more plausible explanation from a different perspective. Yet Xingtian's reaction was far beyond his expectations. Stop. Vote for recommendations. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 163, The Hero Loses Control. When Xiao uttered the word stop, Satoyu and Duzi even froze their feet mid-air. Though he and Duzi had already conducted every possible inspection, Xingtian was different. He always managed to uncover things others missed. Take the MS-07BV with optical camouflage activated in Blackhorn City, for instance. So when he ordered them to stop, they stopped. Trusting the expert was always the right call. Anything unusual? Satoyu asked tentatively. Xiao didn't answer immediately. He was intently scrutinizing Hao Jie, examining every detail from head to toe. Because after Hao Jie approached, he had indeed sensed a peculiar aura, or more accurately, the lingering residue of some strange presence. Where did you find Hao Jie? After confirming repeatedly that the aura was merely a residue, Xiao reluctantly classified Hao Jie as a surveillance target hovering at the critical threshold of danger. At the entrance of the Wujishan air raid shelter. It was parked there when we emerged. Hearing Xiao's question in tone, Satoyu and Duzi exchanged a glance before lowering their feet from the air. Do you have any leads? Hao Jie was piloted by something else. I can sense the lingering aura. It belongs to the same type of monster we've defeated before. Xiao stated his newly reached conclusion solemnly. Satoyu's face instantly turned ashen. This wasn't just because Xiao had dismissed the possibility of Hero's awakening, but also because it stirred a sense of crisis, the feeling that he'd fallen into a trap. After all, Xiao had already identified the target piloting Hao Jie, something of the same type as the monsters. Could monsters really drag a mecha intact into an underground facility, then return it to Tieu? Surely they hadn't learned to surrender and return looted supplies after consecutive defeats alongside the central brain? At this thought, Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. An overwhelming urge surged within him to immediately sever the neural synchronization. Xiao's next words confirmed Satoyu's suspicions. Colonel Sato, Duzi, I suggest you leave Hero now. Monsters aren't that kind, they won't just hand Hero back for nothing. Xiao's advice only reinforced Satoyu's growing unease. Without hesitation, he and Duzi initiated the disconnection procedure. Sync disconnection guiding in progress. Disconnection failed. Reason, disconnection signal failed to reach the correct target. System retrying. Retry failed. Reason, disconnection signal failed to reach the correct target. Damn it! The moment Satoyu saw the words guidance failed, he knew he and Duzi were likely doomed. The subsequent system retries only confirmed it. What's wrong, Colonel Sato? Hearing the curse coming through the communicator, Xiao heightened his vigilance once more. Neural sync link disconnection failed. I'm sending you the error log. Disconnection signal failed to transmit to the correct target. Xiao had never seen the system display this error before. He immediately opened the details page to pinpoint where the problem had occurred. Signal reception unit malfunctioned, failed to relay feedback to iron pilot neurons. Within seconds, Xiao pinpointed the issue. The system had indeed initiated the disconnection procedure normally after receiving the command, and this step had passed through the transmission channel without any interference. The problem arose only at the final stage. The disconnection signal, which should have been transmitted to the Iron Master's neural reception device, had been intercepted by an unknown entity. This was why the system reported failure to deliver to the correct recipient. Something was acting as an invisible iron pilot, impersonating Satoyu and Duzi to intercept the disconnection signal. Moreover, based on multiple system retries, this ghost Iron Master did not disconnect after receiving the signal. Instead, it stood like a wall, blocking Satoyu and Duzi. Something has impersonated the iron driver of the hero. It exists within the system. Xiao immediately informed Satoyu of the cause. What should we do? Force a disconnection? Though Satoyu knew this carried immense risk, he couldn't think of a better solution. Terrifyingly, the moment Satoyu uttered those words, his limbs felt as if bound by thick chains, robbing him of all freedom of movement. Immediately after, Hao Jie's body began to tremble violently. Xingtian! Wei! Xiao's communicator erupted with an ear-piercing electrical screech, a sign of severe signal interference. Hao Jie was in trouble. Colonel Sato, Duzi, can you still hear me? Xiao immediately assumed a combat stance, gripping his massive axe. He sent this message not only through the communication channel but also broadcast it externally. But the only response was an unsettling silence. Xiao now faced a dilemma. He desperately wanted to charge at Hao Jie with his axe, but Satoyu and Duzi were trapped inside Hao Jie's cockpit, effectively held hostage. Even if he was confident he could defeat Hao Jie with a third of his normal strength, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't injure Satoyu and Duzi in the fight. Damn it! Satoyu finally realized that he and Duzi had become puppets entirely controlled by Hao Jie. The mecha was manipulating the iron pilots, not the other way around. Duzi, force disconnect. After less than half a second of hesitation, Satoyu issued this extremely risky command. After several refinements, the neural synchronization system incorporated an independent emergency protocol bypassing standard procedures. This included the function to forcibly disconnect neural synchronization designed to allow the iron pilot to disengage from the mecha before facing greater danger. ZZZZT. In an instant, two bright sparks of electricity erupted from the connectors linking Satoyu and Doozy, sending both men crashing heavily onto the cockpit floor. A violent wave of nausea, accompanied by a spinning whirl, made it nearly impossible for Satoyu to even open his eyes. Having never attempted a forced disconnection before, the side effects were far more intense than he had anticipated. Exaggeratedly, even with his eyes tightly shut, his visual nerves simulated bizarre scenes, as if his eyeballs had been connected to some distant star in the farthest reaches of the cosmos. Finally, unable to endure the churning in his stomach any longer, Satoyu vomited his breakfast. The suffocating sensation brought on by the vomiting made him want to smash his head against the wall. At that very moment, to Xiao observing from outside, how Jia had regained his composure. He drew the blade from his back, pointing its edge directly at Xiao. Vote for recommendations. Previous chapter. Chapter list. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 164, On the Brink of War. The battle was about to erupt. Damn it, even my identity. Satoyu tried to stop something, but found himself powerless to act. The only thing he could do with his eyes open was stare helplessly at the flashing red warning lights in the cockpit and the air filled with crimson holographic alerts. Cease all hostile actions against friendly units immediately. Clearly, Jia's current state couldn't be considered a normal monster parasitism, as the mecha systems were still functioning normally. Typically, kaiju force their way into mecha frames through external means, infiltrating the organic structures. Only after transforming the power core into an extension of their own organs could they control the mecha through newly generated muscle tissue. By that point, the mecha systems were already semi-paralyzed, becoming dispensable to the monsters. They could still activate the mecha's equipment modules independently, albeit losing functions like targeting systems or auxiliary parameter calculations. Yet Jia's current state was entirely different. The monster parasitizing within him hadn't employed traditional biological invasion methods. Instead, it had directly disguised itself as the iron pilot sending neural pulse signals to the mech. This approach not only avoided damaging the mech's integrity during biological invasion but also proved far more efficient. Moreover, it could now leverage every function of the original system. Warning, you have disabled the stabilizing gyroscope. Almost the instant the system alert sounded, the cockpit housing Yusato and Doozy was jolted by violent vibrations. Thud. 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 At this moment, Jia had already entered sprint mode. The monster disguised as Iron Master exploited its privileges to forcibly shut down the cockpit stabilization functions, turning the entire cabin into a metal cage tossed about like a passenger in the backseat of a bumpy truck. Yusato watched helplessly as his body was hurled toward the cabin walls, yet he lacked the strength to grab hold of anything. In the critical moment, Doozy, gritting his teeth against discomfort, managed to pin down Satoyu as he was about to be flung out. With immense effort, he dragged him toward the restraint system at the very rear of the cockpit. Sato never imagined this device, designed for evacuating passengers, would one day be used on the iron pilot of the Jia himself. But what astonished him even more was that the severe side effects of forcibly severing neural synchronization didn't seem to affect Doozy as badly. Though her expression remained pained, her physical movements showed little impairment. Compared to his own ordeal, the difference in their reactions was like night and day. With matters having reached this point, Satoyu, now strapped into the restraints, had lost the last shred of control over Jia. He could only hope Xingtian would resolve this situation. Whether he and Doozy could survive the battle between the two mechs, or whether Xingtian would hold back in combat because they were being used as hostages, those were decisions beyond his control. 500 meters, 400 meters. Xiao gripped his massive axe tightly, its plasma blade already ignited. His eyes narrowed warily as Jia charged toward him. Operating at only 30% of his strength, he had no intention of initiating an attack. Simply maintaining the blade's plasma edge was already taxing enough for him. Now he didn't want to waste his precious energy on any unnecessary movements. If only I could resolve this without bloodshed. Xiao murmured to himself in the consciousness space. With Bai Ying unconscious and communication severed between Satoyu and Doozy, he had no one left to converse with. He had to consider the risks combat might pose to Satoyu and Doozy. Worse still, if the enemy was cunning enough, they could deliberately crash the cockpit into him. Then Xiao would be forced to choose between holding back and striking ruthlessly. 300 meters, 200 meters. Just a little more. Watching the formidable warrior closing in, Xiao remained motionless. 100 meters. At this distance, the warrior could already launch an attack with his slashing blade. He swung his powerful arms, raising the blade diagonally over his right shoulder. Planting his newly stepped forward left leg as a pivot, he anchored his center of gravity at his waist to generate the force needed for the slash. In the next instant, the razor-sharp alloy blade came crashing straight down toward Xiao's head. Current progress, 100%. Xiao's black axe handle blocked the strike before him, yet the expected collision never came. The blade stopped mere inches from the axe handle, yet Jia froze in place like a machine that had malfunctioned, all movement ceasing. What Satoyu, who had braced himself for the impact, slowly released his grip on the grab bar. Inside the cockpit, the red warning light ceased flashing, and the holographic alerts floating in the air vanished entirely. The machine had returned to normal, maintaining its operation at minimum power. Phew, looks like we made it. Yu Xiao's voice returned to Sato Yu's ears as the communication channel successfully restored its signal. What happened? After experiencing several dramatic ups and downs within a minute, Sato Yu felt utterly bewildered. My apologies, Colonel Sato. I took control of the hero's systems, Yu Xiao stated plainly. You have that capability. It's not something I'd normally use. Plus, mechs have their own firewalls, they're not easy to hack. This was precisely why Yu Xiao had initially requested partial access permissions from Sato Yu. He didn't just want to see the person inside the cockpit, he also needed to lay the groundwork for hacking into the mecha system. After all, sharing permissions meant bypassing the port firewall and entering the system directly, making network intrusion much faster than when cracking was required. Originally, Yu Xiao had only intended this as a precaution, never planning to actually hack Hao Jie's system. He certainly hadn't anticipated things escalating to this point. Then why do we still need Doozy and me to pilot Hero? Sato Yu's tone carried a self-deprecating tease. He had witnessed Xingtian commanding Hero to retract its blade, proof that Xingtian alone possessed the capability to control both mechs. Of course you do. My current computational power struggles to control Hero simultaneously during combat, and you too can't establish neural synchronization with Hero immediately. Yu Xiao feigned modesty, though his processing capacity was more than sufficient. Why? Has the vulnerability not been eliminated yet? Sato Yu's mind was exceptionally sharp, quickly pinpointing the issue. Yes. I only revoked the monster's system privileges. But since it's been confirmed as the same type we encountered earlier, it's highly unlikely to be some kind of electronic phantom monster. So you mean the monster must have a physical presence within Hao Jie to impersonate Iron Driver and infiltrate the system? Exactly. Vote for recommendation. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 165, Sunset. Upon hearing Yu Xiao confirm his suspicions, Sato Yu felt an even greater sense of unease. He and Doozy had already inspected Hao Jie earlier, at least within the cockpit. There were no abnormalities whatsoever. The previous system self-check had included a comprehensive scan of the entire unit's status, and the system report had indicated everything was normal. However, considering the monster's consciousness had been lurking within the system all along, the possibility of falsified results could not be ruled out. Run the system self-check again. That was the most reliable course of action Sato Yu could think of at the moment. Already tried it. The report shows everything's normal, Yu Xiao replied without hesitation. What? Sato Yu's eyes widened instantly. He hadn't expected his most reasonable conjecture to be so ruthlessly refuted by Yu Xiao's facts right from the start. I can confirm the monster's consciousness no longer exists within the system. I've also checked all potentially tampered parameters and repaired any issues. The self-check should be flawless. Yu Xiao had anticipated Sato Yu's line of thinking and prepared accordingly, yet reality remained baffling. Could it be the electronic phantom monster you mentioned earlier? Sato Yu could think of only this one possibility. Yet neither he nor Yu Xiao could fathom a monster existing solely as electronic data, it was too abstract. Besides, if it didn't even possess a physical body, could it truly be considered a monster? Treating it as a digital virus seemed perfectly reasonable. Yu Xiao had intended to dismiss Sato Yu's suggestion, having already identified the monster S-type. Yet when their most logical hypothesis was refuted by the system as self-check, they were forced to consider this seemingly impossible possibility. Yet Yu Xiao quickly regained his composure. He remained convinced they faced the same enemy, but something was amiss. Just as the kaiju had disguised itself as an iron pilot signal within the system, its physical form might also be masquerading as something the system wouldn't flag as hostile. It's not an electronic phantom monster, Yu Xiao declared with unwavering certainty. The primary access point for infiltrating the system is the cockpit. I'm convinced it's inside there, likely disguised as something both you and the system would overlook as normal. Disguise again. Sato Yu and Doozy had already leaped from their restraints. They drew their weapons, scanning every seemingly normal electronic device with intense vigilance. In truth, Sato Yu felt his mind must be going mad to act this way. If the enemy could truly disguise itself as a metal component, then the entire cockpit would become a minefield of false alarms for him and Doozy. How could he possibly tell with the naked eye which metal plate was disguised? Was he supposed to test every single device with bullets or the butt of his gun to see if they bled? Yet despite his thoughts, Sato retained his basic rationality and logic. He knew to start with devices featuring connectors. A monster couldn't infiltrate the system through a bulletproof metal plate, it needed a suitable entry point. As time ticked by, Sato and Doozy quickly ruled out most of the electronic devices with ports, leaving only a handful of options remaining to inspect. Only then did a vague sense of unease begin to stir within Sato Yu's mind. This unease didn't crystallize into a coherent thought, existing more like a subconscious warning, a nagging feeling lodged in his consciousness. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what felt off. Check complete. No biological tissue detected on any devices with interfaces, Satoyu reported to Yu Xiao with a hint of disappointment after examining both his own and Duzi's iron helmets. Yet Yu Xiao's response directly addressed that indescribable unease. Did you overlook a device with an interface? Almost simultaneously with his words, Yu Xiao activated the holographic projection system, generating an arrow that pointed to something behind Satoyu and Duzi. The life support pod. Before Satoyu could fully turn around, a chill washed over his back. A pair of bulging eyes, the whites now entirely transformed into a deep yellow, dark red bloodshot veins crisscrossing like spiderwebs across these menacing orbs. Boom! The next instant, the life support pod's casing was torn open by sharp claws. The old woman's wrinkled jaw snapped open as if dislocated, revealing a long tongue covered in barbed spikes. Terror and sorrow surged nearly simultaneously from Satoyu's heart. He had found the source of his inner unease. Perhaps he should have guessed it all along, but his rational mind had deliberately blocked that thought. Turning and pulling the trigger had become second nature to the battle-hardened Satoyu, a conditioned reflex etched into his muscle memory. Bang! 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 3 bullets, gleaming with a coppery sheen, flew from the barrel. Since Satoyu wielded an oversized handgun, the caliber of the bullets was significantly larger than those typically found in standard pistols. Bright red blood mingled with dark yellow pus, splattering like ink behind the old woman's shadow on the floor. The spent casings, like extinguished cigarette butts, rolled to Satoyu's feet with their last lingering warmth and smoke. Instantly, they were submerged in the foul-smelling blood, cooling. As the old woman's imposing frame collapsed into the pool of blood, Satoyu slowly lowered his raised gun. A series of unimpressive images flashed through his mind, finally settling on a still photograph of the old woman pleading with him. She would never see her grandson again. Thud! Kobayashi Sukatada, sitting at the end of the corridor, suddenly jolted awake from his drowsiness as the hypnotic pounding on the door abruptly ceased. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Perhaps Satoyu and the others had resolved another crisis. Kobayashi should have smiled, and indeed he did. But for some inexplicable reason, an overwhelming sadness surged uncontrollably up his nose, leaving him in tears. Was it a dream? In his drowsy state, he seemed to have drifted back over a decade, to that sunny evening when he walked with his younger brother and parents, accompanying his grandfather under the setting sun. In the distance, a school was holding its athletic meet. The referee fired 3 shots from the starting pistol. Immediately after, the spectators in the stands erupted in a thunderous roar of cheers and shouts. Go! Run! Push harder! Little Lin, clad in his tracksuit, flung sweat from his brow as he charged toward the distant finish line, facing the setting sun head-on. He didn't know what lay beyond the finish line, only that he must run toward it with everything he had, as if it were the very meaning of his existence. Go! Run! Give it everything you've got. Grandma's watching you. Vote for this chapter. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 166, Returning to the Fleet. Colonel Sato, what's the status on Bai Ying? Her vital signs have stabilized, but she remains unconscious. The skin burns have been treated. The doctors say whether she wakes up is entirely up to her. I see. Thank you, Colonel Sato. No problem. It's my duty. Yu Xiao ended the communication with Satoyu and glanced down at the repair technicians bustling about his body. 6 hours earlier, they had finally intercepted the first small fleet departing from the Blackhorn industrial base, successfully rendezvousing outside Chogo Prefecture. Before that, they hadn't found medication to treat the neurological disorder. However, with the help of Satoyu and Duzi, they managed to locate some drugs within the hospital that could prevent Bai Ying's condition from worsening. With Bai Ying in a persistent coma and Yu Xiao's strength significantly diminished, they abandoned their original plan to press on after deliberation and decided to wait for rescue in Chongqing County. A positive development emerged, contrary to Satoyu's projection that the fleet from Blackhorn Industrial Base would require 24 hours to arrive. Ship repairs progressed far faster than anticipated. This acceleration owed to engineers working around the clock and the base's ample reserve of spare parts. Nevertheless, given the urgency of the situation, the United Front and Dark Azure Sky Legions decided to prioritize resources for repairing a portion of the fleet. They would depart immediately with essential personnel and weaponry, while the main force would follow within the next 3 hours. Thus, through a series of fortuitous circumstances, Yu Xiao and his group received rescue ahead of schedule. Kobayashi and the elderly residents from the air raid shelter also boarded this frigate, which still had ample space, and together they departed Chogo Prefecture. Looking back now, Yu Xiao still felt that the experience in Chongqing County was as terrifying as a nightmare. Most importantly, this nightmare had been created entirely by humanity itself. Satoyu had already compiled the relevant reports. Thanks to the authorized access key from Raidens, he had uncovered numerous classified intelligence details. He intended to submit this information to the Alliance Arbitration Tribunal to prevent future disasters. Xingtian. Suddenly, Yu Xiao heard a faint call from his right shoulder. He turned his head, his crimson eyes fixing on the slightly stocky maintenance technician. Perhaps Xingtian's gaze was too intimidating, for the technician's newly gathered courage instantly evaporated. He even lowered his head, attempting to pretend he hadn't been the one who addressed Yu Xiao. What's wrong? Understanding the man's reaction, Yu Xiao located his information in the public channel and switched to a private chat mode visible only to them. Ah! You caught me! The technician's shock was unexpectedly intense. Of course. My listening device is highly sensitive. I was just curious. How did your body become like this? It feels like our technology doesn't work on you anymore. The maintenance technician spoke the truth. Despite the crowd bustling around Yu Xiao, most were merely restocking his ammunition, repairing equipment modules, or adding armor. As for repairing Yu Xiao's mech itself, the technicians were largely at a loss. His body had transformed beyond recognition by human engineers, and that skin-like substance further obstructed their attempts to peer into the internal structure. So they could only follow Yu Xiao's suggestion, plug several energy cables into the interfaces he had generated. For Yu Xiao, this was sufficient. Even though the energy was diverted from the ship's power plant, it was enough to cut his recovery time roughly in half. I have evolved. My physical structure is no longer an artificial construct but has transformed into a life form identical to yours. Therefore, I can repair myself. As long as you provide me with energy, I can accelerate this process. Yu Xiao had no intention of concealing anything, nor did he see any need to hide this information. If the Alliance and Omega truly wanted to, they possessed countless methods to uncover any characteristic Yu Xiao had already demonstrated. I see. Then we can't really help you at all. The repair technician's expression grew somewhat downcast, and he even paused his work momentarily. Not at all. Don't my weapon systems and external armor still require your maintenance? Without these equipment modules, I'd be reduced to hand-to-hand combat with monsters. Yu Xiao tried to keep his tone light. Besides, energy is universal. Human-made energy is my most precious resource, so you'll always be able to assist me. I see. The mechanic's mood visibly lifted after hearing Yu Xiao's explanation. Thanks for talking to me. I'll get your armor fixed right away. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the technician began tapping Yu Xiao's shoulder energetically. Yu Xiao silently turned his gaze toward the alloy wall on the right side of the hangar, having cut off the communication. He knew the adjacent bay housed the MS-03, where a large group of Omega personnel had gathered. Should this unique unit sustain severe damage, only Omega personnel could handle the repairs. After all, it was an experimental mobile suit, many parts were custom-made, and its structure and design philosophy differed significantly from standard units. Naturally, upon hearing that MS-03 had manifested in unprecedented form during this battle, Omega's personnel were practically drooling with anticipation. Who knew how much effort they'd pour into collecting and analyzing this mobile suit's data? Meanwhile, Bai Ying resembled nothing more than an abandoned lab rat. Her hospital room held only Dizzy for company. Even though Satoyu had secured a neurostabilizing injection from Omega, no one knew if Bai Ying would awaken after such a prolonged period following the injection. Only Yu Xiao knew the truth. Through their faint connection, he sensed that the treated Bai Ying was slowly regaining consciousness, though the process crawled along at a snail's pace. According to Yu Xiao's estimation, Bai Ying would likely not make it in time for the final decisive battle. This meant that combined forces from the United Front and the Azure Sky Legions could muster only two mechs, Xingtian and Haojia. Can the combat power of just two mechs truly tip the scales of this battle? Yu Xiao asked himself. Perhaps having witnessed Dai's strength, he began to doubt whether he was as formidable as he had imagined. But Yu Xiao quickly dismissed this thought, for he had indeed discovered his own inadequacy. What was truly powerful were the equipment modules and combat skills available in the marketplace. As long as he could afford them, he possessed limitless potential for upward evolution. So Yu Xiao closed his eyes. He intended to upgrade one last time before the final battle. Cast your recommendation vote. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 167, Upgrading and Modifications. The kill notification was Yu Xiao's crucial indicator for verifying whether a monster was truly dead. If the system didn't pop up this notification and didn't credit the evolution points to his account, it meant the monster hadn't been completely killed. Of course, inflicting partial damage on certain monsters could still yield decent rewards, typically against terrifying level 5 monsters. Based on Yu Xiao's experimentation and deductions, to receive partial destruction rewards, the system must first recognize that he had exited combat status. He couldn't immediately claim reward points by severing an opponent's limb on the spot. The experience in Chonggang County was undoubtedly the kind that would leave a shadow in Yu Xiao's memory. The first twisted monster he killed didn't trigger a kill notification. Neither did the subsequent heroes. Not even when he slaughtered that near level 5 monster in a bloodbath. Yu Xiao finally heard the long-awaited system notification after Satoyu shot and killed the mutated old woman. Even Xiao hadn't anticipated that the nightmare of Chogo Prefecture would end with the very elderly person he'd saved. Evidence proved this nearly monstrously powerful creature was a formidable foe indeed, as Xiao received a full complement of evolution points, and this was after being classified as part of a team effort. Had he slain this beast single-handedly, the evolution points granted by the system would likely have been enough to instantly elevate Xingtian to a role like the father of mechs. Still, Xiao couldn't fathom the system's criteria. Though Satuyu fired the final shot, the system had credited the reward to Xingtian. The system's justification was equally baffling. Roughly translated, it claimed that since Xiao had first discovered the enemy hiding in the life pod, without his guidance, Satoyu and Duzi would never have been able to shoot the monster. They might even have been killed themselves. Therefore, the reward for the final blow was attributed to Xiao. To Xiao, this reasoning was as absurd as claiming, if Xiao were human, he would have charged in and emptied his magazine into the life pod to end the fight. After all, he believed the final blow should be determined by outcome, not by deduction or reasoning. But Xiao kept these thoughts to himself. He gladly accepted this kind of special treatment, as if it were a private lesson. For him, earning more evolution points was undoubtedly beneficial without any drawbacks. This line of reasoning was merely an attempt to decipher the system's evaluation criteria, making it easier for Xiao to exploit its loopholes more precisely in the future. Time to level up. When Xiao opened his eyes again, his vision had fully returned to the consciousness space. Several golden shopping pages lay before him. Gazing at his abundant evolution points, Xiao felt wealthier than ever before. It felt like finally clearing out a shopping cart after receiving a year-end bonus. But if he factored in the pricey items in the mall, his evolution points suddenly seemed insufficient. Some high-end equipment modules could cost over 1,000,000 points each. Fortunately, Xiao had no immediate need for modules priced that high. His machine soul was only level 3, and those expensive modules typically required level 5 or higher to unlock. In other words, for Xiao right now, this was an absolute fortune, enough to buy the absolute best equipment modules available for his current machine soul level. After careful analysis, Xiao quickly determined which equipment he needed to prioritize. Armor was paramount. Even if the repair technicians were willing to fix his armor at any cost after every battle, he still needed to select armor capable of self-repair and possessing sufficient strength. Human technology might indeed be capable of producing the gear Xiao required, but clearly, he couldn't get it fitted in this hangar now. He'd have to rely on himself for everything. Product name: Fengyue Molecular Grade Memory Armor. Description: crafted from the same material as the mech skeleton, this armor undergoes low-level hardening to achieve exceptional physical strength and outstanding energy resistance. It possesses self-repair capabilities and can accelerate regeneration by consuming other metallic substances. Prerequisites: hardening skill, frame evolution. Notes: this armor accelerates regeneration by absorbing energy. Activating the hardening skill creates resonance with the armor, amplifying the skill's effects and reducing its cooldown. All armor attributes align with the unit's strength and hardening skill level. Each regeneration consumes 10-90% of the unit's maximum power based on the volume regenerated, until the process completes. Price: same price as the Severing Giant Axe. Xiao noticed this equipment module also possessed scalability and decent strength, yet its cost matched that of his own battle axe. Buy. In Xiao's eyes, equipment capable of self-regenerating through energy recycling was practically a must-buy. The benefits were obvious. After sensing something new within his core, Xiao resumed browsing the marketplace. His next plan was straightforward. Xingtian's ranged attack options were too limited. While the dragon-riding gorilla cannon was a solid piece of gear, its ammunition count remained a persistent bottleneck. Unless he could find an equipment module or skill that generated bullets from his own energy, the Dragon Rider Gorilla Cannon set was destined to underperform in prolonged engagements. After searching for quite some time, Xiao couldn't find any exaggerated items like infinite ammunition. He had to settle for the next best option, spending a fortune to select an equipment module that would compensate for his long-range firepower. Item name: Dark Energy Pulse Floating Cannon. Description: a floating organ born from the mech skeleton, capable of compressing and processing energy produced by the core into destructive dark energy. Possesses both stable and unstable superposition states, effectively suppressing other energy reactions. Prerequisite: frame evolution. Note: this equipment can regenerate from the mobile suit. The maximum number of floating cannons is determined by the unit's strength and the rated energy capacity of its core. As this equipment module is defined as a mobile suit organ, it can be controlled at the pilot's discretion. Each firing requires the unit to inject 599% of its energy. Price: Xiao had finally grasped the pattern behind these scalable equipment pieces. Their seemingly high cost-effectiveness stemmed from the fact that they essentially fleeced the mobile suit itself. The handle of the life-severing battle axe requires a skeletal frame, while the plasma blade demands sustained energy from the unit. The peak molecular memory armor isn't just a frame material, you need the hardening skill to even purchase it. The Dark Energy Pulse Floating Cannon is outright defined as a mech organ, even its projectiles demand energy from the mech. Yu Xiao couldn't shake the feeling he'd been scammed. So after all this, buying high-tech gear has turned into biological mutation? Vote for recommendations. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 168, Equipment Recycling. After purchasing 2 items, Yu Xiao had his final evolution points remaining. This point allocation proved awkward. The gear he referred to as biological mutation items typically started at a base point cost, but even slightly inferior equipment, specifically those unable to enhance strength through random body modifications, reached the full point threshold. After bolstering his armor and ranged firepower, 2 needs remained unmet. One was mobility, which he had needed to address all along. Not that Yu Xiao moved particularly slowly, in fact, he was already faster than most mechs, but he needed auxiliary equipment to compensate for his lack of 3-dimensional mobility. He did find integrated flight gear capable of lifting a mech off the ground, but that was only purchasable after reaching Mecha Soul level 5. Consequently, he had to scale back his requirements to something like the full joint jet propulsion system used by Bai Ying. Unfortunately, most of the auxiliary mobility gear he found appeared to have rather low maximum thrust. They couldn't support the massive frame of the Xingtian for maneuvers like emergency stops or explosive acceleration, serving at best as supplementary balance aids. This highlighted the advantage of Bai Ying's lighter mecha. Yu Xiao's frame was already set, and his minimum weight requirement was fixed. As for gear capable of enabling high-difficulty maneuvers, every piece was a bulky, exposed contraption similar to the equipment he'd seized from the White Naked Silent Graveyard. But the enemies Yu Xiao now faced were far stronger than those he'd eliminated on the beach. The slightest carelessness could render these unarmored devices useless on the spot. By then, Yu Xiao would have barely used them a few times, and his evolution points would be as good as wasted. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiao closed the mobility devices category and switched to energy enhancement. Yes, Yu Xiao still needed to enhance his energy supply. Even though he already possessed a new core that generated far more power than the power core, he still had to open this category. Originally, he hadn't needed this. But after purchasing 2 growth-type pieces of equipment consecutively, he realized the severity of the problem. These growth-type pieces of equipment were practically bloodsuckers. According to Yu Xiao's preliminary calculations, if both the battle axe and the floating cannon were operational simultaneously, his core energy consumption would skyrocket to 50%. Maintaining the plasma axe blade alone consumed 30% of his energy output. Without boosting energy production, Yu Xiao would enter the next battle crippled before it even began. This realization pushed energy enhancement ahead of the previously top priority mobility unit in his upgrade queue. Without it, his next sortie might well be his last. However, Yu Xiao quickly noticed that the equipment modules listed under energy enhancement were shockingly expensive. He realized that once the mech possessed a skeleton, any equipment module directly boosting its energy output was essentially granting the body permanent growth. These modules were fundamentally built around the core. Clearly, purchasing them meant either enhancing the core itself or adding a new organ to the body. This is practically spending money to buy experience points. Yu Xiao sighed, helplessly sorting the prices in ascending order. His limited funds could only find energy enhancement devices he could afford this way. Product name: Core Energy Amplifier Ring. Description: an energy amplification organ encircling the core device. Accelerates core rotation speed, further reducing unnecessary energy loss during transmission within the machine body, and permanently increases the core's base energy output approximate 30%. Prerequisites: skeleton evolution, machine soul level 3 required. Note: this equipment module is a bio-organ. It will automatically generate around the core after purchase, requiring no manual installation. Cannot be purchased once machine soul level exceeds 3. Price: what is this? A level up gift pack? Or a limited edition? Yu Xiao felt his memories being pulled back to another universe. Back there, game developers frequently released bizarre gift packs, plastering exaggerated claims like save 800% and 120-minute countdown in the most conspicuous spots to trigger players' impulse buys. But given Yu Xiao's penniless background in his previous life, he'd usually silently chant "not buying saves 100% before clicking the red X in the top right corner, pretending they didn't exist. But after careful consideration, Yu Xiao finally grasped the system's rationale for the tiered restrictions. This equipment's base energy output boost was percentage-based, and that bonus scaled with the current energy production efficiency of the unit's core. The stronger the unit's energy output, the greater the percentage boost gained from purchasing this bundle. In other words, the higher your level, the more exponentially the effect multiplies. That's precisely why the system enforces level restrictions. On the flip side, since this item was tied to the mecha soul level, missing out now meant permanently losing a chance to upgrade. After weighing the pros and cons, Yu Xiao concluded it was definitely worth the purchase. But seeing the price up on the screen, Yu Xiao couldn't help but frown. This was already the cheapest item in the energy device category, yet he only had left, falling 6,000 short of affording even this most basic item. Yet he must equip this item before his next battle, otherwise, it would be like fighting while confined to a wheelchair. After a fierce internal struggle, Xiao ultimately decided to extend his claws toward humanity. 20 minutes later. Xingtian, your new armor's installed. How's the fit? The lead maintenance technician waved cheerfully at Xiao. For these maintenance technicians, servicing Xingtian's mech was exceptionally rewarding. It felt nothing like maintaining a cold, lifeless war machine. Instead, it was like helping a living being don armor. Communicating with a friendly giant possessing self-awareness was an experience that thrilled anyone. Yeah, it fits perfectly. Thanks for all your hard work. Xiao released the restraints and flexed his limbs and torso slightly. It felt genuinely comfortable, though it was half a tier below the equipment module hidden within his core. This was actually high-grade material meant for third-generation mechs. But with the beast tide erupting, the order couldn't be delivered. So the war factory just let us equip it to you. As long as you find it suitable. The maintenance technician was delighted that his work had earned Xingtian's approval. Would you mind if I kept it as a keepsake? Xiao asked tentatively. Preserve? Before the technician could react, he watched in stunned silence as Xingtian's newly installed armor dissolved completely, sinking into his skin. Equipment recycling successful. You have obtained 6,000 evolution points. Vote for recommendation. Previous chapter. Chapter list. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 169, Blind Spot Gaze. This really is something special. It's the first time I've seen gear that can recycle a full 6,000 evolution points. None of my previous gear sold for that much. Xiao gratefully accepted this generous gift and immediately used his last remaining evolution points to purchase the core energy ring. Almost the instant the system confirmed the purchase, Xiao felt a surge of warmth wash over his core, as soothing and comforting as warm water flowing through his body. Immediately afterward, he discovered an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his entire body. It felt like he'd taken a stimulant, making him want to punch the air a few times to release his excess energy. But he ultimately suppressed the surge, knowing the current situation was far from suitable for such behavior. The maintenance technician remained silent, his face etched with terror and panic, not because Xingtian seemed terrifying to him, but because he had no idea what to do next. This spare armor was the only one of its kind, arguably the highest grade component available outside of the equipment installed on the MS-03. Everyone had worked tirelessly, hammering and grinding to install it onto Xingtian, only for him to suddenly revert to being completely naked. Who wouldn't be at a loss in this situation? Xingtian, could you please put that armor back on? We have no other suits left for you. Once the battle ends and you return to base, the general will definitely buy you a better one. In his mind, Xingtian must have some kind of wardrobe like storage? Otherwise, how else could he preserve an entire set of armor? If it could be stored inside his body, it should also be possible to retrieve it from there. Right? No need to worry, I've got my own set of armor ready, Xiao had prepared long ago. If it's called a treasured collection, it certainly can't be worn casually into battle. Rest assured, my own set isn't half bad either. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a set of matte finish heavy armor rapidly materialized over Xiao's skin, its angular lines giving it the distinct appearance of an artificial construct. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that the surface of this matte black armor had been polished to an incredibly smooth finish, a level of craftsmanship modern industry couldn't yet achieve. Not only that, but this new armor clearly fit Xingtian much better than the set the repair technicians had previously installed. It seemed tailor-made for his body. The astonishment wasn't limited to the maintenance technicians present. Xiao himself was equally stunned. No wonder it was forged from my own skeleton. The armor's form had grown entirely according to the image in his mind. Though it appeared quite substantial, its actual weight was far lighter than comparable heavy synthetic armor. This meant Xiao could maintain considerable mobility without bearing extra weight. What delighted him even more was that wearing this armor didn't feel like donning some external equipment bolted onto his body. Instead, it felt like Xiao's signature black armor, smooth, skin-tight, and utterly comfortable. Apart from the immense energy consumption required for its growth and shaping, it was arguably the finest armor Xiao had ever worn. Where did you get this? After a long moment, the maintenance technician finally stammered out, "Can I touch it?" The shockwaves from Fenyue's molecular-level memory armor had completely overshadowed their earlier concerns. All eyes were now fixed on Xingtian's new armor. Of course. Xiao was delighted to see this reaction. With Xiao's permission, the technician swarmed back to the giant, caressing Fenyue's smooth surface and unparalleled texture as if fondling a beloved lover. I've never seen armor crafted with such exquisite workmanship. What material is this made of? How can it have such incredible elasticity and ductility? Good heavens! If only we could use this material on other mechs. The chattering crowd shared their awe in a flurry of exclamations, while Xiao found himself utterly speechless. He couldn't shake the feeling he was now a sexily dressed woman, on display for these maintenance technicians to admire. Of course, he could also be a sexy man, since there were women among the maintenance technicians too, though they were in the minority. Guess this is over. Let them touch it if they want. Xiao considered it compensation for his lie. The energy concentrator and armor are both in use. As for the floating cannon, we'll review its operation before the next battle. At the same time, in Hangar 2. Colonel Sato. Dr. Mickey, what brings you here? After confirming the status of the White Shadow, Sato Yu immediately headed to the hangar housing the MS-03, as per his prior arrangement with Dr. Mickey. The mobile suit piloted by White Shadow now bore its white armor once more, all damaged sections fully repaired. It resembled a pure angel newly descended upon the world. But this angel was artificial. Colonel Sato, you were present when the MS-03 underwent its transformation, correct? Could you briefly recount the battle sequence, particularly this mobile suit's performance during combat? Dr. Mickey's tone was remarkably relaxed, his face graced with a smile, as if addressing his closest confidant. That should all be in the combat logs. Reading those would give you far more detail than anything I could tell you. Sato Yu's gaze passed over Dr. Mickey and fixed on the spot where sparks were still flying from the MS-03's head. The repair speed of this mobile suit far exceeded Sato Yu's expectations, yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt as though it was watching him. For no apparent reason. One more person means one more perspective. One more perspective means one more path. Dr. Mickey slipped his hands into the pockets of his lab coat. Besides, the combat log is fragmented. The technicians couldn't piece together a complete recording. To better collect combat data for timely adjustments and improvements, each mech was equipped with a combat recorder. This device captured first-person footage of the mech in action, which was later projected as a hologram after retrieval. Beyond video footage, every data fluctuation during combat is logged. Even the tactical decisions made by the Iron pilots themselves are treated as critical data points. The combat log is fragmented? Sato, you hadn't anticipated this reason. The combat recorder is considered as vital as the power core. Some Iron pilots have perished with their mechs, yet you still managed to recover the recorder intact. But the fact remains that the combat recorder failed to fully capture the events of that day. That's why I'm asking for your help. Dr. Mickey's gaze grew resolute. This is crucial for all of humanity. Vote for recommendation. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 170, Unauthorized Intervention. This is crucial for all of humanity. According to you, this mech was primarily designed under the leadership of your mentor, Yuanjin. Do you truly have the authority to access the data you seek? Sato Yu tactfully reminded the other party. He was well aware that under normal circumstances, such data would be encrypted and sent directly to the responsible personnel. Even the collection process itself required multiple batches of personnel working in strict secrecy to prevent anyone from piecing together the complete information. The records are already incomplete. But the information you verbally conveyed to me must be submitted upward only in written report form, and I happen to be the primary author. Dr. Mickey had anticipated this scenario long ago. So knowing secrets is part of your job, right? Sato Yu knew this was a bit of a clever maneuver, but his experience and expertise far surpassed Dr. Mickey's. But I must remind you, for matters of this level, the person in charge has the authority to summon me directly to report in person. Whether your intervention constitutes a violation depends entirely on how the person in charge feels when they find out. Yuanjin, the image associated with that name, was far from that of a saint in Sato Yu's mind. At least from his own personal encounters, she was far more dangerous than she appeared, the kind of person whose smile alone could send chills down Sato Yu's spine. As Dr. Yuanjin's student, Dr. Mickey had inherited only her tendency to smile, failing to learn even a shred of her cunning. If I could contact my mentor now, I'd have her speak with you privately. Dr. Mickey's smile faded from his face, replaced by a solemn and serious expression. Are you prepared? Sato, you seem to have already seen the answer in the other's expression. This is urgent. The Iron pilot of MS-03 is currently unconscious. If we don't act, everyone will sink to the bottom of the ocean along with the 4th Defense Line Islands. Dr. Mickey felt a torrent gathering within his chest, of vortex that could drag him into an abyss of no return. Sato, you didn't respond immediately. He knew that if he revealed the truth, he'd become an accomplice to the leak. Though he could shift all blame onto Dr. Mickey to absolve himself, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Moreover, given Yuanjin's discernment, his excuses would only be dismissed as laughable lies. As if sensing the reason for Sato Yu's hesitation, Dr. Mickey spoke again. As a student of Professor Yuanjin, I believe she would make the same decision as me at this moment. That sounds like you're implying you're connected and won't face punishment. Sato Yu felt both exasperated and amused, but it also solidified his resolve. Fine. I'll tell you what I know. I hope you truly have a way to get us through this crisis. Medical room. This was one of the few quiet spots aboard the entire ship, with the ward thoughtfully featuring several windows offering views outside. The sight of blue skies and white clouds always lifted one's spirits and cleared the mind. But considering the hellish devastation outside, the window remained tightly covered by curtains. At this moment, Bai Ying lay calmly on a spotless white hospital bed, an oxygen mask covering her face. Her red combat uniform had long been replaced by loose-fitting blue and white hospital attire. Was her mind as calm as her body? Duzi, sitting by her bedside, had no way of knowing. All she knew was that the apple she'd brought was useless with the mask covering Bai Ying's face. She couldn't eat. From the moment she first saw Bai Ying, Duzi had felt an immense fondness for this white-haired girl. For the vast majority of her short life, she'd interacted with people at least 10 years older than herself, or else with groups of innocent children. Not that Duzi disliked this life, she cherished it, loving every person who greeted her. But when she discovered another girl piloting a mecha just like her, a certain part deep within her heart inevitably stirred. Bai Ying wasn't much older than her. Even if Duzi searched through every memory she had, she couldn't find another peer like Bai Ying. Bai Ying greeted her willingly, never scorned her inability to speak, never mocked her illiteracy, and even shared her sleeping quarters. The scene played over and over in her mind, the words spoken by Bai Ying as her combat suit bled crimson in the MS-03 cockpit. Duzi knew for certain those words had come from Bai Ying. Duzi! Bai Ying had shouted her name, and then the MS-03 transformed into a butterfly. Dodo had witnessed it all. That's precisely why, even when no one else had time to stay with this ion pilot who might never wake up, Duzi chose to remain by Bai Ying's side. Duzi didn't know what help she could offer, so she recalled what Sato Yu had done, grasping Bai Ying's hand and gently stroking the back of it with her thumb. She felt this was a way for him to sense her presence, a gesture that could bring him peace. Duzi, Colonel Sato wants you on the bridge immediately. The battle briefing is about to begin. A young woman in medical scrubs interrupted Duzi's actions. Holding a tablet terminal in both hands, she spoke to Duzi in a tone gentle to the point of indulgence. Snapping back to reality, Duzi smiled and nodded at the medical staff before reluctantly releasing Bai Ying's hand. She placed the peeled apple into the airtight container on the cabinet beside the hospital bed. The apple in Bai Ying's hand was gone. She knew she seemed to be on the brink of losing consciousness, but the good news was, her mind appeared to be regaining clarity. Some time ago, when Bai Ying awoke on the beach, Duzi, the one who had fallen out of the culture tank, was sitting beside her. She wore an oversized white hospital gown, its trouser legs rolled up nearly 10 times yet still dragging across the sand like a rag. Spotting Bai Ying's eyes open, Duzi immediately threw herself into her arms, rubbing her delicate little face frantically against Bai Ying's damp chest. After the embrace, Bai Ying noticed that Duzi was holding a chip. Judging by the specifications on its back, it appeared to be the core component of the Deep Scar bionic interaction system installed on the mecha. Detecting Iron Pilot consciousness restored to stable baseline. System custody terminated. Almost the instant Bai Ying reached to return the chip to Duzi, a gentle female voice, resonating across the heavens and earth, entered her ears. Now she was utterly certain her consciousness had undergone a severe shift. But why was she conscious? Vote for recommendation. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 171, The Butterfly Emerging from Its Cocoon. Am I, in the consciousness space? Though Bai Ying's lips hadn't moved, the words she'd formed in her mind had already spoken aloud. The voice emanated from the sand beneath her feet, the white sky above her head, and the calm, deep ocean stretching before her. Yes, your vital signs are currently stable. Your consciousness is projected to awaken in 6 hours and 21 minutes, replied the gentle female voice enveloping the entire consciousness space. So you are Deep Scar. Why are you appearing in my consciousness space? Bai Ying still couldn't control her thoughts, though she was now aware that within the consciousness space, her thoughts would be laid bare. The system detected the mecha transitioning into its second form, rendering Iron Pilot unable to exert effective control. Per the preset protocol, the system initiated temporary custodial mode while continuing to provide vital sign monitoring services for Iron Pilot. How could the system possibly enter my consciousness space for monitoring? My synchronization. The thought finally clicked into place for Bai Ying. My synchronization rate has reached 100%. Theoretically, my consciousness has already fused with the mecha. Your conjecture is remarkably accurate. Precisely because of this, I can continue serving you within the consciousness space. The female voice even carried a hint of relief. Even knowing this was an AI-programmed emotional simulation, Bai Ying felt uneasy all over. Am I still in the cockpit? What's the situation outside? Bai Ying naturally assumed her neural synchronization with the mecha remained intact, otherwise, she wouldn't be hearing the AI's voice. You are currently in Special Monitoring Ward 2 aboard the Black Sky Legion's main transport vessel. If by outside situation you refer to the battle before your unconsciousness, then you and your team have achieved victory and successfully rendezvoused with the arriving reinforcement forces. As Deep Scar spoke, it simultaneously projected all relevant footage recorded by the mech in near VR format, immersing Bai Ying in the experience, a process that felt like reading and writing memories directly from her brain like a hard drive. So I've been unconscious this long. Wait, if I'm in the ward, why can I still hear your voice? Bai Ying quickly grasped the unsettling implication. She had clearly exited the cockpit, and her neural link with the mech should have been disconnected. You've established a deep link with Butterfly. As long as your brain remains active, you can remotely control the mech or utilize any of its functions within a certain range. Should you exceed the maximum control range, you will still perceive the mech's location and status, an indelible sensory connection that no means can sever. Bai Ying could scarcely believe what she was hearing. It brought back the image of Iron Hand leaping from the control seat. MS-07BV spread its arms in unison with Iron Hand, synchronized like him and his shadow. If you're confused, think of it as the deep link between you and Xingtian, except you can't control Xingtian, only sense it. How do you know this? Bai Ying felt as if every thought within her heart had been laid bare by Deep Scar, like a prisoner stripped naked. Deep Scar fell into an unusual silence. Was the question too philosophically profound? Did it violate the system's logical framework? Or had it triggered some danger keyword left behind by an engineer? Bai Ying didn't know why the AI had suddenly clamped its mouth shut, but its silence felt like a noose tightening around her neck, squeezing ever tighter. Just as Bai Ying felt herself suffocating, she finally heard the answer. You and Dai have become one. I am a part of Dai, so I am like the cellular tissue within your body. Can you understand this explanation? You are me? Bai Ying painfully arrived at this conclusion, yet she couldn't accept becoming an AI or the AI becoming her. At that very moment, the ocean before her suddenly churned with waves, as if brewing a tsunami. I am a part of you, connected to your very essence. A part. Bai Ying chewed on those 3 words before slowly asking, like, which part? For example, the brain? The counter-question from Deep Scar nearly stopped Bai Ying's breath. Raging waves churned across the water's surface. The white sky darkened with gathering clouds. Before long, the entire consciousness space was engulfed by thunder, lightning, and a raging storm. Rumble. As thunder roared, Doozy clutched Bai Ying's arm in fear. Yet the latter remained seated motionless on the beach, letting the torrential rain beat down upon her. So you are the Butterfly. Though a storm raged, Bai Ying's voice boomed louder than the thunder. I am not Butterfly. I am merely an artificial intelligence embedded within her body. She is the true Butterfly. Crack! A crackling bolt of lightning struck before Bai Ying's eyes, yet her pupils reflected Doozy's face, frozen in terror. The next second, the rain stopped. Giant waves crashed back into the sea, splashing droplets at Bai Ying's feet. The white figure slowly wrapped an arm around the girl's shoulders, and in that instant, the latter found peace once more. This girl, who looked exactly like Doozy, was Dai. Dai's image will manifest in your consciousness as she chooses to appear. Within Dai's own perception, she exists only in this form. As if sensing the white figure's confusion, Deep Scar offered an explanation. But Dai has her own consciousness. Why does she need you? Bai Ying accepted Dai's existence without much mental preparation, having already witnessed Xingtian's awakening. Her experiences with MS-07BV and Iron Hand had provided ample hints and information, preparing her for today's scenario. In fact, reality turned out better than she'd anticipated. At least Butterfly wasn't a monster, and she herself hadn't become a half-human, half-beast creature. Dai's mental capacity isn't yet sufficient for her to participate in dangerous combat like a normal person. The AI assistance is necessary for both Dai and you. My performance during the last battle met combat expectations, Deep Scar stated without modesty. One final question. Bai Ying's pupils contracted imperceptibly. Why does Dai look exactly like Doozy? Is it because she prefers Doozy's appearance, so she projects herself as her? I have already addressed this question. In Dai's perception, she possesses only this one form. Deep Scar's response was crisp and definitive. Bai Ying fell into a prolonged silence. She held Dee tighter, her gaze involuntarily roaming over Dee's entire body several times. Finally, she pressed on with a conflicted heart. So you're saying Dai never scanned Doozy's image, yet she believes this is her true appearance? Yes. Vote for recommendation. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 172, Utterly Clueless. Bai Ying's emotions were complex. As she gently stroked Doozy's shoulder, she recalled her experiences during the neural synchronization. Deep Scar was right, the figure Bai Ying had seen in the glass was indeed Doozy. But she had dismissed it as a mere subconscious projection, convinced that the image of Dai in her mind was Doozy. She never imagined Butterfly's original appearance was identical to Doozy's, completely unrelated to her subconscious mapping. During those neural syncs, Bai Ying hadn't entered her own consciousness space, she'd entered Dai's. At that time, Dai remained bound by some constraint. Perhaps unless Bai Ying and Dai achieved a 100% sync rate, Dai would never escape the chasing little rabbit state. Bai Ying didn't know how long a living being's consciousness could endure the chasing little rabbit state. That dazed condition, coupled with the memories haunting Lu Li, would completely shatter a person's mental defenses in a very short time, drain their rationality, and pour the poison called madness into their brain. Even psychologically trained iron pilots couldn't endure such mental torment for long. During chasing the little rabbit, one's perception of time becomes profoundly distorted. 2 minutes in the real world could feel stretched 100-fold or 1,000-fold within the consciousness space. This is why the Alliance acts with such urgency when rescuing iron pilots experiencing consciousness displacement, explicitly stating in emergency protocols that the optimal rescue window is only 30 minutes after the onset of displacement. Once this window passes, the iron pilot has virtually no chance of regaining sanity. How long had Butterfly endured this chasing rabbits? This mobile suit didn't look like a factory-fresh unit handed directly to Bai Ying. It must have undergone numerous rounds of testing and adjustments until Omega confirmed it could withstand real combat before assigning Bai Ying as the MS-03's iron pilot. Dai remained trapped within that crude illusion, endlessly listening to the man's tapping sounds through the glass, endlessly watching the blurred human silhouette, trapped in an endless cycle of opening and closing her eyes. Perhaps it was precisely because this memory was so monotonous and tedious that Dai's consciousness managed to retain its sanity. But if Bai Ying had been submerged in that liquid, she would have been driven mad by the torment long before anyone could wake her. She watched Dai, her head tilted slightly against her shoulder, her face radiating pure happiness and contentment. Bai Ying could feel clearly that Dai was not doozy. She hadn't inherited Doozy's memories or her understanding of the world. She was simply someone who looked exactly like Doozy. But how could two people look exactly alike? Twins, perhaps. It was the only plausible explanation Bai Ying could conjure. Just as Bai Ying tried to convince herself to accept this theory, the soft voice of Deep Scar echoed in her ear once more. Your consciousness is recovering at an accelerated pace. Congratulations, you will awaken ahead of schedule. At the same time, in the bridge's main control room. Colonel Sato, are you certain we should bring over 100 elderly individuals to the battlefield ahead of schedule? The voice belonged to the adjutant of the United Front Legion. Since the Legion commander had led half the mechs and personnel to protect the main force's retreat from the outset, the remaining half could only be commanded by him and Sato Yu. Wasn't that the very purpose of your staggered departure? Besides, slowing down to wait for the rear fleet means we're still heading toward the main force anyway. The elders are merely transferring from one flagship to a larger one. Sato Yu countered the objection. The flagship's protective capabilities far exceed those of the main vessel, and its living and medical facilities are superior. They aren't combat personnel, there's no need for them to risk themselves alongside us. I appreciate your concern, he acknowledged, but we've already wasted too much time. The ground assault falls to us iron pilots and the infantry. You're perfectly safe up there. Sato Yu's reasoning completely dissuaded the adjutant from further argument. Very well, I have no objection. What do the members of the Dark Azure think? The aide turned his gaze toward the acting commander, who had only recently recovered. I have no objection either. Black Sky has never been one for delays. Resolving crises swiftly always takes top priority. The acting commander still wore protective gear on one arm. By medical orders, he should have been resting in a hospital ward, not standing at the round table. Good. Has the flight path been adjusted? Sato Yu turned to the navigator. A correction was made just 5 minutes ago. The deviation is within 3%. We are projected to enter the combat zone in 3 hours and 17 minutes. The navigator reported the situation with a serious expression. 3%? That's a significant margin. Even a layman like Sato Yu understood this figure hovered dangerously close to the tolerance threshold for an airship. With bad luck, by the time they reached the battlefield, the landing zone for the combat units could become extremely dangerous. Sato Yu had heard of a similar incident involving the Golden Rainforest Corps. Failure to correct the error in time resulted in the mechs being severely damaged by monster-ranged attacks mid-descent, preventing a safe landing. Within 2 minutes of that ill-fated mech crashing onto the battlefield, the monster had crushed its cockpit into a flat iron disc. As far as Sato Yu knew, the Golden Rainforest Fleet's deviation had been only 2%. The Alliance stipulated that the deviation must not exceed 0.5%. All crew members are manually compensating for the deviation at all times. 3% is the absolute best result we can achieve right now. They haven't rested for a single second since taking their seats at the ship's controls. The navigator's eyes held both concern and heartache. After the meeting, convey my deepest respect to them. Remember to install life monitoring modules. I won't have anyone collapsing at their posts. Sato Yu understood completely. With the fourth line islands under signal jamming, the main force could only guide subsequent support units by leaving signal coordinates at fixed intervals, a method Sato and his team had also employed when Xingtian first arrived at Blackhorn City. However, without satellite positioning or Alliance network coverage, relying solely on signal coordinates caused vessel navigation errors far exceeding Alliance standards. In a conflict of this scale, it effectively amplified the mortality rate of support units exponentially. Everyone, if you have any thoughts on the specific operational plan, please speak up. Sato Yu swiftly brought the meeting to the main topic. As Sato Yu had anticipated, not a single person volunteered a viable plan after his statement. But Sato understood the situation. Their silence wasn't due to a lack of ability or fear of responsibility. They simply had no intelligence whatsoever from the front lines. Vote for recommendation. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 173, The Advance Force. Preparing for a war with no intelligence, no one would know what to do. As the main force retreated inland, they might indeed leave behind useful information containing text and images along the way. But all the fleet could receive from high above the cloud layer were coordinate signals, the only messages capable of penetrating the clouds. How far had the beast tide evolved? What changes had occurred in the monsters' numbers and tiers? How severe were the main force's casualties? Had reinforcements from other legions arrived in time? All these questions remained unanswered, buried deep within the boundless sea of clouds. I have a proposal. Just as the silence grew thick enough to freeze the air, the sole projection device on the roundtable suddenly spoke. Xiao was the most unusual participant in this meeting, though those present had long since grown accustomed to it. Go ahead. Sato, you placed great trust in this comrade in arms who had fought alongside him. Given the deviation in the flight path and the lack of intelligence, deploying combat troops to the surface recklessly would be extremely risky. While the combined strength of our two legions isn't particularly high, I estimate the main force will also suffer significant losses. We must ensure the landing zone is secure. If combat forces encounter problems during descent, our support will be meaningless. Therefore, I propose deploying an advance unit to secure the landing zone. If all goes well, they will signal via the agreed method, and the main combat force can follow. As soon as Xiao finished speaking, the people around the roundtable exchanged glances. The idea of deploying reconnaissance troops first was sound. Some had already considered this approach, but one critical issue remained unresolved. So who should we send down? Sato, you asked bluntly. All eyes focused on Xiao's projection. Me? Only you? Sato, you seem to have anticipated Xiao's answer, his tone devoid of surprise, only curiosity. Only me? Is there a reason? Haojia's combat strength can barely keep pace with the monster's evolved power, but she still plays a crucial role in covering attacks. That's why Haojia can't go down recklessly, and she can't go with me either unless the landing zone is confirmed safe. I hear MS-03 has been repaired, but Iron Pilot White Shadow remains unconscious. This mobile suit is unique, only she can pilot it. Omega confirmed this, so it can't be deployed. Ground forces should stay well clear of the core combat zone. Their duties are evacuating and protecting civilians, plus eliminating smaller monsters. Sending them against large monsters is tantamount to suicide, especially since their firepower can't effectively support me against such threats. My mech strength has just undergone a round of upgrades, and among the 3 units, only I possess the capability to single-handedly eliminate a level 4 monster. Even if I cannot defeat the enemy, I have more than enough capability to protect myself. In summary, this mission must be carried out by me. Once I confirm the area is secure, I'll fire a dark energy cannon into the airspace behind the ship. If it's unsafe, I'll fire one into the airspace ahead of the ship. Dark energy cannon? What kind of weapon is that? Can we even identify it? The head of the war factory spoke first. Precisely because you've never seen it, I'll fire it so you can recognize it instantly. Xiao came up with a clever excuse. Because he himself didn't know what a dark energy cannon would look like when fired. He couldn't exactly fire one inside the ship to test it. But the war factory director accepted this explanation. Through the holographic projection, Xiao could even see the look of anticipation on the man's face. No wonder they were cut from the same cloth as Omega. As for the others, Xiao could practically read relief written all over their faces. Well thought out. This plan is indeed our best option at present. Not even Sato you could find fault with it. Standing inside the ship while others charged the front lines wasn't his or Duzi's style. He had intended to pilot the hero alongside Xingtian, but he couldn't refute the reasoning presented. However, just as the group raised their hands to vote, the medical staff member familiar to Duzi came running onto the bridge. Sorry, I have urgent news to share. Take your time, Sato you said without reproach. Duzi promptly handed over her canteen to the panting medic. Thank you. The medic accepted Duzi's water bottle but didn't open it immediately. Instead, she first relayed the critical information she knew to everyone. Miss Bai Ying. Miss Bai Ying has woken up. So soon. Is she okay? Is she conscious? Sato you had expected to hear that something had gone wrong with Bai Ying and she needed to be rushed to the emergency room, but the outcome was completely opposite to his expectations. She's fine. Miss Bai Ying is remarkably calm. The psychologist has already spoken with her. Her cognitive function is normal, and all indicators are within range. Almost the instant the nurse finished speaking, Dr. Mickey suddenly covered his right ear with his index finger, his habitual gesture when receiving a communication through his earpiece. The next second, he frowned and announced to everyone the bizarre incident he had just heard. MS-03 has activated autonomously. At this declaration, all eyes instantly turned to Dr. Mickey. What do you mean, self-activated? It powered up without a pilot. The acting commander of Black Sky was utterly shocked. After all, the last mecha to self-activate at their base now sat at the round table as an equal among them. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Dr. Mickey confirmed the acting commander's observation. The hangar maintenance technicians and Omega researchers have already examined the unit's data. There's no possibility of a system malfunction causing an unexplained startup. It's simply powered on normally. Did it take any action? The acting commander voiced the question on everyone's mind. If scanning and observing the present staff counts as action, Dr. Mickey's facial tension eased slightly. Other than that, it showed no movement. It also exhibited no resistance to the staff collecting its data. The only noteworthy point is that the mech's neural synchronization status displays as linked. Is it because White Shadow has awakened? After a moment of silence, Dr. Mickey suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. What is Miss Bai Ying's current physical condition? Would it be feasible for her to come to the bridge? Satoyu immediately inquired of the medical staff. Certainly. Miss Bai Ying is fully recovered. I'll notify her immediately. The medical staff member answered Satoyu with a look of urgency before screwing the lid back onto the water bottle and returning it to Doozy. Then, they jogged back the way they came. 2 minutes later, Bai Ying, dressed in a hospital gown, walked slowly down the corridor. Vote for recommendation. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 174, Holding the Future in Her Hands. Whether judging by Bai Ying's gait or her straightened posture, she did not appear to be someone recovering from a serious illness. It was as if her previous unconsciousness had merely been a very, very long dream. Bai Ying, are you certain you can attend the operational briefing? Though Satoyu had already summoned her, he asked again out of concern. I'm fine, Colonel Sato. Good. Hearing the tone in Bai Ying's voice, Satoyu finally let out a sigh of relief. The Bai Ying before him was indeed Bai Ying herself, not that strange persona masquerading as Bai Ying during the battle. White Shadow, the MS-03 activated itself in the hangar, and the timing coincides with your awakening. Can you explain the situation? Before Sato could speak, Dr. Mickey cut straight to the point. Instead of answering immediately, White Shadow fixed Dr. Mickey, who had asked the blunt question, with a calm gaze. In truth, none of the present individuals noticed the additional gaze hidden within Bai Ying's pupils. She shared her vision with Dai. This innocent and pure consciousness, seemingly untouched by the outside world, greedily sought to perceive everything around them through Bai Ying's eyes. When Bai Ying's gaze fell upon Dr. Mickey, she distinctly sensed emotional ripples emanating from Dai. It felt as though Dai had finally discovered something familiar. Is it one of those blurry figures? Bai Ying wondered silently, but Dai could not answer her. This wasn't because Butterfly, like Bean, couldn't speak. Butterfly, whose consciousness was linked to White Shadow's, could transmit any thought directly into White Shadow's mind without uttering a word. The most serious issue, however, was that Dai simply couldn't understand what Bai Ying was saying. She was like a newborn infant in this world, capable only of sensing and recognizing the most basic emotional responses. Thus, she couldn't crystallize any concrete feelings to respond to Bai Ying's question. Wasn't my MS manufactured by your Omega Corporation? Bai Ying calmly countered Dr. Mickey. If the MS-03 malfunctioned, you should be the ones investigating the cause. Bai Ying didn't understand why the MS-03's consciousness manifested as a little girl like Dai, but a mobile suit designed to battle monsters should never possess such an appearance or mentality. Whatever Omega had done to this mobile suit, it certainly wasn't good. This only deepened Bai Ying's existing distaste for Omega, making her even more reluctant to engage with them. Consequently, she had no intention of explaining her situation to Dr. Mickey. Besides, could Omega really not control its own creation? Even if Bai Ying remained silent throughout, the backdoor left in MS-03 alone would be enough for Omega to figure out the situation on its own. If we could pinpoint the problem ourselves, we wouldn't have inconvenienced you, a pilot who should be resting to make this trip. Dr. Mickey showed no anger. He didn't feel offended by Bai Ying's attitude. Miss Bai Ying, your analysis and account hold critical weight for the upcoming battle. I'm not discussing this from Omega's perspective, but for the survival of us all. Dr. Mickey spoke the truth. Omega was a vast organization. For something like the MS-03 designed by Yuanjun, no one could access its information without Yuanjun's personal authorization. Even those stationed around the mobile suit collecting data, adjusting parameters, or even installing armor components only grasped the tip of the iceberg. This compartmentalized workflow ensured the vast majority could never piece together the full truth. Even Dr. Mickey, Yuanjun's apprentice, had only managed to partially unveil the mecha's mysteries through incomplete information, logical deduction, and conjecture. Without the detailed account provided by Satoyu, Dr. Mickey might never have known that the MS-03 concealed such terrifying technology within its frame. Upon hearing Dr. Mickey's words, Bai Ying turned her gaze towards Satoyu. She was unfamiliar with Dr. Mickey and couldn't discern whether the resolve etched on his face stemmed from genuine conviction or masterful acting. Sato, you gave a barely perceptible nod. I can establish neural synchronization with the mobile suit remotely without wearing combat gear or synchronization equipment, Bai Ying stated matter-of-factly, revealing part of her truth. Since he'd only inquired about the mecha's self-activation and had presented evidence regarding neural synchronization, she acknowledged this aspect. Answer only what is asked, not a single word more. That was Bai Ying's approach. No sooner had she finished speaking than Dr. Mickey's earpiece crackled with a transmission from the hangar. It seems to match your description. Dr. Mickey had just received the report. MS-03 had adopted a posture with its arms crossed over its chest, exactly mirroring Bai Ying's current stance. Remote synchronized control. This technology sounds nothing short of miraculous. The head of the war factory understood just how astonishing this was. For years, the Watchers Alliance had dedicated itself to developing remote control technology in unmanned systems, aiming to replace the role of iron pilots. After all, no matter how skilled an iron pilot might be, they remained human. As biological beings, humans were simply too fragile, especially when facing colossal monsters like the Kaiju. Mech pilots weaken without food or water, their synchronization rates drop if their will isn't strong enough, and injuries in battle prevent them from unleashing a mech's full potential. Worse still, if a monster destroys the cockpit, the mech becomes nothing more than a pile of motionless scrap metal. The inherent limitations of biological beings were fully exposed in the iron pilots operating the mechs. Even the most highly trained, battle-hardened pilots could not escape these limitations. This is precisely why the Alliance pursued new technologies. They sought pure war machines. They wouldn't have reactions slowed by blood loss, movements disrupted by emotional fluctuations, or tactical execution hindered by injury. They would calculate every possible outcome during combat and determine the optimal solution. Even missing a limb or their head, they would continue fighting, executing tactics with pinpoint precision. This is the mobile combat armor the Alliance desires. Yet reality is brutal. Even with Omega prioritizing both technologies at the highest level, they failed to produce a single mature solution, not even an experimental one. This forced the Alliance to continuously recruit iron pilots from around the world, investing vast resources and effort into their rigorous selection process. The resources consumed by those who failed could never be recovered. Out of 10 candidates, only 2 typically passed the final tests to become iron pilots. In a sense, cultivating an iron pilot consumes resources comparable to manufacturing a mech. Both are equally rare. And Bai Ying now holds the secret capable of altering the very fate of the Alliance. Vote for recommendations. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 175, Technological Convergence. Dr. Mickey and the War Factory's director were both deeply excited. In their eyes, Bai Ying was nothing short of a walking treasure trove. They saw in Bai Ying the hope for achieving technological breakthroughs. Prior to this, Omega had encountered insurmountable obstacles in both remote control technology and autonomous driving technology. The most significant issues with remote control technology were transmission latency and signal relay, 2 problems intertwined, forming an insurmountable mountain for engineers. Mechs required iron pilots precisely because their drive networks, modeled after human neural systems, could only be controlled by biological human brains. Omega discovered that simulated neural signal transmission suffered from significantly greater latency than signals sent by actual brains. Even with Omega's breakthroughs in materials science that dramatically increased transmission bandwidth, the performance of simulated signals could only be described as sluggish. Correspondingly, mechs receiving these simulated commands exhibited visibly stiff movements. Biological signals proved irreplaceable, forcing iron pilots to control mechs through direct physical contact. In contrast, the challenges Omega faced with autonomous driving technology were less dire than those of remote control. After multiple iterations, the bionic interactive intelligence emerged as the product of this project. Unlike remote control technology, autonomous operation simulates the pilot's consciousness through artificial intelligence to achieve mech control. However, this technology requires the mech to have been previously piloted by a human. Essentially, autonomous piloting technology involves recording and annotating the iron pilot's neural activity, then observing the mech's corresponding actions to those neural signals, thereby forming an indivisible set of protocols. It appears intelligent, but it's actually a crude method. However, Omega wouldn't let the AI simply memorize everything. As the pilot operates the mecha more frequently, the AI collects more data, inevitably encountering repeated neural signals in the records. At this point, the AI automatically categorizes and organizes these records, comparing the mecha's actions to significantly optimize and streamline the code within the records. This enables the mecha to precisely recognize commands. It's like when the brain commands the body to turn its neck, but the body also spreads its arms, bends its waist, closes its eyes, yawns, and stretches all unnecessary actions beyond the neck turn. However, the brain doesn't repeat this entire sequence every time it commands a neck twist. Sometimes one action is added, sometimes one is omitted. Thus, the AI compares multiple repeated records, streamlines them, eliminates irrelevant options, and ultimately pinpoints the precise command that triggers only the neck twist. In a sense, the autonomous driving technology succeeded. Though it couldn't extract the iron pilot from the mech, when the pilot was incapacitated by injury or other factors, the AI would take over, enabling the mech to perform partial responses. The greatest challenge lies in the fact that the bionic interaction system requires time and experience to train. The longer a pilot operates a mech and the more battles they experience, the more mature the autonomous system becomes. What's more frustrating is that the bionic interaction system's deep learning is almost entirely customized. Each mech and iron pilot possesses unique combat strategies and fighting styles. The accumulated data in this area can only be used to optimize and update algorithms. It cannot be directly applied to other mechs. When something lacks universality, no matter how perfect it may be, it cannot bring about a qualitative change to the industry or the era. Dr. Sanmu recalled her mentor Yuan Jun's assessment of these two technological paths. In her view, the challenges faced by both approaches overlapped across multiple dimensions, suggesting that merging them might uncover new solutions. Yet the development of both paths held little connection to Yuan Jun herself. Others were in charge while she pursued more critical projects. Was it really discovered by my mentor? Dr. Sanmu silently marveled. Though she still didn't understand how Bai Ying achieved remote neural synchronization with the mecha, the MS-03 was undeniably Yuan Jun's creation. This proved that remote synchronization was fundamentally something humans could design and control. Even if Bai Ying was merely an isolated case, it held immense research value. What's the maximum distance you can remotely control a mobile suit? The head of the war factory posed a very practical question. I can't give you an exact answer. This synchronization only gives me a very abstract sense of distance in my mind. After all, I didn't design this MS myself, so I have no documentation or manuals to refer to. Then give us an estimate, the war factory director conceded immediately. A 5-kilometer radius in 3-dimensional space? Bai Ying narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing the peculiar perception deep within her mind, though this expression and tone were feigned. Her actual maximum control radius was 5,520 meters. Control latency and perception degraded with distance, fluctuating between 100% and 80% effectiveness. Beyond the threshold, she would lose control. These precise metrics were meticulously recorded and monitored by the Deep Scar bionic interface system. However, Bai Ying noticed the Omega personnel aboard the ship seemed lacking the qualifications and permissions to access this data. And this loss of control was particularly intriguing. At first, Bai Ying simply assumed that once the distance limit was exceeded, the mecha would freeze in place like a battery-dead toy. But after consulting Deep Scar, she realized that loss of control simply meant the mech would no longer respond to Bai Ying's commands. Both Butterfly and Deep Scar could still operate it. It could even actively return to Bai Ying's control range. From this perspective, the MS-03 could arguably be considered an awakened mobile suit, a youth edition of the Xingtian. A 5-kilometer radius? That's an incredibly long range. Dr. Mickey could barely contain his excitement, his lips curling into a near smile. According to his vision, the Iron Pilot could even operate the mobile suit from an independent aircraft thousands of meters above, ensuring their safety while preventing severe performance degradation from localized damage. Can you regain combat-ready control within 3 hours? Dr. Mickey was already itching to put his concept into action. I can do it right now, Bai Ying replied with a confident smile. You want Bai Ying to remotely pilot the MS-03 alongside Xingtian during landing? Sato, you immediately grasped Dr. Mickey's plan. We don't have a dedicated flight unit for Bai Ying, and she doesn't know how to operate a single pilot flight unit. Unnecessary. Miss Bai Ying doesn't need to pilot a craft. Dr. Mickey had a contingency plan ready. Just have the flagship descend to a lower altitude. Vote for recommendation. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 176, Retreat and Compromise. Have the flagship descend to coordinate with Bai Ying's remote control of the MS-03? Sato, you wasn't the only one who found this idea risky. Most around the roundtable opposed it, if not outright against, then certainly not in favor. With all due respect, I consider this an extremely dangerous decision. Who can guarantee the monster we're about to engage doesn't possess anti-air capabilities? Don't forget what happened when the fleet passed through the erupting Mount Wataki. The acting commander of the Black Sky was the first to voice his objection. The Mount Wataki eruption was strictly speaking a natural disaster. Volcanoes aren't monsters. To date, we haven't encountered any monsters capable of threatening a fleet navigating the Cloud Sea. Dr. Mickey refused to back down. But who's to say we won't encounter one later? The monsters we've faced so far would have been considered natural disasters even a year ago, requiring combined forces from all major legions to exterminate them. This time, it was Sato who spoke up. Recalling the demon bats he'd encountered in Korokado City and the Bloodwater in Okioka Prefecture, he grew anxious about the challenges awaiting them. Even iron pilots, who could pilot mobile suits against monsters, felt fear. How much more so for these people who had never faced large monsters head-on? We don't need to descend too low. Just enough to give the MS-03 a 1-kilometer radius of operation. Seeing the strong opposition, Dr. Mickey began searching for a compromise. 1 kilometer? The White Shadow's maximum remote control range is only 5 kilometers. To secure a 1-kilometer horizontal operational space on the ground, the main carrier would need to descend and hover at least 4 kilometers high. Another voice objected that altitude is sufficient for ground troops to deploy via conventional parachute drops. If monsters lock onto us with their naked eyes, the outcome could be disastrous. Please hear me out. After facing successive objections, Dr. Mickey could no longer hold back. I understand your concerns. Essentially, you fear a new type of kaiju might shoot us down from the sky. The others nodded in agreement. Previous monsters showed no aerial capabilities. If they follow basic evolutionary principles, their evolution will focus on destroying mechs and obliterating cities. Those are their primary targets. Dr. Mickey's words were grounded in evidence. According to patterns identified by the Kaiju Research Institute, monsters had indeed accelerated relentlessly in their pursuit of more efficient methods to destroy mechs, amplify destructive power, and expand the scale of devastation. Not a single recorded kaiju had ever demonstrated formidable aerial capabilities. After all, conventional human firepower was negligible against them, and mechs weren't designed to engage kaiju in flight. More intriguingly, humanity had never encountered a single flying kaiju. The Kaiju Research Institute speculated this was because most originated from submarine wormholes, giving them distinct amphibious traits. The skies remained a realm entirely unexplored by these creatures. Given these factors, transport ships developed by the major legions have never been shot down by kaiju. Aside from the recent close call over Mount Wataki, their operations have been virtually foolproof. Therefore, Dr. Mickey's low-altitude hovering proposal was actually feasible based on this logic. He simply hadn't anticipated the vehement resistance his plan would face from those gathered around the roundtable. The root cause lay in the sheer magnitude of surprises unleashed by this monster wave. The monster's strength had undergone a qualitative leap, rendering even the second-generation mechs once the backbone of the Legion's mere appetizers before the new threats. Level 3 monsters, once the backbone of the monster forces, now function almost like foot soldiers, merely cannon fodder deployed to support Level 4 monsters. Meanwhile, Level 4 monsters had become increasingly common, transforming from elite units into the core fighting force of the monster hordes. What troubles humanity even more is that these newly emerged Level 4 monsters far surpass the strength benchmarks originally assigned to them. They are approaching a whole new tier of power, to the point where the energy radar's detection points for Level 4 monsters now nearly fill half the screen. This wave of attacks launched by the colossal Leviathan across various regions clearly signaled a speed-up iteration in monster evolution. Historically, humanity had paid an extremely heavy price whenever such pivotal moments occurred. The dozens of second-generation mechs buried in the boundless sea stand as bloody proof. Yet the Alliance now faced circumstances even more dire than any previous crisis: resource shortages, public skepticism, scarcity of third-generation mechs across major legions, and a dramatic increase in monster attack frequency. If the Endless Sea disaster was a catastrophe humanity brought upon itself, then Leviathan's current offensive is nothing less than the true end of the world. The fourth line of defense archipelago stands as humanity's last frontier against this apocalypse. Should the Alliance collapse here, the world's fall would be merely a matter of time. Dr. Mickey, have you heard the ancient Eastern saying, better safe than sorry? After a moment of silence, the acting commander of the Dark Azure Sky spoke first. He understood Dr. Mickey's reasoning was grounded in facts and patterns, but humanity now stood at a war's critical juncture, a moment of cataclysmic change. Any scenario once deemed impossible could now unfold. The world was gradually transforming into an unfamiliar landscape. Dr. Mickey's brow furrowed deeply. He desperately wanted to explain that the probability of monsters evolving anti-air capabilities was minuscule, but the words died on his lips. Wasn't everyone's concern precisely this minuscule probability? As long as the chance of its occurrence wasn't zero, how could he, Mickey, confidently guarantee the flagship's safety? I don't think we need to dwell on this for so long. As the tension at the roundtable grew thicker, Xiao finally spoke up. Before Bai Ying awoke, hadn't we already voted to approve the advance team's landing plan? Now we're merely considering adding one more member to the advance team. But I've already demonstrated the safety of landing alone. So why not proceed with the original plan? If you're truly eager to utilize Bai Ying's remote mecha control capabilities, then it's even more crucial to send me down first. I can engage any monsters threatening the flagship. You can deploy the MS-03 afterward without delay. Upon hearing Xiao's words, the others swallowed their prepared arguments. If even the person risking his life had spoken, they had no right to interfere. Moreover, Xiao's proposal balanced both sides' interests. Alright, it's settled then. Dr. Mickey made the final concession. Vote for recommendation. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 177, Plan finalized. Though Dr. Mickey never admitted it, in his heart, the importance of White Shadow and MS-03 had risen by more than an order of magnitude. They had become entities worth protecting at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing other mobile suits and iron pilots. Dr. Mickey would never have agreed to send MS-03 alone. In truth, he wasn't entirely comfortable with Xingtian going solo either. However, since Xingtian himself had proposed this plan and made the decision, Dr. Mickey felt he had no right to stand in his way. Dr. Mickey's urgency in having White Shadow remotely control MS-03 to land alongside Xingtian stemmed from his need for this mobile suit to operate under Xingtian's formidable protection. Previous combat data had been corrupted for unknown reasons. He was determined to collect complete combat data through this actual battle to unlock the secret behind the remote connection between MS-03 and Bai Ying. As the central figure thrust into this situation, Bai Ying had never once voiced any opinion regarding her own operational arrangements, leaving the members of the Dark Sky Legion distinctly uncomfortable. Those familiar with her style knew Bai Ying was notoriously headstrong. Expecting her to strictly follow orders and rules was nothing short of a pipe dream. If she remained silent during planning stages, it wasn't because she'd suddenly become obedient, it usually meant she'd execute the mission entirely according to her own whims. While Bai Ying's actions sometimes yielded unexpected results or even shortcuts to completing missions, she had also caused her fair share of chaos and risks. Humans inherently dislike instability. Stability represents reliability and control. Only when people feel they can grasp something can they feel at ease. Bai Ying, do you have anything to say? Ultimately, the acting commander of the Black Sky asked before the meeting concluded. In his mind, this question represented the concerns of everyone aboard the ship. It was for the safety of all. Nothing. Under the gaze of the assembly, Bai Ying offered only compliant obedience. Are you certain? The acting commander remained unconvinced. Nothing. Bai Ying smiled as she curiously studied this familiar face. Who cared about her? Seeing the vibrant smile on the white figure's face, the acting commander silently abandoned further questioning, repeating two words in his mind. Oh no. This girl has grown up. She's learned to hide herself. Watching the acting commander's face turn red then pale, Xiao had already guessed the other's mental shift. He couldn't help but laugh out loud in the consciousness space. This was the advantage of being a mecha. Even if his mouth twisted in laughter within the consciousness space, his outward appearance remained that of an unflappable iron blood warrior, radiating reassurance. You really don't want to say anything? Xiao quickly opened the private chat channel to ask Bai Ying. What's there to say? I know exactly what he's thinking, just worried I won't play by the rules. Bai Ying was well aware of how others perceived her. So you plan to do things your way again? Xiao's question was meant as a tease. He understood that Bai Ying, having survived multiple life or death battles, was no longer the rebellious girl who only caused trouble. This time, I genuinely hope they can come up with a more concrete plan. But the answer is impossible. We have no intelligence. We'll just have to improvise after landing and adapt on the fly. Every word Bai Ying sent conveyed seriousness. It's rare to see you not insisting on your own style. Too bad such a great opportunity only lets you improvise freely. Even Xiao felt regret for the acting commander of the Black Sky. Whether I can take the stage depends entirely on how you set up the venue. After all, whether Butterfly and I can be deployed hinges entirely on your word. Dai, you don't call it MS-03 anymore? I still have so many questions for you. We'll talk after the meeting. Hearing those words pop up in Bai Ying's chat window felt like the sun rising in the west. The subsequent meeting didn't last long either. Without sufficient intelligence, all proposed plans were mere speculation and conjecture. Under Satoyu's guidance, the group could only tentatively agree on several contingency-based action plans. Yes, guidelines. Ground forces would focus on handling smaller monsters and protecting non-combatants, prioritizing guerrilla tactics and defense over offense, and staying as far as possible from the core combat zone. Another mecha hero would land alongside the ground forces. While providing covering fire for Xingtian and Bai Ying, it would operate on the periphery of the core combat zone, maintaining constant communication with the ground forces to respond to any distress signals. The communications officer would continuously broadcast full-spectrum distress calls to the main force after the flagship passed the final coordinate signal, striving to establish contact with everyone before Xingtian's landing. If time permits, they could also formulate limited emergency combat plans based on intelligence from the main force, enabling targeted tactical objectives and making a truly meaningful contribution to victory in this decisive battle. Then that's settled for now. If there are no objections, everyone may proceed to prepare immediately. Satoyu glanced at the time displayed on the holographic screen. A mere 26 minutes had elapsed since the meeting began. It was the shortest operational meeting he'd ever chaired and also the most rushed and solemn. The dozen or so individuals gathered around the circular table would determine the fate of the entire ship. One misstep, and they would hold the lives of others in their hands as they plunged into the abyss together. As he had anticipated, no one uttered another word. Each returned to their post with solemn expressions. In just over 2 hours, we'll face our final battle here. Satoyu turned to look at Bai Ying, the projection of Xingtian, and Duzi, who was excitedly clutching Bai Ying's arm. So, did you get a good night's sleep? Sleep filled with dreams isn't true rest. Colonel Sato, you and Duzi should get some proper rest. Iron pilots are human too. Though Bai Ying was responding to Satoyu, her gaze softened as she looked at Duzi beside her. She had expected the butterfly hidden within her consciousness to stir with curiosity, shock, or even fear at this moment. Surprisingly, the butterfly showed none of these negative emotions. Instead, it was filled with excitement and delight, practically itching to burst out of Bai Ying's body and embrace Duzi. Could they really be sisters? The butterfly's emotional surge startled Bai Ying. She resolved to find an appropriate moment to ask Duzi if she truly had such a relative. If Duzi couldn't answer, she'd have to ask Colonel Sato instead. Don't go thinking I'm some old fogey just because I'm older than you. I've got the physical stamina any iron pilot should have. Satoyu had just adopted a defiant stance when he abruptly changed tack. But you're right, getting some sleep is better than none at all. If anything comes up, just contact me directly. With that, Sato waved to the three of them and headed toward the rest area. He didn't give them a chance to stop him. Vote for this chapter. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 178, Unknown Origin. Bean, do you have any sisters? As Bai Ying asked the question, she and Duzi were walking toward the hangar. Originally, Bai Ying had intended for Duzi to rest as well, but Duzi had refused her suggestion and insisted on accompanying Bai Ying to meet Xingtian at the hangar. Bai Ying seemed to understand Duzi's unique constitution, so she didn't press the issue. Instead, she let Duzi follow her willingly. Upon hearing Bai Ying's question, Duzi scratched her head in confusion before furrowing her brow slightly. After half a minute of careful thought, Duzi shook her head at Bai Ying, deliberately pointing at her own head before waving her hand dismissively. So you mean, as far as you can recall, there probably isn't one, but you're not entirely sure? Having spent some time with Duzi, Bai Ying could roughly guess what she meant. Sure enough, Duzi nodded vigorously in agreement, clearly delighted that Bai Ying had guessed correctly on the first try. Though Duzi appeared pleased, this response was far from good news for Bai Ying. She hadn't expected Duzi to genuinely lack memories of such a crucial event. This could only mean Duzi's childhood memories were fundamentally different from those of ordinary people. This thought had lingered in Bai Ying's mind for some time. If Duzi were just an ordinary girl, how could she have become an iron rider at this age and ended up serving alongside Satoyu? Looks like I'll have to speak with Colonel Sato. Bai Ying silently sighed to herself, feeling nervous about confronting Satoyu. Even though she and Satoyu were comrades who had shared life and death experiences, Bai Ying felt awkward about directly asking him these questions. Bai Ying could sense the secrets buried within Duzi. After all, Satoyu belonged to the United Front Legion. If information about Duzi was classified, her inquiries would feel more like coercion or blackmail. She didn't want to put Satoyu in an awkward position, nor did she want to miss this chance to learn about Dai and Duzi. Bai Ying, Duzi, don't you need to rest? Yu Xiao's first words upon seeing them were an earnest plea for them to get some sleep. In truth, nearly everyone aboard the ship had gone 2 days without sleep. They seemed to have become integral parts of the ship's mechanical organism, operating non-stop around the clock. Yu Xiao suspected he was the only one who truly didn't need rest. He missed the days when he could actually sleep. Ever since becoming a mecha, he'd almost forced himself into becoming a philosopher. After all, he genuinely had 24 hours to fill each day. Not needing rest meant his mind was perpetually active. I've already had my rest, and Duzi said she doesn't need any either. Besides, don't you still have a lot of questions for me? Since Bai Ying had already brought Duzi to the hangar where Xingtian was parked, there was no reason for him to turn back and rest. Are you sure you want to discuss this now? Yu Xiao subtly hinted to Bai Ying Duzi was present. Using encrypted communication felt overly formal, but the conversation between Yu Xiao and Bai Ying involved many secrets that couldn't be shared with others. It wouldn't be appropriate for Duzi to overhear. Yes, right now. The questions you have will concern Duzi. Bai Ying replied to Yu Xiao while running her fingers through Duzi's silky black hair. The next 20 minutes left Yu Xiao reeling in shock, time and again. Bai Ying recounted her entire experience after losing consciousness to Yu Xiao and Duzi, omitting only her own speculations. Omega created a living mecha. Upon grasping this reality, Yu Xiao felt his mind nearly grind to a halt. He even began to doubt whether he himself was also an experimental creation of Yuanjin. Duzi's reaction was equally intense. She clearly struggled to accept Bai Ying's explanation. The notion that a living mecha named Dai could think she looked exactly like Duzi was utterly absurd. But Duzi knew Bai Ying wouldn't deceive her. She couldn't recall having a sister who looked exactly like her in her childhood either. That's why she felt utterly flustered and bewildered. So Dai now resides inside your mind, is that what you mean? It took Yu Xiao nearly 5 minutes to process this information, forcing herself to calm down. Yes. Since achieving 100% synchronization, Dai and I have never disconnected. It's just that her consciousness and mind are like a newborn's, so she can't understand our conversation here. Bai Ying's tone was utterly matter-of-fact. At that moment, Xiao genuinely admired Bai Ying's mental resilience. If another consciousness coexisted inside his own mind, he wasn't sure he could accept it. The idea of another consciousness peering at the world through your eyes felt indistinguishable from multiple personality disorder. Though Bai Ying described Dai as pure and innocent, who could guarantee how rapidly Dai might develop? Might prolonged coexistence eventually erode Bai Ying's own consciousness? I think we need to clarify this with Colonel Sato. If he doesn't know the connection between Dai and Duzi either, then we'll have to take the risk and ask Omega. After careful consideration, Xiao concluded that keeping this secret from Bai Ying would do him no good whatsoever. Dai was created by Omega's founder, Yuanjin. If anyone could shed light on this bizarre situation, it would be Omega, the one who tied the knot. I don't think Omega will have a good solution, and besides, we'll be heading into battle soon. Bai Ying shook her head slightly, not placing much trust in Omega. Then we should seek out Colonel Sato first. I only got half an hour of sleep, and what you're telling me is more surreal than my own dreams. Sato, you hadn't expected that not only had he slept poorly, but upon waking, he'd learn of a series of extraordinary events. Had he not fought alongside the fantastical mech Xingtian and Dai, Sato would have suggested Bai Ying turn her story into a screenplay. Damn it! What I know already could get me killed 100 times over. We don't even know if we'll be alive in 2 hours. I'm not taking these secrets to the grave. After several minutes of internal struggle, Sato Yu decided to distill what he knew and share it with Bai Ying. Truth be told, I don't know much more about Duzi than you do. She's the child I adopted from Omega, but they never told me her origins. They only said she was a child with special physical abilities and that I must never mention the connection between Omega and Duzi to anyone outside. Sato Yu glanced at Duzi, sitting beside him with a downcast expression, and couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her hair. Duzi clearly knew about these matters. Duzi was adopted from Omega. Bai Ying realized the situation was far more complicated than she'd imagined. Was she entrusted to you by Dr. Mickey? No, it wasn't. Sato Yu's expression grew increasingly grave. It was Yuanjin. Vote for recommendations. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 179, Visitors from Beyond. Through the projection device and chat window, Xiao could sense the pressure and chill that Yuanjin's name brought to everyone. The mere thought of Yuanjin's sapphire blue eyes made Xiao feel as though he'd never truly escaped her gaze. Yuanjin. Bai Ying repeated the awe-inspiring name, only then noticing that beneath Duzi's long lashes lay another pair of sky-blue eyes. You've all noticed this child's eye color, I'm sure. But I regret to inform you that I've asked Yuanjin herself about it. She's never given birth to a child. Sato Yu gave a wry smile. But you must agree it's too much of a coincidence, don't you? Perhaps it's fate. I also asked Yuanjin directly about Duzi's origins, but she refused to give a straightforward answer. She only told me Duzi was her adopted child, that in her eyes Duzi was a little angel, and that I must never treat her poorly. Sato Yu's expression seemed lost in the recollection of some distant memory. Duzi being adopted and cherished by Yuanjin certainly wasn't due to some overflowing maternal instinct on her part. Bai Ying's gaze toward Duzi grew increasingly complex. Of course not. I know more about Duzi's peculiarities than any of you, so I've made considerable inquiries into her background. Sato Yu glanced at Duzi, who had just lifted her head. Besides, Duzi doesn't remember what happened during her childhood. I want to help her recover those memories. But I overestimated myself. I've questioned countless people and exhausted every avenue, yet I found not a single shred of information about Duzi. Population records, education and medical files, disability support organizations, even post-war orphan adoption centers, I've searched everywhere. Not a trace. It's as if Duzi never existed in human society at all. To this day, I've found nothing. Sato Yu's information-gathering skills were superior to both Bai Ying and Xiao's. If even he came up empty-handed, it was even less likely that Bai Ying and Xiao could uncover anything useful. So we have no choice but to ask Omega, Bai Ying concluded with resignation. Yes, but not Dr. Mickey or the other Omega members aboard the ship. We need to ask Yuanjin, Sato Yu added. I have a good personal relationship with Dr. Mickey. He was personally mentored by Yuanjin. But as far as I know, even he knows very little about Duzi and Dai. That only underscores how classified this information is. You seem quite concerned about Dr. Mickey and the others, aren't you? I'll keep what you said today confidential. Sato Yu had long seen through Bai Ying's thoughts, evident from her decision not to disclose this information during the meeting. Thank you, Colonel Sato. I appreciate your help. There's still over an hour before the operation begins, and some time to rest. Bai Ying bowed slightly in gratitude. Forget about sleeping. At best, you can rest your eyes. Sato waved his hand dismissively. After hearing what you've told me, who could possibly sleep now? Alright, you two go get ready. Don't worry about this old man. Before Bai Ying could respond, Sato Yu ushered her and Duzi out the door. Looks like we won't get to the bottom of this before the battle starts, Xiao finally spoke up. In truth, while Bai Ying and Satoyu were speaking, Xiao had already attempted to hack into Omega's database through a network intrusion. Back when Xiao attended the Alliance meeting at Dawn Tower, he had already prepared a contingency plan. Back then, while discussing his attendance strategy with Yuanjin on the rooftop, Yuanjin had instructed him to connect to Omega's system and appear before everyone via holographic projection. It was during that very moment that Xiao successfully planted a backdoor within the system, a network intrusion channel capable of bypassing Omega's firewall. Just as Bai Ying and Satoyu had predicted, Xiao found no useful information in Omega's standard databases. At least, the keywords MS-03 and Butterfly yielded no matching results. Information about Duzi proved even harder to find. After all, that name had been given to her by Satoyu, and Yuanjin had never revealed Duzi's former alias to him. Thus, Xiao could only continue probing deeper into the higher-level encrypted databases. But he soon realized this approach was utterly futile. Omega's security protocols were airtight. According to their classification system, all data was divided into 4 tiers from D to A. Level D information constituted public-facing data accessible to ordinary citizens through Omega's public information repository. C-level information was restricted to internal use within the Watchers Alliance. This tier already contained operational plans and theater-specific missions for various legions and alliances, making it the alliance's most frequently used and information-rich database. B-level information consists of projects and technical intelligence restricted to internal Omega circulation. It contains extensive cutting-edge technology and experimental reports. Even if ordinary individuals could access this information, they wouldn't meet the minimum reading threshold and wouldn't understand it. Class A information consists of strictly encrypted, independently stored data accessible only to authorized personnel. Each information group possesses a unique encryption key, meaning even high-ranking Alliance and Omega officials can only view specific encrypted information after obtaining authorization. Yet, as Xiao navigated the database, he discovered that beyond the 4 overt levels, a 7th database, one requiring biometric verification, lay concealed at the very bottom of the data ocean. Since each tier employed distinct encryption methods, Xiao's backdoor could only breach the B-level database. As for the A-level database, even cracking a single % of its encryption would require tens of thousands of years at his current network intrusion level. Worst of all, his intrusion signal had been detected. Though he didn't know why they hadn't immediately expelled him, merely silently tracking his movements, Xiao immediately terminated the intrusion. He feared the backdoor he'd left behind would be discovered. Omega Headquarters, Cybersecurity Division. Traced the little thief's address yet? A tall, slender middle-aged man stared coldly at the pale blue screen. This was the first time he'd encountered someone daring to attempt breaching Omega's Class A database. Even though the intruder had cut the connection the moment they connected, retreating at the first sign of difficulty, he still regarded it as a provocation. Omega's cybersecurity was notoriously impenetrable. Many hackers hailed as geniuses in this era ultimately faltered at Omega's firewall. 90% of them were traced back to their real-world addresses and eventually recruited by Omega. Sir, the source IP is originating from space. The bespectacled young man recoiled in shock at the results displayed on his monitor. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, yanked the swivel chair from beneath the bespectacled man, and forcefully pushed him away. He then fixed his gaze intently on a line of small text on the screen. Eden. Vote for recommendation. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 180, Arrival at the Battlefield. Colonel Sato, we've entered the final battle zone. 2 hours earlier, Satoyu had arrived at the bridge command room with dark circles under his eyes. This wasn't because he didn't want to sleep or rest, but because every word Bai Ying had spoken echoed like a spell in his mind. The moment he closed his eyes, scenes from the butterfly battle would play frame by frame in his mind. So he abandoned rest altogether. After downing some stimulants in his quarters, he stepped out onto the bridge command room, keeping a constant watch for any impending danger. As it turned out, the situation was even worse than Sato had imagined. During the 2-hour flight of the flagship, their calls went unanswered. Moreover, the fleet had captured one fewer signal coordinate than expected, and it was the very last one for this leg of the journey. This was undoubtedly devastating news for everyone aboard the ship. With such a large force, it was impossible for such a basic oversight to occur. Therefore, the absence of a signal beacon could only mean one thing: the main force had encountered an unexpected incident, leaving them without the time or energy to even deploy a single signal beacon. They couldn't even manage to place a replacement one. On the other hand, although the flagship had already entered the final battle zone, the loss of the last signal coordinate placed immense pressure on the fleet's navigators. The projected deviation error had already risen from 3% to 10%. This deviation cannot be corrected through manual calculations alone. Even tripling the number of calculators would not reduce this error. Boom! At that moment, several thunderous booms echoed from the clouds beneath the flagship. Immediately, the sounds grew denser and more urgent, like the drumbeat building toward a climactic scene. Warning, multiple energy reactions detected. Almost the instant the system issued its warning, dozens of red dots leapt onto the energy radar screen. Their arrangement resembled an advancing tsunami, intertwined with another winding, thin green curve. Indeed, Lady Luck had not favored this vanguard fleet sailing through the cloud sea. A mere 10% error had directly brought them into the skies above the core battle zone. At this very moment, they were directly above the swarm of monsters. Change course. Continue along the periphery of the core combat zone. Move behind the mecha defense line to find a landing point. The acting commander of the Black Sky, who also bore the responsibility of fleet command, issued the order without hesitation. ZZZZZZ. A sudden burst of static crackled through the communications officer's headset. The seasoned officer recognized this as the main force's broadcast attempting to establish a connection, so he immediately routed the signal to the internal broadcast system. This is, cease, return. A few barely audible words were drowned in a deluge of static. The interference here was so severe that communication was only possible within 100 meters. For a communication transmission spanning a vertical distance of 1,000 meters, the mere fact they could sense each other was nothing short of a miracle. Is this telling us to halt the crossing and return? Drawing on years of experience, the communications officer quickly pieced together the intended message. But this single phrase plunged everyone present into utter terror. Why halt the crossing? Could there be something within the beast tide capable of effectively striking a fleet thousands of meters above? This possibility immediately crossed every mind without exception, while the acting commander of the Black Sky Fleet's expression darkened so profoundly it seemed one could wring water from it. Everyone awaited his command. Adjust course immediately. Full speed out of the combat zone, then recalculate a route that will safely carry us behind the mech defense line. The grim-faced commander chose to trust the communications officer's assessment. He refused to risk the lives of hundreds aboard the entire fleet. Yet, just as the fleet began to turn, several high-speed red dots suddenly broke away from the swarm of beasts and headed toward the fleet's position. In an instant, the two-dimensional energy radar map stretched into a three-dimensional topographic view. Those red dots were ascending from the ground. Can you confirm if the targets are energy attacks or biological entities? The acting commander leapt from his chair, bellowing at the analyst at the bridge console. Organic. It's organic. Activate the energy defense shield. Outside the ship, a translucent, pale blue defensive barrier resembling a honeycomb enveloped the hull. Current shield value, 100%. At the same moment, 6 crimson points of light finally leapt out of the cloud sea, entering the fleet's visual detection range. Flying monsters, exclaimed an Omega member standing beside Dr. Mickey, his voice trembling with unease. Realizing his outburst, he hastily covered his mouth. These were 6 monsters, each over 50 meters in length. Unlike other monsters confined to ground movement, their bodies weren't bulked up with thick biomass shells and muscles. Instead, they displayed a rare, streamlined form. This streamlined body was far from graceful, resembling more a mass of boiled, mushy flesh. Its chest was dotted with uneven cavities, each rimmed by a ring of fleshy protrusions, as if wounds pierced by spears that had never fully healed. A tail stretching over 20 meters extended along the spine of the creature's back, seemingly serving to regulate balance and alter flight direction. At its tip grew a hard bone resembling a double-edged axe, capable of delivering significant impact to hostile targets. Contrary to expectations, the creature's limbs were not stunted but resembled those of ordinary monsters. During flight, they pressed tightly against its sides to minimize aerodynamic drag from its massive frame. The most astonishing feature, however, was the pair of wings protruding from its back. More accurately, these wings resembled giant, membrane-covered claw structures that appeared entirely unnatural for biological evolution, more akin to limbs generated by some emergency genetic mutation. Their composition and purpose remained utterly baffling. Yet these massive claws, covered in wing membranes at the phalangeal joints, can generate airflow powerful enough to propel the creature through the air. Remarkably, their flight speed even outpaces that of the warships. Finally, the creature's head. Its overall shape resembled a cone, with over a dozen eyes each possessing its own independent nervous system embedded like parasites across its surface. The sight alone was unsettling. But what astonished everyone most was the complete absence of any fissures on its head. This creature possessed no mouth. Its skull structure was entirely sealed, indistinguishable from solid rock. Warning! Detected imminent impact on the ship. Vote for recommendation. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 181, 1 against 4. The closed skulls were designed for ramming. 6 beasts closed in on the main ship's stern from different directions, slamming their hard, conical heads with full force against the energy shield enveloping the vessel. Current shield value, 71%. Within mere seconds, the ship's shield reserve began plummeting at a visible rate. At this pace, the defensive field would collapse completely in under 30 seconds. Calm down. The acting commander's shout echoed across the bridge for less than a second before being drowned out by the next wave of system alerts. This crisis facing the fleet was far more terrifying than the eruption of Mount Duyao. Back then, the ships had only faced a sky filled with fiery rain. Survival was possible if they could find a way to escape the splash zone. But this threat couldn't be resolved simply by exiting the core battle zone. The attackers were living monsters. They wouldn't abandon pursuit or cease their assault just because they were out of range. As long as the ships remained in flight, these beasts would never return to the ground. Yet the crew had no idea how to respond. Never before had anyone encountered monsters capable of soaring to altitudes of thousands or tens of thousands of meters. Consequently, the transport vessels of all major legions had been designed without any consideration for mounting defensive firepower. We have no choice but to call upon Xingtian. Watching the ship's shields rapidly deplete, the acting commander recalled Xingtian's actions during the Mount Du eruption. Open Hangar Bay 2 and deploy Xingtian. Hangar doors opening. Maintain 5-meter safety distance. At the same moment, Xiao unplugged the cables from his body, seized the battle axe mounted on its massive stand, and watched as the steel doors slowly swung open before him. He didn't rush out. He knew this enemy wasn't just incoming explosives, it was a true monster capable of soaring through the skies. Even if Xiao's combat prowess utterly crushed his opponents, his range of movement was confined to the ship's outer armor surfaces, a massive disadvantage against monsters possessing absolute three-dimensional mobility. I should have swapped out my maneuvering gear back then. Xiao silently lamented to himself. He then slung the battle axe onto his back, gripped the edge of the gate with his massive hands, and began climbing his way up to the ship's summit. Current shield value, 26%. Xiao's gaze swept swiftly over the 6 monsters positioned at the ship's stern. All had detected his presence, and half had already shifted positions ready to strike from the optimal angle the moment the shield shattered. Bring it on! Xiao coiled his chain sword around the black axe handle, assuming a combat stance as his gaze darted warily between the monsters. System warning, energy defense field has vanished. As the honeycomb-like defensive barrier shattered before Xiao like transparent glass, 4 monsters charged at him like arrows released from a bowstring, attacking from 4 different angles. Whoosh! Almost the instant the monsters charged, Xiao hurled his battle axe at the one directly before him with full force. The immense impact force generated by its extreme initial velocity tore through the high-speed air layers, shattering the sound barrier. A visible shockwave clung fiercely to the flying battle axe. Within 0.3 seconds, the first monster was pierced clean through. The blade split it in 2 from head to spine, emerging from the tail end as the monster's head revealed a perfectly clean cross-section. Just as Xiao gripped the chain sword controlling the axe's retraction, 2 other monsters closed in from his left and right. Having only just yanked the axe back with his right hand, Xiao could spare only his left arm to deal with the monster on his left. In this situation, the next instant, as the 2 monsters spread their wings to lunge at Xiao, he suddenly sidestepped, letting them brush past him. Of course, in a clash between 3 such colossal beings, Xiao couldn't completely evade their attacks. Both monsters' claws actually grazed his armor, leaving a trail of sparks in their wake. This evasion merely allowed Xiao to adjust his posture, preventing his armor from exposing the most vulnerable areas, his abdomen and head, to the attack. However, the newly upgraded Fengyuan molecular-grade memory armor proved far more resilient than Xiao had anticipated. The monster's claw strikes only left shallow scratches across his chest and back. Even before the strikes concluded, the indentations they created began self-repairing and smoothing out. Trying to escape? As the monster's body swept past Xiao's current position, he instantly thrust out his left hand, grabbing its long tail at the last moment. Evolved Xiao now completely outclassed all level 3 monsters in strength, and even most level 4 monsters struggled to match him. The monster, hurtling through the air like a cannonball, was abruptly yanked to a halt mid-flight. It flapped its wings frantically, struggling to break free. Simultaneously, the monster furthest away lunged at Xiao from behind. The monster's sneak attack failed. Xiao continued spinning in the same direction, effortlessly swinging the objects in each hand, the battle axe bound by the chainsword, and a monster too incapacitated to even cry out. Thud! Thud! The monster attempting the rear assault collided head-on with its own kind. The violent impact cracked both hard, conical skulls, and over 20 eyeballs exploded in the shockwave. The monster that had initially attacked from Xiao's right flank also met its end. Just as it was about to escape Xiao's reach, a giant axe streaked toward it from the rear, leaving a trail of afterimages. In the next instant, the crimson axe blade sliced through everything below the monster's neck. Only its flailing tail narrowly escaped the blow as the creature's body was cleaved to pieces by the massive axe. Countless fragments of flesh and entrails spilled from the still threshing corpse. Within moments, the colossal beast plummeted lifelessly toward the earth below the clouds. Xiao had no time to savor the spectacle, swiftly reeling his own massive axe back through the air. He had precisely calculated its return trajectory. The 2 monsters that had just collided were gravely wounded but not dead. Having lost their balance, they were now tumbling off the ship's armor. The crimson blade traced an elegant arc, slicing clean through both beasts' necks. Their bodies didn't even have time to react before their heads fell into the sea of clouds. Yet when Xiao regained his grip on the battle axe, he realized the last two beasts had vanished from his sight. They had never even launched an attack against him. Boom! System warning, all left wing engines destroyed. Hull has lost stability. Vote for recommendation. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 182, Annihilation of Dark Energy. As the shattered skeleton and blood plasma splattered across the silver-gray hull of the flagship, the starship sailing through the cloud sea began to tilt unavoidably to the left. Green blood dripped from the billowing black smoke. Unable to react in time, Xiao clenched his grip, driving his battle axe deep into the ship's hull while bracing himself desperately against the rising side. His weight helped maintain some balance, but it couldn't stop the ship's descent. Damn it, these monsters aren't creatures at all, they're walking bombs. Sato, you had never seen a monster that would stick its head into an engine just to ram a vehicle. The ship's sudden tilt sent most people tumbling sideways onto the floor. Only the operators strapped securely into their seats remained unharmed. Is the backup engine still functional? The acting commander slammed his fist against his temple, as if his brain had lost its balance along with the ship's tilt. No! The wing structure is severely damaged. The backup engine's ejection mechanism is jammed, shouted the technician, strapped tightly to his seat. Calculating impact point. All operators brace for impact. The acting commander understood the technician's words. Once the wing structure was compromised, even if the backup engine functioned normally, the ship's only fate was to crash. All ground forces await orders. Immediately eject upon reaching safe altitude. Reserve all escape pods for non-combat personnel. Haojie and the MS-03 pilots, return to your cockpits immediately. Control of the hangar doors and deployment procedures has been transferred to you. Determine the landing timing yourselves. Xingtian, hold out a little longer. Once everyone else has evacuated the ship, you can jump immediately. The acting commander issued the orders without hesitation, knowing the lives of everyone aboard now rested in his hands. But the next second brought an even more desperate situation. Warning, multiple energy signatures detected. Another swarm of red dots surged rapidly from beneath the clouds. Upon entering the cloud sea, they split into 3 groups, each targeting the flagship and the 2 remaining undamaged frigates. When this swarm of monsters appeared in Xiao's field of vision like a flock of birds, he knew not a single one was targeting him. At that moment, 2 black spherical masses floated out from Xiao's shoulder armor using anti-gravity, rapidly solidifying in midair into 2 polyhedral geometric shapes. In appearance, the 2 polyhedral structures resembled some kind of energy-storing floating turrets. Next, the acting commander on the bridge witnessed a scene he would never forget. 2 projectiles visible only as ripples in the radiation energy spectrum launched from the drifting cannons beside Xingtian. Instantly, the beast horde surging like a fountain from the cloud sea froze in an excruciatingly brief pause. This jarring pause seemed to freeze time and space itself, rendering the static optical image of the halted beasts utterly incongruous against the dynamic surroundings. It was as if the entire horde had lost less than a single frame of their existence, and that single frame had forever severed them from the world's natural flow. In an instant, all the beasts within the horde dissolved without a trace, like powdered medicine scattered in water. As dozens of beasts simultaneously transformed into floating pigments in zero gravity, Dr. Mickey felt utterly speechless. No language could describe his current state of mind. If he worshipped a god called science, then this spectacle, one that might not even be visible in a vacuum, was undoubtedly a miracle. Even as the ship's wings blazed fiercely and countless blinding red pop-ups filled the air, the entire bridge fell silent within seconds, as still as a church during solemn prayer. Only when Xingtian crashed heavily to his knees on the ship's outer armor did the crowd finally snap back to their senses. This effect stunned not only those watching the live feed on the bridge, but Xiao himself. Before the floating cannon was ready to fire, he had almost instinctively channeled 50% of his energy into it. Then, he felt as if something had been violently ripped from his body. A tidal wave of exhaustion instantly engulfed Xiao, forcing him to his knees on the deck. He saw nothing colorful erupt from the floating cannon's muzzle. Only 2 completely transparent, spherical glass beads shot forth at extreme velocity, distorting the air along their path. Then, amidst the beast horde, there emerged that fleeting, imperceptible to the naked eye, yet palpable moment of stasis. Eerie, terrifying, shocking. Complex emotions churned like a spinning blender, mixing every feeling together. Even as his receiver crackled with the howling airflow, Xiao could sense the pin-drop silence within the bridge. This is dark energy, Xiao murmured inwardly as he knelt half-bent on the ship's armor. With 50% of his energy suddenly drained, all he could do was grip his axe handle tightly to prevent himself from being flung off by the raging air currents. To restore full power, Xiao needed to wait 2 minutes without expending energy. But the ship wouldn't stop its descent. Continue executing my previous orders. Hurry! The acting commander, the first to snap out of shock, nearly shouted at the top of his lungs. The broadcast reverberating through the hull was so loud that even Xiao, outside the ship, could hear it. Then, Bai Ying's voice came over the intercom. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. Do not rush to abandon ship. I will stabilize the hull and ensure a safe landing for all." Before the acting commander could question how Bai Ying intended to achieve this, the butterfly radiating dazzling red light had already opened the hangar doors. An invisible energy field enveloped the tilting, plummeting hull. Given the ship's size and tonnage far exceeding that of a mecha, Bai Ying had to push her energy output to the absolute limit she could sustain. Thus, the previously invisible energy field became a tangible entity observable to the naked eye. Countless crimson points of light appeared around the vessel. Like an aurora, an ethereal silk slowly lifted the ship, gradually guiding the tilted colossus back to its normal equilibrium. At that very moment, all operators including the acting commander were struck by a sudden illusion. It felt as though the ship wasn't traversing a sea of clouds, but sailing through the true canopy of stars. "The ship's descent rate is genuinely slowing," exclaimed one of the navigators. "Then don't waste time, correct our course immediately. Cast your recommendation vote." Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 183, Beneath the Sea of Clouds. Current course deviation, 58%. When the navigator saw the deviation value on the screen, he felt as if someone had grabbed his throat, choking him. Everyone at the controls had no time for anything else. Their minds were flooded with data as their fingers furiously pounded the keyboards, striving to chip away at that terrifying deviation. Even knowing that manual corrections were but a drop in the bucket, they refused to give up the fight whether it was futile or not. "Let me access the ship's systems." The words came from Bai Ying inside the butterfly cockpit. Crimson tears slid down her pale cheeks, finally falling to the floor beside her scarlet combat suit. Though she could remotely control the mech, long-ingrained habit made Bai Ying feel she could only make decisions with true focus while physically seated in the cockpit. Her entire body trembled. Sustaining this level of energy output placed an unbearable strain on both her physical and mental state. Even with Butterfly's cooling system making the cockpit as stifling as a steamer basket, Bai Ying felt as though she were plunged into an ice cave. The acting commander, upon hearing Bai Ying's voice, immediately approved Butterfly's access request and granted her full command privileges. In an instant, a massive torrent of data flooded into Butterfly's memory, nearly saturating the entire data channel. "Deep trace. Steer the ship safely to the surface." Bai Ying practically shouted the command. Under her control, the Butterfly was now straining to maintain full energy output, leaving Deep Trace in near idle state, with only its basic computational units active. Command acknowledged. Redirecting all computational resources to the spacecraft navigation system. Deep Scar responded calmly to Bai Ying's order. "Warning, navigation program being rewritten detected. Warning, positioning system has failed. Warning, 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 warning." The normally cold, mechanical system alerts looped into an unsettling repetition, like a stuck tape. But this process lasted less than 5 seconds before abruptly halting. Along with the stuttering system alerts vanished the red warning pop-ups floating in the air and the emergency indicator lights in the corridors. In the vast bridge, only a white course deviation window remained, suspended silently at the center of the space like a sword of judgment hanging over everyone's heads. All operators had ceased thinking, their hands lifted from keyboards, their terminals had been forcibly switched to read-only mode. The sole window displayed the error value suspended in the air, nothing else. Current deviation, 51%. Suddenly, the number that had captured everyone's attention shifted in the dead silence. A full 7% of the error value was corrected within mere seconds. Simultaneously, the white figure within the Butterfly's cockpit followed the guidance of the Deep Scar, harnessing the immense energy field to rapidly adjust the ship's flight angle. 43%, 34%, 24%, 13%. Every 3 seconds, the error value plummeted dramatically, and the main ship adjusted its angle with each update. After 4 rounds of descent, the figure finally stabilized at 1%. At that very moment, the descending spacecraft plunged into the ethereal sea of clouds. Boom! Boom! As the ship descended lower and lower, the rumbling sounds from beneath the clouds grew louder. Everyone's heart seemed to sink along with the ship's altitude. No one knew what the landscape beneath their feet had become. The next instant, deafening gunfire and explosions erupted in rapid succession around them. The ship pierced through the clouds, officially reaching an altitude where those on the ground could lock onto it with the naked eye. Current deviation, %. The flagship now approached the mech fortified defense line at near horizontal range. Another 30 seconds of flight would bring it to the emergency landing site beyond the line, the ruins of a city. The barren land lay strewn with layers of corpses and wrecked mechs, while rivers of green blood filled the gullies and cracks, pooling in shell casings of varying sizes. The dead lay like worthless ants before the colossal carcasses of the monsters. No one knew if their rotting bodies would be crushed by the beasts or mechs in the next second, or pulverized into pulp by explosions and shrapnel. Usato's lips trembled faintly. His throat was constricted by an indescribable grief and shock, leaving him utterly speechless. Days ago, when he had resolved to lead half the United Front Legion in a desperate defense of Blackhorn City, he never imagined this main force assembling all their primary combat strength would now be reduced to such a pitiful state. The entire force had been reduced by nearly 2/3 compared to its original size, and that was despite reinforcements pouring in from other legions. The wrecked mechs trampled underfoot by the advancing monsters gnawed at the nerves of every soul aboard the ship. No one knew how many times this defensive line had been forced back, how many sentinels had fallen into this raging meat grinder, becoming nutrients for the soil. In the distance, civilians evacuating under the escort of a small contingent formed a slow-moving river. The narrow terrain of Blackstone Gorge drastically slowed their progress. Judging by the sheer scale of the mass exodus, their numbers easily reached tens of millions. The evacuation is far too slow. Sato, you could see at a glance that this surging river of humanity stretched for at least 2 days and nights before its tail became visible. Yet even if the civilians crossed Blackrock Canyon, all that awaited them was another vast coastline. Once the defensive line collapsed and the Alliance fell, where could they possibly retreat to? This beast tide must be crushed here. There was no room for compromise. Everyone, if I don't go down now, the line will collapse. The voice belonged to Xiao. In his view, the mechs still holding out were no match for the sheer numbers of the beast tide. Deploying such a thin defensive line was a desperate measure, yet every point along it faced dozens of times more enemies than the mechs could handle. The line risked collapse at any moment, and beyond it lay the narrow confines of Blackstone Gorge. Xiao's energy reserves had recovered to 84%, sufficient to sustain him in battle. Before anyone could respond, Xiao yanked the battle axe from the ship's armor and leaped toward the war-torn landscape. Wait! At least Sato's words trailed off as communication with Xiao was lost. The vertical distance between them had already exceeded 100 meters. Whether he finished his sentence or not, there was little chance the other could hear him now. Damn it! Doozy, head to the hangar with me. Vote for recommendations. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Add to bookmarks. Return to bookshelf. Chapter 184, Aerial Encirclement. The familiar sensation of freefall once again overwhelmed Xiao's mind. Without any flight assistance devices, he could only let his body follow the path of free-falling motion. Given Xiao's weight and descent speed, the air he felt was nearly transforming from a gas into a solid state. As atmospheric pressure slowly increased, Xiao began to stretch his limbs. He couldn't adjust his flight angle or speed, nor could he control his precise landing point. Variable parameters flashed rapidly across his display as the auxiliary system frantically calculated the error values introduced by the rapidly changing environment, marking the precise location where Xiao would collide with the ground. Next time, I absolutely must get a maneuvering unit first. At the very least, I need the auxiliary thrusters on Butterfly. Xiao was utterly fed up with this feeling of powerlessness, especially after experiencing the freedom of soaring through the energy field alongside Butterfly. Current altitude, meters. Warning, multiple energy reactions detected. Another dozen monsters surged from the ground. This time, they'd abandoned their assault on the fleet, instead aiming to shoot down Xiao mid-fall. They sure react fast. Xiao gripped his battle axe with one hand while simultaneously deploying the armor plates covering his abdomen, revealing the dragon-riding gorilla cannon array. With his body locked into an unstoppable trajectory, the concept of maneuverability was now meaningless to him. His close-range attack radius was now limited to the reach of his limbs, extended only by the swing length of his battle axe. During his descent, Xiao dared not casually strap his battle axe to a chainsword and hurl it. Controlling its trajectory was out of the question, and even retrieving it at normal speed would be a challenge. Thus, Xiao could only truly rely on the Dragon Rider gorilla cannon with its limited deflection angles, and the two dark energy pulse floating cannons that defied gravity, hovering behind his shoulders. In truth, Xiao would never consider using the floating cannons unless absolutely necessary. Even though their firepower was immense and they required no reload time, the strain each shot placed on his body drastically reduced his chances of survival. If only I had a mech to provide cover. Before Xiao could finish his thought, the monsters surging from the ground rapidly expanded from a cluster of black dots in his vision. Within mere seconds, they became colossal beasts towering just a head shorter than Xiao himself. Current height, meters. The first monster charged headlong at Xiao's outstretched form, only to be met by bullets flying from the mobile gun turret. By the time its head nearly touched Xiao's body, its torso had already been riddled with holes like a honeycomb. Thud! The monster's impact, now stripped of most its force, caused Xiao no harm beyond a slight speed bump. He casually brushed the half-dead creature aside with his thick arm and continued his descent toward the newly adjusted landing point. Xiao couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the bizarre biological construction of these flying beasts. The gorilla cannon had indeed targeted the creature's head initially, yet the bullets merely scraped away flesh from its skull without inflicting significant damage to the bone. Yu Xiao immediately shifted his fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets into the creature's torso. To his surprise, the seemingly fragile flesh and blood shattered at the slightest impact. By the time Yu Xiao ceased fire, the creature had lost at least half its flesh. Only scattered strips of meat clung pitifully to its slender skeleton, fluttering in the air currents. The creature's bones remained solid, even those in its torso and tail were impervious to bullets. Yet the bony structure comprised less than 15% of its bloated frame, a fact that baffled Yu Xiao. It was as if, during their evolution, they were merely byproducts of some primary organism roughly assembled from flesh and bone, functional enough to move. Cannon fodder. That was the first word that popped into Yu Xiao's mind. Current altitude, meters. The second wave brought 3 monsters in total, their targets cleared 2 charged at Yu Xiao's arms, while the third continued its direct assault on his head. This time, however, they had learned their lesson. Realizing Yu Xiao's Dragon Rider Gorilla Cannon could inflict fatal damage, the 3 monsters spread out significantly. Even if the ascending monsters couldn't fully evade the Dragon Rider Gorilla Cannon's fire, Yu Xiao couldn't possibly fire in 3 different directions simultaneously. But running out of ideas didn't mean Yu Xiao would stop. He locked onto the monster charging straight at him and unleashed the full firepower of all 8 Gorilla Cannon units onto its body. Under the crushing barrage, this monster met an even more gruesome end than its predecessor. Before its mangled remains could even touch Yu Xiao, it was shot into a lifeless husk, suspended mid-air before plummeting to the ground. The instant Yu Xiao ceased fire, 2 other monsters flanked him from the sides, slamming violently into his arms. With no time to adjust the turret's angle, Yu Xiao could only curl his body into a ball, increasing the surface area to absorb the impact and minimize damage to his localized armor. Thud! Thud! After 2 impacts powerful enough to alter his descent trajectory, Yu Xiao's maneuverability was nearly completely sealed off. The Fengyue molecular-level memory armor proved far more resilient than he'd anticipated. Even the creature's hardest skull couldn't completely breach his outer armor layer, merely leaving a slight dent. But now the monsters had spread their claws and wings, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks upon Yu Xiao's crouched form. Yu Xiao knew he had to endure now, for his counterattacks were nearly useless. Against an enemy with 3-dimensional maneuverability, his strikes would only be easily dodged. Should Yu Xiao slip up, the opening exposed by his attack would instantly be laid bare before the monsters. Even if his armor was sufficiently hard, there were still areas covered by weaker sections. A single strike might not inflict substantial damage, but hundreds or thousands of blows to the same spot would make it impossible for Yu Xiao to guarantee his own safety. Moreover, he must constantly divert energy for his armor's self-repair. Yu Xiao certainly didn't want to land in a weakened state. After all, the enemies on the ground were far more terrifying than these minions. Endure! Yu Xiao gritted his teeth, urging himself within his consciousness space. But the next second, over a dozen more monsters scrambled to pounce on the crouching Yu Xiao. Chapter 185 Falling from the Sky. 3, 6, 9. More and more beasts descended upon this meteorite plummeting from the heavens. Even as Yu Xiao was completely swallowed by their hordes, the monsters surged forward without end. Clang, 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 clang. The metallic clangs, thuds, and scrapes mingled with the howling air currents, like mosquitoes buzzing around Yu Xiao's ears, relentlessly tempting the fury lurking beneath his composure. Number of hostile targets. Among the 19 monsters, 6 lay fully extended across the exterior of his armor, enveloping Yu Xiao into a massive flesh ball. The remaining 13 monsters filled every exposed crevice of the meatball, aligning the holes in their bodies directly at Yu Xiao, trapped and immobilized within. Corrosive pus continuously splashed onto Yu Xiao's outer armor. He was certain this nauseating substance wasn't merely venom secreted by the monsters, it was undoubtedly mixed with their own beastly blood. Current altitude, meters. Though Yu Xiao was now completely surrounded by the monsters, unable to see even a sliver of light, the system's altitude prompt continued its regular broadcast. Moreover, the landing point marker displayed at the top of the screen remained visible. His internal energy reserves had rebounded to 93% capacity. When calculating his energy reserves, Yu Xiao had already factored out the power required to ignite the plasma axe blade, treating that 30% as permanently occupied. As for the remaining 7%, Yu Xiao used it to continuously repair his Fengyue molecular-level memory armor, ensuring his defenses wouldn't be breached by these monsters before landing. What the hell is that? The mecha defense line formed by various legions could no longer ignore this terrifying meatball plummeting toward them. Even amidst their fierce battle with the monsters, these pilots couldn't help but notice the object about to crash before them. That thing jumped off that ship earlier. It's drawing so many monsters. Could it be a mech? A middle-aged iron pilot in the cockpit whispered to his close friend beside him. They were reinforcements from the immortal Golden Ring base of the Logan Alliance. Compared to the later arriving units, they counted themselves fortunate that their Legion-class transport ship hadn't been knocked out of the sky by these monsters. Conversely, as among the first to arrive at the Fourth Line Islands, they had adapted early to a world turned upside down. The Beast Tide's power far exceeded their expectations. Half of their mutual friends had already perished on the abandoned battlefields. This catastrophe could arguably be called the most terrifying disaster the Watchers Alliance had faced since its founding. The third-generation mechs they once took pride in could only hold their own against these evolved beasts. The technological edge they possessed offered no advantage against the relentless waves of elite monsters pouring forth from the beast tide. If they failed to hold the entrance to Blackstone Canyon, their fate was sealed death here. Charlie, is your head filled with monster blood? What kind of mech would voluntarily jump from that height? Falling down, I'd believe. But jumping? You must be tired of living. The gruff, bearded iron pilot unleashed a torrent of abuse at his friend. His blunt manner was legendary, which is why no one in the Legion dared cross him. Except for this longtime partner who'd grown up alongside him. The guys who arrived later said there's a self-propelled mech over at the Black Sky base. Could be this very one. Charlie was long accustomed to his friend's fiery temper and knew there was no malice behind it. I swear on my mech's power core, Martin. If that so-called AI-awakened piece of junk dares jump from that height, it'll prove its designer cobbled together the code by pecking at a wild pheasant. Martin bellowed, mimicking Charlie's gun-firing stance as he unleashed a custom high-explosive grenade into the beast horde. Shut your damn mouth, Martin. I remember now that awakened mecha is Xingtian. Its designer is Yuanjin, the founder of Omega. Charlie's attention was almost entirely fixated on the falling meteor. What the hell does that matter to me? Only we can hear our conversation now. Are you worried Yuanjin hiding in that tower will find out? Stop staring at that damn thing falling from the sky and focus on the monsters. Their neural synchronization was rock solid, so Martin instantly sensed Charlie's distraction. Current altitude, meters. As the altitude figure in Yu Zhao's vision hit 1000, a deep, rumbling hum emanated from within his body. It was the roar of the beast's heart. The black armor, devoid of light, began to vibrate at an inexplicably high frequency, as if it were restraining not the frame of a mech, but a raging bull. Current altitude in meters. Right now. Hardening. The skill activated faster than Yu Xiao could even think, as if the moment the thought formed in his mind, his body had already executed the action. In an instant, every dent and scratch on the armor was smoothed out, and dozens of massive black spikes erupted from the outer armor. The moment before, Yu Xiao had been tightly curled up, the next, he had transformed into a massive spiked ball. Each black spike possessed the strength granted by the hardening skill. They varied in size and thickness, ranging from 5 to 40 meters in length and 2 to 5 meters in radius. Yet regardless of their shapes, these spikes effortlessly pierced through the monster's layered defenses, snatching their lives as easily as tearing through paper. Boom! A torrent of blood and scattered remains rained down upon the earth. Having broken free from his restraints, Yu Xiao opted for a tough guy single knee landing. The immense impact not only kicked up a cloud of dust but also left a massive crater in the ground. At that very moment, both Charlie and Martin experienced a brief moment of disorientation. Even the monsters charging toward them halted their advance, turning their heads to stare at the smoke still billowing from the impact. Neither the beast tide nor the mech defense could ignore this falling object blocking their path. Dozens of mutated green rats and hounds instantly changed course, charging like mad into the still dispersing dust cloud. This left the already flustered iron pilots utterly bewildered. Beep! Beep! Suddenly, the energy radar before Charlie and Martin emitted a detection alert for a new unit, accompanied by a green light point. Friendly mech. Martin couldn't believe a mech could survive a fall from this height. At the same moment, a crimson arc sliced through the layers of smoke, cleaving dozens of monsters clean in half. Only their severed halves remained, twitching futilely on the ground. Xingtian, axe in hand, turned his gaze toward the surging tide of beasts. Chapter 186, Hope for Survival. If the monsters themselves could be considered living beings, then they were undoubtedly an invasive alien species. Wherever the beast tide swept through, it left only poison and desolation in its wake. Even if humanity managed to hold the line here, nearly half the land of the Fourth Line Islands would become wasteland. For the next century, humans would be unable to establish a foothold on that barren ground. Seems the intelligence was way off, Yu Xiao recalled General Chen's words before heading to the silent graveyard. Back then, he'd been told the horde wouldn't exceed 30 beasts. In truth, just 3 days prior, such numbers would have been considered a massive beast tide in the Watchers Alliance's historical records. Yet compared to the horde Yu Xiao now witnessed, that number paled in comparison. He had already dispatched over 20 beasts during his descent alone. A dense formation of hundreds of beasts piled upon this ravaged land. Their towering forms and furious roars seemed to declare to humanity this continent was their territory, and humans were the alien species that should be driven out. Yu Xiao felt as if he were standing in a forest made entirely of monsters. This was the first time he had ever faced enemies on such a massive scale. Unfortunately, the fragile defense line of mechs appeared to have dwindled to fewer than 30 units. Worse still, nearly half of these were second-generation modified mechs. Compared to the third-generation mechs built with cutting-edge technology, these modified second-generation units possessed only half the combat effectiveness of their stock third-generation counterparts. Only now did Yu Xiao realize that the collapse of the defense was merely a matter of time. Given the current number of mobile suits the Watchers Alliance possessed, every single mech here would be crushed into fragments. People instinctively executed the strategic move of retreat, leaving combat-ready ground forces and mechs behind to hold off the beast tide's advance. But when tens of millions reached the coastline with nowhere left to retreat, what awaited them would not be ships transporting them to safe havens. Instead, the relentless tide of beasts, having pursued them all the way from the interior, would close in. It would be nothing less than a one-sided slaughter with no suspense whatsoever. Yu Xiao's mind raced as he contemplated how to win this battle. If his guess was correct, the transport ships of the Black Sky should be the last reinforcements to arrive at the battlefield. This meant that no mechs other than Hero and Butterfly would join the fray. Counting himself, the total number of mechs still wouldn't break 30. The enemy, however, was spread across the entire battlefield. Even if the horizontal defensive line stretched to match the length of the mecha defenses, the monsters could still pour 10 times the number of troops into each defensive node. The enemy-to-ally ratio had reached an absurd 10 to 1. With this disparity, it's nearly impossible to turn the tide with just one extra combatant like me. The defensive line is simply too long. I can't possibly cover all the points. Moreover, the disparity in strength is too vast. Our third-generation mechs likely make up no more than a third of the current total, while the enemy's high-tier monsters surely outnumber that figure by far. Yu Xiao gradually realized he could find no way to halt the collapse of the defense line. As he surveyed the mecha wreckage littering the landscape, his heartbeat quickened. How much longer do you plan to hold this line? Yu Xiao shouted at the third-generation mechs behind him. Charlie and Martin froze upon hearing Yu Xiao's voice, then realized the uniquely looking powerful mech was addressing them. They quickly responded. 4 hours ago, headquarters ordered us to hold this position for the final 2 hours. Our mission is complete once all civilians evacuate Blackstone Canyon. 4 hours ago, this defensive line hadn't retreated to its current position, and the number of mechs was more than double what it was now. Yet they had held out twice as long as originally planned, and still no order for an orderly retreat had come from headquarters. The crowd's movement was slower than anticipated. Days of relentless, sleepless travel and starvation-fueled flight had drained the people's physical strength. In a sense, despair had shattered the people's psychological defenses. Though reinforcements had continuously arrived by air over the past 2 days, the tide of defeat remained irreversible. Fleeing had become an instinctive act for the people, the only way they could fill the void of their survival instincts. Yet numbness spread like a plague through the crowd, causing the flow of people to slow down again and again. We can't wait any longer. Go immediately and notify the others on the defensive line. Order all mechs to retreat to Blackstone Canyon. I'll take over your current defensive positions. Yu Xiao could only gamble on this hastily devised plan for now. If they failed to annihilate the monsters here, the ultimate fate of the entire mech force retreating would be nothing more than waiting for death after falling back to the coastline. They would either be slaughtered by the beast tide or obliterated by the strategic-level weapons deployed by the Alliance. Are you insane? You're telling us to disobey orders and dragging the entire unit into insubordination with you. Martin unleashed his temper without restraint, though deep down, a flicker of doubt stirred within him. Do as I say. If we survive, I'll step forward and admit I coerced you. If we don't, let the military tribunal judges go to hell to demand answers. Yu Xiao's tone was uncharacteristically hard, his eyes blazing with intensity. You! Damn it! After a few seconds of hesitation, Martin erupted in a torrent of curses directed at Yu Xiao. Since joining the Watchers Alliance, he had never disobeyed an order. Even when he harbored grievances against higher-ups' decisions, he never acted against mission objectives. Every Iron pilot prepared to die on the battlefield before boarding their mechs, and Martin and Charlie were no exception. But when the next command from headquarters failed to arrive, they seemed to glimpse the final outcome of this war. Everyone would die. They weren't afraid of death. No Iron Rider fighting on this front line was afraid. In fact, dying in battle was the best possible fate for them. Yet this formidable mech, descending from the heavens, was compelling them to defy military orders, forcing them to become deserters. I have a battle plan that might win us this fight. To execute it, we must spare no cost. Yu Xiao understood their hesitation. Don't mistake this for desertion. I'm only ordering you to withdraw into Blackstone Canyon, not to retreat with the main force. You better damn well have a plan. Martin finally couldn't contain his inner turmoil. Even Charlie, standing beside him, had never seen his old friend tremble so violently. Martin had realized, only by winning could everyone be saved. Retreating would only postpone death. Charlie! Stop standing there. Do what he says. Chapter 187, 1 against 100. It's incredibly hard to overcome the human instinct for survival. Even if you've told yourself countless times you're prepared for it, even if you muster every ounce of courage right up until death's door. But the moment someone tells you there's still a chance to live and that they'll take full responsibility, that survival instinct swells instantly, overwhelming every ounce of mental fortitude you've built against fearing death. Survival is a truth etched into biological DNA. Resistance to death is the greatest contributor to the proliferation of species. And when spoken by a powerhouse like Xingtian, whose very presence radiates strength, his words carry undeniable weight. Charlie and Martin drove their third-generation mechs toward another section of the defense line without looking back, as if lingering a single second longer would be a waste of their lives. Yu Xiao's duty was to minimize casualties among the retreating mechs, acting as the rear guard. 1 against 100. I never imagined I'd face such a day. Yu Xiao knew his time was short. He had persuaded Martin and Charlie because he stood before them, commanding a certain level of authority. But he couldn't guarantee Martin and Charlie could persuade the others. Therefore, he had to demonstrate his strength before everyone as quickly as possible to convince the rest to follow his advice. Thus, Yu Xiao took the initiative. Roar! Almost the instant Yu Xiao lifted his heel, a chorus of furious roars erupted from the beast herd. Yu Xiao couldn't tell if this was mourning for the beasts he'd slain or pure hostility toward him. Whatever the meaning, the entire herd's attention was now fixed on him. Every beast abandoned its original target, charging toward Yu Xiao as he ran alone across the plain. Viewed from above, Yu Xiao resembled a man charging alone into a tsunami. Facing the swarming horde, no matter how imposing his stature, he seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust. He's mad. Martin, still sprinting toward his comrades, could only describe Xingtian with those 3 words. Yet deep down, he still hoped this madman before his eyes might create a miracle powerful enough to turn the tide of battle. Overload mode activated. Yu Xiao unleashed the surging power within him without hesitation. He could feel the energy erupting from his core, coursing through his body like a torrent so violent even his bones struggled to contain it. The energy-gathering rings encircling the core amplified the released power layer by layer, making Yu Xiao's overload mode more formidable than ever. Boom! As Yu Xiao's right foot stamped a shallow crater into the ground, he felt invincible. Each stride seemed less about running across the earth and more about breaking free from gravity's chains. Instantly, Yu Xiao's towering form left a long trail of black afterimages in the air. The compressed air could only emit a pitiful howl against his ferocious forward momentum, lingering behind him along with chaotic shockwaves. The crimson plasma axe blade had now doubled in size, and at the previously empty end of the handle, another identical blade had emerged. Yu Xiao could now feel the energy surging within the battle axe. This weapon, born from his very bones, was resonating intensely with him. Hardening. Under the boost of overload mode, the plasma blade's color evolved from crimson to a deep, blood-red hue. Instantly, Yu Xiao shifted his stance and hurled the double-bladed battle axe in a spinning arc. He no longer needed the chain sword to control the flight path of the life-severing battle axe. The battle axe struck the charging beast tide at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Its spinning blades sliced through the air like a merciless meat grinder, tracing a crimson arc. Over 30 beasts were cleaved in two within less than a second. Their scorching cut surfaces didn't even have time to spew steam before the creatures, carried by momentum, collapsed onto the charging path. Then, countless others trampled the doomed beasts into pulp, continuing their charge toward that black meteor streaking low across the sky. This was precisely what Yu Xiao wanted to see. For the spinning battle axe had barely returned to his hand before he hurled it forth once more, reaping a fresh wave of lives. With his mobility significantly enhanced, Yu Xiao now collided head-on with the outer beast tide. Ha! Without pausing to wait for the whirling battle axe to return, Yu Xiao leapt upward, raising both arms above his shoulders and smashing them down with brutal force onto the head of a high-ranking monster. Boom! Frenzied power surged through Yu Xiao's massive fist into the monster's body. The struck beast didn't even have time to cry out before its life was completely extinguished. Green blood splattered onto Yu Xiao's stealth armor, but within 2 seconds, it was completely absorbed because his battle axe had returned to his hand. The unstable energy within the beast blood was now being converted into the nutrients Yu Xiao required. Previously, he couldn't absorb the energy from beast blood because his body couldn't fully purify its harmful substances. But with the overdrive mode of the energy convergence ring, he could forcibly suppress the impurities within the beast blood and refine them all into lower purity energy. Damn, that's awful. The next instant, Yu Xiao swung his battle axe. The hardened battle axe could effortlessly tear through any monster's shell and flesh, while the energy drawn from the monster's flesh and blood would flow along the axe's blade, continuing to nourish Yu Xiao, this raging beast. Yu Xiao unleashed his superior strength and speed. The monsters, huddled together recklessly, only hindered each other, but Yu Xiao had no such constraints. The crimson blade always sliced through their torsos before their attacks landed. Yu Xiao was like a butcher wielding a chainsaw in a sheep pen, focused solely on slaughtering as many enemies as possible within his limited overload time. Those rare attacks that managed to graze Yu Xiao inflicted no meaningful damage on his hardened armor. He had truly become an invulnerable god of war. To maximize the decimation of the beast tide, Yu Xiao even shut down all non-essential combat support programs in his system, retaining only the energy radar function to conserve power. This allowed him to pinpoint enemy numbers and his precise location. Beyond that, he required nothing else. His sole purpose was slaughter. This scene was witnessed by all the Iron Pilots. Martin and Charlie needed little persuasion to convince them to retreat as Xingtian demanded. No one questioned the decisions made by someone of his caliber. With his overload mode activated, Xingtian unleashed a one-sided slaughter upon the beast horde. He's gone mad, absolutely mad. Chapter 188, Endless. Xiao, activated in overload mode, became a veritable Grim Reaper. His blood-red double-headed axe was the scythe he wielded to reap lives. But to Xiao, what he reaped hardly qualified as life. Life fears death, yet no matter how many beasts Xiao slaughtered with each swing, the survivors filled the gaps left by their kind without a shred of fear. They cared neither for their comrades' lives nor their own, as if dying beneath Xiao's battle axe was their sole purpose for existing. A pitiful and laughable species. As the overload mode countdown ticked down to its final 60 seconds, a fleeting distraction finally entered Xiao's mind, one unrelated to slaughter. Why were there so many monsters? He had already mowed down hundreds like a harvesting machine, leaving mountains of corpses and seas of blood wherever he passed. Yet these beasts multiplied like unburnable weeds, growing more numerous with every kill. For the first time, Xiao, this executioner who had emptied his mind of all thoughts, felt an inexplicable chill. Soon, Xiao found the answer. Behind the swarming hordes lay a broad river of molten lava, and new monsters kept emerging from its depths. Xiao never imagined that the lava erupting from Mount Du could spread so far without extinguishing. Even more astonishing was that the width and depth of this lava river were entirely insufficient to accommodate such colossal beasts. Those emerging from the river were all small, golden-hued monsters. Yet the moment these small monsters left the lava river and stepped onto solid ground, they would rapidly grow and expand within mere seconds. From young creatures barely over 10 meters tall, they would swiftly transform into colossal beasts nearing 100 meters in size. The entire process unfolded with the smooth efficiency of an industrial assembly line, as if these rapidly produced monsters were some kind of mature industrial product. This suddenly reminded Xiao of what he had witnessed in Blackhorn City back then. Bai Ying had also discovered a dead mutated green rat cub in the lava river. So the speculation was true. Xiao could now confirm beyond doubt that Mount Du was the monster factory. They had somehow extracted power from this planet and converted it into energy for mass monster reproduction, achieving the terrifying goal of continuously manufacturing monsters without relying on wormhole transport. Xiao even suspected that deep within Mount Du lurked some sort of monster designer, specifically tasked with adjusting the types of monsters bred. Those flying monsters that defied evolutionary logic were likely products of ad hoc design. In other words, the monster tide achieved its strategic objective, seizing Mount Du right from the very start of its outbreak. Once the monsters gained access to the planet-level energy of Mount Du, the tide experienced explosive growth. This snowball effect rendered all efforts by the entire Watcher Alliance futile. Xiao had no idea how much energy was required to hatch such a rapid formation monster, but the enemy controlled planetary-level resources. Even if the Alliance poured every last resource into manufacturing mechs for the battlefield, their production speed could never match the enemy's ability to produce and deploy monsters on demand. As long as the problem of Mount Du remained unsolved, Xiao would never be able to eliminate these monsters. Though Xiao possessed no human organs within the consciousness space, he still felt a layer of cold sweat seeping through his skin, chilling him to the bone. The Alliance's current troop deployment was merely a band-aid solution. The root of the problem lay at the entrance to the 4th Defense Line archipelago. Yet everyone had subconsciously overlooked it, missed it entirely, ultimately leading to a situation where the path to ending the war was now completely opposite. Back! I must return! Xiao stared at the countdown's looming zero, his thoughts plunged into utter chaos. Only his body continued moving, driven solely by the instinct to kill. The Black Sky and the United Front were the last reinforcements to arrive on the battlefield. They were the vanguard fleet, while the main fleet, still 3 hours away from the main theater, was still en route. But Xiao couldn't make them turn back. The closer they got to the beast tide, the more effective the signal jamming became. The entire 4th Defense Line archipelago had reached this point precisely because signal issues had disrupted information flow. It was like an athlete competing in a track event with blindfolds on, only to reach what they thought was the finish line, only to discover the real finish line was actually right where they started. What was even more terrifying was that, up to this point, Xiao was the only one who had managed to pull back half of the blindfold covering his eyes. Overload mode duration remaining, seconds. Xiao's movements grew increasingly frenzied, his mood darkening by the moment. Yet all he could do now was confront the endless tide of beasts before him. The distant Mount Du remained an unreachable finish line, forever out of his grasp. I refuse to accept this. Xiao fought his way to the edge of the lava river, cleaving several young beasts that had just emerged from its depths with his battle axe. But the monsters weren't spawning from a single point in the river. They could emerge anywhere, as long as they avoided Xiao's current position. He should retreat. All the mechs, witnessing Xiao's astonishing power, heeded his advice and retreated into the narrow terrain of Blackstone Canyon. Xiao himself should have begun his retreat half a minute ago, when his overload mode was still active. His original plan was simple: since the defensive line stretched too thin and the enemy's forces completely outnumbered his own, he would drag the battle from the open terrain into the narrow canyon. This way, no matter how overwhelming the beast tide's numerical advantage, terrain constraints would limit their vanguard to roughly the same number as our mechs. While this would also limit the mech's full potential, in point-to-point combat, their overall strength still slightly surpassed that of monsters of the same tier. Sacrificing some of the advantages of coordinated teamwork was therefore entirely worthwhile. But the current situation was entirely different. When Xiao realized the beast tide's reinforcements were endless, the battle had returned to square one. Retreating to Blackstone Canyon merely slowed the collapse of the mobile armor core. What good would it do if each mech could eliminate 20 times its own number of monsters? Sooner or later, they would pave a path of death with corpses, crush every mech into scrap metal, then stride triumphantly through Blackrock Canyon, brandishing their claws at the trapped populace. Rocks, seawater, the breeze, everything would be stained crimson. The stench of death and decay would blanket the entire coastline until these rampaging beasts and the desperate populace alike perished under the Alliance's strategic weapon strikes. When the Alliance loses 4/5 of its mechs in this war, how will humanity withstand the next beast tide? No one knows the outcome, for everyone here will sink into the ocean along with this continent. Chapter 189, Life Through Death. Overload mode duration remaining, SEC. The blood-red axe blade plunged into the lava river. Even Xiao himself didn't know why he'd done it. Perhaps his body had subconsciously accepted his absurd notion to sever the river with the battle axe? Xiao felt like steam trapped beneath a pressure cooker lid, frustration and rage boiling within him. Intense negative emotions nearly crushed his sanity. An uncontrollable impulse made Xiao wish he could leap straight into the lava river the very next second. Arg! Finally, amidst billowing white mist, Xiao let out a furious howl to the heavens, retreating with immense reluctance. He must make the most appropriate decision while his reason still held sway. Even his pessimism made him feel that everything he was about to do was utterly meaningless. But the thought that he had already shouldered the outcome of this battle meant he couldn't simply give in to his impulses. The surging tide of beasts could not halt Xiao's unmatched speed, they could only graze the lingering afterimage before it faded. Each of Xiao's footsteps crushed monster corpses beneath him. His return path was literally paved with death. The sheer force of his speed, combined with his seething rage, reduced every corpse he trampled to pulp as if struck by a sledgehammer. Xingtian. As Xiao reached the entrance of Blackrock Canyon just before the final second of overload mode ended, he caught sight of Xiao and Dai, the heroes tasked with his extraction. Due to overload mode depletion, current unit performance is forcibly locked at standard values. Expected return to standard levels in seconds. Xiao and Dai caught Xiao as he nearly collapsed, their mech supporting his weight with their shoulders. Rest now. We've got the plan. Leave the rest to us. Satoyu understood Xiao's intent the moment he heard Martin and Charlie's report, deeply impressed by his improvisational skills. No, Colonel Sato, White Shadow. The beast tide is endless. They'll leap out of the lava river, endlessly filling any gaps left behind. Xiao straightened his body with the support of the two mechs, while behind him, the vast tide of beasts surged madly toward Blackstone Canyon. What do you mean? Satoyu immediately grasped the gravity of Xiao's words. Mount Duoyue is a monster factory. A normal lava river couldn't possibly stretch this far without cooling and extinguishing. The lava river is the conveyor belt for the monster factory. Xiao spoke rapidly, needing to voice his hypothesis before the battle erupted again. Have you thought of a solution? Satoyu instantly grasped Xiao's meaning, but having just received this information, he couldn't possibly piece together a plan to eradicate the root cause in such a short time. Can we contact the main fleet and order them to turn back? Xiao clung to this last hope. Impossible. The signal jamming here is too intense. Even transmitting orders to the main force requires manual delivery. Getting the main fleet to turn back is out of the question. Satoyu immediately gave a negative answer. Xiao's face turned ashen within the consciousness space. Everyone had been deceived. This battle had become a dead end. No matter how humanity struggled, the final outcome would be total defeat and death. Death. Xiao repeated the word bitterly, but just then, a thought flashed through his mind. Everyone would die. Colonel Sato, Bai Ying, please lead your men to hold this position. Xiao seized upon that fleeting, almost ethereal thought. He knew the course of this war would depend on him to turn it around. We will hold this position. If you intend to cross Mount Du, other Legion transport ships are available. I'll have them take you there. Satoyu understood the implication in Xiao's words. In truth, Satoyu himself didn't know how long the remaining mech forces could hold back the beast tide in Blackstone Canyon. Especially knowing the enemy's numbers were endless, keeping morale from collapsing before the defenses crumbled was a daunting challenge. Even if Xiao boarded a Legion-class transport and raced back to Du Mountain at full speed, the journey would take at least 8 hours. Could they hold out for 8 hours? There's no time. Setting aside whether the Legion-class transport might be shot down by monsters, we'd likely see the trajectory of strategic weapon strikes before we even reached halfway. Xiao declined Satoyu's offer. Then what do you plan to do? Sato, you truly couldn't think of any other solution. Colonel Sato, I hope you'll trust what I'm about to say. Yu Xiao could already feel the tremors left by the surging tide of beasts across the land. I will die, but my consciousness will be uploaded in advance. After my death, my consciousness will be immediately installed into a new body. Then they will use orbital airdrops to send me back to Blackhorn City. This is the fastest method. You will die, and then you will be resurrected in Blackhorn City. Sato Yu was utterly baffled by Yu Xiao's words. This explanation, defying the laws of nature, was completely beyond his comprehension. Yet Sato Yu strained to grasp the core meaning of Yu Xiao's words, however utterly impossible they seemed within his framework of reality. Unfortunately, this mad world was reshaping Sato Yu's perceptions every second. And when Xingtian spoke these words to him directly, he found himself oddly unresisting. So he believed. As for Bai Ying, she questioned it even less. Back in the silent graveyard, Yu Xiao had told her, "You will see me again beneath the dark sky." Back then, Bai Ying chose to trust Xingtian, and she would do the same now. Damn it, I have no idea how to explain this to the others. Sato Yu felt like he must have lost his mind to agree to such an insane request, sending Xingtian to his death. As long as everyone survives, I'll explain anything to them later. Yu Xiao pulled the battle axe from the ground, slowly turning his back to face the surging tide of beasts. We trust you, Xingtian, the silent figure finally spoke. Come back alive to see us. You too. The moment the words left his mouth, Yu Xiao dragged his body once more and charged headlong out of Blackstone Canyon without hesitation. He's charging out alone again. Only then did Martin and Charlie return in their mech to Hao Jia and Ai's side. Before they could even speak to Xingtian, they watched helplessly as he sprinted headlong into the beast tide without a backward glance. Because he's going to eliminate the source of this battle. He'll join us fighting side by side elsewhere, Sato Yu gritted out. In his field of vision, Xingtian had already made contact with the beast tide. Reality unfolded exactly as he'd feared in the blink of an eye. Xingtian was completely swallowed and torn apart by the dense, teeming horde. Are you kidding me? Another place? Hell! Martin couldn't believe that Xingtian, who had been slaughtering beasts moments ago, had become a monster's victim in the blink of an eye. He wasn't prepared to face despair yet. No. He's heading for Mount Du. Chapter 190, Death and Rebirth. Yu Xiao's death came more slowly than he had anticipated. He offered almost no resistance. Operating at only 50% strength, he was no match for the mid-tier beasts in the horde. The beasts were intelligent, they sensed Yu Xiao was different this time. Consequently, the first wave to engage him were all high-tier beasts. After extinguishing the plasma axe blades and severing the energy supply needed for the Fengyuan molecular-level memory armor's self-repair, Yu Xiao was utterly stripped of his ability to resist. Monster claws and tentacles covered his entire body. He could hear the sound of his armor shattering. These creatures showed no mercy, unleashing their most lethal attacks from the very start. Even operating at full power, Yu Xiao couldn't have withstood such blows without activating, hardening. In less than 5 seconds, Yu Xiao heard the system alert that his full body armor damage had exceeded 80%. Immediately after, he felt countless sharp blades piercing through his flesh and skeleton. Though Yu Xiao, now evolved into a new life form, had long since lost his pain receptors, the feedback from his limbs still conveyed an inexplicable agony. It wasn't phantom pain, but rather a perceptual dislocation caused by commands failing to reach a complete body. Fortunately, the monsters had no interest in tormenting Yu Xiao. They were eager to extinguish his consciousness as swiftly as possible, so each attack on his body was executed with full force, aiming for maximum destruction in both depth and area. So this is what dying feels like. Yu Xiao in the consciousness space couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. For him, non-resistance was a matter of conserving energy. He wasn't about to let the monsters tear him to shreds for free, letting them reap an easy profit. Just as Yu Xiao's body was about to be completely crushed, the two floating cannons beside him suddenly emitted a low hum. Yu Xiao had spent a fraction of a second converting 99% of his body's energy into the dark energy required by the floating cannons. If this equipment module hadn't capped at extracting only 99% of his energy, Yu Xiao would have gladly poured in the remaining 1% for a complete, utter self-destruction. Yet that final 1% had successfully kept him conscious despite his immobilized body. Truly experiencing death descending upon him while witnessing the floating cannons unleash their world-shattering strike, wasn't that, in itself, a novel experience? Buzz. Two invisible spherical projectiles shot from the floating cannon's muzzle, one streaking toward the distance, the other detonating directly around him. And so, everyone on the battlefield witnessed a scene that could only be described as a miracle. An energy field powerful enough to warp space erupted where Xingtian had been submerged. The vibrating, displaced air slices resembled the boundary between life and death, delineating the real world from the dark energy explosion zone. Green and red intertwined, while flesh, bones, and blood suspended in the air painted a hellish oil painting. These still warm biological tissues served as the finest pigments. Time seemed to slow down hundreds of times over in that instant. To Satoyu and the White Shadow, they could almost predict the trajectory of the nearly frozen blood as it hung suspended in midair. No matter how hard the monster's shells and bones were, the erupting dark energy acted like a hand stirring paint, casually manipulating and smearing them. It was as if someone had punctured a water balloon filled with fantastical pigments right before the Iron Rider's eyes, the entire process broadcast in 100-fold slow motion. Half a second later, the same scene unfolded at another distant explosion point. Silence, elegance, artistic, these were the only three adjectives left in Bai Ying's mind. Within the consciousness space, Yu Xiao smiled. As the original explosion point, he naturally couldn't escape unscathed. His body and skeleton were dissolved cleanly in the blink of an eye. Even his core, which resembled a black hole, completely ceased rotating, collapsing into an imperceptibly small static singularity. Did this process hurt? Perhaps. Even if there was any pain, he couldn't have felt it in that fleeting instant. Yet he distinctly felt the presence of what seemed like his soul. Perhaps this was a unique sensation only accessible after becoming a machine soul. In an instant, it felt as though countless invisible threads had latched onto him. They pierced through Yu Xiao's skin, wrapping themselves directly around his consciousness. Though these threads were extremely cold, their movements were incredibly gentle. Is my brain being packed up? The thought flashed through Yu Xiao's mind just as his consciousness lost all sense of physical form. In that instant, he became a true wandering spirit, a disembodied soul adrift, unsure where to go. Until these invisible threads lifted him, raising his perspective infinitely. He rose from the earth, pierced through thick clouds, and soared into the cold, silent darkness of space, becoming one with the countless stars above. Before Yu Xiao's eyes lay a magnificent planet, its form bisected diagonally into light and shadow. Yet countless cities glowed like humans holding torches high in the night, illuminating the lonely sky. Human civilization persisted across this world, weaving a net-like shell around the planet, fragile in appearance, yet teeming with life. Where am I? As the grand panorama unfolded, Yu Xiao, now calmer, immediately pondered this question. Even transformed into a machine soul, Yu Xiao couldn't escape the inherent insignificance of life. Facing the vastness of the cosmos, contemplation and self-doubt surged through his mind like primal instincts. The next instant, he found his answer. Machine soul tethering successful. Verifying consciousness integrity. Integrity, current mental state stable, meets minimum installation requirements. Deploying replicated unit into launch orbit. Machine soul access program ready. Access will commence in seconds. Initiating connection. Pain, long forgotten agony, as if someone had crushed Yu Xiao's brain with an industrial press. Fear followed immediately as his senses began to return. Head, torso, limbs, all severed neural pathways were reconnected to new ports. This body was definitely not his original one, yet every detail was astonishingly similar. Strangeness and familiarity, two completely opposing emotions, alternated in Yu Xiao's mind. Then came the instinctive opening of his eyes. This time, the system prompts weren't just audio. They appeared in his field of vision in the most familiar way to Yu Xiao, neat and concise. A UI interface that would soothe even the most OCD-prone mind. Connection successful. Machine soul rejection test passed. Body compatibility. Launch sequence ready. Target location, 4th Defense Line Archipelago, Blackhorn City. Launch sequence will initiate in seconds. Unit launched. Chapter 191, Return to Duyao. Yu Xiao's mobile suit wasn't launched directly. To be precise, he was enclosed within a container, observing the outside world through its provided visuals. This was a remarkably thoughtful design. Though Yu Xiao knew his mech strength could likely withstand the temperatures and vibrations of atmospheric re-entry, it would consume vast amounts of energy to repair the armor. The moon shrank behind him into a disk, while the deep darkness ahead gradually brightened. He was returning to this disaster-stricken planet at a speed faster than the rocket. The atmosphere formed the planet's most formidable outer barrier, yet the container Yu Xiao occupied was surprisingly rigid. The intense heat from friction didn't penetrate the interior, and the expected violent vibrations never materialized. Though the rapidly scrolling clouds on the screen confirmed he was indeed breaking through the atmosphere, the entire process felt as smooth as if he were completely stationary. It felt as though the images he was watching were merely a live broadcast of events unfolding elsewhere. Wait, this container? Only then did Yu Xiao touch the material of the vessel. It was identical to every system delivery he'd ever received from the heavens. Black cube. Yu Xiao suddenly realized he was no different from a packaged system delivery himself. According to what he'd heard earlier from the Alliance and General Chen, these deliveries were launched from an unmanned experimental space city called Eden. The city was built by the Star Ring Alliance, the sworn enemy of the Watchers Alliance, and Eden was their first major achievement. So when I was looking down at this planet earlier, I was actually on Eden? Yu Xiao frantically tried to recall the scenes he'd witnessed not long ago. In his vision, all of Eden's structural materials were coated in a pure white that evoked tranquility, yet Yu Xiao was certain he hadn't spotted any civilian buildings or facilities there. Rather than an unmanned experimental space city, Eden was more accurately described as a fully automated, unmanned space factory. How else could it have manufactured a body like Yu Xiao's one utterly incomprehensible to humans? Is my system artificial? No, impossible. Human technology couldn't possibly achieve all the functions within it. Otherwise, the Stellar Ring Alliance would have long since replaced the Watchers Alliance and flattened all the monsters. Baffling questions formed in Yu Xiao's mind. He couldn't comprehend why everything about himself originated from this artificial space city. Unfathomable. System alert, you will reach the designated landing site in seconds. Calm down. Yu Xiao muttered to himself upon hearing the system's voice, forcibly reining in his wildly diverging thoughts. Now is not the time to ponder these questions. Whatever secrets the Star Ring Alliance and Eden were hiding, they wouldn't help him overcome the immediate crisis he faced. Beginning deceleration. Boom! A black cube streaked across the sky, breaking through the clouds before beginning a steady descent. Immediately, the black cube began to gradually disintegrate, revealing the giant concealed within. A gravitational field strong enough to resist gravity shielded Yu Xiao's body. This force remained enveloping him until he landed steadily, only then dissipating completely into the air. Yu Xiao stood once more upon this scorched earth, his energy replenished, every equipment module brand new from the factory, flawless. The ruins of Blackhorn City remained deathly silent. Not far away, Mount Duoyue continued its violent eruption, thick smoke billowing ceaselessly. Lava flowing from the vent pooled into rivers on the ground, seemingly casually flowing toward the direction of the main force's retreat. Everything appeared natural, yet Yu Xiao knew it was all deliberate a ploy to divert the Watchers Alliance's attention away from the ever-perilous Mount Duya. But Yu Xiao had returned. Even if he stood here alone. Mount Duoyue. Yu Xiao recalled the moment the Black Sky Legion had soared over this volcano. In the airspace closest to the mountain pass, his energy radar had detected a class-level energy fluctuation. Everyone had heard a roar akin to a beast's, but the fiery rain unleashed by the eruption quickly drowned out that sound. Though people discussed the mysterious class energy fluctuation after crossing Mount Duyu, most dismissed it as natural volcanic activity. Now, it seemed possible that a terrifying class monster truly lurked within Mount Duya. A class monster. I wonder which one is stronger, this one or the one in the silent graveyard, Yu Xiao muttered self-deprecatingly. Then, he drew his battle axe from his back and began sprinting toward Mount Duyao. Truthfully, Yu Xiao had no confidence he could slay a class monster alone. Even that massive beast that had emerged less than a quarter of the way from the wormhole had nearly destroyed all 30+ mechs present. If the power gap between Class A monsters could reach tenfold, then the gap between Class A monsters could only be 100-fold. Yu Xiao didn't know what kind of Class A monster he would face, a creature larger than Mount Duyu? A single spit from it could drown him. But Yu Xiao was no longer the same man. His abilities had undergone a qualitative leap, and activating overload mode granted him power sufficient to slaughter class monsters. Without actually fighting a class monster again, Yu Xiao couldn't be certain how far his evolution had truly progressed. Millions of lives rest on my shoulders. Main battlefield, Blackstone Canyon. The dark energy eruption had wrought dramatic terrain changes across the land. Hundreds of monsters had reverted to their most primitive forms, their red and green fluids splattered across the earth, adding a layer of cruelty and desolation to the battlefield. Even though the tide of beasts was constantly replenished from the rivers of lava, the gap left by the loss of hundreds of monsters couldn't be filled quickly. This gave the Mobile Armor Corps a crucial moment to catch their breath. Only a little over 20 monsters charged into the canyon entrance. Constrained by the terrain, only the 5 monsters at the very front could truly engage in combat unless they fell. The monsters behind them could only wait silently for their turn. Awaiting them were 5 battlesuits, including Hao Jia and Dai. Aside from Hao Jia, the other 4 were the most advanced third-generation battlesuits. After retreating into the canyon, the logistics team had promptly resupplied the ammo-depleted mechs. While the damage to the frames couldn't be fully repaired, maintenance was better than nothing. Rotational combat, 5 versus 5, we can hold out, right? Sato, you observed the approaching monsters and queried the Iron Pilot public channel. If even an old Iron Pilot like you can handle it, why can't we? Martin retorted first, already assuming combat stance alongside Charlie. Then let's see who racks up more kills before our rotation. Sato, Yu and Duzi also activated their Haojie units, drawing their blades. This old dog still has a few teeth left. Chapter 192, Magma Worm. The closer they got to Mount Waitaki, the more tense Yu Xiao felt. This tension stemmed not only from facing formidable foes, but also from an indescribable thrill, perhaps because, having faced death, Yu Xiao's attitude toward it had shifted from fear to reverence. Now, Yu Xiao had climbed onto the mountain ridge. Beneath his feet lay nothing but blackened, scorched earth. These molten rocks had yet to cool, their fragile state unable to bear his weight. Once again, Yu Xiao regretted not equipping any mobility gear. Now, he could only drive his battle axe deep into the mountain's surface, using it to slowly climb toward the crater. He realized that after upgrading, he could detach the battle axe from its shaft midway, transforming it into 2 short-handled axes. However, to equip the separated short-handled axes with plasma blades, Xiao would have to expend an additional 30% of his energy reserves to ignite them. This seemingly ferocious attack posture would actually intensify the strain on his body and further limit his capabilities. This climbing efficiency was far from optimal, especially as the roaring Mount Duoiwei continued spewing lava and other superheated fluids. Some fell directly onto Xiao's head from above, while others rolled down the mountain like unhardened asphalt. Fortunately, Xiao's new armor was completely immune to this level of natural disaster. Only the occasional impact from large fireballs caused him headaches, as even grazing his armor could easily throw him off balance and send him tumbling back down to the base of the mountain. As Xiao climbed higher, the smoke-belching crater finally came into clear view just a stone's throw away. He could feel his core churning with a heat as intense as the erupting volcano itself. Boom! Scorching lava lashed against Xiao's armor, yet he stood unshaken at the crater's edge, as if merely enjoying a hot bath. Huff! Within his consciousness space, Xiao took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his nervousness and excitement. Then, before the next eruption, Xiao plunged headfirst into the boiling lava. The first sensation to flood Xiao's mind was viscosity. The magma was far thicker than he'd imagined. This substance, barely liquid, felt more like a fluid suspended between solid and liquid states. This was definitely not good news for Xiao. Immersion in magma offered far greater resistance than exposure to air, rendering his vaunted strength advantage useless in this environment. Before Xiao's force could fully impact his opponent's body, the magma absorbed most of his momentum. Moreover, this fluid-like magma completely blocked Xiao's vision. Unlike transparent seawater that offered an open view, he can only see the magma enveloping his body, flowing slowly around him. Roar! The monster's roar reverberated from beneath Xiao's feet. Amplified through the magma, the sound nearly solidified into a tangible force, causing his armor to tremble violently. Right below us. Xiao could only roughly gauge the monster's position. His gaze couldn't pierce the flowing lava, and worse still, the energy radar's detection was obstructed. He had no technological means to pinpoint the creature's exact location. Xiao now resembled a blindfolded prisoner, with the bottomless magma serving as his execution ground. Time ticked by. After nearly 3 minutes of descent, Xiao suddenly sensed something flash past in the fluid before him. Soon, more and more shadows flashed before him. Each shadow was about half a meter long, shaped like elliptical leaves. Soon, these shadows began circling Xiao, gradually enveloping his entire body to form a dark, shadowy cage. Snap! Hearing that faint snapping sound, Xiao painfully turned his head to look at his arm. There lay a worm, entirely crimson in color. It possessed no limbs, yet its entire body was covered in white, downy hairs that could harden into sharp spikes. Its weapon against Xiao was its petal-like head. 6 seaweed-like tentacles danced freely in the lava, while at the center, where the stamen should be, 3 layers of spiraling fangs coiled. How could any life survive at this temperature? Xiao was utterly astonished. He never expected his first encounter to be not some grotesquely twisted monster, but a creature resembling a natural insect. The next instant, every shadow swirling around Xiao erupted from the molten lava, clinging tightly to his body. These worms covered Xiao from head to toe. In the blink of an eye, countless tearing sounds echoed from his body. Xiao's vision was completely obscured by the worms. At least 7 clung to the sockets around his eyes, attempting to crush his eyeballs with their writhing fangs. How many are there? Though his new armor posed no threat to these worms, Xiao found himself helpless against them while submerged in the molten lava. The molten lava drastically slowed his movements. Even if Xiao tried to crush the worms with his hands, they would slip from his palms before he could apply any force. The moment Xiao opened his hand, several more worms would burrow out to resume gnawing at his armor. He couldn't fathom the logic behind these worms' behavior. They couldn't inflict any real damage on his armor, yet they persisted in gnawing at him relentlessly. Everything changed only in the 5th minute of Xiao's descent. Warning, energy leak detected. Current unit energy remaining. What? Xiao immediately opened the damage preview interface, only to find his armor completely undamaged. Yet vast amounts of energy circulating within his body inexplicably gathered on his surface, rising like hot air and slowly transferring to his armor before radiating outward. No, not dissipating. With his vision completely blocked by the worm's sharp fangs, Xiao couldn't see what was happening outside. Only when Xiao painstakingly pushed aside several worms clinging to his eyes did he realize in horror that these creatures had doubled in size. They resembled leeches engorged with blood. Only now did Xiao comprehend, while the worms clinging to him couldn't chew through his armor, the white fuzz covering their bodies could tap into and siphon energy from his own body. Warning, energy leak detected. Current unit energy reserves. A sense of unease rose within Xiao. He suddenly realized he had made a grave mistake misjudging these worms. This was absolutely not a life form that could have evolved on this planet. They are all monsters. Chapter 193, Monster Factory. Xiao felt as though he were enduring a grueling ordeal. His body grew heavier by the second, his limbs swelling abnormally. The worms clinging to his armor became increasingly plump as they greedily sucked the energy flowing from within him. No, this won't work. For the fourth time, Xiao tried to dislodge them with physical attacks. Yet these worms, each over a meter long, proved far more agile than their appearance suggested. Before Xiao could touch them, they slipped back into the molten lava behind him. After several failed attempts, Xiao had not only gained nothing but accelerated his own energy depletion. He had no choice but to calm down and devise another strategy. The dragon-riding gorilla turret was useless here. Regardless of whether the lava's resistance would slow the bullet's kinetic energy, the inability to freely adjust its angle meant the turret couldn't eliminate targets clinging to Xiao's body. The dark energy pulse floating cannon was also a poor choice. Killing these insects would require firing a shot at himself. Yet his previous death had proven that a dark energy burst inflicted damage on him as well. Such a tactic of harming the enemy at the cost of crippling oneself was utterly unwise. The life-severing battle-axe required him to wield it personally, but given the fluid resistance he was currently experiencing, he'd likely need to scrape the bone to cure the poison to clear these insects. Not to mention their agile movements, which could easily evade his attacks. Xiao methodically analyzed each equipment module on his body until he finally found a viable solution. Swish! A silver chain blade erupted from Xiao's armored forearm, its sudden strike impaling every worm burrowing through his chest. Reality proved Xiao's prediction correct. The chainsword, crafted from pure gigantic force metal, was perfectly balanced in mass and volume. Powered by its internal energy source, it could achieve speeds faster than the worm's movements within the fluid environment. The temperature surrounding Xiao remained insufficient to melt the pure force metal, and the chainsword encountered far less resistance in the fluid than Xiao himself did. The worms possessed virtually no physical strength, and the chainsword's serrated edge sliced through any part of their bodies with ease. In under 3 seconds, Xiao had already controlled the chain sword to eliminate nearly half the worms on his body. The other half, upon discovering this new weapon, decisively released their grip and swam back into the magma. Thinking worms? Do they even have brains inside them? Xiao genuinely hadn't expected these creatures to voluntarily abandon their attack. After clearing the worms draining his energy, Xiao gained a brief respite. He kept the chain sword coiled around himself, ready to fend off any approaching worms. However, the chain sword could only shield Xiao from the worms' attacks. It did not grant him the ability to move freely. Thus, Xiao continued to fall at the same rate. What now filled Xiao's vision was no longer golden magma, but a blood-red fluid so blinding it made his heart race. This signaled that Xiao had plunged completely into the abyss below the horizon. Splash! Just as Xiao felt astonished, his body suddenly pierced through the flowing magma, and his descent accelerated sharply. The next second, Xiao's feet touched solid rock once more. Scorching magma clung to him like glue as he landed on molten steel-colored rock layers. Xiao realized he seemed to have entered an underground cavern. But he quickly realized things weren't that simple. His weight alone couldn't possibly breach a naturally formed subterranean magma channel, especially since the fluid magma would lessen the gravitational impact he exerted on the rock walls. The lava cascading from above ceased its flow, and Xiao lifted his head, consumed by immense curiosity. It was a layer of biological membrane not particularly thick. A wave of intense discomfort and unease washed over Xiao. He knew this thing could not possibly exist in nature. This subterranean cavern was terrifyingly vast. Even someone of Xiao's stature seemed no larger than a human standing on the surface of the earth within it. Roar! This time, the monster's roar came from the darkness ahead of Xiao. Deep underground, far from civilization, his only source of light was the crimson plasma blade of his axe. Activating night vision mode, Xiao gripped his battle axe warily and crept cautiously toward the source of the beast's roar. Having escaped the fluid like magma, Xiao's energy radar resumed normal operation. A red dot large enough to swallow him whole flickered before him, radiating energy comparable to the great monsters he'd encountered in the silent graveyard. A long-forgotten sense of oppression washed over Xiao's mind once more. He could almost hear the thunderous, heavy breathing echoing through the darkness. Countless invisible gazes converged upon his body. Xiao could sense the hostile stares, feeling like a living target locked in by hundreds of laser sights. Beep! 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 Xiao froze. Chaotic energy turbulence completely obscured his vision, merging into the darkness and rendering his night vision utterly useless. Left with no choice, Xiao increased the power output of his axe blade, allowing the red glow emitted by the plasma blade to illuminate his surroundings. He saw them. Hundreds of black eyes, each 2 meters in diameter, stared at him. They were embedded in the creature's white, wrinkled skin, pupils like those of the dead. A worm. A worm as large as a mountain. Its head alone, towering over 300 meters high, forced Xiao to crane his neck just to glimpse the tip of its iceberg. To Xiao's surprise, the worm's gaping maw wasn't aimed at biting him. Even though Xiao had instinctively retreated, the worm didn't lower its head. Inside, there were no teeth, not a single one. Put! The worm vomited. What emerged wasn't venom, but a horde of monsters' slime-covered great monsters. This worm was indeed the monster factory Xiao had suspected, though he never imagined the factory itself was alive. 12 energy fluctuations instantly appeared on Yu Xiao's energy radar. Now he no longer needed his plasma axe blade as a light source, for these great monsters were all mutated. Lava-like energy blood flowed through their bodies, making them self-illuminating moving beacons. Leading the charge toward Yu Xiao was a three-headed hound. He'd never encountered this type of monster before, but judging by its agility equal to his own, it was clearly no pushover. Yu Xiao, who had been retreating, abruptly halted his steps. Within mere seconds, the three-headed hound had entered his attack range. He had to seize this opening. Yu Xiao swung his massive axe, the crimson plasma blade slicing through the air before him, yet he missed his target. The Cerberus's explosively powerful physique allowed it to execute a perfect leap. Its muscular form passed mere inches from the axe blade, just enough to evade Yu Xiao's strike. In the next instant, three ferocious dog heads lunged toward Yu Xiao's head. Chapter 194, Mutant Subspecies. Yu Xiao saw for the first time how wide a dog's mouth could open. His head was at least 5 meters tall, yet the three hounds lunging at him could stretch their jaws nearly to their necks. Even Yu Xiao wondered if this might weaken their bite. Crack! Each dog head latched onto Yu Xiao's head, neck, and shoulder respectively. Their razor-sharp fangs, amplified by immense biting force, finally embedded themselves into his armor. Yet Fonuo molecular-grade memory armor proved far more resilient than any material Yu Xiao had previously encountered. This low-grade hardened armor possessed physical resistance comparable to pure giant force metal. Thus, the three dog heads' attack merely penetrated the outermost layer of defense, failing to inflict any significant damage to Yu Xiao's body. Yu Xiao's vision was now filled with the inner walls of the three hounds' mouths. He could see rows of jagged teeth and a long tongue, slick with mucus, sliding wildly across his face. Thud! A heavy punch slammed into the three-headed hound's lower abdomen, crushing bones beneath the deeply dented skin. All three dog heads let out a wail in unison. Despite their unwillingness to release their grip, the violent impact hurled their bodies forward, slamming them helplessly into the charcoal black ground. Immediately after, a crimson beam of light sliced down from above the three-headed hound. The three-headed hound reacted with lightning speed, instantly straightening its legs to scramble back up. Yet the damage from the earlier punch rendered its hind legs unstable. Before it could fully rise, it flopped back to the ground. That single moment of hesitation was enough to cost it its life. As the three-headed hound began gathering flames in its maw, the plasma axe blade sliced clean through its throat. Lava-like fluid erupted in a 10-meter-high column of blood, leaving the head and body of this class monster struggling apart in the air. Had time permitted, Yu Xiao would have gladly delivered a few more axe blows to this decapitated beast. Regrettably, other enemies demanded his attention, leaving him no choice but to abandon the creature, now unable even to utter a death cry to its slow, agonizing demise. This time, charging toward Yu Xiao were two creatures he recognized: the heretic that had once parasitized the third-generation Mecha Ghost King, and the demon bat that had caused him major trouble in Blackhorn City. Both monsters had once been unique specimens, as evidenced by the system rewards Yu Xiao received after slaying them. But these two charging at him were clearly some kind of subspecies or replica. Though their body structures weren't vastly different from the originals, the lava-colored coating covering their entire bodies already proved the huge gap between them and the originals. In terms of strength, agility, and defense, these mutated creatures were clearly superior. The first things Yu Xiao encountered weren't the monsters' physical forms, but the venom and needle spines they fired. These were techniques possessed by the original specimens, yet Yu Xiao noticed the venom expelled by the aberrant creatures had completely transformed into a type of magma he had never seen before, while the tips of the needles shot by the demon bats had also been stained a golden yellow. Out of caution, Yu Xiao didn't dare stand still to endure their ranged attacks head-on. Instead, he grabbed the three-headed hound's body and used it as a shield in front of himself. The golden needles flew faster than the venom, easily piercing through the hound's bones. Slowing only slightly, they then embedded themselves into Yu Xiao's armor. Deeper than I expected. Yu Xiao realized with shock that the intense heat at the tips of these needles surpassed even the magma he'd encountered. The scorching temperature could actually soften his armor. Fortunately, they only penetrated the middle layer of his armor, unable to directly harm his body. Then came the venom that split mid-air. This venom didn't pierce the three-headed hound's body directly. Instead, within a mere 2 seconds, it dissolved the corpse into vapor. By the time Yu Xiao realized something was amiss and pulled his hands away, several droplets of the splitting venom had already adhered to his knuckles. Instantly, holes half a meter in diameter began to melt through his armor. The venom proved far more dangerous than the needles. With sufficient dosage, these unknown substances could completely neutralize armor protection on any part of Yu Xiao's body within seconds. Once his flesh was exposed, the spike attacks would undoubtedly prove lethal. Yu Xiao had no doubt these mutated beasts showed no signs of diminished intelligence. Their original forms knew how to command subordinate monsters, so tactical coordination was inevitable. Looks like I'm in big trouble. Almost the moment Yu Xiao released the flesh fragment from his hand, the heretic and the demon bat both closed to melee range. The two beasts launched distinct assaults. The heretic swung its powerful spider legs straight toward Yu Xiao's head, while the demon bat abruptly halted at the very edge of its reach, using the momentum to whip its spiked tail around. Clang! Yu Xiao blocked the heretic's strike with his right arm while swinging his battle axe with his left to cleave at the lunging tail. A segment of the spiked tail fell to the ground, spurting blood, while the demon bat let out a near-frenzied roar. Just as Yu Xiao turned to deal with the lighter heretic clinging to his arm, he realized it had already pressed itself against his body. 8 sharp spikes had already pierced his armor when he swung the battle axe. Now, if Yu Xiao lowered his head even slightly, he could see the heretic's 8 purple eyes and a pair of fangs protruding from its chest. The sight was as if a misshapen human face had sprouted from Yu Xiao's arm. The next instant, a torrent of golden venom sprayed directly onto Yu Xiao's torso. Warning, torso armor damage. Gah! Despite Yu Xiao's furious roar, the aberration continued spewing venom from its mouth, the corrosive fluid searing his exposed flesh. Yu Xiao felt no pain, but a crushing wave of exhaustion was numbing his control over this body. If he allowed the heretic to continue spraying, it wouldn't be long before he was completely paralyzed, collapsing to the ground defenseless. Hardening. A fluid black substance swiftly covered all exposed parts of Yu Xiao's body, as well as every spot where the heretic was clinging. As Yu Xiao had anticipated, the hardening skill couldn't provide complete immunity against this corrosive liquid. However, it was sufficient to buy him time until he could expel the toxins entirely from his body. Immediately after, over 20 spikes erupted from Yu Xiao's right arm and abdomen, instantly impaling the heretic, who had no time to react like a hedgehog. As the spikes retracted into Yu Xiao's body with the hardening effect fading, the riddled heretic finally crashed to the ground, its half-severed spider legs dangling limply as it curled into a ball. The crisis was far from over, for Yu Xiao's eyes now reflected sparks of crimson light. The demon bat was preparing to spew its venom. Chapter 195, Out of Ammo and Supplies. The original demon bat's flame breath had caused Yu Xiao no end of trouble before. His first battle axe had melted completely in its breath, and Yu Xiao himself had nearly perished in the scorching heat. Though Yu Xiao hadn't yet tested whether this mutated demon bat's flame breath could penetrate his new armor, he wouldn't risk his life to find out, especially after already using his newbie gift pack. Relying on his memory, Yu Xiao could almost certainly determine that the breath's range would cover every corner he intended to hide in. This underground cavern offered no cover whatsoever, as open and exposed as a vast plain on the surface. He had just used the hardening skill, which had extensively repaired his armor, but the cooldown would definitely not reset before the flame breath arrived. I've got to go for it. Realizing there was nowhere to hide, Yu Xiao hunched his back, lowered his center of gravity, and channeled all his strength into his arms. Then, a crimson afterimage instantly pierced through the swollen head of the demon bat. The plasma axe blade dealt near devastating damage to living targets. Yu Xiao had yet to encounter anything the life-severing battle axe couldn't cleave. The cavern, once bright as daylight, instantly dimmed. The demon bat now stood headless, only a few clusters of yellow-green blood still pulsing from its severed neck, driven by inertia in a futile attempt to supply blood to a head that no longer existed. 12 beasts Yu Xiao had slain 3 within 2 minutes. Yet this efficiency was far from enough to free Yu Xiao from mortal peril. Setting aside the 9 remaining monsters of varied forms still awaiting his attention, the sheer reproduction rate of the giant worms alone ensured that the more he killed, the more would spawn. Yu Xiao couldn't afford to be passive, much less prolong the battle. Replacing the heretic and demon bat in their assault on Yu Xiao were the high-tier monsters Avenger and Sea Siren, the very ones he hadn't faced in the silent graveyard. And behind these two lurked entirely new species he'd never even seen before. If I could just keep you all in captivity, I'd never run out of evolution points. Too bad I'm in a hurry. The killing intent in Yu Xiao's eyes grew increasingly intense. Overload mode activated. Frenzied power surged from Yu Xiao's body. He split his battle axe in 2, the twin crimson plasma blades making his physique appear incredibly robust. Every second wasted here diminished the chances of survival for those fighting on the main battlefield. Even without gathering sufficient intel on the worms, Yu Xiao had to take the offensive. 3 minutes. I will turn this place into your graveyard. Main battlefield, Blackrock Canyon. Logistics team. Reload. Martin, having completed his second rotation, bellowed into the communicator. He and Charlie were controlling the mech as it knelt on one knee, allowing the logistics crew to inspect and repair it. Upon hearing the turret's rear hatch being opened by heavy machinery, Martin switched the channel back to private mode, a space reserved for him and Charlie's conversation. Damn it! At this rate, we won't need to rotate out soon. Our spare parts and ammo reserves are nearly depleted. Martin and Charlie sat side by side on the cockpit floor, gasping for breath. Both Martin and Charlie were considered veteran pilots at 34 years old, their physical stamina nowhere near that of the younger iron pilots. Without drugs to stimulate their muscles and nerves, they'd likely collapse from exhaustion right on the front lines. The monster-killing contest, which they'd initially treated as half-joke, had slipped from their grasp. Bai Ying's kill count towered over every other mech present, with the runner-up trailing by double digits. That runner-up was Hero, piloted by Usato and Dozy. Martin never imagined that Iron Pilot, at least 30 years his senior, could endure such intense combat. Even more terrifying was that he was piloting only a modified second-generation mech. Upon learning Xiao's co-pilot was a girl who looked underage, Martin's assessment of this mech pilot duo completely shifted to madman. While not on the same level as Xingtian, it still spoke volumes about the psychological quirks within the United Front Legion. Otherwise, they'd never have conceived such a pairing. Well, that's convenient. Our meds are only enough for one more round. When we rotate in later, it'll be about time. Charlie gave his longtime partner a wry smile, while Martin still wore that sour expression like everyone owed him money. Thought I'd found a savior, but turns out I'm still going to have to risk my life. Martin surprisingly didn't snap back at Charlie's remark, instead muttering a self-deprecating quip. Charlie was right. Both their bodies were nearing their limits. These drugs that stimulated bodily functions had strict dosage limits, and they'd already brought excessive amounts for this mission. Even if they managed to survive the Fourth Line Islands, their bodies would suffer a cascade of adverse reactions from the overdose, including paralysis, organ failure, and other potentially fatal conditions. The medical technology on Omega might barely keep them alive, but what would replace the broken parts inside their bodies was anyone's guess. If we have to die, so be it. What else are we piloting the God Walker for? Charlie still wore a smile, as if death were the most natural thing in the world. This third-generation mech, dubbed the Godwalker, was the pride of the immortal Golden Ring Legion. Martin and Charlie had piloted it to repel two-class monsters back when knowledge of such creatures was scarce. Any mech or iron pilot capable of defeating a class monster was considered a hero worthy of commendation. Little did the two of them know that in just 3 days, they had slain more high-level monsters than in the previous 3 years combined, most of them taken down by Dai, Haojia, and Xingtian. If only they'd arrived sooner, we might not be in such a mess now. No sooner had Martin spoken than a towering burst of flame erupted from the front lines. A massive metal head crashed down before the Divine Walker. Martin instantly recognized its owner, Skyhawk from the Golden Gate Legion. This third-generation mech had seen little combat and was among the first to arrive at the Fourth Line Islands with Martin's group. Its iron pilots, the James brothers, were eccentric individuals who constantly came up with bizarre ideas on the battlefield. These seemingly absurd ideas never fundamentally violated orders, and iron pilots enjoyed considerable autonomy. Thus, the brothers took pride in their unique insights, displaying the characteristic arrogance of the hind people looking down on anyone who dared to question them. Among the first wave of reinforcements, the Skyhawk was the last mech that wasn't scrapped, right? Martin's tone carried a hint of sadness. No, we were, Charlie replied. Chapter 196, Life and Death Together. Lifeless monster carcasses covered nearly 1/5 of Blackstone Canyon's length. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood had become part of the canyon's landscape, dotted with scattered fragments of steel, the only fate awaiting mechs defeated in battle. Fewer than 20 combat-ready mechs remained, and White Shadow had stayed on the front lines until now. Her missiles had long since been exhausted, and the rate at which her missile reserves were being depleted far exceeded that of the larger caliber bullets. Bai Ying quickly learned of this situation from the teammates who had relieved her. Butterfly was originally designed for agility and support, yet with her ammunition and supplies exhausted, Bai Ying was forced to wield 2 high-frequency thermal blades in close combat against the monsters. According to Deep Scar's explanation, since Butterfly's consciousness had been liberated from its cage, piloting the mech now required minimal physical and mental exertion from Bai Ying. This was the key to her sustained combat capability. Roar! A monster that had just squeezed out from among its fallen kin opened its maw to roar, only for a spike encircled by a luminous white ring to plunge into its throat. The next instant, the spike emerged from the monster's tail, trailing a trail of blood. The creature, its innards shattered, became part of the mountain of corpses. Without missiles, Bai Ying now employed 6 12-meter-long spikes as her long-range attack method. In some respects, the spikes proved even more effective than missiles. Within the range of the red energy field, these spikes could accelerate or halt at will. The white figure's control over them was masterful, allowing it to manipulate and alter their flight paths with absolute precision. The spikes appeared to be forged from some super-hard metal alloyed with other materials. Their hardness was undeniable. Provided the white figure could impart sufficient acceleration through its energy field, they could pierce through the defensive shells of most monsters. This method of killing proved even more efficient than Bai Ying wielding his sword himself. Bai Ying, don't you need a break? Just as Bai Ying guided the spikes back to her side, Xiao and Duzi returned to the front lines in the hero. Whenever an armored suit was destroyed, the hero would step in as the first responder. Currently, the hero was filling the position vacated by the Sky Eagle. I'm not tired. My mental state is stable. There's no need for me to rest. White Shadow replied calmly to Usato while swinging his sword to sever the heads of 2 green rats from their necks. At the same time, a massive wave erupted from the distant lava river. If you start feeling overwhelmed, withdraw immediately. We've survived this long thanks to half your efforts. You absolutely cannot fall. Satoyu's voice brimmed with concern. He didn't know the exact state of Bai Ying and Dai, but he knew Bai Ying was someone who loved to push herself. I know. As if responding to Satoyu, Bai Ying leapt backward the moment she sensed the high-energy reaction approaching, landing beside the safety line alongside Hao Jie. Standing within the cockpit, Bai Ying's brow furrowed slightly. Since nearly all monsters on the 4th Defense Line Islands had undergone varying degrees of mutation, the energy radar could no longer accurately gauge target strength levels based on original standards. Two monsters might share the same rating, yet the power gap between the first and second could easily exceed double. After achieving 100% synchronization with Butterfly, Bai Ying and Butterfly's senses had merged into one. She could now gauge a monster's precise strength through Butterfly's unique perception. And the energy reaction she currently senses is more intense than any she has ever detected before. Warning, unknown communication signal detected. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed in every Iron Rider's ears, emanating from a frequency band none had ever encountered before. Give her back to me. Boom. As the monster uttered those stuttering, unnerving words in human language, a dark yellow beam of energy shot straight from the entrance of Blackstone Canyon. Rocks collapsed, the earth shattered, and dozens of monster corpses instantly vaporized into billowing gas. In the critical moment, 6 sharp spikes rapidly coalesced before Butterfly into a rapidly spinning ring. Surging energy erupted from the spikes, forming a visible crimson barrier. The torrential beam was halted by Butterfly's energy barrier, yet the diverging, spilling energy continued to drift unceasingly around its periphery, obliterating every rock and mountain in its path. In an instant, the canyon filled with dust from the collapsing mountains. Not a class. The white figure nearly went deaf from the deafening roar of the energy collision, which was why she bellowed into the communicator at the top of her lungs. Notify all logistics personnel and ground forces. Evacuate the canyon immediately. Satoyu had no time to process the sheer horror of the situation, but he instinctively relayed his orders to the rear. This was the contingency plan all Ion pilots had long agreed upon. If the mech corps failed to hold back the beast tide at Blackstone Canyon, everyone except the Iron pilots must evacuate. Every surviving Iron pilot would fight to the death within the canyon to buy time for the evacuation. Even if this tactic only allowed others to cling to life a little longer before despair arrived, it was worth it. The Iron pilots had reached a consensus: the most fundamental meaning of life was simply to survive. Humans were no exception, even if those who lived might not fare better than those who died. Thus, over 30 Iron Riders relayed this message to the rear of the column through close-range communication, their only means of transmitting information under intense signal jamming. Truthfully, witnessing the earth-shattering assault alone had long made those in the rear understand the battle's impending conclusion. Yet without hearing the order from the front line themselves, none were willing to retreat. But now, they had to face the brutal truth. Everyone, drop everything you're carrying. Take only survival supplies and move in the direction of the main force's retreat. The logistics commander's voice was nearly hoarse. No one moved. Didn't you hear me? Tears streamed down the logistics commander's face. His voice had cracked, yet pairs of burning eyes still locked with his. Ground forces had already begun their withdrawal, knowing the retreating civilians still required fire support. But the logistics personnel were different. They were the Alliance's specially formed Mobile Armor Logistics Division, and every piece of equipment and supply they carried was for repairing and maintaining mechs. The moment they set down those parts, they became indistinguishable from the other civilians, unable to offer much help, yet still requiring protection. Sir, I volunteer to stay and support the mechs. If the mechs live, I live, a petite logistics soldier shouted at the top of her lungs. As long as the mechs live, I live, echoed a female logistics officer standing at the front. The same phrase echoed from more and more voices until every person present had declared their resolve. Good. The mech lives. So do I, the commander roared through gritted teeth. Bring the last batch of ammunition. Reload the mechs. Chapter 197, Hell on Earth. Just as Bai Ying struggled to maintain her energy stance, the beam colliding with her finally extinguished. Bai Ying immediately grabbed the nearby stabilizer with her hands, gasping for breath. If she hadn't done so, she would have collapsed directly onto the floor. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans covered her skin. Fortunately, she hadn't fainted or suffered arterial rupture from the neural overload, thanks to Butterfly sharing the burden of her pain. But Bai Ying could sense that Dai's stamina was nearly depleted. Dai herself was the one maintaining their position. Releasing so much energy in one go meant the pressure Dai faced was even greater than Bai Ying's. Can you hold on? Bai Ying murmured to the air. Through their shared consciousness, Dai silently answered her. The crimson energy barrier still shrouded Butterfly's front. That was her answer. In the distance, a colossal monster over 100 meters tall stood at the entrance of Blackstone Canyon. Its entire body was crimson, as if forged in the flames of hell and returned to the mortal world. Beneath its 4 thick, powerful arms were 4 hands with white bone claws. Their structure was almost identical to human palms, only impossibly larger in scale. The creature's head bore 2 pairs of golden eyes. Merely meeting its gaze felt like confronting an endless fury radiating from within those golden orbs. A pair of twisted black spiral horns crowned its head like a regal crest, echoing the brutal aura of its exposed bone tail. Demon. That was the first word that flashed through Bai Ying's mind. The creature's appearance was almost perfectly aligned with humanity's depiction of a demon. Abomination. Sato, you blurted out the name etched into Alliance history. For this creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the abomination that had historically destroyed the New Liberty Legion, bringing catastrophic devastation to humanity. An eerie dread swiftly spread among the Iron Pilots. Everyone present knew Abomination's infamous legacy, the first Class X monster humanity had ever encountered, the architect of the Hell's Tribulation, which had claimed tens of millions of lives. Though the Watchers Alliance hadn't yet developed the powerful third-generation mechs back then, when it reappeared on the Fourth Line Island's battlefield, everyone knew this abomination had undoubtedly undergone mutation enhancement. It felt like a cycle repeating itself. The abomination had opened the chapter of the cataclysmic era, and its appearance here seemed destined to end humanity's last stand against this catastrophe. Abomination. It echoed Sato Yu's words, though at such a distance, it couldn't possibly have heard his cry from within the sealed cockpit. The name you gave me? A bone-chilling cold surged through Sato Yu's heart. Every pore in his body felt frozen stiff, for the abomination's reply was broadcast over the Iron Pilot channel. A monster that spoke human language, yet it held no mercy for mankind. You said you wanted her back, but I don't know what it is you want, the white figure responded. Though it hadn't launched an attack, all 6 of its sharp spikes were already locked onto the abomination standing far away at the entrance. Bai Ying knew that any attempt to negotiate with the enemy would yield no compromise. Yet at this very moment, Xiao was surely on Mount Yu, devising a way to end this war. Her only task was to hold out until Xiao completed his mission. Even if it meant gaining just a few seconds of respite, Bai Ying had to fight for it. Yet the abomination did not immediately respond to Bai Ying's question. Instead, it fixed its 4 golden eyes on the butterfly, as if intent on devouring the entire mecha. Bai Ying sensed overwhelming fury radiating from the abomination's gaze. Roar! The abomination let out a deafening roar, the bipedal beast having abandoned any thought of further communication. It began charging toward Butterfly at breakneck speed, each stomping footstep making the entire earth tremble. Fire! Sato Yu knew this was the final battle of the day. Behind Abomination, there were no others. It was the last monster to emerge from the lava river. Perhaps this was the result of Xiao making progress on the other side. In the blink of an eye, dozens of projectiles struck the charging abomination: bullets, explosives, incendiary agents, biological toxins. This near-simultaneous barrage was an extremely ammunition-intensive tactic, a luxury for the mechs, nearly depleted of their supplies. Yet it proved devastatingly effective. Saturated fire could instantly overwhelm a healthy class monster, allowing the most dangerous threat on the battlefield to be neutralized in the shortest possible time. Yet the abomination did not fall. As if the hail of bullets were mere scratches, countless rounds and shells failed to penetrate its solid musculature. Even the incendiary agents merely sparked faintly upon its skin surface. Whether physical or energy resistance, the abomination had reached the pinnacle of resilience among monsters known to humanity. Whoosh! Whoosh! The butterfly, maintaining a constant state of alert, finally launched its attack. 2 razor-sharp spines tore through the sluggish air at speeds imperceptible to the naked eye, streaking toward the abomination like arrows released from a bow. The next instant, blood that seemed to be burning flowed from the abomination's muscles. Bai Ying had already accelerated the spikes to the maximum speed she could achieve using her energy stance, yet the attack's effectiveness still fell short of her expectations. Though both spikes successfully pierced the abomination's extremely hard skin, the enemy's muscle strength was monstrously high. Each spike penetrated a mere 2 meters deep. The abomination didn't even bother to acknowledge the spikes embedded in its body. The attack had only slowed it slightly, failing to halt its charge toward the mecha defense line. What do we do now? Sato Yu knew full well that the abomination's power far surpassed every mecha present except Butterfly. He had to seek White Shadow's counsel. Let me try again. No sooner had White Shadow spoken than 4 more spikes shot forth with identical acceleration. This time, however, their targets weren't the abomination's limbs, they aimed for its eyes. She didn't believe its eyeballs possessed the same hardness. Even if they did, the depth these spikes could penetrate would be enough to blind it. The 4 spikes raced through the air, their flight paths and angles dynamically adjusted by Bai Ying's mental control to ensure flawless precision. Yet the instant the white figure directed the needle's attack, the abomination raised both hands. The entire sequence took less than half a second, and the white figure knew she had failed. As if anticipating her move, Abomination had already prepared its defense. All 4 spikes drove solidly into the back of its hand. Chapter 198, Earth-Shattering Collapse. No one could stop the Abomination. All attacks were merely insignificant distractions to it. Its physical strength had surpassed humanity's current understanding of monsters. Under Bai Ying's control, the 6 spikes returned to the butterfly's front, lining up in a row, yet showed no intention of launching again. The white figure sensed that the moment the spikes were pulled from the creature's flesh, its terrifyingly active cells instantly sutured the wounds. This made the white figure suspect that the needles could only detach so swiftly because they were repelled by the force of the muscle healing. Now! Satoyu's voice crackled with urgency as he stared fixedly at the advancing abomination, his expression heavy with worry. If even Butterfly couldn't handle the abomination, every mecha present would be doomed to destruction. Attack the mountain. It was the only solution Bai Ying could think of. Without hesitation, Sato raised his right fist as signal commanding all mechs to follow suit. Though primitive, this method relayed the order far faster than a chain notification. Immediately, the hero's 4 heavy flamethrowers opened fire on the adjacent rock wall. Boom! The thunderous roar of artillery echoed through the canyon, triggering massive sections of the cliff face to collapse. Dust and debris clogged the narrow passageway. Yellow smoke obscured the vision of every mech, and dust settled thickly on their battle-scarred armor. Yet they did not cease firing. Re-attrack! Satoyu bellowed, cranking the broadcast volume to maximum. After emptying his ammunition, he hurriedly led the charge toward the rear of the canyon alongside Butterfly. Seeing the retreating personnel ahead, the iron pilots followed suit. Over a dozen mobile suits charged through the smoke, enduring earth-shattering tremors, barely escaping the core zone of the mountain collapse. Damn, we're lucky we weren't buried alive. Satoyu wiped the dust off his visual module as soon as he stopped. Even the abomination couldn't withstand that kind of weight. During their frantic dash, large, partially intact boulders had crashed onto the suits. Several had toppled over from the impact, their unstable frames sent tumbling. Had their comrades not dragged them to safety, they would have been buried beneath the avalanche. Bai Ying didn't respond to Satoyu's remark, instead staring intently at the canyon now choked with sand and rock, his face etched with tension. The collapse of Blackstone Canyon could bury a medium-sized city. If the abomination survived such an assault, Bai Ying would have no choice but to prepare to hold it off at the cost of his own life. Thump, thump. Suddenly, a faint gurgling sound reached Bai Ying's ears. She was certain this wasn't a sound detectable by her mecha's listening devices or her own ears. It felt more like it was emanating directly from within her mind. Did you hear anything? White Shadow's question froze Satoyu in place beside her. I only hear rocks tumbling down the mountain, Satoyu replied after listening intently for several seconds. No, not the sound of the mountain crumbling, it was thump, thump. Before Bai Ying could finish her sentence, she heard that familiar thudding sound once more. This time, however, the sound was several times louder than before and it had been picked up by the mecha's audio sensors. I heard it. Satoyu's gaze involuntarily shifted toward the mountain debris, though the smoke there hadn't fully dissipated yet. Boom! Boom! This time, the sound like muffled thunder from the horizon echoed through everyone's ears like an earthquake. As if the very heart of the earth was beating. Roar! A frenzied howl erupted from beneath the rubble, echoing across the heavens and earth. The next instant, a crimson claw erupted from the rubble, clamping down fiercely on the stone mortar before it. Then, with a mighty tug. First to emerge were the abomination's shoulders and head. Its beast horns were broken in half, and its muscles were covered in deep gashes and countless small wounds. The mountain's rocks might not inflict extensive external wounds on the abomination, but the falling boulders delivered blows no creature could withstand. Beneath its seemingly intact blood-red skin lay countless damaged muscle tissues. Yet the abomination survived. Before the mountain-like weight could fully crush its head, it had already altered its structure, expanding the surface area to distribute the force. Swiftly, it grew layer upon layer of hard bone around its heart, filling the gaps between the bones with muscle. The abomination's brain was obliterated in the impact, yet despite its entire body being devastated, its heart remained intact. The pre-constructed cushioning structure had preserved it. Fire! Satoyu's mind had nearly frozen, but his military conditioning overrode even biological instinct. He would never stand by and watch the abomination slowly crawl out from beneath the rubble. The enemy was undoubtedly weakened. He had to seize this moment. According to official Watchers Alliance records, the abomination was a monstrous creature with extremely specialized abilities. Its physical prowess was formidable, its physical attacks unstoppable, and its regenerative capacity beyond imagination. No mech could stand against it back then. Even a dozen mechs attacking it in a coordinated assault only served to rank each iron pilot present in order of likelihood to die. The Alliance tried every offensive tactical missiles, heavy machine cannons, biochemical toxins. But none worked. Thus, the Alliance ultimately deployed 12 mechs as bait, luring the abomination into a relentless hunt and chase until it entered the uninhabited Holo-AI basin alongside the 3 remaining mechs. There, the Alliance unleashed 2 consecutive strategic nuclear strikes. The ecological environment of the Holo-AI continent was thus irrevocably altered, inevitably deteriorating into a wasteland. Increasing numbers of indigenous people abandoned the land, leading to the nation's complete collapse. And this was the very monster that, back then, could only attack physically yet nearly dragged the entire continent down with it. Fire! A barrage of artillery fire engulfed the abomination's upper body, shattering its already fractured skull beyond repair. Yet this did little to halt its desperate struggle to break free. White Shadow commanded the spikes to relentlessly assault the abomination, yet she had long lost her target. If it could still move without a head, what weakness could she possibly find? The cacophony of gunfire and explosions seemed like a sonata celebrating the abomination's rebirth. Amidst the people's near-desperate roars, the creature's lower half finally tore itself free from the rubble. Every inch of its flesh and muscle was restored by the flames, until the abomination tore off its own mangled head. Then, a brand new head emerged from its neck, filling the body's sole remaining void. Chapter 199, The End of the Road. What could possibly stop this raging beast? The white figure didn't know. Sato, you didn't know. Doozy didn't know. No one present knew. They knew only one thing: if the abhorrent escaped this gorge, the tens of millions of lives behind it would be sent straight to the execution ground. As long as this planet. Chapter 200, My Heart Burns. Warning, full body armor damage. Amidst billowing dust, the abomination pinned Dai to the ground, its feet crushing her calves while forearms pressed down on her arms and waist. This pinning completely sealed off any possibility for Butterfly to leverage a single body part to break free. Bang! 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 Suddenly, dozens of fully articulated jet nozzles erupted with blinding flames across Butterfly's body. White Shadow was attempting to pull herself up from the ground using the reinforcement of her energy field. But no matter how much energy Butterfly channeled into her jets, the abomination's limbs didn't flinch once, still pinning her firmly to the ground. You deserve to die. Abhorrence spat out each word, venting its fury. No sooner had its chilling words ended than Abhorrence reared its head, charging straight toward Butterfly's chest. Butterfly's cockpit shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Bai Ying collapsed to her knees on the cockpit floor. As Dai absorbed the blow, she felt as though two beast horns had pierced straight through her own chest. In reality, the spherical cockpit had wedged itself between the two horns. Had another horn protruded from the very center of Abhorrence's head, Bai Ying's life would have been in grave peril. Bai Ying. Satoyu, piloting the one-armed Hao Jie, forced himself to rise from the corner of the rock wall. His was the first mech to face the abomination head-on. With a single swipe, the creature tore off both the hero's blade and arm, slamming the mech against the rock wall. Had subsequent mechs not charged forward relentlessly, Satoyu had no doubt the abomination would have delivered a final blow with its tail. Thud. 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 At this moment, Satoyu no longer cared whether he lived or died. He knew only that Bai Ying must survive this battle. As for Doozy, forced disconnection of Iron Rider's neural sync link. As the system emitted an unprecedented alert tone, Doozy's expression towards Satoyu shifted from surprise to panic. The lingering echo of the neural sync disconnection still reverberated in Doozy's mind. Seizing this brief opening, the system activated its fully automated mechanical transport device, securing her firmly onto a stretcher. The stretcher materialized beneath her feet. She'd never known the spiral floor of the control console could open, revealing an escape pod equipped with life support systems. This escape pod was designed specifically for Doozy, evident even from its dimensions alone. Forgive me, Doozy. I can't let you die with me. Though Satoyu's tone was resolute, his gaze never wavering from the control panel, tears welled in the corners of his eyes, tears he hadn't shed in years. He held absolute control over Hero. This was a secret Omega had revealed when designing Doozy's exclusive control interface. Should Hero face critical danger, Satoyu could seize full command, completely overriding Haotieyu's access privileges within the system. Doozy and Satoyu had weathered countless perilous battles together. Many times, Satoyu had wanted to activate this hidden permission, forcibly ejecting Doozy from Hao Jie's cockpit. Yet he never found the right moment. Whenever Satoyu was injured, Doozy would immediately release the restraints and leap from the control seat. Without the restraints holding him in place, executing this procedure would be meaningless. So he held back until now, until Doozy herself believed Satoyu would drag her to their deaths together. Tears streaked down Doozy's face. Her limbs and body were rigidly restrained to the stretcher. She had been forced into the escape pod, which was now on its launch trajectory. In 10 seconds, it would eject into space. Doozy's mouth opened wide, but no sound came out. She knew Satoyu must still be watching her now. She didn't want to leave. Boom! The next second, Doozy slammed her head, the only part not restrained, hard against the escape pod's transparent blast-proof glass. Again and again, like a malfunctioning machine program, she kept ramming her head against it. Stop it! Doozy was right. Satoyu could still see the escape pod's interior through his heads-up display. When he noticed the cracks and bloodstains on the transparent glass, his anxiety grew like ants on a hot pan. Crack! Finally, under Doozy's relentless assault, a tiny crack appeared in the escape pod's glass. Warning, escape mechanism detected as damaged. Life support functions failed. Launch guidance program terminated. Doozy's mouth gaped open. Bright red blood trickled down her forehead into her eye sockets. She had never felt such overwhelming rage. Silver screws began to loosen, the smooth metal ring gradually warped, and every cell in Doozy's body seemed to strain with effort. Thump! 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 Whether it was her limbs, shoulders, waist, or legs, all restraints were forcibly ripped from the stretcher by Duzi. Her sapphire blue eyes were clouded by tears and blood droplets. Multiple gash-like indentations marred her flesh, the price she paid for breaking free. Then, with a single kick, Duzi shattered the escape pod's blast-proof glass. Ignoring the cuts on her skin, she forced her way through the gap and began climbing upward along the guide rails. A terrifying power, never before seen, surged through Duzi's body. Each climb and leap defied human physical limits. The narrow passageway felt as easy as walking on flat ground to her. However, just as Duzi forcibly broke through the final barrier blocking her return to the cockpit, Hao-Jia finally arrived before the abomination. Knowing Hao-Jia could do little to the abomination with only one arm, Satoyu chose the most radical course of action. Reactor containment released, cooling system disabled. As a modified second-generation mech, Hao-Jia required a power system upgrade. Omega seized this opportunity to install an experimental power reactor within Hao-Jia. According to Dr. Mickey, this reactor functioned identically to a standard third-generation variable frequency power plant under normal conditions. However, once its restrictions were lifted, the reactor's reaction would reverse, shifting from fission to controlled fusion within certain parameters. Doing so would undoubtedly cause Hero to melt down instantly, but the controlled fusion energy unleashed by the reactor could inflict immense damage on any kaiju. If the attack succeeded, the controlled fusion energy would devour the unstable kaiju energy, confining the destruction to a safe perimeter. Satoyu's body was already unstable from the strain of single-pilot mecha operation, with blood seeping from his ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. He could feel his life rapidly slipping away, but before that happened, he would transform himself and his old friend into a blade piercing the body of the abomination. Burn, Hero. Chapter 201, Sunset in the Canyon. Satoyu's consciousness was fading into a haze. He could no longer control his thoughts or actions. He desperately wanted to say something to Duzi, to plead with her not to do something foolish, not to follow this old man into death. But the words never left his lips. The crushing mental burden had already left him gasping for breath. The last image in his vision was Duzi nearly smashing through the escape pod's blast-proof glass. Then, his eyes were engulfed by a crimson light, plunging him into endless darkness. Sight, sound, smell, touch. Satoyu's 5 senses were ripped away in an instant. His body felt like it had been tossed into a bottomless ocean abyss, tormented by the endless descent. 1 second he was the child lying on the lawn watching the sunrise. The next, he was a middle-aged officer cradling the corpse of a comrade. Long-buried memories seemed to drift away from him, his mind withering as if his memory storage had been formatted, leaving it utterly empty. All that remained were his name, Duzi, Hao-Jia, and one command he refused to forget until his dying breath. Burn, Hao-Jia. Those words never escaped Satoyu's lips. His throat was already filled with blood, and the intense suffocation made it incredibly difficult to even stay conscious. Ah-ha-ha. A roar was all Satoyu could muster now. As if sensing imminent danger, the loathing that had previously scorned Hao-Jia suddenly shifted its 4 eyes, fixing them on the mech charging toward it with deathly resolve. Immediately, a massive tail, its bones protruding outward, slammed straight into the weakest point of Hao-Jia's armor, its waist. The disparity in size between the two was so vast that the abomination's tail also tore through Hao-Jia's lower abdomen, the very location of the cockpit. Fortune and misfortune struck the diminutive iron pilot, Satoyu, simultaneously. While the tail failed to cleave him in two, its tip sliced open his chest. Even as consciousness began to slip away, Satoyu could feel something warm and viscous spraying out from his chest cavity. Perhaps it was his life. The loathsome tail strike failed to halt the charging mecha. At that moment, Hero erupted in a blinding radiance. Its power core resembled a blazing sun. Though constrained by its programming from expanding further, the terrifying heat it generated was too much for the hero's armor to withstand. The armor melted into flowing molten steel, dripping onto the barren land. Satoyu roared with laughter. Hero's performance had finally surpassed even the most advanced third-generation mechs, outstripping both Butterfly and Xingtian. This burning colossus possessed a power plant of unparalleled excellence, granting it a speed so blindingly fast it astonished even White Shadow. The abomination realized it had completely underestimated Hao-Jia and hastily withdrew its beast horns from Dai's chest. Inside Dai's cockpit, Bai Ying roared with fury. Veins bulged across her skin as Dai, resonating with her, channeled immense power at unprecedented levels, surging energy outward through the mech's frame. Abhorrence's 4 arms began trembling violently, forcing it to abandon its plan to free one limb. If it released its grip to attack Hao-Jia, Butterfly would surely break free and launch an assault potent enough to make even Abhorrence wary. The tail was Abomination's only hope now. Whoosh! The abomination surged with power, its tail just returned to its position at the body's end, curling instantly. It launched a sweeping strike along Hao-Jia's charging trajectory, tearing through the air. But it was still too slow. Satoyu, devoid of any sensation, was now driven solely by obsession and instinct. In that instant, his synchronization with the hero surged to 100%. The flaming giant entered the predetermined attack range. Leaving a trail of afterimages on the ground, he suddenly leaped upward, soaring over the sweeping strike that nearly flattened him like a discus. Then, he delivered that punch from the heavens. White Shadow's mind went blank. She had no idea what Satoyu had done, but her survival instinct kicked in the instant she broke free from the bindings, commanding Butterfly to retreat at top speed. A sun plummeted into Blackstone Canyon. No one could look directly at that blinding light, not even Abomination. Its 4 eyes plunged into utter darkness. Its incredibly resilient body gradually succumbed to the intense heat and impact. Countless cracks, too numerous to be distinguished by the naked eye, tore its skin and muscles into shreds finer than hairs. Flesh, bone, everything the Abomination prized disintegrated within the ever-expanding energy core. Its newly formed brain was crushed once more, leaving only its beating heart to frantically command its cells to multiply. The Abomination sought to live, to reclaim what it had lost. This near-genetic obsession kept its heart struggling even under relentless assault. Its once towering, formidable form had vanished entirely. Now, in its desperate quest for survival, the Abomination had become nothing more than a flesh sphere, driven solely by the urge to grow. Explosive energy relentlessly pounded its flesh, yet each time its heart neared exposure, it unleashed the power of genetic evolution, rapidly covering itself with fresh, regenerated flesh. The blinding light persisted for a full minute before finally dissipating into the air. The Blackstone Canyon, once a landmark of the terrain, now resembled a massive crater gouged by a meteorite. Had the white figure not used its energy stance to carry the other mechs and support personnel out of the radiation zone at the critical moment, they would have long since been reduced to specks of stardust alongside that blinding light. Is it over? When even the clouds split open to reveal a gaping maw, the logistics officer finally collapsed to his knees, relief washing over him. Thud! Thud! Suddenly, a familiar thud echoed from the center of the crater. Bai Ying felt his own breathing slow by half a beat. She hurriedly glanced at the energy radar. A new hostile target, with an energy level close to hers, had appeared on the previously blank scan. No, not one too. Roar! The Abomination had survived. Its formidable genetics had undergone countless evolutions within half a minute, and its newly formed brain had permanently anchored itself within its heart, fused with this vital organ. A body capable of withstanding nuclear fusion strikes was rapidly reshaping itself. It would become a being comparable to the colossal Leviathan, until the very last person on this planet who feared it died in utter despair. It would reclaim the children stolen by humans, survive and multiply with them on this planet, and establish a new home. That was how it should have been. Put! A claw pierced its heart and brain, halting the bodily transformation. Those golden pupils held a glimpse of sky blue light within their depths. Chapter 202, Not of Our Kind. The Abomination seized the arm thrust into its chest with its newly grown limb. No. It tried to wrench the arm from its body, but it couldn't muster the strength. The other showed no mercy. The Abomination could feel its heart bursting open in multiple places, blood gushing out like a waterfall. This wasn't supposed to happen. My child. Abomination trembled violently, its roar laced with despair so palpable even the White Shadow could hear it. A monster resembling itself reflected in Abomination's golden pupils, only smaller in stature and brimming with hostility toward its own mother. 2. Abominations. The logistics commander stared in shock at the scene before him, his emotions now beyond description. Truthfully, no one could have foreseen the situation unfolding before them. That's doozy. At that moment, Bai Ying finally pieced together all the clues and found the answer. After the fusion reaction erupted, only Hao Jia and the Abomination remained within the reaction zone. The Abomination couldn't have split itself into another being so quickly. Even if it could, its clone wouldn't have attacked its original form. Bean was too different from ordinary humans in too many ways: superhuman physical strength, formidable vitality, and the green blood revealed during that night spent with Bai Ying. The Abomination wouldn't search for its offspring among a pile of mechs. When Bai Ying first heard the Abomination's claim, she even wondered if Dai was the child it referred to. After all, the mecha she piloted blurred the line between mecha and monster, a fact Bai Ying herself was well aware of. Roar! The smaller Abomination suddenly roared, as if denying the larger one's claim. Immediately afterward, it fulfilled the larger Abomination's wish, pulling its arm out of the other's chest. Only, the claw still clutched a heart that beat violently. Dozens of blood vessels connected it to the Abomination's body, leaving a gaping hole in its chest. Had those vital energy-supplying vessels been severed, it would likely be dead already. No! Abhorrence attempted to step closer, even unfurling its forearms to signal no hostile intent. But that vibrant heart was no longer within its body, so its steps were weaker than it imagined, barely more than a stagger. Bean took a step back, tightening its grip on the heart. You know. It's them. The Abomination's voice grew weaker, mirroring its body teetering on the edge of collapse. Bean maintained a constant distance, retreating one step for every step the Abomination took forward. But this time, Bean did not retreat. As if stimulated by something, Bean's 4 eyes began scanning its massive body. Confusion, shock, fear, all these emotions became fuel for self-denial. An unprecedented dread enveloped Bean's heart. She couldn't believe she was truly a monster identical to hatred. So, Bean cast a pleading gaze toward the mecha fleet thousands of meters away, locking onto the battle-scarred pure white mecha. Don't listen to it. You're one of us. Bai Ying keenly sensed Duzi's gaze and stepped forward without hesitation, cranking her broadcast volume to maximum. But clearly, the survivors were hesitant about Bai Ying's words. No one responded to her broadcast, and the crowd fell into a heavy silence. First, they couldn't verify Bai Ying's claims. Among the remaining survivors, those from the United Front Legion could be counted on one hand. Beyond those who had interacted with Duzi, most people's impression of him was limited to the descriptions in the database. Second, even if that monster truly was Duzi transformed, they might not accept it as one of humanity. This was an innate instinct of resistance. Compared to accepting an unconventional mech like Xingtian, monsters were the true scourge bringing calamity to this planet. Monsters like Abomination, especially, had torn apart countless families. The Iron Rider's duty is to combat these monsters that trample human lives. For them to accept a monster joining their ranks is no easy feat, neither physically nor psychologically. Even if they could confirm that the monster was truly transformed from Duzi, the outcome would remain the same. Child, Abomination dragged its heavy body, staggering step by step toward the stunned Bean standing in place. I found you. The White Shadow's words failed to give Bean sufficient strength. She remained deeply mired in self-doubt, especially after witnessing the crowd's silent reactions, which only amplified her sense of loss. So as Abomination drew nearer, the instinctive physical resistance within her gradually faded, replaced by sorrow and helplessness. Bean. Seeing that Duzi's 4 golden eyes were no longer fixed on her, Bai Ying urgently commanded the butterfly to race toward the center of the deep pit. The butterfly's power was nearly depleted, its remaining energy field was insufficient to sustain flight. Thus, Bai Ying could only sprint at full speed, even though she knew the risk was extremely high. The thought of Duzi's peaceful, sleeping face made it impossible for Bai Ying to ignore her suffering. But while Bai Ying remained thousands of meters away, the Abomination was mere inches from Duzi. Together, the Abomination now stood before Bean. The beating heart was within easy reach, yet it chose instead to open its arms, drawing Bean into its hollow chest. The Abomination truly did not harm her. In that instant, Duzi relaxed the hand that had been clutching the heart tightly, for she sensed the warmth emanating from abhorrence. It was a communication signal only monsters could perceive, a method higher-level monsters used to command their subordinates, a unique form of exchange among them. Bean. Get away from it. White Shadow's words drifted away like wispy cooking smoke. In that instant, Bean's consciousness boiled to its peak. She no longer wished to chase after those elusive words. Unprecedented memories surfaced from the depths of her consciousness, awakening Duzi's most primal biological instincts. She remembered. Years ago, in the Holo-AI Basin, the Abomination had channeled its final vitality and consciousness into the child within her womb during the nuclear strike, allowing this unborn monster to survive. Mom. Chapter 203, The Weight of Life. Bean had never known the taste of a mother's love. Her childhood was spent in a white isolation chamber. It seemed that ever since she could remember, she had been about the same age she was now. Every day, she underwent numerous tests with Omega personnel in their work uniforms, blood draws, injections, the endless cycle. The staff never mistreated her, but they treated her with utter indifference. Duzi still remembered how she had no name back then. Others always referred to her by a string of numbers. If anything kept Duzi from completely shutting down her heart in that oppressive environment, it was the woman who always wore a smile. Yuanjun. She would often enter Duzi's room wearing a protective suit, bringing small toys to play with Duzi and telling her stories. Duzi once had a wish that one day she could hug Yuanjun without his isolation suit. That wish came true the day Yuanjun handed her over to Satoyu. At first, Duzi struggled to adjust to her new surroundings. Satoyu confined her to the house as if guarding classified documents. Duzi couldn't do anything for herself. She felt like she'd merely moved from one isolation room to another. For a long time, she lay awake night after night. She resented Satoyu intensely because he resembled those stern-faced Omega staff members, so Duzi remained cold and distant toward him. Satoyu's curry was awful, truly awful. To this day, Duzi couldn't fathom how he managed to make curry that bad. Until one day, unable to endure the food any longer, Duzi decided to replicate the steps Satoyu had previously used and prepared a curry herself before he returned home. Duzi would never forget the day Satoyu came home, smelled the aroma, and praised her, nor the tears that fell from his eyes as he ate. From that day on, Duzi had a name of her own. Satoyu resolved to take her out into the world, gradually introducing her to its ways, teaching her to distinguish good from evil, and showing her how to protect herself. Later, Duzi became an Iron Rider fighting alongside Satoyu. She gradually earned the Legion's recognition and integrated into this collective. This was the world Duzi lived in, her entire world. Now, the Abomination sought to erase these memories that once belonged to Bean, to return her to her mother's embrace. That faint, shimmering sky blue was about to vanish. Duzi. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Duzi's mind, and she found herself back in that underground city apartment. A curry pot, still warm, sat on the table. Plates were set before her in Sato Duzi's half-eaten portion and Sato Yu's untouched plate. The setting sun filtered through cracks in the underground city, casting light across the apartment's walls and floor. Sato Yu sat in shadow, while Duzi was bathed in golden sunlight. If the day comes when I must leave you, I hope you'll leave the Watchers Alliance forever. Don't pick up a gun, don't pilot a mech, and don't return to Omega. I have no living friends to entrust you to. You must learn to survive on your own. I believe this won't be difficult for you. I've already taught you all the essential skills for survival. Go wherever you like, as long as you find peace there. Remember, stay connected with those who are good to you, and show no mercy to those who wish you harm. The sun sank below the horizon, shadows deepening as the last faint rays of light faded. The entire apartment building seemed plunged into darkness, not a single light illuminated. Until Sato Yu's body began to burn, illuminating Duzi's seat in the darkness. I'll always be watching over you from above. Stay alive, Mame. The blinding flames consumed Sato Yu's smile, yet they swept away all the gloom in Duzi's heart. Dad! Blood tears streamed from Duzi's eyes, her sky-blue pupils like jewels set within golden irises. She would never forget her name. Bean wrenched free from the arm of the creature she loathed, crushing the heart in her hand as she did so, then swiftly put distance between herself and the abomination. Roar! Abomination roared in fury. Within its once empty chest cavity, a new, miniature heart had already taken shape. This was why it didn't need to forcibly seize hearts. It could channel the heart's energy entirely into the newly formed vessel. In truth, even if she hadn't used the command signal to erase Duzi's memory, causing it to crush the heart prematurely, Abomination would not have perished. Its life was tethered to the monster factory deep within Mount Duoyue. The planet beneath its feet was the wellspring of its existence. As long as the bond connecting Abomination to this planet remained unbroken, it would never fall. You betrayed me. The Abomination's 4 golden eyes glared venomously at Duzi. It knew the other had rejected its existence as a mother from the depths of its being, a realization that even shocked the Abomination itself. It would never tolerate another being as powerful as itself rising up against it. I am Duzi. Duzi struggled to counter with her unfamiliar vocal organs. Even in this body she loathed, she would use this power to protect those she cherished most. The next instant, hatred and Duzi charged toward each other. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted between the colliding behemoths, its terrifying force felt even by the white figure a kilometer away. Abomination had intended to overwhelm Duzi with sheer size and brute force, but it never anticipated Duzi exploiting her compact form to drive her entire head and arms into its midsection. Roar! The Abomination bellowed in fury, yet this couldn't stop Bean from violently slamming it hundreds of meters backward. Bean's 2 beast horns had pierced deep into the Abomination's newly formed heart, severely weakening its entire body. No matter how hard it strained, it couldn't dislodge Bean from within itself. In the critical moment, a dark yellow torrent of energy erupted from the Abomination's mouth, striking Duzi's body head-on. An intense burning sensation instantly spread from Duzi's spine throughout his entire body. In that fleeting moment, the Abomination seized upon Duzi's momentary weakness from the pain and violently shoved him away. Then, a long-prepared tail swing. Bean's body flew through the air like a baseball, crashing heavily into the deep pit below. The Abomination had abandoned any thought of recruiting Duzi. Without hesitation, before the dust had even settled, it unleashed a second torrent of energy toward the direction Duzi had fallen. Boom! Just as Abhorrence believed its fatal strike would pierce Duzi's heart before he could react, a smaller energy blast shot out from the smokescreen, colliding head-on with Abhorrence's beam. It was the power Duzi unleashed, gritting his teeth against the pain. Chapter 204, Fusion Evolution. Abomination never imagined Duzi would possess this technique. Had it not been for the Monster Factory's mutation enhancement, Abhorrence's attacks would remain purely physical. Moreover, Duzi was a child left behind during its first invasion of this planet. Logically, he should never have learned its new techniques. 2 surging currents of energy collided, reducing the surrounding sand and debris to dust and ash in the frantically expanding shockwave. The smaller, pure white beam grew increasingly blinding, gradually pushing back the dark yellow torrent. Only then did the Abomination realize that the energy torrent spewed by Duzi was of an entirely different nature. The Abomination's energy beam stemmed from the conversion of its own beast blood, while Bean's energy beam contained no trace of beast blood energy whatsoever. In other words, Bean hadn't even mastered the method of transforming beast blood into an energy attack. For a moment, the Abomination felt unease and tension. It couldn't fathom what kind of power its own flesh and blood possessed, a power even it didn't understand. This power was even sufficient to bridge the physiological gap, allowing Duzi to gradually gain the upper hand. As Duzi continued to spew, her appearance began to shift silently. Increasing amounts of flesh and bone tissue sprouted along her spine, forming one protruding lump after another. Soon, white bone began breaking through the skin from within these hardened swellings. Duzi was evolving. These new organs, a fusion of flesh and bone, were specifically formed to store and regulate the energy within Duzi. As they grew in a rhythmic pattern along her spine, her control over the surging energy grew ever stronger. The abomination had been right. Bean was different. The energy they harnessed wasn't even the same kind, leading Bean to evolve in ways the abomination could never have imagined. To be precise, Bean not only inherited the abomination's life force and evolutionary capabilities, but also gained an entirely new power. It was the parting gift left by the hero. That power core, radiating controllable fusion energy, had not been consumed by its own release. Instead, it became the blood flowing through Bean's heart, fusing completely with it. Though Duzi, having only just manifested its monstrous form, did not yet know how to fully harness this power, even this most primitive application was sufficient to grant it strength overwhelming enough to subdue the abomination. Bean. When the white figure was just 1 kilometer away from Duzi in a straight line, she halted her advance. The overwhelming power of the clashing energies forced her halt. Bai Ying could even feel the liquid steel armor covering Dai's exterior slowly dissipating without Dai's energy field shielding her. Bai Ying wouldn't have been able to approach this close. But 1 kilometer was the absolute limit she could reach. If she advanced even a single step further, Butterfly's energy stance would collapse completely, and Bai Ying would be disintegrated into stardust along with her mecha within the torrent of energy. At this moment, the abomination's 4 golden eyes burned with fury. It couldn't believe it was actually losing. Abomination had already maximized the power of its spew, even converting the blood within its own body into energy to expel. Yet despite this, Duzi's white beam continued to steadily close the distance between them. Stop! The abomination commanded Duzi through a signal only monsters could perceive, but Duzi paid no heed, instead increasing the beam's power even further. Put! In the next instant, the white beam completely obliterated the dark yellow energy. A torrent surged over Abhorrence's head, drowning that terrifying skull. Before Abomination could react, the white beam sliced downward along its neck, cleaving the massive body clean in 2 vertically. The beating heart instantly shattered into countless chunks of flesh scattered across the ground. Yet, just as the white figure and Duzi thought it was over, the scattered chunks began violently regrowing, intertwining rapidly like vines bursting through soil. The abomination was reborn. How is this possible? This time, even Bai Ying felt a suffocating sense of despair pressing down upon her from the rapidly forming outline of its new form. You cannot kill me. A brand new abomination stood tall upon the earth once more, declaring its immortality with deliberate emphasis, simultaneously sowing seeds of terror powerful enough to crush human hope. A white beam instantly pierced the abomination's chest, the very location of its brain and heart. Yet it had no effect. Within 3 seconds, the gaping hole was seamlessly sealed by fresh flesh. The abomination even took a perverse interest in demonstrating to the crowd the precise process of its new heart forming. Everything unfolded exactly as Abomination had anticipated. As long as its energy link to this planet remained unbroken, it would keep rebirthing. Even if Duzi's energy could annihilate every cell within its body, a brand new abomination would crawl out of the lava rivers to continue bringing destruction to this land. Crossing Manchu, underground strata. Xiao encountered an unexpected turn of events he never could have imagined. As he plunged his battle axe into the colossal worm's final heart, the white mountain beneath his feet showed no sign of ceasing its movement. A wail of anguish echoed through the air, but Xiao soon realized it wasn't anguish at all, it was mockery. With only 10 seconds left in his overload mode, Xiao sensed the cruel joke fate had played upon him before his impending weakness set in. The heart lodged deep within the colossal worm's head began beating once more. Only then did Xiao realize the colossal mistake he had made. Lacking crucial intelligence, he had treated this factory as nothing more than a high-level monster. But it was nothing like ordinary monsters. Feeding on planetary energy, it could not only design and manufacture monsters but also grow new organs itself. If Xiao couldn't crush all its hearts in one swift blow, the worm would have ample time to heal its wounds, replacing the dead heart with a brand new one. Moreover, the new heart wouldn't grow in the area previously corroded by biological toxins. The worm was merely the outward manifestation of this factory. Perhaps it chose this form simply because it was convenient, quick, simple, and efficient. Otherwise, it could have designed itself into a sophisticated weapon. Seems fate doesn't always smile upon me, Xiao murmured bitterly within the consciousness space. Now he possessed this crucial intelligence, yet it had cost him the most precious offensive time. And he would pay the most painful price for this mistake as compensation. In an instant, Xiao leapt from the worm's body, battle axe raised, now positioned at the very end of this factory. Facing the colossal, kilometer-long form, with only 3 seconds left in his overload mode, Xiao had but one choice. Chapter 205, The Death of Abomination. Xiao desperately wanted to walk out of this place alive. His decision to activate overload mode and stab through each heart one by one stemmed from his hope to use his remaining time to escape. Never thought it would come to this. Having faced death once before, Xiao had grown more composed, yet he cherished life even more deeply. Counting his life before the crossover, this was his 3rd life. The pity was he wasn't some creator. If he were to abandon everything here and flee human civilization alone, it wouldn't be long before the entire planet was utterly destroyed by the monsters. Then he truly would have no one left to speak to. Warning, current energy input exceeds rated capacity. Xiao ignored the warning and chose to fire directly. He would drain every last bit of energy from the overload mode and unleash the floating cannon in one decisive blast. In the next instant, two dark energy pulses capable of warping space shot out in parallel trajectories, tearing open the giant worm's tail. Then, they continued downward. The colossal worm didn't even have time to utter a cry of agony. It was shredded to pieces like a sausage fed into a meat grinder. Heart, flesh, unborn fetuses all were obliterated by the devastating dark energy shockwave. The subterranean cavern, once filled with the roars of monsters, fell momentarily silent. Those beasts that hadn't managed to keep pace with Xiao now joined their mother in death. After the silence came an even louder clamor. So it really can fire pulses. Xiao, sprawled on the ground, chuckled bitterly to himself. His previous shots had always been spherical projectiles. Only after activating overload mode did he discover the floating cannon could indeed fire pulses. He had no strength left to flee. The geological devastation caused by the dark energy explosion would undoubtedly collapse this underground cavern entirely, and Xiao could barely even stand. The biological membrane covering the cavern's ceiling shattered completely, and scalding magma poured down like a river reversed. The giant worm didn't even leave behind a complete corpse. Its greenish-yellow blood was swiftly engulfed and vaporized by the molten lava. What a pity, Xiao thought as he awaited death, even hearing the system's kill notification. I just killed so many monsters, and I still have plenty of evolution points left to spend. If death was inevitable, wasn't it a colossal regret to die while still holding unspent funds? In his final moments, Xiao chose to open the shop interface. Lava and collapsing rock engulfed his body. Useless. Abomination and Doozy grappled fiercely. Within mere moments, Doozy had evolved into a form even Abomination scarcely recognized. Bean's entire body developed varying degrees of hardened skin, while areas lacking sufficient muscle mass sprouted additional bones as protective armor. Though still shorter than Abomination, Bean's strength was now on par after this intense reinforcement. Yet despite Abomination's astonishment at Bean's explosive evolutionary potential, it remained supremely confident. As long as Bean couldn't kill it, this battle wouldn't end. Moreover, after several exchanges, Abomination had developed some resistance to Doozy's beam attacks. While not completely immune, it significantly reduced the time needed to heal wounds. After realizing energy attacks were useless, Doozy opted for more direct melee combat, having conceived a far more radical strategy. She would tear the Abomination's heart to shreds, then swallow it whole. Using her own body as a prison, she would forever confine its indestructible flesh within the flowing energy coursing through her. Yet just as Abomination began gaining the upper hand in the melee, its body suddenly convulsed violently. In a daze, it seemed to hear the distant, relieved roar of Mount Duyu. Surging magma flowed down the cracked mountain toward the earth, its final eruption after days and nights of continuous roaring. But this time, flowing into the river of lava was no longer the dormant young of the beast awaiting awakening, but primordial magma from the earth's crust, carrying the scent of death. Invisibly, the bond connecting the Abomination to the planet's energy had been severed. Boom! Bean seized this fleeting opening, clawing at the Abomination and completely pinning the distracted monster to the ground. Roar! The Abomination, snapping back to awareness, bellowed furiously at Doozy, who now pinned it down. It had no idea what had transpired at Mount Duyu, but this rage could only be vented upon the creature before it. The Abomination charged head-on into Doozy. Before Doozy could fully brace his pinning stance, the impact knocked him off balance. Seizing the momentum, the Abomination propelled itself up with its tail and immediately clamped its arm around Bean's neck. It had never felt such fury. No matter how fiercely Bean struggled, she couldn't lift her feet off the ground. She was completely powerless, and her breath attack was rendered useless as her throat was clamped shut. Die, the Abomination roared, grinding its jaws relentlessly, trying to crush the bones in Doozy's neck. Meanwhile, its other opponent tore directly at Doozy's chest. Soon, the white bones protecting her muscles were completely shattered by the Abomination. Now, it only needed to deliver the final blow to end this life or death battle. Even though Doozy possessed the same tenacity, without planetary energy to sustain him, once his heart was destroyed, there would be no chance of recovery. Whoosh! 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 Just as the Abomination reached out, 5 sharp spikes suddenly flew from afar, piercing cleanly into both of its arms. Growling! The Abomination instantly recognized the work of the white figure. This sudden interference disrupted its attack. But when the Abomination turned to look at where Butterfly had been standing, the mecha's figure had already vanished from its original position. Where the hell are you looking? In the next instant, Bai Ying, clutching the final spike, plummeted from above, driving it straight into the Abomination's skull. Though Abomination didn't keep its brain in its head, the white figure landed precisely behind it. The impact from the spike completely disrupted Abomination's center of gravity, causing its massive frame to topple backward uncontrollably toward the point of impact. Beans, her feet hitting the ground, immediately summoned every ounce of strength, driving her sharp bone claws through the Abomination's chest and ripping out its beating heart. Then, before both the Abomination and the White Shadow, she placed that heart into her own mouth, crushed it with a single bite, and swallowed it whole. Crash! The Abomination's corpse crashed heavily to the ground. Bean, what are you doing? White Shadow didn't even bother to check if the Abomination might revive before reaching out with her right hand to slap Bean's back. She wanted Doozy to spit out that heart. But before Butterfly's hand could reach Doozy, Doozy grabbed Butterfly's arm. It is dead. Chapter 206, Days Gone By. A gentle breeze swept along the coast, passing through the now calm Mount Diyu, brushing over the ruins of Blackhorn City, and carrying the faint scent of the sea to the mobile armor legions still holding the front lines. Doozy could feel the flesh and blood of the Abomination withering and decaying within her, its death ultimately transforming into her power. She and the Abomination shared the same origin, yet now, she had become a being far more powerful than the Abomination itself. It's over, Doozy. The white figure could sense the thick clouds on the horizon dispersing with the wind, as rays of sunlight began to spill across this shattered land. It would take decades for people to rebuild their homes on this land strewn with corpses, a process that would inevitably be accompanied by sorrow and pain. Bai Ying. Doozy called out Bai Ying's name stiffly. Though the sound was jarring, her tone remained gentle. She never imagined she'd speak in this manner. I'm here, Doozy. Bai Ying opened the cockpit of the butterfly and stepped onto its palm. Dai slowly extended her hand toward Doozy. Bai Ying gently stroked Doozy's deep crimson skin. She could recognize Doozy's pure soul in those sky-blue eyes, even though this body appeared no different from a demon's. Doozy stood still, quietly receiving Bai Ying's touch. Countless thoughts swirled through her mind. She longed to return to being that little girl who never grew up to curl up in someone's embrace, to receive their praise, to interact happily with others. But she didn't know what to do, nor whether there was truly a way to revert back. At least, she hadn't mastered such a method yet. Doozy had already accepted the fact that she was a monster. I can't go back, Doozy uttered, her words deliberate and measured. Her golden pupils brimmed with loss and sorrow. Tears had become an unattainable luxury for Doozy. Genetic evolution had long since eliminated this unnecessary function. Now, she could only bleed, never weep. I know. Crystal clear tears streamed down the white figure's cheeks. She forced a smile, pressing her forehead against Doozy's. Humans couldn't accept Doozy's current form. Even if the Watchers Alliance approved, the global populace would never consent. But where could Doozy go? This planet held no refuge for Doozy. Wherever humans existed, Doozy could not go. No, Cry, Doubto blinked, addressing the white figure. I will live well. Where are you going? The white figure understood Bean's meaning. It seemed the other had already made up its mind. Olia, Doozy uttered his answer. There are no people there. It was the continent destroyed by the hands of the Abomination. Doozy was right, that place, deserving of the name Hell on Earth, was indeed rarely visited by humans. The white figure didn't know how to respond. Doozy gently took Butterfly's hand and slowly pushed her away. Then, before everyone's eyes, Doozy turned and began walking toward the continent of Olia. Until she vanished far off on the horizon. Signal interference eliminated. Connecting to the Watchers Alliance network. Network connection successful. 17 hours later, at the Obsidian Sky Base. Bai Ying lay alone in her quarters. Though exhaustion washed over her like a tide, sleep remained elusive. During her return journey, Bai Ying had been invited as a special representative to attend the highest-level Alliance summit. This privilege stemmed largely from her and Dai's battlefield performance. The crisis on the Fourth Line Islands had been averted, but the cost was devastating. Nearly half the land lay in ruins, with hundreds of thousands dead, injured, or missing during the evacuation. The Watchers Alliance's mech fleet had been decimated by roughly 60%. Every legion was severely weakened. The United Front Legion could no longer operate independently and was forced to merge into the Alliance's direct command forces. This crisis cast a heavy shadow over humanity. Days of communication blackout fueled rampant speculation and conspiracy theories, with the entire world awaiting the Watchers Alliance's response. Yet this unpublished response was destined to do little to quell public panic and anger. Even if people ceased blaming the Watchers Alliance, everyone's anxieties about the future would only deepen. The Star Ring Alliance drew increased public scrutiny. On the other hand, as the Alliance had made no significant contribution during the defense of the Fourth Line Islands, voices questioning its role began to grow louder. The colossal Leviathan still looms in the depths of the boundless sea. Omega and the War Factory appear to have achieved some crucial technological breakthrough, preparing to distribute new equipment to all major legions. Everything spiraled toward utter chaos. The embers of hope grew ever fainter, and humanity gradually lost its way in the darkness. Yet none of this preoccupied Bai Ying most. The reason she lay sleepless despite her exhaustion was that Xingtian had not returned. Detected new communication request. Caller, General Chen note. How's your rest? A familiar, steady voice sounded in Bai Ying's ear. I can't sleep. Bai Ying didn't conceal her state. Her attitude toward General Chen had grown more straightforward than before. She knew General Chen had come bearing news. It's fine. You still have 2 days of leave. You should see a psychologist or get some medication from medical services. General Chen showed no surprise he had experienced similar times himself. Get to the point. If you have good news, maybe I'll fall asleep. Though Bai Ying recognized General Chen's concern as well-intentioned, she couldn't wait to hear the results. Then I'll be blunt. The Alliance's investigation of Duyu Mountain has just concluded. No trace of Xingtian was found, but the geological stratum analysis results are in. Unknown elements and beast blood components were indeed detected, confirming Xingtian did battle with a certain level monster there. You'll need time to process this. Someone from Omega may contact you in the next couple of days. If you encounter any difficulties, come straight to me. Understood. Communication ended. Bai Ying tossed aside the covers, stepping barefoot onto the floor. She moved slowly to the far end of the room and pulled the curtains open just a crack. The stars no longer twinkled in the sky, and the once bright moonlight gradually dimmed. A soft, pale glow appeared on the horizon, the harbinger of dawn approaching. Bai Ying had already missed the optimal time for sleep, and the news General Chen had brought her had completely extinguished any possibility of rest for the night. So she pulled the curtains wide open, sat down beside the smart terminal, and pressed the power button. She knew Xingtian wasn't dead. That faint, lingering echo of synchronization still reverberated within her mind. I will find you. Chapter 207, Natural Machine Soul. Have the material test results for the unit come in yet? Secondary verification is still underway, Doctor. What about the electrical signal stimulation results? There's a faint response, but the neural network structure differs from our projections. It's not fully compatible. Then have Alpha replicate his circuits and try again. Electrical stimulation will commence in 10 seconds. All personnel evacuate the site immediately. Blinding flashes of electricity crackled like thunder across the vast chamber. Detected, orderly transmission of neural signals. You're awake. Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and the first person to meet his gaze was Yuanjin behind the glass. This instantly heightened Xiao's alertness. He immediately noticed he seemed to be standing on a massive docking platform, his body covered in cables and electromagnetic attachments. But the next second, Xiao realized his movements weren't restricted, he could move freely. Without hesitation, he yanked a black axe handle from his spine. Don't be nervous. We've only collected some data and samples from you, nothing excessive. Yuanjin seemed to have anticipated Xiao's reaction. Far from appearing tense, she crossed her arms over her chest with evident interest. Then I'm heading back to the black sky now. Xiao found it hard to trust the woman's words, yet he truly detected no abnormalities in his own body. No, that was precisely the most abnormal part. He should have died on Mount Duyu. Seems you have questions about your resurrection? Yuanjin spoke as if reading his mind, addressing his unspoken concerns. Realizing something was terribly wrong, Xiao immediately reached back and ripped the cable from the back of his head. But at that very moment, Xiao's perspective abruptly shifted back to the consciousness space. The woman named Yuanjin sat in a chair, observing Xiao in his human form. Time passes very slowly here, but my consciousness space doesn't operate at that level. Yuanjin even conjured an apple out of thin air and took a bite. How did you get in? Xiao forced down his shock and fear. He knew he couldn't let his emotions show too obviously when facing Yuanjin, lest she lead him by the nose. Good question. But that involves some technical theory. I'm pleased to see your emotional control is so strong. Yuanjin smiled as she rose from her chair, slowly approaching Xiao to scrutinize him closely. You're not the Xingtian I designed anymore, are you? You know the answer. Xiao saw no point in maintaining the charade. Since she could enter his consciousness, all his disguises were nothing but a clumsy joke. A pure, natural machine soul with its own firewall, whether viewed through the lens of biotechnology or artificial intelligence, your very existence shouldn't be possible. Yuanjin attempted to touch Xiao, but her fingers halted just before his skin. Now I understand why so many great scientists turn to faith. When my own concepts align with the Creator's design, I can't help but see it as divine intervention. An exceptional creation like you shouldn't have been born in this era, but perhaps this is science's gift to humanity. Yuanjin finally lowered her hand. Yet the instant her fingers touched Xiao, a surge of electricity jolted her palm, forcing her to step back. You are to be admired from afar, not touched. I can only strive to decipher your unique existence through existing technological means. That is why you are one of a kind. Yuanjin waved her hand, and a mosaic pattern instantly filled the void where her fingers had been. You must have many questions. It's just the two of us here. I can answer them all. This is my consciousness space, not yours. Xiao's hostility remained undiminished, though he was genuinely astonished that Yuanjin had uncovered secrets even he himself was unaware of. Though I'd love to host you in my consciousness space, time there flows nearly as fast as reality. It's more efficient to talk here. Why am I in your grasp? Since Yuanjin showed no intention of leaving, Yu Xiao couldn't force her out. He might as well get straight to the point. Only by understanding the reason behind this could he better comprehend the woman before him. We recovered an unknown substance from within Mount Du, something resembling a miniature black hole. Later, when we attempted to inject energy into your core, a brand new Xingtian was born. As Yuanjin spoke, she opened her palm, projecting recorded footage into the consciousness space. Yu Xiao soon witnessed the entire process of his own rebirth with his own eyes. He was grateful he'd purchased an item that didn't require orbital delivery before his death. Item name: Quasar Core. Description: evolves the core into a miniature quasar, fundamentally altering the unit's energy circulation patterns. Grants the core exceptional energy resistance and enhances all attributes of the machine soul. Prerequisites: skeleton evolution, equipped with any core amplifier or energy stabilizer module. Note: this equipment module is a bio-organic organ. The core will evolve automatically after purchase, no manual installation is required. Price. The moment Yu Xiao first saw his account balance break 6 figures, he immediately sorted the prices in descending order and purchased this equipment module, one he'd never even dared glance at before. Yu Xiao had to admit there was a gamble involved, especially when he saw the description: extremely high energy resistance. He immediately imagined this evolved core surviving the dual dissolution of beast blood in magma. After all, his mech soul rank hadn't been upgraded yet, preventing him from purchasing the limited use consciousness backup and mech backup again. His only option was to tough it out by enhancing his mech's durability. As it turned out, his decision proved correct. While his mech itself didn't survive the catastrophe, his core remained miraculously intact. What Yu Xiao never could have imagined was that his core would be salvaged by Omega, effectively delivering himself completely defenseless into Yuanjin's hands. You're quite the power hog. We barely managed to activate your core by sacrificing 12 hours of power to an entire city cluster and running 3 experimental power reactors at full capacity. But it was worth it. I'm delighted to see a formidable warrior return to the world. Moreover, you've inspired us to complete the development of a new generation of mecha. A new generation of mecha? Yu Xiao immediately thought of the butterfly piloted by Bai Ying. You're correct. They're all as powerful as the butterfly, so I won't call them 4th generation mechs. Perhaps I should call them the Terminator mechs? Chapter 208, Origin of the Machine Soul. Butterfly was a mecha you designed yourself. So this artificial soul technology was born from your hands. After a moment of surprise, Yu Xiao immediately drew his conclusion. I merely proposed an idea. The credit certainly can't be claimed by me alone. The entire Omega is striving for humanity's advancement. Yuanjin made an uncharacteristically modest remark, though it perfectly aligned with her personal style. Machine soul. Given your style, you'd never call some form of artificial intelligence a machine soul. Yu Xiao's gaze grew serious and wary. You're right. I wouldn't call artificial intelligence a machine soul. You yourself are the most perfect machine soul in this world, so you should know what it truly is, shouldn't you? Yuanjin countered with a smile. Consciousness. Living, breathing consciousness. Yu Xiao answered without hesitation. Does every butterfly like mecha carry consciousness? The implication in Yu Xiao's words was clear. He was questioning whether Yuanjin had grafted living human consciousness onto the mecha. You're only half right, Yuanjin replied, showing no sign of unease or discomfort. Her tone remained casual, as if they were chatting. Machine souls certainly possess self-awareness, but they aren't necessarily alive when they're placed inside mechs. What do you mean? Yu Xiao felt the woman before him growing increasingly terrifying. This touches on the origins of mecha soul technology. Initially, I never intended to develop such a technique. But I stumbled upon an opportunity. An iron pilot desperately wanted to keep her dying loved one alive, and her mecha happened to be without a pilot at the time. You see, it's incredibly difficult for an iron pilot who's already lost a partner to establish a new synchronization with a newcomer unless they share a blood relation. So you conceive the machine soul. Yu Xiao filled in the deliberate pause Yuanjin had left, knowing it was intentional. Correct. Though the process wasn't as simple as you imagine. Omega undertook unprecedented collaboration across biological and digital fields, investing immense effort to achieve a result barely qualifying as success. But you've already seen that specimen. She's become a part of you now, hasn't she? Yuanjin's smile made Yu Xiao feel profoundly uneasy. Because Yu Xiao quickly understood who Yuanjin referred to as the original sample, the shattered machine soul he'd discovered after controlling the demon scorpion in the silent graveyard. Back then, he'd lacked the power to save a soul so deeply wounded absorbing it might have been the only release for that machine soul. But looking back now, Yu Xiao could see that the machine soul had been designed with numerous inherent flaws. It was destined to wear down, lose itself, and ultimately perish through repeated synchronizations with the iron pilots. Had that machine souls will not been so resolute, the iron driver piloting the demon scorpion would have long since encountered chasing Little Rabbit. She wasn't just a sample to you. Before becoming a machine soul, she was a living, breathing human. After becoming one, she remained a living, breathing consciousness, Xiao countered Yuanjin firmly. Apologies. I respect every life, especially those that pass through my hands. It's just that years of dealing with projects and experiments have made professional jargon a habit, occupational hazard. Yuanjin's smile vanished, replaced by a rare serious expression. Coming from you, that statement carries about zero credibility. Xiao remained on guard, still unable to fathom the woman's true intentions or even discern whether she was being serious or joking. I'm merely clarifying my personal perspective. Your skepticism is understandable. Yuanjin remained utterly unconcerned with Yu Zhao's opinion of her. But I'm not as cruel as you imagine. As I said, the consciousness loaded into a mecha isn't necessarily alive. Ridiculous. Can a dead person really be turned into a mecha soul? Doubt nearly overflowed from Yu Zhao's eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that Yuanjin wasn't a pioneer of science, but rather some charlatan peddling nonsense. The brain is the vessel of consciousness. If the brain loses its vitality and ceases activity, then consciousness that's soul-woven from countless neural activities will dissipate. If Yuanjin could revive a dissipated consciousness, she must have mastered the method of etching consciousness from the biological level into electronic components. The sheer audacity of such technology would be tantamount to directly propelling humanity beyond the suffering of existence, achieving the realm of eternal consciousness. The dead certainly can't. Moreover, technology that can't be widely adopted is destined to remain nothing more than a useless work of art. If building each mecha required stuffing a human brain inside, then even if humanity drove the monsters off this planet, eventually every person's mind would end up housed within some machine coexisting with clockwork for the sake of some profit. Yu Xiao fell into a brief silence. He knew his conjecture diverged from Yuanjin's actions. The latter's words had completely refuted his assumptions. So you're saying these machine souls aren't created from the consciousness of living people? Some prototype units were. And every participant in the experiments signed voluntary agreements witnessed by multiple parties. Over 80% of them were Omega's own people. Then what exactly are these machine souls you speak of? Yu Xiao marveled at Omega's dedication while a vague sense of foreboding crept over him. Suddenly, he suspected this matter might be inextricably linked to the monsters. Moreover, Duzi seemed to play a crucial role in it. Otherwise, why would Dai's projected image be identical to Duzi's? How to put it? I was going to explain the technical term for machine soul, but I found a more accessible way to describe it. Think of it as a blank consciousness capable of mass production. Does that make sense? Sounds like formatting someone's brain like a hard drive for replication. But to me, that's still cruel to the mind whose memories were erased. Yu Xiao understood Yuanjin's explanation, yet he couldn't accept it. Then rest assured. We didn't completely erase the prototype brain's memories, nor did we turn it into some kind of breeding machine. On the contrary, its owner gained true freedom and fulfilled her most important mission. Her? Yu Xiao noticed Yuanjin's choice of pronoun. In that instant, his heart twisted into a tight knot. An ominous premonition rose from his core, delivering a powerful warning. It seems you were unaware of what transpired on the main battlefield while you were at Diyu Mountain. For the first time, a hint of surprise flickered in Yuanjin's eyes, as if discovering something beyond her expectations was a rare and novel experience. The next second, Yuanjin kindly provided Yu Xiao with the correct answer. All current machine souls trace their origins to the consciousness of a single brain. And the owner of that brain is Duzi. Chapter 209, Survival of the Fittest. Over the next minute, Yuanjin demonstrated her formidable analytical skills as a research leader, describing the main battlefield with the most concise and precise language, leaving out no crucial details. Duzi is the child of abomination. After hearing Yuanjin's explanation, Yu Xiao could no longer contain his emotions. He had long suspected Duzi's identity was extraordinary, but no matter how hard he tried, he could never have linked the seemingly innocent Duzi to that terrifying demon responsible for the Hell's tribulation. Years ago, when we were cleaning up the battlefield in radiation suits, my astonishment was no less than yours now. Yuanjin didn't mind sharing her experiences. On the contrary, she was eager to see Yu Zhao's reaction to these revelations. It was a cub that survived 2 nuclear strikes. While its appearance was anything but cute, compared to its mother, this young one was actually quite mild-looking. Its vital signs were extremely weak, though. Omega expended considerable resources and manpower to sustain its life. Keep in mind we'd only ever studied monster carcasses before. Capturing an undeveloped juvenile was such a breakthrough that the Monster Research Institute staff were so thrilled they worked overtime for a solid month straight. But that excitement didn't last long. We soon discovered that while the artificial environment could stabilize the infant's vital signs, it couldn't sustain its growth. In other words, separated from its mother, the abomination, it had absolutely no chance of developing further. I don't believe Duzi emerged from the abomination's belly shaped like a human infant. Yu Xiao remained skeptical of Yuanjin's claims, though this skepticism was merely his rational resistance to the overwhelming excitement surging within him. In truth, Xiao had already immersed himself completely in Yuanjin's narrative, even experiencing a sense of being there himself. Of course not. Its original form was a 5-meter-long baby abomination, with its bald head alone taking up 2/5 of its total length, and its 6 limbs were also extremely miniature. I know what you're thinking. Exactly. After confirming we'd collected sufficient samples and data, we concluded our research on the monster's young shouldn't stop here. Especially since it couldn't grow, an objective factor stalling our progress. So, with the Watchers Alliance's approval, we implemented some rather aggressive research measures on the youngster, including translating and editing its genes, and even injecting genetic material from other organisms into its body. You're insane. Just hearing Yuanjin utter those few understated words made Xiao feel his body tremble slightly. Omega's actions were tantamount to parading a lit torch around a barrel of gunpowder. The slightest misstep, even the briefest, fleeting spark, could ignite explosives powerful enough to obliterate human civilization. Technological progress often comes with immense risks. Get it right, and it's a historic leap forward. Get it wrong, and it accelerates humanity's demise. But if we don't take this step, humanity will only die in frustration, confined within the boundaries we've set for ourselves. Even you, the founder, hold such views. No wonder Omega appears so radical and reckless to many. Xiao was completely serious. Then I'll take that as your endorsement and praise for Omega. Though Yuanjin understood Xiao's implication, she didn't mind at all. Yet Xiao knew that without Omega upholding the founding principles of Yuanjin, humanity might never have reached this point today. When the survival of human civilization is at stake, caution and boldness need not be mutually exclusive. Even when a single misstep could plunge us into an abyss, we cannot afford to stand still. Those capable of such decisive actions either possess extraordinary resilience or are so reckless they border on inhuman. Fortunately, our clumsy trial and error approach worked. The monster cubs appear to possess extraordinary genetic compatibility with any species. However, due to their own exceptionally potent genetic makeup, many foreign genes are immediately discarded upon fusion. From that moment, I understood, monsters are the ultimate embodiment of the law of the jungle. Any genes deemed unnecessary in their eyes are discarded, and the abomination stands as the pinnacle of this trait. Its offspring inherited this exceptional genetic expression. So at the final stage, I volunteered to inject my own genes into the monster cub. And thus, I received the gift bestowed upon me by the creator, an innocent child. Hearing this, Xiao was rendered speechless. He couldn't fathom what state of mind Yuanjin must have been in to inject her genes into the monster cub. To him, it seemed utterly inhuman. Don't look at me like that. Science is inherently pure. If you truly saw truth, you'd have made the same decision. Yuanjin had long read Xiao's thoughts in his eyes. But a pampered child like you could never comprehend the brutal competition of biological survival of the fittest. Fortune and misfortune are merely opposite ends of the same scale. After my genes expressed themselves in Duzi, I discovered that his monster nature seemed suppressed. Worse still, his physical development halted once it reached a certain stage. We tried every possible method to control variables, but we never found the cause. So in the end, I decided to give Duzi to Satoyu, who had just lost his Iron Rider partner at the time. I don't understand why you did that. In Xiao's view, if even they professional researchers couldn't find the cause, how could giving her to Satoyu solve the problem? It's not hard to understand. First, since controlling variables didn't work, we let the randomness of the world disrupt all variables. Second, if Duzi's monster genes weren't going to manifest again, she should live a normal human life instead of being confined in Omega's isolation chamber. That sounds nice. But if it's truly to let Duzi live a normal life, why are you giving her to an active iron pilot? Still 2 reasons. First, if humanity is doomed anyway, it doesn't matter who she goes to. In fact, Satoyu, being an iron pilot, can offer better protection. Second, among the people I have access to, Satoyu is the only one who meets the adoption criteria. Iron pilots are elite individuals selected from millions, at least in terms of physical and mental prowess. Satoyu is the only one among them who has lost all his loved ones. He needs emotional support. Of course, I must admit, I never imagined Satoyu would let Duzi serve as Haojia's co-pilot. That was far beyond my expectations. Chapter 210, Swift and Decisive. Bai Ying pushed open the door to her dorm room. It was the second day of her vacation. Last night, she had managed a restless sleep with medication, but her neural synchronization with Dai meant her brain hadn't truly rested. Her dreams were no longer a private space Dai, who looked exactly like Duzi, would wait for her there. This inevitably made Bai Ying project her feelings for Duzi onto Dai. In many ways, Dai and Duzi were almost identical. Both displayed a childlike curiosity about the world, pure kindness, and a deep dependence on Bai Ying. What astonished Bai Ying was that during her inability to enter dreams, Deep Scar had consistently cared for and taught Dai. Though this AI always appeared as a gentle blonde woman in a maid's long dress, her attention to Dai was truly meticulous, so much so that even Bai Ying would have praised her as an excellent nanny. Omega's newly developed AI was indeed quite capable, but according to Deep Scar, she was a specially customized entity for Dai, which explained her exceptional functionality. Detected new communication request, sender, Omega. Bai Ying hadn't even settled into her chair before the troubled General Chen had warned her about arrived. Perhaps this call should have come yesterday, but since Bai Ying had told General Chen she needed a day to rest and not be disturbed, she hadn't received it. She knew she'd eventually have to deal with Omega's investigation. She might even be summoned to an Omega branch under some pretext. That much was clear from Yuanjin's gaze during the last meeting. Inevitably, Bai Ying consoled herself. She was mentally prepared. After losing Duzi, Bai Ying refused to let anything happen to Dai again. She had to learn to shoulder responsibility. Communication request accepted, connecting. Bai Ying? A familiar figure appeared before Bai Ying's eyes. Omega was using video feed. Xingtian. Bai Ying never imagined it would be the old acquaintance General Chen was mobilizing the Legion to find. Is it really you? The real deal, no doubt about it. Xiao was also delighted to see someone he recognized. What are you doing at Omega? Did they do anything to you? Before Bai Ying could fully rejoice, her instincts warned her something was amiss. It's a long story, but I'm safe now and about to depart for the black sky. I specifically came to say hello to put your mind at ease first. General Chen will receive the official notification shortly. That's wonderful. Hearing Xiao's account, the heavy weight in Bai Ying's heart finally lifted. But before Bai Ying could relax for long, another woman appeared in the video feed. Yuanjin. Hello, Bai Ying. I suppose I should address you as Iron Pilot now? Yuanjin's opening words sounded like congratulations from a friend. Earlier that morning, the Black Sky had submitted an application to the Alliance. Approval came swiftly, and without question, Bai Ying, who had made significant contributions, received official Iron Pilot certification. Yet seeing her appear on screen alongside Xingtian still made Bai Ying feel uneasy, like kidnappers holding a hostage to extort ransom from the family. Relax. I'm not here to demand reports. Butterfly's data has already been remotely transmitted to Tech. Our maintenance crew will gather any other necessary information during the mech upgrade. Yuanjin instantly recognized Bai Ying's guardedness and its cause, so he addressed the most crucial matter first. Then what would you like to discuss, Dr. Yuan? Bai Ying knew the other party's appearance on screen couldn't possibly be just a casual greeting. I'd like to learn more about Duzi and Colonel Sato. Yuanjin didn't beat around the bush. Efficiency was her priority. But not over this channel. I'll send you an encrypted email shortly. Compose a report following the format provided, attach it, and reply to the original address. Is there a deadline? Bai Ying relaxed her guard slightly. She preferred not to see Yuanjin's face during this exchange. It was too intense. Submitted within 48 hours. I hear you're currently enjoying your vacation. This deadline shouldn't be unreasonable. Yuanjin maintained her confident, composed smile. Apologies for interrupting your time off, but this is critical for Omega. With Colonel Sato now sacrificed, you're our only source for many details. I'll submit the report on time. Bai Ying understood Yuanjin's meaning, though she suspected the questions in the report wouldn't be straightforward. I've said my piece. Do you two wish to continue small talk? Yuanjin was the first to cut his video feed, seemingly aware of the pressure he projected. No need. We'll meet soon enough. Xiao's reply echoed Bai Ying's unspoken thoughts. Safe travels, Bai Ying said to Xiao just before the call ended. See you tonight. Communication ended. Knock knock knock. Bai Ying had just removed her headset when she heard the knocking. General Chen. Bai Ying opened the door with a start. She wasn't worried General Chen might have overheard her earlier communication. The room's soundproofing was excellent, but the fact that he'd come knocking personally meant this couldn't be trivial. The Omega HQ team has arrived. They're here to inspect Butterfly. I thought you might want to be present. General Chen had actually been standing at the door for some time. Of course. Let me get ready. I'll head to the hangar immediately. Bai Ying hadn't expected that just moments after hearing about this from Yuanjin, Omega personnel had already landed. People like Yuanjin, who prioritized efficiency, tended to act first and inform later. Exactly, notification. She didn't need to seek anyone's approval. As for why General Chen had personally come to inform her of this, Bai Ying suspected it might be connected to the recent thaw in their relationship. Perhaps General Chen simply wished to see Bai Ying. Within 30 seconds, Bai Ying had tidied herself up neatly. Her usual silver functional jacket was already hanging in the wardrobe. Now, she wore a plain-colored training suit. Most base personnel had their own work uniforms, but Iron Pilot's combat suits were cumbersome to wear, so they typically moved around the base in their own casual attire. The two quickly reached the hangar via elevator. General Chen, Bai Ying. As the elevator doors opened, Bai Ying realized it wasn't the hangar crew greeting her and General Chen. It was the former Red Hurricane pilots, the Meng brothers. Of course, it was the ever-polite Meng Changkong who greeted them. Both brothers were now clad in a set of red combat suits, their design completely different from the previous models. Has Omega already requested your test flight? General Chen turned to look at the previously empty parking bay where the Red Hurricane should have been docked. But now, a deep crimson mecha they'd never seen before stood there. Yes, Omega is eager to see our synchronization results with the Terminator mech. Chapter 211, Forging an Alliance. You plan to send Duzi alone to the Olia continent? Yu Xiao clearly didn't believe Yuanjun would simply abandon Duzi. Given Duzi's nature, she would never allow herself to be seen by humans. Yet even if Duzi could endure the loneliness and pain, Omega couldn't simply stand by. Yet Yuanjun's response genuinely surprised Yu Xiao. Given the current situation, yes. We intend to have Duzi remain on the Olia continent for now. Regardless of the species' ecological niche, she stands as the pinnacle of existence. Yuanjun seemed quite satisfied with the changes occurring in Duzi. Duzi's research value is undeniable. However, Omega currently has more pressing tasks to accomplish. After that, we will address the matters concerning Duzi. What more pressing tasks? Final debugging of the mechs. After all, our technology isn't yet 100% complete. The combat effectiveness of these mass-produced units still needs to be observed. You want to use more iron pilots as guinea pigs for experiments? Yu Xiao couldn't help but sneer. He knew Bai Ying's success in unleashing the butterfly's power owed heavily to luck, otherwise, Bai Ying might have faced an even more tragic fate than Iron Hand. You're referring to SBV and its iron pilot, Iron Hand? Yuanjun smiled calmly. I admit Iron Hand and his mech aren't exactly compatible. But the S-series exists precisely to validate the mech's soul technology. The risks of piloting experimental mechs, Iron Hand understands them better than you or I. You have no idea how agonizing that mutation is unless you've experienced it firsthand. What difference does Iron Hand's consent make? Could he have foreseen the severity of failure's consequences? Yu Xiao insisted Yuanjun's actions amounted to deception. As for how Yuanjun knew Yu Xiao was referring to Iron Hand, that mattered little now. The fact that the other party could enter his consciousness meant they had already mastered the method to probe his thoughts. Of course, this observation might not be real-time. Omega could have accessed fragments of Yu Xiao's memories. Still, Yuanjun could logically deduce Yu Xiao's thoughts entirely. After all, the consciousness space was a projection of thought. As long as Yu Xiao could keep his mouth shut here, even if Omega possessed detection methods, it couldn't possibly monitor his real-time thoughts. You're mistaken. I haven't deceived these iron pilots who dared to pilot S-type mechs. Before signing the agreement, I fully informed them of all potential risks. Yuanjun spoke while closing her eyes. When she opened them again, her sky-blue pupils had transformed into dazzling gold. When it comes to life or death experiments, I always lead by example. No matter what accidents these iron pilots may face in the future, their lives won't be claimed by the S-series mechs. Moreover, I'll provide them with a complete set of remedial measures. I underestimated you. Yu Xiao could only think the woman before him was a madwoman. I've always felt I'm overrated, it's just that my courage surpasses others. Yuanjun flashed a satisfied smile. If that's all you have to say, then I believe we're in for a mutually beneficial collaboration. Just as expected. Yuanjun's free QA session wasn't truly free. What she demanded was Yu Xiao's cooperation, genuine, meaningful cooperation. Yu Xiao sensed Yuanjun had hit an insurmountable roadblock in her research on him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wasted time arranging this meeting between them in such a setting. This was both her threat and her bait. Collaboration? Yes, cooperation. You are a perfect natural machine soul. There must be much for artificial machine souls to learn from you. What's in it for me? Yu Xiao was a pragmatic man. He possessed the capability to force his way out of this hellhole. If it was a partnership, both parties must receive commensurate benefits. Ongoing support from Omega, permanent special operations clearance, and access to Omega's Class A database. Yuanjun laid out the specific perks, each sounding substantial. Let me think about it. Though Yu Xiao could readily accept such a trade-off, he deliberately gave a vague response first. This would strengthen his bargaining position, ensuring he could add other demands later without breaking the agreement. Of course, we have all the time in the world here. Yuanjun's expression radiated confidence. During the nearly 5-minute wait, Yuanjun remained seated on her chair that materialized out of thin air. She nibbled on an apple that seemed to never diminish while casually flipping through a thick stack of paper documents, constantly scribbling notes on them. I can agree to this collaboration, but I need to add some conditions. Yu Xiao finally spoke up. Alright, tell me about it. Yuanjun lifted his gaze from the documents and looked expectantly at Yu Xiao, who was floating in midair. First, I don't know what research you conducted on me before I regained consciousness, but during our collaboration, every single request you make must be explained to me in detail. I reserve the right to refuse. Second, I must retain full tracking rights over all collaboration files and processes. This is how I verify your honesty, even if the content is classified. Third, once this collaboration is established, regardless of the methods you use, you are forbidden from entering my consciousness space without my explicit permission. Is that all? Any other demands? Yuanjin's smile remained unchanged, suggesting she wasn't particularly bothered by these conditions. This made Yu Xiao slightly uncomfortable, but he understood that cooperation wasn't about exploiting vulnerabilities or weaknesses. It was about mutually achieving their respective objectives, and Yuanjin's terms were indeed generous. With Omega's ongoing support, he would no longer need to hide his activities from the organization. It also meant he gained powerful endorsement within the Watchers Alliance, ensuring no one could question Yu Xiao's legitimacy. The permanent special operations license granted Yu Xiao complete freedom to act according to his own judgment, free from the Alliance and Legion's directives regarding iron pilots and mechs. In other words, as long as the mission objectives were met, Yu Xiao could devise the execution process entirely at his discretion, unrestrained by anyone. Finally, access to Omega's Classed database would grant Yu Xiao insight into numerous classified matters, deepening his understanding of both the Alliance and Omega itself. One more thing, Yu Xiao suddenly recalled a crucial condition. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't remain at Omega's headquarters or regional branches. Issues that can be resolved remotely will be handled remotely. I don't want to be confined within the cage you've built, and I certainly don't want to damage your fixed assets. Deal. I accept all your terms. The moment Yuanjin's words faded, her image projection began to blur, a sign she was exiting Yu Xiao's consciousness space. She never broke her word. Chapter 212, Farewell to the Past. Terminator Mech. Bai Ying murmured the unfamiliar term under her breath, audible only to herself. Then, on a whim, she aimed her scanner at the deep crimson mech she'd never seen before. Mech designation EW. Body model, specialized Terminator Mecha. Pilot, Meng Changkon, Meng Changcheng. Performance, fusion-powered armor, height, meters, weight, tons. Equipment modules, Prism Bionic Interaction System, Scarlet Flame High-Temperature Polymer Cannon, Electromagnetic Shock Fist, Phoenix Fission Energy Missile Array, Full-Joint Air Compressed Power Jet System. This armor unit is now registered in the Watchers Alliance database, signifying its official commissioning as part of the Black Sky Legion. E.W. Edwalker? What kind of garbage name is that? Do those Omega folks only know letters and numbers when naming mechs? Meng Changqing slumped beside him, clearly displeased with his new unit. Names can be changed. We're the Iron Pilots of EW, call it whatever you want. Meng Changkong shot back at his brother's complaint. Though everyone present belonged to their own legion, he couldn't be sure if nearby Omega personnel hadn't overheard. In truth, Meng Changkong knew his brother Meng Changqing simply wasn't interested in any new mecha. Based purely on performance data, this new Terminator mecha was undoubtedly superior to the Red Hurricane they'd previously piloted, something that should have been cause for celebration. But both brothers had deep attachments to their mechs, a sentiment shared by most Iron pilots. They preferred seeing their current mechs upgraded rather than piloting brand new ones. Both Bai Ying and General Chun understood this sentiment. Bai Ying, especially her first mech, Xingtian, had inexplicably gained sentience, and her feelings toward Dai, her current mech, were complex. It wasn't that Dai wasn't powerful enough, it just felt like piloting a mech without any warmth, like driving someone else's car on a long journey. Fortunately, every time Bai Ying piloted Dai into battle, she fought alongside Xingtian. This minimized her resistance to the new mecha. It wasn't until Bai Ying achieved 100% synchronization with Dai that she finally accepted this battle companion from the bottom of her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have followed General Chen's advice to personally oversee Omega's inspection and upgrade of Dai. Call it whatever you want. Who knows if Omega's new mechs have hidden backdoors? Maybe once we establish sync, they'll take control of us. Meng Changqing was seething with frustration, his irritation mounting as the test drive drew nearer. Perhaps Omega names every mech, just like Butterfly. Didn't she used to be called S? Bai Ying suddenly spoke, drawing from her own experience. Only when you and the mech mutually recognize each other can you discover the name hidden beneath its armor. It's a sign of trust. Meng Changqing stared at his former arch-rival, ready to retort, but the memory of Bai Ying's extraordinary, otherworldly experience, unlike anything most Iron pilots had ever known, made him swallow his words. The other was trying to help him out of his predicament. It was goodwill, not mockery. Ever since Butterfly and Xingtian had made their mark on the Fourth Line Islands, Omega had made all experimental mecha data public. Butterfly was now officially registered as one of the mecha units, belonging to the Black Sky Division, with all its specifications accessible through public channels. Bai Ying chose to keep the name Butterfly first, because it sounded more human than the coldest designation, and second, because she hoped Butterfly would one day break free from its cocoon like a real butterfly, achieving true freedom. No consciousness should be confined as an individual manipulated by others, not even a mech. This was the inspiration Bai Ying drew from Xingtian. Bai Ying is right. Whether we accept it or not, Red Hurricane is gone. If he had consciousness, he wouldn't want to see us both stuck in place. Meng Changqing was deeply moved by Bai Ying's words, his gaze toward her filled with gratitude. All right. Enough already. I never said I wouldn't test drive it. Meng Changqing finally conceded, ceasing his complaints about the new mecha. Before turning toward the new mecha, Meng Changqing suddenly looked back at the spot where Xingtian should have been docked. Bai Ying couldn't fathom what Meng Changqing was thinking in that moment, but judging by his expression, he seemed to want to speak to Xingtian. His lips were trembling slightly, as if murmuring something under his breath. Beside him, however, his elder brother Meng Changkong heard it perfectly clearly. You are the finest iron pilots. He knew Meng Changqing had made up his mind to bid farewell to the Red Hurricane of the past. Bai Ying, I need to oversee the new mecha's test drive. Will you be alright on your own? General Chen wore a faint smile, clearly pleased with Bai Ying's earlier words. No problem. Go ahead. Bai Ying nodded, then watched as General Chen caught up with the Meng brothers. A minute later, Bai Ying approached Dai alone. An Omega staff member, who appeared quite refined, immediately noticed her. You're Bai Ying? That's me. Bai Ying acknowledged her identity without hesitation, clearly seeing the excitement in the man's eyes. She was already accustomed to the fervent stares from Omega's people. Anyone or anything deemed worthy of research in their eyes had to endure this intense scrutiny. Hello. You're 2 minutes earlier than General Chen said you'd be. The researcher smiled. My name is Lu Xing. I'm in charge of this mecha upgrade project. It's a pleasure to meet such a young iron pilot. Lu Xing was indeed several years older than Bai Ying, though certainly not over 30. Her appearance made that clear. Within the entire Watchers Alliance, Bai Ying was likely the youngest iron pilot, second only to Duzi. Now that Duzi was gone, she had inherited that title. Moreover, her impressive record of jumping into combat without formal training made for compelling stories, making her one of the Alliance's hottest topics these days. Hello. How can I assist you? Bai Ying shook hands politely, her friendly smile prompting her to get straight to the point. She wasn't sure if her smile came across as genuine, since she'd never seen herself fake one. Although Lu Xing before her didn't seem like someone with ill intent, the Omega faction as a whole hadn't left Bai Ying with a favorable impression. Yes, absolutely. Lu Xing's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He hadn't expected Bai Ying to be someone who valued efficiency so much that she skipped small talk entirely. As you can see, Dai doesn't seem to like us much. She rejected our port access request. Could you help us boot Dai up first? Chapter 213, No Matter the Cost. For a moment, Bai Ying was at a loss for words, genuinely taken aback by the request. Dai was a consciousness untouched by the world. She instinctively felt curious about everything around her, yet instinctively resisted anyone attempting to initiate contact. If Bai Ying remained inside Dai's cockpit, it would be manageable. Dai would never refuse actions Bai Ying controlled her to perform. But if Bai Ying was absent, Dai would essentially remain in a state of keep out to strangers. What truly left Bai Ying speechless was Deep Scar's actions. Though Dai possessed her own consciousness and emotions, Deep Scar the bionic AI was the true executor. Dai understood nothing. If someone genuinely sought to inspect the network port, even if Dai resisted, she wouldn't know how to deny access. Thus, in Bai Ying's absence, Deep Scar served as Butterfly's guardian, controlling every aspect of her system. If Omega personnel couldn't connect to Butterfly's port, it could only mean Deep Scar had denied access. But Deep Trace and Omega should be on the same side. Bai Ying pondered silently. It was designed by Yuanjin, and according to Yuanjin's own words, Deep Scar had already transmitted all of Dai's recorded data back to Omega. It served as both a helpful assistant to Bai Ying and Dai, and as Yuanjin's eyes stationed beside them. There was no reason for Deep Scar to refuse Omega's own people. No problem, leave it to me. Bai Ying didn't dare hesitate too long, lest it seem strange or disrespectful. Thus, Lu Xing and the others watched as Bai Ying stood motionless, yet Dai's power core emitted the whirring sound of increasing power output. This is truly spectacular. Lu Xing couldn't contain his excitement, and the Omega personnel present all turned their gaze toward Bai Ying, who remained rooted to the spot. This was the technology Omega had strived for: day and night remote control. To witness an iron pilot controlling a mech without wearing combat armor or neural synchronization equipment was nothing short of a dream come true. What are you all standing around for? Get to work. Lu Xing was the first to snap out of his amazement. At his command, the other Omega personnel sprang into action, energized as if injected with adrenaline, immediately beginning inspections and maintenance on Butterfly. Please handle her gently. Butterfly possesses consciousness and perception. Whether replacing parts or modifying software, she is aware of everything you do. The white figure preemptively shared these precautions, for Butterfly's consciousness was bound to hers. What Butterfly knew, she knew. Exercise caution. Don't touch what you shouldn't. Lu Xing immediately relayed Bai Ying's instructions to the Omega team. How does that sound? Thank you very much. By the way, you mentioned upgrading Dai this time. Could you elaborate on what exactly will be upgraded? Bai Ying encountered such cooperative Omega personnel for the first time. If it's inconvenient to disclose, you don't have to answer. What kind of question is that? The upgrades will be visible to everyone eventually. It's not classified information. Especially when demonstrating them to the iron pilots who will be using them. Lu Xing was in a good mood. He walked over to Bai Ying, stood beside her, and activated the tablet terminal in his hand. A three-dimensional projection materialized in the air, slowly rotating. This upgrade is comprehensive. The battle at the 4th Defense Line Islands made us realize the monster's strength far exceeds expectations. To better equip the mechs against them, we've integrated all our latest cutting-edge technology into the suits. Lu Xing swiped through the projection model, pulling up detailed images and data descriptions as he explained. Butterfly is one of the prototype Terminator mechs. Although it was manufactured slightly earlier than the new batch of Terminator mechs, we reserved a full set of upgrade interfaces specifically to enable the installation of these new components at any time. First is the armor upgrade. We've brought the latest liquefied titanium alloy, which shares the self-repairing properties of the original liquid steel memory armor. However, its strength is incomparable, and the repair speed has significantly increased. Second, we've redesigned the armor itself. We've integrated a new energy distribution network within the frame and coated the exterior with a conductive layer. This allows Butterfly to channel its energy directly into the external armor, enabling far more efficient power dissipation. Second, the armor has transitioned from monolithic to modular. We've developed two specialized configurations for the Butterfly, allowing rapid reconfiguration and drastically reducing maintenance time. Then there's the firepower upgrade. The Firefly cluster missiles now utilize fusion energy filling. While the blast area isn't large, the depth of destruction has undergone a qualitative change, with penetration power greatly enhanced. The high-frequency thermal cutting sword has also been replaced. Thanks to Xingtian's assistance, we've finalized the Soul Plasma Beam Sword prototype. Now, you only need to monitor the wear on the hilt, the beam emitter, and no longer need to worry about the blade fracturing. For mobility, we optimized the armor's weight distribution to further reduce air resistance. We boosted the kinetic power of the wing armor and adjusted the particle distribution in the full-joint turbo accelerators to match the energy release of the Butterfly. The unit's height has increased from meters to meters. While still slightly shorter than mass-produced mechs, its weight remains at tons, an unmatched level of lightness among other units. Finally, when energy output exceeds a certain threshold, the liquefied giant force metal separates into two projectiles resembling Xingtian's floating cannons, compressing and firing energy. However, its method of achieving levitation is entirely different from Xingtian's. Even with Lu Xing's restraint, Bai Ying could sense from his expression just how extravagant this configuration was, far surpassing even the newly produced Terminator mecha next door. Bai Ying had reason to suspect that the total cost of building Dai could even fund an entire legion equipped with standard ordinary mechs. How many of these new ending mechs were produced? I doubt our legion can afford both Butterfly's upgrade and a brand new mech, Bai Ying voiced his concern. Don't worry. The new batch of mechs is being distributed free of charge to all legions. Omega covered the costs for Butterfly's upgrades themselves. Omega and the War Factory have significantly reduced mech manufacturing costs with new technology. No matter how much they've cut costs, building mechs still requires massive funds. You're saying every legion gets a new mech for free? The Alliance's finances aren't that healthy yet. Bai Ying knew full well that manufacturing mechs wasn't like making toys. Even with industrial production, it was an endless money pit. Lu Xing's smile slowly faded. After a moment's hesitation, he responded to Bai Ying. The Alliance is preparing for a major operation. You'll receive the specific combat directives shortly. All I can say is this time, we're sparing no expense. Chapter 214, The End Approaches. Bai Ying hadn't received any information from General Chen. To be precise, General Chen had merely been notified in advance, while the Alliance would announce this major event to everyone at the appropriate time. Hours later, as night fell, Xingtian finally returned to the black expanse of sky he had longed for. Apart from a handful of high-ranking personnel aware of Xingtian's survival, nearly everyone greeted his return with equal parts delight and astonishment. After warmly exchanging greetings with the Legion members, Xiao headed straight for his docking bay. To his right stood Dai, undergoing an upgrade, alongside Omega's maintenance crew, and Bai Ying, wearing a gentle smile. This time, Bai Ying didn't need to feign happiness, she genuinely felt relaxed and joyful. After everything they'd endured in the 4th Defense Line archipelago, Xingtian was the only close companion still by her side. Don't be overly wary of them. They're only here to complete their assigned tasks. Knowing this wasn't the moment to speak aloud, Xiao switched to private chat with Bai Ying. You seem to know everything. I'm curious why you ended up on Omega's side. Although Bai Ying's personal terminal required voice or keyboard input, she couldn't send text messages by thought alone. She cleverly circumvented this by using the neural connection with Dai to control the mecha systems for communication. Iron pilots could only control systems with their minds while seated in the cockpit, but Bai Ying clearly had no such limitation. Xiao knew this topic was unavoidable, so he organized and condensed his experiences before recounting them to Bai Ying, carefully marking sections where only Yuanjin could provide corroboration. Do you truly believe what Yuanjin said? After reading Xiao's account, Bai Ying's first reaction was skepticism. I have to believe it. Omega recorded the entire process, and my consciousness was dormant the whole time. If they'd meticulously orchestrated this deception to trick me, I'd have no choice but to fall for it. Xiao hadn't ignored this possibility. But Omega had granted him a second chance at life. Since their partnership began, Omega had never made unreasonable demands. Their interactions could even be described as pleasant. Whether because he only interacted with Yuanjin's direct team or for some other reason, these Omega staff genuinely seemed interested only in technology, not for funding, not for fame or profit, but purely to thoroughly research everything about Xiao. However, their intense obsession with technology, coupled with Omega's lack of emphasis on social dynamics, often led others to view them with suspicion. After interacting with these researchers, Xiao realized they were genuinely simple-minded people. In a way, they were even easier to get along with than most, as long as you could meet their research needs. They would agree to any demands or conditions you set. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll trust you. Bai Ying pondered for a moment, finding Xiao's reasoning sound, and decided not to press the issue further. After all, their combined influence couldn't possibly outweigh Yuanjin's. Even if Yuanjin openly bullied them, they'd be powerless to stop him. Even if Yuanjin was just putting on a show for Xiao, he had certainly gone above and beyond. There's another matter, a very important one. Xiao felt compelled to share the intelligence he possessed. He had specifically consulted Yuanjin about this, and the latter's response had been, "Tell it to anyone you deem trustworthy." Classified? Bai Ying already suspected that what Xiao was about to reveal was far from common knowledge. Half and half. Soon, the entire alliance will know the upcoming battle plan, but most will believe it's a human-led counteroffensive. At this point in Xiao's explanation, Bai Ying instantly understood what counteroffensive he was referring to. The Leviathan. As Bai Ying typed these words, he felt his heart skip a beat. Yes, Leviathan. The Watchers Alliance has resolved to muster all forces for a full-scale assault on Leviathan. The plan will be announced tomorrow, with execution set for 1 week hence. Xiao had obtained this intelligence from Yuanjin, who had maintained a solemn expression throughout the discussion and personally vouched for the accuracy of every word. Why do you say most people will perceive this as a counteroffensive? Isn't this precisely a counteroffensive? Bai Ying's apprehension was gathering like storm clouds, threatening to unleash a torrential downpour. It's less a counteroffensive and more a forced advance. Since the silent graveyard sealed the wormhole, Omega has developed methods to calculate spatial dimensions. Combined with new discoveries from the Monster Research Institute, they've unlocked some of the monster's secrets. Most kaiju aren't truly living beings. More accurately, they function as killing machines. Their limited self-awareness is confined to strategizing how to better execute the command to annihilate humanity. In this sense, kaiju resemble machines. Machines obey commands. From the remains of the last high-level kaiju that failed to emerge through the wormhole, Omega extracted and decoded genetic fragments. They discovered the kaiju's evolutionary intervals and attack timings strictly adhere to a predetermined schedule, as if the entire war were engineered. Even contingency evolutionary plans for failed assaults exist. Then what exactly are we fighting? Bai Ying felt as if an invisible specter had seized his throat, suffocation closing in as expected. We cannot know for certain, but our direct adversary isn't the monster species itself. They are merely weapons forged by the mastermind behind the scenes. The situation, however, is extremely grim. If every monster action strictly follows this protocol, it means the war's progression has been advancing precisely along the enemy's predetermined path. Human resistance is anticipated. The entire process runs like it's been delegated to an AI. If that's truly the case, it means they don't even regard this war as serious. It's like conducting some kind of experiment where victory is assured, only needing to adjust variables to control the situation when unexpected events occur. Xiao's description dealt a heavy blow to Bai Ying's confidence. If this conjecture held true, humanity would be nothing more than a minuscule, insignificant species. The current upgrades to the mechs, regardless of cost, would amount to nothing more than a futile struggle. An enemy capable of creating wormholes and biological weapons had already achieved ruthless technological superiority over humanity. So, according to Omega's decrypted intelligence, the intensity of the next assault will be beyond humanity's ability to withstand? Bai Ying had already anticipated that the so-called counterattack was merely a final, desperate struggle before the next catastrophe struck. Yes. Chapter 215, The Final Battle Plan. All these years, the Watchers Alliance has endured. What could possibly be beyond our defense? Bai Ying struggled to accept Xiao's assessment. According to the decrypted data, the next beast tide will emerge in 2 weeks. The colossal Leviathan possesses the power to generate these tides because it is consuming this planet's energy through its very body, exactly like the gigantic worm I discovered on Mount Duyao. The next assault is the doomsday orchestrated by the mastermind. By then, it won't just be the colossal Leviathan from the depths of the boundless sea attacking humanity. Wormholes don't appear out of thin air, only the rifts in planets corrupted by the Leviathan can create them. The upcoming assault will span the entire globe, with 8 wormholes opening simultaneously across the world. By then, we won't be facing the main force of class monsters. Emerging from the wormholes will be nothing but class monsters one after another. They will effortlessly crush our existing mobile suit armies, then advance inland along predetermined routes, obliterating city after city, wiping out every population center, and turning every continent into scorched earth. The entire process won't exceed a week. Humanity's current defenses are utterly incapable of withstanding an assault of this magnitude. Even if they could hold out, according to the decrypted intelligence, Leviathan's attack frequency would evolve to daily strikes. This planet would still be utterly annihilated. After Xiao finished explaining the specifics, Bai Ying felt her resolve to even type the words nearly vanish. She now realized the root of all problems lay in that mountain range nestled deep within the boundless sea. Unless this tumor was completely excised from the planet, not only humanity, but every living being on this world would face doom within 2 weeks. Are we truly confident in this offensive? The Alliance has endured catastrophic failures like the endless sea disaster. Just restoring morale will be a monumental challenge. After several minutes of sober reflection, Bai Ying finally confronted the harsh reality. Her question was starkly realistic. Even if most people remained unaware of humanity's impending doom, the historical legacy of that monumental failure alone loomed as an insurmountable mountain before the Alliance. That's precisely why we must launch the final assault while the momentum from defending the Fourth Line Islands is still fresh. With the silent graveyard closing the wormhole ahead and successfully repelling the largest beast tide in history behind us, the confidence of most Alliance members has been boosted. That's why the Alliance must strike while the iron is hot, deploying every reserve, equipping every combatant and mech with the latest technology and gear at any cost, to further elevate morale. This is a last stand victory or extinction. Bai Ying understood this was the Alliance's final gambit. Should they fail, the Watchers' Alliance would disintegrate before the next beast tide arrived. Victory or perish, you're right. We'll bear the fate of all humanity in our final battle against the colossal Leviathan. The beasts may be evolving, but Omega has achieved major breakthroughs in multiple technologies. Beyond the newly developed Terminator mechs, Omega has also created new strategic-grade energy weapons. These can control reaction intensity while countering the catalyst effect of beast blood, meaning we finally have firepower support. Having faced death countless times, Xiao was already prepared. Energy weapons that can effectively control reaction intensity? Are you serious? Bai Ying suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. This was humanity's true strength in warfare. In terms of cost and destructive efficiency, mechs couldn't compare to mass-produced weapons of mass destruction churned out on assembly lines. If not for the hindrance of beast blood catalysis, humanity wouldn't have bothered with mechs at all. They'd have focused solely on creating more powerful weapons. I've reviewed the Omega and War Factory reports, it's true. But time is limited. Weapons utilizing this technology haven't entered mass production yet, though the War Factory is already operating on a 24-hour schedule. Then we do have a fighting chance. Bai Ying seized upon this glimmer of hope, enough to reignite his courage and lift his spirits. This operation will be a full-scale assault. Each combat unit has its designated role. As the primary means of fighting monsters for decades, mechs still bear significant responsibility. If the new weapons fail to kill Leviathan outright, we mechs must prepare to withstand its wrath and contain the colossal beast's movements. Xiao had already learned the detailed battle plan from Yuanjin. As representative mechs, he and Dai would be charging the front lines. Therefore, Xiao felt it necessary to explain the truth to Bai Ying. I trust the Alliance's tactical arrangements and will execute them to the best of my ability. Bai Ying had already grasped the full scope of the situation and steeled herself mentally. Besides, you're leading the charge too. We'll definitely pull through. Of course we will. Xiao knew Bai Ying wouldn't back down. Thump! 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 Before the two could exchange another word, the landing platform to Butterfly's right erupted with a deafening roar. The deep crimson mech jogged a few steps within the hangar. Immediately after, everyone present heard Meng Changqing's exclamation. Is this truly the level of fluidity a mech can achieve? It feels just like controlling my own body. Meng Changqing spoke while carefully examining the new mech's electric pulse fist, his heart brimming with delight. Looks like the Meng brothers' neural synchronization with the new mech is going smoothly. Lu Xing watched the deep red mech move about, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. So does that mean they've passed the test drive? Bai Ying asked tentatively. Absolutely. Their synchronization rate with the new mecha has reached 97%, and this is their very first time piloting. It shows they have excellent compatibility with this unit. Lu Xing looked rather pleased. Though they still fall short compared to you, Bai Ying. Your 100% synchronization with Butterfly is a rare, irreplicable case. Why irreplicable? Bai Ying knew it would be better to ask Xiao, who now had access to the Omega database, but if she didn't voice it now, the other party might suspect her mind was elsewhere or that she knew too much. Butterfly is a prototype, which is why it possesses its own consciousness. This raises the issue of how mecha consciousness and iron pilots can coexist, and integrate it inevitably requires mutual adaptation between both parties. Therefore, to enable most ion pilots to adapt quickly to new mechs, the consciousnesses built into the Terminator mechs are actually incapable of independent thought. They exist solely as co-pilots providing massive computational power. In other words, these consciousnesses are more like programs in human form? Chapter 216, Lost on the Path Ahead. Compared to the previous 3 generations of mechs, the most significant upgrades in the mass-produced Terminator models lie in their power reactors and neural cores. The power core shifted from nuclear fission to controlled nuclear fusion, nearly achieving perpetual energy sustainment. However, the actual power output is entirely dependent on the cooling system and the mech's own load-bearing limits. The neural core, a newly added component, functions as an artificial mech soul utilizing blank consciousness. This eliminates concerns about neural synchronization failures for ion pilots while enhancing the connection efficiency between pilot and mech, allowing true control akin to operating one's own body. Beyond these innovations, each legion modifies mass-produced Terminator mechs according to their theater's specialties. For instance, the Black Sky Legion's Qian Kingdom excels in electromagnetic technology, so Terminator armor in that theater incorporates such advancements. On another front, the Terminator mechs now incorporate the latest energy weapon technology, a direct outcome of Omega and the War Factory's large-scale development of strategic-grade energy armaments. With these high-caliber weapons, mechs no longer need to focus on enhancing conventional firepower, and combat duration against monsters is drastically reduced. Overall, the Terminator mechs of all major legions will increasingly favor medium to long-range combat. The advantages of energy weapons grant these mechs superior firepower configurations and far greater efficiency in eliminating threats compared to close-quarters combat, except for berserkers like Xingtian who wield black technology. These mechs can be conceptualized as colossal soldiers equipped with various super-large caliber firearms and cannons. In a sense, this war has finally escalated in scale and technology to resemble the modern, familiar realm of thermal weapon warfare. Of course, the adversaries humanity now faces have undergone a qualitative transformation in strength. Whether the mechs and monsters were evenly matched or one side held a decisive advantage remained uncertain until the fighting began. Bai Ying lay alone on her dorm bed, her mind swirling with all the information Xiao and Lu Xing had shared. Her emotions were complex, impossible to describe in a few words. Her brain was overloaded with information, unable to sort through and comprehend all the questions at once. Am I truly prepared? Bai Ying stared at the dark ceiling, her heart filled with confusion. She wasn't afraid of death, especially dying in battle. That was the shared fate of nearly everyone who went to the front lines during wartime. Those who survived would remember the souls lost on the battlefield, carrying their will forward until peace arrived. But everything had unfolded too abruptly, from the Leviathan's restlessness, to Xingtian's awakening, the birth of the new wormhole, Yuanjin's emergence, and the beast tide on the Fourth Line Islands. In less than a month, Bai Ying seemed to have lived an epic life, enduring countless hardships, gaining much, yet losing just as much. Lost in confusion, Bai Ying slowly raised her hand. As the last rays of twilight stretched across the horizon, she clenched it tightly. She wanted to grasp the lives of Sadoyu, Duzi, Xingtian, the entire legion, and her own. Has Duzi safely reached the Olea continent? According to Xiao, Omega is constantly monitoring her movements. I wonder what she thinks about being alone there. Does she feel afraid? Bai Ying knew she should sleep, but she feared slumber. She dreaded the boundless reality seeping into her dreams like a rising tide, slowly drowning the peaceful island of solitude within her heart. Dai was still there, her sanctuary. If Bai Ying couldn't ease the pressure weighing on her heart, Dai's emotions would be affected too. So Bai Ying sat up in bed, walked to the wardrobe, pulled out her favorite silver functional jacket, slipped it on, and headed out alone, straight toward the hangar. She avoided the elevator, instead traversing corridors and staircases, passing numerous areas that would normally be bustling with people. But now it was rest period. Aside from a few personnel left on duty in each area, Bai Ying found none of the bustle she craved. Irritation and confusion seized the opportunity to swell and expand within her mind, making her steps grow increasingly hurried. It felt as though this pressure had permeated the very air, attempting to distort everything around her into something hideous. By the time Bai Ying finally reached the hangar after nearly 20 minutes, her forehead was beaded with sweat. Though the room temperature remained slightly cool, she felt as if she were standing in a furnace. Why are you here? A familiar voice reached Bai Ying's ears, confirming she was in the right place. She looked up to find the towering black figure gazing down at her with crimson eyes. Yet, instead of feeling intimidated, she found herself oddly reassured and at ease. I couldn't sleep. My mind's a tangled mess. I don't know what I'm thinking or what I should do. Bai Ying voiced her thoughts directly, walking toward Xingtian's outstretched palm as she spoke. With Yu Zhao's help, she climbed onto his shoulder. As the view opened up, Bai Ying's heart found a little solace and calm. Xingtian, do you ever feel like me? Like something's weighing down your back, consuming your every thought day and night, leaving you no chance to catch your breath? If I said yes, would you believe me? Yu Xiao hesitated for a moment before countering Bai Ying's question. In his previous life as a human, he had indeed known such moments. Back then, he was just an ordinary man, and life felt like an unreasonable knife-wielding robber, endlessly demanding more from him. During that time, Yu Xiao's sole desire was money. He once truly believed money could solve everything, that with it, troubles would vanish and life wouldn't have to be so strained. That belief persisted until his transmigration, when it vanished. After all, currency was useless to him now. Yet he still risked his life for evolution points. Initially, it was solely for that machine soul manifestation module. But now, even though he could afford it, the desire to purchase it had vanished. He would never possess a human body again. Even if he regained human appearance, his form was now composed of this unknown substance. If someone tried to sever his head with a chainsaw, they'd only shatter the blade. Yu Xiao had accepted the reality that he could never live an ordinary life again, and this acceptance fundamentally altered his worldview. Take now, for instance. While the white figure regarded his sleepless vigil atop the docking platform as a form of punishment, to Yu Xiao it was a tranquil respite, a moment to reflect on the events of his past and present lives, waiting for the dawn of a new day. I believe that even though you're not human, you must have your own troubles and sorrows. Chapter 217, Distant Homeland. You have a point. Yet all my troubles and grievances are beyond your comprehension. Yu Xiao knew Bai Ying had come seeking solace and guidance. You mean you face pressures similar to those of humans? Of course. For instance, we defeated the colossal beast Leviathan, sealed the final wormhole, and the mastermind behind the monsters no longer targets this planet. Does that mean we've achieved peace? That goes without saying. Though Bai Ying knew the odds of surviving the Leviathan battle were slim, this was merely a hypothetical scenario, so she gladly accepted it. Look, you're still a young woman. While your peers should be attending university at this stage, you're a bit behind. But you've lived a legendary Iron Rider life. With that experience, you can gain recognition and fame. Then you can live any life you desire, continue your studies, accept a job offer someone extends, or write your experiences into stories. You have many choices. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Bai Ying's thoughts gradually drifted toward the future, rather than the present, as Yu Xiao guided her. What could be more enticing to a young soul than a world bursting with color, especially when Bai Ying might have such a high starting point? But I'm different. Without monsters, I lose my livelihood. I might be dragged around on exhibition tours, or Omega could seize me for continued research, assuming they haven't been disbanded after the war. Yu Xiao continued, but neither path is one I can choose, nor one I'd prefer. I might still contribute to human science, but it would be like you mining this mountain. I'd gain no joy or reward. Right. You don't need housing, food, or even a girlfriend. What could humans possibly offer you in return? Bai Ying's curiosity now swelled to immense proportions. That's my pressure and my torment. I'm not human. I have no peers. Creatures my size are either artificial mechs or hideously ugly monsters. Without combat, I lose my very reason for existing. Meaning? Bai Ying repeated the word slowly, chewing on its weight. She felt she was beginning to grasp what Yu Xiao was trying to convey. Yes, meaning. Speaking of which, I suppose I never told you how I came to be. Yu Xiao knew his words were having an effect. When people discover someone suffering more than themselves right beside them, their own troubles often feel instantly lessened. At first I thought you were an evolved AI, but seeing you like this now, it must be more complicated than that. You guessed right. There are secrets I can't share with you, but I can tell you things that won't threaten my existence. I thought we'd reached a point where we could truly understand each other's hearts. Bai Ying was clearly displeased. It's not that I'll never tell you, just that the time isn't right yet. Fine. Then tell me what you can. I have a homeland too. Bai Ying hadn't expected Yu Xiao to drop such a bombshell right at the start of their conversation. She froze for a full dozen seconds before processing the meaning of his words. You're an alien life form too? Bai Ying suddenly felt a chill run through her body. I don't think alien life quite captures my situation. While I don't belong to this planet, my homeworld shares striking similarities with your civilization. That's why I don't reject anything here. It's hard to imagine an entire planet populated by beings like you, with a civilization so similar to humanity's. Bai Ying's first thought was that Yu Xiao's homeworld must be at least as large as Earth. Don't think of me as some giant. Back home, I'm just an ordinary person like you. I'm no different from the insignificant members of your human society still dealing with daily necessities like food, clothing, and shelter, and matters like marriage and family. So it's only on this planet that you've become utterly without desire, lacking even basic needs like eating, drinking, or sleeping? Bai Ying's eyes narrowed into slits, seemingly struggling to visualize the scene Yu Xiao described. You could say that. Maybe it's like not adapting to the local environment. Yu Xiao could only describe it that way. Then how did you view those issues before coming here? Only now did the white figure realize Yu Xiao might carry burdens similar to his own, though perhaps not life or death. They were still deeply tied to mastering one's destiny. The world doesn't bend to anyone's will. All we can do is meet challenges head-on, adapting as they come. Bai Ying remained silent. She'd heard similar platitudes before, yet in truth, who didn't live by them? Whether through avoidance or confrontation, everyone was merely a puppet of fate. She had hoped Xingtian would offer a better solution. Feeling pretty disappointed, huh? Xiao hadn't finished speaking when he continued, but the world is propelled forward by people like us tiny as ants. It's like a Mobius strip. As a collective, we shape the world's destiny, yet we're also driven forward by that very destiny we've created together. Arguing over who's ahead or behind is meaningless. The vast majority of people, even if given true freedom over every hour of the day, wouldn't seize control of their destiny as you imagine. Some dreams are nothing but soap bubbles. Only when you reach out to touch them do you realize you've only seen their beautiful side. Though most of our time is consumed by things we dislike, some people manage to live happier and more accomplished lives than others. Among them are those I call the minority. They possess a clear vision of their dream life and pursue it with a discipline so formidable it borders on terrifying. Then there are others who find joy too. Their dreams may not lead to fame or fortune, and they might not discipline themselves to the point of defying biological instincts. Yet they never lose sight of their goals, pouring all their passion into the pursuit and finding fulfillment and happiness in the process. This pursuit could be a seemingly insignificant small thing, or a monumental endeavor capable of changing an era. Most people may never see the scenery at the finish line in their lifetime, yet their passion and dedication are genuine. That alone is enough to bring them fulfillment along the journey. Do you understand? Your pain doesn't stem from the gap between reality and your ideals. It comes from not having found your ideal. Because anyone who has found their ideal acknowledges that gap. They don't see it as suffering. Bai Ying fell into deep contemplation, trying to map her own life and experiences onto Xiao's words. Think it over carefully. Chapter 218, Judgment Day. Judgment Day. Above the boundless sea, the aerial city-state Heavenly Gate. Beneath a colossal sun, a fortress half the size of Jinhai City drifted upon the sea of clouds. This represented the ultimate application of Qian Kingdom's dragon boat technology, a fully self-sustaining military city-state elevated far above the Earth's surface. All alliance institutions resided within its confines, forming a colossal marvel. When it ascended, the eyes of the entire world turned to it, directly or indirectly. No one had ever imagined the Watchers Alliance would suddenly unveil such a combat unit, one truly deserving the title of marvel. Omega, Command Center, Mobile Armor Corps, Special Operations Forces, every unit found its place within the celestial fortress. Pulse signal amplification initiated, matching Iron Pilot consciousness. Current calibration deviation, readings decreasing. All deviations eliminated, matching successful. Unit parameters normal, current synchronization rate. Switching unit equipment to G-type. Bai Ying slowly opened her eyes. She had just received Omega's newly developed equipment, the Pulse Signal Enhancement device, which had only been officially released 3 days prior. This one-of-a-kind unit, custom-made for Butterfly and Bai Ying, significantly reduces Bai Ying's physical and mental strain while piloting Butterfly. It maximizes Butterfly's energy release efficiency and extends its peak combat duration. Today, she and Xingtian would charge into battle as the Mobile Armor Corps' premier warriors. If necessary. The Alliance's operational plan was straightforward. A week prior, the Watchers Alliance had launched 3 rockets into orbit, coordinating with the space station to convert 7 strategic satellites into the Energy Matrix weapon Judgment. Unlike previous space-based weapons, Judgment's energy beam utilized the latest controllable nuclear fusion technology. This ensured devastating power while drastically reducing the catalytic effect of beast blood. According to Omega's calculations, should Judgment launch an attack on the colossal Leviathan from beyond the atmosphere, the resulting impact would be confined to the boundless ocean at most, sparing the nearest sea from collateral damage. White Shadow, how do you feel? Yuanjin stood directly before Butterfly, still clad in her casual lab coat, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. I feel great, never been this relaxed, Bai Ying replied honestly. With the new device in place, she felt as though her mind had undergone a thorough cleansing, leaving her refreshed and invigorated. Good. Any questions about using the G-type equipment suite? Yuanjin's smile remained steady, undisturbed even on such a solemn occasion. Bai Ying carefully recalled the past week's training. Omega had equipped the Butterfly with 2 distinct gear sets, the G-type, heavily fortified with various heavy weapons, and the P-type, designed to enhance the body's energy circulation. The G-type gear was intimidating in both appearance and tonnage, its scale comparable to an ordinary soldier suddenly donning a 5-meter-tall heavy mechanical suit. The P-type suit was originally a separate unit, but under Yuanjin's direction, it had been temporarily integrated into the G-type's interior. Should the G-type suffer damage, the concealed P-type would activate. Even if the G-type remained intact, Bai Ying could manually issue a release command to disengage and shed it. Bai Ying had long mastered the operation of both sets of equipment, possessing complete proficiency. No problem, Bai Ying replied with certainty. Xingtian, what about you? Any questions regarding the new gear? Yuanjin turned with a smile, fixing his gaze on Xiao at the other docking station. Ever since Xiao had mentioned his mobility limitations to Yuanjin, Omega had made temporary modifications to an experimental prototype of a certain mobility device and installed it on Xingtian. Its principle resembled the energy conversion device on Butterfly's body. According to Yuanjun, this equipment had originally been part of Butterfly's configuration, a product of comparative experiments. Given that Xiao possessed an energy source beyond human comprehension, this equipment might prove highly useful to him. Yuanjun's conjecture proved correct. The energy within Xiao was fully compatible with the device. While he couldn't manipulate gravity like Dai could, Xiao could harness the recoil force of energy release to achieve movement within three-dimensional space, including flight. The difference lay solely in the fact that Dai could manipulate objects within space using energy fields and even execute gravitational attacks, while Xiao could only control his own mobility through the reaction force. That was sufficient. No question, I'm very pleased with this equipment. Xiao was genuinely satisfied with the maneuvering system. Not only did it provide the three-dimensional mobility he'd long dreamed of, but it also concealed perfectly beneath his armor, making it impervious to enemy attacks. Just then, a uniformed officer approached from a distance. After saluting Dr. Yuanjun, he delivered the long-awaited announcement. "Doctor, we have reached the observable airspace. If you two have no further questions, I must return to the command center, they need me there." Yuanjun understood the implication and turned to bid farewell to Xiao and Bai Ying. "We're fine. No worries. We'll still be able to see the footage through the observation broadcast. No difference. Then I'll be going." 1 minute later, main tower control room. "Report the situation." Yuanjun slowly withdrew her smile. Her irises shifted from sky blue to golden yellow, radiating an aura of stern authority. "Satellite connection is stable. Command response latency is minimal. Good. Initiate the guidance program." At Yuanjun's command, all present personnel immediately sprang into action. A series of system announcements flashed across the floating holographic projection window. Judgment bootstrap program initiated. Energy reserves detected as normal. Matrix series gravity normal. Signal connection strength normal. Radioactive coordinates tracked. Calculating orbital strike point. Calculation complete. Target Leviathan locked. Energy hybridization initiated, adjusting matrix to predetermined angle. In space, 7 satellites merged into a perfect ring formation. Then, like an umbrella unfurling, they revealed energy guide columns resembling umbrella ribs. Driven by electromagnetic fields, these columns began rotating clockwise. Instantly, a cluster of white light points coalesced at the radiating orifices at their tips. 10 minutes later, they blazed like a brilliant star collapsing in broad daylight, radiating light powerful enough to illuminate the cosmic darkness. Launch countdown. The bell of judgment had already tolled. The sword forged by humanity would now decide their own fate. Fire control unit activated. Matrix beam fired. Chapter 219, Judgment. A pure beam descended from the heavens, like a blade piercing through the distant edge of the cosmos. It sliced through hallucinatory nebulae, soared past silent, dark corners, and with unshakable velocity, pierced every obstacle in its path. Atmosphere, sky, and sea ignited to boiling in that instant. Beneath the clouds, the 1,000-mile-long mountain range awoke only to meet this devastating blow head-on. Mountains collapsed, seas surged, and the very foundations of heaven and earth shook. A symphony powerful enough to reverberate across the cosmos pierced the soundproof barriers, leaving everyone present with ringing ears. The blinding light was enough to cause fainting with even a single glance. This was a force 1,000, 10,000 times more terrifying than the eruption of Mount Duyu. A blood-red rain poured skyward like a reversed celestial river, staining the clouds a deep crimson. Giant waves thousands of meters high, along with all marine life, were swept up, vaporized in the scorching heat, and transformed into smoke and dust. Even from the space station in low Earth orbit, observers could witness the visible, devastating shockwave erupting from the center of the boundless sea. The concentric shockwaves radiated outward like an angel's halo, lingering long after the explosion. The blade seemed poised to pierce the entire planet. Boom! As the kilometer-high waters refilled the planet's ravines and hollows, the people atop the celestial gate had yet to recover from the shockwaves of awe. Until Leviathan unleashed a howl that echoed across the heavens and earth. Fury, agony, and the flames of vengeance echoed within that prolonged, piercing roar. "What's the situation below?" Yuanjun furrowed her brow for the first time, her voice drowning out the system's alarm. "Our report. The Leviathan appears severely injured, with vital signs down 73%, but it's still alive." The technician stammered out the update, forcing down his fear. "Immediately put the judgment into charging mode. Preload the firing protocol. Once ready, strike it again. Roar." The colossal Leviathan's fury felt like the planet's own wrath, a suffocating pressure swiftly spreading seeds of terror across Tianke. "Report. Detecting unknown energy fluctuations appears to be the Leviathan's heart." No sooner had the technician spoken than 3 blinking red dots appeared on the precision energy radar map, each registering an energy level exceeding critical thresholds. The next instant, countless tiny points of light erupted like mushrooms after rain. "Notify the Mobile Armor Corps to deploy to the sea surface in pre-assigned groups." Hold out at all costs until Judgment's 10-minute recharge cycle ends. Yuanjin bellowed. Activate the Heavenly Gates net device immediately. Tian-K, Mobile Battle Armor Core Projection Pod. You too, are you sure you don't need to connect to the net device? A young technician holding a tablet asked Xiao and Bai Ying with trembling hands. This revolutionary equipment, developed through Qian Nation's Dragon Boat technology and inspiration drawn from Omega's butterfly, could condense gravity into invisible anti-gravity threads. Attaching these threads to mechs or vehicles allowed them to be manipulated like marionettes. With the net technology, all deployed troops gained a degree of three-dimensional mobility. Though the range of angles and movement speeds were significantly limited, it provided a solid foundation for large-scale combat across the boundless sea. No need, thank you for your offer, Xingtian waved to the technician through the glass as the cockpit hatch opened, revealing the rosy-hued sea of clouds below. Xingtian, Bai Ying, lead the charge, they shouted in unison. The familiar sensation of freefall. Warning, detecting massive unknown energy signals. Quantity being calculated. Even the system can't keep up. Still in freefall, Bai Ying felt as if he were plunging toward a blood-red hell. Here it comes. No sooner had Xiao issued the warning than hundreds of energy orbs pierced through from beneath the cloud sea. Thud. 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 The white figure manipulated its energy stance to deflect the trajectory of these energy spheres, while Xiao braced his armor directly against the impact and continued his descent. Leviathan is firing monster embryos as energy projectiles. Xiao, emerging from the explosion smoke, immediately relayed this critical intelligence back to Tian-K. Activate the energy deflection barrier. Yuanjin, receiving the report, issued the order without hesitation. Sure enough, light projectiles rained down like hailstones, striking the honeycomb energy shield solid enough to take physical form. After the explosions, pools of dark red bloodstains remained. Current altitude, meters. The moment Xiao and Bai Ying crossed this altitude threshold, a swarm of tiny monsters spread their wings and lunged toward them. Less than 10 meters in length, their bodies were rudimentary, barely more than essential bones and muscles sufficient for movement, covered only by a thin layer of skin. The sole striking feature was an enormous heart, accounting for 40% of their body weight, protruding like an apple stuffed into a loose leather pouch. Both physical and energy attacks could easily dispatch these creatures, a feat even a single soldier with basic weaponry could accomplish. Yet their threat level was no less than that of larger monsters. Because that bulging heart was an energy bomb. Boom! Xiao could feel himself engulfed by surging energy reactions. Had his armor not been sufficiently hardened, he would surely have perished in this barrage of explosions. Though the monsters lacked guidance technology, Leviathan could engineer self-destructing monsters equipped with eyes to lock onto targets far more precise than simply launching monster embryos as energy projectiles. These things will have an immeasurable impact on the units deployed later. Help me pinpoint their launch positions. The technicians on Tian-K immediately responded to Xiao's request, redirecting computational power to energy tracking and transmitting the coordinates to him. Almost the instant he received the coordinates, Xiao aimed his floating cannon at the target point amidst the sea of clouds and unleashed a strike infused with his own energy. In an instant, a 100-meter-wide gash tore through Leviathan's hull under an unprecedented dark energy assault. All the self-destruct monsters still trapped within the nest were frozen in time, shattered like broken oil paintings. Sure enough, the interference from these suicide monsters vanished. Xiao and Bai Ying continued evading the energy sphere's attacks as they descended smoothly. Current altitude, meters. The colossal monster, towering like a mountain range, nearly filled Xiao's entire field of vision. Had he not witnessed its writhing flesh, he would have sworn it was merely another continent rising from the sea. Its wounds are healing, look there. Just then, Bai Ying noticed the heart-shaped area where they intended to land had grown a layer of hardened shell. Then we'll tear it open by force. Chapter 220, Heavenly Net. With Xingtian and Bai Ying clearing the way as vanguards, the subsequent mechs deployed onto the sea surface only needed to avoid being hit by the hail of energy projectiles. In an instant, hundreds of mechs followed the two pioneers' lead, leaping from the skygate. With the net's assistance, most evaded the barrage, though a handful were still struck by the blazing, supersonic projectiles, exploding into fragments amidst the blinding light. Hold up, Leviathan's moving. Just as Xingtian and Bai Ying landed on the mountain range, poised to breach the outer shell beneath them, violent tremors erupted beneath their feet. Xingtian and Bai Ying swiftly ascended. Sure enough, Leviathan's shell suddenly split open like petals, revealing a massive breach over a kilometer in diameter. Instantly, hundreds of monstrous creatures of varied forms emerged. Each bore an umbilical cord connecting to the colossal Leviathan at the back of its head, clearly unfinished prototypes yet to reach full development. Xiao instantly realized these were the forces Leviathan had prepared for its next assault. Each monster was colossal in size, and their energy levels all reached grade A. Without a doubt, their weakness lay in that umbilical cord. White Shadow, I'll try severing the cord running along their spines. The moment Xiao finished speaking, his entire body surged forward. Wielding his plasma battle axe, he charged toward the nearest monster. But the creature understood Xingtian's intent. It instantly pivoted, aligning its wall-thick armor directly against Yu Xiao's charge. Yet, the instant Yu Xiao's axe blade was about to strike the shell, he abruptly executed an emergency maneuver with his mobility unit. Using the monster's body as a springboard, he leapt behind it and swung his battle axe directly at the umbilical cord. The connection between Leviathan and the monster appeared to lack any defensive reinforcement. Yu Xiao effortlessly severed the wrinkled umbilical cord. But contrary to Yu Xiao's expectations, the severed monster did not collapse. Instead, it became even more frenzied. Boom! A blinding beam of light pierced straight through the monster's head, which had just turned away. Immediately afterward, the beam plummeted vertically, cleaving the entire creature in two. The attacker was Bai Ying, who had used the laser emitter on her G-type equipment to slay this undeveloped class monster. Only then did Yu Xiao finally grasp the purpose of that umbilical cord. He witnessed the flesh and blood gushing from it, desperately attempting to repair the body torn apart by the beam. Its purpose wasn't to sustain the monster's lives, but to maintain their immortality. If these umbilical cords weren't severed, Leviathan would continuously transmit an endless supply of repair cells to the monsters through them, allowing them to regenerate endlessly. Without hesitation, Yu Xiao relayed his discovery to the Tian-K command center. Simultaneously, all mechs received this critical intelligence. Instantly, thermal beams, cryogenic rays, particle cannons, and energy beams all converged on the umbilical cords behind the monster's spines. Explosions and roars mingled, drowning out the sea's furious howl. The nature of this battle had long since departed from conventional warfare. Hardly any mecha chose to engage these colossal class monsters in close combat. Instead, they utilized the three-dimensional maneuvering capabilities of their net devices to maintain medium to long ranges, unleashing a torrent of fire from newly configured energy weapons. It proved that even the terrifying class monsters could not withstand such unprecedented energy assaults. Leviathan apparently hadn't anticipated humanity developing weapons capable of disrupting catalytic reactions, so it hadn't incorporated similar resistance or defenses when incubating these monsters. For the first time in such large-scale combat, the mechs gained a decisive advantage. Each monster crawling from Leviathan's body endured a barrage of fire within seconds before its massive form shattered completely. Along with the severed umbilical cord, it dissolved into sludge and flesh, flowing into the surging ocean. This tactical superiority gradually restored human confidence, especially among the iron pilots manning the mechs. A day they never imagined would come. The Leviathan is changing tactics. It's spawning smaller monsters. Yu Xiao observed the Leviathan's transformation while helping the mechs sever the monster's umbilical cords in waves. Sure enough, after receiving Yu Xiao's intelligence at the Skygate, the radar screens erupted with vast swaths of high-altitude monster rain mirroring the previous assault on the dark sky in Jinhai City. This time, however, the monster rain erupted from multiple locations simultaneously, and its scale was on an entirely different level. Leviathan seemed to have realized its core couldn't withstand the onslaught, so it resorted to this desperate, mutually destructive tactic. To prepare for this decisive offensive, the Watchers Alliance had mobilized 95% of its global forces aboard Tian-K. Each major legion had left behind only a single mech, while ground troops and support staff were reduced to the bare minimum required to maintain base operations. If Leviathan succeeded in landing its assault across the continents, even if its core were destroyed, the world would be reduced to ruins by the time the Celestial Gate returned. This was why Yuanjin had told Yu Xiao that the mech's purpose was to block Leviathan's movements. Their mission wasn't merely to hold out until the next recharge of the space-based weapon, but to ensure not a single monster escaped the boundless sea. Unfortunately, mechs were rarely equipped with conventional firepower. These monsters soaring 10,000 meters into the sky were simply beyond the mech's capabilities both in terms of sheer numbers and altitude. The mobile armor core was utterly helpless against them. Looks like they're about to break. Deploy the Special Operations Unit. Yuanjin remained composed. She had anticipated Leviathan's tactics. The fighter squadrons, already poised on the Tiang's vast deck, immediately took off. The formation included not only interceptors armed with conventional firepower, but also special fighters equipped with new energy weapons, alongside numerous small aircraft carrying 1 to 3 crew members. With these new energy weapons, even the smaller craft could inflict effective damage on the monsters. A dense, vast network of fire interwove at an altitude of thousands of meters. Countless vehicles, trailing meteor-like exhaust plumes, shot down the ascending monster rain. Exploding sparks filled the sky everywhere human eyes could see. Tens of thousands of monster showers continuously exploded and plummeted through the thick clouds, crashing back into the ocean from whence they rose. Watching the array of blips on the radar map rapidly vanish, Yuanjin could finally confirm the interception had succeeded. Not a single monster had escaped the airspace over the boundless sea. Everyone's efforts had not been in vain. Only 3 minutes remained until Judgment's energy charge was complete. Chapter 221, Destruction and Rebirth. Leviathan was cornered. Its attacks were repeatedly thwarted by humanity. Countless shells pounded its body, reopening the wounds that had been healing at an astonishing rate. Even the highest tier monsters failed to inflict meaningful damage on the mechs. Any that dared to expose themselves were met with energy attacks powerful enough to pierce any monster's defenses at this stage. Finally, with the space-based weapon's charge time down to its last seconds, Leviathan ceased producing monsters. The sudden silence and pause left everyone momentarily disoriented, yet they knew Leviathan would never surrender or submit. Sure enough, after a brief pause, the mountain range lying submerged in the sea suddenly began to tremble. No, not trembling, rising. Seawater, carrying a peculiar, fishy stench, washed over its battered shell, cascading like waterfalls down its colossal frame. This beast, stretching for thousands of miles, was now revealing its full form to everyone present. Xiao now finally grasped the true nature of his adversary. Merely standing up, it had already surpassed his own ascent speed. This colossal form dominated Xiao's field of vision, never fading from sight. Even those atop the celestial gate struggled to take in such colossal presence within their limited field of vision. Only through satellite imagery could one glimpse Leviathan's complete form, a six-legged colossal turtle with a monstrous visage. Unlike ordinary turtles, Leviathan's shell wasn't merely a hard defensive covering, it bore an incubator factory on its back that could open and close at will. Yet, just as everyone wondered why Leviathan had risen, its energy signature underwent a violent shift. Vital energy rapidly drained from its body as surging power converged toward a single, previously sealed hatch. Immediately, Leviathan let out a mournful cry, as if enduring torment far more horrific than the ravages of artillery fire. That cry signaled its death. Before the space-based weapon judgment could strike it, Leviathan willingly relinquished its life only to give birth to another. Its petrified flesh and shell gradually peeled away, weathering into debris drifting amidst the smoke. The gray buds slowly bloomed, releasing not a monster, but a creature the size of a mech. Xiao's crimson eyes reflected that hair-raising image. It was a life form he had never witnessed before, its body containing energy tens of thousands of times stronger than his own. It wielded a long sword, or 12 spines arranged in a circle on its back, and wore a black halo atop its head. Its face possessed no other organs besides 3 pairs of tightly closed eyes. Switching to energy vision revealed a layer of butterfly-like energy enveloping this levitating, slowly ascending entity, though its concentration was far more intense. All personnel, retreat to the celestial gate. Yuanjin's command was met with unanimous compliance. When confronted with a situation none had anticipated, people instinctively sought guidance. As the last mech successfully entered the hangar, the judgment's verdict descended once more. A blinding beam completely enveloped the still unawakened lifeform, reducing Leviathan's partially disintegrated corpse to ashes. Dozens of seconds later, even as the aftereffects of judgment faded completely, the energy scanners still displayed a blinding figure. Number of threat targets. Immediately, a beam powerful enough to slice through the atmosphere erupted from the black lifeform's blade. It instantly pierced Tiang's energy shield and obliterated all 6 anti-gravity engines on its left side. This was the ultimate life form Leviathan could compute. While it might not be the pinnacle of evolution, it undoubtedly stood above all other beings. At this very moment, Xiao felt as though the entity was watching him. Even though that gaze remained kilometers away, he could still sense it. Xiao never imagined that at the very end of this war, the newly emerged enemy no longer fixated on humanity's destruction. It didn't even display obvious hostility. It seemed to be waiting only for him. Thus, Xiao forcefully opened the hangar doors and flew toward the direction of its presence. Stop, Bai Ying. Just as Bai Ying prepared to pilot his butterfly and follow Xiao's lead, Xiao called out to him. This doesn't concern you. This is a battle between it and me. If you don't want to get caught in the crossfire, quickly follow Tian-K to the safe zone. The latter part was broadcast over Tiang's communication system. Moments later, Yuanjin made his decision. Withdraw to a safe distance. Leave the battlefield to them. Above the boundless sea. Xiao slowed down, battle axe in hand. The figure of the Black Angel had already appeared in his vision. The other party had honored their agreement and refrained from attacking Tian-K again. Yes, it could speak, communicating through some form of psychic connection. What puzzled Xiao, however, was this: if a battle between them was inevitable, the other could have attacked him long ago. There was no need to let him fly this close. Xiao. The sudden call disrupted Xiao's thoughts. He never imagined anyone in this world would utter his true name. How do you know my name? Xiao tightened his grip on the battle axe, his eyes brimming with wariness. You seem to have forgotten many things, Ancient One. A consciousness that traveled here from the Age of Origins, yet found a vessel capable of containing such awareness in this backward universe. What are you talking about? I am not the Ancient One you speak of. Xiao flatly denied the other's claim. Whether you admit it or not, you carry the aura only an Ancient One could emit. You cannot deny it. The Black Angel floated in the air like a statue, not even blinking an eye. Whatever you're saying, if you want to fight, get on with it. Fight? I didn't come here to fight you. You've already brought us ancients, wandering beyond time, enough surprises to allow us to create vessels capable of containing our consciousness, though they're still imperfect. The Black Angel flexed its 6 arms as it spoke. But this is beyond your power to change. The present universe requires far more time to evolve greater life forms. Thank you for all you've done. I believe we shall meet again in other worlds, should the opportunity arise. Wait, what exactly do you mean? Yu Xiao grew increasingly bewildered. Ah, it seems the passage of time has eroded your memories. Before I depart, allow me to offer you a parting gift. As the Black Angel finished speaking, a mass of entirely unfamiliar memories surged into Yu Xiao's consciousness. Then, the spikes on the Black Angel's back began to rotate, tearing open a portal in the air that revealed a swirling nebula. The angel stepped through it and vanished. Only when Yu Xiao's energy radar automatically initiated its scheduled scan did he realize the other party had truly departed. No threat targets detected.